The story begins with Jean Runcandle, a young man deeply lost in thought. His mind wanders to the legacy of his lineage, a clan of renowned swordsmen who control half the world with their unmatched martial prowess. This clan, the Runcandle family, is known for producing sword masters blessed with extraordinary talent and physical strength. Their dominance in battles, plunder, and conquest seems almost unquestionable. Jean reflects on a world where only the strong survive, a harsh reality that fuels the clan's actions. Jean himself is the youngest son of this infamous family. He recalls a pivotal moment from his childhood, the selection ritual. This event determines a child's destiny in the clan, and Jean had chosen Barasada, the patriarch's legendary sword, signaling that he was fated to lead. His elder brother, Daytona Runcandle, had found his choice intriguing, as Barasada symbolized power and authority. At the time, everyone believed Jin's future would be nothing short of glorious. But reality turned out quite differently. Despite the overwhelming expectations, Jean lacked even a shred of talent for swordsmanship, the very essence of the Runcandle identity. This shortcoming earned him scorn and ridicule, with people calling him the disgrace of Runcandle. No matter how hard he trained, he remained far below even the clan's average skill level. The whispers and judgments followed him everywhere. He was, without question, the least talented Runcandle in history. One day, while practicing alone with a wooden sword, Jean found himself interrupted by two of his older brothers, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle. Haytona sneered at him, mocking his aimless attempts. Daytona joined in, sarcastically suggesting Jean might be waiting for a special sword to unlock his potential. They taunted him relentlessly, implying that he had no future and was clinging to a foolish dream. When Jean ignored them, Haytona grew impatient and kicked him, causing Jean to stumble backward. As he cursed under his breath and reached for his sword, Daytona teased him further, waving a stack of papers in front of him. Basic swordsmanship theories Jean had been studying in secret. Daytona mocked his efforts, tearing into the idea that studying theory would make up for Jin's lack of natural ability. When Jean pleaded for the papers to be returned, Daytona took things further, breaking Jin's wooden sword in half. He argued that wasting time and resources on someone like Jean only fostered worthless hope. Despite Jin's protests, Daytona ripped the papers apart, dismissing Jin's struggles as futile. He grabbed Jean by the hair, taunting him about his supposed lack of respect and questioning if this was the kind of behavior his nanny, Gilly, had taught him. Jean insisted that Gilly had nothing to do with the matter, but his defiance only fueled Daytona's cruelty. Smirking, Daytona suggested that perhaps it was time for a lesson in manners from his elder brothers. Haytona and Daytona's taunts hung heavy in the air as Jean faced their relentless ridicule, powerless to fight back against the overwhelming weight of their expectations and scorn. Jean Runcandle reflects on the torment he endured from his older brothers and his lifelong struggle with mediocrity in a clan where talent was everything. Despite their cruelty and his own lack of swordsmanship skill, he clung to a belief. If he worked hard enough, he could earn their respect and become a valued member of the Runcandle clan. For years, Jean convinced himself that perseverance alone could overcome his shortcomings. But that belief was shattered when he was formally expelled from the clan. At 25, Jean found himself kneeling outside the clan's doors, his fate decided. His hard work was deemed commendable enough to spare his life. But he was cast out, left to wander the world without purpose or direction. This turning point, though painful, led to a life-changing discovery. During his aimless journey, Jean met a master who revealed a secret. He did have talent after all, though it was forbidden in the Runcandle clan. Jean had a natural aptitude for magic, a skill that clashed with his family's rigid focus on swordsmanship. Fast forward 3 years, Jean now stands in a room, explaining his refined understanding of magic. By harmonizing the natural flow of mana with his own, he can recover his strength and amplify the potency of his next spell. As he demonstrates this newfound mastery, an unexpected surge of black magic fills the room. Startled, Jean demands to know the source. A voice responds, introducing itself as Sodaret, the Master of Shadows. Sodaret claims to be a supreme being of darkness, offering Jean a contract. If Jean agrees, he will gain unimaginable spiritual power and immunity to all curses. Jean feels an oppressive chain tightening around his heart as Sodaret continues. The entity reveals that Jean has been under a curse since childhood, a curse known as Bladed Illusion. This curse suppressed his talent with the sword, an affliction especially cruel for someone born into the Runcandle clan. Realizing the implications, Jean finally understands why he was drawn to Sodaret and magic in the first place. Sodaret assures him that no curse will harm him any longer and declares Jean his contractor. As the chain around Jin's heart shatters, Sodaret leaves him with a declaration. Jean Runcandle will become the magic swordsman of the century. With that, the black aura dissipates, and Jean is left standing alone in the room. Gripping his sword, Jean steps outside and lifts the blade toward the sky. For the first time, he feels its weightlessness, as if it's an extension of his own arm. He smiles, realizing the least talented boy in Runcandle history is gone forever. Now armed with the combined power of swordsmanship and magic, he envisions a new path, one where his hard work finally bears fruit. Jean resolves to forge a name for himself outside the shadow of his family. But fate tests him once again. Severely injured and trapped beneath heavy rubble, Jean lies helpless. His body feels impossibly heavy, and his strength wanes. Hearing faint screams in the distance, he calls out, desperate for anyone, to answer. He wonders if his master, Soderette, might intervene, but the silence that follows is deafening. As despair sets in, Jean looks at his surroundings and questions his fate. Was this truly his destiny? To die here, alone and powerless, despite all he had achieved? He laments the lack of time to use his newfound abilities, the endless possibilities lost to cruel circumstance. Jin's thoughts linger on everything he could have done if given just one more chance. The flicker of determination in his heart refuses to fade, even as darkness threatens to claim him. Jean Runcandle, broken and desperate, pleads for another opportunity, a chance to prove himself and rewrite his destiny. As the darkness surrounds him, the scene shifts abruptly, pulling him back to his childhood. He finds himself sitting on the ground, surrounded by familiar faces from his clan. Confused, he looks around and realizes with a mix of shock and certainty, he's dead. Or at least he was. Before he can process what's happening, Gilly appears, wishing him good luck. Her presence puzzles him, but then his eyes fall on the sword in front of him. Barasada, the patriarch's legendary blade. It's the same sword he chose during the selection ritual all those years ago. Astonished, Jean realizes he's been transported back to the day of that fateful event, now reliving it as a 1-year-old child. Reflecting on his previous life, he remembers choosing the sword by pure chance. This time, however, Jean resolves to take control of his fate. As he grabs Barasada, a man nearby marvels at the sight, declaring that the youngest of the Runcandle family has selected the patriarch's sword. A gray-haired elder is equally shocked, announcing that the selection ritual is complete and ordering Jean to be moved to Storm Castle, a place reserved for the clan's future leaders. The story then jumps 6 years ahead. Jean, now a child at Storm Castle, struggles to reach a book on a high shelf. Reflecting on his situation, he notes that he's been stuck here for 6 years due to the house rules. Until he turns 10, he's confined to this place. As he finally grabs the book, he flips through it, only to find it dull and uninteresting. Later, in his room, Jean encounters Gilly, who informs him of a disturbing sight, a dead bird left inside his chambers. Jin's suspicions immediately fall on his older brothers. Not long after, Daytona Runcandle enters, mocking Jean by calling the gruesome scene beautiful. He explains with a twisted smirk that a servant girl had found the bird and deemed it a waste. Daytona Runcandle soon joins in, sarcastically asking if Jean is so moved by their gift that he's about to cry. Remaining calm, Jean covers the bird with a cloth, though his mind races with thoughts about his brothers. He knows what they are capable of. Even at such a young age, they have already begun to show their ruthless nature, earning infamy as killers. To them, this cruel act was nothing more than a game. Daytona mocks Jean further, taunting him not to cry because, in his words, it's an ugly sight. Jean doesn't respond, his silence fueling their arrogance. Daytona sneers, suggesting Jean is acting aloof simply because he's destined to become the patriarch. He questions why someone with such a grand fate walks around without Barasada at his side. As Jean attempts to speak, Daytona interrupts him, claiming Jean is too quiet to be heard. Then, Daytona moves to attack, but Jean grabs his hand mid-strike and sternly orders him to be quiet. The sudden shift catches Daytona off guard, and Jean doesn't hesitate. He punches Daytona in the chin with a force that sends a clear message. When Daytona steps forward, Jean strikes him as well, silencing any words of protest. With a fire in his eyes, Jean declares that he has been holding back all this time, enduring their torment, but no longer. He lands another blow on Daytona, leaving him stunned. Jean warns them both that, from this moment forward, it would be best if they stayed out of his sight. For the first time, Jean asserts his strength, taking the first steps to claim control of his fate. Khan enters the tense scene to find Daytona and Daytona sprawled on the ground. He demands an explanation. Jean Runcandle quickly replies, claiming that his brothers started fighting each other and then collapsed. When pressed for clarification, Jean repeats his statement, maintaining a calm demeanor. As he observes the situation, Jean reflects on the irony of his clan's brutal nature, even among siblings. Daytona, groaning, questions whether Jin's story is true. Before Khan can press further, Jean steps in, asserting that his brothers have more important matters to attend to and orders them to follow him. Reluctantly, the twins comply. Some time later, Jean buries the dead bird in the muddy ground while Daytona and Haytona sit sullenly under a nearby tree. Khan, still watching closely, asks Jean if he intends to leave his brothers out in the intensifying storm. Jean calmly explains that they need to reflect on the gravity of their actions. Khan nods, acknowledging Jin's authority, and begins to follow him away from the scene. As they walk, Khan notices something unusual. The air feels charged, not just with aura, but mana. He observes faint traces of magic emanating from Jin's hands and suddenly realizes that the earlier conflict wasn't a simple fight among siblings. The implications trouble him deeply. Without delay, Khan decides to report the incident to the patriarch. Spotting a nearby servant, he instructs them to prepare a horse. From inside Storm Castle, Jean watches Khan near the stables, confirming his suspicions. He knows Khan intends to inform his father. Though Khan is their guardian knight, his primary role is as an overseer, and there's no way he would overlook the magic surrounding Jean. Gazing at his hands, Jean observes the faint glow of spiritual power, proof of his contract with Saderet. He reflects on how the curse immunity granted by Saderet has freed him from the oppressive bladed illusion curse. The title of the dunce of the Runcandle clan no longer applies. This life, Jean decides, will be entirely different. As he contemplates his future, Saderet suddenly appears, placing a hand on Jin's shoulder. The entity reassures Jean of the validity of their contract in this life, a promise of untold potential. Jean knows that his next step is clear. He must face his father. Khan knelt before the patriarch, recounting the recent events at Storm Castle. He described how the youngest child of the clan had boldly stepped forward to face the formidable Tana twins. Listening intently, the patriarch's expression hardened with resolve. He commanded Khan to gather the flag bearers, stating that it was time to meet this youngest member face to face. Not long after, Joshua Runcandle, another prominent figure within the clan, arrived with an update. 7 flag bearers and 200 elite knights were already assembled and standing by. The patriarch nodded in approval, his voice firm as he declared that they would depart for Storm Castle immediately. Elsewhere, Mary Runcandle, the 7th successor of the clan, perches in a tree with her brother Deepus. Curious about the patriarch's sudden interest in Storm Castle, she presses Deepus for information. She mentions having already asked their sister Luna, who claimed to know little, as Mary herself had been preoccupied dealing with magicians. Deepus, the 4th successor, speculates that their father's visit might relate to the Tana twins, who are expected to arrive at Storm Castle next year. However, he ultimately concludes that the real reason is likely their youngest brother. Mary questions why their father would bother visiting Jean, even if he did choose the patriarch's sword during the selection ritual. Deepus responds that, while it might not seem necessary, one can never truly predict their father's intentions. Mary, though skeptical, concedes that their father rarely acts without reason. Together, they ponder the implications of the patriarch's sudden move. At that moment, the 1st successor of the Luna Runcandle calls out to Mary. Startled, Mary quickly apologizes to her older sister, but she can't help wondering if their youngest sibling is important enough for their father to meet him personally. Meanwhile, Gilly assists Jean Runcandle in getting ready. She's in disbelief that the patriarch himself is visiting the castle. Curious, she asks if Jean thinks this visit is for him. Jean admits he's not sure, but guesses that their father must have been informed by Khan. Given Khan's strict and methodical nature, he would never jump to conclusions about anything, let alone something as unusual as magic. Jean suspects their father is coming to investigate a troubling mystery: why his youngest son appears to be using a power that isn't mana or aura. The patriarch wouldn't ignore something that could influence the future of the Runcandle clan. After a while, the patriarch arrives at Storm Castle. Soldiers bow in deference as he strides through the hall, exuding authority. Without hesitation, he orders the Tana brothers to be summoned. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle soon stand before him, both answering his call without hesitation. The patriarch wastes no time, asking them to explain their role in the recent altercation with Jean. Haytona, defensive, claims they did nothing wrong. Daytona adds that it was Jean who attacked first, wielding an unusual ability, something neither mana nor aura, but an odd, forbidden form of magic. Both brothers emphasize that magic is strictly forbidden in the Runcandle clan. Their sister Mary quickly agrees, urging the patriarch to interrogate Jean before he has a chance to hide anything. The patriarch rises, his presence commanding complete silence. He declares that such behavior will not be tolerated in the Runcandle clan, reminding everyone present that survival within the clan depends on discipline. With his judgment passed, he orders Jean to be brought before him. Jean enters the grand hall and immediately feels the weight of his father's gaze. Chiron Runcandle, The patriarch is the strongest and coldest man Jean has ever known. Chiron isn't just a warrior. He's a Genesis knight who has ascended to near mythical status, becoming a being akin to a demigod. Once an ordinary man, Chiron's ascension stripped him of human emotions, leaving him with a single, unwavering obsession: the prosperity of the Runcandle clan. To someone like him, a son with no talent for swordsmanship like Jean was as good as invisible. But Jean is no longer the boy he once was. In this life, he vows, no one will ignore him. He stands before his father with determination and bows, addressing him formally as the patriarch. Chiron immediately questions this formality, asking why Jean does not address him as father. Jean explains that with so many people present, siblings, knights, and over 100 others from the clan, he assumed this was an official visit. Chiron considers his explanation and deems it acceptable. Jean responds with a polite acknowledgement. However, the patriarch clarifies that he is here for a different reason. For now, Jean should address him as father. He then repeats the question he asked Jin's brothers. What mistake did they make during their quarrel? Jean answers calmly, pointing out that in the Runcandle clan, revenge is a fundamental principle. Every kindness or hostility must be repaid in equal measure. Satisfied with the response, the patriarch orders everyone but Jean to leave the room, setting the stage for a private conversation between father and son. A long-haired girl inquires about whether the young master passed the patriarch's test, voicing her uncertainty about what they're supposed to do next. She reminds the group that the patriarch gave a direct order. One black-haired guy confirms they must follow his wishes, and everyone begins to leave. Mary Runcandle, however, can't help but think to herself, a one-on-one meeting with their father? That's no small thing. It suggests their little brother might be more capable than he seems. Inside, the patriarch begins his private conversation with Jean. He explains that the Tana brothers claim Jean used a strange power during their confrontation. In the Runcandle clan, magic is strictly forbidden because it's seen as a crutch, limiting one's potential in swordsmanship. He directly asks Jean about the nature of his power, warning that if it is indeed magic, the consequences will be severe. Jean knows there's no dodging the issue now that his father has caught wind of his unique abilities. Calmly, he explains that he isn't sure what his power is. It's neither aura nor magic, and even he struggles to classify it. To clarify, he demonstrates the ability, suggesting the patriarch could give it a name if he wanted to. The patriarch's expression shifts as he recognizes the power. This isn't just any ability. It's the same power wielded by the first patriarch of their clan. He identifies it as the spirit of Barasata. For the first time, he begins to see the significance of Jin's potential. He elaborates, revealing that this power is linked to Sadaret, the so-called god of shadows. Curious, Jean asks about this mysterious figure. The patriarch explains that Sadaret forged a contract with the first patriarch of the Runcandle clan, binding himself to their family. However, since the first patriarch's death, Sadaret had not been seen or felt within the clan until now. Somehow, through Jean, Sadaret has returned. Intrigued, Jean poses a bold question. Is this god of shadows stronger than the patriarch himself? The response is as unexpected as it is honest. The patriarch admits that he has never fought a god, so he cannot say for sure. Jean marvels at his father's straightforwardness, finding it both humbling and fitting for someone so powerful. The patriarch rests his hand on Jin's head, remarking that it's a thought-provoking question, one that opens up a larger discussion about power, destiny, and the unknown. He silently concludes that visiting Jean today was the right decision. Then, he asks Jean an important question. How does he plan to use the spirit of Barasata? Jean responds that he intends to use it for the clan's benefit. His father laughs, dismissing the claim as a transparent lie. After all, Jean had just beaten his older brothers and left them out in the storm. How could someone so rebellious claim to serve the clan? He urges Jean to speak honestly. Realizing his father isn't easily deceived, Jean admits the truth. He wants to use this power for himself. The patriarch nods in approval, satisfied with the honesty. He remarks that he likes Jin's answer and warns that he'll be watching closely from now on. With that, the patriarch leaves the room. As the door closes, Jean breathes a sigh of relief. It's over. Not only has he gained the right to use the spirit of Barasata freely, but he's also caught his father's interest. The encounter went better than he could have hoped. Reflecting on his past life, Jean knows this time, things will be different. Later, Mary Runcandle pays him a visit, carrying a box. She hands it to Gilly, explaining that it's a special gift for Jean from his sister. She instructs him to boil it, eat it well, and get stronger quickly, winking as she delivers the message. Jean is baffled by this sudden kindness. He can't help but wonder, why is he receiving such special treatment? After some time, Jean Runcandle opens the box Mary gave him and is utterly shocked to find a phoenix hard inside. He stares at it astonished. A phoenix heart, rare and unimaginably powerful. Why would Mary give such a treasure to a mere 7-year-old? His thoughts race as he recalls Mary Runcandle's reputation. She's not just the 7th flag bearer of the Runcandle clan or a 6-star knight. She's Windfury Mary, also secretly nicknamed the Madwoman of the southern region. It clicks. This is so typical of his battle-hungry, slightly unhinged sister. By gifting him such a valuable item, she isn't just helping him grow stronger. She's setting him up to become a worthy opponent for her to fight someday. Jean knows the Phoenix Heart's potential. Consuming it at his age could enhance his fire tolerance and accelerate his physical growth. He also realizes its significance to 6-star magicians, who use it to summon phoenixes. A bold thought crosses his mind. Perhaps, in this life, he might eventually summon a real phoenix with his own hands. Just then, Gilly enters the room carrying food. She asks if he's been waiting long. Jean thanks her as she places the meal on the table. Gilly casually mentions that Mary left him quite the remarkable gift, suggesting he eat it while it's still warm. Before Jean can dig in, Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle enter the room. Jean, unbothered, asks if they've come for a reason. Daytona's eyes dart to the meal and comments on how generous the portion seems for one person. Haytona agrees, recalling the large pot Gilly had been carrying earlier. Jean smirks and asks if they're eager to share the meal. The brothers nod enthusiastically. Calmly, Jean says they can on one condition. Cut to later, and the Tana brothers are hard at work digging outside a cave. Daytona grumbles, questioning why they're doing such menial labor. Haytona complains that the area looks barren and demands to know what Jean expects to find here. He frets over someone discovering their little excavation, but Daytona brushes it off, reasoning that if anyone gets in trouble, it'll be Jean. Despite their complaints, they admit the soup they had earlier was worth it. Daytona even mutters that their little brother is a bit terrifying. When they finally return to the estate, covered in mud, Jean greets them with a smug remark about their quick return. A nearby servant looks on in shock, but Daytona snaps at him to stay quiet. They've done what Jean asked, and now they want their reward, the soup. Jean nonchalantly points to a spot and says he left it for them there. The brothers rush over, only to find 2 tiny spoons of soup placed on a plate. Is this some kind of joke? Daytona exclaims, outraged. It's barely a teaspoon. Haytona adds in disbelief. Jean shrugs. I said I'd share, didn't I? I never said how much. He wishes them an insincere, enjoy your meal, and walks away, leaving the brothers to stew in frustration. Later, Jean returns to the cave and inspects the area. To his surprise, the brothers had followed his instructions perfectly. He expected them to do a sloppy job, but the site was excavated with precision. He touches the cave wall, assessing its thickness. A simple 1-star spell would be enough to break through. The thought energizes him. Lately, he's felt restless, with his mana building up but no outlet to use it. He activates his magical power, causing the roof to tremble. Chains rattle as a door reveals itself, hidden behind the wall. Jean smiles to himself. He's finally found it, the Runcandle clan's secret library. A place he never had the chance to visit in his past life. Standing there feels surreal. He recalls something his elder brother once told him. A special activation phrase is required to enter when a member of the clan comes to seek consolation from Urakan. Speaking the phrase, Jean unlocks the door and steps inside. This secret library isn't just any archive. It's a treasure trove of forbidden knowledge. Books and tomes taken from the clans that the Runcandles had defeated over the last 1,000 years. Normally, only the clan's flag bearers are permitted access. But this time, Jean is determined. His future begins here. As Jean steps inside the library, he is immediately struck by its sheer size and grandeur. The vast collection of secrets hidden within these walls almost overwhelms him. He recalls Deepu's Runcandle once dismissing this place as irrelevant, telling him he didn't deserve to know about it since he had no right to become a flag bearer. Yet here he is, standing in the very heart of the library, determined to prove its worth. He vows to make good use of it. Moving forward, his attention is drawn to a large tube in the center of the room. To his surprise, there's a figure inside. As he approaches, he notices the figure is covered in scales, not human. He places his hand on the tube, his mind racing with questions. Why is this here? Could it be connected to the Runcandle family? Jean wonders aloud if the figure is Black Dragon Murakan. The old legend surfaces in his mind. Black Dragon Murakan, who lost to the first patriarch and fell into a deep slumber. Could this be proof that the tale was true? Shaking off the distraction, Jean reminds himself he's here for a purpose. It's not the time to get sidetracked. He needs to find the secret tomes. After some searching, he finally discovers them. The hidden tomes taken from countless clans defeated by the Runcandles over the past 1,000 years. Picking up one, he notes that it's from the once-renowned Swordmaster clan, the Kungan clan. As he flips through the pages, he marvels at the complexity of its content. realizing it's challenging even for someone of his 3-star level. While he wishes he could take the tome with him, he knows the risk of being caught is too high. Instead, he decides to copy its contents during future visits, bringing a pen to carefully transcribe everything. Later, Jean is in his room, absorbed in reading, when Gilly enters with cake and milk. The scene shifts to a flashback. Jean remembers hearing a noise in the library and asking who's there. Looking around nervously, he reasons there's no way anyone else would visit the Storm Castle library at this hour. Suddenly, Black Dragon Muraken emerges. Jean freezes, caught off guard. Why is Muraken awake? In his past life, he remembers nothing about the dragon waking up. Struggling to stay calm, he reminds himself that Muraken is supposed to be the clan's guardian dragon. If he acts respectfully, he might avoid trouble. Introducing himself as a child of the Runcandle clan, Jean greets Muraken with politeness. But Muraken bristles at being called a guardian, clearly annoyed by the title. He accuses the clan of spreading misinformation about him and wonders how Jean has the audacity to perpetuate such a claim. Still, Muraken holds back his temper, noting that Jean is just a small, insignificant individual. As Jean observes Muraken, he realizes the dragon seems irritated, muttering under his breath about waking up for the first time in 1,000 years only to find a little brat. Muraken sniffs the air and demands to know why Jean carries the scent of spiritual energy. Caught off guard, Jean asks about spiritual energy. Muraken explains that even after 1,000 years, he recognizes the scent. The dense spiritual energy surrounding Jean is something only contractors like Timar would possess. Jean begins to suspect this energy might be what caused Muraken to wake up. Muraken searches the area, determined to find the source of the spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, Jean calls for his attention. Muraken turns to him, asking if he has something to show. In response, Jean reveals the power connected to Sodaret, the god of shadows, and asks if this is the energy Muraken sensed. Muraken confirms it but scoffs at Jin's mention of Sodaret, dismissing the claim as a joke. But as he looks more closely at Jean, something changes. He acknowledges Jean as the promised 1,000-year contractor of Sodaret, though he seems unimpressed by Jin's small stature. Kneeling, Muraken declares his oath to Sodaret and recognizes that he is bound to assist Jean as part of that ancient promise. Jean reflects on the gravity of the situation, but Muraken cuts in, noting that he'll explain the details later. Having just woken up, Muraken admits he's still disoriented and suspects much of this may be hard for someone of Jin's age to grasp. Finally, Muraken introduces himself formally. He is Sodaret's proxy, friend, and the last descendant of the first being of Shadow, capable of transforming into a dragon. He reaffirms his promise to the god of shadows and pledges to stay by Jin's side from now on, fulfilling the 1,000-year contract. Jean Runcandle is astonished as he observes Muraken, the black dragon, standing before him amidst an atmosphere thick with mana. Realizing that Muraken will be accompanying him from now on, Jean tries to process the weight of this moment. Muraken prompts him to introduce himself, and Jean obliges, declaring himself as Jean Runcandle, the 13th and youngest child of the clan. As he reflects on Muraken's history, Jean recalls that Muraken Mountain, where Storm Castle is located, was originally named after this legendary dragon. Muraken was once a dominant ruler of the region, feared and respected for his immense power. However, 1,000 years ago, Muraken lost a climactic battle to the clan's first patriarch, Timar Runcandle. After conceding defeat, Muraken granted the clan the mountain and Storm Castle before falling into a deep slumber. Jean now understands that Muraken is not an enemy, but rather a trusted ally and friend of the first patriarch. This revelation leads Jean to connect the dots. Contractors of gods are often accompanied by guardian dragons, but the lack of information about Sodaret's dragon always puzzled him. Now, it all makes sense. Muraken's 1,000-year slumber is why the details were lost to time. In the present, Jean returns to the secret library, wondering if Muraken's awakening means he now has a guardian dragon of his own. As he announces his arrival, Muraken responds with a casual, "I'm back too." Jean realizes they'll be spending much more time together, and he decides to use the opportunity to ask Muraken questions while he can. Months pass since Muraken's awakening, and Jean visits the library regularly. During one such visit, while Muraken is happily devouring cake, Jean decides to ask about the legendary battle between Muraken and Timar. Muraken, however, brushes it off, saying it happened 1,000 years ago. How could he possibly remember the details? One thing Jean has learned about Muraken is his eccentric obsession with strawberry pies. Muraken interrupts the conversation to count the desserts and, with great concern, declares there's a severe shortage. Only 7 pies left. He quickly shifts the topic, asking Jean what he does during his library visits. Jean explains that he spends his time transcribing the secret tomes. Since removing the originals would risk discovery, he painstakingly copies their content by hand. Curious, Murakan asks if Jean actually understands what he's writing. Jean admits he grasps about 30%, which he doesn't find particularly impressive. To Jin's surprise, Murakan commends him, pointing out that most people wouldn't even attempt such a feat. He reassures Jean that for someone his age, he's doing remarkably well. Jean acknowledges the praise, but adds that being a Runcandle means certain expectations come with the name. With 12 older siblings, plus his father, mother, and the clan elders, the bar is always set incredibly high. If he wants to surpass them, he knows he must achieve far more. Jean then asks Murakan if Timar Runcandle, the first patriarch, would have understood these books at his age. Murakan chuckles, revealing that when Timar was Jin's age, he couldn't comprehend a single sentence from such a text. However, he quickly adds that theory and real combat are two different things. Timar's strength wasn't in studying. It was in his unmatched skill on the battlefield. Murakan reassures Jean, acknowledging his talent. While he may not yet measure up to Timar, Jean has two major advantages. He is Sodaret's contractor, just as Timar was, and he has the intelligence to understand complex knowledge. Murakan advises Jean to train consistently and avoid impatience, emphasizing that with time and dedication, Jean has the potential to grow as strong as, or perhaps even surpass, Timar. Skeptical but intrigued, Jean asks if Murakan truly believes he can surpass the first patriarch. Murakan confidently responds that he does. He then asks if Jean knows Sodaret's nickname. Jean admits he doesn't, leaving the question hanging in the air as their conversation continues. Murakan explains to Jean that Sodaret's power is infinite, signifying that as Sodaret's contractor, Jin's potential has no limits. To emphasize his point, Murakan gestures towards him dramatically before giving him a playful pat on the back. Sensing Jin's lingering doubts, Murakan offers to lift his spirits by teaching him a new skill. Intrigued, Jean asks what the skill is. With a grin, Murakan reveals the name, Shadow Energy Liberation. Curious, Jean asks what it entails. Murakan explains that Shadow Energy Liberation is a fundamental ability for anyone who wields shadow power. It represents both the beginning and the pinnacle of spiritual mastery. However, Murakan warns Jean that attempting it without proper training is extremely dangerous, so he must approach it carefully and patiently. Jean agrees and asks how to get started. Murakan instructs him to first master mana release. Jean hesitates, questioning why he needs to revisit a skill he's done countless times in his past life. Murakan clarifies that Shadow Energy Liberation combines both mana release and mana transfer. To excel, Jean must become proficient in both components. Murakan adds that they'll be focusing on these basics for the next 2 to 3 years to ensure Jin's safety and success. Jean thinks to himself that 2 to 3 years is an eternity. Murakan overhears his thoughts and corrects him, explaining that without mastering the basics, advanced skills are out of the question. Jean, feeling confident, demonstrates his magic and asks if he's ready to learn spiritual release now. Murakan is stunned by Jin's display. He asks how Jean managed to pull it off, and Jean nonchalantly responds that he's been able to do it before. Even more astonished, Murakan asks if Jean can also perform mana transfer, remarking that only the brightest of geniuses can achieve such a feat if Jean can do both. Murakan admits he may truly have exceptional talent. To give Jean a clearer idea of what he's aiming for, Murakan decides to demonstrate Shadow Energy Liberation. Shadows begin to creep into the room as Murakan explains that shadow energy power is derived from shadows themselves. Every shadow in existence is born from Sodaret's will. As Sodaret's sole contractor, Jean has access to this power. Jean watches, awestruck, as shadows swirl and gather. Then, Murakan transforms into a massive shadowy form, his presence filling the room. He asks Jean how he feels witnessing shadow energy liberation firsthand. Jean is taken aback, but fascinated. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luna Runcandle slays a dragon during a mission. A servant reports that the area is cleared, and Luna acknowledges the progress, estimating that 4 more months should be enough to complete the mission. Almost casually, she asks the servant what 9-year-old children usually like. Back at Storm Castle, half a year has passed since Jean met Murakan. The Tana twins, now 10 years old, prepare to leave the castle. Haytona Runcandle stands near a carriage, announcing their departure, while Daytona bids farewell, saying they'll see Jean later. Jean responds with a simple, "Okay, bye." Not long after, Gilly arrives holding a cake and wishes Jean a happy 9th birthday. Grateful, Jean thanks everyone and asks if they could share the cake with everyone, to which Gilly agrees. Their celebration is interrupted by Khan, who addresses Jean as young master and apologizes for the intrusion. Curious, Jean asks what's going on. Khan informs him that Lady Luna is visiting. Jean reflects on Luna Runcandle's reputation. As the first flag bearer of the clan and a 9-star knight, Luna is the eldest and most powerful of the siblings. Known as the White Whale, she is a legend in her own right. However, She stepped away from the clan's ruthless succession battles long ago, choosing to live independently. Her decision created a significant distance between her and the rest of the family. For Jean, Luna has always felt more like a stranger than a sibling. He wonders why she's suddenly visiting Stormcastle. Could something significant have happened within the clan? Or did she somehow discover his secret visits to the library? As Jean stands before Luna, she comments on how much he's grown. Jean, slightly caught off guard, remarks that if she had given him advance notice of her visit, he would have worn something more appropriate to greet her. Luna playfully taps Jean on the head, teasing him about being cute. She asks if she really needs to give notice to visit her little brother, noticing his unease. Curious, she asks if he's feeling unwell. Jean clarifies that he's fine, just a bit nervous. He admits this is the first time he's been so close to her, and it's making him a little on edge. Luna senses his discomfort and reflects on the Runcandle family's brutal traditions. Sibling rivalry is ingrained in their upbringing, encouraging them to compete and take from one another. She wonders if Jean suspects she's here to keep him in check. Recognizing her potential oversight, Luna apologizes. She admits she might have been inconsiderate, forgetting that, despite his young age, Jean is still a member of the clan and subject to its harsh expectations. Jean, confused, asks what she means. Luna glances at Gilly nearby and realizes her approach may have been too casual, given Jin's position in the family. Apologizing again, she kneels down and requests a private conversation, asking Jean to dismiss his nanny and guardian knights. Intrigued, Jean agrees, thinking it unusual for his eldest sister to want a one-on-one discussion. It doesn't feel like a bad thing, though, so he complies. Once alone, Luna explains the real reason for her visit. She reveals that after their father's recent meeting with Jean, his display of power caught the attention of all their siblings. This means that once Jean leaves Stormcastle, his every move will be under scrutiny. She warns him that they'll all be on high alert, ready to keep him in check. Luna expresses her hope that Jean can avoid getting entangled in the family's toxic power struggles. She doesn't want him to lose his happiness or suffer because of their clan's violent customs. Jean reflects on Luna's words and begins to understand why she gave up her claim to become the patriarch. She had no desire to participate in the family's bloody battle for power. Still, he wonders why she didn't give him a similar warning in his past life. Was it because he wasn't worth the effort? Or perhaps the other siblings didn't even view him as a threat back then. Despite his doubts, Jean thanks her for her concern, but clarifies that he has no intention of avoiding the fight. Luna insists she's serious and assures him her warning isn't out of fear that he might become a threat to her. Jean acknowledges her sincerity, but reveals that he's already experienced an assassination attempt. Shocked, Luna demands to know if he means one of their siblings tried to kill him. He confirms this, but admits he doesn't yet know who was responsible. Although the attempt failed, Jean says it solidified his commitment to the family's power struggle. He adds that he's genuinely happy Luna's visit has made him realize not all his siblings hate him. Luna looks saddened by his words. She acknowledges that if he's already been targeted, then he's deeply entangled in the clan's dark and dangerous conflicts. Overcome with emotion, she pulls Jean into a hug. He's surprised by her empathy, finding this softer side of her unexpected. He reassures her not to be too sad, and she agrees, saying it's his birthday and not the time to dwell on such things. Smiling, Luna pulls a small box from her pocket and tells him the real reason for her visit. Inside the box is a beautiful pendant. She asks Jean to turn around, which he does without hesitation. Luna fastens the pendant around his neck and explains its significance. If Jean ever finds himself in a situation he can't handle, he should smash the blue gem in the pendant. No matter where he is, she promises she'll come to him immediately. She urges him to always keep it with him. Luna wishes Jean a happy 9th birthday, and he thanks her sincerely for the thoughtful gift. A little later, Gilly arrives with a slice of cake for Luna, placing it in front of her on the table. Luna picks up a spoonful of the cake, then playfully offers it to Jean. After spending some time together, Luna announces that she has to leave. Jean wishes her a safe trip, and she departs. Later, Jean returns to the secret library, where Muraken immediately notices the new pendant around his neck. Curious, Muraken asks about it, and Jean explains that it was a birthday present. Muraken inspects the pendant and remarks that whoever gave it to Jean must hold him in high regard to gift something so precious. Intrigued, Jean asks about the pendant's significance. Muraken reveals that it is an artifact connected to the demonic beast king Orgel. 1,000 years ago, countless people lost their lives attempting to obtain it. Jin's curiosity deepens. Is it really that remarkable? He asks. Muraken confirms, explaining that the pendant grants immunity to any magic attack below 5 stars, enhances the holder's magical abilities, and may even have a summoning function. Jean is impressed, noting that Muraken seems very knowledgeable about artifacts. Muraken chuckles and explains that he's familiar with the pendant because he was active around the same time as its original owner. He adds that he assumes the powerful energy that recently visited Jean gave him the pendant. Jean confirms it was his eldest sister, Luna, who gave him the gift. He asks if Murakin could sense her energy from such a distance. Murakin says he could and suggests that Luna might have sensed his energy too. Jean is alarmed. Does that mean she knows about my powers? Murakin reassures him. Luna likely won't report anything to the clan, and Jean has no reason to worry. He points out that Luna gave him such a valuable gift without hesitation, which is a clear sign of her loyalty. Still uncertain, Jean asks if Murakin truly believes Luna can be trusted. Murakin firmly replies that she is someone Jean can rely on. Meanwhile, Luna reflects on her visit. She had sensed a strong energy at Storm Castle, something that wasn't there before. Deciding to trust her youngest brother, she resolves to act as though she's unaware of his growing powers. Silently, she promises herself that no matter what Jean does or who he becomes, she will always support him. As Jean reflects on his time at Storm Castle, he's surprised by how much he's gained. What he thought would be a dull period has turned out to be transformative. He earned his father's recognition and expectations, received the Phoenix Heart from Mary, connected with Luna, and even met the guardian dragon, Murakin, none of which he could have imagined in his previous life. Now, as he approaches his 10th birthday, he sees how drastically things have changed. While practicing with Khan, Jean acknowledges that his time at Storm Castle is coming to an end, and he is preparing to return home. During their training, Jean strikes, but Khan expertly blocks the attack, reminding him that there's still much to learn. Khan reflects silently, noting how much Jean has grown. It's no wonder the patriarch has taken an interest in him. Typically, Khan evaluates others during training, but now it feels like it's his turn to be evaluated. At the end of the session, Khan announces that they'll continue today's training at this spot. Jean agrees and addresses Khan as teacher, inquiring if there's an issue with the completed session. Bowing, Khan expresses his gratitude for the opportunity to instruct Jean all this time. With limited time left before Jean departs Storm Castle, Khan promises to ensure the best training until then. Jean appreciates Khan's dedication and agrees to remain under his care until he leaves. Later, Jean is seen playing with candle fire, watching it dance in his hands. With a triumphant exclamation, he notes his progress. Gilly, observing, asks if it isn't hot. Jean smiles and replies that it feels no hotter than warm water. Gilly comments that she's glad Lady Mary's gift, the Phoenix Heart, is working so well for him. She admits that while she's only heard of its effects, this is her first time seeing them in action. Jean nods, explaining that he believes he's absorbed about half of its power so far. He anticipates it will take a few more years to fully absorb the rest. As Gilly moves toward the closet, she informs Jean that they'll be leaving Storm Castle early the next morning. She asks if there's anything he needs prepared in advance. Jean responds with a casual, "Yeah, okay." She then asks if she should pack his books separately. He replies that he plans to read them on the way, so packing them together is fine. Gilly acknowledges and inquires if there's anything else he'd like packed separately. He answers that the books are enough. With a smile, Gilly says she'll prepare strawberry pie for dessert that evening. Jean thanks her and mentions he's stepping out for a moment. Gilly, surprised, asks if he's going out now. He apologizes and assures her that he'll be back soon. A short while later, Jean returns to the secret library, calling out for Murakin. The Black Dragon replies, confirming his presence. Jean reminds Murakin that they'll be leaving the castle tomorrow and asks if he's ready. Murakin enthusiastically confirms, saying he's been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Jean then asks how Murakin plans to follow him without being noticed. Murakin brushes off the concern with confidence, reminding Jean that as the legendary Black Dragon, even in his weakened state, he can handle it effortlessly. He promises to remain discreet. Curious, Jean presses further, asking about Murakin's weakened condition. Why is he only mentioning it now? Murakin explains that after sleeping for 1,000 years, it takes time to regain his full strength. Jean wonders if Murakin will ever recover his power. Murakin reassures him, explaining that as Jean grows stronger, so will he, since he is Jin's guardian dragon. Playfully, Murakin encourages Jean to hurry up and become as strong as Timar, the first patriarch. This leads Jean to recall an important detail from his previous life. The Runcandle family was originally known as a clan of magic swordsmen. He remembers hearing from Sadaret that their family's mastery of both magic and swordsmanship was legendary. The first patriarch, Timar Runcandle, was said to be the strongest magic swordsman of all time. However, this fact has been lost to history. Murakin expands on the story, explaining why the family abandoned magic entirely. A humiliating covenant from 1,000 years ago led the clan to ban magic and impose strict rules about focusing solely on swordsmanship. Though people still praise Murakin as the family's guardian dragon, he notes they would likely feel uneasy if he made a public appearance today. 1,000 years ago, however, his presence would have inspired awe and reverence, as he was associated with the most respected figure in the world. Jean doubts this, wondering aloud if the Runcandle family would really react that way. Murakin chuckles and asks if it sounds too far-fetched. Regardless, he assures Jean that he'll remain hidden to avoid detection. Jean agrees, acknowledging the need for caution. Murakin then points out a potential issue. If someone checks his usual spot in the library and finds it empty, they might grow suspicious. Jean asks how Murakin plans to handle that. With a grin, Murakin explains that he can use draconic magic to create a duplicate of himself in his usual resting place. Jean questions what would happen if someone discovers the fake. Murakin reassures him, reminding Jean that he's the Shadow Dragon. Creating duplicates is so easy for him, he could do it in his sleep. However, he admits that maintaining the illusion for an extended period will be challenging since he's not yet at full strength. As Jean gets older and stronger, Murakin's power will grow too, making the task easier over time. Jean thanks Murakin for his efforts and adds with a smirk that he wishes Murakin would show him a little more respect. Murakin scoffs playfully, replying that he might have if Jean knew him better. Jean kneels down and reveals that he brought something special for Murakin. Curious, Murakin asks what it is. Jean reveals a pie made with the first strawberries of the year, along with some wine he managed to sneak past Gilly. Murakin's eyes light up at the sight of the pie and wine. Jean smirks and warns him not to get drunk and accidentally create some bizarre duplicate. Murakin scoffs, calling Jean an adorable little idiot and admitting he's glad to have him around. Murakin then asks if he can meet Jin's nanny, to which Jean responds vaguely, saying he'll think about it. Later, Gilly holds Jin's hand, giving him a serious warning. When they return to the main house, he shouldn't expect the same carefree life he's had at Storm Castle. While training at the castle was rigorous, life at the main house will be far more challenging and chaotic. She adds that she won't be able to bake pies for him whenever he wants anymore. Jean reassures her that he understands what lies ahead and promises to work hard when they return. Gilly nods, vowing to support him as best she can. Just then, Guardian Knights Jerome and Holt arrive, announcing their readiness to escort Jean to the Garden of Swords. Jean acknowledges them and signals for their departure. As they leave, Jean reflects on this moment. October 30th, 1790. The day he finally left Storm Castle to return to the Runcandle family's main house. As the carriage travels through the snowy landscape, Gilly looks out the window and remarks on how quickly the snow is piling up. If it continues, they might have to take shelter in a nearby village, as heavy snowfall could block their path to the transfer gate. Jean acknowledges her comment with a simple okay. Suddenly, the carriage lurches, losing its balance. Guardian Holtz calls out, warning that they're under attack, and instructs everyone to stay inside the carriage. Gilly immediately hugs Jean, reassuring him that everything will be fine. She reminds him that Jerome and Holtz are 7-star Guardian Knights, and she's also by his side. Gilly calmly reports what she observed. About 20 attackers outside, a mix of warriors and magicians, and possibly some archers. However, she doesn't sense anyone above 7 stars, which means Jerome and Holtz should have the upper hand. To her surprise, Jean insists that they need to leave the carriage immediately. Alarmed, Gilly asks why. Jean explains his reasoning. A true guardian knight of the Runcandle family would never leave a child unattended. One knight would always remain by his side. The fact that both knights are gone means they're either imposters or traitors. Realizing the implications, Gilly quickly agrees. Jean adds another concern. There might be a hidden device in the carriage. They need to get out as fast as possible. Gilly steels herself and declares that, as a servant of the Runcandle family, she will protect him no matter what. Drawing sharp blades hidden in her sleeves, she warns Jean that things might get rough. Without hesitation, she grabs him, leaps from the carriage, and starts running. She promises to accept any punishment for her actions once they reach the clan's main house. Jean, however, dismisses her concerns about punishment, urging her to head toward the area where the two knights are fighting. He has something he needs to confirm. Curious, Gilly asks what he's looking for. Jean explains that if the attackers were truly targeting him, the best time to strike would have been as soon as he exited the carriage. The fact that this hasn't happened suggests something unusual is going on. He wonders if the attackers might actually be allies and insists they proceed cautiously. Gilly acknowledges his point, agreeing that the situation feels off. Meanwhile, the vice captain of the Black King Mercenaries' 3rd Corps issues orders to his team. They're to find Jean Runcandle, while the 3rd group is instructed to block the left side. Jean Runcandle spots the attackers and realizes his suspicions are correct. Gilly takes note of the emblems they bear. The leaf symbol of the Yuta clan, a magic clan from the Middle Region, and the Black Beast emblem of the Black King Mercenaries. Members of the Yuta clan spot Jean and Gilly, announcing that they've located them. They confirm that Jean is alive and instruct their group to prioritize his protection. The vice captain of the Black King Mercenaries approaches Jean and Gilly, identifying himself and explaining that their group was sent to rescue Jean upon a request from the Runcandle clan. He condemns those who attempted to harm the young master and vows to ensure his safety. Jean realizes that there wasn't a betrayal after all. The attackers must have been imposters. True 7-star knights wouldn't struggle against ambushers like this. Gilly demands answers, ordering the imposters to reveal their identity and objectives. One of the imposters, Jerome, responds with a sneer, sarcastically asking if she really expects the truth from someone facing a Runcandle dog. Turning to Jean for guidance, Gilly asks how they should handle the situation. Jean, unflinching, instructs her to kill one of the imposters and cut an arm of the other before bringing the survivor to him. Without hesitation, Gilly carries out the order, swiftly killing Jerome and severing both arms of Holtz. She drags the disarmed imposter by the hair toward Jean. As Holtz is dropped before him, Jean remarks that his opponents underestimated him. He coldly points out that becoming a Runcandle nanny requires a minimum of 7-star strength. If someone wanted to assassinate a Runcandle child, they should have sent at least 3 or 4 8-star knights. Holtz, undeterred, sneers at Jean, calling him arrogant and claiming this attack was just a warning. He boldly declares that the era of the Runcandle clan is coming to an end. Jean smirks and counters that he wouldn't mind such an outcome, as long as it ushers in the era of Jean Runcandle. Holtz shouts glory to the great Zipple, prompting Jean to reflect on the Zipple, a clan of magicians who rule the other half of the world. Unlike the Runcandles, who strive for the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the Zipple aim for mastery of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the death of the first patriarch, the Zipple imposed a humiliating covenant on the Runcandle family, banning the use of magic and sealing their magical potential. To the Runcandles, the Zipple have always been eternal enemies. Jean deduces that today's attack must have been carried out by extremists loyal to the Zipple. However, something about the attack feels off. Unlike the usual coordinated strikes by the Zipple, this seems disorganized, suggesting it might be the work of rogue elements. Jean orders Gilly to dispose of Holtz, deeming him unworthy of further questioning. She complies with a simple nod, while Holtz hurls insults at Jean, calling him an arrogant fool and demanding his death. Jean dismisses the insults, his mind still puzzling over the details of the attack. He notes that no matter how convincing a disguise is, fooling a 7-star knight should be near impossible. He wonders if that person was behind all of this. Gilly returns, reporting that she has carried out his instructions. Jean praises her efficiency and turns to Murika, the vice-captain of the Black King mercenaries. He asks if Murika was responsible for providing cover during their escape. Murika confirms his role, and Jean acknowledges his assistance, promising to mention Murika's efforts to the clan once they reach home to ensure he's properly rewarded. Jean then asks Murika to guarantee their safety until they reach the transfer gate. Murika agrees and reflects on Jin's demeanor. Despite being only 10 years old and leaving the castle for the first time, Jean carries himself with remarkable composure and authority. Murika recalls Jin's earlier statement about ushering in the era of Jean Runcandle, realizing that those weren't just a child's idle words. They carried a conviction that hinted at something far greater. As Murika addresses his team, he reminds them to mind their actions and avoid crude language until they safely reach the gate. As the group prepares to depart, one warrior questions the sudden strictness of Vice-Captain Murika's commands, remarking that they've never been so rigid about such rules before. Another warrior snaps back, telling him to shut up and follow orders. Meanwhile, Gilly approaches Murika, suggesting that it's time to start moving. Murika agrees, giving the order to proceed. After some time, Gilly asks Jean if it's wise to leave the imposters behind. Jean reassures her, explaining that whether they're found dead or alive, they'll serve as a warning to others. He praises her for doing a good job so far. Gilly thanks him and mentions that they're about 2 hours away from the nearest village. Jean expresses relief, noting that they'll need to wait there until the snow clears. He also tells Gilly not to feel disheartened by the escort's failure, emphasizing that it wasn't her fault. Even Khan, a 9-star warrior, hadn't detected the imposters, so expecting a 7-star like Gilly to notice such deception wasn't reasonable. Jean points out that the incident isn't a major issue, especially since it taught him valuable lessons about escort protocols. Still, Gilly apologizes, clearly feeling responsible. Jin's thoughts drift to his past life. Gilly, who had been his nanny then as well, had always tied her fate to his, remaining loyal even when the clan looked down on her because of his lack of talent. He recalls how she was unfairly treated and yet never once blamed him for her hardships. Even on the day he was exiled from the Runcandle clan, she had been exiled alongside him. Bowing her head, she had apologized for not serving him better, taking on a burden of guilt that wasn't hers to bear. Now Jean is determined to change that. Things are different in this life, and Gilly needs to toughen up. When Gilly repeats her willingness to accept punishment for what happened, Jean firmly tells her to stop blaming herself and to leave the incident behind. He reminds her that while she is his nanny, she's also his only guardian knight at the moment. If she lets minor setbacks like this affect her, it could compromise her ability to protect him in the future. I don't want to repeat myself, he says, locking eyes with her. Do you understand? Gilly, touched by his concern, promises to do her best to focus on her duties. She realizes Jin's words weren't meant to chastise her, but to encourage her. Resolved to stay sharp, she silently vows not to let him down again. Jin observes her shift in demeanor, feeling relieved to see her spirits lift. He thinks to himself that it's good to see her mood improve. It seems she's back to her usual self. After some time, they arrive at a hotel. The receptionist greets them warmly and asks how many rooms they'll need. Murika responds that they'll require 2 rooms. As Jin considers the situation, he recalls the earlier attack and suspects that the fake Guardian Knights may have played a role in their current predicament. His mind drifts to Transformer Bubear Gaston, a dangerous figure with a unique ability to execute perfect transformations, a rare privilege among dragons. However, not all dragons can wield this skill flawlessly, making Bubear's talent exceptional. Unfortunately, Bubear has a history of using his transformative abilities for nefarious purposes, causing chaos wherever he goes. As Jin heads to his room, he ponders the possibility of Bubear's involvement. If the imposters were connected to him, the situation could become far more complicated. Still, Jin reflects that he hasn't drawn too much attention to himself so far, which may work to his advantage. In his past life, Jin Runcandle had been arrested by the Beemit Special Forces at the age of 20. While someone like Bubear Gaston, with his transformative abilities, could potentially be a useful ally, Jin sees no reason to align himself with someone who has previously threatened him. Jin considers that before Bubear creates any bigger problems, it's worth checking if anything about him has changed from his previous life. Later, as Jin prepares for sleep, Gilly tells him she'll be right outside if he needs her. She leaves him to rest. Sometime in the night, Jin is woken by a noise. Annoyed, he grumbles about the commotion disturbing his much-needed sleep. Despite all his training at Storm Castle, his 10-year-old body still feels the strain. Wondering about the source of the noise, he glances toward the window and freezes in shock. A cat is perched there. Jin exclaims, asking aloud if the cat is really Muraken. Suddenly, he recalls Muraken mentioning that he'd conceal himself to follow Jin unnoticed. It clicks. Muraken has transformed into a cat to stay undercover. The cat lets out a loud, impatient meow. Jin quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to startle him and simply wasn't expecting this kind of transformation. Opening the window, he invites the cat inside. The feline leaps into the room and seamlessly transforms back into Muraken. Jin comments that he expected Muraken to blend in as a horseman or a servant, not a cat. Muraken explains that such disguises would have immediately drawn the attention of the clan knights. Turning into a cat was the safest option. Before the conversation can continue, Muraken's foot gets caught in a loose floorboard. He stumbles forward and smacks his face against the window, causing a loud noise. Hearing the commotion, Gilly rushes into the room, demanding to know what's going on. Spotting Muraken, she immediately grabs him by the neck, threatening to tear him apart if he doesn't explain who he is and what he's doing there. Jin steps in, trying to calm her down. Wait, Gilly, he calls out. Muraken, unfazed, focuses instead on his love for strawberry pie, casually acknowledging that he and Gilly have finally met. Confused, Gilly asks what he means by that. Jin realizes the situation is spiraling. He introduces Muraken, explaining that he is none other than the Runcandle clan's guardian dragon, the Black Dragon Muraken. However, Muraken seems far more interested in Gilly, calling her his precious strawberry pie. Flustered, Gilly quickly bows and apologizes for being disrespectful to a guardian, asking for forgiveness. In a lighthearted tone, Muraken assures her there's no need to worry, happily forgiving his strawberry pie. Still confused, Gilly asks why he keeps calling her that. Muraken enthusiastically explains it's because of the wonderful, perfect strawberry pie she makes. Gilly turns to Jin, raising an eyebrow. So, this is why you've been asking for pies every day. Muraken invites her to sit, eager to explain further. Once they're seated, Gilly remarks that much has happened without her knowledge. Jin apologizes for keeping her in the dark, admitting he's sorry for tricking her all this time. Gilly reassures him, saying she's overjoyed to learn about his exceptional talent, his contract with Sodaret, and his connection to a dragon. It makes her proud as his nanny. However, Jin quickly cautions her. She's now involved in keeping Muraken's awakening a secret, and the clan must not find out. He asks if she understands. Gilly nods, promising to be careful. Muraken, ever playful, tells her not to be too nervous and once again calls her strawberry pie. She thanks him for his concern and turns to Jin, asking if they can really trust Muraken. Jin shrugs and replies with a casual, well, probably. The next day, at the Middle Kingdom transfer gate, Gilly thanks the Black King mercenaries for their assistance. She assures them that the Runcandle clan will pay the agreed compensation at a later date. Vice Captain Murika responds with gratitude, saying the mission was a good experience for them. He adds that they look forward to seeing what the future holds for the young master, Jean Runcandle. As Gilly prepares to leave, Murika asks her a curious question. Why did someone with her exceptional skills leave the Clorin clan to become a nanny for Jean Runcandle? Gilly brushes it off, saying there's no significant reason worth mentioning. Murika nods, apologizing for his rudeness, but Gilly assures him it's fine and bids him farewell. A while later, Jean and Gilly arrive at the transfer gate. A gatekeeper greets them warmly, asking for their identification. Gilly presents a badge and requests that they be sent to Kowloon in the Hewfester Alliance. The gatekeeper, surprised, inquires if they are from the Runcandle clan. After confirming their identity, his tone grows respectful, calling it an honor to meet them and escorting them to a special seating area. He explains that the transfer will take 2 hours, after which they'll reach their destination instantly. Wishing them a comfortable journey, he leaves. Seated on a sofa, Gilly expresses concern about how Jean will manage to keep Lord Muraken's existence and his connection to magic a secret from the rest of the clan. Magic, she points out, is the one thing the Runcandle clan absolutely won't tolerate. Jean reassures her, promising to be careful and keep everything hidden. Just then, Veridin Zipple arrives with his entourage of guardians. Jean immediately recognizes the golden dragon emblem of the Zipple and recalls where he's seen it before. Veridin looks familiar, and Jean wonders why he has to encounter such troublesome people here in Hewfester. Muraken, still in his cat form, catches Veridin's attention. Approaching the cat, Veridin calls him a good boy and reaches out to pet him. Muraken, unimpressed, responds by scratching Veridin's hand. Veridin's guardians immediately bristle with anger, calling the cat a vermin. However, Veridin calms them, admitting that he probably provoked the cat by picking a fight. He wisely points out that drawing swords in front of a Runcandle would only make matters worse. Turning his attention to Jean, Veridin observes the youngest Runcandle and notes his calm and composed demeanor despite the situation. Introducing himself as Veridin Zipple, he extends a hand in apology for the earlier rudeness. Jean recognizes Veridin Zipple as a genius magician and a strong contender for the future leadership of the Zipple family. Admired by young magicians for both his exceptional skills and noble character, Veridin had always seemed like a distant figure to Jean in his past life. Meeting him as children feels unexpected. As Jean observes Veridin, he finds himself relieved that Veridin isn't just another arrogant fool. Veridin, somewhat surprised, asks Jean what gave him that impression. He jokes that if the Guardians had drawn their swords over the scratched hand, he might have been wandering around Hewfester without any escorts, or at least missing a couple of fingers. Amused, Jean replies that Veridin's sense of humor is a bit dark, then asks if he really thinks the leaders of their clans, Chiron Runcandle and Celiac Zipple, are close enough to mobilize their entire families over a squabble between children. Veridin chuckles, acknowledging that such a conflict would likely end with nothing more than a few gold coins paid in compensation. Still, he advises Jean to avoid drastic actions like cutting off fingers in similar situations, as it would only escalate tensions between their families. Jean finds Veridin's caution humorous, but appreciates the advice. Veridin then thanks Jean for teaching him something valuable today and promises to repay the favor someday. At some point in the future, Jean Runcandle shares his intentions, stating he'll repay a debt another day, but will pay for now. He expresses his agreement with a calm, okay, gladly. Turning serious, Jean instructs the person before him to remain silent and not disturb his rest until the transfer gate activates. As Jean reflects on their encounter, he notes the other individual's potential. In a few years, they could grow into a formidable figure. If it weren't for their respective clans, Jean might have even considered asking to be friends. However, as a member of the Zipple family, this person is likely to become his eternal rival, solely because Jean is a Runcandle. Observing their demeanor, remaining composed even after almost losing fingers, Jean concludes that there must be something fundamentally off about the Zipple. None of them seem entirely sane, he muses. The system announces that teleportation will soon commence, cautioning passengers about potential pain or faintness due to the ripple effect. As they pass through the transfer gate, Veridin Zipple remarks that he enjoyed their time together and suggests meeting again. Jean dismisses the idea with a cold, "We should never meet again." Stepping out of the carriage, Jean is greeted by Pedro, the second-in-command butler of the Runcandle household. Pedro introduces himself and welcomes Jean to the main clan house, the Garden of Swords. Jean reflects on the garden's significance. Only those who have achieved something extraordinary for the prosperity of the Runcandle clan are granted the honor of placing their sword in this sacred space. It stands as a symbol of their aspirations and pride. He recalls a time in his previous life when he, too, dreamed of placing his sword there, though he had been far from worthy. Back then, he was weak, devoid of talent, and lacked the cunning to lead. Hard work alone had never been enough. Now, in this life, Jean resolves to make his time in this dismal place worthwhile. As he enters the estate, he is greeted by gathered members of the clan. Rosa Runcandle, known as the Black Panther and Lady of the House, steps forward with a smile. "Long time no see," she says warmly. Jean responds respectfully. "Yes, mother." The patriarch, observing Murakin in his cat form, raises an eyebrow and asks if Jean picked him up from the streets. Jean replies that he adopted him. The patriarch, noting Jin's use of the word adopted rather than picked up, commends his boldness. "A Runcandle should always display confidence when acquiring something," he remarks. Rosa approaches the cat and asks for its name. Jean confidently replies, "Butterfly Runcandle." The room falls silent. Deepu's Runcandle, visibly taken aback, questions the appropriateness of giving the family name to a cat. He reminds everyone that while Jean is still young, such a decision seems outrageous. How could anyone bestow the Runcandle name on an ordinary animal? Joshua Runcandle turns to Gilly, questioning her role in Jin's upbringing. "How could you allow him to name a simple cat this way?" Gilly bows her head apologetically. "My deepest apologies." The patriarch steps in, raising a hand to calm everyone. He then asks Jean directly why he chose to give the family name to the cat. Jean explains that it symbolizes responsibility. Although Butterfly might appear insignificant, it is the first living being he has chosen to adopt. By giving the cat the Runcandle name, Jean emphasizes the seriousness of his decision and the responsibility that comes with it. The patriarch seems intrigued. "Interesting. Do you truly understand the significance of the Runcandle name?" Jean replies with unwavering confidence. "I do. If anyone harms Butterfly, they will face serious consequences." The patriarch observes the room, noting how Jin's boldness has stirred his siblings. Many of them glare at Jean with obvious hostility. "You have quite a knack for making enemies," the patriarch comments. Jean, unfazed, smiles faintly. "And I also have a talent for eliminating them." The patriarch chuckles. "Everyone here will need to stay alert to manage our boldest and youngest family member." With that, he signals his intention to leave, leaving the gathered crowd to mull over Jin's audacious display. The scene shifts to the early summer of 1794, for years after Jean Runcandle left Stormcastle. Now a 2-star knight and a beginner class cadet, Jean continues his rigorous training. After a morning session, Garen Altamir, the instructor for the Runcandle Beginner Guardian Knight Cadet class, calls an end to the training. He compliments Jean on his hard work. Jean asks if that's all the training scheduled for the day. Garen reminds him that Lady Luna's training session is set for today and asks if he forgot. Jean admits that he did but plans to join after eating. Garen then asks if Jean will be eating with the other cadets, mentioning that Madame Rosa seemed disappointed by his absence at family meals. Jean replies that he prefers not to join the family meals, avoiding the silent tension and unspoken conflicts with his siblings. Garen acknowledges his decision and says he'll inform the others. A little later, Bellup Schmitz, a 13-year-old commoner cadet, approaches Jean with a plate of food. "I brought you something to eat," Bellup says. Jean thanks him, and Bellup responds cheerfully, "No problem." Jean reflects on Bellup's situation. A commoner in the ranks of the Runcandle cadets, Bellup is likely to be disqualified during training, lose his status, and face expulsion. As Bellup sits beside him, he asks, "Is the food good?" Jean replies that it is and expresses his appreciation for the Runcandle clan providing meat regularly. Before Bellup can finish his thought, Jean cuts him off. "That's enough," he says, reminding Bellup that he said the same thing yesterday. "Did you memorize your lines or something?" Jean advises Bellup to be more concise, pointing out that his habit of rambling causes others to look down on him. Bellup hesitates, asking if that's really the case. Jean encourages him to stand up straight and take pride in being a guardian knight cadet of Runcandle. Bellup, however, counters, pointing out his poor grades and the fact that he hasn't even attained 1 star yet. Jean explains that becoming a cadet of the Runcandle clan is already a significant accomplishment. Even if Bellup ranks at the bottom, he's still considered elite compared to most 13-year-olds outside world. He asks if Bellup understands. Bellup nods, confirming that he does. Jean reflects that it's no surprise the clan overlooked Bellup. His timid nature makes him easy to dismiss. However, Jean remembers Bellup's future. In his past life, Bellup joined the Hiring clan, a rival Swordmaster clan, and rose to become a royal member of the Beeman Empire, following a ruthless and bloody path. Jean recalls the shock he felt upon learning that Bellup had joined the Imperial Guard and the sadness he felt when he heard of Bellup's eventual suicide. He resolves that leaving Bellup as he is now will only lead to that same tragic fate. Pushing his plate toward Bellup, Jean tells him he's lost his appetite and suggests Bellup eat his portion instead. As Bellup hesitates, Jean silently makes a decision. He will keep an eye on Bellup to ensure he isn't disqualified or expelled. One unfortunate life is enough. Later, while walking down a hallway, Jean reflects on his progress. His spiritual energy release has reached 2 stars, his mana has climbed to 4 stars, and his swordsmanship is at 2 stars. Everything is progressing well, and at this rate, he believes he can achieve 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years. Shortly after, Jean arrives at a training session with Lady Luna. Standing before him with a training sword, Luna informs him that today's training will resemble yesterday's, but requires a different approach. Jean nods, saying he understands. Luna instructs him to use his mind's eye, emphasizing the importance of observing with his inner vision rather than his physical senses. Jean contemplates the challenge. This training feels unfamiliar, a process he has never encountered before. Luna explains that mastering the mind's eye is crucial for those who live by the sword and tells him to keep his eyes closed. Jean is perplexed but complies, recognizing that the mind's eye is a stage of enlightenment typically achieved by knights of 7 stars or higher. Luna teaching him this technique as a 2-star knight is highly unusual. What puzzles him even more is that the mind's eye is usually tied to manipulating aura, yet Luna's training doesn't involve aura at all. Though confused, Jean reassures himself. He trusts Luna and believes she has a specific reason for her unique approach. Resolving to focus on the training, he tells himself that the purpose behind it will become clear in time. After the intense training session, Lady Luna commends Jean, telling him he's done exceptionally well today and can leave. Jean thanks her and departs. As he walks away, Luna reflects on his performance. Despite being only a 2-star knight, his focus and posture are remarkable, surpassing her expectations every time. With his potential, she sees a bright and promising future for her little brother. Later, Garen Altamir, the instructor, arrives and addresses Jean as young master. He observes the tension in the air and explains that the cadets can't help it. Today's sparring session is critical, as it counts heavily toward their overall scores. For many, a high score could fast-track them to becoming Guardian Knights. He adds that today is especially crucial for Jean. Madame Rosa has announced that if Jean can defeat all 10 of the top cadets in today's matches, he will be promoted to the intermediate training class a year early. Jean, surprised but pleased, comments that it's good news. He notices Bellup Schmitz among the group and wonders if he's feeling stressed again. While Jean knows he'll ensure Bellup isn't exiled, he thinks a little more confidence wouldn't hurt him. Garen Altamir calls for the cadets' attention, announcing the format: 3 rounds of sparring, with different partners each time. He then states that the top 10 cadets will face Jean in one-on-one matches. As the cadets agree and prepare to begin, Jean observes them closely. He recognizes their talent and notes that they earned their positions through merit. After the initial rounds, Garen instructs everyone except the top 10 to return to their places. Turning to Jean, he tells him to get ready. Jean acknowledges the instruction, gripping his sword as the matches begin. Jin's first opponent is a girl he swiftly defeats. He recalls that the record for this sparring session is 8 wins, but his goal is to beat all 10. To do that, he knows he must conserve energy, especially for his strongest opponents. Garen announces the next match: Mesa Milcano, one of the elite cadets. Mesa steps forward, greeting Jean with respect and declaring she's in his care. Jean reflects on her reputation. Mesa is an exceptional talent destined to become a Guardian Knight immediately after completing her training. Mesa, however, expresses her intent to defeat Jean in today's match. Jean regards this sparring session as the most critical part of the test, noting that Mesa's skill level poses a serious challenge. As Mesa moves to attack, Jean blocks her sword strike, noting that she has grown stronger since their last encounter. Despite this, he remains confident in his ability to defeat her. The real challenge, he reminds himself, is that 8 more opponents await him after this bout. Mesa notices something unusual. Jean is only using basic moves, a stark contrast to his typically varied tactics. She wonders if he's holding back and becomes irritated at the thought that he might not consider her a serious threat. Frustrated, she decides to go all out, charging at him with full force. Her sudden aggression surprises the other cadets watching the match. Jean counterattacks, his movements precise and deliberate. Mesa resolves not to lose, pouring every ounce of her strength into the fight. However, Jean times his strike perfectly, hitting her blade with enough force to break it. The match ends decisively. Stunned, Mesa stares at her broken sword and asks how it happened. Jean points his blade at her neck, complimenting her effort. "It was a great fight," he says, "but I don't think I can use this sword anymore." Confused, Mesa tries to understand. Their blades collided multiple times during the match, but Jean consistently struck the same spot on her sword. She realizes their stamina and strength were evenly matched, so the difference came down to accuracy and persistence. Is that even possible? She wonders, finally acknowledging Jean as a true Runcandle. Determined not to let this defeat define her, she vows to train harder and win next time. Jean, meanwhile, feels satisfied. The match went exactly as planned. By dominating his bout with Mesa, He created the impression that a one-on-one fight with him was futile. This psychological edge made the remaining matches easier. One by one, he defeats the remaining cadets. His 10th and final victory brings the sparring session to a close, and Jean is pleased that everything has gone according to plan. Garen Altamir congratulates Jean Runcandle in his success, announcing that his victories in the sparring session will earn him early entry into the intermediate training class next year. Offering his congratulations in advance, Garen commends Jin's hard work. Jean acknowledges the praise and asks Garen to continue supporting him until then. As the session winds down, Garen announces that it's nearly lunchtime. Jean asks how much time is left until the meal. Garen, curious, tells him they have about 10 minutes and asks why he's interested. Picking up his sword, Jean replies that he has someone else in mind for sparring. When Garen inquires further, Jean calls out to Belop Schmitz, inviting him to fight. Belop, taken aback, asks if Jean is serious. Jean points his sword at him and insists, warning that with his current attitude, Belop won't survive in the Runcandle clan. He taunts him, saying the clan will crush him like a bug if he doesn't learn to fight back. Belop hesitates, wondering why the young master is targeting him. Is it because he's weak, or is Jean trying to toughen him up? He notes that Jean has just fought 10 cadets and must be exhausted, while he himself is in good condition. Despite this, Jean appears confident he can win. Belop questions Jin's motives, but Jean doesn't answer. Instead, he attacks, forcing Belop to block. Observing Belop's solid defense, Jean acknowledges his skill and continues pressing forward. Belop thanks him for the compliment and pushes Jean back, attempting to attack his leg. Jean swiftly leaps out of range. Frustrated, Belop demands to know why Jean is attacking him like this. Jean retorts that this isn't a friendly duel, it's a real fight. He points out that in that last exchange, he could have killed Belop. Holding his sword at the ready, he orders Belop to get up, warning that he'll only show mercy once. Belop rises, gripping his sword tightly as it becomes enveloped in a glowing aura. Gasps ripple through the crowd of cadets, and Mesa Milcano quickly alerts Garen, worried that the young master may be in danger. Jean, however, orders Garen to keep what he's witnessing a secret, issuing it as a direct command. Garen reluctantly agrees, promising his silence. Belop, now brimming with newfound power, asks Jean if this is really what he wanted. Jean confirms it, urging Belop to use his aura without holding back. Belop points out that if Jean truly wanted to fight him, he should have done so before exhausting himself against 10 other cadets. Still, he launches a powerful attack. Jean tries to block, but the force of Belop's aura shatters his sword. As Jean begins to fall back, he's stunned. Though he expected Belop to have potential, he didn't anticipate this level of strength. He recalls how Belop often analyzed his opponents during matches, consistently losing by small margins, possibly masking his true abilities. As Belop moves to strike again, Jean blocks the attack with his bare hand, shattering Belop's sword in the process. Belop stumbles back, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Jean gets behind Belop, grabs him by the neck, and releases him just as quickly. Confused, Belop asks why Jean stopped. Wasn't he serious about taking the fight to its conclusion? He accuses Jean of playing with him. Jean firmly denies it, explaining that provoking Belop like this is far more painful for him than Belop realizes. Belop demands to know what Jean understands about him that makes this so distressing. Sitting beside him, Jean admits that he doesn't know Belop well, but there's one thing he does understand. True consideration comes from a place of strength. You're kind, Jean tells him, and I admire that. But kindness alone won't be enough to survive in this harsh world. Jean expresses his hope that Belop will become strong enough to protect his gentle nature, despite the challenges he'll face. Reflecting on his own harshness, Jean acknowledges that he, and perhaps everyone else, may have been too hard on Belop. As the tension in the training hall begins to fade, two women enter carrying food. Noticing the charged atmosphere, they hesitate and ask if they should return later, assuming the training hasn't finished. Jean assures them it's fine and tells them to go ahead and set everything up. Belop Schmitz declines the food, saying he can get his own. Jean, however, jokes that he's happy to take Belop's portion if he doesn't want it. Elsewhere, the Lord Patriarch reflects on Jin's actions during the sparring session, noting that his approach was unexpected. Khan agrees, and the Patriarch chuckles, recognizing that Jin's method blends the qualities of a dominator with a sense of care for the weak. Intrigued by this philosophy, the Patriarch decides it's time to test its merit. He instructs Khan to return and relay a message, assigning Jean his first significant mission. Jean recalls January of 1795, when he was recognized as a 3-star knight at the age of 15. It was a pivotal time for the cadets. With their promotion to the intermediate class, wooden swords were replaced by real weapons tailored to their needs. Some cadets ordered custom swords, but Jean had to find one from the clan's weapon vault. Luna Runcandle had told him that choosing the right sword was both challenging and painful. A month earlier, she had offered to select a weapon for him, explaining that her sense of weapons was sharper and more experienced than his own. Trusting her judgment, Jean had agreed. Standing before him with a large sword in hand, Luna revealed her choice, a weapon once known as Veil Slaughterer. It was a sword she had used extensively at his age, the one that inspired her signature axe sword technique. She asked Jean how he felt about it and whether he liked it. Jean hesitated, expressing gratitude, but admitting that the sword didn't feel right to him. Luna nodded in understanding and smiled, saying it was just a joke. However, Jean sensed it wasn't entirely a joke. She went on to explain that Veil Slaughterer was an excellent sword, though a bit heavy, and assured him it wouldn't have been a problem for him to wield. Nevertheless, she promised to find a different sword better suited to him. Luna revealed that she had spent considerable time thinking about what weapon would be most fitting. She then presented him with another sword, one she believed would perfectly complement him. The weapon was none other than Bradamanti, a legendary sword and the brother to Barasada, which Jean had chosen during the selection ritual. Barasada had been used by the first patriarch of the Runcandle clan, and its sibling sword, Bradamanti, was equally extraordinary. Holding the sword, Jean was awestruck. Luna asked if he liked it. Of course, Jean replied, marveling at the weapon. It was one of the most remarkable swords in the clan's arsenal. He reflected on how extraordinary it was for Luna to choose Bradamanti for him. The sword was coveted by many of his older siblings, and selecting it himself would have sparked significant opposition. Luna's decision was a rare and profound gesture, one he wasn't sure how to repay. Sensing his unease, Luna reassured him that no repayment was necessary. However, she expressed sadness at the tension she felt between them. Jean denied feeling uneasy and tried to assure her it wasn't the case. Luna persisted, saying she was already sad, and Jean would need to comfort his big sister's troubled heart. Perplexed, Jean asked what she meant. Luna smiled and instructed him to close his eyes. As he complied, she asked if he knew what she was about to say. Jean nodded, confirming that he did. She placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke gently. Among siblings busy trying to undermine each other, you also have siblings who love you unconditionally, she said. Don't make your big sister sad again. Jean acknowledged her words and apologized for any misunderstanding. Luna revealed that even before Jean was born, she had felt lonely among their siblings. Her actions, she explained, were to ensure he wouldn't experience the same loneliness she had. Her words resonated deeply with Jean, further solidifying the bond between them. She hopes he understands her intentions, and he confirms that he does. Luna nods, suggesting they continue their training and encouraging her dear little brother to see with his mind's eye. After some time, Jean Runcandle shows his sword to Murakin and asks for his opinion. Murakin, lying down and casually reading a book, doesn't even look up and tells Jean to put it back, adding that Jean still lacks control over his spiritual energy. Confused, Jean asks for clarification. Murakin explains that to wield Bradamanti properly, Jean needs at least 3-star spiritual energy, but he's still a 2-star idiot. He adds that Jean can barely manage to imitate the sword's awakening. Jean protests, insisting that he's close to achieving 3-star spiritual energy and should be able to use Bradamanti properly soon. Murakin snaps, warning Jean against being overconfident. He reminds him that Barasada and Bradamanti are not weapons to be handled carelessly. Grabbing Jin's head, Murakin emphasizes that 3-star spiritual energy is just the bare minimum. He advises Jean to use the sword as a regular weapon until he reaches 5-star spiritual energy. Understand this, Murakin demands, his tone firm. Jean dismissively waves his hand, muttering that he's not that patient. He then cheekily asks what would happen if he managed to achieve 5-star spiritual energy by the end of the year. Murakin rolls his eyes and tells Jean that not even someone who won a kid's spiritual energy contest and survived on spiritual energy alone could reach 5 stars by the year's end. His warning comes from genuine concern, and he urges Jean to stop saying things so absurd that even a dog would laugh at them. Don't be stubborn, Murakin advises, if you understand the risks. Jean, ignoring Murakin's tone, snatches the book from his hands and demands an explanation about the kid comment. Murakin snaps at him to put the book down, but before their bickering escalates, Gilly enters the room. Jean turns to her, asking if something is wrong or if anything has happened. Gilly informs him that Instructor Garen is looking for him. She explains that unusually, Garen requested Jean to meet him instead of coming in person, as he needed maps to explain a plan. Surprised, Jean asks if this is about his first mission. Gilly confirms, adding that Garen intends for him to depart as soon as the break is over. Jean reflects that the timing makes sense, given he's reached 3-star swordsmanship, but he's puzzled by the urgency. Missions for cadets in the beginner class aren't typically this rushed. Gilly elaborates, explaining that assignments are usually challenging and only given to intermediate cadets. Jean speculates that this urgency might be related to his confirmed transfer to the intermediate class. Deciding to investigate, he asks Gilly to stay with Murakin. She agrees and urges him to hurry. After a while, Jean enters the room and informs Garen Altamir that he's heard about his mission assignment. Garen welcomes him and confirms that a mission has been assigned to Jean and 9 other beginner-class cadets. Garen explains that the mission involves scouting the southern border of the Jean Kingdom. It will be carried out by dividing the cadets into 2 groups. Jean raises an eyebrow at the location, noting that the Jean Kingdom borders the land of the Beastmen, with a designated area close to the territory of the White Wolf tribe. This strikes him as an unusual and highly challenging assignment for beginner-class cadets, particularly for a first mission. Jean also notices that his group is made up of cadets who rank in the bottom half of the class, including Bellup Schmitz, whose performance is notoriously inconsistent. The setup seems deliberate, as if someone ordered this on purpose. He wonders if his recent conflict with Bellup has reached his father, the patriarch. Could this mission be a test from his father, designed to evaluate him? Jean resolves to accept the challenge, determined to prove himself and show that his creed won't falter, no matter the circumstances. The scene shifts to 4 days later at the southern border, where Jean Runcandle and his team are running through the wilderness. Jean explains the mission's goal: to locate Semberville, the successor of the Jean Kingdom's Ville clan. Upon arrival, they will set up a base camp in the central region of the border. Once the camp is established, each division will conduct its search, with one person returning to camp daily to report their findings. Jean instructs the team to address him as captain instead of young master. Injured members will remain at camp to recover, and Jean concludes by expressing hope that their target is still alive. Bellup Schmitz reports that Eddington saw a member of the Watertail tribe. Jean clarifies that the Watertail Beastmen are generally docile and avoid predators, which means the group is unlikely to encounter the more aggressive White Wolf tribe. Jean orders Bellup to head to the base 2 hours earlier due to delays caused by snow, directing him to relocate to the 13th zone. Bellup acknowledges the order. Jean then assigns the rest of the team to search the same zone, and they all agree. Despite the smooth progress, Jean senses that something feels off. This mission, assigned directly by his father, was supposed to test his capabilities, but everything seems to be going too well. During their search, they encounter a Watertail Beastman carrying a fish. The Beastman jokingly comments that the group looks like beggars and offers the fish as a gift. Jean thanks the Watertail, promising to return the favor. Jean realizes that going beyond the 13th zone would bring them into the land of the Beastmen, which is far too dangerous for beginner-class cadets. Aggressive tribes like the White Wolf would easily overwhelm them. Deciding to avoid unnecessary risks, Jean resolves to finish searching the area cautiously over the next 4 days. At that moment, Bellup Schmitz arrives, calling out to Jean. He reports that the 2nd Division has been ambushed. Jean immediately orders everyone to get ready and asks for more details. Bellup explains that the 2nd Division scattered after being attacked, with one survivor making it back to camp to report. When Jean asks if the attackers were beastmen, Bellup clarifies that they were humans, with at least 3 attackers confirmed. He suspects there were more, pointing out that an ambush wouldn't be staged with only 3 people. Jean orders Eddington and David to scout the base camp's surrounding area, emphasizing that they should avoid engaging the enemy and report back immediately. The 2 cadets nod in agreement and head out. As Jean contemplates the situation, he notes the ambush's unusual nature. He wonders about the attackers' objectives, especially since they targeted the 2nd Division instead of his own. Whatever their motive, Jean vows that they will pay dearly for crossing the Runcandle clan. Shortly after, Bellup Schmitz notices blood on the ground and exclaims in shock that it might belong to Mesa from the 2nd Division. Jean tells him to stay calm, pointing out that the blood hasn't hardened yet and there are no signs of corpses or body parts. He deduces that there was a confrontation and that the 2nd Division fled. Examining the footprints, he concludes that there was likely only one attacker. Sierra finds used bandages nearby and notes that they appear to be Hufester products. She shows them to Jean, who praises her for the discovery and asks where she found them. Sierra points to the west. Jean concludes that the 2nd Division was ambushed, tended to their injuries in this area, and then fled west after detecting another threat. Jean instructs Sierra to join Eddington and David and report the updated situation. He then tells Bellup Schmitz to follow him as they continue the search. Bellup agrees, and the 2 head off together. After a while, Jean, Runcandle, and Bellup Schmitz hide behind a tree, observing the area. Bellup whispers that he sees members of the 2nd Division. Jean confirms it but notes that Mesa is missing. He also spots someone lying in ambush nearby. Jean instructs Bellup to close his eyes for a moment and then strike the person to his left after a 2-second count. Bellup nods, preparing to act. Jean recalls what Murakin told him about spiritual energy. Anything infused with it gains immense cutting and destructive power while its presence becomes harder to detect. Following Jin's instructions, Bellup moves to attack the masked ambusher. The ambusher reacts quickly blocking the strike and shouting in confusion. Meanwhile, Jean engages the remaining attackers, swiftly knocking them out. Once the fight ends, Jean turns to the 2nd Division members and asks if they're okay. A brown-haired boy confirms that they're fine, but reveals that Mesa was taken by the assailants. Another boy with gray hair adds that they don't have any information about their attackers. Jean reassures them, telling them to focus on recovering while he tracks down Mesa and the ambushers. Among the defeated attackers, one pleads for his life. Jean, unimpressed, questions if he's begging, noting that it's clear isn't a brainwashed Zipple subordinate. Jean offers him 2 options. Reveal his group's affiliation, objectives, and base location, in which case only one of them will die, or remain silent, and everyone connected to them will perish. He assures him that he's a man of his word, swearing on the name and honor of the Runcandle clan. He hesitates before agreeing, requesting a guarantee for his family's safety. He reveals that he is part of a revolutionary group called Canzello. Hearing this, Jean recalls that Canzello was a notorious terrorist organization active until his death in his previous life. They were responsible for assassinating the Jean Kingdom's emperor and causing widespread chaos under the guise of revolution. However, their so-called revolution was simply an attempt to install their leader as ruler of the world. Jean asks if the attack on the cadets was meant to destabilize the Jean Kingdom. He said, "I'm low-ranking member," admits he wasn't told much, but reveals that their active camp is at the entrance to the land of the Beastmen. He adds that approximately 24-star knights and magicians are stationed there, though he doesn't know the location of the main base. Jean then presses him on why Mesa was taken. Kilo explains that female cadets are being held for symbolic purposes tied to Canzello's declaration of revolution. Hearing this, the brown-haired boy's anger boils over, and he lashes out at Kilo. Kilo insists that he has told them everything he knows. True to his word, Jean kills the attacker. He then turns to the others and asks how long it has been since Mesa was kidnapped. Bellup estimates that it's been nearly an hour. Jean notes that they might still be near the entrance to the land of the Beastmen. He instructs everyone to recover and then request reinforcements from the main clan house. The brown-haired boy asks if Jean plans to go alone, pointing out that the ambushers are at least 4-star knights and magicians, with possibly as many as 20 of them. Another cadet, Scott, agrees, emphasizing that such odds are impossible for Jean to handle alone. He warns that cadets often face fatal dangers during missions and urges Jean not to take the risk. Jean acknowledges the danger, but insists that as a son of the Runcandle clan, he cannot stand by while a cadet is held captive. He declares that he's far stronger than they realize and warns them that any further defiance will be treated as disobedience. Turning to Bellup, Jean reminds him that, with the 2nd Division injured, Bellup is now the strongest among the remaining cadets. He urges Bellup to stay composed and asks if he understands. Bellup nods and promises to do his best. Jean quickly sets off, determined to reach Mesa before it's too late. As he assesses the situation, Jean estimates that his enemies include 24-star martial artists, while his current abilities are at 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star mana control, and 3-star spiritual energy release. Despite his rapid progress, he knows fighting all of them at once is impractical. Rescuing Mesa is his primary goal. He decides to avoid unnecessary confrontations and focus on locating Mesa. Placing his hand on the ground, Jean activates his sense to detect vibrations in the terrain. Using his wind pursuit spell, he sprints across the plains, tracking his enemies. He deduces that they are heading toward the open plains ahead and determines they are not far away. Suddenly, arrows whiz past Jean Runcandle, forcing him to dodge swiftly. A man named Mill shouts, identifying him as a Runcandle cadet and ordering his capture. Jean draws his sword, infusing it with a magical aura, and retaliates against his attackers. An elderly man observing the scene questions in shock why a Runcandle would use magic. Mill, frustrated, curses and changes his orders, yelling for his comrades to kill Jean instead of capturing him. However, Jin's magic-infused strike sends Mill flying back. The old man, stunned by the display of power, orders everyone to keep their distance. He conjures fire magic, attempting to restrain Jin's hand, while Mill tries to strike from behind. Jean counters by slashing with his sword, breaking the fire spell and thwarting Mill's sneak attack. The old man, now more cautious, exclaims in frustration and switches tactics. "If fire doesn't work, I'll try ice," he yells, launching an ice spell at Jean. Unfazed, Jean shatters the ice effortlessly with his sword. The old man is left speechless, muttering in disbelief that his magic could be broken so easily. Seizing the moment, Jean charges toward him, cursing Canzello as he advances. Jean thinks to himself that the Canzello members don't seem worried about covering their tracks, suggesting their overconfidence stems from inexperience. He deduces they must have regrouped and traveled by carriage, likely led by a clearly defined chain of command. This structure means spoils are distributed by rank, leaving Mesa in the hands of higher-ranking members who would ensure she remains unharmed. For now, glancing at the map, Jean realizes they are nearing the land of the Beastmen, likely close to Canzello's base. He decides to create a distraction to rescue Mesa. Jean casts a fire spell to ignite the forest, reasoning that the chaos will divert their attention. The sudden blaze sends Canzello members into a panic. One of the members shouts about the fire, and their boss demands to know what's happening. Where did this fire come from? Put it out, you fools, he screams. He orders his men to fetch water and berates them for their incompetence, yelling at magicians to use ice and water spells to extinguish the flames. Jean covertly observes the commotion and identifies the man barking orders as the leader. A younger member exclaims that the fire isn't going out, speculating that it must have been deliberately set. He commands the others to search for the culprit and bring in more magicians. Recognizing his chance, Jean knocks out a magician and sneaks into the main building. The interior feels eerily quiet as he begins searching for Mesa. Spotting a trapdoor in the floor, he opens it and descends into the basement. There, he finds Mesa Milcano bound with ropes. She looks up in surprise. Why are you here? It's too dangerous, she warns. Jean reassures her not to worry about him and asks if she can walk while cutting her bindings. She replies that she can, but she's uncertain about running. Jean tells her it's fine and that he'll support her if needed. Suddenly, noises come from above. Jean stops to listen while Mesa insists he promise something. Before she can continue, he commands her to stop talking, but she presses on. If things become too dangerous, you must leave me behind, she insists. Jean doesn't respond, instead helping her to her feet and saying they need to leave immediately. Mesa nods, and they make their way out of the building. Outside, Jean surveys the chaos. The destruction is far worse than expected, clearly the work of beastmen from a combative tribe. He spots a wolf-like figure, Quajito Truca of the White Wolf tribe. Mesa Milcano, despite her condition, moves to attack Quajito, urging Jean to flee while she holds the wolf off. Quajito retaliates, knocking her unconscious with ease. Looking at her fallen form, Quajito sneers, calling her and the others vermin. Unworthy of survival if you can't even extinguish a fire properly, he declares coldly. Jean Runcandle demands to know if Quajito Truca is responsible for the destruction. Confirming his identity, Jean announces himself as the son of Chiron Runcandle and challenges Quajito Truca to reveal his name as a warrior of the Beastman tribe. Acknowledging Jin's lineage, Quajito Truca identifies him as a Runcandle offspring. A few days earlier, back at the Runcandle clan's main house, Jean had been examining his sword, its surface glowing faintly with aura. Murakan had approached, calling him an idiot and asking if he wanted to die. Murakan reminded him that he wasn't at a high enough level yet, warning that recklessly awakening the sword could lead to spiritual energy congestion, a fate Jean wouldn't survive. He sternly warned Jean not to attempt awakening the sword again, to which Jean begrudgingly replied with an okay. Back in the present, Jean prepares to attack, declaring that today he will claim his most prized prey. Quajito Truca introduces himself formally as a warrior of the Truca tribe. Jean reflects on the White Wolf tribe, renowned for their combat prowess and bloodlust. The average adult from their tribe is as powerful as a 6-star warrior. Their animosity toward the Runcandles runs deep, rooted in the history of the first patriarch slaying their revered wolf god Javier. Quajito Truca coldly acknowledges that Jean has little chance of escaping with Mesa. He declares his intention to offer her as a sacrifice to Javier's altar to console the wolf god's soul. He challenges Jean to choose between fighting honorably or being torn apart while trying to flee like a coward. Jean responds with resolve, stating that he will fight honorably. Quajito Truca smirks, readying his massive axe to attack. Jean blocks the strike, but notes how difficult it is to parry even a single attack from the White Wolf tribe, their immense strength matching their fearsome reputation. Quajito Truca presses forward with another attack, confident in his strength and the hidden tricks he has yet to reveal. Jean, meanwhile, considers his options. He reflects on the tools at his disposal, his elder sister's pendant, his magic, and his spiritual energy. Using the pendant, a powerful artifact, feels unnecessary for what he considers a relatively minor confrontation. To him, relying on it in this situation would mean he is unworthy of reaching greater heights. He also dismisses using magic, recognizing that his current 4-star spells would be insufficient to pierce a white wolf's thick hide. Additionally, using magic could alert the clan's guardian knights during any investigation into the Canzello incident, further complicating things. With no other viable options, Jean resolves to rely on his spiritual energy. Determined, he launches a counterattack, aiming to awaken his sword. Quajito Truca observes Jin's movements, commenting on the quality of his weapon. Despite its appearance being at odds with the Runcandle's black sword emblem, it shows surprising resilience. Jean focuses on the battle, recalling the first time he felt the power of an awakened sword. Quajito Truca, wielding his white sword, declares the end of the battle, proclaiming that Jean will be sacrificed at Javier's altar. But just as Quajito moves to strike, his confidence is shaken. He struggles to perceive Jin's actions, confusion overtaking him. Jean calmly explains that until recently, he too didn't fully understand why the Runcandle clan's emblem depicted a black sword. With precision and power, Jean wounds Quajito Truca, cutting deep. Enraged and confused, Quajito demands an explanation for Jin's actions. Jean acknowledges the intensity of their battle, but Quajito begins berating himself. Calling himself a useless idiot, he laments his failure, questioning his plans and bemoaning his weakness. He cries out that he is a disgrace to the clan, unworthy of sharing the same bloodline. Quajito recalls an earlier conversation, where he had warned Jean of the dangers of awakening the sword with insufficient spiritual energy. Now, he questions if Jean intends to succumb to the same fate and perish from spiritual energy congestion. Jean, unmoved by the taunts, stands firm, prepared to end the fight on his terms. Jean urges himself to focus, knowing that even a momentary lapse in concentration could mean his demise. Remembering the instructions he received on managing spiritual energy, he sits down to meditate and attempts to release it. However, the process is more difficult than he expected. The surrounding spiritual energy seems to ensnare him, making it hard to achieve the proper flow. Determined, Jean resolves to try again, this time with a clearer mind. He tells himself to stay calm and push through it one more time. As the pain subsides suddenly, Jean is momentarily uneasy. His body feels normal, yet it's saturated with spiritual energy to a degree he's never experienced before. Deciding he has no time to dwell on it, he moves to meet Mesa. Hearing a noise nearby, Jean immediately tenses and asks who's there. From behind a rock, Semberville emerges, pleading for his life. Jean questions if he's a surviving member of Canzello, but Sember quickly denies it. He introduces himself as Semberville of the Ville clan from the Jean Kingdom. Jean recognizes the name and mentions that he was tasked with finding him. Relieved, Sember thanks Jean, expressing his gratitude for meeting a member of the Runcandle clan. Reflecting on the chaos caused by Canzello, Sember admits he had almost forgotten about this critical encounter. He assures Jean he'll never forget this act of kindness. Jean, carrying Mesa Milcano on his back, brushes off the gratitude, explaining that he's only doing his duty. He suggests they head back and then asks how Sember ended up being kidnapped by Canzello. Sember explains that he followed someone he believed to be his lover to this location. Surprised, Jean questions if they were eloping. Sember quickly clarifies that his lover had actually died 2 years ago. Despite this, the woman he saw had the same face, voice, and even 2 moles on her wrist, exactly as he remembered. He admits it might sound insane, but he's certain it was her. Reflecting further, Sember speculates that the resemblance could be the work of Bubert Gaston, known for his powerful transformation abilities. He thought that Canzello may have kidnapped him for financial leverage. Jin's thoughts shift to the mysterious connection between Bubert and Canzello. This is the second time he's encountered Bubert's influence since leaving Storm Castle at the age of 10. Something about the situation feels off. Jean resolves to meet Bubert personally to better understand him. Fortunately, Bubert's lair is in the capital of the Curano Principality, giving Jean an opportunity to visit while continuing his intermediate training. Semberville thanks Jean for listening so intently to his story. Jean acknowledges his gratitude and mentions that reinforcements from the main family should arrive soon. He urges Sember to head back. Sember asks if Jean called for the Guardian Knights specifically for his protection. Jean explains that he didn't. The Knights are here because of Mesa. Sember assures Jean he'll never forget this encounter and offers his help if Jean ever needs it. Jean accepts the gesture with a simple acknowledgement. Later, Gilly congratulates Jean on successfully completing his first mission, expressing her admiration for his performance. Jean thanks her modestly. Gilly mentions that he must be tired and informs him that she's prepared a bath for him. Jean praises her efficiency, appreciating her attentiveness. Suddenly, Murakin interrupts, calling out to Jean with a teasing remark. Jean playfully moves to pat Murakin's head, but the dragon bites his hand in retaliation. Startled, Jean instinctively throws Murakin against the wall, grumbling as Murakin laughs in his usual mischievous way. In surprise, Gilly quickly intervenes, asking Jean not to throw animals, though she adds with a sigh that Murakin is a dragon, so it's not exactly a big issue. Jean, rubbing his hand, demands to know why Murakin bit him. Murakin, clearly angry, snaps back, questioning if Jean has lost his mind. He reminds Jean of the countless warnings he gave about recklessly using shadow energy release. "Do you want to destroy yourself?" he exclaims, emphasizing that his concerns were for Jin's own good. Jean tries to defend himself, urging Murakin to hear his explanation, But Murakin transforms into his human form, grabbing Jean by the collar. What could possibly be more important than the life of Saldus' only contractor, he demands. Gilly intervenes again, calmly reminding Murakin that the young master has just returned from his mission. The mention of the mission causes Murakin to pause, but then he suddenly gasps. The strawberry pie. I forgot the pie. He blurts, claiming it's a serious problem. Jean, exasperated, acknowledges the pie issue but tries to redirect the conversation. Murakin's expression turns serious again. He points to the pendant hanging from Jin's neck, scolding him for treating such a powerful artifact like mere decoration. It's not a toy. It's a safeguard meant to be used only when absolutely necessary. Jean acknowledges the risk, but counters that the pendant might be needed in future battles against formidable enemies. Murakin narrows his eyes. What do you mean by waste? He snaps, clearly frustrated. When Jean hesitates, Murakin's voice rises. You damned idiot. Do you even know what you've done? Your shadow energy has jumped from 3 stars to mid-4 stars. That's not normal. Jean blinks in surprise, admitting he felt an overflow of shadow energy, but didn't realize it had pushed him to such a significant increase. To demonstrate, he shows Saldus' magic glowing in his hand and mentions that he should thank Sauter for his grace. Murakin, unimpressed, retorts grimly. Do you know how many people have survived shadow energy intoxication? 10, no, 11 now, including you. None of them died from it. Jean raises an eyebrow, asking who the other survivor is, guessing it might have been the founder. No, Murakin corrects him. It's me. If it were Timar, he would have been dead long before. Jean shrugs and cheekily remarks. We're basically the same then. He assures Murakin that he has no intention of enduring that kind of pain again and excuses himself to wash up, mentioning that the strawberry pie can wait until he regains his composure. Gilly smiles at his comment and excuses herself to prepare his meal. Meanwhile, Murakin mutters jealously, glaring at the mention of food. Elsewhere, in Runcandle, the 9th flag bearer is in disbelief over reports of Jean defeating a white wolf tribe warrior. There's no way, she asserts. Mayu Runcandle, the 8th flag bearer, agrees, remarking that the idea is laughable. If it were a bandit wearing a wolf pelt, maybe, but an actual white wolf? Impossible. He's only just become a 3-star knight, and hesitates. Still, if the white wolf were unusually weak, then maybe, just maybe, he pulled it off. Daytona and Haytona Runcandle approach, overhearing the discussion. Haytona, crossing his arms, agrees firmly. Regardless of his monstrous nature, it's simply not possible. The issue isn't whether he defeated a white wolf. The real problem is that he'll now be joining the intermediate class. Daytona, whispering cautiously, adds, maybe Jean really did kill him. Haytona shakes his head. That doesn't matter. What matters is this. If Jean enters the intermediate class, it will spell our downfall. That's what we should be worried about. Haytona Runcandle expresses his despair over the situation, admitting that it is indeed grim. Mayu Runcandle comments on their whispering, mocking them for their apparent fear of Jean joining the intermediate class. She calls them 2 blockheads and questions why they're being so obvious about it. Haytona and Daytona quickly deny any fear, asserting that they're not scared of Jean. And Runcandle steps in, urging her brothers to be honest with her and their elder sisters. She expresses her disdain for lies, calling them the most detestable thing in the world, so much so that she wishes she could rip lying mouths off entirely. Cornered, the brothers reluctantly admit their unease about Jean, and smirks, asking if their sisters should assist them. They inquire how she proposes to help, and offers to lend them her sisters, specifically encouraging them to use certain cadets in the intermediate class as their servants. Haytona contemplates and suggestion. The intermediate class operates under the law of the jungle, where only the strong survive. It consists of knights ranging from 3-star to 5-star, a mix of newcomers and those who have been training for over a decade, and reminds him that she and Mayu often select a few cadets in the intermediate class to act as their subordinates, treating them more like slaves. She suggests that her brothers use these cadets to put Jean in his place, noting that they aren't particularly fond of him either. However, she warns them that if they can't handle it properly, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle dries his hair with a towel, reflecting on his recent success. Completing his first mission has earned him a place in the intermediate class. His shadow energy has advanced to 4 stars, but he knows he must bring his swordsmanship to 6 stars within 5 years to truly be effective. Jean understands that becoming a 6-star swordsman would make him remarkable, and reaching 7 stars would make him a master. But he's aware that such achievements are only exceptional among ordinary people. To reach the level of 8 stars or higher is to become an anomaly. On the entire continent, with a population of 2 billion, fewer than 100 people have reached 9 or 10 stars. Among them, only one has surpassed even that, the Celestial Knight, a demigod. Jin's thoughts drift to this mythical figure. In this life, he aims to achieve that level of power, or even surpass it. Sitting on a sofa, he reminds himself that his next challenges lie ahead. Once he joins the intermediate class, he knows that even siblings will turn against one another to maintain their standing. The camaraderie of the basic class, where everyone is young and their skills similar, will be left behind. In the intermediate class, survival depends on strength, skill, and a hardened heart. Jean concludes that the only way forward is to dominate through sheer brute strength. Later, Jean knocks on his mother's door. She is busy writing but calls him in. She greets him warmly, noting that she's heard about his successful mission and commending his performance. Jean thanks her. She then mentions a report she received from Pedro, noting that Jean declined her offer to change rooms. She explains that the room in question is traditionally reserved for those considered potential future patriarchs of the family. It has remained unoccupied since Joshua, her eldest, used it as a child. Now, she offers it to Jean, expressing her wish for him to use it. Jean expresses his gratitude, but politely declines. She questions his decision, asking why he would turn down such an honor. Jean explains that while the room is prestigious, it doesn't hold any personal significance for him. He finds it too grand for his current needs and remarks that, at the end of the day, it's still just a room. His mother asks again if he's sure, and Jean confirms that his mind is made up. She nods, allowing him to leave. After he's gone, she muses aloud. She wonders whether her youngest son lacks ambition, or has so much ambition that he recognizes and declines offers with hidden strings attached. She acknowledges that the room is symbolic, typically reserved for the eldest child destined to lead the Runcandle family. Accepting it would give Jean significant support, but would also make him a target for his siblings who weren't afforded the same privilege. She concludes that Jean likely understood her hidden test. Now, she's curious to see how he will navigate the intermediate class, where alliances and rivalries are as important as strength. Jean Runcandle stands resolute before his beginner class cadets, announcing that they are now officially part of his faction. He acknowledges that they will face taunts and torment in the days to come, but assures them that he will not tolerate such behavior. He promises that the harassment will cease once he has fully conquered the intermediate class. He instructs them to move in groups of at least 3, even outside training, and to avoid wandering alone. The cadets respond with a united, determined yes. Zed Runcandle, an 8-star knight and Jin's uncle, soon commands attention. Standing before the assembled cadets, Zed announces that 10 new recruits have joined the intermediate class this year, while 27 have dropped out. He instructs the newcomers to learn from their seniors and reminds everyone that his sole responsibility is to teach and evaluate swordsmanship. He emphasizes that apart from murder, any disputes or issues must be resolved among the cadets themselves. Turning to the senior cadets, Zed asks them to repeat his mantra. In unison, they chant, "Runcandle does not need the weak," their voices filled with malice, a sound designed to crush the spirits of the recruits. Jean finds the chanting unsettling, but maintains his composure. Scanning the crowd, he notices the Tana brothers standing with a cadet who seems well integrated into the intermediate class. Jean suspects the brothers have recruited this cadet with the assistance of their elder sisters, Mayu and Anne. Jean concludes that the brothers aim to break the will of the new recruits and decides to show them how mistaken they are. Daytona Runcandle spots Jean approaching and mutters about the reckless individual coming their way. However, bolstered by the thought of their older sister's support, Daytona encourages himself to remain confident. Without hesitation, Jean positions himself before Kajin Romero, the senior cadet allied with the Tana brothers. Drawing his sword in a swift, decisive motion, Jean strikes, cutting Kajin's arm. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd. Jean coldly observes Kajin clutching his injured arm and orders someone to fetch medical assistance. Daytona Runcandle, stunned, questions Jin's sanity and demands to know why he attacked so suddenly. Ignoring Daytona, Jean turns to Kajin and asks for his name. Kajin, clearly rattled, manages to stammer out his name. Jean then calmly asks if Kajin knows why he was struck. Before Kajin can answer, Daytona points his sword at Jean, accusing him of attacking unjustly. Jean doesn't flinch. Instead, he asks Daytona if he doesn't realize that he's currently in the middle of a conversation. He tells Daytona he's willing to accept a duel later, but requests that he stay quiet for now. Daytona Runcandle joins in, angrily reprimanding Jean, demanding to know how he dares act so boldly after injuring one of their cadets. Jean smirks, dismissing the outburst. If this cadet was part of your faction, it wasn't clear to me, he says, adding that he struck Kajin because he sensed bloodthirst in his gaze. Everyone falls silent, stunned by this revelation. Zed realizes that his bold move has turned the tables. By striking Kajin, who was publicly known to be part of the Tana brothers faction, Jean has positioned himself as a serious contender in the battle for dominance within the intermediate class. His action isn't seen as random violence, but as a calculated move in the Runcandle tradition of hierarchy battles. Addressing the crowd, Jean declares his name and lineage. He tells the cadets that they may point their swords at him or even try to ambush him, as Kajin did. However, he warns them that any hint of hostility will be met with the same ruthlessness he just demonstrated. The tension escalates as Zed Runcandle steps forward, his presence commanding the attention of everyone. Addressing Jean by his full title as the 13th and youngest child of the patriarch, Zed asks if Jean believes he has the right to act so boldly in his presence. Jean calmly replies, "Yes, I do." Zed's eyes narrow. "And why do you think that?" Jean, unshaken, responds, "Because my conflict isn't just with the Tana brothers. It's with you as well." Intrigued, Zed leans forward, his voice low and dangerous. "Explain yourself. Depending on your answer, I might cut off your head right here and now." Jean Runcandle explains to Zed that his recent actions, targeting cadets allied with the Tana brothers, weren't merely impulsive but a calculated form of hazing. He admits that such tactics were bound to create backlash, but defends his decision, believing it to be a necessary step in establishing his authority. Zed Runcandle expresses his displeasure at the commotion, particularly Jin's method of hazing. However, he acknowledges that beyond his personal dissatisfaction, Jin's actions align with the ruthless principles of the Runcandle family. Zed questions why, if Jin truly felt wronged, he didn't challenge him directly instead of targeting Kajin. Jin candidly admits that he isn't yet strong enough to defeat Zed. He adds that if he believed otherwise, he would have gone after Zed, not Kajin or his brothers. Zed scrutinizes Jin's reasoning, commenting that his audacity might stem from undervaluing his own life or from overestimating his protection as the patriarch's son. Jin calmly refutes this, asserting that idly standing by simply because an opponent is stronger is not the way of a true Runcandle. He argues that while life can be lost in an instant, honor lasts forever. Zed chuckles at the boldness of Jin's perspective. "Your attitude is foolish," he remarks. "But it's so absurd. It amuses me." He concedes that Jin's actions have earned him credit. "You are indeed worthy of the Runcandle name," he declares. Turning to the cadets, Zed commands them to remember what they've witnessed. He emphasizes that Jin's actions embody the identity of the Runcandle family, fanatical devotion to the sword and relentless pursuit of strength. He urges the cadets to struggle fiercely and never forget their heritage. Dismissing them, Zed reminds everyone that training begins tomorrow. The cadets respond with a unified acknowledgement. As the group disperses, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle fume over Jin's actions, glaring at their younger brother. Jin, unbothered by their anger, offers them a piece of advice. "You may be feared by your elder siblings now, but that won't always be the case," he says calmly. He encourages them to think beyond their immediate circumstances and consider the long-term consequences of their actions. Later, Jin returns to his quarters and places his sword in its rack. Gilly remarks on his early return, and he confirms that he came back after initiating a hierarchy war with the Tana brothers. Her shock is palpable. Jin elaborates, explaining that his sisters, En and Mayu, are likely supporting the twins. He recounts how he injured one of the cadets allied with his brothers, only to discover that the cadet was part of his sister's faction. A slip of the tongue from one of his brothers has now tied that cadet to his own faction, which he finds both ironic and advantageous. Gilly notes that En and Mayu, as flag bearers, are already breaking unspoken rules by interfering with Jin. Typically, flag bearers only engage in direct conflict with other flag bearers. Jin agrees but views their interference as a good sign, interpreting it as an acknowledgement of his growing influence. He speculates that his sister's next move will likely involve manipulating team assignments or increasing the difficulty of his missions. Using their authority, they could make his tasks dangerous enough to severely injure or even kill him. However, Jin finds an unexpected advantage in their tactics. He explains that many of the challenging missions they might assign him will be solo missions. In these situations, with no one to supervise him, he'll have the freedom to fight with his full strength, unrestricted. Gilly considers this and comments that such missions could become a great opportunity for Jin to prove himself. Jin nods, admitting he's grateful to his sisters for providing him with the chance to build a solid track record. As he speaks, Jin jokes about taking a cat on his missions, casually noting that he won't bring Muraken because he has other tasks planned for him. Curious, Muraken asks what those tasks might be. Jin replies that he'll explain next time, but emphasizes the importance of staying low profile for now. Muraken huffs in annoyance, but begrudgingly agrees. Gilly acknowledges Jin's remarks with a simple yes. Later, Zed Runcandle gathers Jin, Haytona, and Daytona for a special training session, explaining that it will take place in a secret training ground reserved exclusively for pure-blood members of the Runcandle family. He emphasizes that these privileges come with significant challenges, warning them not to expect the training to be easy. The three respond in unison, acknowledging his instructions. Zed begins by explaining the essence of Runcandle swordsmanship, which revolves around power, destructive, unhesitating, and deeply tied to the principles of victory and possession. He notes that their family's swordsmanship lacks a fixed form, distinguishing it from other martial families. While there are secret and ultimate techniques, those can only be learned once one becomes a flag bearer. Jean silently reflects that his sisters have undoubtedly caused him more trouble with their interference. Zed then poses a question. Why does the Runcandle family's swordsmanship lack a fixed form? Jean answers that it's due to their unique physical abilities and inherent talent. Zed agrees, elaborating that their blessed bloodline grants them physical bodies and skills that far surpass those of ordinary humans. Even with slight individual differences, they remain exceptional. He points out that what they've learned so far has been basic and straightforward. Now he will introduce them to a new challenge. Handing each of them a steel ball, Zed explains that these are known as clear rocks, named for the clear sound they produce when struck. Jean examines the object and realizes it contains steel fragments. Zed proceeds to demonstrate the first of 3 distinct sounds the clear rock can produce, instructing them to listen carefully. As he strikes the steel ball, Haytona and Daytona cover their ears, visibly annoyed by the unpleasant noise. Zed strikes again, this time producing a clearer and more harmonious sound. He explains that the sound varies depending on the force of the strike. If they don't strike hard enough, the sound is muffled, but with the right amount of force and precision, it creates a beautiful tone. Jean quickly deduces the purpose of the training: to develop strength, control, mental fortitude, and concentration. Given the physical capabilities of the Runcandle family, it's an effective yet deceptively simple method. Despite its apparent simplicity, Jean feels the training might be too safe to qualify as special training for the family. Zed announces that he will now demonstrate the third and final sound the clear rock can produce. Jean watches intently, wondering what it could be. As Zed strikes the ball with great force, Jean hears a rattling sound from inside and suddenly realizes what's about to happen. Without hesitation, he rushes toward Haytona and Daytona, pushing them to the ground and shouting for them to lie down. The clear rock shatters, exploding violently. Once the dust settles, Haytona asks in shock what just happened. Zed smirks, praising Jin's instincts. He explains that if the clear rock is struck with excessive force, it explodes, just like it did. He then remarks that Jin is the first in a long time, after Luna, to avoid injury during this brutal demonstration. For most siblings, learning this lesson comes at a cost. Jin considers Zed's harsh training method to be a rite of passage for the Runcandle family. Though unexpected, he finds pride in being among the few to emerge unscathed. Zed declares that now that they understand the risks, it's time to begin the training in earnest. Jean Runcandle raises his hand during training and asks how Luna managed to avoid injury during the clear rock explosion. Zed Runcandle warns him that the answer might disappoint him, just as it did their other siblings. Jean assures him he can handle it. Zed then reveals that Luna didn't avoid the explosion like the others. Instead, she took it head-on and emerged unscathed, her resilience protecting her completely. Zed proceeds to outline the training. From now on, the 3 of them will strike the clear rock until they can produce a clear sound under any condition. He asks if they understand, and they respond with a resounding yes. Meanwhile, Luna sits in her room, reading a book as her nanny enters with a cup of tea. The nanny places it on the table and mentions their earlier discussion. Luna confirms it concerns the sibling who tried to assassinate Jean. The nanny acknowledges Luna's suspicion that Mayu and might be involved. She notes that while the sisters are actively working to keep Jean in check, attempting an assassination within Storm Castle seems reckless even for them. Such an act, if discovered by their father, would plunge the family into chaos and endanger their own lives. The nanny doubts they'd take such a risk. Luna wonders if Jean might have lied or misunderstood something, given that he was only 10 years old at the time. However, she doesn't think Jean would fabricate such a claim. Luna recalls how uneasy Jean seemed around her back then. It wasn't simple awkwardness. It was the tension of someone who felt his life might be in danger. She instructs the nanny to proceed with investigating Mayu and Anne, admitting her growing anxiety about the lack of conclusive findings even after 5 years. This uncertainty feels ominous to her. Luna reflects on her age, mentioning she's well past 30, and wonders if she's worrying too much. She admits she's curious about how Jean is doing. The nanny asks if she's referring to Zed's training. Luna confirms, noting that Jean should be feeling the effects of her mind's eye training and that the clear rock exercises must be grueling for him. However, she reassures herself that Jean likely handled it well. Watching someone grow, she muses, is one of life's rare joys. The next day, 4 hours into training, Jean Runcandle finds the session unbearable, deeming it the most challenging he's ever faced. Zed announces a 5-minute break, allowing Jean to reflect on the purpose of the training. Initially, he thought it was about controlling strength and sharpening focus, but he realizes it's more about intensifying the destructive power of his aura. Jean recalls that Zed could shatter the clear stone without aura due to sheer physical strength, something Jean knows he lacks. To compensate, he resolves to focus on refining and amplifying his aura. He reminds himself to be patient. After all, even his foolish brothers from his previous life were able to master this training. There's no reason he can't surpass them. Zed observes the trainees and notes their progress. Jean, in particular, stands out for his talent and determination. Zed quietly muses that Jean might even surpass Luna's record. As he stands beside Jean, Zed comments dryly on their progress, remarking on how pathetic they are. Jean acknowledges Zed's instruction to warn his brothers that if they plan to collapse tomorrow, they shouldn't bother showing up. Zed reflects on the Tana brothers' endurance, admitting they lasted longer than expected, a testament to their Runcandle lineage. He then muses aloud about being the youngest of his siblings, lamenting that if he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have wielded the full power of the Runcandle family. Sitting down, he expresses his lingering regret. The scene shifts to 1 month later in March 1795 at the Intermediate Cadet Training Facility. A brown-haired boy stands before the class, holding a scroll, and calls for attention. He announces their first mission assignments. The first mission involves guarding rookies from the Public Blacksmith Association, with Houston and Vading assigned as guards. After a pause, he announces the third mission, subjugating demon beasts, specifically orcs, in unguarded areas of the Kirano Principality. The participants are Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Tymant, Kiko, Jusin, Eddington, Sierra, Pills, and David. 10 cadets in total. Folding the scroll, he warns that orcs typically move in groups and that the cadets must steel themselves for the challenge. Pedro will provide further details, and he wishes them good luck. Daytona Runcandle questions whether it's appropriate for beginners to subjugate orcs. The brown-haired boy chuckles, sarcastically remarking that the cadets will probably return beaten half to death. Another person adds darkly that they might as well prepare some incense in a coffin. Kajin Romero suggests they still have time to write their wills before the mission begins. One girl teases, hinting at his fear, suggesting they should ask young Master Jean to save them. Tymant bristles at the remark, demanding an explanation. Mesa intervenes, cautioning him to stay calm and avoid internal conflicts, especially with the mission approaching. Any injuries now would jeopardize their chances. Mesa points out, however, that they insulted the young master, which only fuels Tymant's anger. Mesa advises him to stay silent, reminding everyone of their duty as members of Runcandle. Success in their mission, she argues, is the best way to silence their detractors and prove their worth. The scene shifts to Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle practicing their steel ball strikes. Haytona strikes a clear rock, causing it to crack and explode. While he moves aside, the explosion's shockwave sends a fragment toward Jean, grazing his arm. Haytona, startled, asks if Jean is all right. Jean assures him he's fine, but suggests he find a safer spot to practice. Haytona apologizes and agrees to be more cautious. Jean reflects on the month he's spent training with clear rocks. His brothers have started shattering them as well, but his focus sharpens on the strange sensation he felt during the recent explosion. It was as if an iron bead's path had been vividly traced in his mind, so clear, like the trajectory of an incoming arrow. He feels confident that if those beads flew at him again, he could dodge them effortlessly. He wonders if this newfound clarity is connected to Luna's mind's eye training. Determined to cement the sensation, he resolves to replicate it before it fades, perhaps by trying again. Meanwhile, Zed Runcandle calls the cadets to attention, announcing their next mission. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle exchange uneasy glances as they feel the weight of the upcoming mission. At the mention of traveling to the chaotic Beeman Empire, Haytona complains about already feeling queasy and drained. Daytona grumbles about the discomfort of wearing formal banquet attire, calling it stifling. Zed Runcandle, noticing their dissatisfaction, expresses a rare hint of sympathy, acknowledging their efforts and sparing their brothers from the burden of attending the imperial party. However, his tone sharpens as he warns them not to sigh or complain further. He assures them that if he catches such an attitude again, they'll wish they were dead. The Tana brothers quickly apologize, visibly shaken. Jean Runcandle reflects silently, finding it amusing that their sisters, Mayu and Anne, orchestrated this punishment by assigning their brothers to a social mission in the Beeman Empire. He considers it a clever but harsh maneuver. Zed continues, emphasizing the significance of the event. He explains that powerful individuals will attend, offering a valuable opportunity for observation and learning. The brothers begrudgingly nod in agreement. And residing in Mummit's lawless zone, turning his attention to Jean, Zed assigns him a separate task. Jean acknowledges the order without hesitation. Zed elaborates, explaining that his task is to assassinate a VIP, Alcaro Chinner, a man under the protection of the Ice Palace. Then Zed turned to Jean with a knowing look and asked if he was familiar with the Ice Palace and its master. Without hesitation, Jean confirmed, though his mind was already piecing things together. The Ice Palace, an enormous tower standing alone in the middle of the Western Sea, was a name that carried weight across the continent. And its master? That referred to none other than the tower's owner, the 51st ruler of the Ice Palace, Talaris Dorma. Nicknamed the Spider of the Abyss, she had built a reputation for being ruthless, especially toward anyone foolish enough to lay a hand on her lovers. A warning unspoken, yet well understood by all who valued their lives. Haytona and Daytona are visibly startled. Mummet, Haytona blurts out, while Daytona mutters about the complications of dealing with the Guardian Knights in such a lawless area. Jean raises a hand and asks Zed for clarification. He confirms the client is the Chinderer family, questioning if it's true they requested the assassination of their own child. Zed confirms, explaining that the Chinderer family had exhausted all means to bring Alcaro back. With nothing working, they concluded it was safer to kill him rather than risk exposing a family secret. Zed asks for Jin's thoughts on the mission and whether he can handle it. Without hesitation, Jean declares, "I'll do it." Zed is taken aback by his decisiveness. He admits he had been prepared to make adjustments if Jean deemed the mission unreasonable, given the Ice Palace's power and the lawlessness of Mummet. However, impressed by Jin's straightforwardness, he praises his resolve and instructs them to depart in 2 days. Still uneasy, Haytona asks if Jean is really planning to go. Seeing his determination, Jin's brother suggests he reveal his identity as a Runcandle if things become too dangerous. Daytona adds that doing so will likely deter anyone from targeting him. Jean is surprised by their concern and asks when they started caring about him. The brothers clarify they don't want him to die yet. They're planning to make his life harder after all. Jean smirks and strikes the clear rock with his sword, startling them. "Make your decision firm until I return," he advises, before teasingly questioning whether they truly prefer their older sisters over him. 2 days after Zed's commanding warning to the Runcandles, the focus shifts to Jean Candle. He stands with Mesa and her companions as they prepare to part ways. Mesa, noticing his change in hair color, curiously asks about it. Jean explains that he's in disguise. He can't afford to risk being identified as a Runcandle. With a nod of understanding, Mesa acknowledges the need for caution, given their respective missions. While her group is tasked with a subjugation mission, Jin's purpose differs, requiring him to use a separate teleportation gate. Despite her neutral tone, Jean senses a heaviness in the air and asks if something is wrong. Mesa brushes off the concern, saying they simply came to wish him farewell. Jean, taken aback, clarifies that this isn't their final goodbye. He reminds them that while danger is a given, fear won't change the outcome. Instead, he advises them to focus on their mission and not let worry distract them. With a firm yet reassuring tone, he promises to return and urges them to stay safe. Placing a hand on Bellup Schmitz's shoulder, he encourages the group to stay strong. Bellup responds with a resolute agreement, urging Jean to be careful. Before parting, Gilly teases Jean about finding himself cute companions. Jean laughs, telling them to look after each other in his absence. Murakin reassures the group, mentioning his formidable abilities, but Jean cautions him not to draw attention. Frustrated by Jin's apparent recklessness, Murakin mutters under his breath, but Jean expresses his trust in his team's disguises. Gilly notes that with Jean and Murakin gone, things will be unusually quiet. Jean jokingly tells them to treat it like a vacation, promising to return with a souvenir. However, concern lingers as Gilly brings up the danger of Jin's mission. Assassinating the Ice Palace Master's lover in the treacherous Mummet lawless zone is no simple task, even for someone of Jin's high rank. Jean brushes it off with his characteristic confidence. The scene shifts to Mummet, the notorious sanctuary for criminals, where not even weeds dare to grow. Tonk, a brash outlaw, announces his return, laughing as others recognize him. Meanwhile, Jean arrives, quietly observing the chaos of the lawless zone. As he enters, all eyes turn to the newcomer. One man comments on Jin's bold demeanor, tossing a coin and requesting food and water. A mustached man catches the coin and sarcastically remarks on Jin's nerve. Tonk, ever the troublemaker, approaches Jean. With a sneer, he mocks Jin's confidence, questioning if he's a renegade star knight or something of the sort. He then issues a humiliating demand, telling Jean to kneel and lick his toes. Jin's response is swift and deadly. Without hesitation, he draws his knife and strikes, silencing Tonk in an instant. The room falls into stunned silence, the audacity of Jin's actions shocking even this hardened crowd. A bald man bursts into laughter, pointing out the obvious. Tonk is dead. Another outlaw comments that it was only a matter of time before someone snapped. Jean remains unfazed, reflecting on his master's warnings about Mummet, a place full of truly unhinged individuals. Here, survival requires proof of both skill and courage. remembering all his master has done for him. In this life and the last, Jean silently vows to repay her someday. For now, though, he steels himself for the trials ahead in this ruthless domain. As Jean sits, the man with the mustache brings him food, assuring him it isn't poisoned. Jean, unfazed, responds that poison is forbidden in Mummet, and even he knows that much. The man chuckles, impressed by Jin's knowledge, and asks if he has family in the city. Jean brushes off the question, snapping that it's none of his business. Undeterred, the man probes further, asking if Jean is after drugs. He casually mentions having access to top-quality merchandise that's been selling well recently, then shifts gears to inquire if Jean is searching for someone. Jean confirms, stating he's looking for someone named Hister. The man pauses before replying that no one by that name exists in Mummet. He's sure of it. Jean nods, accepting the information, and asks for a recommendation on where to stay, preferably a place free of bugs. The man points him to the Moonlight Well Inn on the city's west side. It's an upscale spot where Mummet's elite gather, so Jean won't need to cause a scene like the one he just pulled. At the Moonlight Well Inn, Jean walks through the lobby, his mind fixed on his target, Alcaro Xander. He recalls what he knows. Alcaro is the spoiled son of a count, a man-child who has spent his entire life basking in privilege. Alcaro craves attention, indulges in excess, and avoids any semblance of hardship. He's the kind of person who acts tough around the weak but cowers before the strong, a textbook scumbag. Jean wonders why someone like Alcaro would risk staying in a dangerous city like Mummet. The answer, he concludes, lies with the Ice Palace Master. Alcaro is likely desperate for her attention, but with her focus on a new lover, Alcaro might be looking to prove his worth, or drown his insecurities in the city's vices. Jean recalls the mention of a new drug circulating in Mummet. It's not hard to imagine Alcaro locked in his room, indulging in his addictions. Being a lover of the Ice Palace Master, he's bound to have bodyguards, and Jean knows rushing in blindly would be a mistake. For now, he chooses to observe from the lobby. Not long after, Jin's patience pays off. Alcaro Xanderer's voice echoes across the room as he berates one of his guards. The spoiled noble demands to know why they haven't fulfilled his latest request, pointing out that they had no trouble obtaining it for him yesterday. Jean watches from a distance, realizing it's his lucky day to spot his targets so quickly. The guard, clearly fed up, tries to reason with Alcaro, stating they can't allow him to indulge further. Their duty is to protect him, not cater to his whims. Alcaro, however, explodes in frustration, begging for another dose of the substance, claiming he won't last an hour without it. The guard stands firm, earning Alcaro's wrath. Screaming, Alcaro threatens them with dire consequences, promising that when Honey returns, their heads will roll. One guard sighs in exasperation, which sends Alcaro into another tantrum. He hurls insults, calling them filthy peasants and bragging about his Xanderer lineage. At that moment, one of the guards loses patience and punches him. The strike silences Alcaro for a moment, and the guard mutters how much longer they'll have to endure protecting such a worthless person. Another guard joins in, bitterly wishing Alcaro would succumb to his addiction and rid them of the burden. Despite the tension, the guards ultimately stick to their orders. One hefts Alcaro onto his shoulder, commanding the group to remain professional. Their job is to protect him, no matter how despicable he might be. From his corner, Jean assesses the situation. The guards are clearly elite martial artists, 6-star caliber at the very least. Taking Alcaro down would be the easy part. The real challenge lies in escaping afterward. Poison, while tempting, is taboo in Mummet. If he used it, the uproar would draw more attention than the assassination itself. Jean knows he needs a plan, one that ensures Alcaro's demise while leaving him enough room to escape unscathed. Standing in his room at the Moonlight Well Inn, Jean contemplates his next move. A direct approach to eliminate Alcaro is too risky, given the guards and Alcaro's status. He needs a plan that's subtle yet effective, one that creates chaos without pointing directly to him. After some thought, he decides to use a powerful magic attack from within the inn, disguising it as the work of an external assailant. Jean knows that although he's only a 4-star magician, channeling his spiritual energy could amplify his attack to a 6-star level. This would leave behind devastation befitting a high-level magician's power, and thanks to the unique nature of spiritual energy, no trace of its use will remain. Confident in the audacity of his plan, he settles on summoning lightning, an explosive display that will terrify everyone without drawing suspicion to himself. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Ceres Indorma, captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords and daughter of its master, is on her way with her guards. She inquires about Alcaro's security detail, learning that he has 6 bodyguards with him. Frustrated, she sighs, apologizing to her team for having to deal with such an arrogant fool. Ceres remarks that dealing with someone like Alcaro is easy. She could kill him at any time. But today isn't about Alcaro. She's focused on delivering good news to her mother. However, as they approach the Moonlight Well, a sudden bright flash illuminates the sky, followed by a massive explosion. The ground shakes beneath them, and Ceres recognizes the direction of the blast, the Moonlight Well Inn. Inside the inn, Jean utters the incantation for summoning lightning, pouring his spiritual energy into the spell. As the magic takes shape, a brilliant flash erupts, and lightning tears through the building with destructive force. The explosions rip apart the structure, scattering debris and plunging the area into chaos. Jean smirks, knowing his plan is working perfectly. By channeling his full power, he's made the attack appear as if it came from a 7-star magician, an ability far beyond what anyone would suspect from someone his age. He's confident no one will trace it back to him. Outside, Ceres and her team witness the devastation. Ceres grimly acknowledges that this might not be a random incident. It could be an attack against the Hidden Palace. She orders her guards to prioritize the safety of their own men, dismissing Alcaro's importance in the grand scheme. Just as they approach the inn, another massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying. The shockwave knocks Ceres and her lieutenant, Hetton, off their feet. Disoriented, Hetton stammers, asking what just happened. Ceres speculates that the attack could be the final strike of a powerful magician. Amid the chaos, bystanders nearby try to make sense of the destruction. Some speculate it could be retaliation by the Zipple family, though others dismiss the idea as a fabricated rumor. Ceres and her guards rush toward the ruined inn, determined to find out what happened. Inside the wreckage, Jean surveys the destruction. His final lightning strike had taken every ounce of his spiritual energy, leaving him physically drained. He realizes the blast may have been as powerful as a 7-star attack. Thanks to his protective pendant, he avoided harm, but now he needs to confirm whether Alcaro survived the chaos. He scans the area, noting that while the Hidden Palace guards seem to have survived, Alcaro is nowhere to be found. If he's still alive, this might be Jin's best chance to finish the job. Ceres and her guards spot Jean amidst the wreckage, immediately noticing how unusual it is for someone his age to be in Mummet. Ceres approaches him, concerned, and asks if he's okay. Realizing Jean might have been caught in the explosion, she quickly urges him to leave the area for his own safety. Jean nods, carefully concealing his involvement in the disaster as he begins to plot his next move. Amid the chaos, Hetton approaches Ceres with a report. Their men have been located. Though slightly injured, all are alive. Relieved, Ceres instructs him to call the guards outside, adding that if they're still guarding Alcaro, they should just kill him. Hetton acknowledges her order and relays it to the others. Ceres, meanwhile, observes that the magical attacks carried a consistent signature, meaning a single magician was responsible for the destruction. She orders her team to capture the culprit if they come across them, and Hetton confirms her command. Jean, overhearing their conversation, realizes Ceres and her group had come specifically to deal with Alcaro. With Alcaro's fate clearly sealed, Jean concludes there's no reason for him to check on his target anymore. However, he recognizes a new problem. If Ceres remembers his face, it could complicate his escape. Resolving to stay unnoticed, Jean adjusts his posture and blends into the panicked crowd. Soon, a guard reports that Alcaro Zanderer died in the magical attack, admitting their failure to protect him. Surprisingly, Ceres reacts with visible relief, calling it good news. She explains that she came to relieve the guards of their duties and commends their long-suffering efforts in dealing with Alcaro. Raising her sword toward the sky, she declares that the Hidden Palace will now take control of the inn, introducing herself as Ceres Indorma, daughter of Talaris, the master of the Hidden Palace, and captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords. She warns that anyone who defies their authority will be considered an enemy of the Hidden Palace. Her bold declaration draws mockery from the crowd. A bystander scoffs, pointing out that she's overstepping her authority, especially in Mummet, a lawless zone where the so-called kings rule. Another adds that the attack might have been a direct response to the Hidden Palace's presence, implying that their involvement is the real issue. Ceres swiftly silences the dissenters, slashing their throats in one fluid motion. She reminds the crowd that anyone opposing the Hidden Palace will meet the same fate. Turning her attention to the self-proclaimed kings of Mummet, she challenges them directly, accusing them of underestimating the Hidden Palace. She warns that if the attack was targeted at the Hidden Palace, retaliation will be swift and merciless. However, if it turns out the attack was meant for one of them and the Hidden Palace got caught in the crossfire, she demands to know how they intend to rectify the situation. Her imposing stance leaves little room for argument. One of the kings concedes, agreeing to find and eliminate the magician responsible for the attack. Ceres replies that she expected no less, instructing them to search among the survivors for the culprit. After a quick inspection, the kings report that none of the survivors are magicians. Ceres isn't surprised, dismissing the idea that a true magician would linger after causing such destruction. Instead, she surmises that one of Mummit's usual troublemakers likely provoked a powerful magician, leading to this disaster. She orders the kings to stop resisting her authority and fall in line. As she scans the crowd, Ceres notices Jean lingering nearby. She demands to know why he's so slow to leave, asking if he didn't hear her earlier instructions to evacuate. Jean quickly explains that he was scared and his leg was injured, apologizing for the delay. Amused by his demeanor, Ceres remarks that he's quite the coward for a swordsman, but finds his innocence refreshing. She retrieves a first aid kit, instructing Jean to roll up his pants. Applying ointment to his wound, she comments on how lucky he is to have survived the attack, and even luckier to receive medical attention from her, the great Ceres Endorma. With a haughty smile, she suggests he consider this moment an honor. Jean, playing along, asks how he can repay her kindness. Ceres dismisses the idea, stating that someone of his stature could never truly repay a favor from someone like her. Instead, she suggests he treat it as a pleasant memory and occasionally bow in gratitude toward the hidden palace. After finishing the treatment, Ceres bids him farewell and walks away with her guards. Jean waves after her, hiding his relief. As she disappears into the distance, he silently reflects on the chaos he orchestrated and whispers to himself with a small smirk, "Mission complete." The scene shifts as Scut takes down an orc monster. He proudly announces that it's his 18th kill. Nearby, Timid stands triumphant over another carcass, suggesting they might actually make it back home without any casualties. Encouraged, he urges the team to prove their doubters wrong by returning in one piece. Mesa Milcano, however, cautions against overconfidence, reminding everyone that 7 orcs are still unaccounted for. The group responds with a determined okay, acknowledging her warning. Mesa observes how the typically well-organized orcs, known for moving in groups, are now scattered and wandering alone, making them easier to pick off. She wonders aloud if this streak of luck is due to divine favor, or perhaps a blessing from Jean, the young master who seems to bring fortune wherever he goes. She then urges Scut to stay focused until the mission is complete, warning against complacency. Mirakin, watching from the shadows, notes that only 7 orcs remain. Once they're dealt with, he can finally return home. The scene shifts to a few days earlier, when Jin's division first deployed. Mirakin stands before a group of orcs, issuing strict orders. From that day forward, he commands they are to move individually. If he catches any of them traveling in groups, he'll kill them all on the spot. The orcs, clearly intimidated, respond with affirmations before dispersing. Back in the present, Mirakin strolls through the forest, grumbling to himself. He laments how Jean keeps assigning him these irritating tasks, wondering aloud if being the promised 1,000-year contractor really gives Jean the right to boss him around. After a pause, he begrudgingly admits that yes, it probably does. Damn it, he mutters, resigning himself to the role. Perched on a tree branch, Mirakin watches Mesa and her companions from afar, noting with mild amusement that none of them are dying, all thanks to him. He muses that Jean owes him comic books when he gets back. Suddenly, Mirakin senses something strange. A powerful presence approaches, and he quickly transforms into his human form, cursing under his breath. Whatever this is, it's not something that will simply go away. He notes with some relief that the others nearby are only 3-star fighters, meaning they won't notice what's happening. To keep them safe, Mirakin begins channeling his magical power, spreading a shadowy barrier across the area to mask the threat. As Bellup Schmitz passes through the area, he notices the sudden darkness and wonders aloud if it's about to rain. Meanwhile, Mirakin stealthily retreats to a safer position, shifting into his dragon form to confront the intruder. He calls out, challenging whoever, or whatever, dared to unleash their presence in his territory without permission. To his shock, it's not a living creature, but an ancient relic, a cemetery giant. These colossal guardians, long believed to have been eradicated by his dragon clan 2,000 years ago, were created to guard the graves of dead super beings. Mirakin's eyes narrow as the giant kneels before him, an unsettling sign of submission. Wary of its intentions, he conjures a powerful magic sphere, hurling it at the relic with the intent to destroy it in a single blow. The blast obliterates the cemetery giant, leaving behind only ruins. Breathing heavily, Mirakin notes that it's been a long time since he fought at full strength. His body feels sore from the effort, but he knows this encounter was no random fluke. Inspecting the shattered shield left behind, Mirakin concludes that the cemetery giant's appearance is somehow connected to the Zipple family. However, he resolves not to inform Jean of this just yet, reasoning that he can protect Jean if anything significant arises. With a wry smile, he muses that if Jean continues growing at his current pace for another decade, they might actually stand a chance against the Zipple. Elsewhere, Transformer Bubear Gaston reports to Lord Bishkal Ibriano, vice leader of the revolutionary group Kinzello. He informs Bishkul of a problem. The cemetery giant, their masterpiece, has been destroyed. Bishkul, calm but intrigued, acknowledges that he heard the giant's fall during the night. Buber, visibly distressed, describes the destruction as outright vandalism against a work of art. Bishkul waves off his complaints, focusing instead on the identity of the culprit. With a grave tone, he reveals that the being responsible was none other than the Dragon of Shadows. He adds that he personally inspected the scene, leaving no doubt about the dragon's involvement. Buber reacts with shock, asking if this means the dragon has uncovered their plans. Bishkul's expression darkens, realizing the stakes have just escalated. If the Dragon of Shadows is aware, their entire operation may be in jeopardy. Bishkul Libriano, ever cautious, notes that the situation is still unclear, but views the destruction of the cemetery giant as a warning. He advises Buber Gaston to monitor the area closely and promises to send reinforcements. Additionally, he mentions arranging a meeting with the Zipple family soon to discuss the implications of recent events. The scene transitions to Zed Runcandle addressing the cadets, with Jean Runcandle standing among them. Zed acknowledges Jin's successful return from Mummet, a place notoriously dangerous and often referred to as a hellhole. He notes that Jin's success must have infuriated the flag bearers who assigned him the mission, as he not only completed it, but exceeded all expectations. Jin expresses his thanks, and Zed dismisses the cadets, who respond in unison before dispersing. Later, Jin chats and laughs with his friends nearby. While not far away, one guy whispers to Kajin Romero about a rumor. He mentions that a magician coincidentally terrorized the inn where Jin's assassination target had been staying. One girl of their group, listening in, comments that Jin is incredibly lucky. First guy, however, laments the perceived unfairness of the situation, pointing out how, despite their efforts, they remain intermediate cadets while Jin, a mere 4-star magician, continues to achieve impossible feats. To make matters worse, Jin's close associates are only 3-star combatants. One guy angrily asks Kajin Romero if he's just going to let this continue. Kajin responds with resignation, stating that there's nothing they can do. Jin is a pure-blood Runcandle, and unless Lady Miyu or Lady and directly orders otherwise, they have no choice but to tolerate him. Noticing their hushed conversation, Jin approaches. As he draws near, he apologizes, saying he overheard everything. Kajin Romero insists there's no way he could have heard them from such a distance, but Jin clarifies that he did indeed catch their words. Shifting the topic, he asks how Kajin's arm is healing. Kajin, surprisingly polite, thanks Jin for the clean cut, which made it easier for the doctors to reattach. Jin nods and remarks that their conversation sounded interesting. Kajin admits that as commoners, all they can do is talk behind the back of someone like him and hopes Jin understands. Jin replies that there's nothing to understand since he's not a flag bearer or technically their superior. Kajin agrees, but points out that, technically or not, Jin's influence means he could have someone like Kajin punished with a single word. Jin, unfazed, asks why Kajin thinks he would do such a thing. Kajin suggests it's because of how disrespectful he's been, calling himself an eyesore. The other guy questions what Jin is planning, while Kajin grumbles about the constant praise Jin receives for his supposed luck. Jin corrects Kajin, clarifying that he wasn't calling him an eyesore for his comments or disrespect. Instead, Jin draws his sword and explains that Kajin Romero, as a 5-star knight, is one of the strongest in the intermediate class, possibly even stronger than Jin himself. He questions why someone with such skill resorts to trash-talking instead of issuing a proper challenge. Jin invites Kajin to draw his sword, making it clear he has no intention of holding back. Surprised, Kajin asks if Jin is serious. Jin confirms, setting the terms for an unrestricted duel. Kajin smirks, warning Jin he'll regret it, before lunging forward. Kajin's powerful strike comes fast, but Jin blocks it, thinking to himself that Kajin's attacks are strong, but not nearly as fearsome as the ones he expects to face in the future. Kajin presses on, attacking again while taunting Jin, saying he's not yet at the level to challenge someone like him. Jin blocks once more, but is caught off guard when Kajin lands a kick, sending him stumbling backward. Seizing the opening, Kajin strikes again, but Jin steps back, regaining his composure. In the brief moment of reprieve, Jin analyzes Kajin's moves. He recalls a past incident involving a steel marble and realizes he can now predict Kajin's attack patterns. Though a sword can cut through countless trajectories, a 5-star knight like Kajin typically follows a limited set of movements, especially when driven by rage. Blocking another strike, Jin resolves to end the duel quickly. Determined, he plans to finish the fight in just 3 moves. Jin Runcandle calmly declares that he has analyzed all of Kajin Romero's attacks, stating confidently that Kajin cannot defeat him. Kajin, irritated, dismisses this as nonsense and charges forward, initiating his ultimate attack sequence. Jin, anticipating the moves, thinks to himself, first, Kajin will slash left. then an erratic upward swing. Finally, his signature move, a devastating aura strike that no 4-star user could block. As predicted, the fight unfolds just as Jin expected. Though Kajin's powerful aura strike throws Jin backward, he quickly regains his footing and counters, disarming Kajin in a single, decisive moment. Stunned, Kajin demands to know how Jin countered his ultimate move. Jin responds with quiet composure, remarking that he thought it would take years for him to reach the level of a 5-star aura user. Kajin accuses Jin of trickery, but Jin denies any deceit, explaining that Kajin simply underestimated him. He adds that he never enters a fight unless he's confident of victory. From a distance, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle witness the duel, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Haytona questions whether Jin really defeated Kajin Romero. Jin, downplaying the event, remarks that it wasn't anything serious, and Haytona reluctantly accepts the explanation. Later, Runcandle presses the matter, incredulous that Kajin lost to Jin. She insinuates that Kajin might have gone easy on Jin or accepted a bribe. Offended, Kajin firmly denies the accusation. Mayu Runcandle, observing the exchange, demands an explanation. Kajin reluctantly admits that Jin's aura resembled that of a true 5-star knight, adding that everyone on the training ground witnessed it. Mayu dismisses Kajin with a sharp rebuke, criticizing him for having such high expectations. And, however, sees the situation differently, remarking that Jin has now fully bared his fangs at them. Mayu agrees and expands on the point, stating that Jin's actions go beyond defiance of their group. He's challenging the entire family. He suggests sending Jin on his next mission with men of their choosing, ensuring that the assignment will be dangerous enough to end his life. Later, Gilly interrupts Jin with a strawberry pie in hand, excitedly announcing that the Garden of Swords is in an uproar over his recent achievement. Jin chuckles and remarks that it's no surprise. Given the rarity of his feat, he reflects that aside for his father, his older sister Luna, and 3 others in the clan's history, no one else has reached the level of a 5-star knight at the age of 15. As he contemplates his growth, Jin notes his current standings: 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 4-star spiritual energy. Reaching 5-star swordsmanship, even for him, was unexpected. He attributes it to his consistent practice with a clear stone, which allowed his skills to develop faster than anticipated. Reflecting on his unique combination of spiritual energy, magic power, and aura, Jin realizes that the 3 forces are deeply interconnected. He recalls an earlier experience when spiritual energy congestion forced his aura and mana pathways to open to a higher stage. With no prior knowledge of someone capable of wielding all 3 powers, Jin recognizes he's treading uncharted territory. Noticing a flower in his room, Jin asks Gilly if she placed it there. She denies it, explaining that the flower was already present when he returned. She simply arranged it. Jin checks for any traces of magic or curses and, finding none, tells her to leave it as is. She acknowledges his response and moves on. Now that Jin has revealed his 5-star status, he muses on the pressure it will put on his siblings, particularly his older brother Joshua. As one of the top candidates to become the next patriarch, Joshua has been building influence within the clan with their mother, Rosa Runcandle, backing him. Jin reflects that his sudden emergence as a 5-star knight will force others to re-evaluate his position within the clan. He wonders if it might have been wiser to conceal his strength a little longer, but concludes that revealing it now serves a greater purpose. With witnesses from the training ground, word of his achievement will spread beyond the Runcandle clan, reaching the wider world. Soon, Jin realizes people everywhere will be talking about the 15-year-old 5-star knight, and his rise will be impossible to ignore. Murakan observes Jin's confident musings, noting that he's giving himself plenty of credit, though his points are valid. His emergence as a 5-star knight has indeed shifted the spotlight, giving his siblings some breathing room. For now, Jin agrees, but pivots to a more pressing matter: their father's upcoming visit to the Garden of Swords. Jin explains that their father has been searching for a successor beyond Joshua, the current frontrunner for the patriarchal position. With Luna, the eldest sibling, abdicating early, the remaining siblings have largely failed to meet their father's expectations. One sibling who initially gained his favor ultimately lacked the ambition to lead, leaving Joshua to position himself as the most likely successor, with Deepu's Runita and Mary as secondary candidates. Now, however, Jin's unprecedented rise has disrupted the entire dynamic. He reflects that his father, known for providing opportunities regardless of age, is likely to assign him a trial or mission to test whether he can bridge the experience gap between himself and his older siblings. Jin anticipates 2 certainties. The first is that the trial will challenge his capabilities and resilience, and the second is that his father will ensure his protection. His father sees Jin as a special case and won't risk him being eliminated by jealous siblings before the trial even begins. Gilly interrupts Jin's thoughts, pointing out that news of his achievement will soon spread beyond the Runcandle clan. Clans and organizations worldwide will undoubtedly request to meet him. Jin agrees and suggests that the best way to handle the influx of attention is by hosting a banquet when his father arrives. He instructs Gilly to make preparations and emphasizes the importance of keeping an eye on Muraken. If the shape-shifting dragon mingles with the guests in human form, chaos could easily ensue. Muraken, overhearing this, feigns indignation, asking if Jin thinks he's a child. While promising not to cause trouble, he begrudgingly acknowledges the warning. To lighten the mood, Muraken then requests a slice of strawberry pie, earning a laugh from Gilly. A few days later, Gilly updates Jin on the preparations. She mentions that the butlers are overwhelmed with correspondence, including a letter from the Beeman imperial family. Jin, intrigued, remarks on how fascinating it is to have caught the attention of such enigmatic figures. Gilly also informs him that the patriarch has formally announced his visit to the main house within a month, coordinating with other clans and organizations to attend as well. However, she notes that the other young masters and ladies have been eerily silent about the news. Jin speculates that their silence stems from a strategic calculation. Any public opposition to him, while he's in the spotlight, would suggest fear or dislike, tarnishing their public image. Gilly agrees, acknowledging his sharp insight. Their conversation is interrupted by Pedro, who arrives with urgent news. Jin has been assigned a new mission, and its destination is the perilous Colin ruins. In another part of the house, Rosa Runcandle, Jin's mother, vents her anger at her children. She demands to know how they can call themselves flag bearers while carelessly sending Jin into Zipple territory without a second thought. Her other children stand in uneasy silence as she scolds them, unwilling to provoke her further. Jin enters the room, and Rosa immediately asks if he's aware of the mission to the Colin ruins. Jin confirms that he knows. To everyone's shock, Rosa declares that the mission is cancelled, and Mayu, visibly upset, question her decision. Rosa silences them with a sharp rebuke, accusing them of being so focused on plotting against Jin that they've lost sight of reason. Mayu, undeterred, boldly asks why it's strange for them to want Jin dead, and agrees, expressing confusion as to why their mother is protecting him. Furious, Rosa demands an explanation for their audacity, warning them to watch their words. She reminds them that their father has always encouraged competition among siblings, fostering an environment where ambition thrives. This culture of rivalry has pushed them all to become stronger, but Rosa challenges whether their plotting is a symptom of their upbringing or simply a reflection of their personal failings. Rosa Runcandle continues her scolding, pointing out that she herself endured difficult assignments even as an intermediate cadet, all because of the constant rivalry with her siblings. While she acknowledges that competition is necessary, she firmly believes it should have its limits. She challenges Anne and Mayu directly, asking if either of them reached 5-star status at the age of 15. Anne and Mayu interrupt, demanding to know what she means by that. Rosa clarifies that Jin is different. If they had achieved the same level of excellence at his age, she might have offered them the same protection. However, given their current behavior as flag bearers, she has no regrets about canceling Jin's mission or withdrawing her support for them. Turning her attention to the other flag bearers of their generation, she declares that Ran, Runtia, and Vigo also share responsibility for the chaos caused by Anne and Mayu. Rosa orders Runita to engage in self-reflection and instructs both Ran and Vigo to each return a prized clan sword. Vigo objects immediately, demanding clarification. Rosa coolly explains that while she would prefer to confiscate all their prized swords, they should consider themselves fortunate that she's only asking for one each. Then, with a wry tone, she muses about how Jin will react to her decision. Will he take the moral high ground and ask her to punish him instead? Or will he feel superior, basking in this display of favoritism? She waits, curious to see his response. Jin speaks up. "Mother," he says. Rosa nods, instructing him to continue. To her surprise, Jin expresses that he actually likes the mission his sisters assigned him. Rosa, narrowing her eyes, asks if he fully understands the nature of the Colin ruins. Jin confirms that he does. He knows it's Zipple territory, a place where the Runcandle clan previously failed to conquer, making it one of the most dangerous assignments possible. Despite the risks, he has no intention of backing down from the challenge, and reacts with disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" Jin turns to her, asking if the assignment wasn't made because his sisters believe in his skills. Rosa interrupts, eyeing Jin carefully, and remarks on his bravery. She wonders aloud if he's testing her. Jin shakes his head, explaining that he's not testing anyone. Instead, he argues that canceling the mission at the last minute could send the wrong message to the clan's followers, creating doubts about the stability of their hierarchy and power dynamics. Rosa dismisses the concern, asserting that no one in the clan would question their leadership over something so trivial. She insists that and Mayu's motives are simple. They want to harm Jean, but cannot attack him directly, so they're abusing their authority by sending him to a perilous location. Jean acknowledges her point, but counters that it's precisely why he wants to accept the mission. If he confronts his older sisters directly, he would lose due to their experience and influence. However, by completing this mission, he can prove them wrong without engaging in petty squabbles. This mission, he explains, is a fight where he actually stands a chance of winning. Rosa, still skeptical, warns Jean that a single mistake in the Colin ruins could be fatal. She asks if he's truly confident in his abilities. Without hesitation, Jean responds that he is, and he has a request. If I return successfully, he begins, I'd like to keep the swords that my brothers are turning in. The room falls silent as everyone stares at Jean, shocked by his bold demand. Ran is the first to object, questioning why Jean should get to keep the swords they're returning. He offers to give Jean one of his own swords later, urging him to give up on the mission instead. Ran insists that Jin's survival is more important, particularly with their father's arrival imminent. Jean, however, remains resolute. To him, the mission isn't just a challenge. It's an opportunity to cement his position and demonstrate his value, even if it means taking risks that others consider reckless. Jean couldn't help but point out the irony in the situation. If staying alive was such a priority, then Rand shouldn't have allowed and Mayu to assign him this perilous mission in the first place. Before tensions could rise further, Rosa stepped in to intervene. She firmly told them to stop arguing and declared that if Jean successfully completed the mission, he would earn the swords from his brothers. With that, she dismissed everyone, signaling that the discussion was over. As the room cleared, Rosa reflected on her concerns about Jean. She had worried he might follow in Luna's footsteps, his eldest sister whose pride led to troubling outcomes. To prevent this, she had tried to temper the pride of her other children. Yet now, it seemed her fears were unwarranted. When Soren returned, he would likely be pleased with how far Jean had come. Meanwhile, Jean stood outside the room, lost in thought, and approached and asked if he thought luck would favor him again this time. Jean replied with a dry chuckle, admitting he was known for his bad luck, and unfazed, remarked that his casual demeanor wouldn't carry him through this mission. However, she added that he wouldn't be going alone, so he wouldn't have to endure the journey to the netherworld in solitude. Jean thanked her for her concern, promising to see them all later. Soon after, Milhass introduced himself to Jean, formally stating his name as Milhass, and that he would be accompanying him on this mission. Another individual, Lima Hass, stepped forward and introduced herself as well. With a respectful tone, she expressed her honor to be part of the mission and even apologized for any prior misunderstandings. She assured Jean that they wouldn't let him down. Kajin Romero added his voice to the sentiment, vowing their full cooperation. Jean responded calmly, suggesting they put any past grievances behind them. He expressed his hope for smooth teamwork, though deep down his thoughts were less optimistic. He suspected all three of them were loyal to and Mayu, making them potential threats. In a dangerous environment, betrayal was always a possibility. As they prepared to depart, Mass provided overview of their mission. Their goal was to retrieve 4 relics from the Colin ruins. He explained that the ruins once belonged to tribes of thousands of natives. However, the territory was now controlled by the Zipple clan and fell under the jurisdiction of the Phelan kingdom. The stakes were high, and the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. The Colin ruins had been discovered by the Zipple clan a few hundred years ago, but their arrival had been anything but peaceful. When they first found the ruins, they slaughtered and enslaved most of the native population. Now, they publicly claimed to respect the surviving Cologne natives, but Jean wasn't convinced. To him, it was all for show. The truth was very little had been done to improve their living conditions, and most people in the world simply didn't care. He suspected the Zipple clan had only kept the surviving natives alive to maintain the region's natural balance, and to make it seem like they were making amends for past atrocities. Normally, the Zipple clan prided itself on ruling through reasonable governance, ensuring natural obedience rather than relying on force. However, their actions in the Colin ruins had crossed the line, so much so that they had willingly sacrificed their reputation. Jean believed their true motive had been a powerful artifact hidden by the natives, the mirror. The existence of this artifact remained a closely guarded secret, known only to the Zipple clan. However, in his past life, the truth had eventually been exposed thanks to a brave journalist. The article had revealed a shocking testimony from a native survivor, claiming that the Zipple ruthless actions had been in pursuit of something called the Fountain of Mana. Simply gazing upon it could elevate one's mana to the legendary 7 stars. Jean suspected the Zipple clan had used this artifact to create mass-produced magicians, something that would become a reality in about 10 years. This meant that, as of now, they had yet to find the Fountain of Mana. This time, Jean was determined to prevent them from ever obtaining it. Sometime later, Jean and his team stood outside a house, keeping a low profile. Milehas whispered that the magicians were on the move, heading back to their lodgings at the Zipple magician quarters. Their target, the relics, was stored in the third warehouse. Milehas noted that while an ambush wouldn't be too difficult, they would likely have to deal with a barrier spell. Kajin Romero reassured Jean, vowing that they would protect him even if it cost them their lives. Jean thanked him for the sentiment, but reminded everyone to conserve their stamina. They still had a long journey ahead, and getting back in one piece was just as important as securing the relics. Deciding that a short break was in order, Jean suggested they rest and launch their attack in an hour. The group agreed, and as they settled in, Jean pushed some food toward them, encouraging everyone to take a portion. They accepted with gratitude and began eating, silently preparing for the mission ahead. Jean Runcandle casually announced that he would be going in alone, telling the others to enjoy their naps. At first, Milehas was confused, but then he suddenly felt dizzy. Struggling to stay alert, he asked what Jean meant by that. Kajin Romero, also feeling strange, questioned whether they had been poisoned. Jean reassured them with a smirk. It wasn't poison, just a simple sleep-inducing medicine. When Kajin pressed him again, Jean firmly denied it, then casually threw in a pointed remark. If Kajin really wanted to make it obvious that he had come here to kill him, he might as well shout it for the whole world to hear. As the drug took effect and the others drifted into unconsciousness, Jean mused that they would have seemed less suspicious if they had just acted like their usual annoying selves. He muttered to himself as he stepped forward. It was only natural for a dog to obey its master's commands. A short while later, outside the third warehouse, two guards stood idly by, chatting about the quality of the wine they had recently sampled. Their casual conversation was abruptly cut short when Jean struck one of them without warning, knocking him out instantly. The second guard barely had time to react before raising his spear and demanding to know who he was. Jean didn't bother answering. Instead, he swiftly stepped back to avoid the attack, then countered with a precise strike, knocking the second guard unconscious as well. Taking a quick glance around, he noted that there were only two guards stationed outside. That was unusual. If security was this light, then the Zipple clan probably didn't consider this area particularly valuable. In fact, they occasionally even allowed ordinary people to visit the third warehouse, which explained why the entrance wasn't heavily fortified. His eyes landed on the door's lock, a simple mechanism with no alert magic attached, just as he expected. With little effort, he unlocked the door and slipped inside. Once inside, Jin's attention was immediately drawn to a magic circle etched into the floor. His eyes narrowed as he recognized it, a blood and detection circle. This type of security measure was commonly known to distinguish between specific bloodlines, particularly pure-blooded individuals. However, Jin knew the truth. It didn't actually detect bloodlines. Instead, it differentiated between humans and demonic beasts. Additionally, it could identify humans who had been affected by certain epidemics. Thinking quickly, Jean realized that as long as it was human blood, the circle would activate normally. He had no intention of using his own blood and leaving unnecessary traces behind. Instead, he grabbed the hand of one of the unconscious guards, made a small cut, and collected some of his blood. Spreading it over the magic circle, he watched as it began to glow. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. The alert system was fairly basic, exactly what he had expected. But before he could relax, a sudden burst of fire erupted from the magic circle. Jin's eyes widened slightly. Something was wrong. The blood he should have belonged to a normal human guard. So why had the detection circle still been triggered? That left only two possibilities. Either the guard had been infected with a disease, or he hadn't been human at all. As monstrous creatures emerged from the shadows, Jin's mind raced. What is this? The wind of silence. He quickly realized that any magician nearby would be able to sense fluctuations in magical energy. If he wanted to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he needed to minimize his magic use. However, given the situation, a fight was now unavoidable. One of the creatures lunged at him. He swiftly dodged, drew his sword, and countered with a precise strike. As he fought, he noticed something unsettling. The creature seemed to recognize the danger posed by his aura. Their movements were cautious yet aggressive. Then, to his dismay, he watched as the wounds he inflicted began healing almost instantly. Regeneration? He frowned. The speed of their healing was something he had only ever seen in upper-class demonic beasts. Yet, these beings had been human just moments ago. That realization sent a chill down his spine. His thoughts turned to the territory they were in, Zipple land, a place crawling with magicians, where the native Cologne people were brutally oppressed. The presence of these strange creatures raised a disturbing possibility. Could they be living golems? If that was the case, the implications were grim. Creating living golems was a serious crime, one that violated the fundamental laws of magic. If the Zipple clan was secretly using the Colin ruins as a lab for forbidden experiments, then this was far more than just a simple relic retrieval mission. He refocused on the battle, analyzing their movements. Living golems possess the strength and speed of low-level 4-star automatons, but they lack the refined combat skills of a properly trained 4-star knight. While strong, they were still manageable opponents. Jean recalled that ordinary golems, even when heavily damaged, wouldn't stop moving unless their core was destroyed. For most golems, the core was located in either the head, heart, or abdomen. Even if these forbidden creations were different, this fundamental weakness likely still applied. If he could locate and shatter the core, the fight would end. Without hesitation, he struck at one creature's head, slicing it clean in half. But instead of slowing down, it only grew more aggressive. So the core isn't in the head. That leaves one other likely location. Before he could attack again, the monster hurled a clear rock at him. The moment it struck his sword, it exploded on impact. Jean gritted his teeth. Self-destructing attacks? That complicates things. The creature suddenly snarled, its distorted voice filled with anguish. Why would you do this to a fellow human? Jean didn't flinch. Stepping forward, he drove his sword deep into the monster's chest, where the core had to be. In an instant, the creature erupted in a burst of intense light, releasing a surge of magical energy that had been on the brink of escaping. That had been close. As the monster collapsed, its final, desperate plea reached his ears. Kill me? Jean granted its request without hesitation. Very well, then. Stepping over the fallen creature, his mind weighed heavily with the truth. No one would willingly choose to become a living golem. This was a fate worse than death. Once transformed, a person lost their identity, their freedom, their future, reduced to nothing more than a disposable tool. But now wasn't the time to be angry. There was still more to uncover and more enemies ahead. Jean had stumbled upon a terrible secret about the Zipple clan, one that could shake the empire if exposed. But more than that, he couldn't shake the suspicion that his sisters might have known about it when they sent him on this mission. Whether they had planned for him to uncover this or not, his objective hadn't changed. Even if he revealed the truth to the world, the Zipple clan would simply deny it. The creation of living golems was a crime so severe that even a mere suspicion could trigger an imperial investigation. However, the Zipple held enough power to manipulate such an inquiry from behind the scenes. Justice wouldn't come easily. For now, there was only one thing to do: secure the evidence. Jean picked up a stone from the floor, gripping it tightly as he assessed the situation. This was a problem far beyond what he could solve right now, but that didn't mean he could just ignore it. Looking around, he noticed something odd. There had been no significant movement from the nearby magicians. This suggested that most of them saw this place as nothing more than an ordinary warehouse. If they had known about the living golems, they would have been far more discreet in guarding the area. That meant not everyone at the Colin Ruins was involved in forbidden magic. Turning his attention to the artifacts, Jean examined the security spells placed on them. The slates had relatively simple protections, but the bowl was different. It was coated in aura, and the spell sealing it was far more complex. Normally, breaking something like this would require a considerable amount of effort. However, with 2 living golems already dead, the Zipple clan would be forced to cover this up quietly. That meant he had more room to operate. Deciding to act, Jean activated his magic, focusing on fire and water spells. He explained to himself that he would need to store some heat for later while retrieving the bowl. As he cast Flame Explosion, a massive firebird erupted around him, engulfing the area in a chaotic blaze. Meanwhile, at another location, Luna Runcandle confronted Mayu with a resounding slap. Her voice was sharp with anger as she demanded answers. What were you thinking, sending Jean into Zipple territory? Have you lost your minds? Her frustration was clear. Jean was 10 years younger than them. What possible reason could they have for sending him on such a dangerous mission? And, however, remained unfazed. Do you really not know the reason, Luna? She asked. There was an edge to her voice, as if questioning whether Luna was truly unaware or if she was subtly implying something else. And couldn't help but wonder, was Luna genuinely confused, or was she trying to suggest that the flag bearers of their clan were locked in a power struggle with Jean, someone who had only recently joined the intermediate class? Luna scoffed at the implication. Flag bearers fight among themselves. Non-flag bearers do the same. That's the unwritten rule of our clan's internal battles. Her disappointment was palpable as she glared at them. We should be ashamed of ourselves, and scoffed at Luna's accusations, brushing them aside. She had never been interested in power struggles, and she openly questioned Luna's authority to interfere like this. If anything, Luna wouldn't be acting so self-righteous if their plan to set Jean up had actually succeeded. With a sharp glare, and demanded that Luna clarify what exactly she was implying. Luna, unfazed, delivered the truth without hesitation. Jean had successfully completed his mission at the Colin Ruins. By now, their mother was likely receiving the official report. This, Luna stated, should make it abundantly clear why she was ashamed of them. Their interference hadn't hindered Jean. In fact, it had only strengthened his reputation. With a smirk, she added that this might be the first time in Runcandle history that flag bearers had been so utterly humiliated while trying to suppress the youngest member of the family. And now, they had nothing to show for it. Her patience worn thin, Luna ordered them to leave. And Mayu, recognizing the weight of her words, complied without further argument. As they turned to go, Luna delivered one last warning. Jean isn't particularly forgiving. If they weren't careful, their past actions would come back to haunt them. But despite everything, Luna assured them that she was saying this out of genuine concern. Because at the end of the day, no matter how frustrating they were, and Mayu were still her little sisters. Later, Luna sat alone in her room when her nanny entered, carrying a tray. With a knowing smile, the nanny remarked that she had expected Luna to punish her younger sisters the moment she returned. She even admitted that, for a moment, she wondered if Luna was going through yet another adolescent phase. Luna raised an eyebrow at the absurd comment. An adolescent phase? At my age? She scoffed, adding that her teenage years had been anything but ordinary. Extravagant, yes, but childish? Not in the slightest. Shifting the conversation, the nanny expressed concern for the young ladies, pointing out that Jean isn't the type to forget things easily. Luna agreed, her tone thoughtful. If Mayu thought they still had control, they were sorely mistaken. Even if they challenged Jean to an official duel 5 years from now, they still wouldn't stand a chance. A grim thought crossed her mind. Did that mean they only had 5 years left to live? Don't say something so awful, Luna scolded. Then, as if remembering something, she changed the subject. Have you looked into what I asked about earlier? Her nanny nodded, understanding exactly what Luna meant. The sibling who had attempted to assassinate Jean. After looking into it, she could confirm that it wasn't or Mayu. At the time of the incident, both had been in the intermediate class, making it impossible for them to have been involved. Luna sighed, acknowledging that she was right. That also meant it wasn't Mary or Yona or the Tana twins. With them eliminated as suspects, that left only a handful of possibilities. Joshua, Dyfus, Ran, Vigo, and Renata. However, investigating Joshua and Dyfus wouldn't be easy, nor would it be simple to look into Renata. The only ones they could reasonably investigate were Ran and Vigo. Luna took a slow sip of her tea, her mind deep in thought. The remaining 3 suspects, Joshua, Dyfus, and Renata, each had strong backgrounds, making it far more difficult to investigate them directly. Digging too deep without concrete evidence could lead to unnecessary trouble. So for now, the best course of action was to simply observe. Despite the lingering mystery, she reassured herself that holding off on further investigation had been the right decision. After all, while there had been an assassination attempt, Jean had grown up strong and healthy. There was no need to dwell on the past, at least not yet. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle finally returned to his room, greeted warmly by Gilly and Murakin as he announced his arrival. Gilly let out a relieved sigh. I'm really glad you're back safely. Jean smiled, reassuring her that he was fine. I'm strong, you know. At this rate, you might not be able to beat me soon. He joked, though his confidence was evident. Without hesitation, Gilly grabbed his hand, her expression turning serious. She admitted that the place he had just returned from was extremely dangerous. If something had happened to him, she would have dedicated her entire life to getting revenge. Murakin, slightly unsettled by her words, gently urged her not to say such frightening things. Then, turning to Jean, he asked if he had properly submitted his report. Jean nodded. I did, though I'm sure most people think I'm only succeeding because of outside help. He shrugged, unconcerned. Doesn't really bother me. Reaching into his belongings, he pulled out the stones he had retrieved from Zipple territory after defeating the living golems. Handing them over, he told Gilly and Murakin to take a closer look. Murakin examined them curiously. What is this? Jean revealed the truth. It was the heart of a living golem. Murakin's expression darkened. You're lucky you made it back in one piece, Jean. The golems you encountered must have been failures. He then asked whether Jean had found these in the Colin ruins. Jean confirmed it. He explained how 2 warehouse guards had transformed into monsters and attacked him, regenerating no matter where he cut them. The Heartstone had dropped when he pierced their hearts. Murakin considered the implications carefully. First, there was the cemetery giant. Now, a living golem. Whatever the Zipple clan was up to, it was something deeply sinister. If what you're saying is true, this has to be the Zipple doing, Murakin muttered. Especially since it happened on their land. Jean agreed. They needed to make time to return to Colin and confront the Zipple clan directly about what was going on. He admitted that, given the existence of living golems, he was a bit reluctant to go back. But with Murakin by his side, it would be much safer. If he was lucky, this could even be his chance to find the fountain of mana. Regardless of whatever chaos they stirred up, the Zipple would do everything in their power to cover it up. Murakin nodded, agreeing to make time for the trip. Jean recalled that shortly after the mission had ended, Kajin and the Haas brothers had returned to the Runcandle clan on their own. The pieces of this mystery were slowly coming together, But one thing was clear. They hadn't seen the last of this yet. Despite Kajin and the Haas brothers successfully returning to the Runcandle clan, their fate had already been sealed. And Mayu revoked their status as cadets and exiled them from the clan. Exile was an extreme punishment, especially for cadets who had technically completed their mission. But no one in the clan sympathized with them. Their failure, and whatever role they had played in trying to undermine Jean, had left them with no place to return to. The scene shifted to June of 1795. Jean was training alongside the Tana brothers, practicing with a clear stone under the watchful eye of Zed Runcandle. After a final evaluation, Zed called for a stop. As of today, your clear stone training is complete. From now on, only the Tana twins would need to continue attending these sessions. Jean simply nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his progress, Zed added that the morning training with the cadets was no longer necessary for Jean either. His skills had outgrown that level of instruction. Then, as if casually mentioning an afterthought, Zed noted that the patriarch would likely have something to say to Jean next week. The Tana twins stiffened at the remark, exchanging surprised glances. Daytona Runcandle whispered his thoughts. Could it be that father wants to make him a provisional flag bearer? Daytona Runcandle quickly explained what that meant. If Jean became a provisional flag bearer, he would have to leave the Runcandle clan to accumulate honor on his own. Only by proving himself outside the family's influence could he eventually be recognized as a true flag bearer. It was a difficult and solitary path. He would receive no support from the clan. Jean, however, took the news differently. If this was what the patriarch had planned for him, then it meant he was finally free. Without the need to worry about others, he could focus solely on growing stronger, however he wanted. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Runcandle clan was traveling with his caravan, deep in thought. As they rode through the night, Khan informed him that they would reach the Garden of Swords in about 2 hours. The patriarch let out a sigh. That son of mine, he keeps interrupting my training. He had intended to seclude himself in the Black Sea for 10 years, fully dedicated to his training. And yet, time and time again, he was forced to return. How many times has it been now? He muttered. Khan, reflecting on Jin's journey, spoke with admiration. He had always known that Jin was exceptional, even back when the boy was at Stormcastle. But he hadn't realized just how exceptional until witnessing what he had accomplished at the Garden of Swords. Jin's fighting spirit was unlike anything he had seen. Despite his youth, there had been a deep regret in Jin's eyes the first time Khan saw him at Stormcastle. Even though the boy tried to hide it, it had been there, a quiet, unshakable burden. From the very moment he arrived at the Garden of Swords, Jin provoked his siblings. No one had taught him to act this way, yet he instinctively understood the harsh reality of the Runcandle clan. To survive, you must crush and break your opponents. Khan recalled Jin's battles, his encounters, and his ruthless efficiency in combat. The boy had a natural talent for eliminating his enemies. Others had recognized it too, and they had tried to suppress him before he became too strong. Yet, no matter how many times his siblings threw him into perilous situations, he survived. And now, he had returned stronger than ever. Jin Runcandle had already achieved the rank of a 5-star warrior, a feat that few could ignore. However, Khan admitted that he wasn't particularly interested in Jin's missions at Mummet or the Kalin Ruins. What intrigued him the most was the very first mission he had assigned to Jin. He recalled how Jin had fought one-on-one against a White Wolf tribesman and won. Most had assumed he would use his subordinates as shields to gain an advantage. Yet he had defied expectations by facing the enemy alone. In doing so, he had upheld the very convictions he had declared from the beginning. Khan turned to the patriarch and asked, "Do you truly believe Jin defeated the White Wolf tribesman by himself?" The patriarch, without hesitation, confirmed that he did. However, he added that, strictly speaking, Jin hadn't done it entirely on his own. Even so, the patriarch found him to be an interesting kid. With a knowing smirk, he remarked that he would have to ask Jin about that when they met again. Some time later, the patriarch's caravan arrived at the palace, where the guards immediately stood at attention and saluted him. Waiting at the entrance was Rosa Runcandle. As he approached, she greeted him. "We've been waiting for you." He nodded in acknowledgement. "You've done well." Rosa, ever composed, replied that she hadn't done much. After all, he had already prepared everything himself. The patriarch chuckled. "If these grown children were doing fine on their own, I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea." He then mentioned the guests they would be receiving today, noting that they would likely be too focused on him. He then turned to Rosa with a thoughtful expression. "Doesn't that complicate things for our children?" Rosa agreed, but led him inside, assuring him that she had prepared the food he liked. He commended her efforts, saying he was looking forward to it. As they walked, his attention was drawn to the 2 swords that Jin Runcandle was carrying. He suddenly called out, "Ran and Vigo." The 2 responded promptly. Gesturing toward the swords, he asked if they had given the youngest the weapons he had originally allowed them to take as a gift. Vigo Runcandle stepped forward, explaining that Jin had stolen the swords from them. However, they had agreed to let him keep them if he succeeded in his mission at the Colin ruins. Hearing this, the patriarch placed a hand on Vigo's shoulder and nodded. That's good. Then, with a chuckle, he added, but make sure to steal them back, because the youngest is quite clever. For a moment, he considered his son and smirked. Sometimes, I wonder if Jean is really mine. Later, the patriarch stood beside Jean, gazing out of a large window overlooking the palace grounds. He turned to his son and remarked, this must be your first banquet. Jean nodded in agreement. However, as he stood there, he couldn't help but reflect on his past life. Back then, he had attended a few banquets, but only those hosted by other families, and only thanks to his teacher's influence. This, however, was different. This was the first time he was attending a banquet held by the main branch of the Runcandle clan. Before, even when banquets were held, he had always hidden away, as if he were a criminal. But now, he was the guest of honor, standing alongside his father. The patriarch glanced at the grand banquet hall and remarked that the Runcandle family rarely hosted banquets. Unlike other noble families, they only held such events when there was something truly worthy of celebration, which meant that Jin's achievements were no small matter. Hearing this, Jean Runcandle thanked his father for the recognition. The patriarch then asked him how many guests he thought were in attendance. Jean took a moment to consider before estimating. Around 1,000. His father nodded. That's correct. We've been informed that there are about 1,000 guests here tonight. An increase of around 200 people compared to the last banquet we hosted 7 years ago. He then turned to Jean with a serious expression. Do you understand what that signifies? Jean thought for a moment before responding. It means the Runcandle family's influence has grown over the past 7 years. Many noble families could gather 1,000 guests for a banquet. But what set this event apart was that every single person in attendance was distinguished in their own right. The Runcandle name was carrying more weight than ever before. However, Jin's father reflected that while the family's authority had been expanding, he himself had spent the past 7 years in seclusion, focusing only on training and hunting demonic beasts in the Black Sea. Yet despite his absence, the clan's influence had continued to grow. The reason was simple. He was the only Genesis knight of this era. That alone was enough to hold the loyalty of many guests in attendance. But this also suggested something concerning. If he were to disappear, a large portion of these people might abandon the Runcandle family altogether. Jean Runcandle silently reflected on that truth. Without his father, the Runcandle family's power would weaken significantly. Though they were one of the two dominant noble families, alongside the Zipple family, the balance of power would shift drastically if his father were no longer around. In that case, the Zipple family would likely rise as the undisputed dominant force. Jin's father stated his thoughts plainly. If you were absent and people turned their backs on this family, leaving us vulnerable to Zipple oppression, what would you do? Jean didn't hesitate. I would disown the family. The patriarch's expression darkened. What did you just say? Jean elaborated. If the Runcandle family crumbled solely because of his absence, it would mean that the next patriarch had failed. To him, that was inexcusable. He had no intention of watching his legacy end in such a feeble manner under poor leadership. Seeing Jin's resolve, his father changed the subject slightly. Then tell me, what do you think our family's weaknesses are? Jean responded carefully. Which specific weaknesses are you referring to? His father nodded, as if expecting that answer. Jean then revealed something important. In exchange for returning the sword he took from his brother Vigo, he had requested access to the family's commission contracts. Normally, these were documents only flag bearers were allowed to read. What he found was concerning. First, he discovered that the head of the Vernov family had deceived the emperor and secretly pocketed imperial treasures. Yet, despite this crime, the Vernov family had still been allowed to attend the banquet without shame. More troubling, however, was something else. The cunning Vernov family had recently requested the Runcandle clan to assassinate magicians from the Zipple family. This wasn't just an internal matter. It was a dangerous move in an already fragile power struggle. Jean now understood. His family wasn't just growing in influence. They were playing a much riskier game than they let on. Harold's daughter had squandered her family's treasures to fuel her gambling addiction, then turned to the Runcandle family for help in recovering them, despite still owing the commission fee. However, with just a quick glance at the contracts, Jean uncovered multiple points of leverage hidden within. These secret documents contained far more than just business dealings. They held a collection of figurative and literal weapons, accessible only to him and his mother. When questioned if the Runcandle family could survive without him, Jean responded pragmatically. If a patriarch who wasn't a Genesis knight were to take the helm, their survival would depend entirely on their ability to negotiate. While that was a valid concern, he pointed out that their rivals, the Zipple family, had just as many weaknesses. Jan Runcandle agreed, but noted that, unlike their own, the Zipple family could never justify using such tactics. The reason? It was the Runcandle family's role to be the villains of the story. Still, Jean made it clear. Having access to these weapons meant nothing if the next patriarch failed to use them properly. If that happened, he wouldn't hesitate to sever ties with the family and seek revenge on the Zipple, no matter how long it took. His words earned a chuckle. The idea of surviving just to exact revenge wasn't the worst fate. Reflecting on his children, Jayan Runcandle acknowledged that most of them wouldn't dare speak so boldly of the family's downfall. They preferred to boast or complain. Yet, the youngest, Jean, expressed his convictions with composure and unwavering resolve. It was almost a shame Jean was born so late. He seemed to have Luna's talent, Mary's wild nature, and Dyfus's fighting spirit. At best, Jayan estimated he could hold onto the patriarch seat for another 10 years. 15 if luck was on his side. That would be just enough time to witness whether Jean would turn the entire line of succession upside down. As they observed the arrival of their guests, Jayan suggested they head inside. He then mentioned that after the banquet, there was something he wished to discuss privately with Jean. Meanwhile, Jayan contemplated the qualifications to become a reverse flag bearer. It seemed Jean would have to leave the family temporarily. As the banquet stretched on, with 4 long days still ahead, an unexpected arrival disrupted the proceedings. Hines approached the patriarch, addressing him with urgency. When asked what the matter was, he reported that uninvited guests had arrived. The patriarch's first thought was the Zipple family, but could it really be them? His suspicions were confirmed. 5 members of the Zipple family had arrived, including their second-in-command, Andre Zipple. The patriarch scoffed at the audacity, dismissing Andre as an impudent fool. Without hesitation, he ordered Hines to send Andre away, but allow the rest of his family inside. However, the message was to be delivered by the servants, not by Hines himself. As Hines bowed and departed, Jayan Runcandle considered the situation. Andre's arrival was indeed disrespectful, but outright rejecting the Zipple second-in-command at the door would be a severe humiliation. The patriarch turned to Jayan, questioning whether his decision was too harsh. Jayan, however, found it refreshing. If Andre let his emotions control him and left in frustration, he would be outright ignoring the patriarch's permission for his family to enter, something completely unacceptable in the Garden of Swords. As expected, Andre would either obey or leave the banquet missing both his legs. With that matter settled, it was time to begin. Later, as the banquet officially commenced, the patriarch stood on the terrace, addressing the gathered guests. He introduced himself as Siren, the head of the Runcandle clan, and expressed his gratitude for the occasion. He then credited his youngest son, Jean Runcandle, as the reason he could enjoy such a grand event in his later years. The audience responded with applause. Setting the tone for the gathering, Siren laid out the only 2 rules of a Runcandle banquet. First, if anyone wished to fight while drinking, the Guardian Knights would escort them to the arena. Second, while the loser must surrender, the winner was required to show mercy. After all, this was still a banquet. Jean observed the crowd, understanding that this was no ordinary party. Among the 1,000 attendees were influential figures from across the continent, bound together by intricate and often treacherous relationships. In any other setting, conflicts might remain veiled behind passive-aggressive gestures and veiled threats. But here, in the Garden of Swords, the stakes were far higher. As long as the patriarch's 2 rules were followed, outright killing was off the table. But brutal beatings? Those were fair game. More than just settling grudges, a victory here meant establishing dominance in a way that would be officially recognized. As the banquet continued, the patriarch encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves. Jean Runcandle took a moment to reflect. This truly was an eccentric clan. His father advised him to do the same, even suggesting that if he found someone he fancied, he should bring them along. However, there was one rule. Jean couldn't challenge anyone weaker unless they had insulted him or the clan. Jayan Runcandle affirmed his understanding, acknowledging that losing wasn't an option under any circumstance. As he turned to leave, Jean made his intentions clear. If he ever lost, he would reclaim everything that was rightfully his, not just Bradmandy but also his nanny. Bowing slightly, he assured his father that he would keep that in mind. This interaction felt surreal. In his past life, such a conversation with his father would have been unthinkable. For the first time, it seemed they had a real father-son exchange. But forming an emotional bond? Becoming a dutiful, loving son? None of that mattered to him in this life. His only goal was to surpass his father. Later, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle joined the party and approached Jean. Daytona congratulated Jean on reaching 5-star status and asked if they could spend some time together. Jean agreed, then casually inquired about their progress with clear stone training. Daytona admitted it was improving, especially after switching to the weapon recommended by their uncle. Jean responded positively, making a mental note that he could leave once he was satisfied with their exchange. Haytona seemed to catch on, casually agreeing with a simple, "Yeah, okay." Just then, one guy arrived, introducing himself to Jean as a member of the Kin clan. Haytona and Daytona also greeted him, and shortly after, Daytona excused himself to return to training. Jayan Runcandle wished him luck, earning a thankful nod in return. Turning his attention to him, Jian mentioned that he had heard of his heroic deeds as a child. He, amused, responded that Jin was making him blush. At that moment, an arm suddenly reached from behind and grabbed Jin's hair. It was Wooger. With a smug grin, he called out Jin's name, his tone dripping with curiosity. He had heard about the so-called prodigy who achieved 5-star warrior status at just 15 years old. Taking a closer look, he couldn't help but remark, Jin really did look like a kid, at least 10 years younger than himself. Introducing himself, Wooger greeted Jin, who responded with a polite but measured acknowledgement. But Wooger wasn't done. His words carried a mocking edge as he questioned whether Jin was intentionally trying to make him seem like an idiot. Though he was blunt, he reminded Jin that while he might be a Runcandle, Wooger was still his senior in the martial arts world. He insisted that his words came from pride in his junior and advised Jin not to act foolishly. Jian Runcandle remained calm, but issued a warning. With an unwavering gaze, he told Wooger of the Tuko clan to listen carefully. His actions just now had insulted every single person who had shown Jin respect up to this point. Just as tensions hung in the air, Dyphus Runcandle arrived, cutting through the moment with a sharp remark. If Wooger wanted to bring up seniority, he should be even more mindful of his own. Wooger, caught off guard, asked what he meant. Dyphus explained that the first and second flag bearers of the Qin clan, the Dragon King Knights, and the Black King mercenaries were all senior to Wooger. Yet, they had treated Jin with respect. Wooger should have taken that as a cue, recognized his mistake, and apologized instead of escalating the situation. But since Dyphus had already issued a warning, he was willing to let this slide for now. Qin First Flag Bearer stepped in next, reminding Wooger that young Master Jin had just saved him from making a serious mistake. Perhaps he should take Jin's advice to heart. Another man chimed in, remarking that with Wooger's big mouth, trouble was inevitable. It was best to just let things go before they spiraled any further. Wooger, seeing the situation for what it was, finally backed down. If his senior insisted, then he had no choice. He turned to Jin, formally apologizing for his misstep and asking for forgiveness. Jin, calm and composed, simply responded, "Of course." At that moment, Luna Runcandle joined him, a smirk playing on her lips. She teased Jin, noting that he had quite the talent for making enemies. Would it really hurt to act like a normal kid once in a while? Jin, unfazed, reminded her that today, he was representing the Runcandle clan. Acknowledging his point, Luna clinked her wine glass against his. Then, with an amused expression, she asked what he would have done if Wooger had actually challenged him to a duel. After all, Wooger seemed to be at least a 6-star warrior. Jin answered without hesitation. If that had happened, the Tuko clan's patriarch and elders would have stepped in. They had been keeping a close watch on him for quite some time. Luna laughed, realizing he had taken all of that into account before even engaging. Jokingly, she asked if he had some secret noble mentor teaching him the art of handling people. If someone like that existed, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep them close. Though in the end, mastering the sword was what truly mattered. Did anything else really make a difference? Jin responded thoughtfully. It might be difficult for her to understand, but as the family's despised youngest child, he needed more than just sword skills to survive. Luna considered his words, then playfully remarked that he was certainly talented and bright. Maybe that's why someone had already tried to assassinate him back at Storm Castle. She wondered which of their siblings had recognized his potential that early. She then admitted that while she had come to the banquet to congratulate him, these grand events weren't really her style. She preferred to be somewhere more fun. Jin raised an eyebrow. Already leaving? Luna grinned. Well, you're not quite tall enough to be my dance partner yet. With a teasing promise, she told him that when he was older, they would dance together, and she'd take him somewhere truly exciting. Jin smirked and took her hand, leading her into a dance. I'll hold you to that. Before leaving, Luna had one last idea. She suggested leaving a message for the others, just as Jin had done earlier. Jin raised an eyebrow. Pardon? Without another word, she pulled him into a hug. She explained that by doing this, everyone would understand how much she valued him. Now that people knew she was looking out for him, they'd be far less likely to treat him with disrespect. With a smirk, she bid him farewell. Jin responded with a simple, "See you later." Meanwhile, across the banquet, Buber Gaston watched the scene unfold with exaggerated jealousy. He dramatically declared that he wished he could bump heads with Lady Luna as well. In fact, the moment inspired him. He simply had to write a poem for Lady Luna that very night. And not just write it. He would sing it all night long. Bishkol Ibriano, clearly irritated, told him to shut up. Margiela Ibriano, however, took a more diplomatic approach. She reminded Bishkol not to be so harsh, pointing out that for Buber, this could be a moment of great significance. Besides, thanks to his antics keeping Bishkol distracted, she had been able to enjoy the banquet in peace. Perhaps they should show him a bit more respect. Buber, visibly moved, clasped his hands together. Ah, as expected of Miss Margiela, You truly understand me." He then declared that he would gladly be at her service. Margiela accepted his words with a gracious nod. Meanwhile, Jayan Runcandle found it exhausting trying to act like the perfect host. His patience was wearing thin. What were those damn Zipple? Were they seriously going to make him go searching for them? Just as irritation crept in, a voice called out to him. Ceres and Dorma approached, accompanied by her attendants. With a poised smile, she asked if she, a young lady of the Hidden Palace, could request a drink with the rising star of the Runcandle clan. Jean eyed her carefully. "And you are?" She introduced herself as Ceres and Dorma, daughter of the master of the Hidden Palace, and expressed that it was an honor to meet him. Recognizing her lineage, Jayan replied with equal formality, stating that the honor was his. Without hesitation, he poured her a drink. Ceres, amused, pointed out that they were both 15, the same age. Yet somehow, Jayan had already reached such an astonishing level of martial prowess. With a hint of envy, she remarked on the Runcandle family's naturally gifted physique. Jean acknowledged the blessing, but countered that the Hidden Palace was a blessed lineage as well. He could only imagine how highly her father must value her. Ceres confirmed that her father cherished her deeply. Unlike someone with numerous siblings, she was his only daughter. Then, after a slight pause, she asked if her comment had come off as rude. Jean reassured her that it hadn't. After all, it was common knowledge that he was the youngest son in a large family. In fact, he admitted he was actually envious of her. Having so many siblings could be exhausting. Jean found it strange that Ceres hadn't mentioned Mummet yet. He was sure she had recognized him, even with a bit of ash still clinging to his face. It was hard to believe she hadn't noticed. Before he could dwell on it further, she spoke up, saying she had a question for him. He nodded. "Go ahead." Her gaze sharpened as she asked about his injured leg. Jean replied that it had healed, thanks to someone wonderful who had personally treated it for him. With a hint of amusement, he admitted that he had no idea how to properly repay such a favor. Ceres scoffed. "You're more shameless than I expected." Then, without missing a beat, she asked why he had been at the Moonlight Well in Mummet. She added that she felt she was owed an explanation. Jean tilted his head. "And why exactly do you think you deserve one?" Her expression hardened. She explained that her subordinates had failed to capture the magic terrorist that day, which had been a major blow to her pride. It had left her wondering, was the young man she had let go actually the culprit? Jean countered with a question of his own. "Magic? Do I really look like a suspect? You should be more familiar with the Runcandle clan than that." Ceres admitted she didn't think he was the terrorist, but if he had been on a mission for his clan and had needed to hire a magician to assist him, that would be an issue. The only people at the inn who could have been targets for the Runcandle clan were members of the Hidden Palace. And as the captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords, she couldn't just overlook something like that. Jean realized she had made the wrong assumption. She thought he had been targeting someone from the Hidden Palace. And while she wasn't entirely mistaken, considering he had injured some of them while trying to kill Alcaro, there wasn't enough evidence to hold it against him. With a smirk, he asked if all of this wasn't just speculation. Ceres narrowed her eyes. "So, you're going to deny it to the end?" Her tone sharpened as she declared that if that was his stance, she had her own way of handling things. She threatened to drag him into the arena, beat the crap out of him, and spit on his arrogant face. Then, without hesitation, she challenged him to a duel. Jean chuckled. His father had warned him not to fight against someone who appeared weaker than him. But if she was so eager for a fight, well, he had no choice but to accept. Later that night, Jean Runcandle arrived at the battleground. A station soldier asked if he had come for a duel. Jean confirmed and gave clear instructions. Everyone except the medic should leave, and he wanted 2 decent swords. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the soldier nodded and assured him that the arena would be sealed off until the duel was over. Jean anticipated that after midnight, battle enthusiasts and curious onlookers would inevitably start gathering. Considering that Ceres and Dorma was the daughter of the Hidden Palace, defeating her in front of a crowd would be far too cruel. Before the duel began, Ceres suggested they make a promise. Jean raised an eyebrow. What kind of promise? She proposed a deal. If she won, he would have to tell her everything that happened in Mummet that day, without a single lie. Jean agreed, but on one condition. If he won, she would have to act as though they had never met on that day. Ceres smirked. "You must really have something to hide," she teased before inviting him to make his move. Jean lunged into attack, but Ceres countered instantly, her sword flashing as it clashed against his. He quickly realized what she was using. Myriad Ice Blades, a special ability unique to the Endorma lineage. He hadn't expected her to use her secret technique so early in the duel. Worse yet, as the youngest in his family, he hadn't even been taught his own clan's secret techniques yet. He inwardly cursed. What am I supposed to do now? Ceres, unimpressed, dismissed his concern. "Not my problem," she said before launching another attack. The battle intensified. At first, it seemed like Jean was barely keeping up, blocking her strikes just in time. But as their duel progressed, his true skills became more apparent. Ceres noted that, despite their one-star difference, she could still turn the tide of battle. She decided to end it quickly. As a 4-star knight, she lacked the stamina for a prolonged fight. If she dragged this out, she would only be at a disadvantage. Instead, she would unleash the third form of myriad ice blades and finish the duel in one decisive strike. Jean, meanwhile, assessed the situation. While Ceres had access to myriad ice blades, her attack power and defense were still lower than his. He suspected she was preparing a final move to shift the momentum in her favor. She would undoubtedly use her strongest technique. The problem was, he had no way of gauging just how powerful it would be. In a fight like this, he needed an ace of his own, one of the many secret techniques he had studied at Stormcastle. Among all of them, there was one that stood out as the most potent. Ceres made her move, declaring that it was over. She unleashed the third form of myriad ice blades, a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Jean raised his sword, blocking the attack just in time. Ice shards erupted upon impact, their edges infused with condensed aura. Jean smirked. Ceres caught his reaction and assumed he was laughing. But that made no sense. She had already unleashed Avalanche, a technique so powerful that even a prodigy like him, a 5-star warrior at just 15, shouldn't be able to break through it. And yet something felt off. Her instinct screamed at her. Something wasn't right. Jean struck, his sword slicing toward her eyes, forcing her to dodge and counterattack. Just as he adjusted his stance, a sudden burst of magic exploded from her. For a brief moment, he hesitated. Had he chosen the wrong weapon? The storm blade of the Attila family had immense destructive force. Far too much for a 4-star knight like Ceres and Dorma to handle. If she hadn't dodged in time, she could have been killed or seriously injured. And yet he had still attacked her. Ceres fell to one knee, gasping. She had always valued her pride and honor above all else, but at this moment, she valued her life even more. The fear of death had gripped her, pushing her body to move in time to avoid a fatal blow. Jean approached her, his expression unreadable. Then, in a surprisingly calm tone, he asked if she was okay and apologized for almost killing her. He knew Ceres had heard his warning, yet she hadn't dodged in time. No matter how much she prided herself on being a warrior, she was still just a 15-year-old girl. Her survival instinct had taken over. If their roles were reversed, he admitted he would have dodged too, and knowing Ceres, she would have advised him to do the same. With that, he suggested they leave things as they were. There was no need to dwell on it any further. Maybe he thought this would help ease her mind. Ceres didn't respond right away. Instead, she pulled out a small medicine box, noticing a scratch on his face. Without hesitation, she offered to treat it, saying it was her way of repaying him for saving her life. Jean raised an eyebrow. Are you not underestimating the value of your life? You're the only heir to the Ice Palace. She met his gaze and replied firmly. This is a life I once pleaded for, so I've decided to cherish it again. With that, she reassured him not to worry and prepared to leave. Before departing, she suggested they consider today as the first time they had met. Then, with a small smile, she said, "See you tomorrow." The next day, Jay and Runcandle sat drinking wine, quietly observing the shift in atmosphere. The crowd was noticeably smaller than the day before. He mused that now the real party was about to begin. With duels officially allowed, spectators would soon be able to watch battles unfold. And with fewer distractions, he finally had a chance to seek out the Zipple family members. He reflected that all of them were between 15 and 20 years old, just like him. That meant it was the perfect opportunity to test how his combat skills, including his magic, compared to theirs. For a moment, he considered asking them a few questions about Colin. But then he reconsidered. Now wasn't the time. Jean figured that once he became a reserve flag bearer, he'd have more free time to investigate these things properly. Colin, for example, he could explore it with Mirakin's help. With Mirakin's expertise, locating the Fountain of Mana would be easy, which meant he could put a stop to those Zipple idiots mass-producing magicians. This time, I'll stay ahead of them. He was determined to prevent such an appalling thing from happening again. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Mirakin, currently in cat form, sitting off to the side. Verid and Zipple had taken an interest in him, gently playing with the small feline. He curiously asked why a cat was even present at a Runcandle banquet and where its owner was. As he examined the pendant around his neck, he read the inscription aloud. Butterfly. Veridin Zipple. His voice boomed as he pointed at the cat. I knew it. If I followed this cat, I'd find you. With dramatic flair, he declared, Jean Runcandle. We finally meet again. Jean raised an eyebrow. Who is this guy? Seeing Jin's blank expression, Veridin was visibly taken aback. Wait, don't tell me you don't remember me? Jean, completely unfazed, simply replied, Who are you? Veridin gasped as if personally offended. You seriously don't remember? I've been thinking about you every single day since we last met. Still met with silence, Veridin tried another approach. All right, maybe this will help. My name starts with a V. Veridin then turned to Murakin and casually invited the cat to leave with him. But Veridin wasn't giving up that easily. Come on, do you remember me now? Jean, unfazed, gave a flat nope. Now visibly frustrated, Veridin tried again. We first met at the Middle Kingdom teleportation gate. Surely you remember that? Jean didn't even hesitate. Nope. Exasperated, Veridin grabbed Jin's shoulder. Okay. Maybe my memory isn't as sharp as I thought, but listen carefully this time. He took a deep breath and dramatically declared, My name is Veridin Zipple. Jean looked him dead in the eye and sighed. If you're so desperate to act like we don't know each other, that's fine. But at least be good at it. Why are you making such a scene? To emphasize his point, he even grabbed Veridin's hand. Just stop bothering me already. Yet, somehow, Veridin remained oblivious. So, do you remember me now? Jean stared at him, wondering how this absolute fool could possibly become a 9-star magician by the age of 30 and even be named the next patriarch of the Zipple family. Meanwhile, Veridin kept rambling. I was looking for you all day yesterday, and today, I spent 2 hours searching. 2 whole hours. Jean sighed. This was going to be a long night. Jean raised an eyebrow. The banquet hall might be big, but it's still just one banquet hall. How exactly did you manage to wander around for 2 hours? Veridin sighed dramatically. If only he had been allowed to use magic, he could have found Jean in no time. But this was Runcandle territory, where the use of magic was strictly forbidden. Jean wondered whether Veridin was lying or if he was just that bad with directions. He figured it was probably the latter. Veridin, completely unfazed, smiled brightly. Anyway, it's great to see you. Can you believe it's already been 5 years since we last met? He then marveled at Jin's progress, expressing his amazement that he had already reached 5-star warrior status. But, of course, Veridin hadn't been slacking either. He proudly announced that he was now a 6-star magician, an entire rank above Jin's swordsmanship. Jean, however, found this hard to believe. Was this really the so-called greatest prodigy of the Zipple family? A 6-star magician at 18? If I were in his position, I would have reached the 7th star by now. For a moment, he even considered whether Veridin was lying about his rank. Veridin, noticing Jin's skeptical expression, assumed it was because of all the effort he had put into searching for him. Completely missing the point, he grinned and urged Jean to work hard and catch up. He was eagerly awaiting the day they could duel. Jean wasn't convinced that Veridin was hiding his true strength. But if it was really true that he had only reached 6 stars by 18, then he was the next closest person to mastering magic after Celiac Zipple, the current patriarch of the Zipple family. This was a good opportunity to evaluate his potential. Turning back to Veridin, Jean sighed. I've said this before, but seriously, just learn to shut up and save your breath. Veridin merely chuckled. Hey, you just repeating my father's words. Jean said to him that anyone would say the same thing. Then suddenly Jean questioned why Zipple family had attended the banquet uninvited. Meanwhile, Buber Gaston discreetly observed their conversation from a distance. Veridin revealed that he was the reason they had come. He had been pestering his uncle, Andre Zipple, about the need to meet Jean. In hindsight, he admitted it was kind of ridiculous. His uncle, the vice-patriarch, had stormed into enemy territory just to appease a child's tantrum. But as Veridin explained, he and his group had conveniently been vacationing in the Hugh Fester region when he heard about the banquet. Clearly, it had to be destiny. Jean, unimpressed, questioned if that was really the whole story. Veridin confidently assured him that it was. Jean sighed again. Then be grateful this is a banquet. Stay quiet and leave when it's over. Veridin pouted. Isn't that a bit cold? Then, with a knowing smirk, he reminded Jean that his father had once shown mercy to Jin's uncle. In the same spirit, he proposed a deal. Jean should promise to one day attend a Zipple banquet unannounced. Jean narrowed his eyes. And what if I commit an act of terrorism while I'm there? Veridin didn't even hesitate. Even if you do, I swear I won't kill you. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he casually added, and even if a fight does break out, I won't participate in it. Jean Runcandle shook his head in disbelief. Are you a fool? He asked bluntly. Veridin Zipple, genuinely confused, asked what he meant. Jean didn't answer right away. His focus had shifted. He had noticed an unpleasant individual stealing furtive glances at him for quite some time now. Turning his attention toward the source, Jean excused himself before directly addressing Buber Gaston. Is there something you'd like to say? Buber, never one to hold back, eagerly leaned in. When will Lady Luna visit again? Jean blinked. What? Buber clarified that he was talking about Lady Luna. Surely she would be returning soon? He explained that he had spent all night writing a collection of love poems for her, pouring his heart and soul into every word. Once she read them, he was certain she would realize he was a better man than he appeared. Then, as if that wasn't delusional enough, Buber hinted at the possibility of becoming Jin's brother-in-law in the near future. Veridin Zipple, caught completely off guard, spit out his wine. Jean exhaled sharply. Someone clearly needed a lesson. Referring to Buber as his dear guest, Jean tore the book apart, page by page. Buber gasped. What are you doing? Jin's voice was calm, but razor-sharp. Not only did you casually throw around my sister's name, but you also dared to refer to me as your brother-in-law. His eyes darkened. You must think the Runcandle family is pathetic. Without hesitation, Jean ordered a nearby soldier to escort Buber to the arena. The soldier immediately acknowledged the command. Buber dismissed the idea of being Jin's brother-in-law, addressing him as young master. Wait, hold on. What's with this sudden turn of events? Before he could protest further, two soldiers grabbed him by the head. Wait, stop, Buber pleaded. All I did was express my love. Every man has the right to do that. He struggled against their grip. What happened to hospitality? I even praised your sister's beauty. How could you treat me like this? His protest fell on deaf ears as the soldiers forced him to the ground. Jean stepped forward, his expression unreadable. We'll settle this with hand-to-hand combat. Buber's face paled. Why is he acting like this? All he did was call Jin's sister pretty. Was that really a crime worthy of his punishment? And worse, if Jean ever found out that he was the one who transformed those Zipple members 5 years ago, things could get much, much worse. Meanwhile, Jean removed his coat, preparing for the fight. From a distance, Bishkul Ibriano watched in shock. What's going on? Margiela Ibriano asked, standing nearby. Bishkul gestured toward the scene. It looks like Buber and Jean are about to duel. Margiela rolled her eyes. That fool, she suggested they move closer for a better view. Not far away, Ceres and Dorma, having tried to challenge Jean to a duel during the banquet, narrowed her eyes. Now he's fighting someone else? She couldn't understand it. Why was Jean even bothering with someone like Buber? At the banquet, Veridin Zipple reflects on how convincing his uncle to let him attend was a brilliant move. He hadn't expected to meet the heir to the Ice Palace, a surprising highlight. With a polite greeting, he introduces himself, only to be met with a curt dismissal. Taking it in stride, he shifts focus to the banquet's main event, a duel involving the rising star of the Runcandle family, young Master Jean. Curious, Veridin wonders about Jin's opponent, an unfamiliar figure he suspects might be a reclusive master. Someone notes that the mysterious man arrived with the Ibriano family, speculating that his unassuming appearance might hide great skill. Meanwhile, Buber Gaston, another guest, steps forward to formally introduce himself to Jean before the duel. But instead of pleasantries, Jean responds with a swift punch, bluntly commanding him to stay quiet, uninterested in even learning his name. Offended, Buber retaliates with his aura powers, launching an attack. Jean remains unfazed, calmly assessing Buber's aura level as around 6 stars. Observers, including Ceres and Indorma, comment on Jin's choice of opponent, noting that the burly Buber seems heavily combat-focused. Veridin adds that, despite the potential for disaster, it would be interesting to see how this plays out. Buber lands a punch, declaring his superiority and vowing to make Jean regret his actions. But Jean retaliates fiercely, unleashing a barrage of punches. Veridin remarks on Jin's strategy, baiting his opponent into dropping his guard before delivering the decisive blows. As the duel escalates, Jin's relentless assault leaves Buber battered. Continuing even after the fight seems decided. Onlookers express mixed reactions. Margiela Ibriano questions Jin's continued aggression, finding his actions excessive. Turning to Bishkul Ibriano, she voices her disappointment, wondering if the duel's outcome isn't already clear. Bishkul agrees it's unfair for Jean to target a weaker opponent, but challenges Margiela, asking if she plans to intervene. He adds that he's not weaker than Jean, hinting at his willingness to step in. Margiela, however, chides him, suggesting he should approach things with more honor than Jean has displayed. Her parting remark plants the idea. Perhaps Bishkul should challenge Jean himself. As the tension builds, a blonde-haired boy notes how fired up Margiela seems, while a brown-haired boy advises Bishkul to heed his sister's words. With a nod, Bishkul Ibriano steps forward, calling out to Jean Runcandle. He demands that Jean put down Buber Gaston and face him in a fair fight instead. Before long, the two stand opposite each other, swords in hand. Jean considers the value of this duel. Going up against a 7-star knight is beneficial, whether he wins or loses. Not only will it sharpen his skills, but it's also an opportunity to experience the Ibriano family's swordsmanship firsthand, something even his father once acknowledged as formidable. Still, he can't help but find Margiela amusing. She has no hesitation about putting her own brother in a difficult position just for the sake of an interesting match. With a smirk, Jean remarks that Bishkul must hold his sister in high regard. Bishkul responds without hesitation. It should be obvious. Jean, having a sister of his own, completely understands. Bishkul then shifts the conversation, stating that since he cherishes his sister, He'd appreciate it if Jean kept his subordinates in check from now on. However, he quickly clarifies that Buber Gaston isn't a servant but a companion. Curious, he asks if Buber might have done something wrong to deserve such treatment. Jean explains that Buber attended the banquet to assist his sister, who has mobility issues. However, his abilities simply didn't align with the nature of a Runcandle banquet. He acknowledges that there was likely no malicious intent and asks Bishkul to let the matter slide. Privately, Jean pieces things together. Buber Gaston isn't just any fighter. He's the infamous transformation sorcerer. What's more, Bishkul's connection to him is puzzling. In his past life, there was never any mention of the Ibriano family having ties to Buber when he was eventually arrested. If Bishkul is aware of Buber's true identity, then Jean cuts off his own train of thought. This isn't the time to get lost in speculation, especially when he's about to face a 7-star knight. Bishkul offers a simple suggestion. They should both do their best. Jean refocuses, setting aside his questions for now. As the duel begins, Bishkul launches the first strike, and Jean swiftly blocks. From just that single clash, Jean immediately realizes something. Bishkul's strength doesn't feel like that of a 7-star knight. His swordsmanship, however, is on par with Jin's Uncle Zed. The way his blade moves is beyond Jin's current level of comprehension. Spectators take note of the exchange. Veridin Zipple comments on how quickly Jean was pushed back, while another observer chimes in, pointing out that, considering the circumstances, Jean is holding up surprisingly well. As the duel intensifies, someone in the crowd comments on the Ibriano family's renowned swordsmanship, famous for its cunning and unpredictable style. Another person agrees, adding that anyone who has ever faced it would never want to go up against an Ibriano swordsman again. However, Veridin Zipple scoffs at their remarks. To him, these people know nothing. He believes the Runcandle family thrives in situations like this. If the Ibriano family's swordsmanship is like a sly, coiling snake, then the Runcandle family style is a charging rhinoceros. Unstoppable, even if its horn were to break. Back in the fight, Jean Runcandle lunges at Bishkul Ibriano, but Bishkul effortlessly bends backward, dodging the attack with ease. Jean immediately realizes that Bishkul is holding back. Still, even at his current level of 5 stars, he's managing to hold his own. He can feel his limits approaching, but instead of discouragement, a renewed determination surges within him. Bishkul makes another move, pressing the attack. Jean steps back, feeling a familiar sensation rise within him. Channeling his sword aura, he acknowledges that this has been a worthwhile fight. As Bishkul charges forward, Jean thrusts his sword with perfect timing, striking so precisely that Bishkul's blade shatters into two. Despite his broken weapon, Bishkul doesn't hesitate, continuing his motion with the remaining piece of his sword. But Jean sidesteps at the last moment, delivering a small yet precise cut to Bishkul's neck. Veridin quickly declares the match over, announcing Bishkul Ibriano as the victor. Bishkul himself is momentarily confused, unsure of what exactly happened in those final moments. Meanwhile, Jean suddenly collapses, losing consciousness. Alarmed, someone shouts for him to be taken inside immediately, and attendants rush to comply. As he reflects on the duel, Bishkul recalls the sharp sensation at his throat when his sword broke. The fact that Jean could gauge the fight's flow so precisely in that instant is nothing short of terrifying. A fraction of a second's difference, either in Jin's attack or his own reaction, could have completely changed the outcome. Watching Jean being carried away, he concludes that this man is far more formidable than he initially thought. Some time later, Jean is fast asleep in his room, recovering from the fight, until Mirakan decides to sit on his face. Jolted awake, Jean immediately shoves him off, groggily demanding that he move. Looking around, he processes his surroundings and asks if he fainted right after the duel. Just then, Gilly enters the room, relieved to see him awake. He turns to her and asks how long he's been out. Her answer? 2 days. Jean blinks, taking it in. The banquet must be long over by now. With a sigh, he realizes he never even got the chance to properly greet the guests who had come to see him. Gilly reassures Jean that he doesn't need to worry about missing the banquet's conclusion. For the past 2 days, his duel with Bishkul Ibriano has been the biggest topic of conversation, drawing plenty of attention. She explains that it's because he revealed the heart sword at the very end of the fight, a feat that has left many in awe. Elsewhere, onlookers continue to discuss the match. One man points out that Bishkul could have been seriously injured if things had played out differently. Another marvels at the sheer talent required for a 5-star swordsman to reach the level of the heart sword, a technique far beyond his supposed rank. Others agree, noting that this duel has set incredibly high expectations for Jin's future. Back in his room, Gilly continues reassuring him, emphasizing how remarkable it was for him to reach the heart sword against an 8-star knight. Even if it wasn't a flawless display, it was still an incredible achievement. Jean silently reflects on his progress. He knows his heart sword isn't perfect yet, but it's already proving useful. The guidance from his sister, Luna Runcandle, is finally bearing fruit, even though he struggled to grasp her training at first. He recalls her unusual advice: never open his eyes during practice. At the time, it made no sense, but now he realizes that this method has helped him in ways he didn't anticipate. Though the technique only seems to activate in extreme situations for now, he's not too concerned. The fact that he held his own against an 8-star knight, even if it wasn't entirely graceful, is something to be proud of. Looking back, he sees plenty of positives from the banquet. He managed to confirm Veridin Zipple's status, formed a potential alliance with the Ice Palace heir, and uncovered a connection between Buber Gaston and Bishka Libriano. As for the truth behind the transformation crimes, there are too many unknowns to solve the mystery just yet. For now, he needs to gather more information before jumping to conclusions. As Jean contemplates his next steps, Gilly places a pot of flowers on the table in front of him. Curious, he asks about them. She explains that Ceres from the Ice Palace left them for him. Mirakin, amused, teases Jean, wondering if Ceres has taken a liking to him. However, Gilly quickly clarifies that in Ice Palace tradition, these flowers symbolize an unending battle, not romantic affection. Jean smirks. It seems Ceres is eager for a rematch. Mirakin, still joking, insists that receiving flowers from a girl, even if they symbolize a duel, is still a big deal and playfully asks Gilly if she agrees. Ignoring the teasing, Gilly delivers a more serious message. The patriarch has summoned Jean and expects to see him as soon as he wakes up. Jean raises an eyebrow, asking if his father really gave that order. Gilly nods, implying that this is his chance to prove his worth. Realizing the weight of the situation, Jean agrees. It's time to face his father, and possibly prepare to leave the family for a while. Jean Runcandle soon finds himself standing in a dark room, calling out for his father. A deep voice answers. His father is already there, watching. As Jin's eyes adjust, his father notes that it's been a while since one of his children visited him dressed so casually, implying that Jean must be preparing to leave. Jean confirms it. He plans to depart soon. Strangely, his father seems to approve of this decision. Since regressing, Jean has found his father much easier to understand, and this moment is no exception. His father then poses a question. Does Jean know where they are? Jean answers without hesitation. They're in the mausoleum, a sacred place within the Garden of Swords where only those who have done great things for the family are allowed entry. It is also the resting place of the family's greatest warriors. His father nods, affirming that this land is dedicated to the family's heroes, those who have protected the Runcandle lineage for generations. He then asks another question. Does Jean know about the first patriarch, Timar Runcandle? More importantly, does he realize that Timar has no grave here? Jean acknowledges this. There is no burial site for Timar Runcandle, not in the Garden of Swords, nor anywhere else. His father goes on to explain why. The dark power that Timar once wielded made it impossible for him to be honored like the other ancestors. After Timar's death, the Runcandle family was forced into a humiliating deal with the Zipple family, one that cost them their ability to use magic. Because of this, they could no longer properly pay tribute to the powerful ancestors who had wielded magic before them. The Zipple family took full advantage of this weakness, using the moment to unite their super beings and place a curse on the Runcandle bloodline. The result? Every Runcandle born after Timar was stripped of their ability to use magic. Shifting the conversation, his father brings up Jin's past battle with the Tana brothers, when Jin used his aura powers to defeat them. He asks if Jin ever wondered where that power came from. Jin remembers it well. He admits that at the time, he lied, claiming he would use his abilities for the benefit of the family. His father smirks. Back then, Jin was young, and his recklessness could be overlooked. But if the same event had happened now, he wouldn't have let it slide so easily. Then, his father poses another crucial question. Has Jean ever heard Soderet's voice before? Jean nods, acknowledging that Soderet calls him a contractor. However, in this current life, he hasn't heard Soderet's voice yet. Even so, he realizes something. This power gives him an unfair advantage over his siblings. He then asks his father a direct question. Would it be acceptable for him to use this power to surpass his siblings and take over the family? Jean doesn't wait for an answer. Instead, he firmly states his intention to leave and explore the world. If, after his journey, he finds nothing more valuable than the Runcandle legacy, then he will return to claim it. His father falls silent for a moment before speaking. Most who have sought acknowledgement left the Garden of Swords behind, but Jean is different. He's leaving not to earn the family's recognition, but to decide whether the family is even worthy of his. His father isn't sure whether this mindset is something to be proud of or a sign of arrogance. Regardless, he gives Jean a deadline, 5 years. By then, Jean must either earn recognition for himself or acknowledge the family's legacy and return with his answer. Jean Runcandle draws his sword and gently taps it against his forehead, a silent gesture of respect. He thanks his father for everything and solemnly promises to return in 5 years. Stepping outside, he finds Gilly and Murakin waiting for him. Gilly asks if his conversation with the patriarch went well. Jean nods, confirming that it did, and now all that remains is their departure. He then notices the bag she's holding and assumes it's his, but Gilly quickly clarifies that it's hers, designed specifically to block his aura, preventing him from using it. Gilly recalls hearing about this from the senior nannies. Jean admits it feels a bit strange, suddenly being unable to use her powers, especially since her status as a nanny is tied to the success of her master. But Gilly reassures him not to worry. This is all for his sake. Jean meets her concern with a firm declaration. Not just for the next 5 years, but beyond, he vows to protect her. He also apologizes for any inconvenience his journey may cause. Gilly, however, dismisses his apology, saying it's enough for her to serve as his reserve rider. She knows her powers will return once he completes his trial. Jean acknowledges this and encourages her to stay strong. As he turns to look back at the castle gates, the weight of the journey ahead settles in. This is the true beginning of his path, and with unwavering determination, he steps forward to explore the world and carve out his destiny. Meanwhile, the patriarch reflects on his own struggles. Despite reaching the level of a demigod through sheer mastery of the sword, he has failed to break the ancestral oath binding their family to the Zipple clan. But now, with Jin's contract with Saderet and his command over shadow energy, there is hope. This youngest member of their bloodline may possess the strength to free the family from its curse. The patriarch watches from afar, eager to see what the future holds for him. Later, deep within a forest, Jean conjures a flickering flame in his palm, using magic to light the way. Gilly, watching him, asks if he's truly okay with leaving without saying goodbye to anyone. She mentions that the cadets in his faction, and even young Lady Luna, might be disappointed by his sudden departure. Jean, however, remains unfazed. Luna has always been free-spirited, and as for the cadets, it's not like he's marching off to his death. He muses that if he had told them, they might have seen him off with their swords raised in a grand salute. Gilly agrees, noting that they probably would have gone even further to show their support. Shifting the conversation, she asks where he plans to go first. She's heard that most of the other flag bearers chose Mummet as their starting point since taking down villains is the fastest way to gain fame. Jean considers this. After all, for the reserve flag bearers of the Runcandle family, reputation must be built from the ground up. In the outside world, reserve flag bearers must prove themselves before they can be recognized as full-fledged members of the family. Additionally, they receive no support from their clan during this journey. Jean reflects on this harsh reality, using his sister, Mary, as an example. She carved her reputation by defeating countless formidable opponents in the southern regions of the continent, eventually earning the fearsome title Madwoman of the South, Wind Fury Mary. Unlike her, however, all his other siblings returned home within 6 months to 2 years. Yet his father has given him a full 5 years. And there's only one reason for that. His goal isn't just to prove himself, but to uncover everything there is to know about shadow energy before returning. With that in mind, he announces their first destination, the Arkan Kingdom. Gilly raises an eyebrow, confirming if he means the nation affiliated with the Literal Magic Federation. Since it's outside Zipple territory, she's curious why he'd choose to go there first. Jean explains that during a past mission to the Colin Ruins, he heard about a rising number of unregistered magicians wreaking havoc in Arkan. It seems these rogue spellcasters have joined forces with martial artists, making life miserable for the locals. Gilly approves of the plan, mentioning that in her days as an active-duty soldier, she always enjoyed dealing with troublemakers. As Jin's excitement grows, a deeper realization sets in. This isn't information he should know in this life. He remembers from his past life that all those unregistered magicians and warriors were mere puppets of a dark family known as the Tessing. But his real interest isn't them. It's the underground auctions they run. These secret markets hold countless rare items whose true value remains undiscovered. He expects to find several crucial artifacts there, including a particular grimoire and a ring he must acquire. Gilly then points out a major problem. They won't be able to use the teleportation gate to enter Arkan. According to the family's rules, she was only allowed to carry 10 gold coins, and as a reserve flag bearer, Jean cannot reveal his identity as a Runcandle. With no financial or logistical support, their options seem limited. Jean, however, remains unfazed. He casually states that they'll resolve this issue once they reach the Jean Kingdom. Gilly, still skeptical, asks how exactly they plan to get there. Without hesitation, Jean shrugs and says, "We'll just fly." He then turns to Murakin and instructs him to transform. Murakin hesitates, questioning whether that's really a good idea. Gilly immediately objects, worried that someone might recognize him. But Jean reassures her, it's worth trying at least once. Sure, there's a risk the family might find out, but isn't that what makes things exciting? Mirakin leaps off Gilly's shoulder, his body expanding as he transforms into a massive black dragon. With a deep rumble, he warns them to hold on tight. He'll need to fly fast if they want to reach the Gene Kingdom by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luna Runcandle walks down a dimly lit hallway when something catches her eye. Through the window, she spots a dragon soaring into the night sky. Her eyes widen in shock. It can't be. Gene? She murmurs to herself, stunned that her younger brother is already riding a dragon just after becoming a reserve flag bearer. Resting a hand against the window pane, she lets out a small sigh. He really is something else, leaving without even saying goodbye. Still, she wishes him fortune in battle. Her cold, distant brother, by the time they reach the Gene Kingdom, the rough flight has taken a toll. Gilly looks pale and unsteady, clutching her stomach. Mirakin immediately glares at Gene, snapping that it's his fault for scaring Strawberry Pie, their affectionate nickname for Gilly. Gene rolls his eyes, retorting that it wasn't his fault. Mirakin was the one flying like a lunatic. Mirakin huffs in response, while Gene shifts his focus to Gilly, gently telling her to breathe deeply and take it slow. He helps her rest against his arm, supporting her with soothing words. Gene then turns to Mirakin and asks if he's in a bad mood because of what people think about black dragons. Mirakin grumbles that he can't help it, but offers to take care of Strawberry Pie while Gene goes to handle their money situation. Gene warns him to stay put and, most importantly, not to cause a scene. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Gene Kingdom's capital, Semberville sits atop a small hill, gazing at the sprawling mansions below. He sighs, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. A banquet was held in his honor, yet he only learned about it after it was already over. Even if it was just part of his commission, he hasn't forgotten what Gene Runcandle did for him. The young warrior saved his life, and Semberville had hoped to meet him again, to properly express his gratitude. He recalls Jin's words, "If you ever need my help, just let me know." Just then, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Semberville turns sharply, startled. Gene Runcandle stands before him, a knowing smirk on his face. He casually places a hand on Semberville's shoulder and tells him to relax. It's just him, the one who saved him from those Canzello guys. Semberville blinks in surprise, momentarily speechless. Then, recovering quickly, he asks how Gene got here so suddenly. Gene simply reminds him, "Didn't I say to come find me if you ever needed help?" Semberville immediately acknowledges the sentiment, his expression sincere. Of course, he remembers. After all, without Gene, he wouldn't even be here today. Gene, satisfied, nods. Good. Then, without hesitation, he tells Semberville, "I wait here, so go and get some gold and money." Semberville is momentarily stunned. Money? He hadn't expected that. Gene thought to himself that as far as he knew, it was an unspoken law. Reserve flag bearers had to conceal their identity at all costs. After all, they were supposed to build their reputations based on their own skills, not the backing of their family. It was well known that young masters of Runcandle, still in the early stages of their training, would often live incredibly modest lives for months. Until they could earn money by collecting bounties or working as mercenaries, they had to endure hardship. But these three? They were different. They actually ate proper food. Sometime later, Gene, Gilly, and Mirakin stroll through the streets, discussing their recent experiences. Gilly notes that the food in the Gene Kingdom isn't too bad. She admits she had braced herself for days of starvation, like most flag bearers do when they first start out. But thanks to Gene, they've had a much smoother beginning. Mirakin chuckles. Just yesterday, Gene was calling it extortion, but now he's glad he did it. Gene rolls his eyes and argues that it wasn't extortion. Semberville had debts to pay, and by giving Gene the money, he managed to clear them. He recalls Semberville handing him a large bag of coins, his face full of gratitude as he thanked Gene for his help. As they walk, Gene suddenly turns to Mirakin with suspicion. Is he eating too much again? They're about to use a teleportation gate. And the last time Mirakin overate before teleporting, the aftermath wasn't pretty. Mirakin glares at him. Shut up. He insists that he's a binge eater. He has to eat a lot first, even if it means throwing it all up later. Gene scoffs, questioning if that even makes sense. Mirakin fires back that if Gene is so concerned, he can just ride him instead of taking the teleportation gate. After all, Gene was the one who wanted to use it. Gilly, amused, chimes in. If it's just motion sickness, they can deal with it. But Gene shakes his head. That's not the real issue. Their destination, the Arkan Kingdom, falls under the Lutero Magic Federation, which is controlled by the Zipple family. The real problem is that nearly 80% of all active dragons are currently under Zipple's command. Riding Mirakin into their territory without caution would be nothing short of declaring war. However, Gene smirks. That being said, more than half of those dragons would probably tremble in fear just hearing Mirakin's name. Mirakin, clearly annoyed, mutters under his breath. Those so-called dragons strut around like they own the place. a sign of how much the world has changed. Jean then shoots Murakin a sharp look. And speaking of which, didn't I warn you about transforming in the middle of the street? Jean reflects on the power dynamics at play. The dragons, the super beings who command them, and the numerous contractors bound to those forces. All of them currently support the Zipple family. In stark contrast, he is the only one in the Runcandle family who has a contract with a higher being. If not for his father's presence, the Zips would have wiped out the Runcandle family long ago. But something doesn't sit right with him. How did the Zipple family manage to secure so many contractors? Gathering this many in a single generation seems far from a coincidence. A while later, Jean finds himself standing before a checkpoint guard who asks for identification. He barely registers the question, lost in thought, before realizing that they've already arrived. Handing over 2 identification cards, he introduces himself as Jean Grey and Gilly as Gilly Piton, explaining that they're just tourists visiting the Arkan Kingdom for sightseeing. Moments later, he and Gilly sit in a waiting room alongside other travelers as an announcement echoes through the teleportation terminal. Passengers are warned that they may experience headaches and dizziness during transit and are advised to remain seated. Gilly, inspecting their flawless passage through security, remarks that, as expected, a family-made identification card worked perfectly. Jean nods, unsurprised. The Runcandle family's forgeries are sophisticated enough to fool even Vermont's Special Affairs Division. The system's automated voice chimes in once more, thanking everyone for their patience and confirming that teleportation will begin shortly. Gilly hugs Murakin, currently disguised as a small black cat, while Jean takes a moment to reflect. The Arkan Kingdom, to him, this place belongs to his past life. It's been 15 years since he was last here, yet the memories feel as vivid as ever. In an instant, they are teleported to the Literal Magic Federation's Arkan Kingdom. A final announcement welcomes them to their destination. Stepping onto the bustling streets, Jean takes in his surroundings. Despite the 15-year gap, the capital still looks much the same as he remembers from the final year of his previous life. The streets are lined with merchants and vendors calling out to customers, yet the contrast is stark. Alongside them sit homeless individuals with dark, empty expressions. Gilly glances around, frowning. Despite the pleasant weather, the atmosphere feels strangely gloomy. Jean already knows why. The suffocating presence of the Tessing weighs heavily on this place. He had heard things were particularly bad at this time. Shaking off the unease, he suggests they secure accommodations first before seeking out their targets. Gilly nods in agreement, and with that, they set off into the city. After a while, the group finds themselves standing outside a rundown restaurant. Murakin looks at the place in disbelief, questioning if they really need to stay somewhere this shabby. His companion, however, calmly suggests that the young master probably has a plan. Murakin isn't convinced. After all, he's rich, so why should they settle for such a dump? Before they can argue further, Jean Runcandle heads toward the entrance, reminding them that showing off wealth in a place like this, especially as a bunch of unregistered mages, might not be the best idea. Murakin scoffs, saying that even orcs wouldn't stay in a place this bad, but Jean shuts him down, telling him to keep quiet as they step inside. Inside, they find a man slumped over a table, fast asleep. Jean calls out, asking if he's the owner of the inn. The man, Jet, jolts awake and greets them with a lazy smile. As he sizes them up, he notes the odd trio, a flashy-looking guy, a novice swordsman, and a refined lady who looks like a maid. Without missing a beat, he offers them juice, cheerfully welcoming them to Jet's Inn and boasting about their many vacant rooms. He proudly presents their so-called special orange juice and invites them to pick any room they like. Murakin takes the glass, but Jet is already scheming. He smirks internally, knowing that once they drink it, they'll wake up in the underground auction house, about to start a whole new life. One they definitely didn't sign up for. Before anyone can take a sip, Murakin glares at the drink, immediately sensing something off. Without hesitation, he throws the juice right into Jet's face, calling him an insignificant fool. Jet, stunned and dripping in sticky orange juice, stammers in confusion. But before he can react, Murakin steps forward and lands a punch, demanding to know how Jet dared to try poisoning them. 40. Jet, wide-eyed, denies everything, frantically asking what they mean by poison. But Murakin isn't buying it. He declares that Jet will die here today for his treachery. Jet, now in full panic mode, pleads for them to wait and at least talk things out. Unfortunately for him, Murakin isn't feeling generous. He follows up with a brutal kick to Jet's face. As the chaos unfolds, Jean silently observes, remembering his past life. Back then, Jet was a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality intel, someone Jean had relied on when he was exiled and had nothing. In fact, Jet was the reason he had managed to settle in Arkan. But their friendship had been far from smooth. Jet had scammed him countless times, leading him into underground auction houses with the promise of rare opportunities, only to strip him of nearly everything he owned, except the clothes on his back. Just thinking about it makes Jin's blood boil. But this time, things will be different. In this life, he plans to turn the tables and use Jet to his advantage. Jet, still reeling from the beatdown, refuses to take the abuse lying down. He reminds them that despite appearances, he's actually a 5-star. Before he can even finish, Murakan shuts him up with another punch, completely unimpressed. Who cares? Jet quickly backtracks, realizing he's in no position to argue. He hurriedly admits that the drink wasn't poison, just a sedative. Murakan scoffs. Same thing. Jin Runcandle decides they've roughed him up enough and tells Murakan to stop, suggesting they at least hear Jet out. Murakan isn't convinced. Why waste time talking to someone who just tried to drug them? Jet, battered and desperate, begs for mercy, swearing he'll make up for what he did. Murakan, however, has zero patience. He orders Jet to shut up and prepare for death. Jin, ignoring the threat, informs Jet that he's going to ask a few questions. He makes one thing clear. If Jet lies, he dies. If he tells the truth, he lives. And to make things even more nerve-wracking, Jin adds that his judgment will be entirely subjective, based on instinct and mood. Jet, sweating bullets, hastily agrees. Murakan huffs, but ultimately lets Jin do whatever he wants. Jin's first question is simple. What does Jet do for a living? Jet, now completely honest, admits his full credentials. He's an owner, an informant, a scammer, and, unfortunately, a human trafficker. But he insists that if they spare him, he'll be a valuable asset. He knows everything about Arkan and isn't lying. Jin then asks why Jet tried to drug them. Jet confesses it was to take them somewhere. And where exactly? Jet spills the truth. He was planning to deliver them to an underground Tessing auction house. Jin demands details, and Jet doesn't hold back. Tessing is a dark organization that runs illegal auctions, selling everything from slaves to stolen goods, illicit drugs, and even rare artifacts. If something is illegal and valuable, it's being sold there. Hearing this, Jin feels a sense of satisfaction. He's finally reached the Tessing auction house. With this, he knows exactly what his next move should be. He decides to heal Jet by tonight. After all, there's work to do. Jet, grateful beyond words, thanks him profusely. Murakan, however, isn't thrilled. Spending money to fix up someone like Jet? A complete waste. Gilly agrees, pointing out that if they let him live, Jet might just turn around and betray them again. Jin acknowledges their concerns, but argues that taking down a dark organization like Tessing is worth the risk. And if Jet does try to double-cross them, well, they can always get rid of him later. Murakan grudgingly accepts this logic. With that settled, Jin makes his decision. He'll trust Jet, at least for now. They needed an Arkan guide anyway, and this was as good a place to start as any. The first step? Finding someone to treat Jet's injuries. Stepping inside his room, Jin exhales, feeling the weight of his role. Pretending like this is exhausting. But he has no choice. No one can know he's a regressor. And for now, the act must continue. After some time, a gray-haired man advises Jet to rest as much as possible until his bones heal. He casually offers his services again if needed before heading off. Jin Runcandle, watching the exchange, reflects on how unexpected it is. This random healer they found on the street turns out to be part of the prestigious Lutero Magic Federation. Meanwhile, Jet examines himself in the mirror, scowling at his missing tooth. He curses under his breath. These people are insane. They beat him up, then heal him like nothing happened. He's completely baffled. Who are they? An heir to some elite martial arts family? Someone from Beeman's Special Affairs Division? One thing is clear. If he even thinks about betraying them, there won't be enough of him left to regret it. Jin, cutting through his thoughts, announces that it's time to move. Their next destination? The underground auction houses. After some time, they arrive at their destination, where a guard stops them at the gate. Eyeing the group, the guard questions why Jet is bringing so many people today, then asks with a little too much curiosity if they're products. Jet snaps at him, telling him to shut up and just open the door. They're his guests. The guard, grumbling, does as he's told, and they step inside. The scene before them is striking. A massive crowd fills the auction house, yet the atmosphere is eerily refined. Murakan smirks at the irony of it all. Gangsters running this place, yet they have an entire orchestra playing in the background. The contrast is almost comical. Jet hands them each a face mask, explaining that while the public knows Salka as the boss of Tessing, the real power behind the operation belongs to someone else. He strongly advises them to wear the masks if they intend to participate in the auction. Better safe than sorry. Jin, intrigued, asks who this real boss is. Jet reveals the name, Spider-Hands Alu. The extravagant decor, the grand atmosphere, all of it is designed to match Alu's tastes. Jet claims that Alu does this to cover up the fact that, at his core, he's nothing more than an uneducated gangster. Jin encourages him to continue. Jet goes on, explaining that Alu isn't like the usual small-time thugs. He has enough influence to control these rough streets, but more importantly, he's a 7-star martial artist from the arable lands. There's even a rumor that he has connections with the pure-blood Runcandle family from across the sea. Murakan immediately dismisses the idea. The prestigious Runcandle family dealing with some lowlife gangster? Impossible. He scoffs at Jean. Surely, he doesn't believe that nonsense. Gilly agrees, pointing out that the story doesn't seem very convincing. Jean, however, remains silent, taking in the information. If there's even a shred of truth to this, things might be more complicated than they expected. However, Jean Runcandle isn't so quick to dismiss the idea. In fact, this revelation sparks a memory. One person could potentially be tied to both the Lutero Magic Federation and the criminal underworld. The same person who placed a curse on him, the one that robbed him of his ability to wield a sword. If there really is a connection to the Lutero Magic Federation, then there's a good chance he is involved. Jean reflects on the infamous 9-star curse known as Bladed Illusion, a spell so powerful that no ordinary mage could have cast it. He doubts anyone in Tessing has that level of skill. But after spending 10 years at Storm Castle and another 5 in the Garden of Swords without finding a single clue, he's long past being picky. It's been 15 years without answers. At this point, even the thinnest lead is worth chasing. Since they came here to shake things up anyway, looking into Aloe's identity might be well worth the effort. Murakan, always one for action, asks about the plan. He jokes that if Jean is thinking about wiping out every gangster in Arkan on their first day, that might not be the best approach. Gilly chimes in more cautious. She notes that the guards they passed on the way and seemed highly trained, and there were quite a few people who looked like unregistered magicians. Suddenly launching a fight in the middle of enemy territory? Not exactly a winning strategy. Jean, unfazed, tells them not to worry. He has a plan. Gilly, skeptical, presses him for details. Instead of answering outright, Jean motions for both of them to come closer, whispering his idea. Murakan taps his temple, shaking his head in disbelief. Sometimes he seriously wonders what goes on inside Jin's head, and how he even comes up with these things. Gilly agrees. It's honestly a little shocking. Is this really something a member of the esteemed Runcandle family should be doing? Jean just shrugs, reassuring them with a simple solution. If things go south, they'll just run. Before they can question him further, Jet interrupts, announcing that they've arrived. He proudly states that he picked out a low-key spot for them. Pulling back the curtain, he gestures with a grin. Welcome to the Teasing Underground Auction. Inside, the auctioneer's voice rings out, introducing the next set of items. He makes it clear that it doesn't matter where these goods came from or why they're here. The only thing that matters is that bidders are free to use them however they wish, for whatever purpose they desire. The first products are revealed. Slaves. A nearby bidder casually comments on the quality of today's batch, noting that they look to be in good condition. His attention lands on a man standing in the back, one who seems particularly capable, possibly suited for a variety of work. Jin's gaze darkens. This was exactly the kind of place he came here to dismantle. Jean Runcandle watches the ongoing auction, his expression unreadable. He casually remarks that if things had gone differently, they could have been the ones up for sale, just like these slaves. Jet, standing beside him, sighs and admits that he may have been a little reckless. Jean scans the slaves carefully, relieved to see that there are no children among them. At least there's some small mercy in this wretched place. Murakan turns to him, asking what their next move should be. Jean suggests they wait. Sometimes, valuable items show up at these auctions, and if something worth acquiring appears, he intends to buy it. Once they secure what they need, they'll begin executing their plan. Based on his knowledge, the specific item he's looking for is probably stored away in the auction's inventory. If his information is correct, once things go into motion, retrieving it will be much easier. The auctioneer suddenly raises his voice, officially declaring the auction in full swing. Jean advises his group to remain patient. The right moment will come soon enough. A week later, the auctioneer calls out bids, 20 gold, then 130, before asking if anyone will raise it to 140. The room buzzes with activity as people place their offers. Jet, looking slightly anxious, leans toward Jean and whispers that he's been watching for an entire week. If Jean doesn't buy something soon, the teasing organizers might start getting suspicious. Jean raises a brow, asking if it's not Jet's job to handle such concerns. Jet immediately backtracks, putting on a servile smile. Of course, please do as you wish. But internally, he's cursing. If Jean keeps showing up without making a single purchase, it won't matter who he is. Eventually, the higher-ups will notice, and he'll get kicked out. Jet urges him to just buy something, anything, before things become problematic. The auctioneer introduces the next item with dramatic flair, a magic tome. He announces it as Matthew Woniak's magic tome, hyping it up as the work of a magician who once ruled the world. Although the text is undecipherable, The auctioneer assures everyone that it must contain incredible magic. A bidder immediately calls out, 80 gold. The auctioneer acknowledges the bid and asks for higher offers. Jean, however, suppresses a smirk. The auctioneer got the name wrong. It's not Matthew Woniak. It's Matthew Morniak, a known con artist. All of Morniak's so-called magic tomes are managed under the Zipple's network, meaning there's no way this is the real deal. It's been a week since he started attending the teasing auctions, and he's seen the same thing happen over and over again. The auctioneer spews nonsense while gullible magicians scramble to buy worthless junk. As expected, the auction moves on to the next item. Jean shakes his head. These amateur magicians are too easily fooled. The auctioneer then announces another magic tome, this one authored by Tzim. Bidding starts at 50 gold coins. Jean acknowledges that while there are plenty of fake tomes, some are like unscratched lottery tickets. Not famous, not hyped up, but every now and then, one turns out to be something special. And just like that, the room erupts in bidding once again. Murakin places a hand on Jin's shoulder, casually suggesting that he should bid on the magic tome. If it was truly written by the Tsemi he knew, then it was definitely a big deal. Taking the advice to heart, Jin raises his card, increasing the bid. The auctioneer, slightly taken aback, asks if anyone wants to go higher. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Some wonder if Jin is really willing to pay that much, while others speculate that he must be from a wealthy family. Meanwhile, Jin weighs his decision. A magic tome recommended by a dragon? There was no reason to doubt Murakin's instincts. Soon enough, the auctioneer brings the hammer down. Sold for 150. Murakin barely has time to react before the next tome is introduced. He raises an eyebrow, questioning why it's even there. The auctioneer presents it as Shujil Histur's magic tome. Murakin frowns. First Semi, now Histu? The names keep getting more obscure. Before anyone else can process, Jean raises his card again, this time bidding 200. The auctioneer announces the new offer, inviting any challengers. The murmurs return, with one spectator muttering in confusion. Why was this guy only bidding on the weird stuff? Murakin turns to Jean, puzzled by the sudden jump in price. Jean explains that he wanted to grab one more item, hoping it might be something valuable. Besides, his former master had belonged to the Histur clan. He had heard that the clan had collapsed centuries ago, so finding a trace of it here was unexpected. With no further bids, the auctioneer declares it sold for 200. Jean considers the tome. Perhaps he could give it as a gift if he ever saw his master again. Satisfied with his purchases, he signals it's time to leave. But before they can go, Murakin's eyes land on another book. Jackpot. It really was the Tsemi he had been thinking of, but something was off. The encryption on it was strange and complicated. Jean, unfazed, thought that only he and his master would be able to decode it. Jet, relieved that Jean finally made a purchase, jokes that it would have been a disaster if he had left empty-handed. Before long, Jean calls for Jet and instructs him to arrange a meeting with Spider-Hand Alu. Jet hesitates. You might be a customer, but that kind of meeting isn't exactly easy to set up. Jean, undeterred, tells him to pass along a message to Alu. Tell him that Veridin Zipple wants to see him in person. Moving swiftly, Jean reflects on his identity. He isn't just some Vermont Special Forces agent. He's a pure-blooded Zipple. As he steps forward, his mind races with opportunity. If he can get on the good side of the Zipple, he can finally escape this place and rise to something greater. His request is met with resistance as several guards block his path. A particularly large one steps forward, eyeing him suspiciously. Are you really Veridin Zipple? He asks. Without hesitation, Jean confirms it. The guard nods. Follow me, he orders. The boss wants to see you. Without warning, Jean lands a swift punch to the guard's face, catching him completely off guard. With an icy glare, Jean demands to know if this is some kind of joke. Flames crackle around him as he unleashes his fire magic, pressing the dazed guard for answers. Was he Alu? The guard, now shaken and disoriented, quickly clarifies that he's not Alu. Instead, he was merely following orders from Mr. Alu, the boss, who had instructed him and two others to escort Jean to a meeting. But before anyone can process the situation further, a sudden explosion erupts nearby, shaking the entire area. Jin's patience snaps. He realizes that despite revealing his name, Alu had the audacity to send his underlings instead of meeting him personally. His voice booms with fury as he demands Alu to stop hiding and face him directly. And just to make things crystal clear, if Alu wanted to come out, he'd better crawl on all fours. A tense silence follows before Alu finally appears before Jean. The man humbly confesses his identity, Alu, the caretaker of Teasing. He trembles, realizing his mistake, and bows in submission, pleading for forgiveness. Jet, observing the scene, can't help but reflect on Jin's presence. If anyone else had claimed to be Veridin Zipple, he would have laughed them off. But Jean is different. His aura carries an unmistakable weight, and the fire magic he wielded earlier wasn't just impressive. It was at least 5-star mana. Jet quickly pieces it together. Someone capable of handling such high-level magic at Jin's age could only be a true Zipple. The narrative then shifts to a week earlier. Jin had made a bold declaration. He was going to pretend to be Verdun Zipple. Mirakin was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" he had asked, barely able to process the idea. Gilly chimed in, pointing out a crucial detail. Even if Alu recognized someone with ties to the Zipple family, he would probably expect an elderly servant or an obscure connection. This meant there was no way to outright disprove Jin's claim. However, Gilly couldn't shake the implications. If the Runcandle family, or worse, the patriarch himself, ever suspected Jin was faking his identity, the consequences could be catastrophic. Back in the present, Jin coldly instructs Alu to stand up. Alu scrambles to obey, replying with a hurried, "Yes, sir." He then presents 2 books for Jin to examine, nervously asking what he thinks of them. Before Jin can respond, Alu quickly confesses they're magic texts. He apologizes, admitting that he obtained them without proper authorization from the Zipple family. These books, he explains, are extremely valuable to his household. Then, hesitantly, he asks how much money Jin has made from similar dealings. Scrambling to save face, Alu offers an excuse. He's primarily a martial artist and hadn't fully grasped the true worth of the texts. He knows this has caused Jin an inconvenience and swears to do everything in his power to retrieve them. Pleading for another chance, he promises to set things right. Jin, unimpressed, cuts him off with a sharp order. "Shut up. Bring me the account book and the customer list. My family starts their investigation tomorrow." The weight of his words is final. Alu has no choice but to comply. Jin silently reflects on the fate of Tsing. Despite their efforts to establish themselves in the Arkan Kingdom, they're nothing more than a small-time gang when compared to the Zipple family. If the investigation uncovers anything that displeases the Zipple, it will be the end of Tsing. No question about it. A while later, Jin and his group sit in a dimly lit room, sifting through books and papers. Alu stands before them, confirming that these are all the items from the auction. Jin, skeptical, asks if there's more. Alu hesitates before admitting that additional valuables exist, but they're heavily guarded in the employee's residence. He then requests permission to step away, promising to return with the items in 2 hours. Jin, unimpressed, cuts through the excuse. "Are you planning to destroy important documents?" he questions, his tone sharp. He makes it clear that he intends to verify Alu's claims by questioning the people Alu has bribed. Then, with a smirk, he tells Alu to go ahead and do whatever he needs to, but reminds him that he's still under Jin's control. Alu, forced to comply, bows slightly and promises to return soon. Before leaving, he instructs one of his brown-haired guards to escort Sir Verdun around the storage area. The guard acknowledges with a simple yes. But just before stepping away, Alu whispers a different order. Make sure Jin doesn't leave the mansion until he gets back. The guard nods, understanding the unspoken threat behind the command. As Alu walks down the hallway, his frustration boils over. He mutters to himself, cursing Jin's arrogance. "That idiot." Acting like he owns the place, he grumbles, seething. After all the money he's thrown at the Zipple family, he refuses to let some imposter push him around. There has to be a way to buy them off or regain his influence. Meanwhile, Jin and his group are busy searching through what appears to be a private library. Mirakin casually tells Gilly to take whatever she wants. Gilly hesitates, unsure, but Mirakin reassures her. It's not like anything here wasn't stolen to begin with. As they rummage through the shelves, a book suddenly tumbles off and smacks the brown-haired guard on the head. He groans, rubbing the sore spot. "Damn it, it's all garbage," he mutters under his breath. Mirakin chuckles before turning to Jin. "Alu will probably figure out you're a fake by the time he gets back," he warns. "So, what's the plan?" Jin simply shrugs, completely unfazed. "We grab whatever we like for free and leave before he returns," he says nonchalantly, as if they were casually shopping instead of looting an underground operation. He then opens a small wooden box, eyes narrowing as he spots something interesting inside a ring. His fingers close around it. "Got it." Gilly, still processing their bold actions, nervously asks if they really plan to keep pulling off reckless stunts like this. Jin doesn't answer, but his smirk says everything. Jin smirks at Gilly's concern, deciding to take her question as a compliment. Before he can say more, Jin arrives, holding a stack of papers. With a satisfied grin, he announces that he has found the account records for the slaves, complete with birthplaces and ages, just as Jin requested. Jin nods in approval. "Good job," he says before declaring that they're done here. It's time to leave, but just as they're about to go, the brown-haired guard steps in their way. He insists that they must wait. Alu will be bringing the accounting books soon, so they should remain in the mansion until then. Jin's patience runs out. Without warning, he attacks, swiftly knocking the guard unconscious. Jet watches, impressed. You're not just skilled in magic, huh? He remarks. You can fight too. But why go after Alu's men like this? Jean glances at him and asks a simple question. Do you have a family? Jet hesitates, then nods. Yeah, I have a son. Without missing a beat, Jean gives him a grave warning. Take his son and flee, preferably to the Beamid Empire. Jet is stunned. What? Jean explains that the best way for Jet to protect himself is to turn over the accounting books and present himself as a whistleblower. That's the only way he'll stay safe. But Jet refuses. He insists that he'll stay by Jin's side until the very end. After all, he's worked too hard to reach this point. He won't let this opportunity slip away. He begs Jean to let him serve him for life, hoping this path will lead to something greater. That's when Jean finally reveals the truth. With a hint of regret, he tells Jet that he's not actually Veridin Zipple. Jet is speechless. 2 hours later, Alu returns, looking smug, until he sees one of his guards unconscious on the floor. His expression darkens. Before he can react, another guard rushes up to him, addressing him as boss. Alu narrows his eyes. Speak. The guard hesitates before delivering the bad news. Jean and his crew took the records on the slaves and other key customers, then vanished. Teasing is finished. Alu's face twists with rage. Chase them, he roars. The guard lowers his head. It's too late, boss. They're already gone. Alu's fury erupts. He grabs the guard's face with one massive hand and hurls him across the room, sending him crashing into the wall. I don't care what it takes. Gather every man we have and hunt them down. His voice shakes with rage. I'll skin those frauds myself. Meanwhile, Murakin sits by the fire with the others, his gaze fixed on Jean. So, he asks, is there a reason you're still hanging around? Jean, arms crossed, responds calmly. There's no point in worrying about Alan now. Instead, they need to figure out if he's connected to the Runcandle family. Murakin nods in agreement. Think of this as our final farewell, he says. Then, with a chuckle, he adds, besides, I gave him a Chenmi grimoire and even gifted him a masterpiece. You should have seen the look on his face when he saw it at the auction. He pauses, frowning. But that's the real mystery. How did Alu even know about such an ancient item? And more importantly, how did he manage to get his hands on it? Suddenly, a group of guards spots them. One immediately shouts, Over here! They're hiding over here! His voice echoes through the area as he calls for the boss. Murakin groans in annoyance at all the noise, while Jean simply sighs. Guess we should go have a little chat, he suggests casually. A moment later, Alu arrives, his face twisted in anger. There you are, he sneers. You really thought you could scam me and just walk away? His voice drips with fury as he declares that Jean will be made an example of. He'll be strung up in the marketplace for everyone to see. No one crosses the head of Teasing, Spider-Hand Alu, and lives to tell the tale. But Jean doesn't flinch. Instead, he smirks and starts listing the evidence he's uncovered. The registry of kidnapped slaves from Beamid. The transaction ledger detailing the ancient grimoire sought by the Zipple family. The customer registry, exposing every aristocrat who turned a blind eye to Alu's operations. With a flick of his wrist, Jean tosses the documents into the air. Too late, he says smugly. I've already spread this information far and wide. By tomorrow, the entire world will know about your crimes. He then tilts his head. Isn't magic mail convenient? Alu's face contorts with rage. He hurls insults at Jean, vowing that his death won't be quick. He'll skin him alive, and every time he passes out from the pain, he'll be revived with flames, over and over again. Unfazed, Jean calls out to Murakin. The dragon sighs, clearly reluctant. What now? I want a one-on-one fight with Alu, Jean states. Murakin groans. What a pain. Alu, now furious beyond reason, calls Jean a lunatic. You really think you can take me on alone? He scoffs. Then, barking orders at his men, he tells them to stop standing around like idiots and attack. The guards waste no time, launching their assault using magic crystals. Alu instructs them to leave Jean alive, but to kill everyone else. One of the guards makes a move on Murakin, but it's a mistake. Moving with speed that defies belief, Murakin counters effortlessly, cutting through them one by one. As he advances, he leaps high into the air and delivers a devastating strike, sending another guard flying. The remaining enemies freeze in shock. Alu, furious at his men's hesitation, snaps at them. Why are you just standing there? Attack! One of the gray-haired guards hesitates before explaining that using magic now might hit their own people. Alu growls, then aim for the ones in the back. Meanwhile, Jean glances at Gilly. Step back for a moment, he advises. The guards unleash a barrage of fire and water magic, their attacks surging forward. But Jean raises a protective shield, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. Gilly watches in amazement as the spells dissipate against the barrier. The guards, now visibly shaken, mutter in disbelief. Jean smirks. This is a lot easier, thanks to my sister Luna. From a distance, Luna crosses her arms. And yet you didn't even say goodbye before running off, she mutters unimpressed. Meanwhile, Murakan sizes up their opponents. They rely on numbers because they're weak, he grumbles. Then, rolling his shoulders, he adds, what a pain. Just drop dead all at once. Without warning, he unleashes a blast of light magic, so intense that the battlefield is momentarily bathed in a blinding glow. The sheer power of the attack leaves everyone stunned. Alu lunges at Murakan, his movements wild with rage. Nearby, one of his guards watches in confusion. What's going on, he asks, sensing something is off. Another guard shakes his head. Boss has lost it, he mutters. After a brief pause, he adds, actually, that might make things easier for us. Meanwhile, Murakan reports that he has taken care of the smaller threats, just as Jean requested. With the battlefield cleared, he tells Jean to do whatever he needs to. Alu, furious and cursing, demands answers. Who sent you? Why are you here? Jean barely acknowledges the question, dismissing it with a smirk. It doesn't matter, he says. You're gonna die anyway. Alu doesn't waste another second. He charges straight at Jean. But Jean is quick, sidestepping just in time to avoid the strike. Even as he dodges, his mind races. He's fast. Whether Alu is lying about his strength or not, Jean knows he can't afford to take him lightly. A single mistake could cost him everything. Murakan watches the exchange closely, his interest piqued. Looks like he's found himself a worthy opponent, he muses. If the rumors about Alu being a 7-star martial artist are true, then this fight is about to get serious. Compared to Jin's previous opponent, Vishkal, Alu is different. This one seems hungry to kill. Murakan, ever the observer, offers a simple piece of advice. Do your best, kid, and don't die. Alu scoffs. How arrogant, he sneers. What's an air mage like you doing on the front lines? Jean smirks. And what's a rookie like you doing looking down on me? Without hesitation, he launches an attack with his sword. Alu raises an eyebrow. Interesting sword, he notes, easily blocking the strike. He counters with a swift attack of his own, pressing Jean back. You're no mage after all, are you? Jean doesn't respond. He regains his footing and lunges forward again. Alu moves like a blur, dodging and maneuvering effortlessly. In a flash, he circles behind Jean, aiming for a devastating blow. Jean reacts just in time, barely evading the strike. Alu's attack slams into the floor instead, sending debris flying. Alu clicks his tongue. Shallow hit. Jin's mind is racing. He's holding back. Even at this level, he's already too much for me to handle. Alu, watching Jean struggle, chuckles. That fireball you threw at the auction house, he muses. Must have been an artifact. He shakes his head, realizing just how badly he's been played. But there's a bigger problem, the other guy. The one who took down all his subordinates alone. Alu's eyes flick to Murakan, still standing there, unmoving. Why isn't he doing anything? Meanwhile, Murakan watches as Jean takes another hard hit. That little idiot, he mutters under his breath. Gilly, visibly worried, turns to Murakan. Are you really just going to stand there? She asks. I get that the young master wanted to take on a 7-star martial artist, but isn't it too soon for him to be doing this? Murakan doesn't seem concerned. It's fine, he says dismissively. He needs to learn how precious life is. Gilly sighs, reluctantly agreeing. I guess you're right. Then, after a moment, she glances back at the fight. But it kind of sounds like you think he's going to lose. On the battlefield, Jean grits his teeth, preparing for the next exchange. Alu lunges at Jean with relentless aggression, his strikes coming fast and heavy. Jean barely manages to block, the sheer force of the assault forcing him back. The intensity of the fight leaves everyone watching in shock. Alu doesn't let up. Charging again, he declares, "This is the end for you." But Jean just smirks, as flames swirl around him. He calmly states, when a Runcandle magic swordsman fights, even a 2-star difference is meaningless. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a blazing burst of fire, sending Alu staggering backward. Alu, stunned, struggles to process what just happened. That wasn't an artifact, he mutters, realizing the truth. Jean isn't just some mage. He's a magic swordsman. Jin's sword crackles with energy as he calls upon lightning, the weapon glowing with raw power. Alu attempts to block, but his sword barely holds up against the force. Undeterred, he taunts Jean, warning that standing so exposed in battle is a death sentence. Jean doesn't flinch. Instead, he steps forward, his hand adorned with a magical ring. With a commanding voice, he used his technique helmet release. Alu's eyes widen in shock. What is happening? Before he can react, Jean moves in, his sword cutting deep into Alu's body. As he strikes, a dark magical aura envelopes him, its presence sending a chill through the air. With the battle shifting in his favor, Jean sheathes his sword. Murakin watches closely, recognizing something unusual. That must be Multa's rune, he murmurs. Gilly, confused, turns to him. Multa's rune? What's that? Murakin crosses his arms, recalling its history. Thousands of years ago, Multa was forged for Beeman's first emperor, a man who was once a lover of a demon. Back then, war was everywhere, and Multa was a masterpiece, capable of blocking any attack below 7-star power. His eyes narrow. The real question is, how did such an artifact end up in the hands of a gang? Jean, too, contemplates the rune's significance. He knows that this artifact was meant to be handed over to the Beeman Emperor in 5 or 6 years. He remembers that during that time, the Academy and the press were in chaos over the helmet. In fact, he recalls the exact moment it was first discovered, where it happened, the date, and even the circumstances surrounding it. Returning his focus to Alu, Jean delivers a devastating final blow. As Alu weakens, Jean steps closer, his voice steady. Before you die, I have one question for you. Alu coughs, struggling to stay conscious. I've heard you have connections to the Runcandle family, Jean states. Is it true? Murakin raises an eyebrow. Should have asked that earlier, he mutters. Not like a dying man has much reason to answer, honestly. Alu lets out a bitter chuckle. Now I see, he rasps. I know who you really are. He exhales sharply, then confirms the truth. Yes, he did fail. But there's something more. Jean frowns. What do you mean? Alu smirks despite his injuries. You're just the youngest member of the family, he says. But even you can't stop him. Murakin stiffens. Him? Who are you talking about? Jean narrows his eyes, thinking. Spider-Man Alu. That's probably not even his real name. Something about this entire situation feels off. A 7-star martial artist running a gang? Connections to the Runcandle family? Something bigger is at play. And now, they need to find out who is really pulling the strings. Murakin shrugs, noting that it's not entirely unheard of. After all, one of his ancestors, a 9-star powerhouse, once ran a bar. However, that doesn't change the fact that they need to figure out who Alu was referring to. Jean contemplates the situation. Alu had admitted defeat, but his words carried weight. He couldn't stop that person. The fact that Alu recognized his identity meant this failure likely had something to do with the Blood illusion. And the mention of him being the youngest while unable to stop someone else? That suggested knowledge of the ongoing power struggle within the Runcandle family. Jean mentally runs through the potential suspects. His older sister, Yuna, is out. She left the family. Mayu? And the twins? Too young and inexperienced. The others? Not ambitious or cunning enough to pull off something like this. That leaves only one likely candidate. Someone obsessed with rank and influence. Someone who started pulling strings the moment they recognized Jin's potential. Joshua Runcandle. The next heir. Jean clenches his fists. Whether he's overthinking it or not, he has to get to the truth. The next morning, a young boy with messy black hair stands on a street corner, holding up newspapers. He shouts for all to hear. Teasing has been eliminated. A joint investigation between the Zipple family and Beeman took down the gang that terrorized the innocent. In just one day, Jean schemes the headline and smirks. Looks like Jet did a good job. While Jet would likely face some pushback from the Zipple family and Beeman, it was a small price to pay for securing his own safety. Murakin, arms crossed, scoffs. Honestly, those criminals deserved worse. But if the Zipple family and Beeman want to take the credit, that works in our favor. Jean nods, listing their gains. A valuable ring, skilled mages, a 7-star knight, and a win in a real fight. Just then, Gilly approaches, addressing him with a firm tone. Young master. Jean raises an eyebrow. She reminds him that just because someone holds the title of a 7-star knight doesn't mean they're competent. Don't get careless just because you defeated Alu, she warns. You need to be more cautious in the future. Jean exhales, knowing she's right. Fair enough, he concedes. I mean, compared to you, we don't even come close. Satisfied with his response, Gilly nods. Turning to Jet, Jean offers his gratitude. Thanks to him, no one would suspect their whereabouts. With things settled, he suggests they take it easy for a bit, then move on to their next destination. A new journey awaits. Murakin curiously asks about their next destination, prompting Jean Runcandle to explain that Taiken is an independent city. Gilly chimes in, mentioning that Taiken is famous for its 7 colors, which immediately piques Murakin's interest. He wonders what makes these 7 colors so significant. As Jean Runcandle casually hands some coins to an elderly man nearby, Gilly elaborates, explaining that Taiken is home to a vast information center. Alongside the renowned Runcandle, Zipple, and Beeman organizations, it serves as one of the most reliable sources of intelligence. It doesn't take long for Murakin to realize Jean Runcandle's real intent. He plans to gather information on potential adversaries, just like he did with Jet. Curious, Murakin asks if that's the plan. Jean Runcandle acknowledges that it's one possibility. Before long, A voice announces that everyone is aboard, and they set off on a boat. As they travel, Gene Runcandle takes a moment to reflect. Moving forward, he knows he must prioritize memories from before his regression, ensuring that both Gilly and Murakin serve a meaningful role in his journey. At the same time, he considers the tangled web of connections, Vishkal Ibriano, Buber, Kinzello, and Alua's history with the Runcandle family. There are still too many unanswered questions, including the mysteries of the Colin ruins and taboo magic. With all this in mind, he determines that Taiken, with its 7 colors, is the best place to start unraveling the truth. After some time, Murakin shares an intriguing discovery. He has finally figured out what Chimmy left behind. He believes it's none other than light magic. Gene Runcandle is visibly surprised, as light magic was thought to have vanished in ancient times. Murakin confirms this, explaining that Chimmy was once an enemy of the Zipple family. To erase all traces of their adversaries, the Zipple family ensured that light magic was wiped from history, a ruthless but characteristic move for them. Murakin reflects on this harsh reality, realizing that if he fails to surpass his current limits, the Runcandle family could face a similar fate in the future. Mastering light magic might be the key to survival. Gene Runcandle acknowledges this and decides to demonstrate something important, urging Murakin to pay close attention. With a flick of his hand, he unveils a glowing magical energy. Murakin watches intently, but something is off. The supposed light magic is black. Gene Runcandle intensifies his power, letting out a laugh as he asks how it feels. In just a brief moment, Murakin experiences a strange sensation. His eyes feel like they're swelling from the sheer force of the spell. Covering his face with his hand, Gene Runcandle smirks, confirming that this magic is not only powerful, but also versatile, useful for both offense and defense. He then reveals the spell's name, Flashbang, one of Chimmy's most treasured techniques. The excitement in his voice is undeniable. He's thrilled to have acquired such a formidable ability. But just as he basks in this newfound power, he suddenly brings up a certain Hister mage. The conversation takes an abrupt turn as Gene interrupts, questioning why he's mentioning this mage out of nowhere. He pulls out a book, explaining that it's encrypted in such a complex way that even he finds it frustrating. He has no idea what it contains, but wonders if it might be useful in the future. Gene Runcandle suggests setting it aside for now, and he agrees, deciding that one day, he'll find an expert who can crack its secrets. A week later, the scene shifts to Taiken, the independent city. Gilly beams with excitement as she explores, admiring the city's beauty. Gene takes in the surroundings, reflecting on what makes this place unique. A small island city in the southern part of the central continent, completely unaffiliated with either the Runcandle family or the Zipple family. Though its population is relatively small, it's a famous tourist destination, with ocean views visible from almost anywhere. As they wander, Gilly comments on how lively everything feels and suggests finding a place to stay. Meanwhile, Murakin, perched on her shoulder, leaps off just as Gene agrees, suggesting they head toward the city center for accommodations. Without hesitation, Murakin shifts into his human form, complaining that he won't tolerate another lousy in this time. Gene immediately scolds him, reminding him, once again, not to transform in public. Murakin, unconcerned, shrugs it off, insisting that humans don't pay much attention anyway. Unfortunately, one human does. A girl named Julia witnesses the transformation, her eyes widening in shock. She points excitedly, exclaiming to anyone nearby that a black cat just turned into a man. Before the group can react, she starts shouting, "How did you do that?" She was full of excitement and said out loud, "Teach Julia how you do that." Jean, caught off guard, quickly tries to cover it up, telling her she must have imagined things. After all, how could a cat turn into a human? Julia, casually eating ice cream, refuses to back down. She insists it wasn't just her. Her friend Yuri saw it too. She's absolutely certain of what happened and demands to know why he's lying. Jean, trying to smooth things over, assures her he's not lying. And also, he's definitely not a mister. Julia, unimpressed, argues back, confidently declaring that he is a mister and that he is lying. Jean, realizing he's getting nowhere, reminds her that he bought her ice cream. So wouldn't it be nice if she just pretended she saw nothing? Julia shakes her head, refusing outright. She won't lie, no matter how much ice cream is involved. Meanwhile, Gilly stands off to the side with Murakin, quietly asking what they should do now. She reminds them that they initially found Julia lost and were planning to take her to the garrison. But if word spreads about what she saw, it could attract the Zipple family's attention, something they really don't need. Murakin waves off the concern, confident that no one will believe a child's wild story. Gilly, clearly frustrated, shoots him a glare. If only he had listened to the young master in the first place, none of this would have happened. After a while, Julia suddenly points to a building, announcing that it's the information center. She also makes it clear that she doesn't like the garrison. Curious, Gilly asks why. Julia explains that they always harass her mother and cause trouble for her, which makes her upset. Gilly frowns, concerned. She wonders if the garrison is one of those corrupt places that use violence to exploit the common people. Jean Runcandle, however, remains more skeptical. For all they know, the girl's mother could be a criminal. He suggests they check things out first before making any judgments. As they approach, a guard notices Julia and immediately reacts. He asks if it's really her and then quickly instructs someone to fetch their leader, addressing Julia as Little Mississippi. Jean politely inquires if the guard knows the child. The man chuckles, confirming that he knows her very well. After all, she's the leader's daughter. That revelation catches Jean off guard. He hadn't expected Julia to be someone important. Just then, Julia spots her mother, Alicia Badger. Jean takes a moment to assess her, wondering if being the leader of the information center is really all there is to her role. Meanwhile, Julia runs straight to her mother and hugs her tightly. Alicia gently scolds her, reminding her not to wander too far on her own. Julia, however, pouts, saying it's because her mom never plays with her. Alicia sighs, apologizing and promising that once she finishes work, she'll make more time for her daughter. Julia squints suspiciously. She's heard this before. She points out that Alicia had made the same promise before, but never followed through. Alicia reassures her this time will be different. She really can't leave work so easily, but she'll make sure to keep her word. At that moment, Alicia finally takes note of Jean and his companions. She comments that most people in Taiken know Julia, so if they plan to stay in the city, they should be more cautious. Apologizing for the delayed introduction, she extends her hand, formally introducing herself as the leader of the Taiken garrison. Jean shakes her hand, introducing himself as Jean Grey and explaining that he's just a tourist visiting Taiken. Alicia raises an eyebrow at that, but plays along. If he's a tourist, she insists on giving him something in return. She asks if there's anything he needs. Jean takes the opportunity to ask for recommendations on a good place to stay. Julia, suddenly excited, whispers something into her mother's ear. Alicia listens, then nods before pulling out a pen and calling for some paper. A guard promptly brings it to her, and she quickly writes something down before handing it to Jean. She explains that it's a letter of recommendation with the garrison leader's seal. With this, he'll be treated well no matter where he goes in the city. She then thanks him again for helping bring her daughter back safely. Jean responds that they should be the ones thanking her, and with that, the group prepares to leave. However, just as they turn away, Alicia casually asks Julia if it's true that a cat turned into a human. Julia nods enthusiastically, but then lowers her voice, adding that the others don't want to talk about it. So she's pretending she doesn't know anything. Alicia praises Julia, telling her she did a good job and reminding her that everyone has secrets. As she reflects on the transformation she witnessed, she notes that such a feat is something only a dragon should be capable of. Meanwhile, in their lodge, Gilly sits comfortably on the bed, marveling at the excellent service. She notes that the only other time she's experienced such luxury was back at Huffister. On the other bed, Murakin sprawls out with a satisfied sigh, commenting on how incredibly soft it is. This is what a proper lodge should feel like. Gilly acknowledges that the letter of recommendation has certainly paid off, making everything go smoothly since their arrival in Taiken. She then brings up something that's been on her mind, the ice cream Julia was eating earlier. Since it's a popular treat in the city, she wonders if she should try some too. Jean Runcandle, confused, asks why she's asking him for permission. If she wants it, she should just go ahead and order it. Gilly, satisfied with that answer, cheerfully heads for the door, promising to be back soon. As she leaves, Murakin stretches out, commenting that it's been a long time since they've lived in such comfort. It almost feels like they're on vacation. However, his tone shifts as he turns to Jean and asks how he plans to meet the Seven Colors. Murakin chimes in, pointing out that meeting them won't be easy. Jean, however, already has a plan. He explains that the Seven Colors is the most reputable information network in Taiken, and at its core stands a powerful figure known as the Noble Sword, Kashmir. Kashmir isn't just a well-known and respected swordsman. He was even recommended to train beginner swordsmanship for the Runcandle family. However, that's about as much as most people know about him. Jean, on the other hand, knows much more. He recalls that in 10 years, Kashmir will emerge as the Emperor of Beemit, leveraging the vast intelligence network of the Seven Colors. He will secure power from Beemit, the Zipple family, and the Runcandle family, gaining enough support to establish Taiken as an independent kingdom, with himself as its first king. Jean considers Kashmir Alphen to be a meticulous strategist, not only a master swordsman, but also someone capable of hiding his true ambitions for years. He speculates that Kashmir might be someone who could support him in the future. However, the real challenge is figuring out how to approach him. Just then, Gilly rushes back into the room, her expression tense. She quickly alerts Jean and Murakin that something is wrong. She explains that the lodge is completely empty. All the employees and guests have disappeared without a trace. Worse, she can feel that something is off. Kashmir Alphen places a hand on Gilly's shoulder, checking on their well-being before politely asking if he may intrude for a moment. Jean Runcandle's eyes narrow as he assesses the man. Why is Kashmir Alphen here? Mirakin, already on edge, immediately moves to attack, his temper flaring. Jean quickly intervenes, urging him to stop. This isn't the time to escalate things, and killing him is out of the question. Mirakin, however, isn't one to let things slide so easily. He shifts into his shadow dragon form, glaring at Kashmir with obvious disdain. Sarcastically, he repeats Kashmir's greeting, asking if he is doing well, before immediately answering his own question. Of course not. Then, with a pointed sneer, he questions if Kashmir is an idiot for even asking. Jean remains wary. Why is the noble sword here all of a sudden? Kashmir shouldn't have any business in Arkan, especially considering they just arrived in Taiken and have done nothing to attract attention. Something doesn't add up. Then, he notices something else. Kashmir isn't alone. For actually even more guards surround him. If things turn violent, they could easily be overwhelmed. Sensing the danger, Jean tells Mirakin to stand down. The space is too cramped for a fight, and Gilly could get caught in the chaos. Begrudgingly, Mirakin shifts back into his human form, though his irritation doesn't fade. Fixing his glare on Kashmir, Mirakin demands to know if he even realizes who he's dealing with. Kashmir, unfazed, simply asks what he means. Mirakin isn't having it. He repeats the question, does Kashmir even know who he is? Then, without waiting for an answer, he mutters under his breath, calling him an idiot. Annoyed, he pulls Gilly into an embrace, still grumbling in frustration. He then sharply questions why Kashmir speaks so informally, as if he looks down on everyone just because he carries a sword and has a handful of lackeys following him. Jean watches closely. For once, Mirakin is showing some restraint, but his temper is still boiling. Kashmir, maintaining his composure, clarifies that he never meant any disrespect. But Mirakin isn't satisfied. Then what exactly did you mean? He snaps, accusing Kashmir of barging in uninvited and demanding an explanation. Once again, he repeats his question. Does he even know who he is? Kashmir admits that he doesn't. Mirakin scoffs, clearly unimpressed. Then why are you acting so high and mighty? He taunts. Just because you carry a sword and drag around a bunch of followers, you think you're above everyone else? Before the tension can rise further, Jean steps in once more. That's enough. He firmly tells Mirakin to calm down and put away his sword. Then, turning to Kashmir, he shifts his tone to one of formal politeness. He addresses him properly, confirming that he is indeed the noble sword, Kashmir Alphen. He then adds that he's heard a great deal about his reputation. Kashmir seems momentarily puzzled. How does this young man know his name? Jean doesn't hesitate. He formally introduces himself, revealing his real name. Both Mirakin and Gilly are caught off guard by this unexpected revelation. Jean then suggests they move to a different location, where they can continue their discussion in a more private and civil manner. He offers to answer any of Kashmir's questions. Sometime later, Kashmir sits across from Jean, while Gilly and Mirakin stand behind him, watching the exchange closely. Jean, remaining calm, thanks Kashmir for dismissing his soldierette. He notes that such a gesture suggests at least some level of trust. Kashmir contemplates the situation, recalling that he brought his soldierette after receiving a report about a dragon sighting. However, he now realizes that this was a misjudgment. The overwhelming pressure he sensed earlier wasn't from just any human. It came directly from the dragon himself, Mirakin. And judging by Mirakin's furious expression, if Kashmir hadn't stepped in when he did, everyone in the room might have been wiped out. As he assesses the group, his gaze lands on Gillian Clorin. He recognizes her instantly, recalling their past encounter before his fall from grace in the Beeman Palace. He remembers her impressive military skills during training drills, but now, there's nothing. He can't sense any trace of her former self. This raises a new question. What exactly is her connection to these people? Shifting his focus back to Jean, Kashmir directly asks if he really is who he claims to be. He admits that Jean doesn't seem to be lying, but he still has many questions. Jean remains calm, inviting him to go ahead and ask. Kashmir doesn't hold back. He questions why Jean is traveling with a dragon of all things. Since ancient times, dragons have only formed contracts with powerful magicians, either those who have a pact with a god or someone possessing an extraordinary power. Typically, that would mean a Zipple, not a Runcandle. He then presses further, asking if Jin's family is even aware that he's traveling with a dragon. Jean Runcandle shakes his head. No, they don't know. Kashmir warns him that if this information were to leak, the Runcandle family would not take it lightly. He points out that Jean is carrying a dangerous secret, one that could easily cost him his life. He suggests that the real issue isn't just that Jean is a Runcandle, but rather why he has chosen to ally himself with a dragon in the first place. Instead of answering directly, Jean turns the question back on him. Why was he so interested in meeting this dragon in the first place? Kashmir considers for a moment before deciding to share something in return. He reveals that his daughter, Julia, was the one who saw the transformation, a black cat turning into a man. That's why he came to investigate. Jean raises an eyebrow. So, he actually believes the words of a child? Kashmir smirks. Julia isn't just any child. She's a contractor with AZ Mill. Jean stiffens slightly. The god of sight? Kashmir nods. He explains that a contractor of AZ Mill doesn't misinterpret objects or events. The god of sight grants perfect vision, meaning that Julia saw exactly what happened. He also notes that many powerful figures would kill for the chance to become AZ Mill's contractor, which is why he doesn't reveal this information lightly. At this, Murakin's expression darkens. Sensing something off, he steps closer to Kashmir. He questions how Julia could be a contractor if there's no dragon around. Normally, AZ Mill's contractors are bound to dragons, yet there's no sign of one anywhere. More importantly, Murakin himself hasn't sensed any dragon energy nearby. Jean considers this carefully. AZ Mill's dragons are known for their unbreakable bond with their contractors. They would never abandon their contractor, especially a child. That means something isn't right. Something strange is going on here. Still piecing things together, Jean admits he doesn't have the full picture yet, but whatever is happening, it all seems to revolve around that fact. Murakin frowns. And what exactly are you getting at? Kashmir Alphen explains that Julia's guardian dragon disappeared about a year ago. Though he doesn't have solid proof, he suspects that the Zipple family or the Beeman Empire might be involved. However, at this point, it's just speculation. Murakin scoffs at the idea. A dragon? Kidnapped? And for an entire year? He shakes his head. Impossible. No dragon would be foolish enough to let that happen. Then, something else clicks in his mind. He turns to Kashmir. Julia is about 5 years old, isn't she? Kashmir nods. That's correct. Murakin's expression darkens. If Julia really is AZ Mill's contractor, then there's a much bigger problem. Without her guardian dragon's presence, she's in serious danger. If this continues, she could go insane, or worse, suffer permanent damage. Kashmir is visibly shaken. What? He had no idea the situation was that dire. Murakin elaborates, explaining that AZ Mill's contractors can see the future, but most people don't realize that this ability places immense strain on a person's mind. Normally, their guardian dragon absorbs most of that burden. The real issue is Julia's age. She's still too young to fully grasp the difference between visions and reality. That's why she hasn't shown extreme symptoms yet. However, if she keeps experiencing unprotected premonitions, things will spiral out of control. In a year or two, her foresight will become completely uncontrollable. Jean Runcandle frowns, sensing the severity of the situation. He presses for more details. Seeing the future can actually lead to disability? Kashmir responds, explaining that it all ties back to the principle of causality. Anyone who sees the future is bound to follow what they saw. If they don't, AZ Mill's punishment begins. The consequences are severe, especially in cases involving life and death. Trying to change the future can bring devastating repercussions. Contractors who repeatedly defy causality, they don't last long. Kashmir's voice grows heavier as he admits that Julia has been living in an entirely different reality from the rest of them due to her abilities. He can tell from Jin's reaction that he's finally beginning to grasp the weight of the situation. There's no question about it. He must find her guardian dragon as soon as possible. There is no other option. At that moment, Kashmir kneels before Murakin, addressing him with deep respect as a mighty dragon. He reveals something that wasn't mentioned before. He's not just any informant. He is the leader of the Seven Colors, the most powerful intelligence network in Taiken. Despite all his resources, he spent a year searching, yet he still hasn't been able to find his daughter's guardian dragon. Murakin watches him carefully. The pieces are falling into place now. Meeting Julia the moment they arrived in Taiken? That wasn't a coincidence. AZ Mill must be seeking their help for his young contractor. With that realization, he turns to Murakin, addressing him once again as a mighty dragon, and formally asks for his assistance. But Murakin only crosses his arms, unimpressed. He flatly refuses, saying that even if he wanted to help, there's not much he can do on his own. He then gestures toward Jean. The decision isn't mine to make. It's up to him. Jean steps forward, looking down at Kashmir. He tells him to stand up. Though they may not share a deep relationship, this situation is about a child's life. That alone makes it worth investigating. With that, he suggests that they proceed rationally and work together to find Julia's missing guardian dragon. Kashmir expresses his gratitude, assuring them that he won't forget their kindness. Although things have turned out better than expected, he can't shake a lingering sense of unease. If the Seven Colors couldn't locate the missing dragon, then finding it might require information from the Runcandle or Zipple families. Mirakin, curious, asks if Taiken is aligned with the Zipple family. Jean Runcandle clarifies that Taiken is just a city, unaffiliated with any faction. Satisfied, Mirakin then turns his attention to Kashmir Alphen, questioning whether his information network is truly as capable as rumored. Specifically, he wants to know if they have any data on dragons. Kashmir confirms they do. His sources even track which continent each dragon inhabits. Pleased, Mirakin immediately requests all available information on dragons within the Beeman Empire. However, Jean Runcandle quickly advises against revealing such details. Mirakin dismisses the warning, insisting that this approach is a last resort. After all, he notes, dragons are traditionally believed to know everything. Meanwhile, Inya approaches Miss Quicantle, who is holding a newspaper. Inya eagerly asks her to take a look. Miss Quicantle, puzzled, asks if someone has arrived. Inya shakes her head. It's news about Sir Jean again. She marvels at how incredible he is, pointing out that despite being their age, he's already a 5-star. Surprised, Inya wonders if she, too, could reach such heights. Miss Quicantle reassures her, explaining that as a contractor of a powerful being, she has even greater potential. Compared to the child of a family with a guardian, a certain black-haired guy, Inya, as the contractor of Ulta, the super being of time, holds far more promise. She then instructs Inya to return home and stay there until she comes back. Suspicious, Inya asks if something has happened. Miss Quicantle shrugs it off, saying it's nothing, just that something dark has appeared. Sometime later, Jean Runcandle is seen soaring through the sky, seated atop Mirakin, who has taken on his dragon form. Mirakin warns him that soon, very soon, his presence will be fully released. When that happens, the dragons residing in Beeman will come crawling out on their own. He advises Jean to hide well if he wants to avoid being spotted. Acknowledging the advice, Jean quickly covers his face, signaling that he's ready. With that, Mirakin declares it's time to begin, and they start descending rapidly. The scene then shifts to a flashback. Kashmir Alphen hands Mirakin a stack of papers, stating that it's the list of dragons active within the Beeman regions, just as requested. As Mirakin reviews the documents, he mutters to himself, noting that so they're hiding here. He starts to say something else, but then changes his mind, brushing it off with a simple, never mind. It should be fine. Jean Runcandle checks if there's a problem, but Mirakin assures him there's none. He acknowledges that dealing with dragons can be risky, but there's no time to dwell on it. They still have a long journey ahead. Just as they're about to leave, Kashmir Alphen calls out, addressing Mirakin with great reverence and asking him to wait. Mirakin, unimpressed by the formality, tells him to drop the honorifics. He's not some cult leader, just Mirakin. Kashmir quickly adjusts, addressing him as Sir Mirakin and bowing respectfully before making a heartfelt request. He asks Mirakin to handle things carefully so he can save his beloved daughter. Before leaving, Mirakin offers 2 crucial pieces of advice. First, until the dragon returns, Kashmir needs to keep his daughter physically active all day to exhaust her energy. By doing so, Asmel's influence over her will naturally weaken. He instructs him to engage her in any activity, running, playing, whatever it takes to make sure she falls asleep easily. Kashmir takes the advice seriously, vowing to keep his daughter engaged and worn out. Then, curious, he asks about the second detail. Mirakin casually mentions ice candies, suggesting that Kashmir bring some over next time since they missed their chance to try any, because of him. Gilly, amused, comments on how much of a gentleman Mirakin really is. Mirakin chuckles, reminding her that she had mentioned wanting ice candies earlier. Gilly quickly clarifies that she wasn't talking about that. She was referring to how he tactfully provided extra information to ease Kashmir's worries. Mirakin simply shrugs, stating that he doesn't particularly care about the emotions of that kind of creature. The scene shifts back to the present. Jean Runcandle reflects on how Mirakin always acts indifferent, but deep down, he's actually quite considerate, a typical trait of their black dragon. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by Mirakin's sharp voice. It's coming. Looking ahead, he spots a dragon approaching from the opposite direction. Mirakin quickly identifies them, Rabis and Unil. He even remarks, almost fondly, that those were the 2 he used to beat up the most. Mirakin, realizing what's about to happen, urges Jean to put on his helmet. Jean, smirking, casually comments on how much Mirakin must have terrorized them in the past for them to show up so quickly just from sensing his presence. Unbothered, Mirakin explains it was just how things worked back in the day. Anyone who stepped into his territory got a beating. Simple as that. Jean then asks if he doesn't feel even a little pride about it. Before Mirakin can respond, Rabis calls out, demanding to know why he's here. Mirakin responds just as casually, addressing Rabis as the Earth Dragon and Unil, then announcing that he has awoken from a long slumber for a task that requires their assistance. Until, however, seems uneasy. He refers to Muraken as the great ruler of the tall mountains and a close friend of Sadaret, acknowledging his power, but cautioning that now is not the right time. Please, he urges, avoid this area. Rebus urges Muraken to leave immediately, warning that a young contractor is still in the region. Untiel adds that he wants to avoid any conflict along the coast of Beemit. Muraken, unimpressed, scoffs at their concerns. He asks if they actually have the nerve to order him to retreat, declaring that there is no place under the heavens where he is unwelcome. Untiel, visibly exasperated, suggests that fleeing might be the smarter option. He explains that the entire region is already in chaos, thanks to the disruptive presence Muraken has been spreading. Curious, Muraken demands to know what Rebus is talking about. Rebus anxiously reveals that Quickcantle is on her way, and she's coming to kill him. Muraken raises an eyebrow. The silver dragon, Quickcantle? He then asks about her connection to the guardian dragon of Ulta, the super being of time. With a sigh, he finally reveals the truth. Quickcantle is his ex. Hearing this, Rebus becomes even more desperate. He pleads with Muraken, practically begging him to leave. He emphasizes that their contractor is still just a child and could get seriously hurt if caught in the crossfire. Undiel warns that the other dragons don't yet know Muraken has awakened, but if he stays any longer, the news will spread like wildfire. Muraken, however, has no interest in running. He tells Jean Runcandle to hold on tight, then suddenly charges straight at Rebus and Untiel, striking them with enough force to send them flying. Panicked, Rebus yells that they should run for their lives while cursing Muraken. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle, completely baffled, demands to know what on earth Muraken is doing. But Muraken, as usual, isn't concerned. He simply tells Jean to stay focused because more are coming. Without hesitation, he lunges forward again as the other dragons counterattack. Despite their reluctance to fight, Muraken quickly realizes that even if he underestimates his opponents, their ultimate skills are at least 8-star level, and they're firing off powerful attacks one after another. Just then, Miss Quickcantle arrives, fuming with rage. She doesn't hold back, cursing at Muraken and declaring that he should have died back then. She demands to know what he was thinking, showing up here with that audacious look on his face. Jean Runcandle, watching the enraged silver dragon, gulps. Do we really have to fight that thing? He asks. Muraken lets out a sigh. Yeah, looks like it. Jean hesitates, then asks, so, how long were you two together? Muraken casually replies, 500 years. Then, after a brief pause, he adds about 5 years in human terms. Without missing a beat, he then instructs Jean to stab her with Bradamani whenever he gets the chance. Jean freezes. Wait, hold on. She's still your ex. Isn't stabbing her a bit too harsh? Muraken dismisses his concern with a wave. I don't waste my time with people who lack class, he states bluntly. But then, in a more serious tone, he warns that if things get bad, Jean should pour all his power into a single strike. That's the only way they'll have even a chance of landing a hit. Before Jean can argue, Miss Quickcantle suddenly transforms into her dragon form. Her voice booms through the air as she declares that it's too late to run. She's going to bury Muraken at sea. Muraken sighs, calling out for her to wait and calm down. He admits that, sure, she despises him, but they have more important things to deal with before settling personal grudges. Unfortunately, Quickcantle has zero interest in talking. She immediately launches a powerful magical spell at him. Muraken barely dodges and begins retreating, but she's relentless, chasing after him with increased ferocity. The fight escalates as she attacks repeatedly, even attempting to bite him. As the battle intensifies, Muraken questions why Quickcantle is so agitated. Instead of answering, she hurls another powerful magical spell at him, her frustration boiling over. For the love of, what the hell are you even doing? Realizing he needs time to regroup, Muraken quickly spreads his black shadow aura, obscuring her view in an attempt to stall. From a distance, Jean Runcandle watches the chaos unfold, muttering that it's a good thing he tagged along. Otherwise, if Muraken had been caught by the silver dragon, they wouldn't have even heard about it. Muraken, however, remains confident. He assures Jean that he won't die. No matter how strong Quickcantle is, she can't enter this space. That said, calming her down won't be easy, so he suggests they try reasoning with her. Before they can even attempt that, Quickcantle suddenly disperses the shadow and scoffs. If you really thought your shadow tricks would work on me, you're even more pathetic than I remember. Muraken is momentarily taken aback. How did you do that? She crosses her arms, unimpressed. You really don't get it, do you? You've gotten weaker, Muraken. If you still think you're the same as before, you're fooling yourself. Despite her hostility, Muraken tries to defuse the situation. Come on, let's not do this. Just stop for a second. I didn't come here to fight. I came to ask you something. But she isn't having it. Just thinking about our past makes me want to tear you into 10,000 pieces. She snaps before launching another brutal attack. Muraken, dodging, sighs. You're seriously this mad? Just because we broke up? Quickcantle glares at him. Oh, trust me, just breaking up isn't the only reason you're getting your ass beat. And with that, she lands a devastating punch straight to his face. Seeing an opportunity, Mirakin signals Jean Runcandle to move in. Jean leaps into action, ready to strike. Quickcantle, caught off guard, exclaims, wait, a human? She quickly realizes that even with Mirakin's strength, her outer hide is too tough to pierce. That means Jin's attacks won't do much either. However, Jean notices a small gap, remnants of Mirakin's shadow ki lingering around the area. Seizing the moment, he activates Shadow Ki Liberation and strikes with his sword. His blade pierces through, stabbing her cleanly. Quickcantle lets out a scream of pain as his attack cuts through her arm and wings. Mirakin smirks, nodding in approval. Not bad. You used up all your power, but still good job. Jean, completely drained, stares at his sword in disbelief. Wait, did I just become a dragon slayer out of nowhere? Taking a deep breath, he adds, all right, now let's hope she's finally calmed down a little. But Mirakin shakes his head. Not even close. Jean tenses. You're kidding. Mirakin's expression darkens. Most dragons would die from a hit like that. But she's not just any dragon. He looks toward the injured but still standing Quickcantle. Dragons that control time don't go down so easily. Jean Runcandle, clearly concerned, wonders if they'll end up disappearing before they even find the missing dragon. Standing on Mirakin's hand, he observes Quickcantle closely. Watching her carefully, he asks if she's rewinding time. Mirakin nods, explaining that this is why authority and magic are two separate forces. While it's an incredibly powerful ability, it consumes an enormous amount of energy. He warns Jean not to move an inch, just in case. A moment later, Quickcantle reverts to her human form. Mirakin, ever the troublemaker, smirks and asks if she's calmed down a bit. He even jokes that he had no idea she still had such strong feelings for him. So much so that she completely lost it. Quickcantle's eyes narrow. Calm down? She scoffs. She reminds him, furious, that he unilaterally dumped her without even giving her a chance to discuss it. And you call that breaking up on good terms? Mirakin chuckles awkwardly. He admits that bringing up the breakup always seems to make her mad, but he clarifies that it wasn't because of any betrayal, just that their personalities weren't compatible. Jean Runcandle listens in disbelief, realizing that this is an argument between dragons who have lived for thousands of years. Hoping to move on, Mirakin shifts the conversation. Look, I didn't come here to fight. I came to ask you something. Before he can continue, Quickcantle interrupts, eyeing Jean suspiciously. She asks about the human with him, wondering if he's Soderet's contractor. Mirakin waves off the question, insisting that's not what's important right now. Instead, he points out something far more urgent. One of their own is in grave danger. But Quickcantle remains unimpressed. She coldly calls Mirakin despicable, reminding him of all the dragons he slaughtered. The fact that he suddenly seems concerned now, it just doesn't add up. Glaring at him, she presses further. Do you even realize how many dragons died because of you? Mirakin doesn't deny it. He calmly acknowledges her point, but he also explains that among those dragons was the enemy of her older brother. That particular dragon? He killed for revenge. It wasn't his fight to begin with, yet he got involved anyway. He implies that this wasn't entirely his choice. It was just how things played out. With a sigh, he admits that maybe asking her was a mistake. Maybe I should have asked another dragon instead. Quickcantle takes a deep breath, trying to compose herself. She realizes that whenever she sees Mirakin, her emotions take over. After a brief pause, she finally relents. All right, go ahead. What do you want to ask? She even apologizes for her outburst. Mirakin gets straight to the point. One of Asmal's guardian dragons has recently gone missing. Quickcantle immediately catches on. You mean Tychon Latrie? Mirakin nods. Yeah, that was the name. Jean Runcandle realizes they're finally getting to the heart of the matter. But before they can even process the information, Quickcantle makes a surprising revelation. That's strange, she says, because Latrie was taken by Valletta not long ago. Jean Runcandle recalls that Valletta is a wind dragon. One of Melzia, the super being of wind's dependence and the guardian dragon of the Zipple family's vice head, Andre. Immediately, he begins to suspect that the Zipple family might be involved in all of this. Quickcantle then mentions that the Zipple family claimed they would teach Latrie the dragon language magic, which raises even more suspicions. If that's the case, they might need to relocate to avoid falling into a trap. She proposes that they backtrack a little to bypass any potential danger and safely enter Beeman's capital. Offering to guide them to her place, she takes the lead. A while later, deep in a forest on the outskirts of Beeman's capital, Jean formally introduces himself to Quickcantle. He explains that he's Soderet's contractor. She barely reacts. I know, she says plainly. She then casually reveals that she also knows he's Timar's descendant. The youngest son, in fact. Mirakin is taken aback. Wait, how do you know that? Quickhandle takes a sip of tea before answering. It's obvious. She explains that Jean gives off the exact same energy as Timar. 1,000 years ago, she, Timar, and Murakan used to spend a lot of time together, so she could sense it right away. She simply guessed he was the youngest based on Murakan's guardian dragon's reaction. With the introductions out of the way, she shifts the conversation to the real issue. She confirms that Valletta took Latrie about a year ago. Murakan nods, so they lured Latrie in by promising to teach dragon language magic. He frowns, stating that this doesn't sound good at all. Quickhandle acknowledges that while the promise might be true, there's a bigger problem. The current contractor of Asmal is far too young to fully control their authority. She then asks if it would be dangerous for Asmal's contractor to be without their guardian dragon. Murakan confirms it. Valletta should understand that too. Quickhandle hums in thought. Then there has to be another reason behind this. Murakan catches onto her wording immediately. That almost sounds like you know something. As expected, she does. She explains that when Valletta took Latrie, she visited Beemit and even mentioned introducing Latrie to her. But something fell off. Valletta seemed strangely fixated on her contractor and requested a private meeting, without giving a clear reason. She admits that her temper almost got the better of her, but she held back. Since her contractor's identity had already been revealed, getting aggressive would have put them in danger. Many of Beeman's upper-class elites have close ties to the Zipple family, so making any rash moves would have been a serious risk. Jean Runcandle furrows his brows. Wait a minute. That's weird. He points out that while Quickhandle's contractor's identity was revealed, Asmal's contractor's identity hasn't been exposed yet. That means someone deliberately uncovered this information and approached Latrie. Murakan agrees. Yeah, that's suspicious. Was contractor detection magic developed while I was asleep? Quickhandle immediately shuts that theory down. Impossible. She explains that no one can detect a contractor's identity until they personally manifest their authority. Even if such magic did exist, she questions what purpose it would serve and who would benefit from it. The pieces aren't adding up, and the mystery behind Latrie's disappearance is growing deeper by the second. Jean Runcandle lays out two possible reasons why the Zipple family might be targeting contractors. First, eliminating contractors outside their influence minimizes risks and ensures their dominance. Second, by killing a contractor, they might gain the opportunity to form a contract with the super being they once served. But it's more than just an opportunity. They likely have a specific method to make it happen. In his past life, the contractor for Ulta, the super being of time, was officially introduced at the stone statue ceremony. That contractor was a pure-blooded Zipple. If history follows the same path, it means the Zipple family has figured out a way to take control over a divine contract. This revelation leads Jean to a chilling conclusion. Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped for this very reason. After all, in his past life, he never heard anything about the princess of Tychon. Quickhandle, however, remains skeptical. She points out that there are already various theories about Soderet's contractor, making it hard to believe the Zipple family would even need another one. She challenges Jin's assumptions, questioning why the Zipple family would go after other contractors when they already hold so much power. She suggests that maybe he's being overly paranoid, just because they're his enemy. Jean doesn't buy it. He accuses her of refusing to believe the truth, even though she knows it's possible. He then lays it out plainly. Maybe it's different for dragons, but human greed knows no bounds. No matter how much power they have, it's never enough. They always want more. And the Zipple family has ruled for thousands of years. It's not unusual for them to do whatever it takes to keep their hold on power. Quickhandle acknowledges that the Zipple leadership is definitely up to something. Jean asked her why she's pretending not to know the full extent of their ambitions. What's the matter? He teases. Afraid of them? Before the tension escalates, Murakan steps in, calling for everyone to calm down. He points out that everyone knows about the Zipple family's greed, and while he hates to admit it, their skill is undeniable. Caution is never a bad thing. Then, in a surprising move, he suggests Quickhandle leave Beeman altogether. She chuckles at the idea. Wow, you really have changed. It's rare to see Murakan actually reading the room. She agrees, but with a condition. Her contractor will leave first. After that, she offers to help. Murakan, caught off guard, asks what she means by that. She explains that she needs to confront Valletta herself to uncover the truth. If everything they suspect is accurate, then the Zipple family is already looking for an opportunity to strike. If she falls, they'll come running. Without waiting for further discussion, Quickhandle moves to leave. But before she goes, she places a hand on Jean Runcandle's shoulder. She gazes at him thoughtfully and remarks that she feels a sense of duty toward Timar. Seeing one of his descendants standing before her, it reminds her of the old days. She smirks, adding that even Jin's cockiness is just like Timar's. Then, with a final glance, she declares, I'm going to call Valletta. Just then, Enyo arrives, announcing her return. She immediately notices the unfamiliar faces and curiously asks who they are. Miss Quickhandle scolds her for coming outside, but then quickly changes her mind. Actually, this might be for the best. She introduces Enya as the contractor of Ulta, the super being of time, and then introduces Jean Runcandle as the contractor Murakin is protecting. At that moment, Enya freezes in shock. Wait, is it really him? She takes a step forward, her excitement bubbling over. Is young Master Jean standing right in front of me? Jean, caught off guard by the reaction, looks around in confusion. What's going on? Miss Quickcandle sighs, covering her face with her hand. She had completely forgotten to mention that Enya has a bit of a fantasy about him. Before Jean can even process that information, Enya eagerly steps forward. Can I get an autograph? Miss Quickcandle groans and urges Enya to maintain some dignity as a contractor. Realizing her mistake, Enya quickly bows her head in apology. She explains that she lost her composure upon seeing Jean in person, after only ever reading about him in newspapers. Gathering herself, she properly introduces herself, admitting that she's just a commoner but was able to attend the academy on a scholarship. Jean recalls hearing that Ulta places great importance on the bloodline of its contractors. That means Enya's talents must be so exceptional that her status as a commoner didn't matter. He reassures her that there's no need to apologize, though he admits he's not quite sure how to react to such an enthusiastic welcome. Enya perks up. Then, can I express more excitement? Jean quickly shuts that down. No. Miss Quickcandle takes control of the conversation, reminding Enya that she had explicitly told her not to leave the house. Enya sheepishly explains that she was feeling a little lonely at home, so she thought being around Miss Quickcandle would make her feel better. And just as she was thinking that, she happened to see Jean Runcandle in person. So really, it was super lucky she decided to come find Miss Quickcandle. Jean studies her for a moment, reflecting on her situation. A commoner attending the academy on a scholarship. He's certain that Beeman's nobility must have bullied her extensively, completely unaware of her importance. Not surprising. This is exactly why he never associated with those academy idiots. As far as he's concerned, they're just ignoble fools. Meanwhile, Enya eagerly turns to Jean. So, why are you here? Jean doesn't hesitate. I'm here for you. He explains that there's a strong possibility that someone is targeting her as Ultua's current contractor. He then extends his hand, promising to ensure her safety. Enya, astonished, asks if Jean really means to take her with him. The moment he confirms it, she immediately lights up with excitement. Her prayers to the great Ulta have finally been answered. She raises her hands in devotion, ecstatically proclaiming her gratitude. Miss Quickcandle, visibly unimpressed, quickly shuts her down. That's enough. But Enya, still bursting with enthusiasm, declares that she's completely ready to go. With renewed passion, she begins chanting, "All hail Ulta! All hail the super being of time!" Without hesitation, Miss Quickcandle swiftly knocks her unconscious. As Enya collapses, Miss Quickcandle casually remarks that she had worried Enya might resist the idea of leaving. But clearly, that concern was unfounded. If anything, it seems like she'd happily follow Jean even into the Runcandle clan's underground prison. Jean, confused, raises an eyebrow. Wait, underground prison? He shakes his head, stating that their clan doesn't have anything like that. Miss Quickcandle gives him a knowing look. There's no need to act like you don't know, she says. Then, with a smirk, she adds, and there's even a dragon down there. Both Jean and Murakin freeze. Wait, what? Before they can demand more details, Murakin suddenly collapses onto the sofa, completely unconscious. Miss Quickcandle watches him for a moment before sighing. Wow, he didn't even last a minute. She then turns to Jean, explaining that her offer to help isn't just about loyalty to Timar or concern for Enya's safety. The real reason? The exhausted dragon who just passed out. Murakin hasn't realized how weak he's become. Miss Quickcandle admits that she's held back from commenting on it before, but it's obvious now. He's no longer strong enough to face Valletta. If they do end up fighting Valletta, she offers to step in. Jean hesitates, then asks, is Valletta really that strong? Miss Quickcandle nods, but clarifies that the real problem isn't just Valletta's power, it's Murakin's current condition. She points out that her earlier attack at sea, something Murakin would have laughed off 1,000 years ago, actually had an impact on him this time. Given how drained he is, they'll need a safe place to stay until Valletta arrives. She then offers her place as a temporary refuge. Jean considers the offer. Can I really ask for that favor? Miss Quickcandle shrugs. Sure, as long as you don't mind. But she warns that convincing Murakin might be a challenge. He's definitely going to complain about staying at his ex's house. Jean smirks, realizing that the silver dragon is more thoughtful than he first assumed. He agrees to the arrangement, accepting that handling Murakin's reaction will be his problem. Miss Quickcandle nods. All right then, it's about time. Jean blinks. About time for what? She casually explains that in exactly 10 seconds, Enya will wake up. She suggests he carefully choose his words when explaining the situation to her. Jean stares at her in disbelief. Wait, How is that possible? She was just knocked out. Even a trained martial artist wouldn't recover that quickly. And yet, Enya stirs. Jean realizes, oh no, it's happening. Just then, Enya suddenly awakens, calling out for Jean. Miss Quicantle casually remarks that some things exist beyond logic or reasoning, hinting that Enya's recovery might be one of them. She leaves the explanation to him and steps back. Meanwhile, Enya sits across from Jean Runcandle, getting straight to the point. She asks him to confirm whether a faction is targeting the contractor of Tikan, and if she might be their next target. Trusting the information because it comes from Sir Jean, she even finds the idea somewhat thrilling. Schemes, adventures, and dragons. It all sounds a little romantic to her. Jean acknowledges her perspective, agreeing that she could see it that way. Enya, ever the optimist, says it's best to stay positive. But regardless of how she feels about it, she knows what she has to do. Move to Tikan with her family. She asks Jean when she should leave, and he advises that the sooner, the better. Without hesitation, she says she can be ready by tomorrow. Her family consists of her 7-year-old brother and an old dog named Poofy. Nothing too complicated to manage. Jean nods, urging her to start packing immediately. Miss Quicantle suggests she go home now and make preparations before it gets too late. As Enya heads out, she assures them she'll see them tomorrow. Before she leaves, Miss Quicantle remits her to make an excuse to the academy, perhaps pretending to be sick to avoid suspicion. Jean agrees, noting that if they claim she's dropping out, it might invite unnecessary attention. With Enya's departure settled, Miss Quicantle shifts focus back to the real issue at hand, dealing with Valletta. Just then, a man wearing a cap calls out from outside the room, asking if anyone is inside. He claims he's here for firewood. Miss Quicantle finds this suspicious. After all, there's plenty of wood around, so why ask for more? Jean immediately tells her to wait, questioning if she really believes this is just about firewood. He suggests that dragons might not all be so easygoing. Realizing the potential danger, he warns her. The man outside is likely from B's special forces. Pulling a mask over his face, Jean prepares for the worst. Miss Quicantle, caught off guard, wonders why special forces would even be involved. Jean explains that it's probably because of Enya. They've likely been keeping tabs on this location and are now trying to identify the outsiders Miss Quicantle brought in. Jean Runcandle questions the surveillance, wondering if they really have the audacity to keep tabs on him. Before he gets an answer, Miss Quicantle opens the door, and the cap-wearing man immediately blurts out she's inside. Wasting no time, she grabs him by the neck, demanding to know if he's with Beeman's special forces. The man panics, insisting he has nothing to do with them. She narrows her eyes, pressing further. If he's not special forces, then who sent him? Before he can respond, Raz steps in, revealing that he sent the man himself. He calmly asks Miss Quicantle to release him, warning that if she kills him now, special forces will come storming in. With a scowl, she lets go, acknowledging Raz as the one in charge. But that doesn't mean she's letting this go. If she's going to kill someone, she might as well start with him. Without hesitation, she lunges at Raz, fully intent on taking him down. If that's what it takes to vent her frustration, so be it. However, Raz remains unfazed, asking if attacking him would really be enough to settle her anger. Miss Quicantle hesitates for a moment, assessing him. He took that hit head-on like it was nothing. Clearly, he's not just some ordinary agent of Beeman's Special Affairs Division. Jean gaze locks onto his red mask, a mark exclusive to group leaders within the division. Then there's his weapon, a curved sword. The pieces click together. This isn't just any operative. He's the Emperor's right-hand man, the leader of Group 3 in Beeman's Special Affairs Division, codenamed Raz. On top of that, he's renowned as one of the strongest swordsmen among the Runcandles. Jean silently evaluates Raz's power, estimating that his energy level is at least 8-star tier. He's relieved he had the foresight to cover his face with Malta's rune. Miss Quicantle scoffs, acknowledging that Raz is impressive for a human. She hadn't expected him to handle her attack so easily. Raz, unbothered, offers a calm apology, saying they had no choice but to confirm the identities of her guests, who, after all, smuggled themselves into Beeman. Now that they have their confirmation, he's ready to leave. Miss Quicantle isn't impressed. That's it? You barge in here uninvited, stir up trouble, and now you're just walking away with a simple sorry? She points out that there's a limit to how arrogant someone can be. Raz casually picks up a nearby box and mentions that Miss Enya left the house in a hurry just moments ago. He then poses a chilling question. Doesn't she think it's risky for Enya to be out alone this late at night? His meaning is clear. If Miss Quicantle chooses to fight him now, she might have the upper hand. But what about Enya? If something were to happen to her while they're locked in battle, could she really live with that? The room tenses as the weight of his words sinks in. Then, with an air of finality, Raz states that if she chooses not to escalate this, he'll let things go. This time. Before leaving, Raz delivers a final warning. Next time, she'll have to put something truly precious on the line. Everything she's fought to protect will be at risk because of her choices today. With that, he bids her farewell, leaving her with a chilling reminder of what's at stake. Later, as he makes his way through the forest, Raz instructs his guards. He's confirmed the smuggler's presence, and their next move is to uncover their identities. However, for now, all surveillance on the Silver Dragon will be paused. One of his men hesitates, questioning whether they should continue monitoring Runcandle and the smuggler's movements. Raz advises against it. Pushing any further could escalate the situation into something even worse. He assures them that he'll take full responsibility and orders an immediate withdrawal. But as he moves, he notices a fresh cut on his hand, an unsettling detail that makes him suspect something bigger is in motion. He issues a strict command: halt all close-range surveillance unless any unusual activity arises. His guard acknowledges the order, understanding the risks at play. Meanwhile, back at their hideout, Miss Runcandle slams her fist on the table, furious at herself for leaving Enya behind in this miserable town. The thought of what could have happened if Jean Runcandle and Murakan hadn't arrived makes her stomach twist. Jean, however, takes a more practical approach, reminding her that they should be grateful things didn't turn out worse. What matters now is ensuring Enya's safety. Runcandle agrees. There's no time to waste. They need to act, and tomorrow, they'll make their move. By the next morning, Jean and Runcandle stand on a mountaintop, watching ships departing from the coast. Jean lets out a breath of relief. He secured a merchant ship bound for Tychon. To ensure Enya's safety, he paid the captain a hefty sum, and Murakan is personally escorting her. Miss Runcandle, however, isn't reassured. If anything, Murakan's involvement makes her even more uneasy. Ignoring Jin's attempt to ease her worries, she declares that she's heading off to contact Valletta immediately. Once Murakan returns, Jean will finally be able to meet with her. A week later, the scene shifts. Murakan stands outside a house when Jean approaches, offering praise for his efforts. But Murakan seems distracted, making an unexpected remark. Runcandle is far more bitter than he anticipated. Jean, caught off guard, asks why he's bringing this up now. Murakan looks at the house for a moment before revealing a piece of the past. This house was built back when he and Runcandle were together. And now, letting them stay here, it's her way of acknowledging that history. Jean Runcandle smirks and teases Murakan, asking if his cold heart is finally thawing. Murakan immediately dismisses the idea. Reviving old feelings isn't that simple. But despite his denial, the memories of 1,000 years ago come rushing back. A house just like this, the laughter he once shared with Timar and Runcandle back then, no matter what they were up to, it was always fun. The realization stirs an unexpected pang of sadness. Jean notices a shift in mood and asks if something's wrong. Murakan quickly brushes it off, claiming it's nothing, just a sudden headache. Before the moment lingers too long, Miss Runcandle arrives, immediately throwing a jab his way. With a mocking tone, she calls him pitiful and asks if he's already exhausted from a bit of flying. Annoyed, Murakan snaps back, telling her to be quiet. No matter how weak he's become, something as trivial as flying wouldn't tire him out. Jean, clearly done with their bickering, urges him to pull himself together. Runcandle gets to the point. Valletta has responded. The meeting is set for tomorrow night on a deserted island off the southern coast of Beemit. Jean asks what her plan is once she meets him. Without hesitation, she lays it out. She's going to ask about Asmel's guardian dragon, Latri, and if Valletta tries to play dumb, well, she'll just have to use force. Jean finds her direct approach refreshing and admits he appreciates the honesty. Murakan shrugs, saying it's not a bad plan, but if it were him, he'd avoid getting dragged into something this messy in the first place. Then, a realization hits him. Since Enya isn't with Runcandle right now, she has full freedom to act. But before she can get any ideas, he quickly backtracks, telling her not to do anything reckless. Miss Runcandle, of course, dismisses his concern. She intends to fight alone. She doesn't need his help. Murakan scoffs at the implication, retorting that no matter how much weaker he's gotten, he doesn't need sympathy from his ex. She rolls her eyes, clarifying that this isn't about him. It's about Enya. The other side is dead serious when it comes to dragon honor. That means Valletta is definitely coming alone. Then, with full confidence, she asks if Murakan actually thinks she'd lose to someone like that. He should just relax. Jean, however, isn't convinced. In reality, their enemies probably won't be coming alone. If they really did kidnap Latri and are scheming something with a contract, they'll be fully prepared. Sometime later, on the deserted island, a man greets her. Andre Zipple. It's an honor to meet the Silver Dragon of Time, Runcandle. He says, pleased to make her acquaintance. Valletta, already present, acknowledges Andre's introduction. He is the Winged Dragon, vice head of the Zipple family, and Melzier's contractor. Runcandle narrows her eyes at Valletta. You said you'd come alone, she points out. Valletta responds smoothly, explaining that when he received her letter, he happened to be with Andre. Since Andre was also interested in the story about Ultua's contractor, he decided to bring him along. He hopes she understands and doesn't mind. Quickhantle, unimpressed, merely comments that she's been rather rude lately. Valletta lets the remark slide and shifts the conversation. If you're ready to discuss the real issue at hand, he says, we should proceed. There's something important I need to tell you about Ulta's contract. Quickhantle wastes no time and demands to know Latree's current location. Valletta chuckles, as if finally realizing the misunderstanding. Of course, he muses. That's what this has been about the whole time. She isn't amused. She reminds him that he took Latree away a year ago, and ever since, Asmal's contractor has been unable to find his guardian dragon. She demands an answer. Valletta sighs, claiming he's not sure what response will satisfy her, but he assures her that Latree is doing just fine. She's had enough of his games. How dare he joke about this? Valletta, still unfazed, questions why she's so concerned. I don't know what connection you have to Asmal's contractor, he says, but getting involved in Zipple's affairs isn't in your best interest. Quickhantle scoffs. He must have truly lost his mind. Kidnapping a young dragon, one who doesn't even understand the ways of the world, is a crime beyond forgiveness. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle and Murakan watch from behind some rocks. Murakan mutters a curse under his breath, barely able to contain his frustration, while Jean quietly observes. Arrogant, isn't he? He comments. Valletta, realizing that this argument is going nowhere, decides to end it his way. With a wave of his hand, he conjures a powerful windstorm. Let's make a deal, he proposes. Hand over the contract, and I'll spare your life. Quickhantle lets out a short, unimpressed laugh. You really have some nerve, she sneers. You're nothing more than an old lizard. Valletta's patience snaps. Then prepare to die, he declares, launching an attack. Without hesitation, she shifts in her dragon form and swiftly evades. But she's not backing down. Here's my offer, she counters. Return Latree to me now, and I'll make sure your death is quick and painless. From the sidelines, Andre Zipple watches with amusement. He chuckles, noting how effortlessly Quickhantle is handling Valletta's attacks. But he isn't just here to spectate. Slowly, he raises his staff, gathering an overwhelming surge of mana. It's been a long time since I've been able to fight at full power, he murmurs. Jean Runcandle narrows his eyes. This is the first time since his rebirth that he's witnessing the mana of a 9-star mage. He remembers that Andre Zipple was once rejected by the Runcandle family, but as a member of the prestigious Zipple bloodline, his true power remains a mystery. Just how strong is he? Andre Zipple calls out to his allies. It's time to regroup. The Silver Dragon of Time is ready. Quickhantle senses the danger and attempts to dodge, but something is wrong. Her body won't move. She tries to take flight, but she can't. Andre smirks. Looks like the wind is turned against you, he remarks. You see, on this island, the wind belongs to me. His voice hardens. I am the king of Melger, the god of wind. No one flies without my permission. Quickhandle's eyes widen as she realizes the truth. She's completely trapped. You were never a match for me, Andre declares. Valletta launches a powerful spell at Quickhantle, but she barely acknowledges it. With a smirk, she dismisses their attacks, mocking them. Is that really the best you can do? Valletta's expression darkens. You're not good enough, he growls. Let me show you how it's really done. She had underestimated him if she thought wind was his only weapon. Raising his hands, he summons a raging thunder spell, crackling with lethal energy. Die, he roars as the attack surges toward her. Jean Runcandle, watching from the sidelines, urges Murakan to step in. But Murakan shakes his head. Not yet, he says. He explains that while Quickhantle has indeed grown a little complacent, those fools are even more overconfident. Just as the spell is about to hit, Quickhantle taps into her power. In an instant, Jean feels the shift. Time has stopped. With perfect control, she redirects Andre Zipple's attack, sending it spiraling in another direction. Andre Zipple's eyes widen in shock. The power to control time, even to halt magic itself. He hasn't seen such an ability in ages. Quickhantle glares at him. I should rip that obnoxious mouth of yours apart. Andre, unfazed, laughs. That's quite the temper. For just one spell. He turns to Valletta. What are you waiting for? Attack. But Valletta doesn't move. Andre's smile fades. Valletta now. Still, Valletta remains frozen. It finally dawns on him. This is the effect of time manipulation. Quickhantle seizes the moment. Moving with lightning speed, she grabs Andre's tail and hurls him across the battlefield. He crashes into a pile of rocks with a painful scream. Dazed, Andre calls out to Valletta, but his voice is filled with anger. How dare you betray me? Valletta doesn't answer. Quickhantle towers over Andre. Go on. Keep running your mouth, she sneers. You're just an insignificant lizard. Andre, however, remains defiant. Such arrogance, he spits. Only the strong can afford that. From the sidelines, Murakan suddenly stiffens. His eyes lock onto something in Andre's possession. No way. That can't be an origin stone. It should have been destroyed long ago. Jean follows his gaze and finally notices it. Something pulsing with an eerie, overwhelming power. Andre Zipple stands tall, his voice filled with eerie certainty. I was born as the silver dragon of time. I lived believing I was the strongest. But I was mistaken. His gaze sweeps over them. Humans, dragons, even the so-called gods. In the end, they all fall before the Zipple family. Quickandle's voice cuts through the air. Stop denying it and accept your fate. She lets out a deafening roar. Mirakin, however, isn't listening anymore. His mind races as realization dawns. That's the origin stone, a relic of unimaginable power. Legends say that when the world was in danger, the gods created the origin stone as a last resort, a safeguard against destruction. But in the end, it was the gods themselves who destroyed it. It was too powerful, too dangerous, capable of annihilating everything. And yet here it is, in Andre Zipple's hands. Mirakin's blood runs cold. Why does he have something that should have been erased from existence? Meanwhile, Quickandle finally notices it too. What is that? The battlefield falls into a tense silence as the true danger begins to unfold. Andre Zipple chuckles, remarking that the weak should show strength in front of the strong. But then, he poses a question: where exactly should the weak stand in the presence of true power? Sensing danger, the silver dragon urgently warns to stay away from Quickandle. Meanwhile, Andre turns his attention to the black dragon, noting that only two of them remain in the world. His gaze fixes on one of them as he pieces things together. Jean Runcandle. He questions whether this dragon has truly awakened from his 1,000-year slumber. And if that's the case, then the boy standing next to him must be his contractor. Recognizing him, Andre realizes it's the youngest one, the one who left home not too long ago. Andre reveals that he initially came here with the intention of taking Ol to his contractor, but it seems the situation has changed. His meal just got bigger. To keep things fair, he decides to awaken an old friend who has been sleeping. Apologizing for holding back his energy, he calls out to his comrade. The black dragon stirs surprised. He had truly believed his friend was dead. With a sharp tongue, he scolds him, saying it's been a while. But their reunion is far from peaceful. Valletta wastes no time, noting that while the black dragon has weakened, his words remain as cutting as ever. Without hesitation, he tells him to go back to sleep and launches an attack. The black dragon retaliates, admitting that if his opponent had been any weaker, it would have been disappointing. Instead, he welcomes the challenge. Calling him Mirakin, he warns that history will remember him as the one who dared to challenge a legend. But Mirakin scoffs, calling him delusional. Watching the battle unfold, Andre Zipple questions whether they plan to continue fighting. He had originally planned to take it easy, but after seeing a certain face, he realizes he has no choice. He must kill them. His gaze sharpens. That's right, he was here too, Jean Runcandle. Andre dismisses the idea that a mere child could change the outcome of this battle and swiftly attacks Jean. Valletta intercepts with a counterattack, shouting for Jean to dodge. But Jean does more than that. He grabs Valletta's chain, snapping it effortlessly. In the same instant, he shatters Luna's mirror. Suddenly, Luna came, and she stares at him, surprised. He hadn't contacted her once since leaving, but now it's clear he's dealing with quite a predicament. Despite his actions, Jean knows the truth. With his current strength, stepping into a battle between dragons is nothing short of suicide. But he also knows there is someone here, someone to whom he can lend his power. Andre Zipple smirks, unimpressed. He acknowledges that Jean is still here, but insists that no matter how much a rookie interferes, nothing will change. Jean doesn't hesitate. He rushes forward, preparing to strike. One more time, just like that. His attack is so sudden that it catches Andre off guard. For the first time, Andre's confidence wavers. Then Mirakin shouted fear flashes in his eyes as he stammers, "No. Move, kiddo." Valletta launches another attack, shoving Jean Runcandle back before letting out a deafening roar. Jean steadies himself, ready to counter, but before he can strike, Valletta attacks again. Just as the clash seems inevitable, a powerful force intervenes. White Whale appears, blocking Valletta's attack with ease. As the dust settles, White Whale recalls the moment Jean shattered the mirror and comments on his silence. No letters, no messages. But judging by the situation, it seems he's caught up in something beyond his control. Andre Zipple eyes her carefully, wondering if she is the legendary White Whale. She confirms it, asking Jean the vice-patriarch of Zipple and the wielder of the Wind Dragon. That's about the level of strength required to call her out, she muses. Turning her attention to Jean, she acknowledges that he held on surprisingly well against such formidable opponents and asks if he's injured. Jean admits he was nearing his limit, barely keeping up, and thanks her for arriving just in time. She then shifts her focus to Andre Zipple, calling him out for his silence. She demands an explanation, What exactly does he want with her younger brother? Jean, assessing the battlefield, takes in the gravity of the situation. His opponents included both the vice patriarch of Zipple and the Wind Dragon, a being resurrected using an artifact imbued with divine power. Even with his sister's arrival, the outcome had been uncertain. But now, for the first time, he feels a sense of confidence. This battle is as good as over. Andre Zipple, sensing the shift in momentum, steps back. Before he can make a move, Murakin arrives, grabbing hold of him. As their eyes meet, Andre recognizes him immediately. Murakin. Apologizing, Murakin admits that their control over the wind had been absolute, making it impossible for him to stop them. He acknowledges that if Jin's sister had arrived even a second later, they would have been finished. Jean reassures him, saying they made it through thanks to his efforts. However, there's one thing he never expected: the sudden appearance of White Whale. But with this, one thing is now certain. Andre Zipple's expression darkens. He declares that Jean has broken their oath with Zipple, accusing his sister, Luna Runcandle, of using forbidden magic. He warns that Zipple will not overlook this betrayal. Luna, however, remains unfazed. She acknowledges the accusation, but dismisses his concerns. Truth, she says, will never reach his clan. Andre sees at her defiance, questioning how she dares to act beyond her place. His monstrous companion lets out an enraged roar, launching an attack. But Luna is quicker. She strikes first, knocking him unconscious with a single, devastating blow. Scoffing, she remarks that every Zipple she's encountered so far has been all talk, and it seems the Vice Patriarch is no different. Then, turning to Valletta, she asks if he plans to remain in his true form. After all, in this state, there are far more places to cut. Taking her words as a warning, Valletta transforms into his human form. Andre Zipple, regaining some composure, calls out to him. With a nod, Valletta acknowledges and grips his magical spear. Jean watches closely, sensing something unusual. This power, it's not magic. It feels similar to authority, yet also bears a resemblance to demonic energy. No wonder the Wind Dragon is going all out. Luna, unimpressed, narrows her eyes. Looks like he still needs time to properly wield that artifact. Watching the chaos unfold, Luna Runcandle scoffs at the sight of the mighty Vice Patriarch of Zipple and the Wind Dragon resorting to such a crude device for survival. Did they truly believe something so primitive could save them? Valletta, enraged by the remark, dismisses her as nothing more than an insignificant wench. Without hesitation, he lunges at her, demanding to know what gives her the right to speak so boldly. But she's unfazed, countering with equal force. The two clash in a relentless battle, their attacks growing fiercer with each strike. Despite his power, Valletta begins to falter. Wounded and struggling to keep up, he hears her cold verdict. This was the limit of his strength. He had nothing left to show, and with that, she decides to end it quickly. Calling upon Runcandle's third and final technique, Meteor Shower, she launches a devastating attack. Jean thought back to Zed Runcandle when he providing insight into their clan's swordsmanship. Unlike traditional styles, the swords of Runcandle have no structured forms, only raw, unrelenting force designed to destroy. Their techniques embody the very essence of conquest, competition, and dominance. Among them, the third and final move stands above all. Back in present, Jean Runcandle takes in the sight of Meteor Shower, blindingly beautiful, yet suffocatingly powerful. A technique that instills both awe and despair. As White Whale's attack lands, Valletta stumbles. Still reeling from the impact, he turns to Andre Zipple, asking if he's all right. But instead of answering, Andre stares in disbelief. None of this made sense. She wasn't wielding divine authority through a contract, nor was she using an ancient artifact. So how? How is something like this possible from a mere human? Meanwhile, Valletta clings to a single desperate thought: survival. If he could just stay alive, there was still a chance. With the magical Godstone, they could turn this battle around. Even if he had to die protecting Andre Zipple, it wouldn't matter. The stone would bring him back. That's right, so long as he had it, he couldn't die. So long as he had it, he was a god. But his opponent wasn't finished. She calmly states that she still has a long way to go before reaching her father's sword. Standing over Valletta's broken wing, she muses, this much should be good study material. Not just for herself, but to provoke him as well. As if on cue, something stirs. A monstrous presence looms behind her. She narrows her eyes, unfazed but slightly irritated. Now this was starting to bruise her pride. If he insisted on being this persistent, especially in front of her brother, she had no choice. She grips her weapon, her voice laced with quiet frustration. Fine. If he wanted to keep pushing, she'd make sure he regretted it. And with that, she strikes. Jean Runcandle watches the chaotic battlefield and questions what exactly they're dealing with. Murakin, eyes sharp with realization, states that it's now certain Zipple has managed to create a source stone using unknown factors. Jean presses for more details, and Murakan explains. A source stone is a weapon designed for super beings to keep each other in check, something akin to a god-forged tool of balance. Luckily, this one still appears rough and incomplete, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. The Black Dragon steps in, making a decision. They need to escape. He tells Murakan to wait, but Jean refuses to back down. How could they just leave such a dangerous opponent to fight as Nuna alone? They should face this threat together. The Black Dragon, however, disagrees. His sister is more than capable of handling this on her own. Right now, they're only getting in the way. Falling back is the smartest option. As they retreat, Jean wrestles with his frustration. He had come this far with a mix of luck and abilities beyond the average fighter. Yet here he was now, forced to withdraw without even putting up a proper resistance. At this rate, it would be just like that time. Not again. He refuses to experience that same crushing powerlessness. If he wanted to stand his ground next time, he had to become even stronger. The Black Dragon watches his determination burn. Intrepid, reckless, yet undeniable. Seeing Jin's spirit ignite like this makes him feel something unexpected. A smirk creeps onto his face. If Jin keeps this fire alive, he'll become the best. Until then, this Murakan will be watching his back. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Luna Runcandle faces her opponent head-on. Andre scoffs, questioning whether she truly thinks she can defeat him just because his form has changed. Is she really so lost in her delusions? What a pitiful woman. He lunges, but she blocks with ease. Without hesitation, she reveals something chilling. Right now, 12 powerful beings are locked inside her. His confidence wavers. What exactly is inside her? And why does she carry only a single sword, unbecoming of her size? He demands that she surrender, declaring that even if his father were here, no one could stand against him. But Luna remains unfazed. For a true swordsman, one blade is enough. If he had truly mastered the magic he had spent a lifetime refining, he might have at least glimpsed half the martial strength she has accumulated. But he didn't. And now, as a final act of sympathy, she'll show him the difference. She'll show him what can never be reached with a crude, artificial weapon. And she'll show him the power of a blade that has been honed, strengthened, and honored through battle. Valletta watches her aura blaze red-hot. He's faced countless knights, warriors, and powerhouses before. But never like this. For a moment, doubt creeps in. No, it doesn't matter. Right now, he has reached the level of a god. His grip tightens. Fine, let her witness true power. He will make this arrogant woman understand what powerlessness truly feels like. As she wields the Mind Sword Blood Moon to strike, Valletta finds herself overwhelmed when Luna Runcandle launches a fierce counterattack. The sheer force of the assault makes her think she's about to be caught in the chaos. Just as she begins to fall, Jean Runcandle calls out, urging her to take his hand. In that moment, she reflects on the irony. Today, it seems, the youngest will be the one saving her. She desperately reaches for his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, codename Raz arrives at Amir Beeman's location. Amir Beeman immediately inquires about the island's status. Raz confirms that it has completely vanished, swallowed by a strange vortex that also consumed the surrounding matter. Additionally, an immense surge of mana was detected in the area. While humans played a role in the incident, one thing is certain. The Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon's magic power were at the center of it all. Amir Beeman presses further, asking about the Wind Dragon. Raz explains that the division suspects it was Valletta from the Zipple family. Reports indicate that Valletta had crossed the border just before the incident. Given the circumstances, it appears that the Wind Dragon has perished. Shifting the focus, Amir Beeman asks about the human mana presence. Was the source identified? Raz responds cautiously, stating that the mana likely belonged to contractors and their guardian dragons. However, there's also an ominous energy at play, one that seems connected to a certain project the division is investigating. The conversation then turns to Andre Zipple. Amir Beeman wants an update, but Raz admits they're still gathering information. Frustrated, Amir Beeman notes that several recent reports have been suspiciously incomplete. He questions whether Quickcandle's guests have been identified yet. Raz hesitates, acknowledging his failure to gather that intel. With an air of impatience, Amir Beeman declares that if Raz can't uncover the truth, then who can? He orders him to withhold all information from the press. If Enya isn't found by tonight, a missing person report must be filed. As he walks away, he instructs Raz to send additional operatives from the Special Affairs Division into Zipple territory. Only the best, of course. Despite their current alliance, he believes the situation is escalating beyond control. More importantly, he knows all too well that patience isn't his strongest virtue. Raz, understanding the weight of his orders, assures Amir Beeman that he will meet his expectations. After all, these are the wishes of His Majesty, the Emperor. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, two figures sit in silence. Sir Bishkul cautiously requests pardon, referencing the use of a devil stone. The other figure confirms his suspicion. Indeed, a fierce battle unfolded on the coast of Beemont between the Silver and Wind dragons, resulting in the complete disappearance of an island. In its place, a massive vortex now swirls, a clear sign that a devil stone was shattered. Bubert Gaston suddenly interrupts, furious that his precious product was destroyed so carelessly. He scolds them, warning that it shouldn't be used recklessly before it's complete. With an air of arrogance, he casually chews his food before tossing a piece straight into his friend's mouth. Still seething, he declares that he won't forgive them for this blunder and insists they confront those foolish mages immediately. After all, they clearly don't understand the true value of what they've ruined. Sir Bishkul barely manages to shield his face from the flying food, internally cursing the Zipple family's incompetence. Thanks to their mess, he'll have to delay his own plans, including getting rid of this pig. Bubert Gaston, grinning, claims he knew it. Sir Bishkul is just as furious as he is. In fact, he could even sense a murderous intent just now. Sir Bishkul confirms his suspicions, explaining that their leader is enraged by the situation and is now reconsidering the alliance with the Zipple family. Until further notice, all communications with them are to be ignored. Meanwhile, at the same time somewhere in the Manation Patriarch states that Andre Zipple has died. However, Kadun speculates that he must have escaped with Valletta and possibly even taken the Devil Stone. Patriarch insists that only two possibilities remain. Either the Silver Dragon's power exceeded all expectations, or an unknown force intervened. Kadun ponders the situation. If that were true, then the Shadow Dragon, the same one that killed the Graveyard Giant in Kinzello, could have been involved. Given its strength, it would make sense. After all, someone like that wouldn't fear the Devil Stone. Curious, Patriarch asks who this Misha is. Kadun explains that she is Murakin's sister. On top of that, Quicantle is Murakin's ex-lover, meaning she isn't a complete stranger to Misha. Patriarch absorbs this information, concluding that they know what must be done next. He turns to Kadun, hinting at his next move. He immediately protests, stating that if she expects him to find her, it's impossible. If the Black Dragons want to stay hidden, no one can track them down. Patriarch laughs, calling him a coward. Regardless, it's unfortunate that they lost the Devil Stone. Kadun studies his expression and remarks that he seems oddly unaffected, considering his younger brother just died. Patriarch admits, of course, he's sad, but he had already foreseen this outcome. Kadun is taken aback when he learns that Andre had secretly attended Chiron's banquet not long ago without informing him. Doubt creeps into his voice as he accuses him of lying. But Patriarch, unfazed, shifts the conversation back to their primary concern. He insists that the Devil's Stone must be remade. Without it, they can't take control of the Runcandle family before Chiron dies. The same applies to the Black Sea Kings. He smirks, suggesting that he's not the only one frustrated by the situation. Kadun fires back, telling him to quit whining. If he truly wants to dominate this world, he needs to take action. After all, if she ever hopes to become the supreme being of this world, he'll have to be willing to do whatever it takes. After some time, Jean Runcandle arrives at Gilly's house and knocks on the gate. From inside, she responds politely, asking him to wait a moment. When she opens the door, she asks who it is. Jean smiles and announces that they're back, then asks if she could prepare a meal. He explains that they hadn't eaten anything while flying back and adds that Lady Luna Runcandle is also here. Murakin playfully calls Gilly strawberry pie, while Murakin fans her with a hand fan, trying to ease the tension. Gilly, however, is visibly distressed, mentioning that the young master is being expelled. Lady Quicantle chuckles, noting that Gilly must have misunderstood something. Her concern for him is proof of how much she cares. She then remarks that Jean is lucky to have such a devoted nanny. Jean Runcandle lets out a small sigh, agreeing that Gilly is far too good for him. Just then, Sir Kashmir Alphen arrives. He glances at the unfamiliar faces and asks who they are. Jean introduces his eldest sister, Luna Runcandle. She greets him warmly, stating that she has heard much about him. After all, he is the famed noble sword. Jean, slightly embarrassed, waves off the title, saying that it's an honor to serve someone like Kashmir. Then he introduces the other guest, Miss Enya, guardian dragon of the Silver Dragon lineage. Recognizing another dragon, Kashmir greets her respectfully. He introduces himself as Kashmir Alphen, the head of the Seven Colors and an acquaintance of Jean Runcandle. Internally, he reminds himself not to repeat the same mistakes as last time. Meanwhile, Jean apologizes for acting discourteously by not informing Kashmir in advance. Kashmir, however, reassures him that it's fine. They're all in the same boat now. Lady Quicantle then inquires about Miss Enya's whereabouts. Kashmir was just about to bring that up. 3 hours ago, Latrie had returned. Jean is surprised. Today, he asks, Kashmir nods, confirming that Latree is currently with his daughter and Miss Enya. However, something is strange. Latree doesn't seem to have any memories of the time she was missing. When Latree is asked about it, she wonders if she had been kidnapped. But Kashmir denies it. Latree insists otherwise, recalling that Vieta had told her she wouldn't be taught dragon language magic. She then demands to know what happened after that. Mirakan chimes in, pointing out that Latree's condition is suspicious. She appears far too perfect, as if she hadn't been under any threat from the Zipple family at all. Perhaps, he suggests, she wasn't actually kidnapped. Luna Runcandle, however, disagrees. She confidently states that isn't the case. She personally obtained a confession from those involved. Jean, puzzled, asks what she means by erasing the evidence. Luna explains that the Zipple family is likely wiping out everything connected to the Devil Stone, including Latree's memories. It's their specialty. When things don't go their way, they make sure there's no trace left behind. Sir Kashmir Alphen inquires about the Devil Stone, prompting Jean Runcandle to explain that it is an artifact currently in their possession. Mirakan adds further details, mentioning the Zipple family's vice head and the Wind Dragon. He reveals that the Devil Stone is an artifact capable of absorbing contractors of powerful beings. Reflecting on the lengths the Zipple family has gone to, he questions their ultimate goal. After a moment of contemplation, he reaches a chilling conclusion. There's only one reason they would create an imitation of the original stone. They seek to become the ultimate rulers of this world. Their plan is to gather all the power of the existing divine forces, eliminate anyone who stands in their way, and claim absolute control. Kashmir, seeing the weight of the situation, suggests they rest for now. He assures them that he will conduct a thorough investigation through the 7 colors. He then asks Miss Quicantle if she agrees. He will personally escort her to Miss Enya. Quicantle nods in agreement, stating that she will go. Kashmir gestures for her to follow, responding, "All right, this way." Just then, Gilly calls out to Jean Runcandle. He turns and asks if she's feeling better. She gives a weak confirmation before suddenly fainting again. Mirakan, watching the scene unfold, chuckles and mutters, "Strawberry pie." Later that evening, Luna Runcandle sits down, a wine bottle in her hand. She casually brings up the fact that ever since Jean took down the notorious underground gang, Teesing and Taiken, the independent city has become significantly more secure. Not only that, but within just 2 months of becoming a reserve flag bearer, he also managed to eliminate the Zipple family's vice head and Valletta. She acknowledges his accomplishments, but reminds him that he used magic without official authorization. If he had been caught, it would have meant his death. Yet, despite the risks, he pulled it off. She admits that it's an incredible feat. Gilly, still processing everything, confesses that she initially thought everything had ended when they captured their enemies. However, deep down, she realizes she had known all along that things weren't that simple. Luna laughs, but her sudden reaction unintentionally startles Gilly. Sensing her nervousness, she reassures her that they can keep moving forward as long as they avoid the patriarch's attention. However, she then drops another bombshell. Their father already knows everything. From the Teesing incident to Andre Zipple's death, he's aware. And soon, he will also uncover her involvement. Gilly's face pales as she expresses her concern. "That could be really bad," she murmurs. Before the tension can grow any further, Jean Runcandle arrives, confidently telling them not to worry. He has a plan. His strategy? To face their father head-on, but not alone. This time, he'll do it alongside his eldest sister. Luna Runcandle looks at Jean and asks if he had a plan all along. He confirms that he did. His goal was always to meet their father. She presses him further, asking what exactly he intends to say. Before he can answer, something unexpected leaves both of them momentarily stunned. Gilly, still catching up, asks who he's planning to meet. Jean simply states that when the time comes, he trusts her to stop him if necessary. Luna points out that even their own family is intimidated by him, which must have made things incredibly difficult for her. After a brief pause, Luna agrees to accompany him and asks when they are leaving. Jean reveals that he plans to take the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Luna Runcandle nods in approval, stating that moving quickly is the best course of action. Gilly starts to say something, but before she can, Luna Runcandle turns to her and makes an unexpected suggestion. Given that their family is constantly at war with itself, Gilly should at least be a source of warmth for Jean, someone who could be his shield. She then reassures Jean, confident that he must have thought everything through. He affirms without hesitation, "Of course." Not long after, a magician arrives and immediately comments on Luna Runcandle's decision to bring Jean with her instead of persuading him otherwise. Runtia Runcandle, clearly skeptical, questions if she actually expects him to believe that. Luna Runcandle calls out to Jean, prompting him to confirm her statement. She then advises Rensher to treat Jean well. Runtia agrees, though with a hint of reluctance, saying that perhaps he should. One of the Runcandle brothers scoffs at the situation, calling Jin's actions reckless. He questions if Jean actually cares about anything, especially since he's daring to step into the Garden of Swords as an upcoming flag bearer. And Runcandle attributes this bold move to their eldest sister's leniency. Meanwhile, Runcandle criticizes Jean, accusing him of abandoning his responsibilities as a reserve flag bearer. She then turns to their older sister, insisting that even she must think this is excessive. Right, older sister? She asks, waiting for validation. As she observes the tense atmosphere, Runcandle realizes that everyone seems oddly prepared for this confrontation. It makes her wonder, did their father already know this was coming? Suddenly, Mary expresses shock. Did the youngest really give up his right to be a flag bearer? She asks, incredulous. With a hint of sarcasm, she suggests that maybe he became curious about what happens after death now that he's hit puberty. But despite her teasing, she insists that Jean can't just walk away. He still owes her a proper fight when he grows up. Then Runtia turns to her sister and demands to know why she even brought Jean here in the first place. Runcandle calmly replies that she didn't. He came on his own. Runcandle is unimpressed. Then you should have stopped him, she snaps. You can't just be careless because it's him. At that moment, Runcandle realizes something. She isn't entirely sure where their father is right now. Her uncertainty sparks suspicion, leading Runtia to ask why she's even bringing him up. It dawns on Jean that, at some point, even Luna found Runtia difficult to handle. Runtia finally turns her full attention to Jean. Did you really come here to meet with our father? She asks. Jean meets her gaze and confirms it, addressing her formally as his second eldest sister. Before anyone else can react, laughter erupts from another corner of the room. A young boy chuckles darkly. Wow, you really have a death wish, he sneers. He then mocks Jean, saying that the only reason he's still alive is pure luck. And now you think you're something special, just because you were slightly better than the Tana twins? Runcandle swiftly draws her sword, pressing it against Runcandle's neck, blocking her path. Her expression is unwavering as she delivers an order straight from the patriarch. Effective immediately, the first flag bearer is to discard her weapon. She then turns her sharp gaze toward Jean Runcandle, reminding him that their father specifically requested he come alone. If Runcandle refuses to comply, then she won't be allowed to proceed either. This, she emphasizes, is the final warning. As a direct order from the patriarch, Luna must surrender her weapon. Any resistance will be met with lethal consequences. Despite the growing tension, Jean calmly assures his eldest sister not to worry as everyone braces for a confrontation. Runcandle takes one last glance at him before stepping aside. Now speaking not just as his father's son, but as a true member of the Runcandle family, Jean asserts that he has something important to tell their father. He assures them that nothing bad will happen. Runtia, after a brief pause, gestures for him to proceed. Go ahead, she says as he steps toward the castle doors. As Jean walks through the grand halls, he reflects on how little his siblings truly understand their father. While it is technically against the rules for a reserve flag bearer to return home, he doubts their father is concerned with such formalities. If given a chance to speak, just like last time, perhaps things will go differently. He recalls the moment his father once placed a hand on his head and said, "That was a good question. I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on." With that thought in mind, Jean reaches the study room door and knocks. Upon entering, his father greets him with a piercing stare, his voice steady yet cold. "It seems my expectations were too high," he remarks. He reminds Jean that he had been given 5 years. So why has he returned so soon? Jin's mind sharpens as he recalls the terrifying stories about his father's sword energy, how it was said to completely obliterate his enemies. His eyes flicker toward the weapon at his father's side, forged entirely from pure aura. A realization dawns on him. His father might be demonstrating exactly what will happen should he step out of line. For the first time, Jean questions whether his father is truly as invincible as he once believed. Breaking the silence, his father speaks again. "I won't ask twice," he warns. "Tell me why you're here." Jean knows one thing for certain: apologizing is not an option, even if it costs him his life. He forces himself to stand firm, confident but not arrogant. Taking a deep breath, he meets his father's gaze and states plainly, "I came because I missed you." A flicker of intrigue crosses his father's face. He has heard such words from his children before. It is not an entirely unpleasant thing to hear. However, after a moment of thought, his father's expression hardens once more. "How immature you've become," he muses. "Tell me, did the outside world soften you?" Jean Runcandle responds firmly. It's not the outside world that changed him. He has always liked his father. For a brief moment, he wonders if his father perceives his words as a challenge rather than sincerity. Did he say something wrong? His father almost laughs, clearly surprised by Jin's statement. But instead of humoring him, he waves it off. "Stop talking nonsense," he says. "Get to the point." Without hesitation, Jean states why he came. Andre Zipple, the vice head of the Zipple family, the very man who insulted him during the banquet, is dead. His father narrows his eyes. Did you kill him? Jean shakes his head. No, it was Luna Runcandle, my eldest sister. But I played a role in what happened. He then requests permission to report everything that transpired, adding that there are several other matters he wishes to discuss, if his father is willing to listen. After a brief silence, his father nods. Fine, sit. As he descends the stairs, Jin's father takes a seat across from him. He leans back, his gaze unreadable, before finally speaking. You've been busy. From Arkin to Beamit, all in a short amount of time. So, tell me, did you come here to warn me about possible internal shifts in the Zipple family after the death of their second-in-command? Jean shakes his head. Andre Zipple wasn't the real second-in-command. He acknowledges his eldest sister's overwhelming strength, but points out that, as vice-head of the only family capable of challenging Runcandle, Andre was lacking. His father smirks slightly. You're right. He was just a vice-head, not the real power behind the Zipple family. Then, in a rare moment of transparency, he adds, there's someone else pulling the strings after Keliark. But that's all I'll say. Jean takes note of his words, but moves on to something more pressing. He thanks his father for confirming his suspicion, but states that he hasn't even mentioned the most crucial part yet. His father's expression darkens slightly. Then say it. Jean takes a deep breath. They used an artifact. His father frowns. An artifact? Yes. Andre Zipple referred to it as the Devil's Stone. Jean explains that, based on the information he's gathered, the Devil's Stone is a replica of the Origin Stone, an ancient relic said to have been created by powerful beings long ago. His father absorbs this information before asking, the Origin Stone. Has Mirakin explained it to you? Jean nods. I know about it, and I also know that you can use mana. A flicker of amusement crosses his father's face. So, do you think you can keep that knowledge hidden from me? Jean sighs. I assumed you already knew, but I didn't expect you to also know about Mirakin. His father chuckles. What I said about Mirakin was an educated guess, one that I later confirmed myself. Then, with an amused glint in his eyes, he suddenly asks, by the way, who is this butterfly Runcandle? Jean is momentarily taken aback. But before he can answer, his father bursts into laughter, shaking his head. I can't believe it. They've reduced the mighty black dragon to a mere house cat. How ridiculous. Still chuckling, his father finally acknowledges the weight of the information Jean has brought. This imitation of the Origin Stone, it's significant. Then his gaze sharpens. You should discuss this with Luna Runcandle as well. Chiron Runcandle contemplates the dangerous potential of the Devil's Stone. He remains uncertain just how far the Zipple family has advanced its development and wonders if the rulers of the Black Sea are aware of this. The thought lingers in his mind. Perhaps he should visit the Black Sea himself to find out more. His father, observing his deep thoughts, makes his stance clear. While he will overlook Jin's violation of the rules this time, it won't come without a price. In return, he demands that Jean share something he truly desires. Without hesitation, Jean makes his request. No other member of the Runcandle family should be allowed to enter the independent city of Tychon for the time being. His father raises an eyebrow. So, that's where you've been hiding? Jean confirms it. After a brief pause, his father agrees to the condition, but under one condition of his own. If Jean wants Tychon to remain off-limits, he must first pass a test that he need the noble sword Kashmir to make his own person. Jean accepts, and his father raises the stakes. If he succeeds, no other Runcandle family member will be permitted to enter Tychon without Jin's permission. However, he will have only 1 year to prove his worth and earn Kashmir's trust. He notes that Kashmir had previously declined the role of a Runcandle teacher, making this task even more challenging. Just then, Kashmir arrives and, after hearing the arrangement, agrees with the decision. With both parties in agreement, Jin's father finalizes the deal. That's how it will be done. Sometime later, Kashmir finds himself deep in thought, reflecting on the man before him, Chiron Runcandle, the strongest knight in the world. As he studies him, he can't help but feel an overwhelming pressure. Can this man truly be called the most dignified person among mankind? The thought alone unsettles him, almost giving him indigestion. However, he reminds himself that Chiron is merely a guest within the Runcandle mansion. There's no need to fear him. Chiron, in turn, acknowledges Kashmir with a nod of respect. Noble sword. Kashmir immediately stiffens. Feeling embarrassed by such formalities, he politely asks Chiron to drop the title and simply call him Kashmir. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle steps forward and addresses his father. Chiron, seeing his son's determination, encourages him to speak. Jean explains that his bond with Sir Kashmir is something deeper than mere circumstance. It is a shared destiny. Now that he has proven his connection to Kashmir, it's time for him to fulfill his promise. Kashmir, hearing Jin's words, privately questions his choice of phrasing. A shared destiny? Chiron Runcandle, however, picks up on something else entirely. He raises an eyebrow and challenges the idea. A shared destiny with my son? He muses. So, does that mean Tychon belongs to the Runcandle family? Are you saying that Taiken and Runcandle can be unified in such a way? Kashmir remains silent for a moment, carefully considering Chiron's interpretation. He realizes the weight of the situation. Taiken's independence may now be at stake. Chiron Runcandle confidently holds his ground, even when accused of deceiving his father. However, Giant Runcandle quickly interrupts, dismissing the accusation and claiming it was nothing more than luck. Acknowledging this, Chiron firmly declares that from this moment forward, no Runcandle member is allowed to step foot in Taiken without his explicit permission. With a respectful nod to his father, he leaves. Meanwhile, Kashmir reflects on how their fates are now intertwined, bound by a shared destiny. Chiron then turns to Jean Runcandle, instructing him to leave if he has nothing further to discuss, as he needs to handle private matters with Kashmir. Jean agrees and steps outside the mansion. As Kashmir requests a brief word with Sir Jean, Chiron grants him the opportunity, acknowledging the significance of their conversation. On the other side, Daytona and Haytona Runcandle rush toward Jean, concern evident on their faces. Jean meets their gaze and wonders why the Tana brothers are even here. Daytona wastes no time, demanding to know why he would do something like that and whether their father had spared him. Jayan Runcandle smirks, figuring they must have been lurking in some corner, avoiding the tense atmosphere. Instead of answering directly, he asks them for a favor. When they press for details, he brushes it off as nothing major, just a request to look after the cadets in his faction until he returns. Confused, Daytona asks what he means by his faction but quickly drops it, realizing it's not the time for questions. As Jean walks away, he casually remarks that the brothers never worry about him anyway, but since they are, he's counting on them. Daytona sighs, noting how carefree he always seems after meeting with their father. Haytona agrees, adding that despite it all, Jean can still be a little intimidating. Leaving the palace, Jean goes straight towards his sister Luna, saying she needs to head to their father with some pressing questions about that day. Before he can go far, and Runcandle calls out, accusing him of ignoring the current situation. Jean apologizes, admitting that the matter is important, making it difficult to explain. And, however, isn't satisfied and demands to know how he can be so indifferent at a time like this. Meanwhile, Kashmir appears, confirming that Jean is indeed where he thought he would be. Jean turns to him and asks if his conversation went well. Kashmir nods, confirming that the conversation went well, much to Jean Runcandle's relief. However, Runcandle remains unimpressed, questioning why Jean is still standing in the family garden after entering so long ago. His tone carries both irritation and disbelief at Jin's audacity. Before tensions rise further, Runcandle steps in, instructing them to stop. She notes that their head has concluded his business, signaling that there's no need to escalate matters further. With that, she sheaths her sword, putting an end to the confrontation. Jayan Runcandle expresses his gratitude, thanking his eldest sister for her efforts and admitting he remains forever indebted to her. Luna Runcandle reassures him that it's nothing. He simply needs to acknowledge her work. With a smile, he does just that, thanking her once more for her help. Luna then asks if he plans to leave now, to which he confirms that he intends to dedicate himself fully to training for a while. She bids him farewell, reminding him to take care. Jean responds with confidence, saying they'll see each other again, along with their eldest sister and older brothers. 1 month later, deep within the underground training hall of Kashmir's mansion, the air is thick with tension. After 30 sparring matches against Alicia Badger, Jean Runcandle has suffered his 30th consecutive defeat. Yet, despite the losses, his resolve remains unshaken. He steps forward once more. Meanwhile, across the continent, in August of the year 1795, the Zipple family makes a shocking announcement. They officially confirm the deaths of Andre and Valletta, but notably, they provide no explanation for the cause. This deliberate silence only fuels speculation, and soon, rumors begin to spread like wildfire. Some claim their deaths were the result of internal political strife, while others suggest they perished in a clash with an unknown cult. Another theory points to the wrath of the Emperor of Beemit. However, the most widely accepted belief is that they fell in battle against the Runcandle family. With this revelation, whispers of an impending war between the Zipple and Runcandle families grow louder. Debates erupt over which force will ultimately prevail, sword or magic. The true answer, however, lies not in speculation, but in the decisions of the remaining neutral powers and which side they choose to support. Amidst the brewing storm, a figure with striking yellow hair arrives with a report. He announces that the prince from the Shutran Kingdom, along with 5 second-grade mercenary groups, has officially requested support and sent gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Chiron Runcandle, ever the strategist, dismisses the gifts but accepts their requests. He instructs his men to provide the Shutran Kingdom with a decent sword and ensure the prince's successful ascension to the throne. Later, The yellow-haired messenger confirms that, in response, an 8-star Guardian Knight will be sent to solidify the alliance. Chiron Runcandle shakes his head, blaming the entire situation on the youngest sibling's reckless actions on one of the family's deserted islands. He criticizes the boy for already exerting influence over the family, far sooner than he should. Without wasting any more time, he summons Knight Conan, instructing him to set out for the Black Sea once again. Before dismissing him, Chiron gives one final order. If Kashmir sends a letter, it must be delivered to him without delay. Knight Conan acknowledges the command and departs. Meanwhile, Jen Runcandle tirelessly trains with his sword, his mind focused on a single goal. He tells himself that his 10,000 swing must feel just as precise as the first, but despite his relentless efforts, something still feels lacking. His thoughts drift to the past. Had it not been for Luna Runcandle, he wouldn't even be standing here. 15 years have passed since his regression, and in that time, he has reached the 5-star level in both swordsmanship and magic. He's also close to achieving mastery in shadow energy. Yet, when he considers what's ahead, he knows it's still not enough. If he's going to make it through the next 5 years, the time his father has given him, he must become stronger than all of his siblings. As he swings his sword once more, a voice interrupts him. Kashmir steps forward, urging him to stop. He warns that if he keeps pushing himself like this every day, even with the remarkable physique of the Runcandle family, he'll eventually wear himself down to nothing. Jean Runcandle turns to him, surprised to see both Kashmir and Enya there. Enya immediately notices the state of his hands. Torn skin, blood dripping onto the ground. Concerned, she reaches for his hand, unsure of what to do. Jean exhales, realizing his impatience has once again gotten the best of him. Kashmir observes him closely and offers a reality check. While no one his age can match him, his future opponents won't be ordinary either. The biggest threat to his progress, however, isn't his lack of skill, it's his impatience. If he lets it control him, he'll end up sabotaging his own growth. Jean nods, admitting that he understands, but controlling himself isn't easy. Enya gently places her hands over his wounds, using healing magic to close them. Kashmir reassures him that there's nothing shameful about pushing his limits. In fact, what he's accomplishing in a single day is beyond what most could ever hope to achieve. However, if he truly wants to improve, he needs a different kind of training, something that will calm his mind while sharpening his abilities. Curious, Jean asks what kind of training he has in mind. Kashmir smirks and gives a simple answer: sparring with someone much stronger than him. Jean Runcandle raises an eyebrow, asking if Kashmir is referring to himself. Kashmir smirks and throws the question back at him. What does Jean think? Even though he's been showing some weaknesses lately, he still carries a reputation to uphold. To make his point clear, he draws his sword, shatters a nearby wall, and formally introduces himself as the noble sword Kashmir. However, rather than offering himself as an opponent, he sets a challenge. Jean can spar with him once he's capable of deflecting that same strike. Until then, he'll have to make do with a different opponent. As if on cue, Alicia Badger arrives, immediately recognizing her husband's sword. Kashmir declares that his goal is to defeat her within 6 months, using everything he has: swordsmanship, magic, and shadow energy. Meanwhile, Julia curiously asks her mother if she's really going to fight Brother Jean. Alicia chuckles, correcting her daughter. It's not a fight, but a way to strengthen their bond. Confused, Julia questions what that means, before bluntly stating that she dislikes fighting. Amused, Alicia plays along and asks a hypothetical question. If she and Jean were to fight, who would Julia cheer for? Without hesitation, Julia answers, Brother Jean, of course. Her mother gasps in mock betrayal, reminding Julia that sometimes she needs to take her mom's side too. Jean, meanwhile, sizes up his new opponent. At first glance, Alicia doesn't seem particularly overwhelming, aside from her raw physical strength. But before he can dwell on it further, Julia speaks up again, calling him weak and saying that Mommy told her to always support the weaker side. Alicia laughs, noting that her daughter isn't one to lie. Jean simply shrugs, unfazed. With the terms set, Alicia suggests they spar every evening after her work and dinner, for 6 months straight. Jean blinks in disbelief, questioning if every single day is necessary. But Alicia reassures him with a laugh. Time will fly by before he knows it. 2 days later, Jean and Alicia stand face to face, ready for their first match. He carefully observes her, wondering if she's a skilled fighter or just an overwhelmingly strong one. Before they begin, Alicia makes an announcement. She used to work for Beeman's Special Affairs Division, meaning she's no stranger to combat. She warns Jean that she won't be holding back, so he shouldn't be discouraged if he loses. Jean tightens his grip on his sword, realizing that this 6-month training period must have a deeper purpose. He can't afford to be careless. In a flash, Alicia lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch. Jean barely dodges in time, nearly crashing into a wall before managing to block the attack. Seeing no other option, he taps into his monstrous form, his body shifting as he draws his sword and launches a counterattack. Alicia Badger swiftly dodges Jean Runcandle's attack with ease. Undeterred, Jean asks if she needs to call a medic. Before he can even register her response, she lands a clean punch, sending him flying. Alicia raises an eyebrow, surprised that she managed to land 2 solid hits on the very first day. She notes that her first attack wasn't even at full force, making Jin's reaction all the more interesting. Then, with a knowing look, she asks if he had been trying to weaken the ground before their sparring match. Jean exhales, admitting she figured it out near the end. But Alicia isn't done yet. She also noticed an unusual light during their fight. She presses him for details, stating it's a type of magic she's never seen before. Jean explains that it was an ancient spell called Flash Veil, which he had coated his sword with before they even began. However, he acknowledges that tricks like that may not always work. Alicia scoffs at his choice of words, correcting him. Those aren't tricks, they're strategies. She reflects on his abilities, realizing that his victories over stronger opponents likely weren't just luck. Jean ponders her words, recognizing that success in battle often comes from precise calculations and well-planned tactics. During a spar, this might be intriguing, but in a real fight, he can clearly imagine the terror on his opponent's faces when his plans unfold. For the first time in this life, he has suffered a complete loss, despite using everything in his arsenal. He wonders if her past with Men's Special Affairs Division has something to do with it. One thing is certain. If he's going to defeat her within 6 months, he'll have to face her over and over again. Rather than feeling discouraged, he finds himself thrilled by the challenge. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Kashmir Alprian sits down to write a letter. 1 month later, September 22nd, 1795. In an unprotected region on the continent's eastern coast, known as the Black Sea, the battlefield belongs to monsters. However, one figure stands victorious, Khan. After slaying a beast, he kneels before Chiron Runcandle, introducing himself formally as Guardian Knight Khan. Presenting a letter that arrived 10 days ago, Khan hands it over. Chiron takes the letter, breaks the seal, and begins reading aloud. The letter begins with an apology. Kashmir Alprian regrets that he cannot adequately express his deep appreciation and gratitude. He paints a vivid picture of the night sky in Tychan, describing the brilliant stars shining against the dark velvet sky as though they are singing praises of Chiron's greatness. The letter is signed, Kashmir Alprian, a humble swordsman. Chiron sighs, remarking that he had instructed Kashmir to report on the youngest sibling. Yet Kashmir seems to have a rather poetic way of doing so. Deciding that he'll need to advise Kashmir to be more concise in the future, Chiron shifts his focus to the actual contents of the letter. It seems the youngest sibling has been making steady progress on the isolated island. He has been consistently defeated by Kashmir Alprian's wife, Alicia, but that's not the most interesting part. The letter details how, in the first spar, the youngest took 3 hits. By the 30th match, the number had risen to 40. However, in the 40th spar, Jean endured over 120 blows and still stood his ground. It's clear, the youngest is improving rapidly. Khan reflects on the youngest master's losses, wondering if there's some amusement to be found in his defeats. Chiron Runcandle, however, explains that Kashmir Alprian's wife is from Beeman Special Affairs 2nd Division, far from an opponent that can be overcome with just luck. He then congratulates Khan, noting that in the 40th sparring session, the youngest endured over 120 hits, proving that he has pushed past his limits. With a hint of regret, Chiron muses that if the youngest had been the firstborn, he wouldn't have hesitated to hand over the family. But fate had decided otherwise. Khan, curious, asks why there's never been mention of the heir before. This is the first time Chiron has personally spoken about the matter, and he recalls how he had observed from the sidelines but never heard any details. He points out that Joshua Runcandle's position isn't due to a direct appointment from the patriarch, but rather because Luna Runcandle stepped down. In his opinion, Joshua is still too young and inexperienced for such a major role. Khan acknowledges Jin's rapid growth, but argues that raw talent alone isn't enough to solidify his place. When Chiron questions why, Khan clarifies that it's not about being heartless. It's about recognizing Jin's inherently gentle nature. He emphasizes that unlike Joshua has a different past, one that might make it difficult for him to sever family ties when necessary. And that, Chiron states, is the true nature of a Runcandle. With that, the conversation shifts to a more pressing matter. Why a letter that arrived 10 days ago was delayed. The response is simple. The overwhelming number of monsters slowed things down, though he had done his best to hurry. Chiron concedes but warns that next time, he should arrive a day earlier. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger makes an observation. It's the 93rd day, and the young master has already achieved so much. Jayan Runcandle, however, remains focused, determined to complete his goal within 6 months. When Alicia suggests heading upstairs for dessert, mentioning that Latree made ice cream. He declines. There's still work to be done. Alicia watches as he grabs his sword, thinking how unnatural his growth is. With every sparring session, it becomes clearer. His aura and magic are growing in sync, and the key to that balance is the mysterious black power connecting them. She recalls hearing rumors that it was a power gained through a contract with a super being. While it may be incredible, she knows that in the end, what truly makes it formidable is Jayan Runcandle's sheer endurance. Alicia Badger watches Jayan Runcandle train and can't help but think. He's not just a genius, but a genius who works relentlessly. At this rate, 6 months might be an overestimate. She smirks, deciding she'll take him down tomorrow instead. The next day, their training resumes. Alicia confidently calls out an obvious feint, while Jayan Runcandle charges forward, aiming for an attack. But Jean Runcandle swiftly blocks it and counters with precision. Alicia, caught off guard, takes a hit and stumbles back. Concerned, Jayan asks if she's all right. Alicia brushes it off, though it's been a long time since she sustained an injury like this. Jean considers fetching Inya for healing, but can't shake the thought that Alicia could have dodged that attack. Luck had played a role in this match. Meanwhile, Alicia reflects on her own mistake. Her vision had been momentarily blocked by the shadow energy, and she had misjudged his movements. She had assumed he would repeat the same pattern, failing to prepare her next move. Retirement had made her a bit sloppy. Determined to turn things around, she launches another attack, knowing that if she loses now, she won't even last until the deadline he had set. But Jayan stops her, deciding it's better to call this fight a draw. Winning like this wouldn't feel right. Alicia, however, had expected him to say that. She acknowledges her own carelessness and apologizes for underestimating him. Miss Inya steps in to heal her injuries, though they both know they can't ignore what just happened. Alicia reflects. If this were 3 months ago, would the outcome have been the same even if she had let her guard down? Probably not. Alicia recognizes his incredible growth. His ambition, relentless fighting spirit, and sheer talent have made it possible. At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes a true force in both aura and magic. When that happens, things will become even clearer. The scene shifts to December 1st, 1795. Jayan Runcandle watches as Murakin stockpiles an absurd number of popsicles, despite the freezing weather. Confused, he asks why. Murakin simply shrugs. Cold things taste best in cold weather, and besides, strawberry pie had been craving them. Jean raises an eyebrow, jokingly asking if he's trying to make Gilly's stomach explode. Before Murakin can respond, Kashmir Alpreen arrives, calling out to Jean Runcandle. He asks if they can discuss some business. Jean nods and brings up Bishkul Ibriano, the interim head of the Ibriano family, a family struggling due to a lack of talented successors. Jean had requested information on him earlier, but before diving into details, he first asks if Jayan Runcandle knows about a group called Kinzello. Jayan Runcandle recalls encountering the Kinzello group during a mission back when he was a cadet, so this discussion won't take long. He isn't entirely certain, but there's a strong possibility that Bishkul Ibriano is connected to them. He explains that Ibriano makes a trip to the Carano Principality once a week, and every time, he visits a peculiar workshop called Explosion is Art. The name alone is suspicious, but what makes it even more concerning is its owner, Bubert Gaston. From what Jayan has uncovered, Gaston is an executive within Kinzello, which strongly suggests a close relationship between the two. Kashmir Alpreen, taking in this information, notes that at this point the connection is more than just a theory, especially since they know that every time Ibriano visits, he brings food and supplies with him. That kind of repeated gesture hints at Gaston holding a higher position, which could explain why he personally stepped forward during the banquet. Kashmir then reflects on Kinzello. Initially, he had assumed they were just another extreme political group, but for an 8-star fighter to be involved with them, that raises serious questions. Jean recalls what those lunatics did in his past life, and now it makes sense why they never dared to directly confront the Runcandle, Zipple, or Beemit families. Just then, the conversation is interrupted. Murakin tells a kid to wait, as Jean Runcandle is busy. But Julia, ignoring the warning, grabs his hair and loudly calls for him. Without hesitation, she casts a magic spell, and Murakin follows up by hurling an ice ball straight at Kashmir Alpreen. Kashmir dodges and turns around, baffled. "Why are you attacking your father?" he asks. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle refocuses and shifts the topic. He asks Kashmir if there's still no information on Spider-Hand Alu. Kashmir sighs and explains that Alu is even more mysterious than they initially thought. Despite the efforts of the Seven Colors elite troops, there are no records of him before he became the head of Teesing. It's as if someone deliberately erased his past. Jayan Runcandle considers this. Maybe he shouldn't have killed him so quickly. But what's done is done. He nods in understanding and thanks Kashmir for his continued efforts. Kashmir acknowledges the hard work of their informants and assures Jayan that he'll keep digging into Kinzello. If any new information surfaces, He'll report back immediately. Jean Runcandle expresses his gratitude, admitting that he owes Kashmir for all his help. Kashmir brushes it off, saying it's nothing, but if Jayan is really that thankful, he should at least take some time to play with Julia. Jean hesitates, but then declines, explaining that it's almost time for his sparring session. Instead, he turns to Kashmir and asks, "Why don't you join me?" Kashmir Alprian responds enthusiastically, saying that sounds like a great idea. He's curious to see how much young Master Jean Runcandle has grown. Jayan Runcandle assures him that he won't be disappointed and hints that he has recently come to a new realization. After seeing her husband Alicia Badger raises an eyebrow. "Why are you here?" she asks. Kashmir smirks and shrugs. "Am I not allowed?" "Jean Runcandle invited me, so I came." Alicia crosses her arms. "You're allowed. I just don't want you to watch me lose." Alicia chuckles. "Interesting. But according to young Master Jean Runcandle, today will be your last day." Alicia takes a deep breath and responds with a faint smile. If that's the case, she hopes he will remember her as a worthy opponent in the distant future. Jean, however, corrects her. "Not just a good opponent. I'll remember you as a great teacher and a true friend." Kashmir silently reflects on those words. It's only been a little over 3 months, and yet Alicia Badger, a warrior in her own right, is already at the verge of defeat. Without further delay, Alicia asks if they should begin. Jean answers by summoning a phoenix. Kashmir watches in surprise. 6-star mages gain the ability to form contracts with powerful entities, but the outcome is always uncertain. While mages can open a dimensional gate to the world of fire, they have no control over which phoenix will choose them. That's why mages desperately hope to be chosen by a rare and powerful one. And among them, one phoenix stands above the rest, the legendary blue flame phoenix, Tess. Kashmir's eyes widen. No way. Did he actually form a contract with Tess? Only the most exceptional mages in history have been able to summon Tess, and now Jean Runcandle stands among them. Jean turns to Alicia. "Shall we start?" Alicia tightens her grip on her weapon, her determination unwavering. "I'm coming," she says, launching into battle. As the fight begins, Alicia immediately analyzes the situation. The Phoenix's flames aren't just ordinary fire magic. They carry an unusual force. If she touches them, her body feels heavier. The pressure it exerts is immense, rapidly draining her stamina. She realizes she only has about 3 minutes before exhaustion sets in. That means she has to finish this fight quickly. Just as she finalizes her strategy, Jean makes his move. His attack lands, and Alicia flinches from the impact. For a moment, she assumes it was a sword strike, but then she realizes the truth. It wasn't just a sword. It was wind magic. Jayan Runcandle carefully analyzes Alicia Badger's fighting style. Despite her varied movements, there's one consistent trait: dominance. No matter the situation, she always strives to control the battle. Right now, she's likely trying to regain that dominance, and he can use that against her. With a decisive strike, he lunges at her, but she manages to evade. He follows up with fire magic, but she swiftly sidesteps, narrowly escaping once again. Refusing to let up, he grips his sword tightly and charges straight at her. Alicia quickly weighs her options. Dodging would mean staying on the defensive, constantly reacting to Jean Runcandle's relentless attacks. That's not a position she wants to be in. With no other choice, she commits to standing her ground. She glances at him. "Are you trying to prove you're a magic swordsman?" she asks. Jean doesn't answer. He simply unleashes his blue mana and strikes. Alicia sees her opening. "Finally got you," she exclaims, confident that he has nowhere left to run. There's no way he can escape the pressure of her weapon. But in the next instant, she realizes something is wrong. He's not in front of her anymore. Before she can react, a devastating punch lands from behind, hitting her so hard she coughs up blood. The force alone makes it clear, this match is over. Alicia staggers, but concedes, acknowledging her defeat. Young Master Jean Runcandle has won. Jean immediately turns to Kashmir Alprian. "Call for Inya," he orders. Then, as if something just clicked, he asks Kashmir to repeat what he said earlier about a microbe. Mirakan, still reeling from what just happened, confirms the shocking news. Yes, young Master Jean Runcandle has defeated Alicia Badger. Even saying it aloud feels surreal. After all, she was from Beeman's Special Affairs Division, and he did it in just 3 months. But that's not what Jean was referring to. "No, not that," he corrects. He grabs Kashmir Alprian. "He summoned what?" Kashmir, momentarily stunned, blinks. "Pardon?" "A phoenix. He summoned Tess." Silence. Then, shock spreads across their faces. Alicia, regaining her breath, admits she went all out. She even used an aura shield, thinking it would secure her victory. But in the end, that very decision became her downfall. She's even more surprised that she fell for an attack from behind twice. "When did you plan that?" she asks. Jayan Runcandle wipes sweat from his face and casually reveals, from the very first match. He hesitates, realizing that might sound arrogant. Alicia, however, bursts into laughter. If it's you, young master, then yeah, I believe it. Jean Runcandle sincerely thanks her for everything, and Alicia smiles, saying it was just as fun for her. Then, with a teasing smirk, she asks, do you even realize how proud I am of you? And how does it feel, defeating someone from Beeman's Special Affairs Division before even turning 16? Murakin suddenly arrives, calling out for Jean Runcandle. Jean acknowledges his voice, but before he can respond further, Murakin urgently instructs him to summon Tess immediately. Without hesitation, Jean Runcandle calls forth the Phoenix. Miss Quickcandle bows respectfully, greeting the master of the flame. Murakin, observing, nods. It's been a while. But before he can say anything else, the Phoenix unexpectedly strikes him in the face with its beak. Murakin reels back. Why did you do that? He demands, reminding the Phoenix that he doesn't need to act so formally. He's a free entity, after all. Murakin apologizes, albeit not very convincingly. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle experiences an odd, almost refreshing sensation from the whole exchange. Murakin, however, is far from amused. He quickly regains his composure and insists that he has something important to say. He urges Jean to please stop whatever he's doing and just listen. He'll pass on the message word for word. At that moment, the Phoenix strikes him again. Quickcandle remains bowing, completely unbothered, while Murakin's patience wears thin. This is serious, Jean Runcandle. Recall that elder. Now, Murakin shouted. Jean shrugs. All right, sure, he says and sends the Phoenix back. Murakin, still rubbing his face, mutters. Seriously, why is he hitting me? Murakin speaks. I'd like to tell you why the great Murakin is sucking up to a bluebird. Jean blinks. Wait, that's not Tess's true form? The Murakin explains that what they see now is only an appearance Tess takes in this world. His real form can only be witnessed in the Fire Realm. Curious, Jean asks, the Fire Realm? Is that the name of the world where phoenixes reside? Murakin confirms, adding that although this is the first time Jean has heard of it, it's not surprising. The term Fire Realm is only used by gods and dragons. Even the highest-ranking gods don't know its true name. Jean processes this. So if even the gods don't know, does that mean the Fire Realm is beyond their authority? Murakin nods. Exactly. Even the flame god Shainu himself can't use the flames of the Fire Realm. But then, his tone grows serious. Now listen carefully. This part is important. He reveals that long ago, several gods and dragons, including himself and Quickcandle, left the Fire Realm. However, not all of them respected its power. Some gods made the mistake of angering Tess. And that was the day they witnessed Tess's true power. In a fit of rage, Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons to ashes on the spot. Jayan Runcandle is stunned. Wait, Tess is that powerful. The realization hits. If Tess is capable of wiping out gods, then just how strong would he need to be to fully wield that power? Murakin answers without hesitation. Impossible. No matter how strong Jinyu becomes, he will never be able to unleash Tess's full power. He explains why. No one can perfectly wield power from a different world. It's like an inherent penalty. That's the same reason why the gods who descended into this world lost their abilities. And it's the very reason why Tess himself can't manifest his true strength here. No matter who you are, power from another realm will always be restrained. Murakin chuckles before adding. That being said, someone like you would be burned alive. Murakin raises an eyebrow. How is it that this dangerous old man can fight the moment he's summoned? He then adds, half-jokingly, does he even realize how surprised we were? If Tess gets angry, he might actually burn you alive. Then Murakin reassures him. If that were the case, Tess wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. He then delivers a message from Tess himself, one that takes Jayan by surprise. Tess actually likes him and even congratulates him. Jean takes a moment to process this. Tess is far greater than he initially thought, even greater than Shainu, the fire god who controls all the flames in the world. He recalls the sheer power Shainu's contractor, Patriarch, and the guardian dragon, Kadun, wielded. But against Tess, no fire, no matter its origin, would ever stand a chance. And with the looming conflict between the Runcandle and Zipple families, having Tess by his side will be a massive advantage. The power of those blue flames could change everything. The scene shifts to January 2nd, 1796. Chiron Runcandle, reading through reports, finds the latest revelation quite interesting. Jean Runcandle was chosen by Tess, but he quickly brushes it off. Not that I care about phoenixes, he mutters. His focus, instead, remains on Jin's swordsmanship. He notes that while he allowed Jean to use magic and shadow energy, at the end of the day, he is a Runcandle. And a Runcandle proves themselves through their sword. Turning to Khan, he calls his attention. Ron Hyran has a grandson. Khan nods. Yes, I received some information about the Hyran family's grandson a few days ago. Chiron smirks, considering his luck. Khan agrees, adding that it's related to a Cosmos competition request, an assassination target. The mission? To eliminate a pirate participating in the tournament. But there's something even more interesting. Among the list of competitors, Dante Hyran has registered under an alias. The Cosmos competition itself is no ordinary event. It's a brutal fighting tournament, hosted by none other than the pirates. Chiron recalls that 10 years ago, Mary competed and was the runner-up. That match was her first ever defeat. 2 months later, she had a rematch, and this time, he sent the youngest there as well. However, this time, there will be countless eyes watching. That means Jean won't be able to rely on magic or shadow energy. He'll have to win using only his sword. And Chiron predicts that, in a fight against a true genius, someone who has spent years polishing their swordsmanship, Jean will come to a realization that as a Runcandle, the ultimate proof of strength doesn't come from magic. It comes from the sword. After some time, Kashmir arrives and politely approaches Jean Runcandle, asking if he may take a look at a certain document. Curious, Jean asks about its contents. Kashmir explains, it's an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jean is taken aback. Wait, why do you suddenly want to join a pirate tournament? Kashmir chuckles and clarifies that the application isn't for himself. It's something he prepared for Jean. Given how hard he's been training, he figured it was worth considering. According to the 7 colors, Dante Hyran from the Hyran family will be participating in the competition. Kashmir goes on to explain that Dante's grandfather, Ron Hyran, the current patriarch of the Hyran family, was once on equal footing with Sir Chiron Runcandle before he took over his head. More importantly, Dante is Ron Hyran's most treasured grandson. So, don't you think it would be interesting to see just how strong he is? Kashmir asks. Jean pauses, thinking it over. Then he asks, do I really need to participate? Kashmir shakes his head. No, young master. But think about it carefully. Dante Hyran is next in line to lead the Hyran family. This might be your only chance to clash swords with him. Jean Runcandle sighs. If Kashmir Alprian is pushing for this, he really has no choice but to participate. Kashmir, satisfied, thanks Jean for making the right decision. As Jean walks away, he begins piecing things together. So that's what this is about. If Kashmir is setting him up to fight Dante Hyran on purpose, then there's no doubt swordsmanship is the top priority. But there's something else he notices. Kashmir seems overwhelmed, like he has too much on his plate. At that moment, Kashmir Alprian mentions that he must leave tomorrow. The timing is tight. Jean blinks. Pardon? Kashmir doesn't repeat himself. Instead, he simply nods and says, then please have a safe trip, before turning to walk away. The scene shifts to the Beladu Empire, an island in the south. A lone figure stands amidst the stench and filth, taking in his surroundings. He mutters to himself, this is the first time he's taken on something alone since traveling to Mummet. And somehow, this place is even more disgusting than Mummet ever was. He thinks about the Cosmos competition, a bloodsport held in a lawless place like this. Here, fighters can kill their opponents with no restrictions on weapons. Assassinations, poisoning before a match, it's all fair game. He wonders if the patriarch is out of his mind for allowing a grandchild of the great Hyran family to participate in something so brutal. But then, a smirk creeps onto his face. Regardless of the reason, fighting against him even once will be valuable. Then Veridin Zipple appear. As he takes in the foul atmosphere, he mutters, this place reeks, as always. Then his smirk widens. All right, let's have some fun. Pirate King Cosmos eyes the newcomer with skepticism, demanding to know who he is. Jean Runcandle steps forward, stating that he's here to enter the competition. However, the Pirate King scoffs, making it clear that applications are closed and bluntly tells Jean Runcandle to get lost, going as far as suggesting it'd be better if he never made it back. Unfazed, Jean Runcandle calmly counters, pointing out that the deadline for registration was supposed to be sunset today. Pirate King Cosmos dismisses him with a wave, claiming he's not in the mood to accept any more applications. He then glares at Jean Runcandle, warning him not to test his patience because he's far too busy for this nonsense. Without warning, Cosmos flings a handful of coins at Jean Runcandle's face before delivering a solid punch. With a smirk, he sarcastically asks if that's enough for his entry. But as Jean Runcandle remains unfazed, the Pirate King's irritation shifts to amusement. Laughing loudly, he admits that the newcomer has guts. He likes that. With a dramatic flourish, he scribbles Jin's name onto the roster and hands him a paper. You're in Group 13, Cosmos announces, smirking. Take this inside. The people there will welcome you. With romance and love, his mocking tone suggests anything but a warm reception. Jean Runcandle proceeds inside, where a figure wearing a head covering snatches the paper from him and calls out, Group 13. Nearby, A man named Jean Grey overhears and comments with confidence that they should pair him with someone decent. If no one fits the bill, he jokes he doesn't mind if they just toss Jean Grey to the sharks. He notes that this year's competition is full of young blood and even mentions another fighter, a notorious rascal who even managed to beat up the captain. It's a shame they're not in the same group. He was hoping for a showdown. Still, he wishes Jean Grey luck, though he doubts he'll make it far without a miracle. Pointing towards the Group 13 area, he tells Jean Grey to head over. See you later, he adds with a smirk. If you survive, that is. Once inside, Jean Runcandle asks about his room, only to receive a dismissive response. He's on his own to figure it out. He soon realizes why. The rooms are overcrowded, packed with 2 or 3 people each. It doesn't take long for him to put 2 and 2 together. The organizers probably want the participants to fight over space, turning even the sleeping arrangements into a survival game. Before he can even get settled, someone sneers at him, questioning who he is and why he doesn't seem to notice that the room is already full. Tensions rise as one person barks at another to get lost. Jean Runcandle doesn't waste time. His voice cuts through the chatter, calm but commanding. I'm going to count to 3, he announces. By the time I'm done, everyone not supposed to be here better be gone. The challenge is set. Now, it's just a matter of who dares to stay. Jean Runcandle begins counting. 1, 2. Before he can finish, a voice from the room hurls insults at him. But instead of backing down, Jean Runcandle fights back without hesitation. Just as the chaos escalates, someone new enters the room. Without missing a beat, Jean Runcandle grips his sword, scanning the room before asking a simple, yet chilling question. Who wants to stay with him? The response is immediate. A group of thugs rushes at him, shouting for his demise. However, they quickly regret it. Jean Runcandle counters with precise, ruthless strikes, easily overpowering them. As the dust settles, he scoffs, noting that while this place might be a lawless battleground, it's still nothing compared to Mummet. For now, he won't be getting much sleep. At that moment, the hooded figure from before appears again, visibly annoyed. He sighs, asking if Jean Runcandle plans on wiping out half the competition before the real fights even begin. Jean Runcandle smirks, calling this little brawl just the appetizer before the main event. The hooded figure studies him for a moment before chuckling. He admits that at first he thought Jean Runcandle was just another arrogant fool, but as the captain said, this guy is intense. That's precisely why they grouped him with the decent fighters. He then informs Jean Runcandle that Groups 1 and 2 are about to start their matches, and since he'll be facing some of them later, he might want to watch, offering to personally escort him. He also warns that bringing a sword into the spectator stands is forbidden, so he should just sit back and enjoy the show. Jean Runcandle sees no issue with that. As he follows the hooded figure, he notices the massive crowd gathered to watch the fights. No one here should recognize him, but in hindsight, he probably should have paid more attention to his disguise. He turns to the hooded figure and casually asks if he's heard the rumors about half of Group 13 getting wiped out already. He wonders if the guy placed a bet on one of them. When he asks who was responsible, the hooded figure shrugs, clarifying that besides that mess, there's another rumor floating around, one involving a reserve flag bearer from the Runcandle family. Nearby, a person in a green dress overhears and frowns, asking what exactly a Runcandle reserve flag bearer is and why one would even be here. His friend leans in, explaining that he got the scoop straight from some of the Cosmos pirate executives while drinking with them last night. He says there's a strong contender in the tournament, and if the rumors are true, he's from the Runcandle family. Laughing, the friend speculates that if it's legit, the fighter could be either Daytona Hona or Jean Runcandle himself. And if it really is Jean Runcandle, things are about to get interesting. After all, the last time that young guy made a name for himself, he became a 5-star, and chaos followed soon after. But what surprises him even more? The fact that they're not just aware of Jean Runcandle's name. They even know about the Tana twins, too. Jean Runcandle reflects that it's about time the Tana twins' names started spreading. If they really are participating, he figures he'll track them down and make them sit night watch while the real fireworks begin. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos arrives at the Grand Arena, greeting the massive crowd with his usual flair. With a wide grin, he addresses the spectators, jokingly asking if they haven't dropped dead from all the waiting. Introducing himself as the Pirate King Cosmos, he lets out a hearty laugh before commenting on the sheer number of people who've come to line his pockets. He chuckles, noting that they clearly don't know how to manage their own money. But enough with the small talk. It's time to get things rolling. He lays out the structure of the competition. 14 participants per group, spread across 13 groups, making for a total of 182 martial artists on standby. With the basics out of the way, he hypes up the opening match, introducing the first fighter, someone who made it to the last year finals. Facing off against him is a fresh challenger, a newcomer to the competition this year. He introduces the so-called cute fighter from the Shark Pirates, Mantis, and his opponent, the young swordsman, Paul Mick. From the stands, Gene Runcandle takes note of Paul Mick's age. There are plenty of young fighters this year, but this one? He looks barely 13 or 14. That's way too young for a tournament this brutal. Just as he's processing the absurdity of it, a nearby spectator, sporting a nasty facial scar, shifts the conversation. Instead of discussing Paul Mick, he brings up another competitor, the reckless idiot who had the audacity to beat up a captain. Before the conversation can go any further, the match begins. Paul Mick moves in an instant, his blade flashing through the air. The next thing anyone knows, his opponent collapses. The arena falls silent for a brief moment before Pirate King Cosmos demands answers. What just happened? He asks if anyone actually saw it, clearly, visibly irritated at the sharp pirates for producing such weak fighters. A murmur spreads through the crowd as someone states the obvious. The guy's head just fell off. It's so fast and brutal that it barely seems real. Gene Runcandle narrows his eyes, quickly assessing what happened. Dante Hyran was beheaded in an instant. Paul Mick's sword energy was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Veridin Zipple, one of the more excitable spectators, erupts in enthusiasm, declaring the fight a masterpiece. Without hesitation, he loudly announces Paul Mick as the winner and immediately places all his bets on him. To anyone who'll listen, he proclaims that this is what a real fight looks like. Hearing the growing cheers for Paul Mick, Gene Runcandle can't help but notice Veridin's presence. People around them start placing their bets, the energy in the arena reaching a fever pitch. Veridin, practically foaming at the mouth with excitement, urges everyone to go all in. Can't you see? Paul Mick is the future. Bet everything. Your savings, your fortunes, everything on him. And just like that, the match is over, but the chaos is only beginning. Gene Runcandle studies Veridin Zipple, wondering if he's here on a mission. But judging by how caught up he is in the excitement, that seems unlikely. If Veridin really were here on official business and got caught, it would cause serious problems. Deciding to play along, Gene Runcandle pretends not to notice anything unusual. Before he can dwell on it further, Veridin Zipple spots him and greets him with a grin, mentioning that it's been a long time. Paul Mick, standing nearby, turns toward them. He immediately recognizes Veridin Zipple, recalling their encounter at the Zipple family's banquet. It surprises him to see such an open exchange in a place like this. Still, he steps forward, extending a hand and expressing his pleasure in seeing Veridin again. Before the conversation can continue, Pirate King Cosmos strolls over, suggesting they listen to the winner before moving on to the next match. He turns to Paul Mick and asks how he feels about his victory. Paul Mick casually responds, saying he's glad to have taken down one of the world's evils. With a smirk, he jokes that he just hopes the defeated opponent doesn't reincarnate as a pirate in his next life. Pirate King Cosmos chuckles at the remark, resting a heavy hand on Paul Mick's shoulder. He tells the boy that becoming a pirate isn't exactly the best career choice, though saying that out loud might upset the pirates in the crowd. With a hearty laugh, he adds that most of them would probably be pleased to hear Paul Mick's words. Wasting no more time, Pirate King Cosmos announces the start of the next match and calls for the next set of participants. Gene Runcandle observes the matches that follow, but none of the fighters stand out to him, except Paul Mick. The more he watches, the more convinced he becomes. Paul Mick may look young, but his swordsmanship tells a different story. The most logical conclusion? He has to be Dante Hyran. Gene Runcandle knows that winning this competition won't just come down to swordplay alone. Against someone like Paul Mick, relying solely on technique won't be enough. Magic and shadow energy will be necessary to stand a chance. Even so, it's too soon to make a final judgment. Glancing at a magical stone, he considers his next move. Starting tomorrow, some groups will finish their matches, which means he has 3 days before it's his turn. Until then, the real challenge isn't just the fights, it's surviving the nights in this place. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Sir Elder sits with a disapproving expression. He mutters that he didn't give it to him to mess around with. It's an item meant for the Sir Young Patriarch to use only when absolutely necessary. With a sigh, he insists that it must be kept in a safe place. Across from him, Veridin Zipple casually swings a chain in his hand, grinning as he apologizes. He admits that he just feels lighter with it in his grasp. Then, tilting his head, he asks if that's the reason he was summoned. Sir Elder doesn't seem amused. He explains that every year, around this time, a martial arts competition takes place on one of the northern islands of the Belladou archipelago. It's known as the Cosmos Competitive Arena. Looking directly at Veridin, he asks if he's familiar with it. Veridin Zipple tilts his head, pretending to be clueless. He chuckles, claiming it's the first time he's even heard of the competition and questions why he would know about some martial arts tournament run by pirates. With a laugh, he playfully wonders where he disappears to every year around this time. Sir Elder isn't fooled. Ignoring Veridin's act, he brings up a name that immediately carries weight. Dante Hyran, the future patriarch of the Hyran family. He reminds Veridin that Dante attended last year's banquet and is once again competing this year. This is a rare opportunity to witness his strength firsthand, something they should take advantage of. After all, one day, they may have to face him. Meanwhile, Veridin Zipple finally arrives at the arena, having caught wind of the event. He comments that it's nice to make a little side money while he's here, but can't help complaining. 2 whole days, and not a single match was truly entertaining. Sure, watching Dante Heron's skills in action was impressive, but everything else? Mediocre at best. With a disappointed sigh, he wonders what happened to all the real fighters this year. Scanning a list of names, something catches his eye: Jean Grey. He pauses, narrowing his eyes as he connects the dots. Could it actually be Jean Runcandle? A slow grin forms. So he didn't just come here to watch. This is getting very interesting. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle takes a moment to assess the situation. The number of remaining participants has dwindled to 147, meaning 35 are already dead. But here's the kicker. Only 5 of those deaths happened inside the arena. The rest? They were eliminated outside of official matches. As he sits down, exhausted from his latest fight, he knows the worst is yet to come. Before long, fighters from other groups will start spilling in, looking to take out the competition early. That means there's no time to let his guard down, not even for a second. The thought of sleep crosses his mind, but he immediately shuts it down. His cadet years trained him in no-sleep endurance, but going 3 full days in a place like this, where stealth is impossible and predators lurk everywhere, is a whole different challenge. Just then, Paul Mick steps forward, interrupting his thoughts. He acknowledges that it's rude to ask this when they've just met, but he needs a moment to talk. Jean Runcandle studies him, mind racing. Paul Mick, or rather Dante Hiran. To his surprise, Paul Mick makes an unexpected request. He asks for a chance to sleep. In exchange, he promises to stand guard the next day, so Jean Runcandle can rest. Jean Runcandle raises an eyebrow. What's this guy up to, suddenly showing up out of nowhere? Paul Mick simply shrugs and explains. He's been watching since yesterday and can tell that Jean Runcandle is, at the very least, a true martial artist. That's why he's asking. Just let him sleep. Jean Runcandle wants to protest, but the exhaustion hits him like a wave. Even Hiran no-sleep training has its limits. Before he can argue, his body gives in. He collapses to the ground, and sleep takes him instantly. Jean Runcandle sits in his room, his senses sharp despite the exhaustion. The overwhelming smell of blood lingers in the air, a constant reminder of how many people have come after him. It seems like trouble just won't leave him alone. Meanwhile, outside, an old man whispers for someone to wait, signaling that the time has come. But before he can make his move, Jean Runcandle catches him. Without hesitation, he strikes with his sword. Coldly, Jean Runcandle warns the intruder. Hadn't he heard the rumors? Anyone who steps into this room doesn't make it out alive. A masked man steps forward, urging him to wait. He acknowledges that Jean Runcandle has already taken out every member of Group 13, but insists that they aren't here to fight him. They have a different target. His demand is simple. Hand over Paul Mick, the boy who just went inside. If Jean Runcandle complies, he'll even throw in an arrow as a parting gift. Without hesitation, Jean Runcandle deflects the incoming attack. He catches the arrow mid-air, inspecting it before smirking. Poison? Regardless of who's behind this, targeting a child is beyond despicable. He wonders if these guys have any idea who they're messing with. He then casually mentions the group of scoundrels that had been tailing him earlier. They were underlings of Pirate One-Eyed Joe. The last guy spilled everything before dying. Apparently, they were hoping to make some quick cash by kidnapping a Runcandle. Paul Mick steps forward, thanking Jean Runcandle for protecting him, despite having no obligation to do so. He's surprised at the situation, wondering how Jean Runcandle ended up being mistaken for those clueless, greedy fools. Paul Mick sighs and decides he owes him at least some explanation. He clarifies that, like Runcandle, he also comes from nobility, just not from the Runcandle family. He tells Paul Mick to think of him as nobility from Beemont instead. However, he apologizes for not being able to share any further details. Paul Mick, however, is already convinced. He expresses his deep gratitude, declaring that he owes Jean Runcandle his life. And in his eyes, a debt like this must be repaid in full. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. From this moment on, he vows to protect Jean Runcandle with his life, no matter the situation. He swears it on his honor. Jean Runcandle smirks, brushing off the sentiment. Figure that out on your own, he says. Right now, I need sleep. Just wake me up before the Group 13 matches. Despite Paul Mick's promise, Paul Mick notes that the protection he's giving him now that has nothing to do with the vow he take just now. There's no need to worry. He may seem cold and detached, but his actions speak louder than words. He's already fought for someone he just met, proving himself to be a man of conviction. Perhaps, in a way, they might even become friends. The scene shifts to the arena. Attacker rushes in, aiming straight for Paul Mick. But before he can react, Paul Mick moves first. In a single strike, Paul Mick counters and takes down the opponent with ruthless precision. The crowd erupts in cheers, chanting his name. Paul Mick, Paul Mick. Once again, his victory is absolute. As the competition heats up, the crowd erupts with cheers, not just for Paul Mick, but also for another rising star, Jean Grey. Spectators call out his name, with some even debating whether he might be stronger than Paul. However, not everyone agrees. One onlooker argues that while Jean is impressive, he's still no match for a reserve flag bearer of the Runcandle family. Another chimes in, emphasizing that Jean isn't a Runcandle, making the comparison pointless. Amid the growing excitement, someone notes that this year's tournament has essentially boiled down to these two young contenders. With their dominance, it seems the final match is all but decided. However, another warrior arrives, unimpressed, suggesting that while these two might be strong, they're just a couple of guys. He urges his group to gather their forces before the winner's group takes action. Before they can act, a mysterious figure wearing a head covering steps in, warning them to drop their plans. He stresses that their group isn't prepared to handle Jean Grey, nicknamed the God of Death for a reason. Having shared a room with him, he knows firsthand that challenging Jean would be a terrible mistake. When pressed for details, he explains that stopping others from interfering is the safest move because Jean has grown too popular. If challengers start dropping before the matches even begin, things will get complicated. With that, they walk away, deciding it's best to abandon their scheme. Another warrior questions if that's truly the right call, but his companion reassures him. According to the tournament program, they won't even have to face Jin's group. That's all the reason they need to steer clear. They also make it clear that their plan must remain a secret, especially from one person, Pirate King Cosmos. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos slams his hand on the table, demanding to know who's been pulling strings behind his back. Someone in the room asks what he plans to do, pointing out that if things continue like this, the competition will lose its excitement, and the spectators will catch on. But Cosmos isn't interested in keeping things fair, only profitable. He decides to scrap the entire program, ensuring that all roads lead to a grand showdown between Jean Grey and Paul Mick. To him, the rest of the participants are just sacrificial lambs to raise the stakes. With that in mind, he orders the betting dividends to skyrocket, high enough to keep gamblers restless and desperate to place their bets. He envisions a lightning-fast progression from the winner's match to the finals, all to maximize profits. Meanwhile, the crowd continues chanting Paul Mick's name, fueling the anticipation. Then, Veridin Zipple arrives, sizing up the tournament's two biggest threats. One, a shocking supernova who has been dazzling since the start. The other, a warrior drenched in blood and legend, the so-called God of Death. With the stage set for an explosive finale, he poses the ultimate question: who will stand victorious? As the tension in the arena builds, a masked spectator confidently calls out Paul Mick's name, and his friend nods in agreement, pointing out how Paul's swordsmanship seems far more refined. Curious, he asks if young Master also placed a bet on Paul Mick. However, Veridin Zipple reveals that he went all in on Jean Grey, wagering a staggering 100,000 gold. His knight is taken aback, reminding him that Jean Grey's payout is 3 times that amount. Even if Jean wins, will the pirates actually cough up 300,000 gold? Veridin smirks, explaining that Pirate King Cosmos owns several islands. If he needs the money, he can simply sell one. Impatient with all the chatter, Pirate King Cosmos abruptly announces himself, demanding they quit stalling and start calling for Paul Mick already. The crowd erupts, but not just for Paul. A voice rings out, calling Jean Grey by his infamous title, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. However, the welcome isn't exactly warm. Booing, jeering, and even a few flying wine mugs and rotten vegetables rain down toward Jean. Watching the chaos, Cosmos grins to himself, already considering doubling next year's entrance fee. Wanting to speed things along, he orders the fighters to step forward. Answering the call, Paul Mick strides confidently onto the battlefield. His opponent, the so-called unknown swordsman from Group 13, soon follows, Jean Grey. While the crowd remains divided, Veridin Zipple stands firm, fully believing in Jin's strength. Encouraging him once more, he shouts, "Let's go." Jean, however, can't help but wonder why Veridin keeps saying that. Cosmos sees no reason to delay further. With a commanding voice, he declares the match has begun. Paul Mick steps forward, pledging to fight properly. Jean Grey, unfazed, draws his magical sword and invites Paul to attack as much as he wants. The two waste no time, rushing at each other with incredible speed, swords clashing in a fierce battle. At first, Jean Grey carefully measures his movements, conserving his energy and only increasing his speed when necessary. He knows he has to match Paul's pace strategically. Spectators watch in awe, one of them commenting how rare it is to witness such a high-level duel in a place like this. Another, overwhelmed by the intensity, argues that calling this a mere children's fight is an insult. Paul Mick acknowledges Jin's resilience, but warns that if he's holding back, now would be the time to reveal his true strength. Taking the challenge, Jean Grey surges forward with a faster attack, but Paul narrowly evades it. The crowd roars in response, with one spectator shouting, "Yep, Paul Mick. That's it. Send that scoundrel into the abyss." Paul remains calm, analyzing his opponent. He understands his own strengths, his nearly indestructible swordsmanship, his blessed physique, and above all, his superior stamina. This allows him to drag out fights deliberately, forcing his opponents into exhaustion. He also notes that Jean Grey is fighting under an alias, Jean Runcandle. But if that's the only trick Jean has up his sleeve, then he's made a fatal mistake. With that thought, Paul launches a powerful strike. But Jean Grey is ready. Countering with precision, he manages to push Paul back, proving that this battle is far from over. As the fierce battle rages on, Veridin Zipple observes the fight closely. Jean Grey suddenly questions why Veridin is calling him by his real name, but there's no time to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Paul Mick is momentarily shaken. If he had landed that last strike, something else would have struck him in return. He quickly realizes that Jean has nearly exhausted his shadow energy. Yet his opponent remains steadfast, preparing for an even tougher fight. With a determined gaze, Jean Grey decides it's his turn to press the attack. He lunges forward, his blade cutting through the air, but Paul Mick manages to block. However, something feels off. Every one of Jin's strikes carries the same overwhelming force as his first swing. There are no wasted movements, no signs of weakness. Paul begins to wonder if he made a mistake by not going all out from the very start. But then another thought crosses his mind. If he continues fighting like this, he might end up killing Jean. Just then, Jean, fighting under the alias Jean Runcandle, snaps at him. "Stop messing around," he demands. "Why do you think I'm standing here? To see you hesitate?" His voice is sharp and unwavering, declaring his true identity as a Runcandle. He warns Dante Hiran, Paul Mick's real name, not to make this fight shameful. Dante exhales, taking in the words. He acknowledges that he showed a weak side of himself, but no more. "All right," he mutters. "Then let's fight properly." With that, the battle resumes, fiercer than ever. Jean Grey presses the attack, relentlessly pushing Paul back. Paul shouts, charging forward to counter, but Jean is even faster, striking again before he can react. For the first time, Paul's expression falters. He hesitates, momentarily shaken by the look in Jin's eyes. It's not just determination. There's something deeper, something terrifying. Jean notices Paul's exhaustion. By now, he should be at his limit. So how is he still standing? He acknowledges Paul Mick as a once-in-a-century genius, blessed with talent beyond imagination. But despite all his gifts, Paul was born with a fragile body, a vessel too weak to contain such power. Jean Grey understands suffering all too well. He has crawled through the depths of despair, burdened by a relentless curse. That cursed existence has shaped him, forged him in an abyss darker than any battlefield. He knows Paul Mick, or rather, Dante Hiran, because he too has suffered. Memories of his past flood his mind. The endless torment, the bone-deep agony, the isolation that nearly crushed his soul. But there's no time for reflection. Jean attacks again. Paul barely manages to block, but the weight of the fight is taking its toll. Desperation fuels him now. He thinks back to how he has pushed himself to the brink of death time and time again to reach this moment. Gritting his teeth, he forces Jean back, then charges once more, anger surging through him. As he rushes forward, his thoughts drift to Jean Runcandle, the 13th child of the family, born with everything, talent, strength, and unrivaled physique. And yet, despite all that, Paul senses something else in Jean, an overwhelming desperation. Why? Is it because he's the youngest, not even in the line of succession? No, Paul quickly dismisses the idea. This isn't about something as trivial as status. There's only one reason why Jean fights with such relentless intensity. He doesn't seek power for recognition. He fights because he must become the strongest, no matter what. As the battle rages on, Paul Mick's thoughts drift to how long he has endured to reach this moment. Blades clash once again, but he can no longer remember how many times he has fallen into despair, how many times he has been swallowed by despondency. Jean Grey suddenly overpowers him, throwing him aside. But just as he seems on the brink of collapse, Paul regains his strength. He reflects on how many times he has picked himself back up, even if those moments have long since blurred together. With renewed determination, he charges at Jean once more. Jean meets the attack head-on, blocking and countering swiftly. Then for the first time he sees it, Paul Mick coughing up blood. Something is wrong. Jean watches closely and realizes that Dante Heron's body is breaking apart. Cracks begin to form, but even in this state, Paul refuses to back down. Jean hesitates, Seeing Paul's deteriorating body, he briefly considers withdrawing his sword. But no, doing so would be an insult. If Paul Mick is still fighting, then he will respect that struggle. Apologizing under his breath, Jean delivers a final, decisive strike, his blade stopping just short of Paul's neck. Then, unexpectedly, Paul starts laughing. Jean pauses confused. There's no anger, no regret, just genuine amusement on Paul's face. Then, exhaustion takes over. Paul Mick collapses, and Jean Runcandle instinctively calls for a medic. Veridin Zipple rushes over, assessing Paul's condition. His face darkens. This is worse than he thought, but he quickly reassures Jean, promising that Paul will survive. Without hesitation, he begins channeling healing magic. But as Jean watches closely, a grim realization sets in. It's already too late. Paul's condition is beyond magic's ability to heal. His bones are shattered, his organs are failing, and his aura is in complete disarray. Healing magic in this state would only prolong his suffering. Veridin Zipple turns to Jean, his expression serious. Lowering his voice, he instructs him to listen carefully. Then, he reveals a mysterious chain, whispering that this will remain their secret. Before anything can be done, another warrior arrives, immediately advising against using it. That's not something you should ever employ, he warns. Veridin dismisses the concern without hesitation. Just cover us with your cape, he orders. The warrior, though reluctant, follows instructions. Veridin shakes his head at the man's lack of tact, muttering about his inability to read the situation. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle eyes the chain, uncertain. What is this? He asks. Veridin confirms his suspicions. It's an object given to him by his clan. Not long ago, but with great significance. Then he asks if Jean has ever heard of the blood of Numerous. Jin's eyes widen as memories surface. Numerous, the so-called god of hope, just before the founding of the holy state Vankella, a being believed to have been wiped out in a catastrophic event. Legends say that as Numerous perished, they left behind teardrops and 100 drops of their blood. The myths claim that these teardrops hold the power to bring back the dead. In their blood, it's said to instantly heal any disease or injury. Jean Runcandle recalls how, at the time, the blood of Numerous became an object of immense fascination. Something so rare and powerful that no one dared to even put a price on it. Major factions, including Zipple, once scoured the world in a desperate search for these artifacts, but they had long since faded into legend, becoming nothing more than remnants of a forgotten era. Yet now, here was Veridin Zipple, about to use one of these artifacts on Dante Hyran. Jean couldn't help but question it. Zipple and Hyran weren't exactly known for being on good terms. So why would Veridin go to such lengths for him? What was the real reason behind this decision? Meanwhile, Veridin retrieves a pill infused with the legendary blood and carefully places it into Dante's mouth. He muses that losing an equal is just as painful as losing a friend. As Dante swallows the pill, a brilliant light engulfs his body, and the healing process begins. Moments later, he coughs, blinks, and slowly opens his eyes. Veridin grins, relieved. Glad to see you're back. Dante, still dazed, looks around in confusion. What are you even doing here? Jean Runcandle watches the scene unfold, still trying to process what just happened. The blood of Numerous had done exactly what the legends claimed. It had brought Dante back from the brink of death. But to use such an invaluable relic for this purpose alone, that was an extraordinary decision. Veridin, fully aware of what he had just sacrificed, merely shrugs. The cost of using the blood of Numerous is massive, he admits, tapping his head. Dante, still trying to piece things together, asks about Numerous and how he could ever repay such a debt. Jean Runcandle smirks. Now this sounded more like the kind of deal Veridin Zipple would strike. But instead of some grand demand, Veridin simply waves a hand and grins. First things first, you're buying us all a round of drinks once this is over, he declares. And this time I'm sticking around. No excuses. Then, turning to Jean, he adds, oh, and when you see me somewhere else, don't act like you don't know me. Got it? Jean studies Veridin for a moment. At first, he had dismissed him as nothing more than an eccentric fool. But now he had to admit, Veridin Zipple was actually a pretty cool idiot. Fine, Jean says, amused. I'll consider it. Later, the group gathers at a hotel, where Veridin takes a moment to praise Jean Runcandle's extraordinary performance. The conversation soon shifts to the victory prizes, and when Jean is asked to pick one, his response catches everyone off guard. He wants both. Veridin bursts out laughing. Spirited as ever, he teases. Jean, however, can't help but reflect. Not long ago, he had nearly died in this very place. Now here he was, celebrating. He chuckles, shaking his head. Honestly, he mutters, I just wish Veridin had only asked for one prize. But then again, considering how close they had all come to death today, maybe it was fair enough. Veridin Zipple chuckles. waving off the idea that he truly needs both victory prizes. Since the situation played out this way, he decides to hand over the bag of coins to Dante Hyran. With a teasing grin, he remarks that it's not as if Hyran is lacking money, but he considers this a commemorative gesture. In fact, he plans to frame one of the coins as a keepsake. Then, as if struck by an idea, Veridin suggests an exchange, catching Jean Runcandle's attention. Jean notices a piece of paper in Veridin's hands and leans in curiously. "Wait, is that what I think it is?" Jean asks, eyes narrowing. He recognizes it instantly. A treasure map, something he's only ever heard about in stories. If Veridin intends to gift him something this valuable, then this is no ordinary trade. But Jean quickly clarifies that the map is already his. Veridin raises the bag of coins with an amused expression. "So an empty chest in return?" he asks. Jean simply nods, offering his gratitude. Turning to Dante, Jean suddenly shifts the conversation. "Now, let me ask you something. Why didn't you use your secret technique like you were supposed to?" His tone is serious. "You know things should be done properly?" Dante exhales, looking unfazed. "I don't know what you're hiding, Jean, but it's unfair to hold back and then call someone out for it afterward," he replies. "From where I stand, that just doesn't sit right." He acknowledges Jin's sharp instincts, but insists that he doesn't fully understand what's being implied. Without missing a beat, Dante then proposes something bold. "If we ever fight again, let's do it without hiding anything. No tricks." Veridin Zipple grins at the thought. Already looking forward to the day, they all stand at the helm of their respective clans. Leaders destined to clash. However, ever the jokester, he also suggests that maybe they should just settle down and keep things friendly instead. Jean scoffs. "That's awfully soft of you." Veridin shrugs. "I'm just saying, if things go sideways, it could cause a lot of trouble. We should be careful about how we handle our future battles." Dante Hyran, meanwhile, contemplates the paradox of their relationship. Tonight, they sit together, clinking glasses in camaraderie. But when the time comes, their paths will inevitably cross in battle. Friends now, enemies later. They raise their drinks in a silent toast, acknowledging the strange reality they share. As the moment settles, Veridin suddenly shifts the conversation. "By the way, have you guys heard about that Veridin impersonator running around?" Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos storms into his storage room, only to find everything gone. Fury boils within him. "Those noble scoundrels, they took everything," he growls, his frustration echoing through the empty chamber. Back at the gathering, Dante Hyran raises an eyebrow. "Someone dared to impersonate you in Zipple family territory?" He leans back, genuinely surprised. "That's bold. Who would even have the nerve to pull that off?" Veridin shrugs. "No idea. But recently, because of what happened to Uncle Andre Zipple, our family's honor has been tarnished. That's why these kinds of incidents are happening." His tone turns sharper. "And just to be clear, I'm not bringing this up for your sake, Dante." He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that there's also a rumor floating around about a Runcandle being involved. But at this point, nothing has been confirmed. Jean Runcandle turns to Veridin Zipple with a question. "So, what's your plan for dealing with this impersonator?" Veridin sighs, explaining that while he definitely needs to catch them, he's considering hiring a high-ranking mage to track them down. Jean immediately shakes his head. "Bad idea," he says. If it were up to him, he'd use the rumor to boost his public image rather than rushing to capture the impersonator. Publicly announcing that someone was running around impersonating a Zipple in their own territory would only make Veridin look weak and incompetent, something that would invite mockery and disrespect. He suggests letting the impersonator roam for now and dealing with him later, once the situation can be used to his advantage. Veridin pauses, considering the strategy. After a moment, he nods. "Now that you put it that way, you're right. I'll talk more about this once I return." Jean smirks. "Then I take it this conversation is over?" Before they part ways, Dante Hyran, who had been listening quietly, suddenly speaks up. "Wait, what exactly is settled here?" Jean glances at him and shrugs. "If I stay here any longer, I might actually start liking Veridin Zipple. And unlike the two of you, I have other matters to take care of." Veridin raises an eyebrow. "This wouldn't happen to be about the reserve flag bearer issue, would it?" Jean responds with a knowing smile. "Let's just say it is." Veridin chuckles. "All right then, I'll see you next time, friend." As Jean walks away, he turns and said, "In your dreams?" Elsewhere, Chiron Runcandle receives a letter from Kashmir Alprian. He sighs, recalling how he once told Kashmir to keep his letters concise. Now, receiving such a short message almost feels like he's being toyed with. Khan, standing nearby, notices his reaction. "Did something happen to the young master?" Chiron shakes his head. "Not exactly. It's just that Jean Runcandle defeated Heron's grandson. A 6-star feat," he pauses, impressed. It seems Jean has been quite diligent. He then instructs Khan to inform Kashmir Alprian that they will meet for drinks soon. Without wasting another moment, Chiron casts a spell and vanishes, his urgency clear. Khan watches him disappear and simply nods. Understood. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle sits with Kashmir Alprian. Alprian looks up from the fire and suddenly asks, "Do you feel that? A cold breeze?" Nearby, Julia plays with a kitten, completely unaware of the shift in atmosphere. Jean, glancing at the burning fire, frowns. "Now that you mention it, yeah, I do. Maybe I'm coming down with something." Alprian chuckles. "You should take some medicine." Then, after a brief pause, he changes the subject. "By the way, about that map you mentioned earlier, can I see it?" Jean reaches into his belongings and pulls out the map, laying it on the table. "It's a bit rough," he admits, "but maybe you'll recognize something." Kashmir picks it up, examining it closely. After a few moments, he shakes his head. "This is the first time I've seen a map like this. I'm not sure if I can pinpoint the destination with just this." Before they can discuss it further, Julia excitedly runs over. Her eyes sparkle with curiosity. "Is that a treasure map?" she exclaims. Jean and Alprian exchange glances. Julia, completely thrilled by the idea, grins and announces, "I want to join in on the treasure hunt too." Kashmir Alprian flinches at Julia's sudden presence, startled by her reaction. He looks at her in surprise before turning his gaze back to the map. Pointing to one location, she remarks, "There's something important here." Then, shifting her finger to another spot, she adds, "And here something very precious is being carefully guarded." Before she can explain further, tears suddenly well up in Julia's eyes. Kashmir is caught completely off guard. "Wait, why are you crying?" he asks, panicking. Murakin quickly grabs Julia, his expression tense. "Her authority is going out of control," he warns. "We need to call the guardian dragon now." Turning to Kashmir, he urges him to summon Latrie immediately. Kashmir, snapping out of his shock, nods. "Got it." Within a minute, Latrie arrives. Murakin hurriedly explains the situation. Julia lost control after seeing something on the map. Whatever it was, it overwhelmed her. Now, only Latrie can calm her down. Latrie gently takes Julia into his arms. "It's okay now," he soothes. "I'm here. Just take a deep breath." He reassures her, his voice calm and steady. "You don't have to be afraid. Everything will be all right." Slowly, Julia begins to relax, the tension in her small frame easing. Just then, Alicia Badger arrives. Taking in the scene, she frowns and asks, "What's going on? And why is my Julia crying?" Kashmir glances up at her and reassures her. "Everything's fine now." By now, Julia has fallen asleep in Latrie's arms. Alicia gently takes the child into her lap, brushing a hand through her hair. Murakin exhales in relief. "Nice work, Latrie." Latrie gives a small smile. "Sorry, I couldn't greet you properly earlier. I was a little preoccupied." Murakin waves it off. "Forget about that. What matters is what she saw. Was it the future?" Latrie's expression darkens. "No," he shakes his head. "It wasn't the future. It was the past." Murakin narrows his eyes. "The past?" He pauses, then asks carefully, "Was it a grudge?" Latrie sighs, adjusting his grip on Julia. When someone with AZ Mill's power looks into the past, they don't just see history. They see the emotions attached to it, the grudges, the deep-seated attachments. He glances at Murakin. She must have seen a place or an object that held something heavy. His voice drops slightly. "If we had arrived any later, things could have taken a very dangerous turn." Murakin's expression tightens. What exactly did she see? Latrie closes his eyes for a moment, then covers one of his eyes as if recalling something distant and buried. A scene from a primeval land. His voice is quiet but firm as he begins his account. The people of that land worshipped their own deity and lived in complete isolation from the outside world. Because of this, they knew only peace and stability. He pauses before continuing. That peace lasted until the outsiders arrived. Murakin listens intently, his grip on his arms tightening. Who were they? Latrie's gaze sharpens. Mages. He exhales slowly, recalling the memory. At first, they approached under the guise of wanting to learn the culture of the natives. But, of course, their true intentions were something else entirely. As the excavation continued, their demands grew more unreasonable. Eventually, they turned to violence, going as far as killing a native child and eliminating anyone who stood in their way. Their goal? A powerful artifact the natives revered as a sacred treasure. This so-called divine relic was the centerpiece of their worship, but to the outsiders, it was simply an object of immense value. Jean Runcandle pondered the significance of the natives' devotion to the relic. Curious, he asked Latrie if they could see what it actually looked like while he jotted down some notes. Latrie confirmed and took a moment to describe it. A simple silver mirror that radiated a mysterious light. He then sketched an image of it. Upon examining the drawing, Jean Runcandle immediately recognized it. There was no doubt. It was the artifact mirror. He recalled its once famous magical properties, which had remained hidden from the world until a daring reporter exposed the brutal actions of the Zipple family. The revelation had linked the Zipple family to the exploitation of the people in the Cologne ruins, all in their ruthless quest for the artifact. Jean had seen their cruelty firsthand during his time as a cadet, and now, as he studied the map in front of him, he realized it pinpointed the mirror's location. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a figure in a purple dress sat perched at the edge of a building, leisurely sipping wine. They chuckled to themselves, musing about how easy it was to grow fond of those scoundrels if one lingered too long. Despite the solitude, they appreciated the taste of the alcohol, finding small comfort in the moment. At the same time, Lady Lousa sat in her room, finally feeling at ease. The moment she had long awaited had arrived. Preparing herself to welcome a guest, she whispered a prayer, tears welling in her eyes. Jean Runcandle, still fixated on the mirror's intricate design, contemplated the staggering implications of the map he had obtained, from a mere pirate, no less. This wasn't just some ordinary find. It was the key to something far greater than he had initially imagined. His thoughts were interrupted when Nguyen, noticing his serious expression, asked what was on his mind. Realizing he couldn't reveal too much just yet, Jean simply responded that something felt off. Satisfied with the answer, Mirakin let it go and moved on. Later, Jean reached out to Kashmir Alprian, who apologized for what Yuria had endured in the territory. But Jean reassured him. This was all part of the journey that every contractor of a higher power had to face at some point. He had expected it. Latrie, standing by, firmly assured Kashmir that no matter what happened, they would always be there to protect Yuria. Kashmir Alprian expressed his gratitude, now fully aware that the map in their possession was far from ordinary. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he decided to take action, seeking out someone capable of deciphering the ancient language inscribed on it. He entrusted the task to the seven-colored fowl, believing they had the expertise needed. Jean Runcandle agreed to let him handle it, but privately had his doubts. He knew how challenging this task would be. As he reflected on the past, memories of the Zipple family's brutal massacre centuries ago resurfaced. The residents of Cologne had been nearly wiped out, and those who survived were now imprisoned in Colin. This led Jean to a new thought. If they could find the mirror before the Zipple family did, they might have a chance to change everything. 2 weeks later, on February 17, 1796, a man named Pan was seen dancing in the streets, rambling about how everything in life was spiraling out of control. Ironically, in the midst of his exaggerated performance, he twisted his foot and fell flat on the ground. Jean Runcandle, watching from a distance, noticed how exhausted Pan looked. Seeing a kindred spirit in him, Jean suggested they talk as friends, given that they were both going through difficult times. Pan, still sprawled on the ground, looked up and asked who he was talking to. Jean simply replied that his name didn't matter, offering him a drink instead. Amused by the gesture, Pan called Jean a good man and gladly accepted, even jokingly asking if he was an angel. Jean chuckled and helped him up, mentioning that his younger sister would appreciate his kindness. As they spoke, Jean took note of Pan's distinct skin color and commented on it. Pan sighed, saying he had heard similar remarks many times before. He explained that his tribe was like Zat, a word unfamiliar to Jean. Curious, Jean asked about his people, but Pan hesitated. His homeland was far from here, he admitted, and discussing it only brought him sorrow. Instead of pressing further, Jean nodded in understanding. Wanting to shift the topic, Jean pulled out an old paper with strange markings and asked Pan if he recognized the script. But the moment Pan saw it, his entire demeanor changed. His grip tightened on the bottle in his hand before he abruptly shattered it against the ground. His mood darkened as he glanced toward Latrie and Murakin, who were nearby. His voice grew sharp as he demanded to know why they were approaching him, especially since he was from Colin. Sensing the rising tension, Jean quickly intervened, casually introducing himself as the freeloader of Takin's defense captain, Elisa. Then, with a nonchalant wave, he pointed at the black-haired and green-haired figures beside him. Oh, and those two? They're dragons? Pan froze in shock, struggling to process what he had just heard. He immediately questioned why Jean was revealing such dangerous information so carelessly. But Jean, unfazed, simply shrugged and remarked that the truth would come out eventually. However, Pan wasn't convinced. With narrowed eyes, he warned Jean to be more cautious. Some truths were better left unspoken. Jean Runcandle reassured Pan that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. Pan pointed out that they had no ties to the Zipple family and, in turn, asked how he had managed to find him. Jean then explained that they had come across the map purely by chance, casually mentioning that the green-haired boy with them was none other than the Dragon of Asmil. Pan's eyes widened in shock. Asmil? You mean the Asmil? He asked, seeking confirmation. Jean nodded and went on to explain that they had unlocked the map's contents using Asmil's authority, revealing the deep-seated grudge hidden within it. He admitted that they had been searching for someone who could interpret the map for some time, but until now, no one had the knowledge they needed. Finding Pan had been a stroke of luck. Or at least, that's what it seemed. But as Jean thought about it more, he couldn't shake the feeling that this coincidence might not have been random at all. Deciding to act on instinct, Pan suggested they follow him, stating that it would be best for them to meet his sister. After some time, they arrived at some dimly house, where Lady Lausa was already waiting. She welcomed them warmly, revealing that she had been expecting their arrival, as well as the esteemed individuals from Takin. Pan hesitated, apologizing for bringing unexpected guests without her permission, but Lady Lausa simply smiled. You did well, she reassured him. Mirakan, curious about her words, inquired why she had been anticipating their arrival. Lady Lausa's expression turned serious. It's different, she explained. Jean Runcandle agreed. She elaborated, saying it wasn't just a feeling of holiness. This presence was something extraordinary, something that shouldn't be found in a place as forsaken as theirs. To her, this presence could belong only to a person of the noblest bloodline of Cologne, or perhaps someone chosen by a higher force. She then continued, revealing something even more startling. This individual was born from the head Temple of Swords, chosen by the Shadow, and was the last dragon of the Shadow tribe. And the other is the guardian dragon of a child who treasured by the great Asmil. However, she quickly dismissed any grandiose interpretations, calling it nothing more than an illusion or mere tricks. Jean Runcandle, still processing everything, was struck by the unmistakable aura surrounding her. It was unlike anything he had felt in a long time. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked directly, Lady Lausa, are you a god? She denied it immediately, stating that she was merely a vessel. If I were a god, she added, I wouldn't be living in hiding, exiled from my homeland. Mirakan, watching the exchange, speculated that she might be the physical embodiment of an old god, though he wasn't entirely sure. Her insight was remarkable, but was that truly all there was to her? He also noted that, like all things, even her presence would eventually fade. Lady Lausa acknowledged the discomfort in his words, but before she could respond, Sir Black Dragon bluntly pointed out the painful truth, striking a nerve. He showed no concern, though, merely expressing his surprise at the idea that an old god might still be lingering in Cologne. Jean Runcandle noted that even if Lady Lausa had answers, she might not fully understand them herself. She then requested to see the map once more. As he handed it over, he asked if she could decipher its contents. Taking her time, she carefully examined the markings before finally reading aloud. To the one who reads these letters, after winning over the hearts of Cologne, please do not abandon them. Come here and advocate for them, proclaiming that they are nothing but quiet people who simply wish to live in peace. Her voice carried a weight of emotion as she read, revealing a deep-seated resentment. The burden placed upon her by a higher force was overwhelming, yet she lacked the power to fulfill it. She then disclosed something unexpected. Her grandfather, now long deceased, had created this very map. Originally, it was meant to lead to disaster under the name of Zipple, but now, under Jean Runcandle's name, it carried a flicker of hope. As she reflected on this, she questioned whether her daily prayers had ever truly held meaning. Before the mood could grow too heavy, Lausa interjected with a smirk, suggesting they strike a deal. Mirakan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked what kind of deal she had in mind. Lausa clarified, it was about helping her, and before she completely lost her strength. Mirakan encouraged honesty, urging her to be upfront about what she truly needed. Jean Runcandle, already aware that they were headed to Cologne, suggested she be straightforward about her request. However, Lady Lausa simply chuckled. Never trust help that comes from sympathy or compassion alone, she advised. Then, shifting the conversation, she touched a small pendant, the only reward she could offer. She explained that by using the last remnants of her divine power, she could call out to Sadaret. Mirakan, observing the exchange, referred to Sadaret as the astral body of an ancient god, Asmil's contractor. But before they could process this further, he noted something unsettling. There were many people lurking nearby, watching from the shadows. Sensing the tension, Mirakan asked Jean Runcandle about their next move. Jean acknowledged the situation and agreed it was time to prepare for their journey to Cologne. However, doubt crept into his mind. Could he truly save everyone? Could he guarantee their safety? Lady Lausa, seeing his hesitation, stepped in. She promised to provide valuable insight into the internal affairs of Cologne, information that could prove crucial. Jean Runcandle met her gaze and expressed his gratitude. Sometime later, they arrived at the entrance of Cologne's historical site. A large no-entry sign stood in their path, a clear warning to all who approached. Kashmir Alprian frowned, concern etched across his face. He muttered that perhaps he should have sent the 7-colored fowl ahead to scout. But Mirakan shook his head. Even if we send our subordinates, he remarked, it wouldn't change the fact that this place is off limits. And with that, the weight of their next step settled upon them. Gene Runcandle agreed, acknowledging that this area used to be accessible before his regression. However, his time here during his cadet days seemed to have altered events. He reflected on how, in his past life, the horrors of this place wouldn't have been exposed until a reporter uncovered them 11 years later. But that revelation might never come now. With a sigh, he concluded that there was no helping it. Kashmir Alprian then asked about Jin's next move, suggesting that if the site was being used as a magic testing ground, as Jin had previously mentioned, they might have found a way inside. Before he could respond, Kashmir called for both Jin and Murakin's attention. Jin Runcandle frowned, finding it odd. A restricted zone typically had more than just a lone warning sign. There should have been guards, barriers, or at least precautionary magic. The Zipple family wasn't known for carelessness, especially when it came to places of significance. He voiced his doubts, and Kashmir reflected on the possibility that they had already found what they were looking for. Jean speculated that the Zipple family might have given up after centuries of fruitless searching. But before the thought could settle, Murakin smirked and sarcastically suggested that maybe the Zipple were just using the place as a personal vacation spot. Then, cutting himself off, he pointed to a group of workers nearby. Gene Runcandle turned his gaze toward them and immediately locked onto a silver-haired man. His sharp instincts kicked in. A pure-blood Zipple? He called out, asking the man to confirm his identity. Gene confirmed it. Miran Zipple. Jin's mind clicked into place. Miran Zipple, also known as the lunatic of the Mage's Tower. From what he remembered, Miran was less recognized as Patriarch Zipple's sixth son and more infamous for his eccentricities. Observing him further, Gene noticed something strange. Murakin was a pure-blood Zipple, yet he had no escort, no guards. Just him, drinking in broad daylight, as if this were a casual outing. Kashmir Alprian, equally intrigued, remarked that Murakin was the master of the 7th Mage's Tower in Zipple, an 8-star mage with immense wealth and influence. That kind of power explained his arrogance. Murakin, ever the pragmatist, suggested a simple solution: eliminate Murin and evacuate everyone from the area using the microbe they had brought along. But Gene Runcandle immediately shot the idea down. Killing a pure-blood Zipple, especially after what had happened with Andre Zipple, would have serious consequences. The backlash from the Zipple family would be severe unless they had an irrefutable justification. He emphasized the importance of securing a legitimate reason before making such a bold move. At that moment, Jin's sharp senses picked up a discreet presence nearby. His eyes narrowed as he quickly turned, catching sight of a figure, Dino Jaglin. Recognizing something familiar about the man, Jin approached him without hesitation. His tone was firm, almost demanding. "Who are you?" He made it clear he wouldn't ask twice. The man calmly responded, identifying himself as Dino Jaglin, a reporter. Jin's mind immediately made the connection. Dino Jaglin, the reporter who exposed the truth about Cologne in my past life. But something didn't add up. If the original report had only been published 10 years later, how had one man managed to uncover so much by himself? A new thought crept into Jin's mind. Was he really working alone back then? Gene Runcandle instructed Dino Jaglin to turn around, taking a moment to assess him. The boy was young, frail even, yet he had the nerve to challenge the Zipple family. Gene couldn't help but admire that kind of boldness. He then asked if Dino was here, chasing the next big story, and more importantly, what kind of truth he was hoping to uncover. Instead of answering directly, Dino turned the question back on him, asking where Gene himself had come from. Gene reassured him, telling him not to be so tense. They were just passing through, helping out a friend from the area. And since Dino had introduced himself as a reporter, it seemed their goals might align after all. Dino confirmed that he was well aware of the situation concerning the citizens of Cologne. At this, Murakin raised an eyebrow, questioning whether they should really be sharing everything with him. But Kashmir Alprian dismissed his doubts, explaining that this was all part of their strategy. Murakin wasn't convinced. "And what exactly is the strategy?" he asked. Kashmir explained that the reporter was likely here to expose the truth about this place. If they worked with him, they could create a legitimate pretext for attacking the Zipple family. He also suspected that Dino had already gathered key information on the subject. Dino didn't deny it. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a worn notebook, inviting them to take a look. He explained that it contained extensive notes on the natives. Gene Runcandle flipped through the pages, impressed by the level of detail. He chuckled slightly, commenting on Dino's boldness. If the Zipple family ever got their hands on this, he let the implication hang in the air. But Dino remained unfazed. He confidently assured them it wouldn't be a problem. He had already spent time with Miran Zipple. According to him, Miran had been drinking nonstop for days, too intoxicated to be a threat. Given the situation, there was no need to go to extreme lengths to extract information from him. An interrogation, or even elimination, would be much simpler. Gene acknowledged the point, then turned back to Dino with a request. Murin talked to himself and made a passing remark about how the old elders always seem to send people to miserable places for trivial reasons, shaking his head in mild frustration. His tone dripped with disdain as he referred to elders as nothing more than an insect. At that moment, Dino Jaglin approached Murin Zipple, breaking the silence. Drinking alone again? Murin, already deep in his cups, waved lazily at him and grinned. Ah, there you are. I was waiting for you. Thought I might die of boredom. He slumped back in his chair, groaning in frustration. You know, it's exhausting not being able to have a proper conversation with anyone around here. Dino Jaglin introduced himself, explaining that they were merely travelers and storytellers. He had brought his companions along, thinking Murin Zipple might find them interesting. Apologizing for the unannounced guests, he waited for Murin's reaction. To his relief, Murin waved off the concern with a lazy smile, assuring him it was fine. Instead, he asked where they had met. Dino answered without hesitation. Phalon Kingdom. We were gathering medics. With that, introductions began. Gene Runcandle stepped forward, expressing his honor at meeting the esteemed Murin Zipple. Murin simply smiled in response. However, Veridin Zipple, standing off to the side, scoffed. Brother Murin is a despicable man, he muttered. My late uncle, Andre, was already evil. He went on, his expression darkening. Just thinking about Murin's actions was enough to make his stomach gag, even in his sleep. He questioned the elder's decision to appoint him as the master of the Mage's Tower. Dante Hyran, caught off guard by Veridin's harsh words about his own kin, interjected. Is Murin really that terrible? Veridin didn't hesitate. He's a monster from the abyss. Something far beyond what someone as innocent as you could comprehend. His voice was firm, almost warning. Then, turning to Gene Runcandle, he added, avoid him if you can. A confrontation with Murin will only bring disaster. The scene shifts back to the present. Murin suddenly asked Gene if he shared stories during his travels. Gene nodded, confirming that they often did, something Dino had already mentioned. Murin acknowledged this, but his gaze sharpened. You may have seen much, but it's nothing compared to what a high-ranking Zipple family member experiences on a mission. Meanwhile, Murin Zipple leaned back, calling out to Dino Jaglin. It's been 2 weeks since we met, hasn't it? His tone was casual, but there was an edge to it. I can't help but wonder. Who are you, really? Dino remained composed, but Murin's curiosity only grew. And tell me, Dino, are you curious? He let out a low chuckle. You've got some nerve, wandering into a restricted Zipple territory like it's your own backyard. His gaze darkened as he leaned forward. Tell me, how are your little chats with the natives? His voice took on an almost mocking concern. I hope you weren't too attached to them, because they're gone now. Dino stiffened. Murin grinned wider. What? Just realizing it now. He shook his head in amusement. Every single one of them that spoke to you vanished. He laughed, the sound eerie. And if you try to match me, I'll just keep rising higher. Dino met his gaze, unflinching. Murin tilted his head, genuinely curious. I don't get it. How can you be so fearless? He ran a hand through his silver hair, exhaling in mock exasperation. It's giving me goosebumps just thinking about it. His amusement quickly turned to something more sinister. You really are audacious, aren't you? Dino narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Murin's smirk deepened. The Garden of Swords and the scoundrels backing you. Before Dino could react, Murin moved. In a flash, he lunged, his magic surging forward like a lethal tide. But before the attack could land, Murakin was faster. He grabbed Dino and yanked him out of harm's way, just in time. Gene Runcandle examined the mysterious shield, puzzled by the fact that he couldn't detect any magical energy being used to create it. Considering that the magic had been hidden within the campfire, he found it strange that he couldn't perceive its flow. Something about this situation didn't add up. Murakin warned him to stay cautious, explaining that while magic power could be concealed, it could never be completely erased, meaning whoever was responsible for this was definitely hiding something. At that moment, Murin Zipple called out, asking if Gene Runcandle was present. He mentioned that a certain girl had made a request to him. However, when Gene asked how Murin recognized his face, he received no answer. Instead, Gene unsheathed his sword, making it clear that if Murin wasn't going to talk, he'd just have to get the information out of him the hard way. Murin, in turn, recalled that Gene was still just a reserve flag bearer and questioned how he had come into possession of the request, wondering if it was a personal matter. Gene scoffed, finding Murin's tone annoyingly superficial. With a weary chuckle, he made it clear that he was quickly losing patience. Acknowledging his own rudeness, Murin dismissed the conversation and instead prepared himself, forming a protective shield just as Gene attacked with magical projections. Murakin quickly intervened, shielding Dino Jaglin and the others from the barrage. Some individuals even stepped forward to protect Murin from harm. As the chaos erupted, Murakin commanded everyone to get out of the way and take the others to safety. Meanwhile, Dino Jaglin, overcome with anger and frustration, cursed and demanded answers. He couldn't understand why Murin would resort to such actions, calling him nothing more than human trash. "What have these people done to deserve this?" he shouted. Murin, unbothered by Dino's outburst, observed his expression with amusement. He enjoyed seeing Dino's despair, calling him foolish for believing in something so hopeless. He then turned his scorn toward Dino directly, mocking him for being nothing more than a flatterer and a spy. "Do you really think you'll find solace in saving people even more pathetic than yourself?" he sneered. Without hesitation, Murin placed the blame for this entire situation on Dino, stating that nothing could stop him now. He prepared for another attack, determined to wipe out everyone in his way. At that moment, Jean suddenly unleashed a powerful attack toward Murin, cutting off his words mid-sentence. Shadows swirled around him, his presence growing more menacing by the second. Without hesitation, he made his intentions clear. There was no need for any more talk because Murin's fate was already sealed. Watching the destruction unfold, Kashmir Alprian assessed the battlefield. Even though he had managed to strike when Murin let his guard down, the damage caused was still immense. What intrigued him most, however, was the power of shadow energy. Murin found it infuriating that this non-magical force was sapping his magic, as if the shadows themselves were alive. It didn't take him long to realize the truth. Jean Runcandle was manipulating shadow energy. With a knowing smirk, Murin laughed. "So, Sodared is supporting Runcandle once again?" he mused, referring to the mysterious force at play. It seemed Jean was more cunning than he had initially thought. Jean wasted no time. Calling upon his shadow energy, he positioned Murakin and Kashmir above the battlefield before launching a decisive strike against Murin Zipple. As the attack surged forward, Murin muttered under his breath. He couldn't sense anything again. Jean Runcandle carefully observed Murin Zipple, noting that he was deliberately concealing his mana flow. While this made it harder to detect his magic, it also worked to Jin's advantage. He could now fight under the assumption that Murin was constantly using magic, which would drain his energy over time. Meanwhile, Murin Zipple acknowledged Jin's quick reaction, recognizing that he had secretly been preparing for this battle all along. However, he doubted that Jin could save everyone involved. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to attack, and Jin charged at him in return. Murakin quickly joined the fray, escalating the intensity of the battle. Murin retrieved his magical staff and unleashed a powerful strike, which Jin blocked with precision. Determined to end this fight, Jin vowed to use every ounce of his strength and warned Murin not to get any closer. However, he quickly realized a troubling fact. No matter what magic he used, Murin's shadow energy nullified it completely. Undeterred, Jin retaliated with a spell, feeling a brief sense of relief when it landed. But Murin only laughed, exhilarated by the challenge. He relished the thrill of battle and eagerly anticipated the satisfaction of crushing Jin Runcandle. Thanking Jin for his efforts, he declared that the battlefield they fought upon would become a testament to his power. Jin, however, was beginning to recognize the nature of Murin's magic. It felt like a trap, designed to wear him down over time. Instead of countering each attack head-on, he decided to focus on dodging and conserving his stamina. He subtly signaled Murakin and Kashmir Alprian, who immediately understood his plan and joined him in the offensive. Murakin urged them to move quickly and get everyone outside of the magic circle, an idea that Dino Jaglin agreed with. However, Murin dismissed their efforts with a smirk, declaring that the magic square extended as far as the eye could see, with no gaps in its construction. Confident in his control, he challenged Jin to embrace the battle and launched another devastating attack. Jin managed to dodge, but the force of the attack sent him crashing to the ground. As he scrambled to his feet, he noticed that the very earth beneath them was beginning to erode where Murin's magic had struck. The battlefield was now fractured, splitting the group into two. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, Jin had no choice but to push forward. He raised his sword, using it to deflect the energy surging toward him. Yet something about Murin's abilities fell off. Despite being an 8-star mage, he was wielding an immense amount of magic power, far beyond what should be possible. Jin couldn't shake the feeling that Murin was concealing an artifact, something that amplified his strength. Murin, on the other hand, continued to observe Jin's movements carefully. He was impressed that Jin had not only evaded his fire pillar, but had also nullified its effects and avoided the crumbling terrain. These weren't just the instincts of an ordinary fighter. Jin understood magic on a deep level. With a smirk, Murin let out a chuckle, acknowledging Jin as a true magic swordsman. But before he could dwell on it further, Jin reminded him to keep his emotions in check. Murin exhaled sharply, agreeing with the sentiment, but attributing Jin's skill to his experience in battle. Still, he admitted that the situation had become far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Not willing to let things drag on any longer, Murin prepared an even stronger spell. As he unleashed his next attack, he contemplated something far more dangerous: mana counterflow. To those who wielded magic, it was the most fatal affliction imaginable. Mana counterflow, an event where mana erupts uncontrollably within the body, causing internal organs to rupture and break down. It was a terrifying reality for mages in battle. Murin Zipple noted that those with weaker mana reserves would experience it first, making it an efficient way to rank mages. Until now, this phenomenon had only affected magic users, unlike martial artists who relied on physical prowess. However, he acknowledged that Runcandle lacked mana altogether, making counterflow impossible in his case. Even so, Murin and his kind had never hesitated to use magic against those who were weaker. With that in mind, he saw no reason to delay the inevitable and suggested they settle things right then and there. Jean met his expectation without hesitation, closing the distance and presenting a magical sphere for closer inspection. Meanwhile, Murin suddenly found his vision obscured, questioning the strange darkness surrounding him. At first, he assumed it was the power of shadow energy, but something felt different. There was an intense light piercing through the void in front of his eyes. Confused, he speculated that it could be a sudden burst of blinding light magic, followed by an unexpected assault of ancient light magic. He hadn't anticipated this tactic. With a sarcastic chuckle, he compared the situation to something straight out of a novel, amused by the poetic contrast between light and shadows. Jean, meanwhile, noticed that the dark energy lingering in his wound was beginning to dissipate. His senses sharpened, his reflexes quickened. His body now moved with the instincts of a beast rather than a mage. He acknowledged that while his mana wasn't as formidable as Andre Zipple's in a one-on-one fight, Murin Zipple was proving to be a far more irritating opponent. Murin paused, contemplating his next move. Would they clash once more? The thought made him chuckle to himself. Given his extensive combat experience, combined with the effects of mana counterflow, he was convinced that Jean was hiding something else, something that intrigued him even further. As he slowly walked away, Murin mused aloud, knowing full well that Jean probably saw him as insane and wanted nothing to do with him. Yet, despite their differences, Murin couldn't shake the feeling that they were more alike than Jean would ever admit. Jean, unimpressed by the mind games, questioned whether Murin was simply stalling with all this pointless chatter. If that was his intention, Jean made it clear he wasn't interested. Murin offered a half-hearted apology, but with a smug grin, he warned that defeating him would be no easy feat after all. The barbaric individuals still supporting him were providing an advantage. He counted the number of times they had drawn power so far, 3. That was more than enough. Jean, sensing something ominous, warned him not to take things too far and demanded he clarify his true intentions. Murin's smirk widened. His interest in Jean was only growing. He noted that Jin's level of magic control surpassed even that of an 8-star mage, a realization that genuinely surprised him. He then cast a spell, making a bold assertion: nothing should exist under Zipple's blessing. And yet, here they were, referring to Dino Jagelin and the others. Murin saw them not as people, but as tools, mana amplification weapons to be used at his convenience. Looking at them, he casually remarked that while they appeared lifeless, they were still breathing. And as long as they were alive, they could be used to replenish his mana. Then, locking eyes with Jean, he delivered his final chilling statement. If you truly wish to kill me, then you must first eliminate these obstacles in your way. Murin Zipple reiterated his point. He and Jean Runcandle were alike. Both were individuals willing to go to great lengths to achieve their objectives, no matter the cost. Urging Jean to act swiftly, he encouraged him to finish things and set off the final fireworks. Before anything could happen, Ludika Mamutica suddenly arrived, her voice cutting through the tension. She immediately accused Murin of lying, claiming that everything he had said, especially about the item that supposedly amplified his mana, was false. She revealed that after torturing the collapsed individuals, she had uncovered the truth about how to utilize the so-called divine relic. Murin narrowed his eyes, momentarily puzzled. Divine relic? He demanded an explanation, growing more suspicious of what Jean Runcandle was up to. Ludika ignored him and instead pointed to the fallen people around them, including her own compatriots, emphasizing their dire state. Her words infuriated Murin, who barked at her to stop speaking nonsense, dismissing her as nothing more than an insect. But she didn't back down. Instead, she delivered a chilling truth. They were all dead. Murin's expression darkened. He shouted for her to be silent, his rage boiling over as he turned his accusations on Jean Runcandle. He called him a demented murderer, a manipulator who used people as mere tools for his own gain, experimenting on them, then discarding them without a second thought. Realization struck him like a blade. Jean had deceived him from the start, slowly tightening his grip over him. Ludika, her voice trembling, pleaded for anyone, to end this nightmare. Tears streamed down her face as she begged for help. But to Murin, she was nothing more than a rat who had overstepped her place. With cold malice, he decided she no longer had any use to him. Snarling, he launched an attack, declaring that she had ruined his spectacle. He spoke of the screams that would follow as he tore apart the corpses, his so-called grand finale for the night. Keeping her alive had been a matter of convenience, but now he was eager to snuff out her life. Just as his attack was about to strike, Dino Jaglin burst out from the woods, desperation in his voice. He pleaded with Jean Runcandle to save her, revealing that Ludicama Tika was the acting leader and the last pillar of support for the natives. If she fell, so would their people. Jin's eyes flickered with recognition. In an instant, he identified Murin's secret weapon, the evil eye. The telltale blue flames of the Zipple family's secret magic. He had heard about it before. A memory surfaced. His master had once spoken of the blue flames, a technique exclusive to the Zipple bloodline. These flames could burn endlessly, refusing to be extinguished by any normal means. Worse, the more one struggled against them, the faster they would be consumed. Back in the present, Jin's mind raced. How could he counter such a deadly fire? Then his master's voice echoed in his thoughts, as if she were casually sitting beside him, sipping tea. Simple, she had said. If a fire won't go out, just burn it away with an even hotter flame. Returning to reality, Jin wasted no time. Summoning a more intense blaze, he countered the blue flames, shielding Ludicama from their deadly grasp. Murin watched, intrigued. So it really is a hotter flame, he mused. As Jin secured Ludica in his arms, Murin's curiosity deepened. How was this possible? A mere magic swordsman, and a Runcandle at that. How could he wield such power? With a sneer, he threw out his next challenge. Tell me, how does someone like you get named the strongest mage of your generation? A title only Tess had the right to bestow? That's something I could never have imagined. Ludica felt the intense heat surrounding her, yet not a single burn marred her skin. Instead of pain, she sensed the flames protecting her, as if shielding her from harm. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she expressed her thanks. Jean Runcandle reassured her, acknowledging that if it weren't for her, he might have been deceived. But now, with the truth laid bare, she could finally relax. However, Ludica shook her head. This was no time to lower their guard. She warned him that Murin was tapping into the power of the divine relic, a power he didn't actually possess. He had only learned a few activation words through interrogation, but the relic itself remained hidden in a place known only to her people. She then turned to Jean with urgency. Did you come here at Priestess Laus's request? She asked. She promised that once the battle ended, she would reveal the relic's location, but only if Jean put an end to their suffering. Jin's gaze hardened. Murin's shocked expression said it all. He hadn't expected Tess to choose Jean, nor did he anticipate the trap magic and the evil eye being used against him. Jean smirked, sensing Murin was running out of tricks. Playtime is over, Jean declared, his voice cold and resolute. It's time for you to descend into hell. Murin sneered. Hell? He echoed, his voice dripping with disdain. He summoned his magic, boasting of his past, of once being the lover of the witch Helurum, of drinking with the kings of the Black Sea. With burning arrogance, he challenged Jin's understanding of hell before launching a devastating attack. A pressurized flame, its sheer force meant to crush anything in its path. But before the flames could reach their mark, Tess intervened, blocking the attack with precision. Jean narrowed his eyes. Was Tess angered by that spell? Before he could dwell on it, another presence arrived, Murakan. Jean immediately questioned Murakan's sudden appearance and asked about the safety of the natives. Murakan confirmed that he had successfully evacuated everyone. Now they needed to focus. He quickly explained that the spell Murin had just cast was a possession spell, meant to summon the Demon King Orgel. If Tess interfered, they had only a short window to stop it. As Murakan braced himself against the ongoing assault, he turned to Jean with sharp instructions. Gather your shadow energy. Unleash your sword's full potential. Strike with everything you have. Then, with a smirk, he added, step on my shadow energy and run. Jean understood instantly. Their plan was to slice open the dimensional door before the summoning could fully take effect. Without hesitation, both swordsmen charged forward, their blades flashing as they struck in unison. But the moment their swords clashed with the dimensional rift, a sudden, crushing force struck Jean. He staggered back, wounded. The overwhelming mana counterflow was taking its toll. For a fleeting moment, he doubted whether he could sustain Tess any longer. But gritting his teeth, he held on just long enough. A thought crossed his mind. Was this his fate? A once glorious life, now slowly fading away, cursed to walk the path toward death's reverence. No. With renewed determination, he tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward once more. Even if he had to swing 10,000 times, the outcome could not remain the same. With every ounce of his will, he poured his entire existence into his blade. His sword cut through, aiming for one final, decisive strike. And this time, he successfully stabbed his opponent. Murin Zipple struggled to counterattack, desperately trying to regain his energy. But it was futile. His body twisted and contorted, engulfed in raging flames as he let out a piercing scream. Jean Runcandle stood still, watching the scene unfold, his gaze fixed on his sword. Something felt different. The release of shadow energy, this time, carried a sensation he had never experienced before. Was this a fragment of the heart sword? Despite his lingering thoughts, he struck once more, only to witness Murin's body slowly crumbling to ash, vanishing into the wind. With the battle finally over, Jin's eyes landed on Murin's magical staff, still clutched in his fading grasp. A faint glow pulsed from it, its last remaining trace of power. Without hesitation, Jin destroyed it completely, ensuring no remnants remained. "It's finished," he muttered before his body gave in, collapsing to the floor. Mirakin and Ludika Mamutica watched in silence, exhaustion weighing heavy in the air. After some time, Mirakin finally spoke. He explained that the wands wielded by the masters of the Zipple family's magic tower carried a unique function, marked by a small rune at the top. As he examined it, he wondered aloud what it could do. Without warning, the rune activated, sending out a distress signal back to their magic tower. Mirakin's eyes narrowed. "We don't have time to rest," he said urgently, shaking Jean. "Wake up!" Jin's eyes fluttered open, still groggy from exhaustion. "You're finally awake," Mirakin muttered before forcing something into Jin's mouth. "Swallow this." Jean grimaced. "Well, what is this?" He sat up, spitting the object into his hand to inspect it. Mirakin sighed and explained. Jean had nearly died from mana counterflow. The only reason he survived was because he had just consumed a unicorn's horn, a rare and potent medicine known for neutralizing counterflow. At that moment, Ludika Mamutica stepped forward, formally introducing herself. "My true name is Ludika Mamutica," she said. "I am the proxy saintess of Lady Lausa." She bowed respectfully before them and inquired about the current situation. "Even in death, I will not forget this moment," she vowed. She then explained the meaning behind Lady Lausa's request for their rescue. It was never about literal salvation. Instead, it was about restoring the divine relic, their lost columns. Jean frowned. "Restore? What does that mean? If something is broken, how can it be restored?" Before she could answer, Mirakin interrupted, his expression unreadable. "As a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years, he said, I've never heard of a divine relic like this before. At first, I thought it was just a bluff, but thinking back on the battle, he realized something unsettling. That lunatic's magic. It was on another level, he admitted. And it wasn't just raw talent. It had to be the power of the divine relic." Mirakin leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper, and asked about the true owner of the divine relic. His tone was laced with caution, as if uttering the name of its deity could invoke something beyond comprehension. Ludika hesitated for a moment before answering. "The god's name is Klam." Mirakin furrowed his brows. "I've never heard that name before," he admitted. "What era did this god belong to?" Before she could respond, Kashmir Alprine interjected. "If this is true, then we need to locate the divine relic and get out of here fast. We may be in a remote area, but this is still Zipple territory. We have no idea when they'll notice us." Ludika, however, revealed a critical issue. Retrieving the divine relic wasn't that simple. It first needed to be restored. And to do that, they required the sun's energy to open the sealed ground. Mirakin frowned. "The sun? It's the middle of the night." She nodded. "Exactly. We'll have to wait until noon and conduct a ritual with the tribe members to awaken it." Mirakin sighed in frustration. Why does everything have to be so complicated? He emphasized the urgency of finishing before Zipple forces arrived, instructing everyone to stop standing around and move. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle stewed deep in thought. The Zipple family, the divine relic, and the midday sun. Something about this situation still felt incomplete, as if a crucial piece was missing. At the very least, Murin Zipple was no longer a threat. With Tess having ended him, this remote location had essentially been abandoned by the Zipple family, as long as no signal was sent to the magic tower. That was the key. Mirakin suddenly brought up Murin Zipple's status as a master of the Zipple family's magic tower, assuming that everyone would already be aware of the implications. But Kashmir Alprine disagreed, insisting there was no time to waste. Jean Runcandle's gaze darkened. "They'll find us soon." As if on cue, a sudden pulse of magic energy surged through the air. The magical staff Murin had carried, now in Jin's grasp, and then he activated an emergency signal. Midir Elner, the vice master of the 7th magic tower, he sent signal to him. Kashmir Alprine's expression turned grim as he eyed the rune inscribed on the staff. There's no doubt about it. He's a master of the magic tower. Mirakin clenched his fists. Then we need an explanation now. He demanded specifics. What did it truly mean to be a master of the Zipple family's magic tower? What exactly did the staff allow them to do? He had heard rumors about a feature that allowed these masters to summon the mages under their command. But was that really true? And more importantly, how did this kid know about it? Jean met his questioning gaze and explained, the Zipple family is always evolving. I wasn't certain if this feature still existed until I heard about it from my elder sister, Luna. His mind drifted back to the words of his teacher, words spoken to him when he was unconscious. Only now did he fully understand their meaning. Those words had unknowingly prepared him for this exact moment. Kashmir Alprian explains that each tower is home to at least 100 mages, most of whom are ranked at 7 or 8 stars. Beyond their magical prowess, they also have a duty to protect civilians. If even half of them show up, it will be a serious challenge. Giant Runcandle asks how long it will take for them to arrive. Kashmir responds that the 7th tower is located at the northernmost part of the continent. Even with the use of a teleportation gate, it will still take 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Jen Runcandle expresses concern about the time frame and inquires if he can make a request. Kashmir is doubtful, emphasizing that any delays could result in the death of everyone present, including himself, as the other party remains neutral in this matter. However, Jan Runcandle reassures him, confidently stating that there's no need to worry about offending anyone. The urgency of the situation ensures that his request won't be rejected. Leaving it in Kashmir's hands, he asserts his determination to survive no matter what. Kashmir acknowledges his resolve and expresses her gratitude before announcing that they will now begin the ceremony to restore the divine relic. Meanwhile, Mirakin is uncertain about their course of action, while Jayan Runcandle coughs, admitting he might have overstepped. Mirakin criticizes him for summoning his subordinates after defeating someone, recalling that in his time, losing meant accepting defeat. Jayan Runcandle, however, clarifies that they also called his elder sister, Luna Runcandle, and that Kashmir Alprian is currently fetching someone essential to their plan. The person they need responds, acknowledging that the situation is vastly different now. They're fighting to protect the world. However, there is still the lingering question of whether Microb will arrive on time. Jayan Runcandle remains confident, stating that if Microb uses the teleportation gate, he will make it. Before long, a group mounts a dragon, one of them commenting that they'll need to endure the upcoming ordeal. Another individual addresses the Vice Master, noting that this location is Colin's historical site and that they should document everything they observe. The Vice Master confirms, adding that the natives are in the middle of a ceremony and that 2 unknown individuals are present. However, he does not see the Master. This prompts an old man to call for calm, suggesting that the Master may have been taken hostage. The Vice Master, enraged, declares that if anything has happened to his elder brother, everyone responsible will beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Murin assesses the situation, noting 6 dragons and around 30 mages. He calculates their odds, realizing that if things escalate, he will have to undo his transfiguration. However, he warns that once Zipple's main force arrives, things will become even more dangerous. With that, he advises everyone to prepare for what's coming. Jayan Runcandle considers Mirakin's assessment, reflecting on how a situation like this would have been manageable in the past. Meanwhile, Mirakin recalls a wound from 1,000 years ago, a piercing strike to the heart that still haunts him to this day. As the dragon lands, they disembark. Jayan Runcandle turns to Mirakin, asking if he recognizes any of the dragons, noting that they all appear to be fire dragons. Mirakin responds that he doesn't recognize them. These are all young red dragons, a lower-ranking species of fire dragons, likely subordinates of Kadun. At that moment, Midder Elner steps forward, introducing himself as the Vice Master of the Zipple family's 7th Mage Tower. Without wasting time, he demands to know the whereabouts of Master Murin Zipple. Jayan Runcandle admits he doesn't know and doesn't see him, though he does take note of Midder Elner's name, one he doesn't recall from his past life. Midder speculates about Murin Zipple's disappearance, suggesting that given his difficult personality, he may have made some enemies. He then pointedly implies that the Runcandle family could be involved. Jayan Runcandle questions whether Midder is expecting some sort of confession, but instead, Midder reassures him. He's not asking him to remove his mask or drop his weapons. He just wants a simple answer. Is his brother alive or not? Appealing to their shared bloodline, Midder pleads for honesty, promising that if Jayan Runcandle tells the truth, he won't harm his family. However, Jayan Runcandle scoffs at his plea, calling it absurd. He condemns those who harm others under the guise of family affection, dismissing it as nonsense. Midder, however, remains firm, arguing that those so-called bugs are just as human as the Zipple family. Growing frustrated with Jian Runcandle's refusal to cooperate, he blames him not only for harming his brother, but also for toying with him. Losing patience, he orders his warriors to prepare for battle. Not to kill, but to capture everyone. With that command, the air crackles with magical energy. They unleash powerful spells, ensuring that their targets will suffer agonizing pain rather than a swift death. Midder swears to make them beg for mercy, promising that their screams and spilled blood will serve as an offering to honor his brother's soul. Jian Runcandle quickly assesses the situation, recognizing the use of advanced 8-star magic. Realizing the severity of the fight ahead, he notes his own distaste for extreme heat. But there's no time for complaints. Without hesitation, he retaliates, launching his own powerful magic to counter the incoming attacks. The battle is about to begin. Meanwhile, a girl arrives on the scene, immediately drawing the attention of Middelner. He scans the area carefully, assessing the situation. Around the same time, Talaris and Ceres also arrive, and Talaris said out loud that she heard that her daughter had given someone a flower. Though she arrives late, her presence doesn't go unnoticed. Middelner shifts his focus to something more pressing, a chilling domain that has completely neutralized 8-star magic. The sharp cold air is undeniable, but even more striking is the presence of a particular individual. An old man nearby wonders aloud if this could be none other than the Ice Palace Master, Talaris and Dorma. Jian Runcandle notes that it seems Kashmir Alprian was successful, while Murakan can't help but admire the Ice Palace Master's abilities, finding them truly impressive. He recalls the legendary Snow Toad mode, a creature said to be controllable only by chosen individuals, and expresses surprise that humans in this era are still capable of such feats. Talaris opens a portal, instructing her daughter to step inside and rest before she departs. Soon after, Talaris and Dorma approaches Jian Runcandle. Acknowledging that her daughter gave him flowers, she bows slightly before introducing herself. She mentions that she's heard a lot about him, and then comments on how, despite his visible wounds, he's still standing. However, she notes that his internal injuries may be an even bigger concern. Jian Runcandle brushes off the concern, assuring her that it's nothing to worry about. She humors him, remarking that at least he's able to talk, which gives her the chance to ask an important question. She wants to know if he was truly the one who killed her toy, someone named Alcaro, or something similar. Jian Runcandle pauses, recalling a mission from his student days involving Alcaro. He quickly realizes that Ceres must not have kept it a secret. However, Talaris clarifies that she isn't blaming him for anything. In fact, she had already planned to eliminate Alcaro herself. Instead, she shifts the conversation, asking if Jian Runcandle knows someone like Murakan, suggesting that he serves as an example of an acceptable man. Murakan, amused, compliments Talaris and Dorma, acknowledging her keen observation skills. She responds playfully, suggesting they should have tea together sometime. Suddenly, she changes the topic, bringing up Ceres, her boyfriend, and some tasks she still needs to take care of. However, her daughter, clearly exasperated, immediately corrects her. Ceres is not her boyfriend, no matter how many times she's had to explain it. She then questions why he was given flowers in the first place. Her daughter clarifies that it was meant to protect him before the upcoming confrontation, adding that he must have simply been too preoccupied to notice. Jian Runcandle rests his head on Ceres' lap, letting out a tired sigh as he admits that things have been absolute chaos. Ceres, meanwhile, wonders if Kashmir Alprian was the one who brought the flowers, noting his willingness to put himself on the line for others. She recalls the moment Kashmir arrived, urgently presenting the flowers and explaining that the boy her daughter gave them to was in grave danger. He had even gone so far as to wake her mother from sleep, proof that he was a reliable ally. Jian Runcandle agrees, acknowledging that everyone has been remarkably kind, including Ceres herself. She dismisses the need for gratitude, casually remarking that she simply doesn't like seeing him hurt, at least, not by anyone other than her. Before he can respond, he suddenly starts coughing, black blood spilling from his mouth. Ceres immediately asks if he's all right, but even he is startled by the unusual color of his blood. As he contemplates how he has been fighting in this condition, she swiftly uncorks a bottle, apologizing before ordering him to stop talking and drink. As he obeys, she quietly reflects on his relentless determination to make it this far. While she admires it, she can't help but feel a bit displeased by his recklessness. Meanwhile, Talaris and Dorma turns her attention to Middelner, studying him for a moment. She remarks on his lack of silver hair, questioning whether he is truly of pure blood. Middelner instantly realizes that this won't be an easy exchange. Fortunately, he had already reported to the main family before coming here. Now he just has to stall long enough for backup to arrive. Introducing himself formally as the Vice Master of the 7th Mage Tower, he demands to know why Talaris is interfering in Zipple family matters when she is the dominator of the Western Seas. However, Talaris counters his accusation, questioning what exactly the Zipple family considers its business. She remarks that she hasn't been active for a while, so perhaps it's actually the Zipple family causing the disruption. Midden attempts to argue, but she cuts him off. With an air of finality, she states that she will overlook the matter this time and commands him to leave. The third elder, outraged by her dismissal of their authority, steps forward, furious that she would make such claims on what he considers Zipple territory. Talaris, unimpressed, challenges his boldness, questioning whether he truly has the audacity to speak to her in such a manner. A sudden shift in the air signals danger. Behind her, a massive snake materializes. Without warning, she orders the third elder to be silent, launching an attack that knocks him out instantly. Elner quickly reacts, commanding the third elder to construct a barrier to block out the freezing cold. They work fast, successfully raising the barrier, but the battle is far from over. A dragon roars as it unleashes a torrent of fire, but Talaris retaliates with her own powerful magic. Assessing the situation, she questions whether they are truly willing to continue this fight, even if it means all of them perishing here. Midder doesn't back down. Using his magic staff, he launches an attack of his own, boasting that history will remember their names, not hers, nor the Ice Palace. With unwavering confidence, he declares that the authority of fire bestowed upon him by the patriarch ensures that even she cannot escape his flames. Talaris, unfazed, studies him with mild interest. She asks if he's using space explosion magic and casually mentions that Celiac must have granted him his power, suggesting that the patriarch seems to have taken a liking to him. The battle is only just beginning. Talaris, unimpressed, remarks that Elner must have skipped an important lesson about the Ice Palace. Fortunately for him, she's willing to teach it firsthand. Without hesitation, she points her sword at him and launches a chilling attack. Ice rapidly engulfs his hand, freezing it solid until it shatters into pieces. Midder stares at his broken hand in shock, struggling to process what just happened. He wonders if this is wind magic, but Talaris mocks his confusion. Is he more surprised that his carefully laid trap was instantly undone, or that he just lost a limb? Yet strangely, there is no pain. Before he can fully comprehend it, Talaris points out his fatal flaw. Mages like him are always too distracted, even with their enemy right in front of them. She questions whether it's arrogance or stupidity, noting that martial artists would never make such a mistake. In that moment, he fully grasps the vast difference in power between them. Even if reinforcements arrived, it wouldn't matter. Facing an opponent of this caliber, none of them would survive. Despair grips him, and he collapses to the ground as Talaris prepares to strike again. Just then, a magical circle flares to life. In the blink of an eye, Midder and his followers vanish, leaving Talaris to wonder about their sudden disappearance. Elsewhere, one of Midder's subordinates praises him for a successful retreat. He calmly reassures them, stating that they will leave the rest to the White Knight. Back at the battlefield, Talaris' daughter asks if everything is settled as they gaze upon a massive vessel. Curiously, she questions if it's a Kozek. Murakan explains that it's actually a wartime vessel used by the Zipple family, but the real concern isn't its presence. It's what, or rather who, is aboard. Jayan Runcandle immediately connects the dots. The vessel signals the arrival of Andre Zipple's forces, a direct response to the recent attacks following the death of the family's vice-head. But the real danger isn't the ship itself. It's the elite squad within it. The White Knight, an exclusive force selected from the Zipple family's strongest ranks, is now heading their way. Jayan Runcandle contemplates his role in the fight ahead. If he isn't careful, he might become a burden. Meanwhile, Talaris announces her decision to leave. She has no intention of getting involved in a battle of this magnitude here. Instead, she plans to relocate the natives to safety and instructs Jayan Runcandle to prepare himself. However, he refuses to leave. The ceremony must be completed. Without it, they won't be able to prevent further attacks from the Zipple family, and more innocent lives will be lost. Talaris doesn't take his defiance lightly. Scoffing, she dismisses his objections, calling him a child and making it clear that she isn't asking for his opinion. But Jayan Runcandle remains firm. If they don't act now, the cycle of violence will only continue. He pleads for her help to stop this from happening again. After a moment, she relents, but on one condition. They have exactly 1 hour to finish everything. No more, no less. And once it's done, she adds, they'll need to have a serious face-to-face discussion with his parents. Ludika and the others are deep in prayer to Klum as Jayan Runcandle rushes toward their location. Without wasting a second, he urges her to speed up the ceremony, warning that the Zipple family is preparing for a full-scale attack. However, she remains resolute. She tells him to leave, explaining that they are fully aware of the threat looming in the sky, but cannot risk further danger. Until they locate the divine relic, their enemies won't be able to harm them directly. Despite the urgency, she takes a moment to express her gratitude, acknowledging that after all this time, He and his allies were the only ones willing to help. But Jian Runcandle refuses to accept this as the end. Grabbing her firmly, he insists that he didn't go through all this just for her to surrender. There has to be another way. She considers his words and admits that there is one possibility. If Priestess Lausa were present, she could complete the ceremony immediately. However, without her, there is no alternative. Talaris' daughter, overhearing this, immediately asks if Lausa is dead. Jian Runcandle reassures her that she isn't. She's currently in Taiken. Relieved by this news, she wastes no time. With a swift motion, she summons an ice dragon and instructs him to get on, confidently stating that if Lausa is alive, she can bring her here from anywhere. Before Jian Runcandle can react, Talaris Endorma scolds her daughter for using the mott without permission, commenting on how much she seems to be enjoying herself. But the girl remains unfazed. She doesn't know exactly what Jian Runcandle is planning, but she made a promise to see this through, and she intends to keep it. Meanwhile, Mirakan remains completely unfazed by the looming battle. He assures them that holding off Zipple's strongest force for an hour is no big deal. He could do it easily. When asked if he will assist, he reminds Talaris that while he can't use his full authority without revealing his identity as a dragon, he's still more than capable. She accepts his terms, but with a playful grin, asks if she can borrow his cat paws. He simply smiles in response. At that moment, the White Knight arrives, standing tall and unwavering. They formally introduce themselves as Zipple's elite forces and immediately demand that Talaris step aside. If she hands over the one responsible for killing a member of the Zipple family and the natives, they promise not to escalate the situation further. But she isn't intimidated. Without missing a beat, she counters their demand with one of her own. If they want her cooperation, they need to bring Celiac here. The White Knight leader hesitates for a moment before conceding that they might not have a choice. Without further discussion, he summons a massive magical circle, commanding it to disintegrate everything in its path as he launches a fiery attack. Before the flames can reach her, Mirakan steps in, effortlessly blocking the assault. In response, she retaliates with her own attack, and the two powerful forces collide, canceling each other out in a massive explosion. Assessing the battlefield, the White Knight commander quickly takes control of the situation. He orders preparations for the aftershock, instructing Squad 1 to set up a defensive shield to protect their line. As he observes his opponents, he immediately recognizes the Ice Queen, but his attention is drawn to the man standing beside her. Something about him is off. This man is punching through magic without using any aura, a feat that should be impossible. Realizing the threat before him, he doesn't waste any more time. He immediately sends word to the Zipple main family, preparing to unleash their most devastating weapon, the war cannon. Meanwhile, Jian Runcandle arrives at his destination and knocks on the door. It creaks open, revealing Pan, who eyes him warily and demands to know who he is. Ignoring the suspicion, Jian Runcandle gets straight to the point. He's here for Priestess Lausa. At that moment, Lausa appears, calmly stating that she's been expecting him. Without wasting time, Jian Runcandle confirms if she's ready to leave immediately. She nods, and they set off at once, with him promising to explain the situation on the way. Back on the battlefield, Talaris Endorma launches another attack on the White Knight, with Mirakan joining in, noting her sheer strength. Suddenly, two enormous ice hands materialize, reaching out to seize the White Knight. He barely has time to react, demanding to know what they are. With a smirk, she explains that they're a gift from the Ice Queen, perhaps not perfect, but certainly better than nothing. Before he can counter, his hand begins to freeze solid. Panic flashes across his face as he shouts that he can't feel his fingers. Even so, he acknowledges the effectiveness of the attack and retaliates by hurling a massive boulder in their direction. Talaris barely reacts, brushing it off as child's play. As she deflects the attack, she recalls something Jian Runcandle mentioned, the Zipple family's deep interest in this land. With that in mind, she concludes that they won't be able to use the war cannon here, making this a delicate situation where both sides must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary casualties. The White Knight studies her reaction, growing more frustrated by the second. If she truly believes time is on her side, she's sorely mistaken. However, he still hasn't received the final order to fire. Instead, he observes that the natives are locked in a ceremony, and two key individuals have suddenly disappeared. Suspicion creeps in, something is being planned, and he can't let this drag on any longer. Just then, another White Knight rushes forward, delivering a message from the main house. The commander listens carefully before repeating the single-word directive, annihilation. Talaris raises an eyebrow, puzzled by the sudden escalation. Mirakan, noticing the abrupt shift in energy, wonders if they've finally given up. Talaris quickly dismisses the thought. There's no way the Zipple family would back down so easily. And just as expected, the White Knight commander immediately launches a fierce attack. With a booming voice, he declares that permission has just been granted by the patriarch himself. That can only mean one thing: total destruction. Talaris clenches her jaw, realizing this is her last chance to change the tide. The commander wastes no time, beginning a final countdown. 1, 2, 3. Talaris remains firm, still demanding to see Celiac. But before she can push further, reinforcements arrive. Giant Runcandle, Talaris' daughter, and Priestess Lausa appear on the battlefield. The White Knight commander doesn't hesitate. With a single command, he orders his forces to fire. As a flurry of attacks hurtles toward them, Talaris Endorma steps forward without hesitation, shielding everyone from the devastating onslaught. Her daughter, refusing to stand idly by, rushes to assist her. In the heat of battle, Talaris calls her Shrapnel, a nickname that instantly catches attention. When questioned about it, she explains with a smirk, it's because of the ice trait. Anything that touches her mother's sword freezes instantly, making her as dangerous as flying shards of ice. The battle is far from over, but one thing is clear: their enemies have no idea what they've just unleashed. In the midst of escalating tensions, Jean Runcandle instructs Priestess Lausa to lower her body and remain still, then rushes forward to engage the enemy. Lausa joins the fray shortly after, noting how much his skills have improved. Meanwhile, Miss Ceres observes Jin's ability to keep up with her movements, expressing her surprise at his progress. Despite the brief moment of camaraderie, Jin admits the situation is grim. He voices his concern over the challenges of escorting the priestess to the ceremony's location while contending with a formidable ship opposing them. Miss Ceres grimly adds that the Zipple forces have brought something truly terrifying to the battlefield. Elsewhere, the White Knight issues a stern warning. He declares it impossible for an ordinary human to withstand Kozak's war cannon and insists that this is the Ice Queen's final opportunity to accept their terms. If she refuses, he vows to destroy her entire party, even if it means obliterating Cologne itself. The Ice Queen, Talaris Endorma, remains unshaken. Amused by his threats, she mocks his bravado, stating he lacks the resolve to carry out such destruction. She then boldly declares her identity and asserts that no matter how many Zipple scoundrels arrive, none can take her life. She orders them to retreat while they still can. The White K concedes that killing her might be impossible, but shifts his focus to her companions. He questions whether she can protect everyone under her care from the devastating blast of Kozak's war cannon. He suggests that enduring a slight humiliation might be better than losing everything. Undeterred, Talaris inquires about her daughter, specifically whether the girl is integral to the native ceremony. Upon confirmation from Jean Runcandle, Talaris resolves to ensure her daughter reaches the altar at any cost. She vows to shield them from the cannon blast and declares that either the Ice Kingdom or the Zipple forces will bear the shame of failure. As tensions peak, the White Knight orders the cannon to be prepared, proclaiming Cologne's imminent destruction. Talaris entrusts Miss Ceres with the priestess's safety while asking about Jin's plan. Jin assures her that he will create a path for her and the others, even if it costs him his life. This declaration prompts Talaris' daughter to question his decision, citing the immense danger posed by the overwhelming shrapnel. Jin reflects on the many sacrifices made to bring him to this moment. If he doesn't risk his life now, he fears he won't be able to honor the choices and commitments that have brought him this far. Meanwhile, Lady Lausa recalls a dire warning from an old man. He had urged her to flee with the priestess, emphasizing the relentless determination of the Zipple forces to uncover the relic's location. Gripping her shoulders, the man had stressed the importance of survival, insisting that Cologne's future and their sacred mission depended on it. He pleaded with her to find safety and seek someone capable of saving them all. With urgency in his voice, he had taken her hand and guided her, ensuring she understood her vital role in protecting the priestess. As the battle rages on, the White Knight arrives and demands to know the whereabouts of the priestess. Receiving no useful answers from the trembling insects before him, he mercilessly burns them alive. Meanwhile, Lady Lausa is lost in thought, reflecting on the choices that led her here. She had once convinced herself that running away was the right decision, but in truth, it had always been her choice to leave everyone behind. Hiding on a remote island, praying to a silent force, and waiting for a savior. These were all decisions she had made on her own. Jean Runcandle's voice snaps her back to reality. He reminds her that no matter what happens, even if they all die, she must reach the altar and stake everything on this moment. Determined, she affirms her understanding and gives the command to fire. At the same time, Talaris Endorma's daughter charge forward, joining the fight. Jean steadies himself, pushing away hesitation. Jean knows that the only thing he needs to trust is his own unwavering will. Every swing of his sword must carry the same intent, the same strength, and the same precision as the very first. Doubt has no place in battle, only absolute conviction. At that moment, the White Knight arrives, standing tall and unwavering. They formally introduce themselves as Zipple's elite forces and immediately demand that Talaris step aside. If she hands over the one responsible for killing a member of the Zipple family and the natives, they promise not to escalate the situation further. But she isn't intimidated. Without missing a beat, she counters their demand with one of her own. If they want her cooperation, they need to bring Celiac here. The White Knight leader hesitates for a moment before conceding that they might not have a choice. Without further discussion, he summons a massive magical circle, commanding it to disintegrate everything in its path as he launches a fiery attack. Jin's soul hesitates, struggling to grasp what this means. Clom doesn't give him much time to process. She tells Jin that, as the contractor of 1,000 years, time is running out. After what transpired today, Jin should now understand the road he must forge, the weight of his choices, and the pain of those he failed to protect. Left speechless, Jin questions whether anything matters anymore, now that everything seems to be over. But Clom reassures him. Nothing is truly final. There is still more to be done. With those words, Jin's soul returns to his body. His eyes snap open as he surveys the battlefield around him, his mind racing. How many times has he woken up like this today? Before he can gather his thoughts, Miss Ceres approaches, noting his shock and how much he clearly values his life. Moments later, Murakan arrives, slapping him hard on the back of the head, muttering that she wants to beat him to death. Still reeling, Jin states with certainty that he was attacked by Kadun. Murakan raises an eyebrow at the comment, questioning who exactly attacked whom. He explains that Kadun retreated the moment their eyes met, as if acknowledging something, and that now, Jin is finally awake. Talaris and Dorma, watching from the side, admits that she had been wondering what kind of belief gave him the strength to do what he did. But she never expected him to make a god descend. Jin stiffens. He asks her what she means by god and what exactly she's talking about. Murakan looks at him incredulously, asking if he really did it, without even knowing. He explains that the priestess channeled the god into her body, and it wasn't just any ordinary deity. The moment it descended, it annihilated Kozek in an instant. Jin is stunned. He admits he has no idea what the god did, but he saw firsthand that the White Knights were powerless against it. On top of that, there was an infinite surge of magical power and an unbreakable barrier. He doesn't know who or what it was, but he is certain it wasn't just an ordinary god. Yet, strangely, he can't seem to remember any of it. Shaking off his confusion, he turns to Clom and demands answers. Now that Jin's awake, what exactly is Clom planning to do? Clom, however, clarifies that Jin has it wrong. She isn't Priestess Lausa. Instead, she introduces herself once more as Clom. She reveals that thanks to Lausa's sacrifice, she was able to descend, experiencing both the suffering and the weight of death firsthand. Jin Runcandle processes everything that has happened, still unsure whether what he witnessed was real or just an illusion. Clom simply states that Jin should consider it a small lesson, one that goes beyond what he originally set out to achieve. Before Jin can question further, Murakan steps in, accusing Clom of playing tricks on the kid. He demands that Clom stop acting superior and give them straight answers. What exactly was her plan? And what did she want from Jin Runcandle? In response, Clom presents a mirror, revealing that he has been waiting for its rightful owner. Jin studies the object, questioning whether it's really just a mirror. Clom then explains his true nature. She is the creator and source of magic power. However, that immense power had once spiraled out of control, nearly destroying the world. It was only thanks to Sodaret that he was sealed away. Talaris and Dorma, still trying to make sense of the situation, ask what Sodaret is. Clom clarifies that after losing control, he sealed both herself and her power inside this mirror. Murakan, skeptical, asks if that means Clom is the so-called god of magic power, since he's never heard of a god like that before. Clom dismisses the term, instead telling them to watch as Sodaret's seal is revealed. Murakan, observing the mirror closely, notes that the seal is crafted from shadow energy but has grown dangerously weak. She realizes that Clom must have needed someone capable of maintaining it. Clom confirms her suspicion, explaining that the magic inside the mirror is infinite and ever-expanding, and that magic is him. If it were to be fully unleashed, the world would be crushed under its power. To prevent that catastrophe, she had asked Sodaret to seal her away, and for generations, the children of Cologne had been entrusted with protecting that seal. Murakan, clearly frustrated, points out the suffering the people of Cologne endured to safeguard him. He questions why Clom didn't seek protection from someone more powerful instead. Clom, unfazed, responds that the world of the past was vastly different from what it is now. At that time, there was no force stronger than Cologne's people. However, after she was sealed, her blessing could no longer reach them, leaving them to struggle alone. Even so, She insists that it was all necessary because now she can finally put an end to everything. As she speaks, she looks directly at Jean Runcandle, referencing the thousand-year contractor Soderette. Miss Ceres, puzzled, asks who this contractor is. Meanwhile, Jin's mind races. He himself is in a contract with Soderette as well. Before he can voice his thoughts, Klom sends the mirror toward him, instructing him to take it. Klom explains that within the mirror lies Soderette's power, the power to preserve the world. As soon as Jean grasps the mirror, he feels an overwhelming surge of magic rushing into his body. The sheer energy coursing through him is staggering, but he quickly realizes something alarming. Every time the magic leaks from the mirror, the seal weakens further. His thoughts darken as a realization hits him. Was this the very artifact the Zipple family had recklessly used for their own ends? Had they been toying with something that could bring utter catastrophe? Jean Runcandle reflects on his past life and acknowledges that, instead of simply protecting the people of Cologne, his duty now seems to be safeguarding the seal itself. However, Klom clarifies that this task isn't just about maintaining Soderette's seal. The people of Cologne were never meant to protect it alone. That's why Soderette left this responsibility specifically to him. Klom continues, explaining that the seal isn't just a dense concentration of shadow energy. It is a masterpiece, something Soderette poured all his power into, something he had never attempted before. In essence, it contains a part of Soderette himself. Jean recognizes how valuable this will be, but his thoughts immediately turn to Priestess Lausa. She had promised to summon Soderette personally. Klom, however, shakes her head, stating that the child had simply promised too much given the circumstances. Even if the black dragon standing beside Jean attempted to summon Soderette now, he would refuse. Klom offers her apologies on her behalf. Jean firmly responds that it's not about compensation. He didn't do any of this expecting something in return. Even so, he expresses his gratitude. Klom, thoughts race. How could Lausa have known the truth? That this was Jin's second life? And more importantly, how had he obtained it? But there is no time left for further explanations. Klom has already said everything she needed to. Her role here is complete. With deep sincerity, she thanks Jean, acknowledging that his choice has broken the cycle of suffering that had long burdened them. She refers to Jean as Soderette's child, their savior. Now, her presence will reside within the mirror, and before vanishing, she offers Jean her blessing for the journey ahead. Meanwhile, Talaris and Dorma watch the extraordinary event unfold. Talaris, having lived a long life, remarks on the rarity of such a sight, a god expressing gratitude toward a human. It is a moment of profound significance. However, she quickly regains focus. They can't afford to remain idle. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Jean agrees. He assures her that he will guide them, and together, they will all leave this place. Lady Lausa, standing in quiet realization, finally understands. That's why she never responded. She had been inside the mirror all along. Then, with solemn gratitude, Klom steps forward. She acknowledges the weight of what has happened. By descending into Lausa's body, she was able to save everyone. Not just him, but the children of Cologne as well. She recognizes how painful it must have been for him to carry such a heavy burden. Lady Lausa bows deeply, her voice filled with emotion. She thanks Klom, not just for hearing their prayers, but for answering them, for saving them when they needed him most. She urges him not to apologize, for neither of them has done anything wrong. Klom smiles, expressing her own gratitude. It is precisely because of their unwavering faith that she is grateful to have been the one to receive their calling. Lady Lausa gently replies that all they ever wanted was for their memories to be free of sorrow. Klom acknowledges Lady Lausa's sentiment and silently reflects on Jean Runcandle's unwavering will. It had reached him, resonating deeply, and so he entrusts him with this world, one where the suffering of the past no longer exists. Just then, Ludica interjects, recalling how their people had endured over 10,000 years of hardship, always drawing the short end of the stick. As a weak and impoverished tribe, stagnation had left them vulnerable, ultimately leading to their subjugation under the Zipple family. But she knows Jean is already aware of what happened after that. If the mirror had fallen into the Zipple's hands, their sacrifices would have been in vain. She expresses her immense relief that fate had placed it in his possession instead. Jean humbly responds, insisting that he only made it this far because of the people of Cologne. But in his mind, a darker thought lingers. If those lunatic Zipples had obtained the mirror, just like in his past life, the mages would have emerged in full force, and the world itself would have been doomed. With their survival secured, Jean states that he will arrange a place for them to stay under the Hjufster allied powers. His words seem to confuse Ludica, who asks for clarification about Hjufster. Before he can respond, Dino Jaglin cuts in, questioning whether a Runcandle reserve flag bearer have that much authority. He insists that there's no need for Jean to go out of his way for them. Jean, however, explains that this is a letter addressed to Luna Runcandle, the first flag bearer of the Runcandle family. If they present this letter upon arrival in his territory, they will receive the assistance they need. Dino Jaglin, after a moment of hesitation, finally thanks him. Jean smirks and suggests that if he's really grateful, he should spread as much bad press about the Zipple family as possible. Dino Jaglin considers this, but questions whether the Zipples will simply let such a thing slide. Even if he writes an article himself, he believes they will enforce strict censorship to bury the truth. Jean, however, counters with a knowing smile. Does he really think he's the only one in the world who despises the Zipple family? He declares that his words will be the spark that ignites something bigger. Once people read his article, those who have suffered under the Zipples will rise and stand with him. Encouraging him further, Jean tells Dino Jaglin that he is destined to become a great reporter. All he needs is confidence, so walk forward without hesitation. With that, Jean enters some room, where he greets Miss Talaris and Dorma properly, bowing deeply in gratitude for her assistance. She waves off the gesture with a casual air, telling him it was nothing, and that it's fine, child. However, Jean remains concerned. Because of him, the Ice Palace and the Zipple family may now find themselves at odds. But Talaris reassures him, explaining that Celiac will tread more carefully in response. This was not an outcome he had anticipated, and that alone changes everything. Talaris contemplates the aftermath of an ancient god descending into their world. She acknowledges that Celiac might even see this that Jean gotten stronger. However, Talaris and Dorma quickly clarifies that her assistance wasn't an act of goodwill. It was simply fulfilling a request. There's no reason for him to feel grateful. Jean nods in agreement, accepting that it's true. But then, with a smirk, he asks if she would like any compensation in return. Amused, she playfully wonders what she should demand from a contractor of Solderet and a magic swordsman. Jean considers how things have unfolded and how much she might take from him if she were serious about asking for something. But after a moment, she casually suggests letting it go this time. After all, she has already gained some valuable information from all of this. Turning to her daughter, she asks for her opinion. Her daughter, somewhat exasperated, questions why she's even asking. Wasn't she going to let it go anyway? Jean thanks her formally, addressing her as the Ice Queen. She simply responds that it's time for them to leave. She has been away for far too long. As they part ways, Miss Ceres steps forward, proposing that the time has come for them to settle their unfinished battle. She insists that they should fight properly, so they are no longer indebted to each other. Talaris and Dorma chuckles, teasing her daughter about still going through puberty and struggling to be honest about her feelings. Her daughter, clearly embarrassed, exclaims in frustration, demanding to know why she's been acting like this since yesterday. Still, she concedes that they really are leaving now, bidding her final farewell. Later on, Talaris and Dorma arrives at a peaceful location where Chiron Runcandle is preparing food. Greeting him warmly, she notes that it has been quite some time since their last meeting. Chiron, surprised by her sudden visit, asks what brings her here so unexpectedly. Without hesitation, she gets straight to the point, asking if he has considered marrying his youngest child into her family. Meanwhile, Luna reads through a letter detailing the events involving Kozek, the White Knights, and the master of the 7th Magic Tower. She remarks that, once again, the youngest has caused quite a commotion. Turning to Dino Jaglin, she casually asks if the youngest is doing well. Dino Jaglin confirms that while the battle was intense, after arriving at Tychon, they left once he had recovered. Luna sighs in relief before shifting the conversation to a more pressing matter. Ludica and her specialty. Ludica, caught off guard, hesitates before responding. Sensing the confusion, Luna clarifies that while she understands their situation as refugees, she can't simply allow them to live there without contributing. Calling for Nanny, she instructs her to find suitable jobs for them and to work with the local citizens to help them settle in. Nanny acknowledges the request and assures her that she will handle it. Luna then turns back to Ludica, suggesting that instead of merely receiving help, she believes it would be better for them to stand on their own. She asks if that arrangement would be acceptable. Ludica, after a brief pause, agrees. Grateful for the opportunity, she expresses her sincere thanks for being given a chance. Luna looks at Dino Jaglin and asks if he is indeed the one she's heard about. He confirms his identity, and she immediately offers her support, promising to back him with everything she has. However, she makes one thing clear. He must deliver the results that the youngest requested of him. Dino Jaglin reassures her confidently, telling her not to worry. Satisfied with his response, she nods, stating that she will hold up her end of the bargain and fulfill his expectations. 1 month passes after the Colin incident, and Dino Jaglin reflects on how the entire world was consumed by the news of the massacre. Reports spread like wildfire, detailing how the Zipple family had brutally slaughtered the Cologne natives, only to be punished by unknown adventurers. The incident quickly became a point of conflict among the major powers. The Runcandle family, along with other factions opposing the Zipples, wasted no time in spreading the rumors far and wide. Even though the Zipple family officially claimed that Murin had acted independently, no one truly believed them. Adding to the controversy, evidence surfaced from the wreckage of Kozek, proving that the Zipple family was directly involved in the massacre. This revelation sent shockwaves through the political landscape. The Huster allied powers were enraged, while the Lutero Magic Federation did its best to suppress the information. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Beeman Empire took a different approach, personally declaring the Zipple family's innocence. Dino Jaglin notes how public outrage initially surged but eventually began to settle. In the aftermath, the Runcandle family gained newfound prestige for revealing the truth, while the Beeman Empire secured stronger ties with the Zipple family in exchange for their loyalty. However, the damage was undeniable. The Zipple family, once untouchable, had lost much of their honor and dignity. Forced into silence, they retreated into the shadows, licking their wounds after the series of devastating blows, including the loss of their second-in-command. As Dino Jaglin documents all of this in his diary, he reflects on how much has changed. For the first time in a long while, the Zipples have been forced into a defensive position. He also admits to misjudging the Runcandle family. Before, he had thought they were nothing more than sword-obsessed martial artists, but now he sees that they are far more strategic than he ever imagined. Just then, Ludika arrives at his door, carrying a stack of letters. She points out that these are all donations and messages of support sent to them. As she scans the overwhelming amount of letters, she comments on how, after being ignored for centuries, people are finally paying attention to them. She adds that the prayers of the people, which once were directed toward Clom, are now being offered to none other than young Master Jean Runcandle. Dino Jaglin contemplates this shift, acknowledging that this attention will continue until the world discovers that the so-called unknown adventurer is none other than Jean Runcandle himself. He firmly believes that one day, Jean will rise to become a flag-bearer, elevate the Runcandle family status, and ultimately bring about the downfall of the Zipple family. Meanwhile, Khan surveys his surroundings. This is the third time he's been here, and he hopes that Sir Kashmir Alprian's writing has improved since the last. His eyes land on a massive ice wall in front of him, and curiosity sparks in his mind. He asks aloud what the wall is made of. Talaris Dorma, standing nearby, looks at her own hand in slight surprise. She explains that her body moved instinctively, forming the wall before she even realized it. Chiron Runcandle, clearly unimpressed, demands repayment and accuses her of using a new provocation tactic, interrupting someone's meditation for marriage. But she quickly shuts down any assumptions, making it clear she's not here to cling to him like before. Without warning, she launches an attack on Chiron Runcandle. However, Khan steps in just in time, blocking her strike. She eyes him and asks if he's Khan's knight, but he corrects her. His name is Khan. Recognizing him, she acknowledges that it's been a while. Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandle remains unbothered, telling Khan not to concern himself with her and to hand over that. Without hesitation, Khan obeys, presenting a letter. As Chiron Runcandle reads, he learns that Kashmir Alprian is claiming to have tagged down Murak and Zipple. Khan adds that not long ago, an unknown adventurer assisted the Colons, who were being slaughtered by the Zipple family. Not only did this mysterious figure punish the Zipples and rescue the natives, but in the process, the master of the 7th Magic Tower, Murin Zipple, was killed. Reports also confirmed that the Kozek and White Knights were attacked. The revelation catches Chiron Runcandle off guard. He finds it surprising that the youngest young master was in that region and questions what Kozek is. However, he doubts the youngest could have pulled it off alone and assumes Talaris and Dorma were involved. She notices his skeptical expression and clarifies that she simply received a request. Then, shifting gears, she asks if he mentioned Kashmir Alprian. He confirms but notes that nothing she just said is actually written in the letter. Suspicious, he questions Kashmir Alprian's decision to withhold information from him. She playfully asks if he plans to scold him for it, but Chiron Runcandle believes a warning is necessary. She, however, disagrees, suggesting that praise might be a better approach. Intrigued, he asks what she means by praise. She points out that Kashmir Alprian has clearly chosen his loyalties, and they don't lie with him. They lie with Chiron Runcandle. After thinking it over, Chiron Runcandle admits he almost put the youngest in a tough spot and concedes that he owes her one. Smirking, she questions why he owes her and then playfully brings up another debt, the one his youngest owes. He assures her she'll have to collect that from youngest by herself. Satisfied, she decides it's time to leave, but leaves him with a final thought. He should really consider what she said, especially since his youngest and her daughter seem like a perfect match. After some time, Chiron Runcandle sits alone in his room, suddenly feeling an eerie chill. Confused, he mutters to himself, wondering what's going on. Gilly, noticing his reaction, asks what's wrong. He brushes it off, saying it's nothing, just a strange feeling creeping up on him. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian enjoys tea with young Master Jean Runcandle and admits that he's been experiencing the same thing quite often. She points out that it's happened frequently ever since he returned from Colin, wondering if it's just growing pains. After all, thanks to the mirror, his magic power has significantly increased. It could simply be a side effect. Jean Runcandle chuckles, thinking about everything he gained from the Colin incident. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star shadow energy, and now 7-star magic power. The realization that he reached 7-star status just from the mirror alone is staggering. However, no matter how much he pushes himself, he can't advance beyond that. The seal remains unyielding, not even weakening in the slightest. Just then, a guard arrives with a message. A man has come to see him, claiming to be one of his intelligence operatives. Kashmir Alprian laughs, suggesting they come up with an excuse to enter. Please send him away. Jayan Runcandle considers it, but the man knows something crucial: the exact location of one of the 7 Colors' secret bases. Curious, Jayan Runcandle asks if this stranger is a former member of the 7 Colors, and the man confirms it. He also reveals that this is his first time setting foot in Taiken. Suspicious but intrigued, Jayan Runcandle wonders who this man could be as he gazes out of the window, contemplating the situation. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian chuckles, remarking that the young master has just witnessed something completely ridiculous. The fact that someone unknown to the 7 Colors' own security managed to track them down is concerning. He narrows his eyes, questioning the man's true identity. Could he be Jet? Jet, the infamous information broker who stabbed him in the back more times than he can count. The mere thought of those betrayals fills him with rage, making him want to destroy the man on the spot. However, he once spared Jet's life because he had a son. Judging by the current situation, it seems there's more to the story. Kashmir Alprian, growing impatient, states that he has no recollection of this man and demands to know how he discovered their branch's location. In response, the man calmly kneels and introduces himself. Jet, the owner of an information store in Arkan. Kashmir Alprian narrows his eyes, questioning what Jet means by Arkan. After all, Jet is supposed to be from Teesing. Jet clarifies, he was the informant who helped take them down. To put an end to Arkan's tyranny, they dismantled them from within. That's how it all played out. Kashmir Alprian, however, isn't so easily convinced. He's certain this was young Master Jean Runcandle's doing before coming here. But right now, there's a more pressing issue. He demands that Jet explain how he discovered the secret branch's location, warning that his fate depends on his answer. Jet remains unfazed. He states that, for an informant, security is as precious as life itself. Until he's accepted as one of them, he won't disclose anything. Kashmir Alprian chuckles darkly at the audacity, declaring that Jet won't see daylight until he starts talking. Jet doesn't flinch. Instead, he drops another bombshell. The person the 7 Colors are investigating holds information on Spider-Hand Alu. At that moment, Jayan Runcandle steps in, intrigued. He wants to hear more, but Kashmir Alprian immediately shuts him down, claiming that even if they did know something, it would be a lie. Jet glances at Jayan Runcandle, sizing him up. He had assumed the Lord of Taiken was Kashmir Alprian. So who exactly is this young master? He remains cautious. Jean Runcandle, however, greets Jet casually, noting that it's been a long time since their last meeting. He then asks, with a smirk, why Jet is here without the gift he once gave him. Jet's demeanor shifts instantly. His tone turns sharp as he hurls insults at both Jayan Runcandle and Kashmir Alprian. He outright calls Kashmir Alprian a scoundrel, accusing him of impersonating Veridin Zipple and warning that trusting him would lead to Taiken suffering the same fate as Teesing. Kashmir Alprian's patience snaps. Furious, he questions Jet's sanity. How dare he speak like that? Just as he's about to strike, another voice cuts in. Mirakan arrives, unimpressed, asking if Kashmir Alprian didn't hear him calling earlier. More importantly, where's the ice cream he was supposed to buy? Kashmir Alprian freezes, clearly unnerved. He quickly apologizes, explaining that he's in the middle of an interrogation. Mirakan, however, isn't interested in excuses. Instead, he locks eyes on Jet and immediately recognizes him. He remembers him as the crazy scoundrel from before and wonders why he's here now. But what really catches his attention is how Jet is speaking informally to Kashmir Alprian. Recalling the events in Arkan, Mirakan puts the pieces together. This lunatic must be that kid scoundrel's subordinate. And if that's the case, Jet must be the highest-ranking informant in the room. Jet, sensing the shift in atmosphere, doesn't hesitate. He bows down, admitting that he was an idiot for failing to recognize Mirakan before. Jayan Runcandle, watching the exchange, finally sees Jet for who he is. Good, he says. Now let's get to the point. Tell me everything about Spider-Hand Alu. Jet exhales, finally revealing the truth. Spider-Hand Alu's real name is Tagan Marius. He was once a Runcandle cadet, Giant Runcandle narrows his eyes, repeating the words, Runcand El Cadet? The name Tagan Marius feels oddly familiar. Before he can place it, Gilly leans in and whispers, Tamian Marius was the first young lady's nanny, and that's her surname. Jet said to them, that's Spiderhand Alu. He's from Delki, part of the Hugpester allied powers. A commoner. And yet, he somehow managed to pass the Runcandle cadet exam? Jet said further back then, the name he used was Tagan Marius. But that identity no longer exists. It has been erased from this world. Jayan Runcandle turns to Gilly for confirmation. She nods, confirming that Nanny Tamian Marius was also from the Delki Kingdom. Wanting more details, he asks when the exam took place. Jet answers without hesitation, the year 1776. Exactly 20 years ago. At this, Kashmir speaks up. 20 years ago? That would place the Delki Kingdom right in the middle of a brutal civil war. If that's the case, it would have been nearly impossible for a commoner to even attempt the cadet exam, let alone pass it. He eyes Jet suspiciously, questioning if he's lying. Gilly, however, steps in again. She confirms that Alu is indeed real. And if the story checks out, then someone from within Runcandle must have helped him. Jayan Runcandle considers the possibilities. Who within the family would have the authority to do that? Only two groups, the pure bloods or the nannies who support them. He reflects on the unique role of Runcandle's nannies. They don't just raise the children. Depending on the status of the pure blood child they serve, their influence within the family can grow immensely. 20 years ago, everyone recognized Luna Runcandle as the temporary head of the family. That means the eldest sister's nanny would have wielded considerable power during that time. His mind races with the implications. If Tamian Marius and Spider-and Alu are truly connected, could the same person who cursed him in his previous life be involved? Or did Tamian Marius act alone? If so, why? Breaking his train of thought, Jan Runcandle turns to Jet and asks if the information has been verified. Without hesitation, Jet swears on his life, stating that he personally went to Delki and confirmed everything himself. That's all Jan Runcandle needs to hear. All right, he declares. Take the lead. Jet blinks in confusion. Pardon? Jean Runcandle doesn't hesitate. We're going to Delki. Right now. As he sets his sights on the Delki Kingdom, he knows one thing for certain. He's going to get answers. Personally, the scene shifts to the Delki Kingdom, one of the territories affiliated with the Hugpester allied powers. In a dimly lit alley, a man writhes on the ground, his face pressed into the dirt under the heavy boot of Brother Gabor. With a cruel smirk, Gabor berates him, warning of the consequences if he fails to meet the collection deadline. Desperate, the man pleads for mercy, explaining that he only fell behind because he has a daughter to feed. But his fear turns to defiance as he threatens to report Gabor to the authorities if this continues. Gabor merely chuckles, amused by the empty threat. Report him? He reminds the man that he's under the protection of the great Runcandle. In other words, untouchable. Before he can go any further, a voice cuts through the tense air. Hold on. Stop right there. A purple-haired girl steps forward, her tone casual but laced with warning. She notes that if this keeps up, things might get a little troublesome. Doesn't he think? Gabor glares at her, demanding to know why she's here. Then he looks around, realizing something. Wait, if she's here, then that idiot must be nearby too. As if on cue, another figure appears, this one masked. In a flash, Gabor's neck is sliced open, blood splattering onto the cobblestone. The man beneath him gasps in horror, his previous threats forgotten as pure terror takes over. The masked figure steps closer, voice dripping with contempt. How pathetic, groveling for survival after wasting his life playing gangster, even after receiving help from his mother. The fallen man, shaking, scrambles for a way out. He swears he'll hand over all his money, won't report anything, just please let him go. His daughter is waiting for him at home, but the masked man doesn't care. To him, these people are all the same scum. We're not here for money, he says simply. The man stammers, begging for forgiveness, desperate to know what he can do to survive. But before an answer comes, the purple-haired girl moves swiftly. Her magic pierces through him. It's nothing personal, she murmurs as he collapses. Just unfortunate. Then, almost as an afterthought, she adds, everything is for that person. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian provides some much-needed context. The surname Marius may be a common one across the continent, but in Delki, things are different. There, only a specialized organization was permitted to use it. He recalls the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage. On the surface, it appeared to be a normal orphanage, but in reality, it was a brutal facility where Delki's royal faction turned orphans into assassins and spies. The method? First, they let the children form deep emotional bonds with one another. Then, they forced them to kill each other. The ones who survived became perfect assassins. Eventually, the orphanage shut down when the prince's faction won the civil war. Of the children raised in that hell, 10 were released as free citizens. Except for Alu, who was declared dead. That means 9 of them are still alive. With that, Kashmir Alprian hands Jean Runcandle a stack of papers containing their addresses. Jean Runcandle takes one look at the documents and nods. I see. There's no hesitation. They're going to Delki. Right now. If these assassins are connected, if this orphanage holds any ties to the cursed bladed illusion, then this might just lead him to the one who cursed him in his previous life. And this time, he won't stop until he catches them. As they prepare for their journey, Kashmir Alprian sees them off with a polite farewell, wishing Jean Runcandle and Jet a safe trip. After some time, Jean Runcandle arrives at the teleportation gate in the Delki Kingdom. Jet quickly briefs him on their first target, Gabor Marius. Apparently, Gabor has been involved in gangster activities in a rough neighborhood called Nara. Jet suggests that they find lodging first since it will take a while to get there, but Jean Runcandle immediately declines. He has no interest in resting until they gather information. Instead, he directs them to the western region, where 3 survivors from the Moon's Sacrifice Orphanage reside. They can think about lodgings after dealing with that. Upon reaching their destination, Jet knocks on the door. But before they get a response, guards arrive, their expressions tense as they take in the sight of several dead bodies nearby. Jean Runcandle examines the scene carefully. The evidence is clear. It's poison and wind magic. In the Huffister region, this kind of assassination is considered a magic crime. Whoever was behind this must be insanely bold. Some guy nearby observes the situation and shakes his head. Gabor, huh? Looks like his gangster days finally caught up with him. Jean Runcandle's eyes narrow. Did you just say Gabor? That guy nods. Yeah. Why? Did you know him? Jean Runcandle isn't convinced. The bodies are barely recognizable. How can you be sure that's him? This unknown person explains that it's not his first time seeing Gabor in this state. Just yesterday at dawn, he saw him stumbling around drunk. Not long after, he heard a scream. And now this. The other dead man beside him? Someone deeply indebted to Gabor. A pitiful end. Jean Runcandle pieces it together. The use of poison suggests Gabor was the primary target, and the witness was eliminated using magic. But something feels off. If they planned to kill him with poison, why not wait until he was alone? Why the rush? A realization strikes. Jet! Jean Runcandle calls. Jet, sensing the urgency, immediately asks what's wrong. Who's next? Jet hesitates before answering. Weatherway Marius. 2 hours from here. Jean Runcandle doesn't waste a second. We're running. We get there in 1 hour. Jet grimaces, but keeps up as they move. Something about this situation feels wrong. He voices his concern, but Jean Runcandle is already deep in thought. The poison, self-moderating assassin-type poison. It's fresh. The bodies haven't started decomposing. Their skin tone and complexion still unchanged. That means the killer is still active. Then it hits him. Someone is systematically hunting down the survivors of the Moon's Sacrifice Orphanage in real time. And if they don't move fast, the next target will be dead before they get there. Jean Runcandle urges them to move quickly, stressing that time is running out. Jet agrees, and the two take off, reaching the outside of a building. Peering inside, Jean Runcandle notices a powerful mark, an 8-star wind magic symbol known as Hellwind. The energy radiating from it is growing stronger by the second. Jet points out that only 2 targets remain, but at this rate, catching up to them will be nearly impossible. He also voices concern that since they've been present at every scene so far, they might end up as suspects. He suggests reporting it to the guards, but Jean Runcandle immediately rejects the idea. If they go to the authorities, they'll end up under investigation themselves, and by then, it will be too late. Frustrated, he curses their enemies for intruding on his territory and declares that no matter what, he will get ahead of them. Meanwhile, Varys nonchalantly asks who's next, wondering if this is already the last one. She sighs, unimpressed, commenting on how much more boring this was than she expected. She then questions why their older brothers, who underwent the same training, turned out to be so weak. The masked man beside her explains that just because it was training doesn't mean it was the same for everyone. Only they were truly chosen. It was obvious that they stood on a completely different level compared to the so-called failed products. Varys smirks, agreeing. All right, let's finish this. A sudden explosion erupts, taking Kyujin completely by surprise. On the other side, someone starts following Jean Runcandle and Jet. The pursuer apologizes and anxiously asks if all the members of the Moon's Sacrifice have really been eliminated. Jean Runcandle confirms that someone is hunting them down one by one, systematically assassinating them in order based on their proximity to the dimensional gateway. Because of this, they've been lagging behind, constantly forced to chase after the killer. He reveals that this pursuit actually led them to him. Since he lived the farthest away, they had to come find him directly. He also acknowledges that, because of this, they were able to save his daughter. However, his expression darkens as he voices his regret. fearing that their enemies may have already gotten to her. Jayan Runcandle questions what he means, but another realization strikes. Despite not training in years, the orphans who survived still underwent brutal conditioning. The fact that they're being taken out so easily means only a handful of people could be responsible. The names Varys and Kyujin come to mind. Jean Runcandle acknowledges that those two are in a completely different league compared to the rest of them. He then wonders, weren't there originally 10 survivors? Den Marius corrects him. There were actually 12 survivors of the moon's sacrifice. And the ones hunting them down? They weren't just any survivors. They were monsters trained directly by him. Before he can say anything else, Varys suddenly strikes Den Marius from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. She sighs in relief, admitting she was worried they might escape. Looking down at him, she tilts her head. Brother Den Marius, what's going on? How did you know we'd be coming? Since when have you been this sharp? Den Marius turns to Varys and Kyujin, demanding to know why they're doing this. Kyujin, however, simply sighs and apologizes, saying there's no time for explanations. He casually mentions that they've been working nonstop since early morning and are completely exhausted. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminates the area. Varys frowns, confused. A lightning bolt? From out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Kyujin narrows his eyes. Wait, is he a mage? Jean Runcandle steps forward, recognizing Varys and Kyujin. He had been wondering who was ruining his plans, and now, seeing them in person, his curiosity is piqued. With a smirk, he introduces himself, making it clear that it's a pleasure to finally meet them. But his tone quickly sharpens. Who sent them to cause trouble on his land? Whoever it was, he promises to drag the truth out of them, slowly and painfully. Jan Runcandle studies them carefully. They aren't even trying to hide their identities, and judging by their looks, neither of them seems to be over 30. That woman, though, she's at least an 8-star mage. But she's not a Zipple. So who exactly is she? Varys, unfazed, crosses her arms. Wow, you already hired a bodyguard? And tell me, how do you think Brother Den Marius knew about this? She glances at Kyujin. Kyujin shrugs. That guy? He definitely wouldn't have figured it out on his own. But his boy? Now that might hold some answers. Varys grins wickedly. We could always turn Brother Den Marius into minced meat and then interrogate his bodyguard after cutting off a few limbs. Kyujin reminds her to stay on guard. Something's off. This doesn't seem like normal inner ki. Varys laughs, turning back to Kyujin. You look nervous. Relax a little, will you? You're always so careful. That's probably why you're not popular. Just then, Jean creates a magical circle. Varys narrows her eyes. Wait, did he just block that attack? She glances around, suddenly feeling drained. Damn it, did I use too much energy getting here? Jean Runcandle instantly recognizes the spell. 4-star magic, Blade Wind. They must be conserving mana since they've been using it since morning. But the real problem? That guy over there. If his instincts are right, he's the one using poison. He notices the man's sword and realizes he's not just some random assassin. He's a poison-wielding swordsman. Assessing the situation, Jean Runcandle makes a split-second decision. He orders Jet to take Den Marius and run. Jet hesitates. Are you serious? We can't just fight them. And how can I leave you behind? But Jean Runcandle has already made up his mind. He clenches his fists, knowing all too well that this enemy is at least an 8-star mage. Kyujin smirks. A magic swordsman? Oh, so your life is more valuable than that piece of trash over there? Be smart. Hand him over and run while you can. Jean Runcandle exhales, unfazed. You're right. My life is more precious, he admits. But I happen to be quite attached to him. His expression hardens. Jet, go. Now. Jet refuses to leave, declaring that he'd rather die together. But Jean Runcandle shuts him down. Stop saying things you don't really mean. Go. Reluctantly, Jet obeys, grabbing Den Marius and dashing away. As he runs, he calls back, determined. We'll meet again. Alive. Varys watches the scene unfold, and to her own surprise, she finds herself tearing up. With a smirk, she wipes her eyes and remarks, I actually thought he might get away for a second. Then, turning to Kyujin, she orders him to keep Jean Runcandle busy. She'll handle the others herself. I'll be back after I kill them. Jean Runcandle, meanwhile, pulls out a small mirror and sighs. He mutters an apology, regretting ever accepting a certain gift before all of this. Without hesitation, he lunges forward and stabs Kyujin. Kyujin reels in shock. He didn't even see the attack coming. Stumbling back, he attempts a counterattack, but Jean Runcandle swiftly dodges, escaping his strike entirely. Varys narrows her eyes, confused. What's going on? I can't see anything. She turns to Kyujin. Where are you? When she gets no response, her voice rises in anger. Kyujin, don't tell me. Her fury erupts as she throws curses into the air. How dare you let this happen? I swear I'll kill you. But before she can spiral further, Kyujin calmly steps in. Relax. He'll recover on his own. You don't need to lose it over this. He explains that they've been pushing themselves too hard today. If they aren't careful, mana overload will be the least of their worries. Varys exhales sharply, then nods. Fine, I get it. Meanwhile, Gene Runcandle isn't letting his guard down. He expected them to be difficult to take down, and he's already preparing for their next move. Across from him, Kyujin retrieves a small bottle and drinks its contents. Gene Runcandle instantly notices a sickening aura radiating from him. Poison? He recalls hearing about warriors who built up a resistance to poison and then used it as a weapon, even though the process ate away at their lifespan. In exchange, they gained power strong enough to justify the price. Kyujin, now revitalized, studies Gene Runcandle more closely. A magic swordsman, skilled in both magic and swordplay at the same time. He clicks his tongue, irritated. You're more annoying than I thought. But what really catches his attention is the light magic Gene Runcandle just used. He narrows his eyes. Kyujin's never even seen magic like that before. Just what are you? As much as he'd love to interrogate him, the mission comes first. Deciding that capturing him alive isn't worth the trouble, Kyujin launches a full-on assault. Gene Runcandle blocks the incoming attack and quickly steps back, but Kyujin is relentless, pressing forward without hesitation. Despite the onslaught, Gene Runcandle skillfully evades each strike, slipping through his attacks like a shadow. Then, in a swift motion, Gene Runcandle counters. Kyujin barely manages to dodge, but his mind is racing. His aura is only 6-star, so why does he move like someone far stronger? There's clearly more to him than meets the eye. Suddenly, Varys' voice cuts through the battle. Wait, those blue flames. Her eyes widen. That's Tessa's flames. Before anyone can react, she vanishes into the blaze. Kyujin turns sharply, calling out to her. Varys? His attention flickers just for a second, but it's enough for Gene Runcandle to take note. A smirk tugs at his lips. So, he does care about her a lot. Gene Runcandle readies himself for another strike. But before he can make his move, Kyujin suddenly freezes. His expression shifts to one of complete bewilderment as a dark energy swirls around Gene Runcandle. Something neither magic nor aura. Something entirely unknown. Meanwhile, Gene Runcandle strikes again, stabbing Kyujin. Kyujin, unfazed, finally acknowledges what he's up against. Gene Runcandle isn't just a magic swordsman. He's bolstered by both the Blue Phoenix and Shadow Energy, making him a truly formidable opponent. But Kyujin is curious. Will his poison work on someone like this? Wasting no time, he attacks with his deadly poison. The effect is immediate. Gene Runcandle collapses, his body weakening rapidly. His mind races. If I don't regain control now, I'm dead. Nearby, both Kyujin and Varys are also injured, but they're still in better shape than he is. Gritting his teeth, Gene Runcandle tries to push himself up using his sword, but fresh blood spills from his wounds. Before the fight can continue, a sudden commotion fills the air. A group of people arrives, their presence commanding attention. One of them turns to the leader and reports, "We found them." A regal voice responds, "Prepare the archers." "Knights, follow me." Gene Runcandle barely manages to lift his head as he hears the name. Lyca Delki, 3rd Prince of Delki. The prince steps forward, his voice firm. "Drop your weapons. Now." Gene Runcandle wonders if Jet was the one who called them. Meanwhile, Kyujin quickly grabs Varys, steadying her. He gives Gene Runcandle a sharp look. "This isn't over. I'll come looking for you again. Don't get too comfortable." With that, they make their escape. Prince Lyca Delki isn't about to let them get away so easily. "Do not lose sight of them," he orders. "Capture them immediately." But he soon turns his attention to Gene Runcandle, observing his worsening condition. "Are you on their side?" he questions, his gaze sharp. More importantly, he demands to know where the nearest healer is. If they don't act fast, it might be too late. Gene Runcandle fights to stay conscious, refusing to succumb to the poison. The next thing he knows, he's waking up in an unfamiliar place. Prince Lyca Delki sits nearby. "You're finally awake," he says. "This is my villa. Since we couldn't confirm your identity, I brought you here for now." Gene Runcandle struggles to sit up. "How long?" "It's been 3 hours," the prince replies. He exhales in relief. "Honestly, it's a miracle you survived. That poison was lethal. It would have killed an 8-star martial artist instantly. But being a Runcandle, well, that's a different story." The prince recalls seeing Gene Runcandle at the banquet, confirming his identity. Gene Runcandle, regaining some strength, asks about Kyujin and Varys. Prince Lyca Delki's expression hardens. They managed to escape, despite suffering serious injuries. "My knights lost them." He then eyes Gene Runcandle carefully. "But tell me something, how did you get injured so badly?" In his mind, he thought that last time I checked, he was a 5-star. Even if he's improved, he should only be a 6-star now. There's no way he would have struggled this much unless... His gaze sharpens. Unless he had outside interference. Jean Runcandle express his gratitude. The prince waves it off. It's fine. Saving a Runcandle in Huffister is only natural, even if you were just a reserve flag bearer. But Jean Runcandle isn't done yet. He fixes the prince with a serious look. Did you inform the main house? Prince Lycadelki hesitates, then nods. Of course not. The moment those words leave his mouth, a shadow falls over Jean Runcandle's expression. If they know, I would have been better off dead. And as expected, it didn't take long. Powerful figures had already begun stirring trouble in Delki. Jean Runcandle studies the prince carefully. Are they comrades from Tychon? He wonders aloud. Prince Lycadelki simply chuckles. You haven't caused me any trouble, he replies. But then, with a knowing smile, he adds, however, could you do me a favor? Jean Runcandle raises an eyebrow, but agrees to hear him out. The prince gets straight to the point. When Jean Runcandle eventually becomes a flag bearer, he wants him to send more guardian knights to Delki. Additionally, he'd like a small share of the Delki gold mine, which the Runcandle family currently controls. Jean Runcandle smirks. Seems like you don't value my life very highly, he remarks. Instead of just sending more knights, he offers twice the number requested and even agrees to return all the gold mine shares. The prince blinks in surprise. You think that's feasible? Jean Runcandle confidently reassures him. Don't worry. There's nothing I won't be able to achieve in Huffister in the future. The weight of that statement lingers in the air. The prince frowns slightly, considering the implications. Unless he plans to become the next patriarch. Even as a flag bearer, he shouldn't have this much authority. Before the conversation can go any further, two familiar figures enter. Murakin and Gilly. Gilly immediately expresses her frustration. It hasn't even been that long since you caused chaos in Colin. And now you're already causing more problems? Murakin crosses his arms, unimpressed. An 8-star mage and a knight? At the same time? What were you thinking? Do you have a death wish? Jean Runcandle sighs and apologizes, promising to be more careful. But in the back of his mind, he wonders, why didn't Prince Lycadelki inform the main house? Still, a sense of relief washes over him. Not just Kashmir Alprian, but even Miss Quickannel are also here. Just then, Jet arrives, his tone serious. Sir, I've returned. Jean Runcandle turns to him. What happened to you? Jet hesitates before replying. I tried reporting the situation, but no one believed me. So, I had to beat them up. He gestures toward Murakin, who simply shakes his head. Before anyone can respond, Kashmir Alprian suddenly pushes Jet aside and rushes toward Jean Runcandle. Are you all right? He asks, his concern evident. Jean Runcandle, still recovering, takes a deep breath before asking, do you know what happened to Dan Marius? Kashmir nods grimly. Despite repeated interrogations, he refused to talk, at least, until you arrived. Jean Runcandle acknowledges this, his expression turning serious. Jean risked his life for Den and his daughter. I won't waste time with formalities. They settle down in a nearby cafe, and Jean Runcandle gestures for Den to speak. Tell me, who trained all of you? Kyujin, Varys, everyone. Den takes a deep breath before revealing the truth. It was Runcandle's first flag bearer, Luna, Runcandle's nanny, Tamian Marius. She's our mother. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, Varys and Kyujin kneel before Tamian Marius. Her expression is cold, her tone laced with frustration. Not only did you fail your mission, she says sharply, but you also let your identities be exposed to a magic swordsman. She sighs in disappointment. It seems you two have a death wish. Varys stiffens. Mother, Tamian Marius cuts her off with a glare. Leave my sight. From this moment forward, our relationship is over. Varys' eyes widen in shock. What do you mean? Are you saying you're discarding us? Tamian Marius doesn't hesitate. I made a mistake. Varys' hands tighten as panic sets in. No, please, she pleads. We won't fail again. Just don't throw us away. But Tamian Marius remains silent, her decision unwavering. Tamian Marius coldly kicks her away, making it clear they should leave and never seek her out again. As Varys calls out to her with a motherly plea, she silently walks away, her heart heavy. Kyujin stays by her side, offering comfort as she breaks down in tears. Kyujin, watching from a distance, quietly wishes her peace and well-being. Tamian Marius pauses for a moment before leaving the house, deep in thought. She is now certain the magic swordsman was none other than young Master Jean Runcandle. That dark energy, known as shadow energy, was just as she had heard from a certain someone. If Jean Runcandle had already uncovered clues about her, it wouldn't be long before he came looking, especially with the young lady by his side. But she wasn't too worried. Even if they uncovered the truth, the young lady wouldn't be able to kill her. What truly mattered now was gathering more information about Jean Runcandle. She knew he possessed shadow energy and used magic, something that even that person might not be aware of. The so-called hunting dogs weren't completely useless after all. Meanwhile, Den brings up a question. Had Jean Runcandle met Takemarius? Jean confirms but clarifies that the man Din referred to as Spiderhand was already dead, killed by him. Din, intrigued, asks for more details. Jean explains that Alamarius had been running a mafia syndicate, and before his death, he mentioned that his assassination had been ordered by that person. Din then recalls something from 15 years ago. Before Alamarius left Delki, Tamian had made a deal with someone high up in the Runcandle family. If things ever went sideways, the siblings would be in danger, so caution was always advised. Jean asks if Din knows any specifics about the deal, but Din admits he doesn't, only that it involves someone even higher up in the Runcandle hierarchy than Tamian Marius. Without hesitation, Jean decides to leave. Kashmir Alprian questions where he's going, and Jean simply replies. He wants to meet Luna Runcandle himself. Meanwhile, at Luna Runcandle's palace, a woman sits across from Luna, enjoying a cup of tea. Luna asks if her stay has been comfortable, to which the woman gratefully responds that it has. She mentions that recently, everyone has been able to find jobs, making life much easier. Luna muses that if the youngest hears about this, he'll surely be pleased. Suddenly, she senses a presence at the gate. Looking up, she sees Jean Runcandle standing outside. With a knowing glance, she said that the youngest. Jean enters, taking a seat with her, sharing a laugh, but the warmth in the room doesn't last long. Luna's expression sharpens as she calmly poses a chilling question. Why did she raise the orphans as assassins? Luna Runcandle's expression darkens as she recalls the shocking truth. Someone had even placed a curse on the youngest, who was none other than her sister's nanny. She demands to know why such a thing was done to him by Nanny, insisting that there must be a mistake. But Jean Runcandle remains firm, convinced that the information he received was accurate. Trying to deflect, Luna claims the nanny is on vacation and tells Jean to come back later. At that moment, Jean's composed facade quickly cracks. Then Luna's slamming her fist on the table. Then she said that there had to be a setup, someone manipulating events behind the scenes. Luna points out that the orphanage survivors he questioned must have lied. If the nanny was truly involved, there had to be a deeper reason behind it. Luna hesitates, then agrees. She can't just sit idly by. She needs to find out the truth for herself. Without wasting another moment, she decides they need to go to the nanny. Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian sits deep in thought. Varys and Kyujin had exposed their identities, but it didn't matter. That person would deal with him soon enough. After all, they were just hunting dogs, disposable. She could always create more. But what truly disturbed her was how the young master had discovered this information. Had the mage made a mistake? Or was there another explanation? A sudden knock at the door pulls her from her thoughts. She turns, her expression tightening. They've come. As Luna Runcandle and Jean Runcandle step inside, Luna wastes no time. She gets straight to the point, demanding to know about Varys Marius and Kyujin Marius. Did the nanny know them? Nanny Tamian confirms that she does. But before she can say more, Luna presses further. Why had she secretly created assassins? And why had they been targeting Jean Runcandle? Caught off guard, the nanny pleads for them to listen. She insists it wasn't her order. She had only acted out of panic when she found out her so-called hunting dogs had come into contact with Jean Runcandle. That was the only reason she had been waiting for Luna. But Luna isn't convinced. Her voice rises in anger. Does the nanny really think flimsy excuses will be enough? Did she expect to be forgiven for secretly raising assassins under Luna's nose? Overcome with emotion, if they don't believe her, then she begs to be submitted to the family trials. There, she will testify in full. Luna glares at her, demanding to know if she's trying to run away from responsibility. This isn't the person she once knew. She can't understand her actions. Why is she speaking in circles? Why can't she just give a straight answer? Nanny Tamian bows her head in remorse. She admits to hiding the truth, but insists there was a reason. The only reason she raised those subordinates was simple. She did it to survive. Luna Runcandle narrows her eyes and demands an explanation. What did the nanny mean by that? Nanny Tamian sighs and asks if Luna truly isn't aware of how many enemies she has within the family. Because of that constant danger, she had no choice but to act. Luna, still unconvinced, presses further. Who would dare to harm her people? The nanny gives a knowing look. As expected, Luna is completely unaware. She reveals a chilling truth. The household staff never lasts more than a year. In fact, some barely make it a month. Did Luna never question why? Luna hesitates, and the nanny continues. The reason is simple. Every single one of them was murdered by the very siblings Luna claims to love. Luna's face hardens. She refuses to believe it. If that were true, why hadn't the nanny told her? Tamian shakes her head. She didn't say anything because she knows exactly what kind of person Luna is. Luna scoffs, calling it ridiculous. But the nanny isn't finished. Even if she had told Luna, what would she have done? Would she have been able to kill her own siblings? Would she have even punished them properly? She reminds Luna. She withdrew from the battle for the throne because she didn't want to fight her siblings. Luna falls silent, the weight of those words settling in. She doesn't want to deal with this anymore. The nanny, however, refuses to stop. She reminds Luna that the war for the Runcandle throne never truly ended. The moment Luna gave up that fight, all of her people became prey. Tamian reflects on her own past. 35 years ago, she had her first taste of real power. Before that, she had been nothing, just another orphan, doomed to become a disposable bloodhound for the nobility. But then, she was recognized for her skills and became the nanny of the Runcandle family. For the first time in her life, she was able to live, not as livestock, but as a person. That was fate. She had never resented Luna Runcandle for being born into this powerful family. Jealousy? No. If anything, she had been grateful, because it was Luna, that small, warm presence, who had given her purpose. But then, more children were born into the family, year after year, and each one was a competitor. It could have been a problem. But the patriarch had declared that Luna was the one who had inherited all the true talent. Luna recalls sparring with every member of the beginner class and winning. Even when Joshua and Runcandle teamed up against her, she had still emerged victorious. The nanny had been in awe, praising her talent, but Luna had simply shrugged it off. Fighting wasn't something she particularly liked, she was just naturally good at it. Nanny Tamian had always worried about Luna's naivety. But in that moment, she realized perhaps her worries were unnecessary after all. Luna Runcandle's voice is cold as she declares she won't even show herself in front of her brother, Joshua Runcandle. Next time, she'll kill him without hesitation. With a sharp glare, she orders him to get lost. His presence alone ruins her appetite. Without another word, she throws him to the floor. But her anger doesn't stop there. Turning to her sister, she hurls food at her head, calling her trash. With cruel disdain, she tells them both they should lick the floor for the rest of their lives, because that's all they're worth. Watching from the sidelines, Nanny Tamian reflects on how much Luna has changed. At just 13 years old, there is no trace left of the innocent girl she once was. All that remains is raw authority. Years pass, and Luna's exhaustion becomes evident. She's tired of her mother, her father, her siblings, and the entire family itself. She wants to end everything. She doesn't want to become the next head of the family if it means following in their footsteps. But Nanny Tamian is quick to shut that down. No, Luna doesn't have a choice. Luna, however, refuses to accept that. Killing her own family members to maintain the family's legacy? That's not the answer. Instead, she vows to create something new. She won't be another cog in the cycle of bloodshed. Instead, she'll become a sword, one that protects the family, not destroys it. By the time she turns 19, her long, turbulent adolescence finally comes to an end. And with it, so does her thirst for revenge. But Nanny Tamian, she had never let go of hers. For 20 years, she endured pain, abuse, and sacrifice, all for the dream of making Luna the matriarch and using her as the ultimate weapon for revenge. Yet, despite all of that, Luna had turned into something else, an untouchable white whale swimming above the chaos. Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian was just another starving predator, desperately circling beneath her. But it didn't matter. No matter what, she would follow Luna. And on that day, she would find a new dream to chase. Luna, unaware of these thoughts, simply thanks Nanny Tamian for always staying by her side. But dreams don't last forever. Before long, her siblings noticed the change in her. And once they did, the hunt began. What Luna's siblings achieved through sheer madness and obsession was beyond anything Nanny Tamian had ever endured, even after a lifetime of assassinations. But Luna could never find out. If she did, she'd blame herself. And that was something Nanny Tamian could not allow. But how could she fight back? How could she protect Luna? Then it hit her bloodhounds. Just like she had once been trained to kill, she would raise her own deadly forces. She would choose useful orphans and turn them into weapons. That was the only way. But in the end, they captured her. Now, standing before him was Tamian Marius, the infamous instructor and the most lethal assassin from Moon's Sacrifice. He wasted no time. He got straight to the point. He wanted her skill. He wanted her loyalty. And in return, he would give her exactly what she wanted. But Nanny Tamian didn't hesitate. She told him to just kill her. Tamian Marius, however, simply smiled. Listen to the end, he told her. He had seen that smile of hers before, the one she always wore. But he also knew the real expression hiding behind it. Did she really want to keep living like this? Did she not resent the princess who had no idea what was happening behind the scenes? Then, he made his final offer. If she came with him, he would give her true freedom. That day, the starving angler fish, endlessly circling the aloof white whale, finally heard the voice of its savior. Back in the present, Nanny Tamian wonders. Has the young lady figured it out? As Jean Runcandle and Luna Runcandle step outside, Jean glances back at her, curious. What kind of expression does she have right now? Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian quietly apologizes. Even if she dies, she prays that Luna never learns the full truth. But it doesn't change anything. No matter the reason, the fact remains. She secretly trained assassins and pointed them at young Master Jean Runcandle. That alone is an unforgivable crime. She has already reported her sins to the main house. Just then, guards arrive. Jean eyes them carefully. Are these the family's execution knights? It seems Tamian Marius has already made his move. With a cold smirk, he tells her they'll meet again at the trial. Clearly, she has someone backing her. But who? There are many people with enough power to protect someone from a familial trial. Tamian Marius meets his gaze, unfazed. She tells him he's speaking nonsense. She is no one but Miss Luna Runcandle. Even if she is to be executed, she will face it with dignity. Jean scoffs. For someone prepared to die, she sure talks a lot. And considering she was once part of that person's circle, is there really anyone left who would risk everything to save her? Nanny Tamian doesn't respond. Instead, she merely states that if he has nothing more to say, she will be on her way. As the guards take her away, she can't help but think. As expected, he didn't make it this far on luck alone. That's right. That person may have abandoned her, but the information she holds about Jean Runcandle, that could save her. If she plays her cards right, if she makes the right deal, then surely. A guard suddenly steps forward and delivers a chilling message. That person has sent their regards. Good job. Before she can process it, another guard moves too fast. He draws his weapon, ready to strike. Tamian whips around just as a blade comes down, but it never reaches her. Luna Runcandle steps in, blocking the attack with ease. Her eyes burn with fury. How dare he? A mere execution knight, tasked only with escorting a prisoner, now attempting to kill her nanny? Her voice cuts like ice. Has he forgotten who she is? Jean watches the scene unfold, confirming his suspicions. So it really was Tamian Marius. The family's execution knights are dangerous, but even if they outnumber her, they won't be able to match Luna Runcandle. Jean doesn't waste a second. He makes a run for it. But the execution knights? They're like bloodhounds. Even if it costs them their lives, they will chase him down. Jean moves in an instant. He cuts through one knight effortlessly, his sword finding its mark. The other flees, but he doesn't get far. Jean is already after him. As Luna Runcandle charges forward, cutting down her enemies, one of the knights attempts to strike her. Without hesitation, she snaps his dagger in half, grabs his arm, and slams his face into the ground. In the same breath, she seizes another knight by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle turns to Tamian Marius, confirming her worst fear. She was right. The young master never intended to save her. Luna Runcandle coldly tells the knight that if he wants a painless death, he must answer her questions properly. She then rips the mask off one of the knights, only to see his face contort in agony. Blood seeps from his orifices, his eyes bulging grotesquely. Before she can extract any information, he collapses, dead. Poison, Jean Runcandle mutters. The knight had taken his own life rather than be interrogated. Luna Runcandle, furious at his wasted death, tosses his lifeless body aside. Jean Runcandle steps forward, voice firm. Enough. Since things have reached this point, Tamian, tell them everything. Luna Runcandle follows up, her tone sharp with betrayal. She reminds Tamian that she had asked her to investigate which of her siblings were targeting Jean Runcandle. Yet Tamian had deceived her. Her voice wavers as she questions how Tamian could betray her like this. Tamian Marius chuckles bitterly, already accepting her fate. She acknowledges that she saw this coming, but it seems age has made her foolish enough to fall for such an obvious trap. Suddenly, blood dribbles from her lips. Luna Runcandle rushes to her, catching her before she collapses completely. Tamian weakly tries to speak, but Luna Runcandle hushes her. No, don't. The poison will spread faster. But Tamian only laughs through the pain. This poison is the same one Kyujin gave me. How ironic. Her body trembles. It's too late, she admits. The weight of regret crushes her as she thinks. She doesn't want to die. She longs for forgiveness, not revenge. If only she could turn back time and stay by Luna Runcandle's side. She wonders, where did it all go wrong? And then it hits her the moment she prioritized vengeance over the young miss. That was her fatal mistake. With the last of her strength, she whispers, "Young miss." Young master, listen carefully. Luna Runcandle panics, urging her to stop talking. More blood will come out. Tamian doesn't listen. Even if I confess now, my sins won't be erased, but you both need to hear this. Her voice weakens, but she pushes on. 15 years ago, the mage who placed the curse on me was Kedart Hall. Jean Runcandle's eyes widen in shock. Tamian continues, struggling to breathe. He's well known. You'll find him easily. And the one who made the deal, the one who ordered harm against the young master. Luna Runcandle interrupts. Enough. I understand. Stop talking. But Tamian forces out the final truth. It was Joshua Runcandle, Runcandle's second flag bearer. He knew of the youngest master's power and the contract. Her voice fades as darkness claims her. Blood spills from Tamian Marius's lips as she weakly clings to life. Luna Runcandle holds her tightly, her voice trembling as she calls out, "Nanny!" Tamian's eyes soften at the familiar name. "I'm sorry, young miss, for hurting you," she whispers. "I should have told you sooner." She takes a shuddering breath before admitting that claiming everything was done for Luna Runcandle would be nothing but an excuse. Still, in this moment, she finally understands. With the last of her strength, she reaches up, resting a frail hand against Luna Runcandle's face. Memories of their best moments flash through her mind. Warmth, laughter, the bond they once shared. A bittersweet smile forms as she pleads, "So please, don't remember this lowly person for too long." And with that, her body falls limp. Luna Runcandle clutches her tightly, grief consuming her. "Mom!" She sobs, her cries echoing into the night. Elsewhere, a lone guard approaches Joshua Runcandle, who crushes his cigarette beneath his boot. Without looking up, he asks, "Did Tamian Marius get the death she deserved?" The guard nods, but Joshua Runcandle simply exhales, as if disappointed. "I only wanted her to die in peace," he mutters. Before the conversation continues, the guard reports that Tamian Marius's hunting dogs have arrived. Joshua glances at the door before giving a casual wave. "Let them in." The doors open, and Kyujin and Varys step inside, immediately kneeling before him. Joshua studies them with amusement before asking, "So, Tamian Marius excommunicated you?" Varys confirms it, but then desperation creeps into her voice. "Please, we'll do anything to change her mind. Without her, we are nothing." Hugin, standing beside her, clenches his jaw. "That's enough," he warns, but she ignores him, continuing to plead. "We'll accomplish anything you ask. Please, just help us." Joshua leans forward, resting his elbow on his knee as he taps Varys' head lightly. "Unfortunate," he sighs, "but I can't grant your request." Confusion flashes across their faces. He leans back, his expression darkening. "It seems you haven't heard the news yet. Tamian Marius didn't excommunicate you out of hate." He pauses before delivering the final blow. "She did it to save you." Silence fills the room. Joshua watches as the weight of his words sinks in. "She's dead," he continues casually. "Killed by an unidentified swordsman." The air grows heavy. Varys' hands tremble. "No," she whispers. Joshua explains that Tamian Marius had claimed she was being threatened and requested his help. In response, he had dispatched 5 of his top officers. Yet, in the end, not only did Tamian Marius perish, but the knight protecting her also lost their lives. Kyujin, fists clenched, demands, "Who was the swordsman?" Varys, eyes burning with fury, vows, "I'll kill them. I'll kill them 100 times over." Joshua sighs, shaking his head. "Whoever they were, they struck a deal with a soldier. Beyond that, we have no information." Kyujin slams his fist into the floor. "I'll find them myself. I'll avenge her with my own hands." Joshua watches their anger with mild interest before standing up. "I understand your feelings," he says, "but now isn't the time." He walks past them, his voice calm but firm. "Eventually, the swordsman will come for me too. When that time comes, we must be ready." He turns back to them. "Can I trust you to wait?" Varys and Kyujin exchange glances before nodding. "We'll handle it," they promise. As they bow their heads in gratitude, Joshua smirks, amused by their unwavering devotion. Even though they share no blood ties, they would go to war for Tamian Marius' name. "She raised her hunting dogs well," he muses. Then his expression shifts, his smirk deepening. "And I should also thank the youngest sibling," he thinks to himself, "for dealing with Tamian Marius ahead of schedule, and for the gift I received as a result." A knight rushes into the room, stopping before Joshua Runcandle. "A moment, please," he says urgently. Joshua raises an eyebrow. "You're already in the room," he points out. "Why ask for permission now?" Ignoring the remark, the knight leans in and whispers something into his ear. Joshua's expression remains unreadable, but Kyujin notices the shift. "Is something wrong?" he asks. Joshua straightens up and offers a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about," he says smoothly. "Just a family matter." He then turns to them. "You should return for now. I'll arrange a place for you to stay until I call for you." Kyujin steps forward. "If there's anything we can do..." Joshua waves him off. "That won't be necessary," he replies. Meanwhile, at the palace, Luna Runcandle storms in, cutting through the knights with effortless precision. One of them stumbles back, barely managing to block her strike. "What are you doing?" he demands. Even as the first flag bearer, this is against household law. She doesn't even hesitate. "Shut up," she snaps. "Where is Joshua?" The knight grits his teeth. "You need to leave. This goes against the..." "Which law?" she interrupts coldly. His expression hardens. You should never utter that word before him. Luna Runcandle's eyes narrow. I am the first flag bearer, she reminds them. Do your jobs? Without another word, she surges forward, cutting through their defenses. In mere moments, the knights lie unconscious at her feet. Just then, Joshua Runcandle steps out. His gaze sweeps over the fallen knights before settling on her. Are we finished here? He asks, voice calm. Luna Runcandle doesn't lower her blade. Move aside, she warns. I'm running out of patience. She points her sword at him, eyes sharp. So, you're here, brother. Joshua folds his arms. You show up unannounced, looking like death itself, he remarks. What is it this time? She studies him carefully. You look scared, she observes. Hiding behind your knights, as if I came here to kill you. She tilts her head. Is that what you're afraid of? Joshua chuckles. Do you have to speak in such a menacing tone? She ignores the remark. Something tragic must have happened to you, she muses. Are you willing to share? Joshua sighs dramatically. As family, I'll always listen. His thoughts, however, are far less welcoming. That's it. The younger brother she wants dead is standing right in front of her. His fingers twitch, considering his next move. If she attacks, he won't hesitate. His household will support him. But Luna Runcandle doesn't strike. Instead, she steps closer and calls him by a title he hasn't heard in years. Little brother. Joshua stiffens. I didn't come here to kill you today, she says coolly. I came to give you a final warning. She sheathes her sword, but her presence remains heavy. When that child returns, you won't be able to handle it, she continues. Even if you hide like you are today, it won't be enough. Her voice drops. If you were smart, you'd run. Joshua stays silent. She takes a step back. But if you refuse, her gaze pierces through him. You'll regret not dying today. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving him standing in the ruined hall. Joshua exhales slowly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. How unfortunate, he murmurs. The mighty Luna Runcandle, reduced to spouting nonsense. Luna Runcandle lets out a small, bitter laugh. What a pity, she remarks. You haven't changed since we were kids. Joshua doesn't respond. Instead, he thinks to himself, it's best to stay silent. For now, he's letting her walk away because of the Zipple. But once everything is settled and the Runcandle household is secure, she will be the first one he eliminates. Nearby, Jan Runcandle watches the tension between them before turning to Luna Runcandle. Are you hurt? She shakes her head. I'm fine, she replies. Thanks for the advice. There's a pause before she adds, it helped me get my emotions in order. Jan Runcandle sighs. That's only because Joshua was looking for a way to manipulate you. Luna Runcandle nods. Of course. He kept provoking me while hiding behind the Black Knights. Jan Runcandle frowns at the mention of the Black Knights. Among the many warriors of the family, these 10 were the elite, the strongest, most loyal soldiers. They answered only to the patriarch and his wife. And yet, they were standing behind Joshua. How did he convince our father to side with him? Jan Runcandle wonders. The two stand in silence before the grave of Tamian Marius. The poison was horrific, Jan Runcandle murmurs, breaking the silence. It dissolves corpses completely. Luna Runcandle clenches her fists. I couldn't even give Nanny Tamian a proper burial. Her voice wavers, but she steadies herself. This poison was used on my people on my side. Jan Runcandle shakes his head. That's not right. Luna Runcandle exhales, her expression darkening. If only I had known how to comfort Nanny, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Jan Runcandle studies her, realizing that despite the betrayal, Tamian Marius was the closest thing Luna Runcandle had to real family. And now, her own sibling, Joshua, had become her sworn enemy. He wonders, who can possibly ease her pain now? She suddenly recalls her childhood. I always hated fighting with my siblings, she mutters. Jan Runcandle corrects her. No, you weren't just unwilling to fight. You were scared. He pauses. The animosity between purebloods runs deep. It always has. Luna Runcandle nods slowly. I was afraid we would repeat the past. And that's why you chose to become the family's sword, he adds. So none of us would die. She lets out a bitter laugh. I succeeded in that, but I was a fool. I ran away when I should have faced things head on. And now, Jean Runcandle is paying the price for my cowardice. A new resolve burns in her eyes. There will be no more sword protecting the family. Jan Runcandle looks at her in surprise. Elder sister, Luna Runcandle plants her sword firmly into the ground. Her voice is unwavering. If anyone goes after Jean Runcandle, I will deal with them myself. Her grip tightens. Even if it means eliminating every single threat from this moment on, my sword belongs to him. She takes a deep breath, her thoughts clouded with regret. This is all my fault, she thinks. Tamian Marius, Joshua Runcandle, if I had acted differently, none of this would have happened. But now, there is no turning back. Luna Runcandle steals her resolve. Helping Jian Runcandle is the right path, even if it means turning her back on all her other siblings. Her past cowardice had cost too much already. Jian Runcandle looks at her with unwavering determination. No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side, he assures her. Whoever threatens you, I'll eliminate them, even if they're our own blood. His words cut through her lingering doubts. He asks if she remembers their bond, promising that no matter what she does or who she becomes, he will always support her. Luna Runcandle gazes at her youngest brother, the one she had once tried to protect from the shadows. Now, no matter what path he takes, she will stand by him. He steps forward, embracing her. When you return as a flag bearer, I'll protect you, he says. She closes her eyes, finally acknowledging the truth. Her sometimes arrogant but fiercely loyal youngest brother is her family. And for that family, she is ready to give everything. She will help him rise. She will help him become the next patriarch. Meanwhile, Mirakin frowns, his curiosity piqued. A mage was involved? A curse was cast? That wouldn't have happened in Timar's time. Gilly, still visibly shaken, exhales sharply. I can't believe it. I shouldn't speak ill of Joshua Runcandle, but Mirakin interrupts gently. There's no need to hold back. Keeping it in will only make things worse. Go on, say it. Encouraged, Gilly takes a deep breath and finally lets her frustration out, openly criticizing Joshua Runcandle. Just then, Jean Runcandle steps into the room with a playful smile. Strawberry pie, he teases, addressing Gilly. She huffs, but quickly softens. That was oddly refreshing, she admits before turning serious. But more importantly, why would Joshua Runcandle want to harm you? Jean Runcandle shrugs. There are plenty of reasons, he says, before adding, but what matters now is that I take no action, despite knowing about the contract with Soderette. Gilly nods in agreement, recalling Joshua Runcandle's past breach of taboo at Storm Castle, his failed attempt to harm Jean there. Yet at the main estate, he had done nothing. The contrast was glaring. Mirakin narrows his eyes. We need to figure out why, he suggests. If our theory is right, Jean Runcandle leans back in thought. Joshua might be after my contract. He recalls his past encounters with Enya and the Zipple family, the only ones known to have the ability to steal contracts. However, something doesn't add up. Even if Joshua Runcandle is involved, he muses, he shouldn't have ties to the Zipple family. But if not through them, then how? Before he can dwell on it further, the door opens, and Kashmir Alprian steps in, holding a sheet of paper. I found the place you were looking for, he announces. Jean Runcandle takes the paper, scanning it quickly. So it's confirmed? Kashmir nods. He, a renowned mage, has retired to Meltador State in the Eastern Continent. He's been operating under the alias Amal ever since he helped establish the high-ranking magic academy in Zipple. Right now, he's engaged in a specific magical research project there. Jean Runcandle considers this for a moment before turning to Gilly, Mirakin, and Kashmir. I need all of you on this, he says firmly. For the next 3 months, find Amal. Meanwhile, Huel arrives at a quiet cafe where a man named Amal is seated. Approaching cautiously, he politely inquires if the man before him is Sir Amal. Amal, intrigued, questions the stranger's identity. Introducing himself as Huel Hister, an aspiring mage, he explains that he is currently en route to the esteemed Meltador Magic Academy. However, upon hearing about the presence of a noble sage in the area, he couldn't resist the chance to meet him. At the mention of aspiring mage, Amal appears puzzled. The term draws curious glances from the nearby patrons, but before the tension builds, Amal swiftly commands everyone to leave. In an instant, he incapacitates them with a spell, his gaze locked onto the unexpected guest. The air crackles with magic as he demands to know who Huel really is. Undeterred, Huel simply repeats his claim. He is an aspiring mage. Amal scoffs at the statement, noting that Hugwell's physique clearly belongs to a seasoned warrior, not a scholar of magic. But Huel remains firm, insisting that his body carries the power of 7-star magic. The declaration only deepens Amal's confusion, prompting him to demand further explanation. Feeling the weight of suspicion, he warns Huel that if he doesn't reveal his true identity, he will ensure he never uses magic again. In response, Huel formally reintroduces himself as the last surviving member of the Hister family. The mere mention of that name sends a shockwave through Amal. With barely concealed anger, he presses Huel to clarify. Huel asserts that he belongs to the only household once capable of standing against the Zipple in magic, a claim Amal immediately dismisses as a lie. After all, the Hister family was wiped out, completely annihilated by the Zipple. But Huel remains calm. He produces a book and requests Amal to take a look. He explains that he was raised as an orphan by a mercenary leader, who, just before his death, revealed his true lineage and entrusted him with this very book. The author? None other than Susie L. Hister. Intrigued but skeptical, Amal asks to examine the book. Huel, however, refuses to let him touch it. With unwavering resolve, he declares that no one will lay a finger on it without his permission. If Amal wants to, he will have to kill him first. Acknowledging his determination, Amal leans in, swiftly examining the contents. His eyes widen in realization. The cipher, the magic within. This is unmistakably an authentic Hister magic book. Having spent his life searching for traces of the legendary family, he instantly recognizes its significance and decides to take a closer look. Moments later, Sir Amal shifts the conversation, asking Huel about his lodging plans for the night. Offering him proper accommodations, he invites him to follow, explaining that the space they are in is dedicated to his research and is one of the most secure places imaginable. Finally, he poses the burning question: how has a member of the long-lost Hister family survived all this time? Huel Hister explains that he was raised as an orphan under the care of a minor mercenary known as the Grey Owl. Despite wielding a sword since childhood, he never showed much talent for it. However, when it came to magic, it was an entirely different story. He grasped it instantly, as if it had always been a part of him. This realization became even clearer after he discovered his family's lore, detailed in the patriarch's final will. As he reflects on the immense magical prowess of the Hister family, one of the few forces capable of rivaling the Zipple, masters of rewriting history, he begins to suspect that his sudden affinity for magic might have deeper roots. Before he can dwell further, Amal interjects, pointing out that ever since then, the Zipple have been hunting him. To avoid drawing attention, Huel planned to enroll in a magic academy, using it as a cover to conceal his identity. Amal then reveals a chilling truth. 300 years ago, the Zipple eradicated anything that posed a threat to their dominance, especially anything tied to the Hister family. And when they couldn't destroy something directly, they placed massive bounties on it. Even now, anything remotely connected to the Histers could fetch at least 10 million gold. Hugwell's eyes widen at the number. He challenges Amal, asking if he intends to live as a man constantly pursued, or if he'd rather leave a legacy that history will never forget. Then, in a dramatic revelation, Amal states his true name, Kiddard Hall, also known as Kiddard Hall of Reflux. Huel immediately recognizes the name, almost in disbelief. Could this really be the Kiddard Hall of Reflux? The name had been renowned long before Huel even came into the picture. He presses further, recounting Kiddard Hall's legendary rise to 9-star status without ever bending the knee to the Zipple, even daring to train their students against their will. Amal confirms it. There's no need for further explanation. If Huel chooses to become his disciple, he will inherit the legendary magic of reflux and ensure that its name endures long after them. The offer is not one to take lightly, especially given the rarity of the Hister magic lineage. Amal then shares a glimpse of his past, how he had once stumbled upon traces of the rare Hister bloodline and became utterly fascinated by them. He spent years relentlessly pursuing their history, only for the trail to suddenly go cold. Just when he was about to give up, Huel Hister appeared before him, holding a magic book that could change everything. If Amal can refine his reflux magic using the knowledge within that book and successfully pass it down to Huel, his legacy will be secured. Determined, Huel conjures a glowing orb of magic, impressing Amal. With a nod of approval, the veteran mage acknowledges that they are now ready to fully explore the depths of the reflux system. Huel, in turn, credits Amal for guiding him to this moment, acknowledging the value of his teachings. The stage is set. Master and disciple, both bound by fate, ready to carve their names into history. Amal then turns his attention back to Huel Hister's magic book, asking if he could finally take a look at it. However, Huel declines without hesitation. Curious, Amal presses him for a reason, but Huel simply reaffirms that it's due to his personal beliefs, just as he had stated before. Amal sighs, making it clear that if he truly wanted to, taking the book by force would be as easy as breathing. However, he has always respected Huel's convictions and doesn't intend to break that trust. That said, he demands that Huel hand over the book immediately. Realizing his mistake, Huel acknowledges that his words may have been thoughtless. Instead of outright refusal, he suggests an alternative. They should share and understand each other's beliefs. Intrigued, Amal asks what exactly he means by belief and why it holds such significance. Huel explains that if he is expected to entrust something as precious as his life's treasure, then Amal should do the same. Specifically, he requests access to the legendary Book of Reflux in exchange for his own magic book. After a moment of contemplation, Amal reluctantly agrees, but with a condition. The Book of Reflux is not in his possession at the moment. It is securely stored in the eternal warehouse of Vankila Castle, and he will retrieve it himself. He confirms that Huel understands this arrangement, and Huel agrees without hesitation. In the meantime, Amal proposes that Huel continue mastering the deeper aspects of the reflux system. As he considers the importance of the Book of Reflux, he reflects on the fact that he had originally intended to pass it down only upon his death. This realization makes him question the deeper significance of his examination of Hugwell's magic. Could it be that with histomagic, he might finally surpass the Zipple? Pushing those thoughts aside, Amal instructs Hugwell to wait before disappearing into another room. Left alone, Hugwell envisions the legacy he will leave behind, the mark he will carve into history. After some time, the door finally creaks open, and Amal calls out to him. Hugwell promptly responds, standing at the ready. Amal then asks if he has mastered the deep reflux system. Without hesitation, Hugwell confidently affirms that he has. Strangely enough, it feels as though he has always known this power, as if it had been dormant within him all along, simply waiting to be awakened. Amal is momentarily taken aback, marveling at the boy's sheer aptitude. This child is truly a genius. Impressed, he offers his congratulations before handing over the requested item. Hugwell accepts the book, assuring Amal that he will return swiftly. Acknowledging that deciphering the contents will take time, Amal reassures Hugwell that he is free to study the Book of Reflux to his heart's content. Hugwell humbly admits that he has not yet reached the level needed to fully grasp the deeper meanings within Amal's masterpiece. But for now, he is simply honored to have been entrusted with it. Satisfied, Amal suggests that since Hugwell has begun learning the deep reflux system, it's time for full-scale practice sessions. He proposes a simple yet effective training method, fighting against summoned magical creatures. With a smirk, he asks if Hugwell is up for the challenge. Hugwell Hister raises a question. Can reflux magic be effective against non-human opponents, like bugs? Amal clarifies that he isn't talking about literal insects, but rather the bugs of the town. Humanoid creatures that, while lacking magical abilities, are still suitable for practice due to their resemblance to living beings. He explains that, in his youth, he often used them as training dummies since their physical structure closely mirrors that of humans. Before they begin, Hugwell makes a bold request. He asks Amal to use reflux directly on him, believing that experiencing its effects firsthand would be far more valuable than simply studying it. Amused by his disciple's confidence, Amal laughs, his pride in Hugwell evident. However, he warns that they must be careful. Recklessly harming these creatures would quickly attract the attention of the capital's knights. To demonstrate reflux's true potential, Amal activates its core ability, absorbing an opponent's magic power and redirecting it back with amplified force. He conjures a magic sphere, preparing to drain Hugwell's energy. But something unexpected happens. Nothing. Reflux has no effect on Hugwell. Confused, Amal tries again, but the result remains unchanged. Then, realization dawns on him. Hugwell has already surpassed the 7-star rank. This isn't just the power of a rising magician. It's something far beyond that. Overwhelmed, Amal staggers, falling to his knees. How could this be happening? At that moment, Hugwell, holding up an artifact known as the Mirror, he reveals its power, an infinite source of magic energy. This, he explains, is why reflux had no effect on him. If such an artifact had fallen into the hands of the Zipple, they would have used it to spread suffering across the world. But for Jean, it had been both a gift and a curse, one that sentenced him to a lifetime of torment. Then, in a shocking twist, Jean pours a potion over his head, forcing a transformation. As his appearance shifts, Jean removes his glasses and lenses, finally revealing his true identity. With an air of finality, he declares his purpose. He has returned from the depths of hell to kill Sir Amal. Amal is frozen in disbelief. That name should exist. It couldn't be real. He recalls personally confirming the truth with the mercenaries. So how is this happening? Jean calmly confirms it. His story is the tale of the true Hista survivor, spanning 44 years since Kedart Hall's time. Without hesitation, he kicks Amal to the ground, pressing his foot against him. He recounts the years of scorn, humiliation, and battles that should have claimed his life. And yet, against all odds, he has reached this moment. Looking down at his fallen opponent, Jean assures him there will be no regrets. He intends to make full use of the Book of Reflux, the very magic to which Amal dedicated his life. Then, with a smirk, he delivers the final, crushing truth. The reflux magic that Amal so proudly wielded, it was never truly his. It belonged to the Hister household all along. Amal demands to know how Jean Runcandle is so certain about reflux's true origins. With a smirk, Jean simply replies that soon, the entire world will know the truth. When that happens, everything Amal has accomplished, every legacy he thought was eternal, will crumble into nothing. But Amal refuses to accept it. He insists that his name will be remembered forever. Jean, unfazed, recalls the curse and the request that set him on this path. With a final word of advice, he tells Amal he should be grateful for the role he played in this grand scheme. Then, as a parting gesture, he releases him. However, Amal is not one to go quietly. With defiance burning in his eyes, He uses his own blood to scrawl a message on the wall. I will not die peacefully. Jean, unimpressed, doubts Amal's survival. As his thoughts drift, he considers Joshua Runcandle and contemplates that this is only the beginning of what's to come. Meanwhile, in a quiet village, Gilly is outside, spreading clothes to dry. A cat settles near her, prompting her to sigh and mention the young master. 3 months have passed since he left in search of Kadard. Mirakin, sitting nearby, notes that time has flown by. With a smirk, he adds that Kiddo is downright dangerous. He knows that once the boy becomes an apprentice, he'll be looking for any chance to take him down. Sometimes he swears the kid acts like he has a whole swarm of snacks buzzing around in his stomach. Gilly, however, is far from amused. She admits that she feels like she's losing her mind. Her heart trembles every day with worry. Scooping up her cat, she mutters that Jean Runcandle always makes her anxious with his reckless choices. Turning to Mirakin, she asks if the young master even realizes how much he worries her. Mirakin chuckles and reassures her, telling her not to stress. He shares a bit of gossip. When the 7-colored peacock spied on them, they noticed something interesting. Apparently, Kedard's eyes were dripping honey every time he looked at Jean Runcandle. He continues, casually remarking that there's nothing to worry about. After all, Jean Runcandle has that old man wrapped around his finger. Jean glares at them from behind. You're making it sound like I'm trying to seduce him, he snaps. At that moment, Jean Runcandle arrives unnoticed, just in time to hear the conversation. As soon as she sees him, Gilly immediately throws Mirakin aside and rushes toward Jean, overwhelmed with relief that he has returned in one piece. Jean acknowledges her concern with a brief nod. I'm back, he states. Turning to Mirakin, he reveals the real reason for his return. The magic book he obtained from that scoundrel. Holding up the book, he hands it over before collapsing onto the grass from exhaustion. With a tired sigh, Jean mutters, I'll leave it to you to transcribe it. The scene shifts to the Garden of Swords, where Joshua Runcandle sits in his room, quietly having lunch. As he eats, his mind is occupied with a pressing mystery. Jean Runcandle, the prime suspect in the murder of Kadard Hall. He ponders Jin's true identity and what motive he could have had for killing a figure as significant as Kadard. And if he really was responsible, why had he remained in hiding for so long? Unfortunately, speculation has led many to believe that the essence of extreme overload magic is locked away in the eternal storage of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella, making any further investigation nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Haytona Runcandle confidently states that Jean Grey was definitely an alias given to the youngest for his status as a provisional flagbearer. Daytona Runcandle, sitting nearby, adds that they are currently in the presence of their elder siblings. Haytona, however, isn't convinced. He argues that it simply can't be the youngest. After all, Jean is a common name. Daytona, lowering his voice, whispers that while the youngest is certainly impressive, Kadard Hall was a 9-star mage. There's no way someone at Jin's level could have pulled off such a feat. That's when Mayu Runcandle, clearly irritated, slams his fist against the table. With barely contained rage, she scolds his brothers for their clueless speculation. None of them have ever even seen a 9-star mage before, so they should stop spouting nonsense. She scoffs at the idea that these idiots will be stepping up as provisional flagbearers in just a few months. Across the table, and Runcandle chuckles, finding the situation amusing. She casually remarks that she actually finds their stupidity adorable. So much, so that she just wants to cut them into little pieces. Before things escalate further, one of the merry Runcandles cuts in, snapping at both of them to shut up. They're disrupting the meal. Deepu's Runcandle groans in frustration, asking why they can't even have a simple conversation. Mary coldly replies that she told them to shut up. Annoyed, Deepu's calls her out. Why does she stay silent when the Tana twins talk, but suddenly has a problem when he does? She doesn't even hesitate. With a sharp glare, she warns him not to push it. If he says one more word, his face will bear the consequences. Before tensions can rise any further, Joshua suddenly claps his hands together, cutting through the argument. With a calm but authoritative tone, he suggests they quit bickering. It's been a while since they've all eaten together. Was it really necessary to get so worked up? Then almost casually, he adds something unexpected. For the record, I think the youngest could have killed Kadard Hall. His words send a wave of silence across the table. Mayu, stunned, asks for clarification, even bringing up their eldest brother. Joshua leans back, explaining that of course, Jean couldn't have done it alone. But he turns to Yona. If that child were to have helped him, then maybe, just maybe, it was possible. Deepu's immediately catches on, his expression darkening. So that's it. Joshua is trying to keep Jean Runcandle, the young provisional flag-bearer, in check by dragging Yona into the equation. Frustration brews among the siblings as the conversation takes a sharp turn. The pieces on the board are shifting, and Joshua, as always, seems to be the one moving them. Mary Runcandle turns to the eldest brother, challenging him. Can he take responsibility for suggesting that Yona helped Jean Runcandle? Joshua, unfazed, tilts his head and asks what she even means by responsibility. After all, it's just speculation. A 9-star archmage was killed, yet the cause of death remains a mystery. He points out that unless it was someone from Nameless, the most feared assassination group in existence, pulling off such a feat would be nearly impossible. He then casually adds an interesting detail. Yona was assigned to Nameless long ago, on their father's orders. And here's his theory. The youngest Jean commissioned Nameless to ensure his name would be known across the world. Meanwhile, Yona, feeling abandoned by the family, sided with him, hoping that he would stand by her in return. Mary Runcandle narrows her eyes. She notes that Joshua has been wishing for Yona's downfall for a long time, but now he's being unusually direct, dragging her into the youngest's affairs so suddenly. Mayu Runcandle agrees, adding that if Yona did help Jean, it would explain his exceptional performance during his time as a cadet. He then muses aloud. Although Yona is with Nameless now, how does she truly feel about the family? Before he can finish his thought, Mary launches an attack. With lightning speed, she grabs Mayu's face, slams her into the wall, and lands a brutal punch. And Runcandle immediately rushes to her aid, while Deepu's Runcandle steps in, grabbing Mary's arm and warning her not to take things too far. He reminds her that she's playing right into Joshua's hands. Mary scoffs but backs off, stating that as the 7th flag bearer, she wouldn't dare challenge the 2nd flag bearer of the family. However, she warns them all. If Yona gets hurt, their father won't just stand by and watch. Deepu's exhales and turns to Mayu. Instead of provoking Yona with words, he advises him to confront his fear of her directly with his sword. That's the true way of the Runcandles. Joshua smirks and asks, "Then why don't you draw your sword?" Deepu simply shakes his head. How would that help anyone? Meanwhile, Haytona and Daytona Runcandle, having remained mostly silent, finally speak up. Instead of discussing Yona or the youngest growing influence, they express a different sentiment entirely. They miss the youngest. Elsewhere, after some time, Dante Hyran sits in contemplation. The recent murder of a 9-star mage has left a troubling clue behind. Jean Grey's name. With that, there's no one else to suspect. Veridin Zipple nods in agreement. That's correct, he says. Then, turning to Dante, he asks, "Can you spare some time?" Dante raises an eyebrow. "Time for what?" Veridin smirks. "Starting tomorrow, I suggest we pay Jean Runcandle a visit." Dante Hyran turns to Veridin Zipple, asking if he knows a way to reach Jean Runcandle. Veridin confirms that he does and begins explaining his plan. After considering it, Dante agrees. It's a solid idea. Without hesitation, he suggests they put it into action as soon as tomorrow arrives. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a guard arrives with an urgent report. He informs his superior that Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple recently met at the banquet hall. Until now, the relationship between the Zipple and the Hyran clan had been unclear, but this meeting changes everything. The guard continues. There are growing suspicions that the Zipple were involved in the death of Kadard Hall. Even more concerning, Veridin Zipple seems to have provided Dante Hyran with sensitive information. It appears that the Zipple are prioritizing their relationships with allied clans while systematically dealing with unaligned forces. Kadard Hall's fate serves as a prime example of their tactics. A figure known only by the codename, Raz listens carefully before making a calculated suggestion. Whether the information is true or not, it can serve as a powerful tool to control the Zipple's movements. Leaking it to the media might be the perfect way to apply pressure. The guard bows in understanding. "I will do as you wish." Raz, deep in thought, reflects on the unusual urgency behind the Zipple's actions. Normally, they operate with cold precision, but this time, it feels different. It's as if something or someone has shaken them to their core. Whoever it is, tracking their movements is proving difficult. On the other side of the kingdom, Julia clings to Jean Runcandle's arm, pleading with him not to leave. Gilly chimes in, suggesting that this time, he should stay and play with Julia instead of rushing off again. Kashmir Alprian, however, gently intervenes. The young master is very busy, he explains, asking Julia to understand. Even so, Gilly can't help but feel disheartened. He's leaving again, without a moment of proper rest. Worse, he's heading straight for Nameless City, Samel, a place far too dangerous. Jean simply responds, "There's something I need to retrieve, and someone I want to meet there." Gilly hesitates before asking, "Do you even know anyone in Samels?" Meanwhile, high atop a mountain, Yona sits at the edge of a cliff, watching the wind scatter fallen leaves around her. A faint smile crosses her lips. So, he became a provisional flag bearer and left the house. She muses. And yet, he's already out there making a name for himself. She leans back, stretching her arms. I can't wait to see how strong he's gotten. Her fingers idly play with the leaves at her side before she smirks to herself. I wonder, will he come by Samel? If he does, she thinks it'll be fun to play together. Back at the estate, Kashmir Alprian gently hugs Julia before turning to Jean. While you're gone, I'll also be away for a little while. Jean glances at him, sensing something off. What's wrong? Kashmir sighs, explaining that there's something he left behind in Beemit. Jean thought to himself that his father has called for him. Jean nods in understanding. I see. Take care of it. Just then, Mirakan appears, looking satisfied. I'm finished with what I needed to do, he announces. Without wasting another moment, he quickly pushes the door open and steps inside. Jean Runcandle acknowledges Mirakan's dedication, and Mirakan invites him to join in so he can engrave something onto his back. The two move to another room, where Jean removes his shirt, revealing glowing inscriptions etched onto his skin. Mirakan observes the markings and notes that this will allow Jean to use Kedard Hall's magic without any issues. Jean, feeling like he's just acquired the perfect weapon to complement his photon cannon, is eager to test it out. Mirakan explains that after carefully deciphering the inscriptions, he's discovered that this magic is quite powerful. Even if mages rank 7-star or lower try to overwhelm Jean, he should be able to suppress them all at once. Jean, satisfied, puts his shirt back on and decides to activate the magic immediately. As spiritual energy surges from him, Mirakan observes that it's working perfectly. At that moment, Inya arrives, only to get caught up in the magic's effects. She calls out to Jean, who immediately worries if she's all right. However, to his surprise, she exclaims that she loves the sensation so much she could die. Though she reassures him she's completely fine and even urges him to try it again. Before they can, Quickhandle suddenly arrives, scooping Inya up onto her shoulder. Jean notes her presence, and she confirms, stating that this so-called scoundrel, referring to Inya, has now escalated to outright harassing him. With a sigh, she complains that things are getting more out of hand by the day. Jean takes responsibility for the situation, admitting it's his fault and promising to apologize once Inya wakes up. However, Quickhandle dismisses the need for an apology, pointing out that Inya was practically asking for it. She then shifts the topic, mentioning that she's heard Jean is heading to Samel. Jean confirms, explaining that Samel is an enormous training ground for the Nameless. Even visitors aren't exempt from the constant threat of assassination. At his current level, he should be able to fend off attacks from the Nameless cadets. However, the longer he survives there, the stronger his pursuers will become, until, eventually, the best assassins will be after him. He recalls a past incident and realizes he never truly understood how dangerous this would be. Even if assassins aren't specifically targeting him, his survival is far from guaranteed. Quickhandle then hands him a small bag filled with shimmering pearls. Jean opens it, puzzled, and asks what they are. She explains that these pearls hold significant value among the Nameless assassins. If he ever finds himself in a fight he can't win, simply showing these should be enough to spare his life. Jean Runcandle thanks Quickhandle for her help, but admits he's not sure how he'll ever repay the favor. She waves off his concerns, telling him that the best way to do so is by performing well. After all, if he succeeds, her contractors will feel more at ease. Before he leaves, she suggests that when he returns, he should help Inya with her training. Jean agrees without hesitation, assuring her he's got it covered before finally setting off. The scene shifts to the year 1796, September 4th, in the infamous city of assassins, Samel. At the southern entrance, Jean arrives, only to be immediately stopped by a guard. The guard informs him that entry isn't allowed without a Nameless plaque. Jean calmly presents a document proving he has the necessary clearance. The guard reviews it and acknowledges its validity before asking about the reason for his visit. Jean casually replies that he's here just for the experience. The guard chuckles, remarking that it'll certainly be an interesting experience before granting him entry. He also informs Jean that he can collect his Nameless plaque upon leaving by presenting the entry pass. Before stepping inside, Jean mentions that he has a question. The guard nods, waiting for him to speak. Jean asks whether the law of the Nameless applies to visitors only after entering. Before the guard can respond, a sudden attack comes his way. Jean, already anticipating it, swiftly knocks the assailant out in one move. With a smirk, he remarks that it seems the law applies even before stepping inside. As the attacker collapses, a coin rolls from their hand. Jean picks it up, noting that the person had been radiating murderous intent the entire way here. An obvious giveaway. He advises them to reconsider their career choices, as they clearly have no talent for assassination. Turning his attention to the bystanders, he asks if anyone else wants to try. Another figure responds, stating that they are assassins, not warriors. Direct confrontations aren't their style. Jean acknowledges this and finally steps through the gate. As he walks in, he reflects on the Nameless and the symbolism behind their signature milk-white garments, a mark of their confidence in never leaving bloodstains, even while dressed in pure white. His sharp senses tell him that there are people lurking ahead, but their presence is nearly imperceptible. He can't help but admire their precision. It's more breathtaking than he imagined, yet it also sends chills down his spine. Jean observes that within this eerily pristine and silent city, only the cadets who have survived and successfully carried out assassinations over long periods earn the right to live in the nameless coffin, the towering structure in the distance. Meanwhile, visitors like him are nothing more than training targets, subjected to the brutal cycle of daily killings. The sheer risk of assassination here is staggering. Arriving at an inn, Jean reminds himself that he doesn't want to repeat the kind of suffering he endured in the Cosmos arena. If he wants to make it through this alive, he needs to choose wisely. A man scoffs at how absurd the situation is before asking Jean Runcandle if he wants a room. Jean confirms that he does. The man clarifies that this is Samel, where assassination is permitted, even against nameless cadets. Jean acknowledges this but still insists on staying. Curious, the man asks why he would even choose to stay at an inn under these conditions. Jean simply replies that he'd rather not have too many unexpected visitors at night. The man seems displeased with the response, and Jean realizes that his words might have come across as a provocation. With a smirk, the man finally invites him in, assuring Jean that he won't need to pay. He'll cover the cost with his life instead. He directs Jean to a room upstairs, adding that he can rest easy, at least for now. Jean accepts the offer and heads up, immediately checking for traps. Satisfied that nothing seems out of place, he finally allows himself to relax a little, using the time to strategize his next moves. Just then, he hears the sound of clapping. His instincts kick in, and he quickly prepares for a fight. But something feels off. He didn't sense anyone nearby. Scanning the room, he suddenly spots someone hiding under the bed. Sister Yona, the intruder, barely holds in a sigh of relief, thinking she almost got caught. Meanwhile, Jean recalls seeing a small child wandering around the city earlier. He had followed just in case, but the moment he saw Brahmani, his excitement got the better of him. He questions whether he misheard things. He was sure the clapping came from the ceiling, yet there's no one there. The paranoia sets in, making him wonder if his nerves are playing tricks on him. Still, he knows that in Samel, being this cautious is completely necessary. As Jean remains on high alert, Sister Yona observes him carefully, marveling at his instincts. She realizes that his mind's eye is already half open, a remarkable feat for someone his age. As his elder sister, she can't just ignore his potential. At first, she considers playing with him, but after a moment's thought, she decides there's no choice. She has to train him properly. With a smirk, she tells herself that he should look forward to it. 4 days pass. Suddenly, another person arrives at the inn and bluntly tells Jean that it's time for him to leave. Jean, unfazed, asks if he needs to pay for his stay. The man shakes his head, reminding him that from the beginning, payment was never required. Jean raises an eyebrow, questioning why the sudden change of heart. The man lets out a sigh and admits that he's simply giving up. He won't be trying to assassinate Jean anymore. He explains that when Jean first walked in with his nameless plaque, he assumed he was the successor of some renowned clan, someone who had already accomplished great things at such a young age. The man admits that while he expected Jean Runcandle to be strong, he never imagined it would be to this extent. Over the past 4 days, he hadn't found a single opportunity to strike. Frustrated, he acknowledges that he simply isn't at the level needed to kill Jean. Meanwhile, Jean reflects on his time at the inn. He had spent the days gathering information while staying on high alert due to an unknown presence lingering around him. Now, he wonders if that constant vigilance was the very reason no opening ever appeared for an assassination attempt. Regardless, failing to eliminate a visitor in Samel is a significant disgrace. With that in mind, Jean brings up his upcoming promotion evaluation. Since the assassin has officially given up, he wants him to leave. The man acknowledges that his own skills have stagnated, but he still learned a lot from observing Jean these past few days. Before parting ways, he offers Jean a final piece of advice. When facing an assassin, he should imagine he's fighting either a mage or a swindler. Outside these walls, those are the types of enemies he'll encounter the most. With that, he wishes Jean good luck. Jean thanks him and prepares to leave, but something about the advice lingers in his mind, leaving him with an ominous feeling. His eyes scan the room, landing on the numerous traps scattered across the floor. He frowns, questioning the purpose behind them. Was this some kind of prank? Just then, as if on cue, a masked figure lunges at him. Jean dodges swiftly, moving behind his attacker and demanding to know how they dare attack him now. He quickly escapes to the rooftop, only to find even more masked figures waiting for him. They hurl wired traps toward him, sending them scattering across the roof. As the wires tighten, he notices some of the earlier traps now tangled around his sword, restricting its movement. One of the masked men taunts him, saying that with his weapon in that state, he won't be able to fight back. As they all charge in, declaring this the end, Jean reacts instantly, knocking them back with precise strikes. Before the fight can escalate further, one of the masked figures suddenly calls for a halt, admitting their failure. At that moment, another person arrives, demanding to know what in the world is going on. Without hesitation, Jean tosses a bag of coins toward him. The man catches it, confused, as Jean insists that he take it. He refuses to be in debt to anyone. The man opens the bag, scoffing at how ridiculous this whole situation is. He can't believe an intermediate-ranked cadet like Jean would treat even higher-ranked cadets this way. Meanwhile, Jean simply declares that this time, he's truly leaving. Before he can take another step, arrows rain down toward him. Reacting instantly, he deflects them, realizing that after dealing with traps, now he has to face poison-tipped arrows. He doesn't know who's behind this ambush, but the constant attacks are starting to get tiresome. As more arrows come flying toward him, he quickly dodges, scanning the area. With an unknown number of enemies lurking in the shadows, predicting their next move is impossible. And if that's the case, he'll just have to take control of the situation himself. Jean Runcandle decides that instead of hiding, it would be better to gain higher ground and search for his enemies. As he moves, masked assassins lunge at him, but he swiftly counters, taking them all down with ease. However, the attacks don't stop. Arrows rain down once again, forcing him to keep moving. Just how many of them are after him? Watching from atop a high building, Sister Yona observes his every move with an amused smile. As expected of the youngest, he's even more agile than she anticipated. For the past 4 days, she's been testing his limits, and now, seeing his progress, she feels it was worth the effort. She encourages him, at least in her mind, to keep struggling a little longer. If he continues like this for just one more week, his mind's eye will fully awaken. However, she also acknowledges the brutal reality of their world. If he turned out to be weaker than she expected and died in the process, well, that would be unfortunate. But there's nothing to be done about it. Training in Samel always comes with the risk of death. She playfully urges him to give it his all, not just for the sake of progress, but for survival. Meanwhile, Jean continues his relentless fight, dodging arrows and striking back. Moving strategically, he eliminates his attackers while using a tree for cover. His keen instincts tell him that these cadets aren't acting on their own. They're far too organized. Someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes, and once he figures out who, he plans to make them pay. Just then, a piece of paper flutters through the air. He snatches it, reading the message scrawled across it. "Let's play again in the afternoon." A smirk forms on his lips. So, it was Sister Yona all along. At first, he suspected that one of the top assassins of the Nameless was behind this large-scale ambush. But in the end, it turned out to be her. Still, this actually works in his favor. If he endures all of this, he'll have leverage, a reason to ask her for something he wants. For example, poison antidotes. Jean knows that the world is full of deadly poisons, some so potent that even the Runcandle family's blessed bodies can't withstand them. He recalls the venom of Tamian Marius's hunting dog, Hugin, a poison so lethal that even he wouldn't survive it. What he truly needs is the legendary 1,000 poison antidote, a secret elixir passed down only to the top assassins of the Nameless. Those who drink it develop immunity to 10,000 different poisons. And Sister Yona? She's not just any assassin. She's the youngest top assassin of the Nameless and the one who possesses the 1,000 poison antidotes. If he plays his cards right, this brutal game might just turn into an opportunity. Despite being in possession of the legendary 1,000 poison antidote, Sister Yona had never actually consumed it. She was naturally immune to poison and had no need for it. Jean Runcandle recalls that in the end, she was tricked into handing it over to Sister in Runcandle. That fact alone sets off alarm bells in his mind. If and had it, that meant she was likely aligned with Joshua Runcandle, even in his past life. And if that was the case, Jean had no intention of letting history repeat itself. His goal was clear. He had to intercept the antidote before it fell into enemy hands. Anything that could benefit them, he would take away. Anything that could harm them, he would make sure to exploit. But first, he had to survive Sister Yona's relentless pranks. The scene shifts to the second night of her games. As he moves, a chain suddenly whips toward him, wrapping tightly around his sword. Thinking fast, Jean drives his sword into the ground, grabs the chain, and yanks it with all his strength. The masked attacker at the other end is pulled off balance, crashing down hard. Wasting no time, Jean strikes the nearby building, shattering its foundation and forcing the masked men inside to tumble out into the open. As they scramble to regroup, Jean launches a counterattack, cutting through them effortlessly. His attention then shifts to a wooden door nearby. With narrowed eyes, he calls out to those hiding behind it, demanding they step forward. He doesn't believe they're nameless cadets, so that leaves only one other possibility: outsiders like himself. Still, after being relentlessly hunted for the past 2 days, his patience is running thin. He warns them to come out while he's still asking nicely. After a brief pause, the door creaks open. Stepping out are none other than Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple. Dante greets him warmly, while Veridin follows suit. Jean eyes them suspiciously, immediately questioning what they're doing here and why they've come looking for him. Veridin, feigning hurt, comments on how cold Jean is being, pointing out how difficult it was for them to track him down. Dante chimes in, adding that they even had to dip into their secret funds just to obtain a nameless plaque. Veridin, unable to resist, dramatically calls Jean a heartless scoundrel, complaining about his cruelty. Dante quickly agrees, piling on the guilt. Jean, unimpressed, cuts them off. Enough. Just explain why you're here. Veridin lets slip that they really wanted to meet him again, regretting that they missed that night at the arena. Realizing what he just revealed, he quickly covers his mouth, awkwardly trying to brush it off. Jean narrows his eyes. This was getting more suspicious by the second. Before Veridin can dig himself into a deeper hole, Dante jumps in to explain. They spent every last coin trying to acquire a nameless plaque, which meant that now they were completely broke. Jean takes a long look at them. Two heirs from powerful clans, now sleeping on the streets of Samel. And all because they were looking for him. With a sigh, he decides to take responsibility. If they were going through all this trouble for his sake, the least he could do was pay for their food. The moment he says it, both of them light up with excitement. Jean Runcandle agrees to cover their food, but on one condition. They need to earn their keep. Before they can respond, masked assassins strike again. Dante Hiran, immediately grasping the situation, unsheathes his sword and jumps into the fight. With a confident smirk, he counters the attackers and then glances at Jean. Will this do? He asks. Jean simply observes, gauging his skill. Meanwhile, Sister Yona watches the battle unfold. Curious about the new intruders, she casually asks for their identities. Just then, Odebiwell appears behind her. Something wrong? He asks. She turns around, barely acknowledging him. Oh, it's you, old man? Ignoring the jab, Odebiwell sighs. Listen, Sister Yona. Even if it's him, he can't be causing this much of a disturbance. He gestures toward the ongoing chaos below. Do you realize how many of the cadet houses have been affected? Yona, however, couldn't care less. That's not important right now, she replies. I was having fun playing with the youngest when those scoundrels decided to butt in. Owl frowns. Who dares interrupt our Yona? She simply points. Them. Over there. Odebiwell follows her gaze and narrows his eyes. And just what kind of scoundrels dare to do this? Owl, watching from above, quickly assesses the situation. The one is Yona's brother. The two standing behind him, they're from the Zipple and Hiran clans. It doesn't take long before all three charge forward, engaging the nameless cadets in battle. Yona, growing impatient, leaps from the rooftop. Fine, I'll handle this myself. But before she can drop into the fray, Odebiwell casually grabs the back of her shirt, holding her in place. If you go, they'll die, he says flatly. That's the point, she snaps. This is the first time my brother has come to visit me, and these fools are ruining it. I haven't even had a proper conversation with the youngest yet. Odebiwell, unfazed by her tantrum, suggests an alternative. If you really want them dead that badly, let's make a game out of it. Yona tilts her head. What kind of game? A game with their lives at stake, he clarifies. 3 rounds, starting at dawn. But instead of cadets, we'll send real assassins after them. He smirks. If they die, you win. If they survive, you lose. Finally releasing her shirt, he steps back. Yona crosses her arms, clearly displeased. Why? She demands. Sending assassins after all 3 of them at once raises the youngest chances of dying way too much. Her expression softens for a moment. I'd rather he didn't die. He's such a good kid. And it's only the 2nd day we've been playing together. Odebiwell chuckles. Then you'll have no choice but to watch them play. She clicks her tongue, but ultimately gives in. Fine. But in return, you don't get to interfere. She leans forward, eyes glinting mischievously. And I'll be the one choosing the assassins. Odebiwell shrugs. Not a problem. Then, as if remembering something more important, he asks, by the way, do you have any idea how many houses collapsed in Samel today? Yona blinks. No. Odebiwell sighs. 37. She tilts her head, unimpressed. And this is what happens when you send cadets after your little brother just because you want to play with him. His tone sharpens. I'll be expecting a written reflection on this. Yona groans. Yona dismisses the conversation, claiming she's busy, and exits, shutting the door behind her. Watching her leave, he reflects that for now, he has successfully stopped her from acting on impulse. He knows full well that the Nameless could have been in serious danger if she had intervened directly. After some time, Jean Runcandle rises, deciding it's time to start moving. Looking around, he notes that everyone is asleep. After all, no attacks were expected during the day. His thoughts shift to Dante Hiran, observing that while Dante's body remains as frail as ever, his swordsmanship has sharpened significantly. He speculates that Dante must have unlocked a secret technique of the Hiran clan, allowing him to advance to a new level. As for Veridin Zipple, Jean Runcandle admits he has no clue what's going through his mind. Veridin was someone who once seemed impossibly distant in his past life. Yet now he's here, helping under the simple excuse of repaying a meal debt. He acknowledges that death is a real possibility in this situation and begins contemplating how he can use them both, and, more importantly, how he can protect them once night falls. He anticipates that the assassin's Yona sins will only grow stronger and starts strategizing his next moves. Just then, Owl arrives. Jean Runcandle immediately notes how eerily undetectable he is, recognizing him as one of the Nameless' best assassins. He considers that aside from Sister Yona, no other elite assassin from the Nameless should be testing him. Owl, meanwhile, acknowledges the presence of a low-rung Runcandle, but greets him formally as the 85th leader of the Nameless. He takes note of Jean Runcandle's composure, remarking that his lack of fear shows a strong spirit. He also adds, almost offhandedly, that Sir Chiron Runcandle must have found a rare gem in his later years. However, OWL still finds it excessive that Jean Runcandle doesn't even adjust his posture despite recognizing him. Jean responds, explaining that, given the circumstances, there was a real possibility that the master of the Land of White could have taken his life. He states that a Runcandle does not bow until death. Owl scoffs at his recklessness. Jean Runcandle, however, is more concerned with why Owl has appeared before him. Someone of OWL's caliber, a man at the level of a king, wouldn't come here without a serious reason. He speculates that it must have something to do with Sister Yona. Owl, unimpressed, points out that even Sir Chiron Runcandle himself rarely speaks. Yet here was a mere low-rung Runcandle daring to bring up Yona's name. Without warning, an overwhelming aura erupts from him, instantly filling the space with crushing pressure. Jean Runcandle barely has a moment to react before pain surges through his entire body, forcing him to tense up under the invisible weight. Meanwhile, his opponent remains eerily calm, his voice steady yet dripping with menace. He makes it clear, this entire situation is nothing more than the result of Jean Runcandle's unchecked arrogance. Jean Runcandle, struggling against the pain he is having, and taken aback by the sheer intensity of Owl's reaction. Meanwhile, Owl remains completely unfazed, casually remarking that, given the situation, even tearing Jean Runcandle to shreds wouldn't be enough to satisfy him right now. Despite his irritation, Owl ultimately decides to let it slide, considering Sir Chiron Runcandle's influence. Jean Runcandle quickly realizes the true reason Owl mentioned his father's name. It was a justification. If Jean had made a mistake, invoking Sir Chiron's name gave him a reason to spare Jean Runcandle's life. Recognizing his recklessness, Jean Runcandle apologizes, admitting that he spoke too brazenly. If punishment is necessary, he's ready to accept it. However, Owl makes one thing clear. Starting tonight, real assassins dressed in white will be coming for him. While he personally doesn't care about Jin's survival, those two, Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple, must not die. He instructs Jean to listen carefully and enforce the punishment by sending assassins instead of cadets. Jean, intrigued, comments that this is nothing more than a game set up by Sister Yona, one that directly targets the lives of Dante and Veridin. Jean Runcandle wonders if Owl is trying to interfere with Yona's plans and questions why he's choosing such a roundabout approach. Unless, of course, even the Nameless King himself can't control Yona. This thought makes him reflect on just how much power Yona holds within the Nameless. Turning back to strategy, he explains that the assassins will strike 3 times, and the 3 of them must stick together, making their way toward the center of the city. If they manage to do that, he'll have a chance to survive for at least a day. But come morning, he needs to get Dante and Veridin out of the city. Only he should remain behind. With his life on the line for this so-called game, he asks Owl if there's any reward he can claim. Owl raises an eyebrow and inquires what he wants. Without hesitation, Jean Runcandle requests 1,000 poison antidotes. Owl scoffs, calling him a lunatic. Even if Sir Chiron himself had made such a request, it wouldn't be granted. However, after some thought, Owl concedes that such a price is fair given what's at stake. But he makes one thing clear. Jean Runcandle must ensure the survival of the other 2. Before leaving, Owl offers one last piece of advice. There is no enemy they can't kill if they put their minds to it, but carelessness is deadly. A weapon is far more terrifying when held back, and those who swing recklessly will eventually face the consequences. He then questions why Jean Runcandle continues to bring up Yona when he already understands his concept so well. This makes Owl wonder, does Jean not know the full extent of Yona's connection to them? Or was he genuinely curious when he asked about her earlier? Regretting that his emotions got the better of him, Owl feels ashamed for provoking Jean without understanding the full situation. Owl simply smirks, saying that's a great answer before vanishing. Realizing that Owl has left, Jean Runcandle turns his gaze toward Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple. He makes up his mind, he's sending them back. Apologizing, he states firmly that he has no intention of following orders anymore. Jean Runcandle gathers the group and warns them to stay sharp. Starting today, real assassins will be coming after them instead of cadets. Dante Hyran, unfazed, remarks that even though the enemy's level has supposedly gone up, he doesn't see any threats yet. He questions why they're moving so urgently. Veridin Zipple agrees, pointing out that the night has only just begun. Jean explains the difference. When they fought cadets, their presence was immediately noticeable after sunset. But now, with night fully settled, something has changed. Earlier, he could sense an attack coming, a flying dagger in the dark. But this time, there's nothing. It's not that there are no enemies. It's that their presence is completely undetectable. Instead of sensing them, he feels something else, an unmistakable sensation of being hunted. The gap between cadets and real assassins is far larger than he expected. Meanwhile, Sister Yona watches from afar, perched comfortably on someone's shoulder. She notes, as expected, that the youngest is already on the move. Al questions if she seriously intends to kill her little brother, considering she sent an advanced assassin right from the start. She scoffs at the idea, denying it outright. She explains that her little brother is sharp. He's already trying to escape. But once the real attacks begin, he won't stand a chance. If that happens, the two following him will die as well. Yona, however, remains confident. She insists that won't happen, revealing that the youngest mind's eye is already half open. Curious, Al asks what she means by that, wondering how someone so young could already possess such an ability. Yona elaborates. Right now, it might seem like he's moving purely on instinct, but it's more than that. He's definitely sensing something, even if only faintly. Over the past few days, his mind's eye has been developing, and now, it's opening even further. She can't help but feel a sense of pride in him. This surprises Sir Al. It's the first time he's ever seen Yona react this way about someone. He finally asks for the boy's name, confirming. So, the youngest is Jean Runcandle's? Back on the battlefield, Jean Runcandle is deep in thought as he runs. He wonders if someone is expecting something from him, testing him perhaps. Before he can dwell on the thought, an explosion erupts in front of them. Without hesitation, he orders everyone to stop, grabbing Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple and pushing them back just in time. Veridin, impressed, praises Jin's quick reflexes and asks why they had to stop so suddenly. Before an answer comes, Nameless Killer ambushed them. One of the killer lunges with a dagger, but Jean Runcandle reacts instantly, blocking the strike. The attacker is stunned. How did Jean sense him? Before the killer can react further, Veridin Zipple steps in, using his ice magic to freeze him in place. Dante Hyran, watching the scene, nods in approval. Veridin, satisfied with his handiwork, casually remarks that they'll just leave the frozen attacker like this. Jean Runcandle quickly interrupts, saying they don't have time to waste. Before they can react, a nameless killer shatters the ice and charges forward, blades drawn. Veridin Zipple, surprised, asks what's going on. Jean Runcandle explains that if they drag this fight out, the assassins lying in wait will join the fray. There's no way they can take on both groups at once. Dante Hyran immediately understands the situation and orders everyone to move. They need to head straight to their destination. Veridin, however, laughs, taunting the nameless killer. Some assassin he is, he mocks. He can't even catch me. Jean Runcandle finds Veridin's behavior odd. Normally, he would close the gap and go on the offensive, but instead, he's keeping his distance. He briefly wonders why before being forced back into the fight. Another nameless killer lunges at him, but Jean quickly counters, knocking the attacker away. Jean Runcandle calls out, but Veridin shrugs, saying there was no way he could have predicted this would happen. Annoyed, Jean tells him to stop talking and prepare his strongest magic. Veridin grins and agrees, promising to buy him 10 minutes. He just needs a moment to focus. Without hesitation, Veridin unleashes the heavenly annihilating Jade Flame Demon First Formation. The sheer power radiating from him catches even the nameless killer off guard. They immediately recognize the overwhelming magic as a serious threat. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandle watches in shock. He realizes that Veridin has somehow mastered the legendary Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre, a devastating spell. His mind flashes back to the former head of the Zipple clan, Ryal Zipple, a mage so powerful she was crowned the Empress of Magic over 200 years ago. The Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre was so destructive that Ryal only used it once in her entire lifetime. Before he can process this, another nameless killer launches an attack on Veridin. Veridin quickly calls for help, and Jean Runcandle steps in just in time, blocking the strike. But he knows this is just the beginning. If one cadet is attacking, there must be more closing in. Wasting no time, he calls for Dante Hyran. Dante responds instantly, activating the Hyran's secret technique. Imperial Sword Dragon Blade armor, and launching a devastating counterattack against the nameless cadets. Jean Runcandle takes a moment to reflect. Both Dante and Veridin have grown immensely. He can't help but wonder, how is Veridin able to wield such an immense amount of mana at his age? Is it truly possible for him to master a secret magic that has only existed in legend? Meanwhile, Veridin himself realizes something is wrong. He made a miscalculation. Gritting his teeth, he raises his axe high into the air, preparing to unleash his fire attack. The nameless killer watch him warily, bracing for what's coming next. Jean Runcandle wastes no time. He orders Dante Hyran to grab Veridin and run, assuring him that he'll hold back the assassins. Dante doesn't hesitate. He hoists Veridin onto his shoulder and takes off at full speed. Meanwhile, Veridin, still coughing up blood, apologizes to Jean. He admits that it's been a long time since he last used that technique, and he must have lost control. The mana overload is hitting him hard. Jean, unimpressed, tells him to stop talking and, more importantly, to stop spitting blood everywhere. He then instructs Dante to keep running and head to the location he had previously mentioned. Dante acknowledges the order and keeps moving. Behind them, a nameless killer urgently commands his comrades to give chase. He declares that they must catch their targets, even if it means risking their lives. If they let those scoundrels escape tonight, Yona herself will handle their training, and that's a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Al notices that Yona seems lost in thought and asks what's wrong. She questions whether he secretly helped Jean Runcandle and his group, finding it suspicious that they knew exactly where to run. How could they have known about the safe zone? Jean, reflecting on their location, realizes they've reached the center of Samel City, a place where certain benefactors and the families of nameless assassins reside. He notes that the assassins have indeed stopped attacking. Unless there's an enemy invasion or an emergency of equal magnitude, the nameless assassins follow a strict tradition. They do not use weapons in this area. Veridin, still recovering, asks how Jean knew about this. Was it some kind of test? Jean Runcandle confirms that it was something like that, but Veridin remains unconvinced. It still doesn't make sense, he mutters. Yona, watching from afar, points out the obvious. If no one had told them, how would they have known to flee there in the first place? Owl simply laughs and brushes off her suspicions, pretending not to understand what she's implying. Instead, he casually changes the subject, asking if Yona has finished writing his letter of reflection for the destruction he caused. Yona, seeing right through him, bursts into laughter. Lying through your teeth again, she accuses. He was the one who broke their promise first. Covering her face dramatically, she declares that it's her turn now. She'll take matters into her own hands. To most, OWL is the king of Nameless, the leader of the deadliest assassin organization in existence. But to him, Yona is more than just a daughter. She's an unparalleled talent, a force beyond what any other assassin could hope to become. The world has given her many nicknames. The one born to be an assassin, the second coming of the god of murder. Those who have glimpsed the true chaos within her know the truth. She is a blade stained with destruction. With finality, Yona reiterates that she will personally deal with them. The promise has been broken, and Owl must not interfere. Owl, realizing there's no stopping her, simply nods. He understands. There's nothing left for him to do now. He can only hope that Jean Runcandle succeeds in getting Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple, the interim patriarchs, out of the city before Yona reaches them. Yona points out to Owl that night is approaching. It's time for her brother's two companions to die. She invites him to come along. Owl, knowing better than to resist, agrees. He understands the severity of the situation, even if he feels bad about having to deal with Yona like this. Still, there's no other choice. He wonders if things could have turned out differently. Maybe if he had listened to him from the start, none of this would be happening. He also considers that Yona, despite everything, might show some mercy since she seems to have a soft spot for the youngest. They step out onto the terrace, peering into the window of another house. Inside, Jean Runcandle stands alert while Veridin Zipple collapses to the ground after drinking a healing potion. Jean wonders why his companions are still asleep. Yona, amused, laughs. How convenient, she muses. They're all gathered so neatly. It makes killing them so much easier. Before she can act, Owl interrupts. Hold on. Wait. His tone is firm. She raises an eyebrow, and he elaborates, frustrated. How dare they sit here, casually chatting and laughing with the youngest, while he hasn't even had the chance to speak with him yet. Yona brushes him off. She's made up her mind. They're going to die. Owl, still unconvinced, demands that she stop interfering. Yona scoffs. Stop pretending you don't see it, she says, gesturing toward the window. That's when he notices it, the object in Jean Runcandle's hand. The silver dragon's claw. Jean himself is puzzled. Why isn't there any reaction? He expected the nameless assassins to respond the moment they saw it. No matter how many times he encounters this, it always gives him chills. They're in the same space, yet their presence is completely unreadable. Moments later, Yona and Owl step inside. Jean greets them formally, acknowledging Yona as older sister Yona, and for the first time, addressing Owl as the 85th Nameless King. Owl studies him carefully. Clever, he thinks. Jean Runcandle is quick to catch on. The fact that he recognized him so quickly is impressive. He also notes something else. Looks like you knew we'd be coming, Owl remarks. You drugged your own friends, didn't you? Jean confirms it without hesitation. It wouldn't be good for them to know too much. Owl doesn't waste any time and gets straight to the point. Where did you get the silver dragon's claw? Jean explains that it was a gift from a silver dragon he encountered on his travels. Holding it up now, he clearly understands its significance. He adds that if he presents it to a nameless killer, no matter the situation, he can survive. Yona, still watching him closely, agrees. According to their ways, there is no one they can't kill. Owl calls her over, and she responds with a subtle signal. He quickly confirms the terms. If Jean hands over the silver dragon's claw, they can guarantee his life. Before handing over the item, Jan Runcandle had one last question. Owl, sensing his curiosity, asked what was on his mind. Jan Runcandle wondered why real killers were after him instead of just the cadets. Shifting the topic, he then asked if Sister Yona was wary of him because he was a Runcandle. Yona denied it, but Owl mind raced as he thought that unbelievable scoundrel had secretly told him to keep quiet about his help, especially from Yona. Owl then revealed the real reason behind his actions. He and Yona had made a bet. He bet that his friends would survive, while Yona bet against it. Thanks to Jayan Runcandle, he won. But this wasn't just about the wager. From now on, there would be no more assassins coming after Jayan Runcandle. All nameless killers, including Yona and himself, would leave him and his allies alone for the next 10 years. Unless, of course, Jean's family attacked first. That was a promise that couldn't be undone. Hearing this, Jan Runcandle felt an immense sense of relief. With this dangerous variable out of the equation, he could focus entirely on his battle with his siblings. Owl then brought up another matter. Since Jan Runcandle had obtained the Silver Dragon's Claw, he deserved a reward. Jan Runcandle thanked him and said they could discuss the details later. Owl nodded and pointed out that right now, there was something far more important, a long overdue conversation between two siblings. He encouraged Jan Runcandle to speak as much as he wanted. She turned to him, her expression unreadable, before finally greeting him with a single word, youngest. Meanwhile, in a shadowy room, several masked figures gathered. One of them reported that a Runcandle reserve flagbearer was currently with the interim patriarchs of both the Zipple and Hyran families. He admitted that even Sir Joshua Runcandle likely didn't see this coming. Their leader took this as good news, speculating that there might be something going on between Miss Yona and the reverse flagbearer. With a better grasp of the situation, they were now in a position to gather more evidence. However, another issue loomed. The number of assassins targeting the reverse flagbearer was rising, and the reason remained unclear. One thing was certain, they couldn't kill him just yet. Until further orders, everyone had to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Sister Yona chuckled, looking at the youngest sibling with amusement. She assured him that she had no intention of fighting him. In fact, she wanted to help him grow. Jan Runcandle wasn't convinced. He pointed out that she had sent dozens of killers after him. Yona clarified that it wasn't her intention for things to escalate like that. Then, shifting the topic, she acknowledged that Veridin Zipple and Dante Hyran were with him and asked if he had truly considered what that meant. A Runcandle associating with both a Zipple and a Hyran? That was practically unheard of. Jean asked if she regretted not being able to kill them, but she brushed it off, saying that the Silver Dragon's Claw was far more important. He then suggested that she would probably report his alliances to the family, but she countered, questioning why she would do that. It could lead to his death or serious injury. Jayan wasn't buying it. If that wasn't her goal, why had she systematically sent those assassins? He demanded to know the real reason. Yona simply smiled and said she just wanted to play with him. He frowned. Was she treating him like a toy? She denied it. But when he pressed further, asking if their elder sister had ordered her to do it, her expression suddenly crumbled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shook her head, saying that wasn't what she meant at all. Jean watched her reaction, trying to figure out if she was being sincere. Did she truly just want to play with him? He hesitated before asking why she was crying. But even she didn't seem to know. It's just coming out, she admitted. That didn't make sense. Wasn't she supposed to be one of the best killers? Surely, she had been trained to suppress her emotions. But Yona revealed that she never received such training when she first joined the Nameless. Her mother had told them she didn't need to suppress her emotions. She could kill just fine without it. Jean then asked if she had taken lives even before joining the Nameless. She thought for a moment, then admitted that perhaps when she was 8, maybe even at Storm Castle, she had killed one of her cousins because he annoyed her. After that, her nanny, the one responsible for her education, mysteriously disappeared. Back at the Storm Castle and the main estate, Her brothers and sisters were there, but she was forbidden from eating with them or participating in cadet training. At first, she thought it was punishment for killing her cousin, but she had been wrong. Instead, she was given missions that involved taking lives. Jean pondered her words. She had been born with a talent for killing. It made sense that their father had removed people from Yona's surroundings, perhaps to prevent his other children from dying too soon. Despite everything, Yona suddenly laughed. She was just happy that she could talk to her youngest sibling like this. She mentioned that she didn't really care where she was sent, but she did find it unfortunate that she could no longer see her siblings. Jean studied her closely. She was far from normal. She might not feel guilt over taking lives, but that didn't mean she lacked emotions altogether. Jae and Runcandle reflected on the past. The decision to isolate Yona had been necessary at the time, a way to protect the other young children. Still, shaping her into what she had become had been a difficult choice. Yona suddenly asked if he hated her too. He shook his head and denied it. Instead, he asked if she ever felt that her treatment had been unfair. She tilted her head in confusion. What did he mean? He explained that she had been raised as little more than a tool for killing since childhood. But instead of reacting with anger or regret, she simply asked if that was a bad thing. When he confirmed it was, she tapped his forehead lightly and smirked. She pointed out that the youngest had never killed anyone, not even in battle, despite having the chance. She acknowledged that she was simply born this way and asked what she was supposed to do about it. He suggested that she could at least recognize what she was. Shifting the subject, he wondered if she was a contractor. She dismissed the idea, and when he pressed her about what kind of power she possessed, she refused to answer. Instead, she pointed out that he had secrets too. Jean considered if she was referring to his shadow energy, but something about her words made him uneasy. She clarified that whatever was inside her was terrified of him. From the very first moment she saw him, it had been screaming at her to kill him. She sighed, shaking her head. He was leaving her speechless in more ways than one. Then, with a playful smile, she told him to think of it as her liking him so much that she was actively resisting her instincts. Would he return the sentiment? Jean remained skeptical. They didn't exactly have fond memories together. He mused aloud. Should he try threatening her instead? If he told her that if she didn't like him, he'd have to kill her, would that finally push her away? Yona ignored his sarcasm and abruptly changed the topic. She asked if she should give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons, implying that it was the only reason their siblings had sought her out and why he had come here. She admitted that she had no use for it, so he might as well take it. But Jaein refused. Even if she handed it over, it wouldn't change anything. She frowned, then asked what he wanted from her. What did she have to do for him to like her? What would it take for her to finally be accepted by her family? Jean glanced up at the sky and noted how bright the moonlight in Samuel was. Instead of giving her an answer, he suggested they take a walk. Bonds, after all, were formed through conversation. He raised his hand in front of her, waiting. She hesitated for only a moment before reaching out and taking it. As they walked, Jaein silently contemplated the situation. His elder sister was dangerous, unpredictable, and utterly clueless about how to connect with others. And yet, beneath it all, she was pitiful in a way he couldn't ignore. He just needed time to figure out how to deal with her. As Jean Runcandle walked down the empty street with Yona, he couldn't help but notice how eerily quiet it was. There wasn't a single soul around. Yona, noticing his curiosity, casually explained that she had arranged for the area to be off-limits. After all, this was supposed to be their time to have fun together. Then, pointing to the side, she mentioned a place she liked. A place where visitors were normally prohibited. She asked if he wanted to go. Jean shrugged. Sure, let's go. They continued walking, and soon, Yona announced that they were almost there. They just had to head up from this point. He glanced upward and asked what was waiting for them. Flowers and a cliff, she answered. That last part made Jean pause. A cliff? He muttered that just hearing about it was making him feel a little dizzy. Yona rolled her eyes. Did he seriously think she was going to push him off or something? She scoffed at his pointless fears, adding that even if he did fall, there was no way he'd actually die from something like that. Jean laughed. Relax, I was just joking. Before long, they reached the top of the cliff. There, he spotted something unusual, a cluster of green flowers. He narrowed his eyes. Were those green roses? Yona confirmed it. She explained that while green roses were often dismissed as mere weeds, bathed in the moonlight, they had a beauty of their own. They were also her favorite flowers. She continued, saying that green roses didn't wither easily. Even if they were stepped on or left without water, they endured. And even if one did die, another would grow in its place almost immediately. She plucked one of the flowers and held it out to him. A present. Jean hesitated as memories stirred. This wasn't the first time he had been given a green rose. He had received them a few times in his current life, but strangely, he recalled instances in his past life as well. Back then, even when his siblings harassed him, someone had always left bunches of green roses in his room. And when he was cast out from the Garden of Swords, during every hardship, a green rose would somehow find its way into his coat pocket, a silent bond that had already been forged. Taking the flower, he remarked that this truly seemed like a genuine gift. Yona smiled. She only gave green roses to people she particularly liked. Jean then asked how she had been all this time. He assured her that if there was anything she had never been able to say, now was the time. He would listen. She blinked, caught off guard by his words. Then, after a moment of silence, she simply responded, "Okay." The conversation shifted, and she suddenly asked if it was true that he had tried to kill the leader of the Nameless. Yona confirmed it, explaining that she had made the attempt when she was about 14. Afterward, Owl had reprimanded her, and she had been forced to write a letter of reflection while in solitary confinement. Yona smirked. She admitted that she had tried 2 more times after that. But, of course, she had failed. Jean Runcandle raised an eyebrow. Had she really tried to kill the leader of the Nameless just because he scolded her? Yona admitted she had failed back then. But now, things would be different. If she tried again, she probably wouldn't fail. Jean didn't doubt her. Given her skills, it was only natural for her to challenge the so-called king of assassins. She then changed the subject, asking about the silver dragon that had given him their claw. Was he close to them? He confirmed that he was. Without hesitation, she declared that she planned to kill them and put their claws to good use. Jean quickly pleaded with her to spare his friends, suggesting that, in time, they could be her friends too. Yona burst into laughter. Relax, she was only joking. Besides, she found it amusing how he never seemed to fear her. She then admitted that aside from her conversations with OWL and their father, this was the first time she had ever felt so comfortable talking to someone. Jean smirked. Honestly, I think you'd make a better flower shop owner than an assassin. Yona blinked. A flower shop? He nodded. If she started studying flowers now and opened a shop on his land, he promised to visit often. She thought about it for a moment. That doesn't sound bad. Of course, he added, you wouldn't be allowed to kill your customers. Yona rolled her eyes, but before she could respond, Jean mentioned that he was heading to meet the leader of the Nameless. Immediately, her expression darkened. Where are you going? She demanded before threatening to kill him if he left. Jean sighed. Enough already. After a moment, Yona seemed to remember she had her own mission to take care of. Fine, I'm going too, she said, turning away. Then, with a carefree wave, she jumped off the cliff, calling out that she'd see him later. Sometime later, Owl stood on a rooftop, cigarette in hand, watching the horizon. He exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking that Jean Runcandle had finally arrived. He had probably spent all night talking with Yona, despite knowing he was waiting for him. Jean appeared behind him, offering a brief apology for being late. Owl crushed his cigarette and spoke in a calm tone. He revealed that he had already prepared what Jean had asked for, long before their confrontation had even begun. Despite Jean not following his commands, things had turned out well. The next heads of the 2 clans were still alive, and he had even managed to obtain a silver claw. Since everything had worked out, Owl was willing to hear Jin's request. Jean smirked. I didn't know you liked to show off. Owl raised an eyebrow, and he continued, admitting that sometimes Jean might cross the line. Then, he asked if Owl thought he was getting arrogant, just because he had become friends with Yona. But Jean wasn't looking for a fight. He clarified that, actually, he wanted to be friends with Owl too. After all, they both wanted the same thing. Then he made his offer. He could delay Yona's return to the family for up to 5 years. And more importantly, he would provide the justification needed to keep the clan offer back. Owl listened, considering Jin's words carefully. Owl questions whether Jean Runcandle can truly take responsibility for his bold words, especially since he refers to himself as nothing more than a mere symbolic figure. Without hesitation, Jean Runcandle reassures him, stating that he absolutely can. Curious about his motives, Owl presses further, asking why he's going to such lengths. Jean Runcandle explains that his sister would be better off running a flower shop rather than living the life of an assassin. He believes that someone so full of emotions is ill-suited for such a cold profession. Her exceptional talent in killing doesn't change the fact that she's only being used as a tool. If she were to return to the family now, she'd be nothing more than a pawn. Instead, he envisions a future where she can find peace with someone who truly understands her, eventually leaving behind her past to open a flower shop. His only wish is for his sister to be happy. Hearing this, Owl acknowledges the situation, remarking that since Jean Runcandle has already deceived him twice, there must be some kind of plan in motion. He then asks what Jean Runcandle truly wants. In response, Jean Runcandle requests Owl's help, just once, when the time comes. However, this request isn't as Jean Runcandle, but as Jean Grey, as he is preparing to leave Samuel. Bowing his head, he assures Owl that he will take Veridin and Dante with him, ensuring that Owl has nothing to worry about after today. Unmoved, Owl dismisses him, telling him to hurry up and leave. 1 week later, Kashmir follows Khan to a secret location. As they arrive, he can't help but notice the eerie resemblance to the Black Sea. Despite the chaotic atmosphere, there's an unsettling sense of order, as if someone had recently cleaned up the area. Khan announces that they've reached their destination. Looking around, Kashmir observes the gathering and questions the purpose of this meeting. Talaris and Dorma immediately react, annoyed by Kashmir's presence. Talaris remarks that with a married man like him here, Talaris' minds race further. She won't be able to discuss matters regarding the children's marriage. Meanwhile, Sir Owl also seemed concerned, believing that with both Kashmir and the leader of the Nameless present, discussing Jin and Yona's situation would be impossible. Kashmir speculates that Talaris must have come to talk about a marriage proposal, but he remains curious about the identity of the other individual. Just then, Chiron Runcandle steps forward, suggesting they all take a seat. He admits that he was the one who called Kashmir here, but unfortunately, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. He then addresses Talaris, referring to her as an uninvited guest, and clarifies that he is not the uninvited guest, but rather, she and Owl. As everyone settles in, Kashmir's thoughts drift back to Owl, concluding that he must be the leader of the Nameless. He wonders what could have transpired between Owl and young Master Jean, especially since it hasn't been long since Jean left for Samel. Could something have already happened between them? Kashmir remarks that it seems he was delayed. In response, Chiron Runcandle explains that he invited him to discuss matters over a drink, but they will proceed with the conversation once the other two have departed, hoping Sir Owl understands. Chiron acknowledges this before shifting the topic, inquiring about the well-being of the youngest. Kashmir explains that young Master Jean had departed for Samel before coming here, seeking training against poisons and assassins. Talaris and Dorma express their concerns, questioning why the young man constantly throws himself into danger. She worries about what would happen to Talaris' daughter if something were to befall him. Sir Owl admits that he came to discuss a related matter, but it's not something he wants to talk about in front of the Ghost Blade and the Master of the Hidden Palace. However, Chiron Runcandle dismisses his hesitation, assuring him that the Master of the Hidden Palace is one of his trusted companions, and the Ghost Blade is known for discretion. There should be no issue. Convinced, Sir Owl finally agrees. After a brief pause, Sir Owl shifts the conversation, making an amused remark about the Silver Dragon's Claw. Chiron Runcandle, unfazed, simply inquires about the request made by the youngest. Sir Owl explains that Jean specifically requested the complete erasure of any record of his visit, ensuring that no one, whether citizens of the Empire, nameless cadets, or assassins, would remember anything about Jean Grey or Jean Runcandle. The scene then transitions into a flashback. Soldiers find themselves under sudden attack by assassins, their formations thrown into chaos. One of the soldiers desperately asks where the attacks are coming from, but their captain dismisses the assassins as mere threats, ordering his men to hold their positions. However, before he can react, he is struck down by a surprise attacker. Another soldier, confused by the sudden assault, questions their motives, wondering if the Nameless aren't afraid of retaliation from the Runcandles. Before he can get an answer, an assassin swiftly eliminates him, beheading him on the spot. Back in the present, Chiron asks if they managed to take care of the Guardian Knights who had been pursuing the provisional flag bearer. Owl confirms that it appeared the youngest had noticed them, which is why he made that request in the first place. He then teasingly asks Owl if he was actually worried about being held responsible for it. A bit embarrassed, Owl admits that yes, he had been concerned. After all, they weren't just dealing with one or two knights. However, Chiron Runcandle reassures him, understanding that eliminating opposition was necessary. He tells Owl not to worry. After all, even if they had to take out several hundred, it would have been acceptable. Hearing this, Owl lets out a small sigh of relief, thanking him for easing his worries. Then, with a smirk, he wonders if Chiron Runcandle expects him to start singing his praises. However, Owl adds that there's still one more thing he needs to share. Curious, Chiron Runcandle asks what it is, prompting Owl to hand him a paper. He explains that it's something the provisional flag bearer left behind before departing, emphasizing that it must not be revealed to the Ghost Blade or the Master of the Hidden Palace. As Chiron Runcandle glances at the paper, his expression shifts to one of surprise. Meanwhile, Jan Runcandle enters a room where Veridin and Dante are fast asleep. Observing their peaceful slumber, he notes how exhausted they must be. He had only come to retrieve his sword before heading out to meet the leader of the Nameless. But now he wonders if he miscalculated the dosage of the sleeping medicine. Regardless, he decides to let them rest. After all, they've been through a lot since their arrival. Just as he turns away, he suddenly notices something in his pocket, a letter in a small tube. His eyes widen in disbelief as he pulls them out. Opening the letter, he begins to read. It is addressed to him as Jean from his youngest sister. She explains that the tube contains the 1,000 poison antidote, a powerful remedy. If he drinks it and fully awakens his mind's eye, She believes not a single assassin will be capable of taking him down alone. Not even her. She jokingly laments that if he becomes that strong, she won't be able to surprise him with gifts like this anymore. Nevertheless, she wishes him well, encourages him to stay healthy, and to his surprise, wishes him a happy birthday, signing off as his loving sister. Realizing that today is his birthday, Jean admits he had completely forgotten, too preoccupied with everything happening around him. As he processes her heartfelt gesture, an idea strikes him. Since Yona gave him the 1,000 poison antidote, he could use it as leverage to negotiate with their father. He figures that the antidote holds enough value to justify requesting a delay in Yona's return. Although it's an extreme approach, he feels that he has upheld his end of the bargain. Now, it's time for his sister to do the same. Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandle, still digesting the information given to him, asks if it's really true. Owl affirms that yes, if Yona truly wishes to remain hidden, she is nearly impossible to find, even for him. And yet, time and time again, he has found himself outmaneuvered. Chiron Runcandle bursts into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. The idea that someone like him has been made a fool of by that rookie is almost comical. But he knows it wasn't intentional on Yona's part. He just wishes it had been. He then admits that he isn't the only one. It has happened to him as well. With a grin, he tells Owl that he'll be sending him an official invitation soon. When the time comes, Owl should visit the Garden of Swords, and they'll discuss this matter again properly. For now, he acknowledges the message and lets the conversation settle. Chiron Runcandle then turns to Kashmir, curious about the reason for his visit. Kashmir confirms that he came to deliver important news. It concerns the death of Grand Magician Kedard Hall, which occurred some time ago. He reveals that the one responsible was none other than young Master Jin. Chiron Runcandle, taking in the information, quickly shifts his attention. He notes the presence of uninvited guests and firmly requests that they leave, stating that he has business to discuss over drinks with the Ghost Blade and hold a jar. Owl acknowledges this and prepares to take his leave. However, Talaris and Dorma interrupt, with Talaris insisting that she should stay since she already knows everything there is to know. Chiron Runcandle remains firm, ordering her to leave as well. Unfazed, she playfully threatens to spread rumors about the kind of power his son wields if he forces her out. Annoyed, he dismisses her warning as nonsense and orders her to leave at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jan Runcandle turns his attention to Veridin, Zipple, and Dante, telling them to stop wasting time and leave. However, the two refuse. He sighs, exasperated, and asks if they aren't tired of all this by now. Veridin Zipple crosses his arms and counters that tracking him down was a hassle, and things only got worse once they finally found him. Since they went through all that trouble, the least Jayan could do is stay with him for a few more days. Dante agrees, backing him up without hesitation. Realizing there's no winning this argument, Jan Runcandle relents, telling them to do as they please. However, he then asks why they, as future patriarchs of their respective clans, are wasting precious time here when they can't afford to lose even a single day. Veridin Zipple responds matter-of-factly, it's precisely because of that. Once he takes over as patriarch, he'll be so busy that they won't have time to meet like this anymore. On top of that, their clans will be at each other's throats, making future reunions impossible. Jean raises an eyebrow, questioning why Veridin isn't concerned about securing his position as patriarch first. But Veridin simply smirks, explaining that his standing is so solid that no matter what he does, he will inevitably inherit the title. Dante Hyran chimes in, adding that he has the personal backing of his grandfather, the head of the Hyran clan. Taking a sip of his drink, he confidently confirms his strong position. Jayan Runcandle sighs, acknowledging their points but reminding them that, unlike them, he has places to be. Dante nods in understanding and casually brings up the fact that Kedard Hall was killed a couple of months ago. Jayan, unfazed, wonders aloud why Dante is bringing it up, as he already denied being responsible. Veridin Zipple, growing impatient, calls Jayan out for setting up boundaries between them again. Jean smirks, questioning whether Veridin has ever considered that he might be too pushy. Veridin, undeterred, asks if Jayan intends to keep acting this way. Jean simply remarks that once he becomes a flag bearer, they won't be seeing much of each other anyway. Dante Hyran nods in agreement, reiterating that once they take on the responsibilities of their clans, meeting up like this will be nearly impossible, especially for him. Veridin Zipple, unwilling to let the moment slip away, suggests that they should enjoy themselves before that happens. He then brings up the fact that Jayan needs to build a reputation if he wants to become a flag bearer. Since he didn't get credit for taking down Kedard Hall, it's unfortunate, but there's still time. With that in mind, he proposes that they all travel together, helping him establish a name for himself. Dante Hyran takes the idea further, suggesting they do some good by helping others. Veridin Zipple immediately agrees, throwing out a list of possible targets. Infamous criminals like the Mummic Kings, Mad Jack Glow in Western Beemit, and the remnants of the Dark Magic Association. He even jokes about hunting down the Vankala Knight of Destruction, though that would be quite the journey. Then, as if adding an afterthought, he mentions the Orange Tiger Tribe as another option. Jayan Runcandle, unimpressed, raises an eyebrow and asks if Veridin seriously expects the three of them to go on some grand adventure. Taking a sip of his drink, he dismisses the idea outright, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Veridin, however, is fully committed to the plan. With an excited grin, he insists that they should go on an adventure, not just as allies, but as friends. Jayan, unimpressed, calls the idea ridiculous. The next morning, Jayan wakes up in an unfamiliar bed. Blinking groggily, he looks around, confused. He doesn't even remember falling asleep. Slowly, the memories start piecing together. He distinctly recalls being coerced by Veridin Zipple into drinking and causing a ruckus. As he steps out of his room, he finds both Veridin and Dante passed out on the couch, snoring away. Sighing, Jayan mutters that they should just go to Beeman already and then vaguely recalls throwing them into a transfer gate. However, after that, things get hazy. He distinctly remembers returning to Taiken, but can't recall much else. Strangely, though, his body feels refreshed. Just then, Enya enters the room and greets him with relief. Addressing him as young master, she asks how he feels and whether he absorbed the 1,000 poison antidote properly. Jean freezes. The 1,000 poison antidote? He quickly asks her what she means and whether he fainted after drinking it. Enya nods, confirming his suspicion. She admits that for a moment, she truly thought he had died. She explains that after consuming the antidote, his body kept shifting, darkening every few minutes before returning to normal. Even in that bizarre state, though, she notes that he somehow still managed to look cool. Before Jayan can respond, Lady Quicantle enters the room, startling Enya. With a calm demeanor, she remarks that he's finally awake. Jayan, now fully alert, asks how long he was unconscious. Lady Quicantle informs him that he was bedridden for 5 days straight. Normally, anyone who drank the 1,000 poison antidote would need at least a month to recover, but thanks to the Runcandle's naturally blessed body, he woke up much earlier than expected. Jean sighs in relief, grateful that he didn't end up losing too much time. Lady Quicantle encourages him to think of it as an opportunity to rest. Still, curiosity gets the better of him. He asks if anything happened while he was asleep. She reassures him that nothing major occurred, except for one thing. Kashmir Alprian returned not long after he had left. Meanwhile, Enya chimes in, mentioning that Gilly had to step away due to an urgent summon from the clan. This morning, she took the transfer gate to the Runcandle clan. Jayan Runcandle, still groggy from his recovery, asks for clarification about the clan situation. Miss Enya reassures him that Gilly mentioned she would be back soon, so there's no reason to worry. It likely isn't anything serious. She then excuses herself, saying she will inform the others that he's awake before leaving the room. Some time later, Jayan finds himself sitting with Murakin and Lady Quicantle. In front of him is a bowl of something he doesn't recognize. Murakin grins and insists that it's nothing unusual, just a little celebration drink to mark his healthy recovery. He urges Jayan to hurry up and drink it. Jean eyes the bowl suspiciously before finally picking it up and drinking its contents in one go. He pauses, then asks what it was. Murakin smirks and asks him how it felt. Jean shrugs, saying it was a bit hot, but nothing out of the ordinary. That's when Murakin nonchalantly reveals the truth. It was a poison, one that Jet scoundrel got off the black market. A single sip is enough to instantly kill anyone below 7 stars. Jean freezes for a moment before calmly asking why Murakin thought it was a good idea to give something like that to someone who had just woken up from a 5-day coma. Lady Quicantle sighs, calling Murakin's stunt a ridiculous prank, but at the same time, she acknowledges that it proves the 1,000 poison antidote has been fully absorbed into Jean's body. With a satisfied nod, she congratulates him, declaring that there is now no poison in the world that can instantly kill him. However, she quickly shifts gears, reminding him that it's time for him to fulfill his promise. Jean nods, confirming his agreement. In exchange for receiving his clan support, he had promised to help Enya with her training. Lady Quicantle acknowledges this, explaining that while Enya has been training diligently, her education has been purely theoretical. She has no real combat experience, and one day, she will need to be able to subdue an opponent in battle. Jean hesitates, questioning whether it's truly necessary for Enya to fight. Lady Quicantle gives him a sharp look and reminds him that everyone here is his companion. When the time comes for him to face his siblings in battle, his allies will be fighting alongside him. Does he really think Enya will be an exception? Jean takes a moment to reflect. While it sounds like she's reprimanding him, he realizes that her words are meant for Enya as well. He finally agrees, stating that Enya must grow stronger so that he can truly consider her a companion. Reassuring them not to worry, he reveals that he has already decided on his next destination. He plans to refine his overload magic by fighting against powerful mages, and he believes it would be beneficial to take Inya with him. Just then, Miss Inya enters the room once more. With a teasing smile, she comments on how they're alone together and jokingly asks if this is supposed to be a date. Before Jian can respond, she adds that while she won't go as far as telling him to act with dignity, she does warn him not to cross any lines. Meanwhile, in the Garden of Swords, Chiron Runcandle addresses the room with a sharp tone, remarking that he heard something interesting happened in Samel. He turns to Joshua Runcandle, demanding that if he has something to say for himself, he should speak now. Joshua remains silent. Unimpressed, Chiron asks once more, making it clear that he expects an answer. He then points out that, because of Joshua's actions, Yona's return has been delayed. As he removes his metal gloves, he demands to know what Joshua has to say about it. Joshua, keeping his composure, replies that everything he did was in the best interest of the clan. Without hesitation, Chiron slaps him across the face. Stand up straight, he orders. Joshua, now bleeding, places his hand on the table and forces himself upright. Another slap. Owl and Gilly, standing nearby, watch the scene unfold in silence, both visibly uncomfortable. Chiron looks down at Joshua with disdain and orders him to remove his black metal armor. He declares that Joshua is no longer fit to wear it. Still covering his nose to stop the bleeding, Joshua quickly removes the armor without protest. Chiron shakes his head, calling it disgraceful. As the second flag bearer of the family, being defeated by the youngest, who is only a reserve flag bearer, is nothing short of humiliating. He reminds Joshua of the warning he once gave to all his siblings and asks if he remembers it. Joshua, still reeling, responds, "We were told not to touch Sister Yona." Another slap. This time, Joshua collapses to the ground. Owl observes the scene carefully, realizing that this isn't just a punishment for Joshua as the interim patriarch, it's a warning. If something like this happens again, even Joshua's status won't be enough to protect him. Everyone involved will face consequences. Chiron, now calmer, acknowledges that he knows Joshua didn't intend to go against his orders. That's the only reason the armor given to him by his mother 17 years ago remains unblemished. But his patience has run thin. He warns Joshua to remember his words well. When the day comes that he is summoned to the Black Sea, he will be stripped of his flag-bearer title. With that, he orders Joshua to leave. One of the guards steps in to help Joshua exit the room. As he steps outside, and Runcandle is waiting. Seeing his bruised and bloodied face, she bursts into laughter. Frustrated and humiliated, Joshua lets out a scream of rage. Back inside, Chiron Runcandle shifts his focus to Gilly, calling her forward. He asks how the youngest is doing. Gilly bows slightly and confirms that he is doing well. She informs him that Jean left Samel not too long ago after drinking the elixir of 10,000 poisons and is currently resting. Chiron nods and then instructs her to deliver something to the youngest. More importantly, she must ensure that he is informed of everything that transpired here today. As he moves towards a set of black armor, Gilly's eyes widen in surprise. Chiron glances at her and explains that this is why he called her here. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gilly bows deeply. "I will relay everything to the youngest flag-bearer," she declares, "for the sake of Runcandle, and for the sake of the young master." After some time, Jean Runcandle brings up the nameless king, wondering if he was present as well. However, his real focus is on Joshua Runcandle, who recently faced a rather intense punishment from their father figure. Gilly confirms this, describing the punishment as both brutal and strangely satisfying. She even recalls the final hit, a powerful uppercut, and marvels at how spectacular it was. According to her, young Master Joshua will likely be in deep reflection for quite a while. She also mentions that Joshua managed to obtain the legendary black metal armor. Jean Runcandle reflects on its significance, recalling that it was forged 30 years ago by the renowned blacksmith Pecan Minche. This armor is more than just a powerful relic. It's a war trophy brought back by Uncle Zed after his victory against Zipple's 5th magic tower. Jean Runcandle then clarifies that this armor is part of Joshua's homework. Gilly, confused, asks what he means by that. He explains that he expects Joshua to return with the armor nearly destroyed, proof that he has fought against formidable opponents. This wasn't just a lesson for Joshua. It was also a clear warning to Sir Owl. Jean emphasizes that using Sister Yona as a bargaining chip again is unacceptable. If Sir Owl is dissatisfied, he can remove the interim patriarch, but he should remember that he can erase Nameless All at any moment. He even acknowledges that the warning likely extends to himself as well. Gilly is stunned, remarking that everything the patriarch does has a deeper purpose. She questions why he would go to such lengths, wondering if it's out of pity for his unfortunate daughter or if he knows secrets about her that no one else does. She begins to suspect that Sister Yona might be hiding more than she lets on. Shifting the conversation, Gilly mentions that she heard he has chosen their next destination. Jean confirms this. They are heading to a location infused with magical energy, where they plan to eradicate the remnants of the Dark Magic Association. When she asks about these rebels, noting that the group was supposedly wiped out 200 years ago, Jean confirms their survival. Although their numbers are small, they still pose a threat. Fortunately, Enya will be assisting them, providing him with an opportunity to test counterflow-type magic. Their journey takes them to the southern region of Beemit. Upon arrival, Enya alters her appearance, reminiscing about old memories tied to this place. She admits that she never expected to return here. Turning to Jean, she asks what their next move is. Without warning, he swiftly grabs her and leads her to another street. Confused, she apologizes and asks why he's acting so suddenly. He reminds her of the reason they came here. She assures him that she remembers, but he then warns her against using his real name. The weight of his words makes her tense up. Her face turned red, and she quickly sits down, and then Jean calls her again. The scene shifts into a flashback. Jean's thoughts drift to the Dark Magic Association, an organization that at its peak 200 years ago brought terror to the entire continent. As their name suggests, they were devoted to harnessing the power of the Dark World. During their reign, they left a lasting scar on history, plunging the land into fear and chaos. He recalls that the one who disbanded them was Ryal Zipple, the first and only time a woman ever unleashed the annihilating Thousand Fires, Mako's first formation. That devastating technique had been used to eliminate the leader of the Dark Magic Association. In his past life, Ryal Zipple had been Sodaret's previous contractor, and back then, Sodaret had hoped he would follow in her footsteps. And he tells him that once he becomes strong enough, he will go meet the mage Ryal, but only after he proves himself by passing the test she left behind. Back in the present, Enya brings up a troubling rumor. The remaining members of the Dark Magic Association are still active, and they're involved in kidnapping children. It makes her question if this place is truly Beemit. Looking around, she notices the gloomy expressions of the townspeople and suspects it's because of them. Jean, however, thinks otherwise. He casually remarks that it's probably the nobles causing this atmosphere. Enya, curious, asks what he means. Jean explains that, as someone who has lived in the capital, she should already know Beemit is one of the few nations with strong public order. While they are efficient at eliminating criminals, they intentionally turn a blind eye to organized crime. When she asks why, he clarifies that both criminals and victims rely on the nobles for their own interests. He speculates that the reason Beemit hasn't wiped out the Dark Magic Association yet is to give the Academy mages a chance to intervene. Enya then asks about the Academy. Does this mean they're coming here? Jean confirms that it's a possibility, but notes that the higher-ups are notoriously lazy, so it will take a while. Just then, someone announces the arrival of the Academy mages and the nobles. Several carriages roll onto the street, and robed mages from the capital step out. A bystander remarks that the capital's mages have finally arrived. Jean watches them and is surprised. They move faster than he expected. He immediately decides that avoiding them is the best course of action. Meanwhile, one of the newcomers boldly declares that they've come to eradicate the Dark Magic Association, proclaiming its inevitable downfall. Jin, however, scoffs at their arrogance. From experience, he knows that Academy mages carry a ridiculous sense of entitlement. If anyone gets involved with them, as he did in his past life, things will only get messy. Without hesitation, he mutters that they are all going to die, shocking Enya. He then clarifies, it's impossible for them to truly wipe out the Dark Magic Association. Later, Enya is taken aback by the lavish spread of food before them. Eyes wide with excitement, she exclaims, "No way, brother," before hesitantly asking if it's really okay for them to order such expensive dishes. Jean casually replies that most of his comrades are just as wealthy as he is. Enya, however, quickly points out that she's not. In response, he advises her to set up a personal account with one of the top financial institutions, Tycoon Central Bank, the Continent Steel Dragon Bank, or Vankelo Eternal Storeroom. To sweeten the deal, he promises to give her some pocket money. Grateful, she thanks him and secretly marvels at how cool young Master Jean is. Shifting gears, she then asks about his earlier comment. What did he mean when he said the Academy cadets were all going to die? Jean explains matter-of-factly that, as he said before, the cadets are young and inexperienced. She pushes back, arguing that these mages have received high-level training and should all be at least 4-star ranked, meaning the remaining members of the Dark Magic Association shouldn't pose a real threat. Jean, however, tells her that's exactly the problem. He breaks it down. These so-called idiots from the Dark Magic Association are hardened veterans who have lived in the shadows, while the Academy cadets have never faced real life-or-death battles. According to the Seven Colors' latest investigation, there are about 50 members left in the association, with an average rank of 4 stars. Meanwhile, there are roughly 30 cadets. Even with high-ranking mages on both sides, The Dark Magic Association holds a clear advantage due to sheer experience and ruthlessness. At that moment, a group of noble mages takes a seat at the table next to them. One of the cadets, a brown-haired young man, vents his frustration, saying he's so annoyed he's lost his appetite, all because of how the local lord groveled before them. Another cadet, a healthy-looking one named Kit, laughs, mocking the lord's desperate hand-rubbing and pig-like face. The brown-haired cadet shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter since their seniors mentioned that the food here is supposed to be good. Jean immediately recognizes them as Academy cadets and quietly tells Enya that they should leave. Getting involved with them would only lead to trouble. As she tries to hide her face, Jean notices her tense expression. Clearly, she's recalling something unpleasant. Sure enough, she remembers how mages used to bully her at the academy. Seeing this, Jean advises her to stay quiet and asks if these are the ones responsible. She instinctively starts to call him young master, but quickly corrects herself, calling him brother instead. Then, hesitantly, she confirms, yes, they're the ones who bullied her. Jean takes this as even more reason to avoid drawing attention. Unfortunately, it's too late. One of the cadets, Chip, locks eyes with Jean and immediately grows suspicious. He calls out, demanding to know who Jean is and why he's looking at them like that. Before Jean can respond, Chip presses further, saying they don't look like servants. When Jean remains silent, Chip's suspicion deepens. He outright accuses him of being part of the Dark Magic Association. Jean raises an eyebrow and questions why Chip is so eager to know. This only fuels Chip's anger. How dare someone question him? However, he quickly reins in his temper, putting on a smug smile as he sarcastically apologizes for his rudeness. This time, he pretends to ask politely, though his actions say otherwise. Pointing his staff at Jean, he demands to know which organization he belongs to and why he's acting so suspiciously. He makes it clear, if Jean doesn't answer properly, he'll have no problem dragging both him and Enya out for interrogation. Before things escalate further, the overweight owner of the establishment rushes over, trying to defuse the situation. He calmly suggests that if there's going to be a confrontation, they should at least take it outside. Unfortunately, Chip has no patience for reasoning. Without warning, he strikes the owner, sneering as he berates him for daring to interrupt. Looking around with disdain, he arrogantly declares that the southern region has no respect for nobles and that it's time someone taught these locals another lesson. His words barely leave his mouth before Jin's fist collides with his face. The sudden punch sends Chip reeling, stunning his fellow cadets. The brown-haired one stares in shock, demanding to know what Jean is doing. But Jean doesn't stick around. He calmly steps away from the scene. The cadet yells at him not to move, accusing him of trying to escape. Instead of responding, Jean simply closes the door behind him. Then, with a commanding voice, he makes an announcement. Attention, cadets of the 1st Company, 3rd Platoon, Special Affairs Division. Enya, caught off guard, silently wonders what he's talking about. Special Forces? The brown-haired cadet scoffs, accusing Jean of spouting nonsense. There's no such thing as a Special Forces 1st Bureau, 3rd Division, and he has no doubt Jean is just making things up. But before they can process what's happening, Jean unleashes his magic. In an instant, an invisible force grips the cadets by the throats, cutting off their breath. Their bravado vanishes as they drop to their knees, clutching their necks and gasping for air. Panic sets in as they desperately plead for help. Jean, unimpressed, watches them struggle. This level of magic shouldn't be causing this much distress. Clearly, these so-called academy elites can't even handle a little pressure. As they writhe on the ground, he thinks to himself that their exaggerated reactions almost look like symptoms of reflux. Looking down at them, he coldly states that troubling an innocent commoner was bad enough. But now, they've also interfered with the work of a Special Forces agent. He then poses a simple question. What do they think would happen if word of this reached their families and the academy? Realizing just how deep they've dug their own graves, Chip immediately changes his tune. He pleads for a chance to make amends, offering to do whatever it takes to keep their families out of this. Jean, satisfied with their desperation, gives them an opportunity to redeem themselves. Since they were deployed to oversee the operation to dismantle the Dark Magic Association, they might as well be useful. He informs them that things have gone off track, so he'll be supervising them personally to make sure the mission gets done right. Without hesitation, he orders them to comply. The cadets, with no other choice, reluctantly agree. Jean then tells them to gather their belongings and return to their base camp immediately. Turning to Enya, he addresses her as Austin. She nods in response. As she steps closer, he leans in and whispers, asking how his acting was. Before she can answer, he smirks and tells her it's her turn now. Enya stiffens in surprise. Her turn? Seeing her hesitation, Jean casually remarks that those idiots still haven't fully regained their senses. She urges them to hurry, and the team quickly moves, apologizing. She tells them to apologize to the owner and tidy up. They do so, and she hands the owner a pouch of coins, saying, "This should be enough." The owner agrees, mentioning that he hasn't had any customers today. Fast forward to 5 days later, October 22nd, 1796. Sir Orton informs the cadets that the active cleanup operation is about to begin. The cadets are reminded to fully understand and obey the orders from their respective squad mages. One cadet, curious, asks about a 7-star mage and if everything will be okay. Sir Orton reassures them, explaining they're dealing with the remnants of a defunct organization, and he'll step in if anything goes wrong. Meanwhile, Jean walks among the cadets, keeping his face hidden. He thinks about the nearly 50 enemies hiding in the forest. He notes the cadets' apparent lack of urgency and concludes this situation isn't good. So far, no traces of the enemy have been found, and the Dark Magic Society's confidence is clear. Jean wonders why, according to protocol, a scout hasn't been sent to assess their strength. Just then, a cadet announces a sneak attack by orcs. Sir Orton remains calm, instructing Group 1 to use offensive magic and Group 2 to deploy defense barriers. The cadets quickly eliminate the orcs. Sir Orton wonders aloud if the orcs were tamed by someone, but he dismisses it as insignificant. One cadet asks if that's it, to which Sir Orton casually replies that maybe the Dark Magic Society isn't as dangerous as they thought, and orders a short break. Jean, however, thinks resting here is insane and urges Cadet Chip to warn Sir Orton that this location is perfect for an ambush. Chip hesitates, but finally relays the message to Sir Orton. Sir Orton, unfazed, suggests Chip can set up a protective barrier if he's so worried. Chip informs Jean of Sir Orton's response. Jean senses something's off. Those orcs were weak, and yet Sir Orton picked this spot to rest. This raises suspicions. Jean wonders how a 7-star mage could overlook such a dangerous situation. Chip asks if Jean thinks Sir Orton is suspicious. Jean tells the cadet to stop using formal speech and warns him that his life might be in danger. The brown-haired cadet recalls seeing Sir Orton eating meat earlier that morning. Chip asks what's wrong with eating meat, and the cadet responds, revealing he's a vegetarian. After some time, Sir Orton stands outside a cave and declares that the area is likely their hideout. He instructs all cadets to be prepared to cast shields and infiltrate. He assigns platoon leader Arts to stand by with groups 4 and 5 while he joins the other group. Arts acknowledges the instructions. They enter the cave, holding lamps. A cadet notices there are only 50 of them, but questions why the hideout is so large. They speculate that it might be turned into a fortress or hide a secret weapon inside. Another cadet expresses confidence in Sir Orton's abilities, believing he'll handle any threat. Suddenly, an orc attacks one of the cadets, aiming to kill him. The brown-haired cadet is shocked and exclaims, "An orc came out of the wall. It's an ambush." A cadet calls out to Sir Orton for orders. Sir Orton asks what they mean and suggests they behave and become specimens. The cadets are stunned by his response and urge each other to flee. Sir Orton commands the orcs to chase them and kill them all. Inya tells Jean that they need to intervene. Sir Orton laughs, mocking the incompetence of the academy students who can't even recognize their own professors. He then praises the sculptor's skill in creating the orcs. Just then, he notices a magical circle above his head and is shocked. He exclaims, "That's impossible. Don't tell me." Jean tells Enya that things are about to get rough and advises her to stick close. One man shouts out loud after seeing Jean attack. At this moment, Jean then attacks the orcs and kills them. He notes that some of them withstood his attack and guesses they must be around the 8-star level. Raul Zhou, observing the scene, identifies Jean as Kadard Hall's disciple and asks how he's able to use reflux. Jean comments that it seems Raul Zhou is quite experienced with it. Raul Zhou dismisses Jin's confidence, attributing it to the success of the sneak attack. He warns Jean not to get too cocky and asserts that he's already determined Jean is only a 7-star mage. He introduces himself as Raul Zhou, claiming that Jean should have heard of him by now. Raul Zhou insists he is not someone a mere 7-star mage like Jean can judge. Jean thinks Raul Zhou is pushing things too far and mentions hearing rumors that Raul Zhou's half-brother has mastered earth magic. He looks around the artificial cave, noting it must have been created by Raul Zhou, expressing his amazement as he showcases some flying stones. Raul Zhou acknowledges Jin's recognition and explains that there are 9 mages ranked higher than him in their Dark Magic Society. Even if he escapes by some stroke of luck, his comrades would pursue him for the rest of his life. However, Raul Zhou claims to be a generous person and offers Jin the chance to join the Dark Magic Society, citing his potential. Raul Zhou laughs, remarking that Jin seems too stunned to keep talking. He suggests that starting under him could lead to a rapid promotion to an executive position while demonstrating a pinch of magic. Jin is surprised and asks for clarification. Enya comments that Raul Zhou looks like a powerful mage, but it's strange that he's making such noises while half dead. Joe explains that he amplified the reflex sphere by mixing in other energies, specifically mentioning the black shadow-like energy. He realizes that Jean is a disciple of K-Hall, an aura mage contracted with Solderet, and collapses. Jean remarks that Joe is an 8-star mage in name only. Jean turns around and spots more orcs approaching. He tells Enya to be cautious. Enya attacks the orcs, aiming for their heads, and asks if Jean is okay. He confirms he's fine. Enya admits she was scared by the sudden movement of the orcs. Jean thinks to himself that, fortunately, Enya is performing better than expected. She's handling everything well, showing no signs of panic. Suddenly, they hear a strange sound and are surprised to see a giant wolf holding a weapon. Goltef Hapalef arrives and asks what has happened, remarking on the chaotic scene. He looks around and expresses amazement that Joe is also dead. He points at Jean and asks if they are responsible. Jean uses telepathy to tell Enya that she'll learn a lot from this experience. Goltef Hapalef guesses they must be powerful mages and reassures them that it's okay to be scared. Jean says he'll judge that after hearing his name. Goltef Hapalef slams his weapon on the ground and remarks that he's quite different from the humans he just killed. At the cave entrance, Goltef Hapalef expresses admiration and introduces himself, stating that now that he's heard his name, they must fight. However, he offers him an opportunity. Jean exclaims in frustration, "Not again." Goltef Hapalef invites him to join Kinzello. Jean questions him about Kinzello, pointing out that this cave belongs to the Dark Magic Association. Goltef Hapalef explains that the Dark Magic Association is like a branch of Kinzello, and since Kinzello only accepts warriors, mages are affiliated with the Dark Magic Association. Jean reflects that the White Wolf he encountered as a student seemed to be affiliated with Kinzello too. He wonders if the White Wolf tribe has some connection to Kinzello. Goltef Hapalef responds, suggesting that's why he's urging Jean to join. Since Jean killed Joe, he's offering him an executive position. He speculates that their organization must be short on numbers if they're offering such a high position immediately. He emphasizes that they can never have enough people for their noble cause. Jean questions what being an executive entails, noting it doesn't sound bad. Jean responds, "Too bad," but adds that he refuses to work under someone weaker than himself. Hearing this, Goltef becomes enraged and attempts to attack Jean, but Jean blocks it with a protective shield. Goltef Hapalef concedes, saying he understands Jin's decision, but his kindness ends there. Jin's shield is on the verge of breaking, and Goltef Hapalef demands to know how long Jean will hide behind it, urging him to show his skills. Enya uses her fire magic to attack, but Goltef Hapalef grabs the flames and blocks her second attempt as well. He criticizes her skill, saying it's as poor as her disguise, expressing disinterest in her and promising to deal with her later. Goltef Hapalef urges Jean to come out from behind his shield and demonstrate his abilities. Jean moves with his sword and cuts Goltef Hapalef's leg. Goltef Hapalef comments, "It's a sword, not a wand," and realizes it's a magic sword. He acknowledges Jean as a magic swordsman and finds that more interesting. Deciding not to kill him immediately, he plans to present Jean to his leader instead. Jean warns him not to underestimate him and invites him to come at him, eager to enjoy the challenge of fighting the White Wolf tribe after such a long time. The two begin attacking each other with swords. Goltef Hapalef attempts to strike Jean, but Jean blocks his attack. Goltef Hapalef observes that there is much about Jean he hasn't yet seen. The aura he senses suggests Jean is a 7-star mage, but his combat prowess and strength exceed what one would expect. Goltef Hapalef identifies Jean as a Runcandle and demands that he reveal his full name, urging him to fight with honor. Jean responds, "I am Jean Runcandle." Goltef Hapalef declares him a warrior, and the battle resumes. Jean vows to put his tribe's honor on the line in this fight, declaring he will not be denied and will be reborn with the blessing of Javier's soul. He tells Goltef Hapalef to come and fight him with honor. Jean swings his sword, thinking that even if he swings 10,000 times, he will defeat Goltef Hapalef just as he did at the beginning. To everyone's surprise, Goltef Hapalef drops his weapon and kneels before him. Then Jean asks him would he be willing to talk about Kinzello if he spares his life. Goltef Hapalef laughs, saying it seems Jean doesn't know the law of the White Wolf tribe. Snitches are not honored. Jean mentions the White Wolf tribe's law and questions if Goltef Hapalef is implying that honor is more valuable than his life. Goltef Hapalef asserts that no member of the White Wolf tribe is cowardly and demands to know how Jean dares to humiliate a warrior he fought. Jean replies that he understands and won't disrespect his tribe members when he faces them in the future. He hopes Goltef Hapalef understands the courtesy he's about to extend and assures him that he will be remembered. Jean declares he will be remembered standing next to Javier. With that, Jean attacks and kills Goltef Hapalef, decapitating him. Enya calls out to Jean, asking if she isn't scared. She compliments him, saying she respects his actions. He responds modestly, telling her there's no need to go that far. Jean reflects that while he's unsure about the skill disparity among the White Wolves, the one he just fought was definitely stronger than those he faced during his cadet days. However, the fight wasn't particularly difficult. He asks Enya if it's her first time seeing so many people die. She admits it is, confessing that she feels motion sick. But she also says she's had a realization about who the people she's with are and what she needs to do to avoid being a burden to them. Jean suggests that if she doesn't like it, she can remain a non-combatant. Just then, Cadet Chip coughs and pleads for mercy, promising not to harm civilians again. Jean notices him and remarks that he's still alive. Enya addresses him as Pascal Chip and asks if he remembers her. Removing her cap, she reveals herself. Chip recognizes her and asks how she's still alive. She tells him that if she had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Enya emphasizes that Chip should remember her warning. She reveals that Jean Grace saved him, mentioning that she is the contractor of the god of time, Ulta, and the future Archmage. She adds that from now on, he won't be eating losers like him, but her precious comrades. Meanwhile, Maddo Baker is tied to a chair, and Alicia Badger throws water on him. Maddo asks what's happening, thinking about how he definitely fooled the Academy, lured them into the cave, and recalls witnessing heavenly defiance. He asks if she is Kedrat Hall's disciple and suggests there's been a misunderstanding, pointing out that Kedrat Hall is one of them. He asks why she was ambushed. Alicia questions the ambush, saying she was hoping he would pretend to be something other than a piece of trash who enjoys committing murder while hiding in a small, weak nation. She says those words should be spoken by someone who wanted to use the Academy cadets as test subjects, like some serial killer. Maddo denies knowing how she discovered his identity, but warns her that she's making a big mistake. He threatens that if she even touches him, the association will not let her live. Alicia attacks him, saying he talks too much. She moves her weapon near his eye, telling him he only needs to answer her questions very slowly while experiencing the pain of the people he killed. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger sits with others and mentions that the headquarters of the Dark Magic Association is said to be in Oterium. Kashmir puzzled and said out loud Oterium. Murakan asks if that's not the capital of Vankella. Alicia confirms and explains that it was the old capital, about 500 years ago, but the Holy Kingdom of Vankella moved its capital while he was asleep. Murakan asks why and what happened. Quicantle explained that they were invaded by demons. Murakan expresses surprise, and Quicantle continues, saying that the demonic relic stored in Vankella for generations since the country's founding was the target of the invasion, to take back Jito's eye. At that time, Runcandle and Zipple dispatched knights and mages to support Vankella. The War of the Holy Kingdom, the only war where Runcandle and Zipple joined forces, ended with Vankella's victory and the demons being driven out. Quicantle explains that there was no way to rebuild the devastated land, where mountains had been cut down and the sky had torn apart. Consequently, Vankella moved their capital, and Oterium remains a habitat for monsters. Jean mind race in thoughts that Ryal Zipple's legacy, which he needs to find, is there, the Tome of the Ring of Erupting Flames, massacre by the Empress of Magic. This situation has become troublesome, and he wonders how they managed to secure that land. Jean asks when they occupied it. Alicia responds that she believes it's been about 50 years, and the Dark Magic Association can no longer be considered remnants. There are already 3 confirmed 9-star mages. Alicia mentions that Vermont Academy's Great Elder, Hudrin Hinsirk, Rillistar's ruler, Susan Rillistar, and Grand Magician Shukan told her. Kashmir remarks that it's insane to think that so many 9-star mages have gathered there. Jean speculates that if the Dark Magic Association has indeed become this strong, Kinzello, the main branch, won't be able to respond effectively. He reflects on why his clan, Zipple, and Vermont all adopted a wait-and-see approach while Kinzello committed its atrocities. They were unwilling to provoke such influential figures. Alicia adds that it may be hard to believe, but Kinzello seems to possess the Transformer, the person responsible for transforming Maddo Baker into Auten Melson, Bavard Gaston. Jean finally realizes this. Kashmir mentions that he remembers Bavard Gaston's name coming up when he asked him to investigate Vishical Ivliano. Jean confirms that's correct. Murakan asks if he's sure it's transformation and not just a disguise, transforming others rather than himself. Quicantle remarked that this is the first time they've heard of a human capable of transformation and ask if that's not a blessing only bestowed upon dragons. Alicia explains that even Maddo Baker didn't seem to know the exact truth. It appeared that after he fainted, the transformation was already complete by the time he woke up. Jean reflects, recalling that when he was younger, on the day he left Stormcastle, Zipple's radical followers transformed into Guardian Knights and attacked him. Murakan adds that now that he mentions it, he remembers the incident. Jean continues, saying that in any case, he believes he needs to meet Bavard Gaston in person. Kashmir asks if Jean will go alone. Jean reassures him, saying he has someone else in mind and asks if Sir Kashmir can please mobilize the seven-color peacock to investigate the relationship between Kinzel and the White Wolf tribe. Kashmir acknowledges, saying he understands. The scene shifts to 1 week later at the Hyran clan's residence. Raz stands in front of Ron Hyran, the Hyran clan patriarch, explaining that not long ago, to eradicate the remnants of the Dark Magic Association, an incident occurred in the south. As a result, nearly 20 Academy cadets, 2 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage died. Ron asks if the plan failed. Raz responds that this is not the case. According to the testimony of the surviving cadets, 2 unidentified individuals disguised as squires, Jean Grey and Austin Grey, subdued the Dark Magic Association. He states that the older brother, Jean Grey, uses magic, while the younger brother, Austin Grey, uses swordsmanship. Ron then asks why they came to find them. Dante opens a box and shows a fragment of a weapon, which appears to have been used by the White Wolf tribe. Examining the cross-section of the cut, he explains that it can be assumed the strike was dealt by a high-level knight. He asks Ron if he can make anything of this. Dante starts laughing, and Ron comments that while it's true Dante is highly skilled and talented, he hasn't yet reached that level. At the very least, it seems to be the work of an 8-star knight. Dante acknowledges that Ron is correct, admitting that he isn't at that level yet. He realizes he was mistaken. Raz thanks Dante for his cooperation and says he will take his leave. Dante reflects on Jean, noting that Jean has already reached that level, and realizes there will be many more things to discuss with Veridin. As Raz moves to leave, he thinks about Austin Grey, describing him as short in stature, with a rough voice, and possessing a high level of swordsmanship. Estimating his age to be between 10 and early 20s, Raz considers that a person of that age who could completely slice the hammer of a White Wolf tribesman must be someone exceptional. He concludes that the only person who fits this description is Dante Hyran, and suspects he's hiding his true strength. Raz orders his servant to monitor Dante Hyran's movements, and the servant responds affirmatively. The scene shifts to October 30th, 1796, at the transfer gate to the Khan Kingdom. The system announces that the transfer gate will open soon and asks everyone to take a seat and wait. A red-haired girl approaches Jean while he is reading a book and asks if he can move his bag. Jean looks at her and moves the bag, thinking about how Bouvard Gaston's workshop is located near the Kirano dukedom. She sits beside him, and he reflects on how he has wanted to find Bouvard for a long time, but lacked justification. Getting involved with the Dark Magic Association has now given him a good opportunity. The girl continues to stare at him as she sits beside him. Jean moved through the dense forest, his steps careful as he approached a small house hidden deep within. This was Boubert's workshop. He had to take a detour through other factories to avoid Kinzello's suspicions, which had delayed him. According to the other workshop owners, Boubert was the best of the best when it came to sculpting. But Jean scoffed at the thought. Wasn't the guy just a glorified transformation magician? The moment he moved further, his eyes were assaulted by a bizarre sculpture. A nearly naked man in a loincloth, proudly displaying the words, "Art is an explosion." Jean clenched his teeth. Sculpting genius? More like a lunatic. He had half a mind to destroy the ridiculous thing. But instead, he knocked hard on the door before stepping in. Just then, a loud, rough voice echoed from inside. "Oi, oi, stop right there, you bastard." A rotund man stormed out, but immediately froze when he saw Jean. "Huh, Jean?" Jean smirked. "Long time no see, Boubert." Before he could say another word, a few drops of saliva from Boubert's open mouth splattered onto Jean's face. Boabre sneered. How dare you show up here?" Jean calmly brushed off his clothes. "Spraying people with spit isn't the best way to welcome a guest, you know? Guess my ass. I don't accept people like you." Boabre barked. Jean chuckled. "Didn't I save your life once? Is this how you repay your benefactor?" "Benefactor? You? Huh?" Boubert scoffed. "If my siblings had heard the nonsense you almost spewed at that party, you'd be dead on the spot. Lucky for you, it was me, so you gotta walk away." Fury flashed in Boubert's eyes as he lunged at Jean, aiming to tackle him. Jean sighed. So predictable. Instead of dodging, he countered with a quick punch, sending Boubert flying back into the workshop. "See? I'm being nice," Jean muttered. From inside the house, a deep voice grumbled. "Boubert? What's with all the noise?" A man stepped outside and instantly stiffened when he saw Jean. "Young Master Jean?" Feigning surprise, Jean nodded. "Mr. Bishkal." Bishkal, a man of refined manners, composed himself and asked, "What brings you here, young master? I heard you were a reserve flag-bearer." Before Jean could answer, Boubert, his nose now bleeding, scrambled up and grabbed Bishkal's trouser leg. "Mr. Bishkal, kill him. He humiliated me at the party, and now he's here causing trouble." Bishkal's gaze flickered down at the man clinging to him, then back to Jean. His expression darkened slightly. This dirty pig, obviously, he brought this on himself. Clearing his throat, Bishkal spoke diplomatically. "I'm not sure what happened, But young Master Jean isn't someone who causes trouble without reason. Jean folded his arms. I won't deny I hit him, but considering who it was, I'd say it was well-deserved. Bishkul sighed. This was going to be a long conversation. Jean took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Fine, I'll apologize. I originally came here to commission a semi-statue of my father. But now you've put me in a difficult position. Bishkul raised an eyebrow. A bust, huh? That makes sense. But apologizing just for that? That's not like you at all. Young Master Jean. You have another reason for coming here, don't you? Jean cursed internally. Damn, he caught on fast. With a smirk, he admitted, yeah, actually, I had a different reason. I wasn't here for Bear. I was here for you, Bishkul. Bishkul's expression shifted slightly. Me? Don't tell me. His eyes narrowed. You're planning to challenge me under the name of Reserve Flag Bearer? Jean chuckled. Sharp as ever. I hate to say it, but yeah, it's embarrassing, really. I can't enter Ibriano's house without an invitation. Not with my current status. But I knew Bear was with you. So I came here instead. Bishkul exhaled sharply. I refuse. Jean tilted his head. That was fast. I came here to rest. And barging in like this? Very rude of you, Master Jean. Jean was about to argue when, without warning, his body stiffened. He couldn't move. Bishkul turned around, his voice sharp. If you can't even react to a sudden attack like that, how do you expect to exchange blows with me? You should leave. Jean gritted his teeth. That was dangerous. I almost counterattacked instinctively. He relaxed and exhaled. I get it. I'll go. As he turned to leave, Bear suddenly stormed over, spitting insults. Jean Runcandle, do you think just having that name gives you everything? Know your place. If you keep acting so arrogant, you'll be dead before you ever become a genius. Jean didn't hesitate. His sword was out in a flash, stopping just inches from Bear's throat. Bishkul's voice rang out. Young Master Jean. Jean didn't move. His voice was cold. Mr. Bishkul, I'll admit, I was rude and arrogant earlier. But insulting the Runcandle name? That's an entirely different matter. He looked Bishkul in the eye. Tell me, would you just stand by and watch if someone mocked the name of Bano? Bishkul's expression darkened. No, I wouldn't. Then you understand. Jean slowly lowered his sword. Bishkul let out a heavy sigh. Then I have no choice but to stop you, young Master Jean. Jean smirked. Go ahead. Bishkul's gaze hardened. You might die. Jin's response was immediate. Even if I die, I will protect the name of Runcandle. Bishkul froze. He wasn't joking. The conviction in Jin's voice was real. Damn it, I should have shut Bear's big mouth earlier. He clenched his fist. I want to kill this pig right here, but I still need his ability to finish the job. Jean glanced at Bear and made a demand. I'll count to 3. Bear's face paled as he dropped to his knees. Fear gripped him, but he still stubbornly held his tongue. Why should I? He muttered. Jin's voice was cold as he began counting. 3, 2. Bear sneered. What did I even do? Jin's sword gleamed in the dim light. Bishkul stood beside Jean, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked like he might snap a tooth. His face was twisted with anger, but in the end, Bear knelt down. Seeing Bishkul's murderous glare, Bear immediately followed suit, dropping to his knees in a panic. I'm sorry, he stammered. Jean exhaled, his expression indifferent. If it weren't for Bishkul, you'd be dead right now. Let this be a lesson. Insulting the name Runcandle comes with consequences. He sheathed his sword and turned to Bishkul. Mr. Bishkul, your subordinates have been quite rude. If it helps, you can take out your frustration on me. Bishkul in frustration. No need. You weren't wrong, young master. His voice was calm, but firm. Please leave now. Jean gave a nod, then turned and walked away without another word. As soon as his figure disappeared into the night, Bear spat on the ground, cursing. Why the hell did he come here? That bastard. Bishkul's gaze snapped toward him, sharp and full of barely restrained fury. The room fell into an eerie silence. Even Bear, who had been dumbstruck, didn't dare to make a sound. After a tense pause, Bishkul let out a long breath. TCH, come inside. We have things to discuss. Bear, feeling the pressure of Bishkul's anger, quickly straightened up. Why yes? Inside, Bishkul sat down and spoke gravely. The leader has officially announced the severance of our alliance with the Zipple family. That means from now on, remain of the ancient civilization we receive from the Zipple family will be decreased by half. Bishkul's eyes widened. But without them, it'll be even harder to track down the remaining pieces of the dead gods now. Bishkul's expression remained unreadable. According to the terms of the alliance's dissolution, we are entitled to reclaim a certain item we once provided to the Zipple family. Bear immediately understood. The compass. We have to get the compass. With it, we can locate the living gods and use them as ingredients. His voice trembled with excitement. Bishkul gave a short nod. Yes, That's the plan. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, as if sensing something. His body tensed. Bear frowned. What is it? And he suddenly moved towards the window and looked outside the window, but after a brief moment, Bishkul shook his head. Nothing. Just my imagination. With that, he ended the conversation. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Jean moved silently through the trees, his steps light. The cold night air surrounded him, but he remained alert. Then, without warning, a shadow leaped from the branches above, attacking him in an instant. Jean reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to block the strike. The impact sent a faint echo through the silent woods. He smirked. There's no one else around here, but isn't this a bit excessive, Sister Yona? The figure hesitated for a moment before pulling back her hood, revealing Yona's familiar face. You noticed right away? Huh, she said, dropping her disguise. Well, since you asked me to handle it, of course I got it done. But I'll have you know, it wasn't easy pretending I didn't recognize my own little brother. Earlier, in a quiet part of the Samel area, Yona had been standing under the moonlight when someone approached her. Yona, a man's voice called. She turned to see Owl walking toward her, holding an envelope. Here's your letter. Her expression brightened as she eagerly took it. Inside, Jin's message was clear. I'll be moving soon. She clutched the letter, deep in thought. I'll be heading out in a few days, she finally said. Owl frowned. Are you really just going to leave like that? If Sir Chiron catches you meeting with your brother, he won't let you off easily. Without another word, he pulled out a wig and placed it on her head. You need to be careful. Don't let yourself be discovered. Yona smirked, adjusting the wig slightly. Relax. I know what I'm doing. The night wind rustled through the trees as she prepared for what lay ahead. In another letter, Jean had written to Yona. I'm going to meet a sculptor named Bear Gaston. I need information about him. Anything, even the words he mutters to himself. If you can, eavesdrop and gather whatever you can. While Bishkul and Bear were deep in conversation, Yona had stood outside, silently listening. Now, she relayed what she had overheard to Jean. Kinzello has officially severed ties with the Zipple family. Jin's eyes gleamed with interest. Impressive. You gathered more intel in such a short time than most people could in weeks. He tapped the special Runcandle family document in his hands. With this, I'll be able to figure out what they're planning. Yona's expression suddenly darkened. That blobber guy, she muttered. I think we're the same class. Jean raised an eyebrow. Bear? What about him? She hesitated, then said that youngest you have your own secret too. Jean frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Yona shook her head. I can't explain it yet. Jean smirked. Oh, so you have secrets too? Yona burst into laughter. You're being melodramatic again. She playfully grabbed his arm. Come on, let's go have some fun. Jean froze. Wait, Chiron's warning. Never take advantage of Yona again. A cold sweat ran down his back. Yona? That's a bit. Before he could finish, she yanked him forward. Let's go play. Jean struggled to escape. Sister, wait. Meanwhile, on Chiron's side, the atmosphere was tense. He is standing in a dimly lit room, his hands on his sword. His expression was unreadable as he questioned Khan. What have Jean and Yona been up to these past 2 days? Khan stepped forward and saluted. My lord, Lady Yona has only been playing around. Chiron's eyes narrowed. Playing? Yes, sir. He leaned forward. And what about Jean? Did he ask Yona for help? Khan hesitated for a moment before answering. According to the guards, no, sir. The clan head gave him a direct warning. He wouldn't dare. Chiron exhaled slowly. His expression remained unreadable, but a single thought ran through his mind. He wouldn't dare, but that doesn't mean he won't try. Chiron chuckled, shaking his head. That boy, he doesn't know fear at all. Even the owl barely escaped Yona's attacks multiple times, and Luna, of all people, kept her distance from her. The youngest one, he's truly something else. Khan beside him raised an eyebrow as Chiron held up a letter. And here it is, a message from Kashmir. Chiron unfolded the letter and scanned its contents. The youngest took down Goltef Hapalef, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. His gaze sharpened. It's been a long time since I last heard that name. Khan was intrigued. You know the name? Yes, Chiron confirmed. Hapalef, the leader of the White Wolf tribe, once challenged me. He's a wolf you don't forget. Strong, relentless. Our fight lasted 5 hours. Khan whistled. That long? Then for the youngest to defeat him. That's a big deal. Chiron nodded. It certainly is. His eyes narrowed as he continued reading. Apparently, Jean mumbled something about cutting while splitting, and he even split Goltef's hammer in half. He paused. Seems like a habit of his. But as Chiron processed the words further, a realization struck him. No, this isn't just a habit. His fingers tightened around the letter. This technique, it's exactly like the one recorded in ancient texts. Spell-infused swordplay, hidden weapons, and light blades. This is the lost technique of the first family head, Timar. A skill thought to have disappeared 1,000 years ago. A smirk played on Chiron's lips. So, Has he become a magic swordsman stronger than me? Now that's something I'd love to fight him. Meanwhile, at Kashmir's mansion, Alicia crossed her arms. So that's the core of Kinzello. Jean nodded again. Across the room, Murakan, deep in thought, muttered, relics of dead gods. Could they be like the tears or blood of numerous? His eyes widened slightly. Now I see. Then Murakan spoke up. Hey kid, there's something I haven't told you yet. Jean turned to him. What is it? Murakan sighed. Remember when I went to Duke Kirano's territory to assist your cadets? Yeah, Jean replied. Well, at that time, a graveyard giant, one that had been buried for 2,000 years, resurfaced. Murakan's expression darkened. I took care of it quietly, but I never understood why it appeared in the first place. His gaze flickered. Now though, I'm thinking this was Bubear's doing as well. Quicantle, who had been listening, added, if that's the case, then Bubear may have ties to the god of sculpture. The room fell into silence as the weight of their realization settled in. Jean raised an eyebrow. The sculpting god? That's the first time I've heard of him. Murakan frowned. That's because he vanished from history long ago. Naturally, you wouldn't know. Quicantle chimed in. Well, was one of the key figures involved in the creation of the primeval stone. But when the stone was destroyed, his divine status was stripped away, and he was turned into a human. Murakan continued. The golem that well created, meant to guard the tombs where the exiled gods allowed humans to rest, was the grave giant. But we dragons wiped out all of them. Kashmir's expression hardened as he processed the implications. Are you saying that Bubear made a contract with a dead god? Quicantle shook his head. That's unlikely. But if it wasn't well, then there's no logical explanation for what's happening. Jean added, and that's not the only issue. Among the relics well created, there seems to be an artifact capable of locating someone who has signed a contract with a god. Murakan's eyes widened. That's impossible. Unless the contract itself activates its power, no one should be able to detect it. Alicia's breath caught. Wait, don't tell me. They were looking for Julia because of this? Jean nodded. Exactly. That relic, they call it a compass. Fortunately, it seems to be incomplete. That's why they kidnapped the guardian dragon, Latri. Not Julia. Quicantle sighed in realization. I see. Their plan is to use the compass to find the contract holder first, then use the Devil Stone to absorb them. Jin's expression darkened, which is exactly why we have to get that compass before they do. He turned to the group. Next month, the Zipple family will return the compass to Kinzello. That will be our best chance to seize it. Murakan, sitting nearby with his arms crossed, smirked. This kid has another route to take. Someone in the group raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is there any place safer than the Ice Palace? Murakan shrugged. Of course, the safest place in the world. He trailed off, his expression shifting as he recalled a conversation from a few hours prior. At that time, Murakan had transformed into a cat and perched on Gilly's lap. Looking up at Jean, he had said, Kid, head to the underworlds. I was planning to send you there anyway, so this works out perfectly. Jean had raised an eyebrow. Underworld? Gilly, gently patting the cat's fur, spoke hesitantly. Wait, the underworld? You mean that legendary tribe that once defeated all the beastmen? That's right, Strawberry Pie, Murakan had replied casually. Gilly frowned. But they've been in decline for 5,000 years. Jean had remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Why would I go to a ruined land? Does that place even exist anymore? Murakan had leapt off Gilly's lap and onto the floor, his feline eyes glinting. It still exists somewhere deep in the Great Mitra Desert within Beastman territory. And except for you, no one can enter. Jean narrowed his eyes. Why me? Murakan's gaze sharpened. Because of the 1,000-year contract. Even if a god descended, they wouldn't be able to set foot there. Jean sighed. Can you explain in a way I'll actually understand? Murakan's expression grew serious. The underworld has a contract with Sodaret. That land was created solely for Runcandle magic swordsmen. It's the ultimate proving ground. Anyone who truly wishes to become a magic swordsman must go there. Jean absorbed the information that Murakan said to him. Just go there. The southern border of the Jean Kingdom. It's near Beastman territory. Same place where I completed my first mission as a cadet. To reach the Mitra Desert, I'll have to cross a mountain. But trust me, that's the least of my worries. Now, standing under a snow-covered tree, Jean reflected on his next move. His mind drifted to some tribesmen people. He wasn't particularly close to them. Yet should he ask for their help? They were kind, but their instinct to avoid predators was second only to feline. Shaking off his hesitation, Jean exhaled, then took a step forward, deeper into the unknown. Jean arrived quickly at the Watertail tribe, where a familiar Watertail spotted him and immediately stepped forward. Oh, it's you again. Poor thing. At that moment, the creature seemed to recall their last encounter, when Jean had met a few wandering travelers here. Without hesitation, the Watertail asked him, Are you hungry? Jean chuckled and shook his head. pulling out a large fish of his own. He held it up for the water tails to see. This time, I came to return the favor. The water tails' eyes lit up with excitement. They quickly took the fish from his hands, scurrying off to a nearby spot where they tossed it into the air, playing with it like an excited group of children. Later that night, Jean sat beside one of the water tails, deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked, "Is there a way only certain people can use to reach a place like the Mitra Desert?" The water tail blinked. "Mitra Desert? Where's that?" Jin's eyes sharpened. "I've heard about it. I was planning to see it for myself." At that, the water tail fell silent. Then, in a low voice, it muttered, "If you go there, you won't survive. If I were you, I wouldn't go." Jean smirked. The way it said that was oddly amusing. He glanced at the small creature, then shook his head. "Thanks for the concern, but I can't keep running forever." The water tail said nothing more. Instead, it began leading Jean through the winding paths of their land. Eventually, it stopped and pointed ahead. "Just a little farther, and you'll reach a large open space." Sure enough, after walking for a while, Jean saw it. A vast clearing with a stream of shimmering water rushing through the center. He whistled in admiration. "You were right. It's beautiful." The water tail pointed toward the waterfall in front of them. "Take some water, then go through the market. That's the way to reach the desert." Following its instructions, Jean took out a water bottle and dipped his hand into the cool stream, collecting as much as he could. Once done, they pressed forward. After a long trek, they finally arrived at a cave illuminated by bright torches. Jin's eyes adjusted to the dim light as he noticed a small creature curled up on the ground. It resembled a mouse, sleeping soundly. He remained still for a moment, watching it. This place, something about it felt different. Jin lowered his voice. "Is this the Golden Tongue tribe? I've never met them before." The water tail nodded in confirmation, then scurried over to a corner of the cave, where it nudged a small golden tongue awake. It whispered something to the creature, who immediately jumped to its feet, placed its hands on its hips, and huffed. "What do you think you're doing?" the golden tongue scolded. "Why'd you bring someone like this?" "We agreed. Only our kind can pass this way. You're breaking the rules. You promised to follow them. Don't you think that's wrong?" Jean stood to the side, watching their tiny argument unfold. He couldn't help but think they looked ridiculously adorable right now. The water tail, completely unfazed, simply grinned, reached into its pouch, and pulled out a shiny gold coin. It placed the coin in front of the golden tongue and said smoothly, "Trust me, friend. Here, take this. He's going to the Mitra Desert." The moment the golden tongue laid eyes on the coin, its expression did a complete 180. Its eyes gleamed as it snatched up the coin and exclaimed, "Oh well, you should have said so earlier. I trust him completely." Jean almost laughed at how fast it switched sides. The golden tongue quickly led them to a door and spoke hurriedly. "I had no idea we had such an important guest. Allow me to escort you personally." Jean eyed the door curiously. "Where does this lead?" The water tail gestured. "Once you step through, you'll find yourself in a grocery store. Outside of that is Yuka Market. The Golden Tongue tribe will guide you from there." Jean nodded, but the water tail continued. "The market's a bit messy, but don't worry. The Golden Tongue tribe will recommend a guide to you. They are bad people, you just have to ignore them. But the candies are reliable and they're honest. They won't scam you." After that, the water tail turned to leave. It waved a small hand and said, "I'll leave you here. Safe travels." Jean called after it. "Wait. Before we part, can I ask your name?" The water tail stopped, then turned slightly with a smile. "I am Dark Spark of the Watertail clan." Jean started to introduce himself. But before he could finish, Dark Spark waved him off. "No need to say it. I know who you are, Jean Runcandle. I've seen the Runcandle cloak before. You're a true leader." Jean couldn't help but chuckle. "You're impressive. And you won't tell anyone, will you?" Dark Spark grinned. The Dark Spark never spills secrets. Hearing that, Jean placed a hand over his heart and nodded. "Then the next time we meet, as a Runcandle, I'll repay this debt." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped into the grocery store, ready for whatever came next. The Golden Tongue tribesman stood at the door, grinning. "Welcome. Heading to the Mitra Desert? I can guide you there if you'd like." Jean shook his head. "No need. I can find my way. Thank you for opening the door." With that, he pulled a towel over his head, shielding his face, and stepped outside. The Golden Tongue didn't press further, simply bowing politely. "Safe travels. Come again next time." As Jean walked forward, he thought to himself, the Canine's clan is definitely trustworthy and honest. He passed through the bustling Yuka Market, where merchants were enthusiastically advertising their wares. A peculiar creature stood by a stall, raising its hand high to draw in traders. "Welcome, welcome. Come in and take a look," a tall vendor called out to passersby. Jean ignored the noise, keeping his focus as he made his way toward a shadowy corner. There, a hooded figure stood silently. Without hesitation, Jean approached and spoke in a low voice. I need a reliable guide to the Mitra Desert. At his words, the hooded figure slowly raised its head, revealing a dog-like face. Without a word, the guide nodded and motioned for Jean to follow. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the vast Mitra Desert. The golden sands stretched endlessly before him, shimmering under the unforgiving sun. Jean turned back to the guide and shook his hand. Thanks to you, I made it here quickly and safely. The dog-headed guide wagged its tail and stuck out its tongue in response, grinning happily. After bidding each other farewell, Jean stepped forward, venturing into the endless expanse of sand. As he walked through the desert, he couldn't help but reflect. The land of the underworld where the shadow sword is passed down. He exhaled sharply. If I die here, even my body won't be found. The great Mitra Desert, the vast, merciless wasteland at the heart of Monsterland. Long ago, this place was home to an advanced civilization overflowing with gold and resources. Explorers once dreamed of conquering it, but even the strongest of the local monsters failed to uncover its secrets. Walking through this desert was nothing short of a death sentence. It was the most remote place on the continent, and no one had ever returned after stepping foot inside. Jean pressed on, his goal clear, to find the Shadow Sword Guardian. The Manhwa clan 5,000 years ago, they were legendary. A mythical race that maintained peace among the monsters during their golden age. And yet, Jin's mind flashed back to his conversation with Muraken. The memory was still fresh. He had stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "What? They disappeared in just one night?" Muraken, still in his cat form, gave a small nod. Yes, the Manhwa clan was proud, too proud. They refused to acknowledge the power of the gods and made the mistake of challenging them. Jean listened intently. You mean they faced the gods directly? Muraken flicked his tail. You've seen the power of demon stones, haven't you? Jin's expression grew serious. Yeah, then understand this, Muraken continued. A fake primordial stone is just as powerful. The real primordial stones were created by gods themselves. Their strength is overwhelming, enough to wipe out an entire race in a single day. Jin's eyes widened. That can't be. Muraken, unconcerned by Jin's disbelief, continued. But not all gods turned their backs on them. There was one who showed mercy. At that moment, Gilly, who had been silent, suddenly gasped. It was Sodaret, wasn't it? Muraken purred in satisfaction, rubbing his furry head against her arm. Exactly, strawberry pie. You catch on fast. After a moment of enjoying Gilly's attention, he sat up straight, his tone turning serious. Sodaret saved a few survivors from the Manhwa clan and formed a contract with them. I don't know the details of that contract, but one thing's for sure. Only they can teach the art of shadow swordsmanship. And even Timar Runcandle also learned it from the... Jin's body tensed at the mention of that name. His thoughts raced. Timar Runcandle. Even though Timar was the first patriarch of the Runcandle family, almost nothing about him remained. The Zipple clan had erased all records of his existence. He was the family's founder, its greatest hero, yet he didn't even have a tombstone in the Sword Garden. If you meet the Manhwa clan, maybe you'll finally hear the truth about him. Shaking off his thoughts, Jean pressed forward. The desert was relentless. Days blurred together as he continued his journey. At night, he huddled next to a small fire, absorbing whatever warmth he could. Time moved strangely. 1 day, 2 days, then an entire month. Jean felt the desert in every part of his body. His muscles ached, his throat burned from thirst, and the heat drained his energy. Fighting a powerful opponent would be easier than this, he thought grimly. Out here, it's just me against nature. There's no enemy to cut down, only myself to endure. December 1st, 1796, 30 days later. Jean trudged through the endless dunes, his steps heavy but determined. He had long stopped keeping track of how many times he had gone without food or water. He was past exhaustion, past hunger. So this is what it means to die here, he mused. Maybe this is natural. My footprints are already fading behind me. There's no turning back. I have to keep moving, even if I don't know how much longer I can last. Just then, a voice rang out behind him. I finally found you. Jin's eyes sharpened instantly. His body, fatigued as it was, reacted on instinct. He turned swiftly, his gaze locking onto the source of the voice. Through the swirling chaos of the sandstorm, Jean could barely make out 2 figures approaching. Their silhouettes wavered in the distance, obscured by the wind and sand. One of them spoke, his voice carrying through the storm. You have no idea how much I wanted to see you again. Without you, life at the main court was unbearably dull. Jin's grip on his sword tightened. That voice, it was familiar. As the figures moved closer, the storm briefly cleared, revealing their faces, Daytona and Haytona. They stood with their swords resting on their shoulders, grinning. Long time no see, little brother, Daytona said casually. Jean blinked. The Tana brothers? Am I hallucinating? But there was no time to dwell on the thought. The brothers shifted into a combat stance, raising their swords. All right, let's see how much you've improved, Daytona shouted. Without warning, he lunged forward, launching a fierce attack. His strikes were heavy, each swing forcing Jean back. Despite his exhaustion, Jean instinctively prepared to counter when Daytona's voice rang out from behind. Surprised, aren't you? Jin's body reacted before his mind caught up. He dodged to the side, just in time to evade Daytona's sudden strike. He gritted his teeth. If I don't block or counter properly, they'll cut me down without hesitation. Daytona smirked, pulling back after his missed attack. We waited until you were completely exhausted. Jean narrowed his eyes. So this isn't just a random vision. Steadying his breath, he tightened his grip on his sword. Is this how you greet me after all this time, brothers? His words were met with laughter. That's exactly why we're doing this, Daytona taunted. Realizing their strategy, Jean made a split-second decision. He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. The Tana brothers immediately took off after him. Running already? Daytona sneered. You're not happy to see us? Jean could feel them closing the distance. Too fast. Just as he glanced back, their combined attack came crashing toward him, a shining blade cutting through the storm. Jean twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. But before he could regain his footing, Daytona suddenly appeared behind him, grinning. Ha! I'm right here! Jin's instinct screamed. Without hesitation, he swung his sword to block the incoming blow. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. He gritted his teeth. They worked too well together, covering each other's weaknesses perfectly. But his eyes sharpened as he steadied his stance. Still, that's all they have. My brothers, there is no strong finishing move. Jean turned sharply, severing the connection between Daytona and Daytona's swords. Seeing the fear in their eyes, a faint smirk crossed his lips. Memories surfaced. These two had bullied him in his past life. Had they been this strong back then? TSH. Even though they're weak, I still had a bow to them. Always wanted to knock them both flat. With that thought, Jean tightened his grip on his sword and swung with immense force. A shockwave blasted through the desert as Daytona and Daytona were sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the burning sands. A loud explosion echoed, dust and smoke rising like a curtain. As the haze cleared, the twin brothers lay sprawled, too battered to move. Their once arrogant faces were now caked in dirt and desperation. Jean stepped forward, his gaze cold and unyielding. They trembled. Why, youngest brother? Wait. Daytona stammered. I'm sorry. Please forgive us this time. Daytona pleaded. Jean paused, their pitiful faces stirring something within him. Was he hesitating? His eyes, once filled with icy resolve, flickered with uncertainty. Could things have been different? He recalled the worried glances they'd given him before he met Chiron. But that didn't change reality. To move forward, he had to sever the past. My name is Runcandle, Jean murmured to himself. A surge of dark energy pulsed through his sword, its aura thick and ominous. He raised the blade high above their heads. Why, you bastard? Daytona coughed, fear twisting his expression. How dare you call yourself our younger brother? Daytona spat. Jean said nothing. His body, battered and worn, stood against the relentless desert heat. His face was blank, his soul weary. Moments later, the bodies of the Tana brothers lay still in the sand. Yet, even as he looked upon them, something gnawed at him. Why don't they just disappear? He muttered. A full day passed, but their bodies remained. Not illusions, not mere ghosts of his past. They were real. Jean exhaled and silently buried them beneath the dunes. He drove their swords into the sand as grave markers, then turned to leave. As he walked away, a shadowy figure emerged behind him. A woman, her form shrouded in darkness, her face obscured. Her voice, laced with malice, cut through the night air. Yes, killing your own flesh and blood is painful, she whispered. But if you hadn't, how many more of your siblings would have suffered? You made the right choice, Sir Soderette. A sinister aura curled around her like living smoke. The desert night roared with the howl of the wind. Scorpions scuttled across the sands, their dark forms moving in unison, drawn to the scent of death. Jean never looked back. Jean leaned against a massive rock, exhaustion creeping in. A scorpion scuttled toward him, but his eyes locked onto something else, a tiger beetle. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and tossed it into his mouth, chewing without fear or disgust. The taste was vile, but he barely reacted. If not for the anti-poison wine in his system, eating something like this would be reckless. I wonder if Yona is okay, and my other siblings, he muttered. The images of Daytona and Daytona flickered in his mind, unbidden. The weight of what he had done pressed against his chest. Under the blazing sun of the 11th day of the 12th month, year 1796, Jean trudged through the endless desert. His steps were heavy, his mind hazy. How long had he been walking? He didn't know. Why was he even walking? He couldn't remember. His body finally gave in, and he collapsed to his knees in the burning sand. His breath was ragged. I came here just to kill my brothers and sisters. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, extending a water bag. Jean didn't reach for it. Instead, his instincts flared. His hand shot out, gripping the stranger's wrist. In a flash, he drew a knife and pressed it against their neck. His voice was hoarse but sharp. "Who are you?" The person remained unfazed. A woman. Her tone was calm, almost amused. "You greet me with a knife, just like last time. Haven't changed a bit, have you?" Jean froze. That voice. No, it couldn't be. The woman pulled back her hood, revealing her face. "But of course," she continued with a small smile. "Your skills back then were nothing compared to now." Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master Valeria?" She smiled warmly. "Hello, my disciple." Jean stared at the woman before him, Valeria Hister, the only heir of the Hister family, a 7-star mage. And, in his past life as mentor, she had been the first person to look at him, the so-called disgrace of the Runcandle family, and say, "You have talent." The one who had kept him moving forward when he had nothing left. His savior. His most trusted companion. The first time they met, he had been nothing but a wandering exile. And now, here she was again. Jean stood there processing everything. His mind raced. Wait, this doesn't make sense. In his previous life, he had never met Valeria at this point in time. So, why was she here now? His eyes darted around, suddenly realizing that the scenery had changed. When had he even arrived in this place? He forced himself to stay calm, to ground his thoughts. No, something was off. He focused on her. Valeria looked exactly as she had the last time he'd seen her in his past life. She was 2 years younger than him, yet here she was unchanged. It didn't add up. Jean narrowed his eyes. "Valeria, no, master. I think you're the second illusion I've encountered." Valeria smiled knowingly. "Looks like you figured that out." She pulled out the water bottle and held it out. "Here, drink." Jean shook his head immediately. "No, master. If I want that water, I need to fight you for it." Valeria didn't argue. She simply threw the water bottle straight at him. "Really?" She smirked. "You're in that condition, and you still think you can fight me? My first strike alone could kill you." Jean caught the bottle, but hesitated. His grip tightened. "Why does it always have to be this way?" His voice was low, almost tired. "Is there really no other way?" Valeria's gaze remained firm. "You already know the answer, disciple. You've become stronger after reincarnation. Your willpower surpasses even mine. So drink up. Be ready to fight." Jean unscrewed the lid, exhaling. "What am I to you?" Valeria's expression softened. She lifted her hand, magic surging around her. "You are my only disciple. I hope you won't disappoint me." Jean chuckled darkly. If that were true, would you have said the same thing? For the first time, something flickered in Valeria's eyes. A trace of sadness. "Valeria said that I would have loved you more than this, and even I might have kissed you in forehead too." Jean took a long sip from the bottle. As he swallowed, his expression turned unreadable. "Funny. It's like I'm arguing with myself." Valeria's warmth vanished. Her eyes turned sharp, then stopped talking. Her voice was ice. "Defeat me and move forward." A crackle of energy surged around her. "Use whatever you want. Your sword, your dark magic." Jean wiped his mouth and drove his sword into the ground. "I won't need a sword." Valeria's smirk widened. "You've gotten cocky. You'll regret that." Jin's voice was calm, his conviction unshaken. "I'd regret it more if I needed a sword to defeat you." Dark energy erupted from his hands, swirling around him like a living shadow. The black aura pulsed, consuming the space around him. He raised one hand, magic coursing through his veins. "You were my everything in terms of magic." His voice was low but piercing. "And you will continue to be." Valeria's own magic flared in response. A radiant beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the darkened desert. Thunder rumbled above, lightning streaking through the clouds. She grinned. "I really love this reckless side of you, disciple." The air crackled with tension. "Prepare yourself." The sky roared as lightning bolts rained down with relentless force, striking the ground where Jean stood. His eyes flickered upward, rolling slightly. "Seriously?" Without wasting a second, he leaped aside, narrowly dodging another strike. Valeria summoned more lightning spears, her energy crackling through the air like a storm barely contained. "You're pretty good at dodging," she mused, amusement flickering in her eyes. Jean studied her, his mind racing. Each of those spears contained the power of 7-star magic. With her mana reserves, she couldn't keep this up forever. Valeria noticed his calculating gaze and smirked. "Oh, that look in your eyes. Finally taking this fight seriously. Are you?" "Analyzing how much mana I have left." Her expression turned sharp. "This is your last chance, disciple. Pick up your sword. Otherwise, you will die." Jean stood firm. "No sword," he replied, summoning magic to his hands. Whether I live or die, we'll only know when this fight is over. Valeria's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Then, as she watched the energy swirl around his fingertips, her expression shifted. Backflow magic. She murmured. So, you found a new master? Jin's jaw tightened. I have nothing to say to you. He knew what she was doing, twisting the knife. That was just the kind of person she was. Once she decided someone had to die, she wouldn't stop until they were buried 6 feet under. His counterflow technique was progressing, but not fast enough. With the strength she was pouring into her attacks, he couldn't absorb even a single lightning spear at his current level. You won't be disappointed, Jin muttered, his voice firm. A swirling blue tornado formed in his palm. The only way is to reverse the flow, but I need time. He met Valeria's gaze, his eyes cold and unyielding. I'll fight you the way you taught me. Valeria chuckled, small sparks crackling around her fingertips. Good, she said, her tone light, but laced with lethal intent. I'm looking forward to it. And then she attacked. The ground erupted in a blinding explosion. Jin didn't counter immediately. He moved. 3 minutes. That's all I need to complete the counterflow. He knew his master was always several steps ahead, but he was her disciple, and he knew exactly what she was going to do next. Lightning spears chased Jin relentlessly, crackling through the air as they closed in on him. Just as he was about to maneuver away, the ground beneath him shifted. A massive magic circle spread out, and before he could react, chains erupted from it, latching onto his legs. Jin's eyes widened. This magic circle, it can extend this far? Before he could free himself, more chains shot out, wrapping around his arms and torso, holding him in place. He clenched his jaw. This wasn't just a binding spell. There was no way she had enough mana to maintain both a magic circle of this size and keep 5 lightning spears active. Then, pain seared through his body. The chains burned red hot, scorching his skin. He let out a sharp cry, but gritted his teeth. Wait, he forced himself to focus. Among those 5 spears, only one of them actually contains mana. The rest are decoys. As the spears closed in, the battlefield was suddenly bathed in a bright blue light. Feathers scattered through the air. Valeria's expression shifted, surprise flickering across her face. Tess! The chains binding Jin shattered, breaking apart in an instant. Standing behind him was Tess, wings spread wide. Valeria's sharp gaze locked onto Jin. Even with your current condition, how much longer do you think you can last? Jin dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. She's right. My mana is almost depleted. I don't have much time left, but he only needed a little more. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to his feet. The magic circle reappeared, and this time, chains coiled around Tess's wings, tightening with every passing second. Tess cried out, struggling against them. Jin, however, remained untouched. He cast a quick glance back. Thank you, Tess. Above them, a swirling blue tornado formed in the sky, right where Valeria stood. She coughed violently, blood spilling from her lips. Mana reflux, she muttered. Only happens to people who can't control their own mana. What are you hiding, disciple? Jin's voice was cold. I'm not hiding anything. I've already lost. Valeria narrowed her eyes. Lost? And yet, even now, you're using an absurd amount of mana. How are you managing both the backlash and casting multiple spells at once? Chains tightened around the lightning spears, crackling with unstable energy. You're right, she admitted. No one else can do that. That's why, stay back. I know you still have something up your sleeve. Ignoring her warning, Jin stepped forward, entering the magic circle. His movements were slow, deliberate. You know, Jin said, his voice quiet but firm, I've never lied to you. Not once. Behind Valeria, strange, shadowy creatures slithered into view. Her eyes flickered with warning. Stop, she said, her tone more serious than before. If you take another step, I'll use everything I have to stop you. Jin didn't stop. His trembling hand reached forward. Valeria, I just want to see you one last time. Valeria's expression darkened. I said stop. A surge of power exploded from her palm, slamming into Jin's chest. He staggered back, teeth clenched, barely managing to stay on his feet. The pain was sharp, but he didn't waver. Just one chance. The ball of heavenly countercurrent in his grasp wasn't an attack. It was a tool, a distraction. His real goal was to find a lightning spear infused with mana. Valeria poured everything she had into her magic. Her 5 spears accelerated, slicing through the air toward him with deadly precision. Jin's eyes flickered. There! He reached for his sword, the one cloaked in thick black energy. Despite his earlier claim of fighting without a blade, he now held it firmly. Valeria's sharp gaze locked onto him, but it was too late. Jin shifted his stance, twisting his body. At the last moment, instead of striking forward, he moved the blade behind his back, building momentum. Then, he thrust. Valeria's eyes widened. The knife pierced straight through her. Her body staggered back, her face still unreadable as she collapsed onto the ground. Smoke and dust billowed around them as a distant explosion echoed through the desert. Jean fell to his knees, gripping the hilt of his weapon, breath ragged. Valeria lay motionless, her hand pressed against the wound. Then, to his shock, she smiled. "So this is why you refused to use a sword from the start." Jin's voice was low. "Because I understand you, master." She exhaled weakly, her gaze softening as she looked at him. "You've grown so much. I'm proud of you, my beloved disciple." Jin's entire body froze. A radiant light enveloped Valeria's form. Slowly, her figure began to fade. He didn't dare look directly at her. His head remained lowered, staring at the ground. His thoughts swirled in chaos. "Ever since I regained my strength, I knew. I felt it. It was all just an illusion, but that didn't make it any less painful. In his previous life, Valeria and magic were all he had. He had trained endlessly, fought desperately, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have survived. And now, he had cut down the only person who had ever believed in him." Jean gritted his teeth, pulling his cloak tightly around him. His shoulders trembled. Tears slipped down his face, silent but unstoppable. The last remnants of Valeria's body vanished into the night. Jean walked through the vast desert, his steps slow and heavy. Scattered across the dunes were swords, their blades buried deep in the sand. "It's just an illusion," he told himself. But then, a blinding light erupted in front of him. Jean instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Through the intense glow, a silhouette emerged. His breath caught. Father? No, it wasn't his father. It was something far more terrifying. The air thickened, pressing down on him with a suffocating force. This wasn't just magic. This was absolute power. A black aura erupted from the figure, surging toward Jean, engulfing him entirely. His body stiffened. Blood dripped from his lips. Too strong. Jean gasped for air, his entire being trembling. This pressure, it's like standing before a god. A single glance was enough to tell him. This being could crush him with a thought. And yet, is he trying to make me kneel? Jean spat blood onto the sand and straightened his back. "If I was the kind to kneel," he murmured, wiping his mouth, "I wouldn't have come here in the first place." The rain began to fall. Jean clenched his fists, forcing himself forward, step by step. "He's just a man just like me. Until I reach him, I just have to keep moving forward, and take him down." Jean gripped his sword tightly, forcing himself to push off the ground. His body felt like lead, but he pressed forward, each step heavier than the last. Watching him struggle, the man known as Timar suddenly let out a small, almost imperceptible chuckle. At that moment, a strange, invisible door materialized in the air. A girl stepped out from the spatial rift, her eyes locked onto Timar's face. "Timar, did you just laugh?" She reached out, trying to touch his face, as if to confirm it for herself. "You really did laugh, didn't you?" But before she could, Timar effortlessly dodged her hand, refusing to let her make contact. Still, she wasn't convinced. "No way. You definitely laughed. I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. I've waited so long for it. But why? Why are you smiling at him?" Jean, still pressing forward, dragged his body with sheer willpower, muttering under his breath, "I'll cut him. I'll cut him. I'll cut him." Timar's gaze remained steady. "That child." The other girl crossed her arms, smirking. "Even I have to admit, that kid is something else. His willpower is on another level. He slaughtered his own brothers without hesitation. Even when he cut down his own master, he felt the pain, but he didn't stop. He understands what it means to keep moving forward." She turned to Timar, her voice serious. "Don't test him anymore." But Timar simply drove his sword into the sand. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the blade, spreading like wildfire toward Jean. The intense energy coursed through his body, making him grit his teeth in pain. The girl's expression changed. "Timar, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill him?" Timar remained unshaken. "The test is over." The other girl rolled her eyes. "Seriously, Timar? This again?" Then, out of nowhere, a pair of feet emerged from the blinding light. Jean stepped forward, battered but unbroken. Seeing this, the girl's eyes widened in realization. "I get it now. He reminds you of him, doesn't he?" She sighed. "Fine, I'll keep watching. If this kid was enough to make you laugh, then I want to see just how far he can go." With that, she vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Timar raised his hand, summoning every sword that had been planted in the ground. One by one, they floated into the air, shimmering with lethal intent. Then, with a simple gesture, he sent them flying toward Jean. But Jean refused to falter. His determination burned brighter than ever. "I will reach you, no matter what it takes, even if it meant cutting down his own brothers, even if it meant slaying his master, because in the end, they would do the same." That was his will, A brilliant blue light engulfed the battlefield. Jin gripped his sword tightly, the black energy coursing through it making every strike identical, whether it was the first or the 10,000th. His voice rang with unwavering determination. I'm a member of the Runcandle family. If anything dares to stand in my way, I will destroy it. Timar smiled again. Jin's stance remained firm as he repeated, his conviction unshaken. I am a member of the Runcandle family. No matter what obstacle stands before me, I will destroy it. With a sharp swing of his sword, dark smoke erupted from the blade. He didn't need tricks or techniques, just raw power. But before his strike could land, something strange happened. The enemy vanished. Jin barely had time to react before searing pain shot through him. His teeth hit the ground, accompanied by a splatter of blood. Yet despite the pain, he refused to submit. He staggered forward, his breath ragged. I will reach your level. A voice suddenly echoed around him. Wrong. Think carefully. Why are you here? Jin's eyes widened. Why am I here? The voice spoke again, calm yet commanding. Go to the underworld's territory. Jin froze. The underworld? Then it hit him. All right. I went to them to learn how to harness aura. But where was that voice coming from? Was it another illusion? A memory surfaced, his conversation with Murakin. He had warned Jin, once the third illusion ends, release dark energy. Only then will you meet the underworld. Realization struck him. I forgot. The illusion has to appear 3 times. Jin took a deep breath, standing still for a moment. While crossing the desert, I must have lost track of time. The third illusion is over. That means I have to release the dark energy now. As soon as he spoke, a beam of light shot out from his body. Would this lead him to the underworld? The sky remained eerily calm. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Jin clenched his fist. Was it just a myth? No. There's no way Murakin gave me false information. His grip on his sword tightened as the dark aura surrounding it pulsed ominously. Then, without warning, the beam of light pierced through the sky. A man emerged from the rift above. He landed gracefully, his own sword gleaming in the dim light. His voice was steady, yet carried weight. Sodaret's contractor didn't disappoint. You've passed. Jin narrowed his eyes. Passed? What are you talking about? The man smiled, as if amused by Jin's confusion. I don't know what Sodaret was thinking, but the only condition for recognition is a relentless fighting spirit. But you went beyond that. You even cut through Sodaret's barrier. That was unexpected. He reached out and ruffled Jin's hair, as if congratulating him. But Jin's expression darkened. His instincts screamed at him. This man was dangerous. Without hesitation, Jin swung his sword. Are you playing games with me? The man merely laughed, unfazed by the attack. I like this the most. You're nothing like the humans I remember. His gaze softened as he finally introduced himself. My name is Tantel. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years, child of Sodaret. He spread his arms wide, his voice carrying an air of finality. Welcome to La Perosa. The scene before Jin's eyes shifted in an instant. The endless desert of sand had vanished, replaced by something awe-inspiring. Towering golden buildings stretched into the sky, their walls embedded with glittering jewels. The entire city shimmered under the light, exuding an air of majesty and ancient power. This is the territory of the underworld, Tantel said, his voice carrying a hint of pride. La Perosa. Humans call this city the Dark Light. You fought hard to reach this place. He handed Jin a bottle. Jin, parched from his journey, grabbed it without hesitation and took a deep gulp, only to spit it out immediately. What the hell? This is alcohol. Tantel burst into laughter. Huh, refreshing, isn't it? That's crystal wine, made from refined diamonds. It clears your mind and restores your body. Jin wiped his mouth, scowling, but he had to admit, his body did feel lighter. The exhaustion that weighed him down moments ago had faded slightly. Tantel gave him a knowing look. You should recover your energy before you meet your brothers. Brothers? Jin frowned. What do you mean? Tantel didn't answer, simply motioning for him to follow. As they walked through the city, Jin couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. Despite being thousands of years old, everything looked pristine, as if untouched by time. Now he understood why adventurers sought this place so desperately. His gaze drifted toward the buildings. Every doorway was adorned with gleaming gemstones. Something about them felt unusual. He turned to Tanel. Hey, those jewels on the doors, what are they? Tanel glanced at them briefly before replying. They're not just decorations. They're our hearts. Jin blinked. Your hearts? Tantel nodded. If the homeowner is still alive, the gemstone embedded in their door will shine. Jin's breath hitched as realization set in. Then why aren't any of them glowing? They had walked a considerable distance, yet Jin hadn't seen another member of the underworld. Not a single one. How many of you are left? He asked cautiously. Tantel began counting in his head. 77. including the god of war and the 12 battle kings. Jin's eyes widened. That's not many at all. Tantel chuckled. You'll understand soon enough. Jin was still digesting this information when Tantel continued. The god of war and the 12 battle kings are the ones who will pass down the aura sword to you. As per Sodaret's contract, they've been waiting for your arrival. The shadow sword. Jin felt his fingers twitch at the mention of it. Finally, they reached an enormous temple, its massive doors etched with ancient runes. A powerful energy radiated from within, pressing down on Jin's body like a heavy weight. This is it, Tantel announced. The Temple of the God of War. This is where you will receive the aura sword. Jin swallowed hard. The aura coming from the temple. It was suffocating. It felt exactly like the pressure he had experienced in front of Timar. If he hadn't overcome the 3 illusions, he doubted he'd even be able to stand right now. Tantel placed a hand on his shoulder. One last piece of advice. Watch what you say to your brothers. Unlike Sodaret, they don't care about you. Before Jin could respond, the temple doors swung open. A dazzling light flooded the entrance, revealing a group of powerful figures inside. Their voices echoed through the grand hall. Hyun, look at you. You're adorable. How old are you? Have you eaten yet? What's your favorite food? What do you think about La Perosa? Jin stood frozen as the so-called people bombarded him with random, completely unexpected questions. Tantel sighed, rubbing his temples. Brothers, how many times have I told you not to? Before he could finish, a powerful voice cut through the chatter. Where? Where is he? A woman suddenly appeared, her presence commanding. She scanned the room before her sharp gaze landed on Jin. So it's true. Our disciple has arrived. Her voice softened, yet held an undeniable weight. It's been 1,000 years since Timar left. She stepped forward, eyes filled with something between nostalgia and expectation. 1,000 years. The girl placed Jin on her shoulders, and he was immediately taken aback by her strength. Beneath her seemingly casual demeanor were muscles packed with raw power. You can't meet the god of war in this sorry state, she declared. Who's going to bathe the second disciple in history? Jin's brain short-circuited. Wait, what? Who said I needed you? I can wash myself just fine. But before he could protest further, the people around them erupted in excitement. Me? Let me do it. No, I'll do it. Give me a chance. Their eyes practically sparkled with enthusiasm as they eagerly fought over the honor of giving Jin a bath. The girl's face lit up. Fine, we'll settle this with rock, paper, scissors. What followed was absolute chaos. The people, mighty beings of legend, immediately huddled together, throwing down hand signs like their lives depended on it. Jin used the opportunity to escape from their grasp, and miraculously, they actually let him go. After all, the game had become their new battlefield. Finally free, Jin sighed as he stepped into the bath. Warm water surrounded him, washing away the exhaustion from his journey. He leaned back, letting himself relax for a moment. Then, a memory surfaced, and his peace was instantly ruined. That woman, Belize, was it, had given him an utterly serious look and said, a human who knows how to bathe properly? Hard to believe, but I'll trust you this time. Make sure you clean out every single grain of sand in your ears. Jin groaned, covering his face in sheer secondhand embarrassment. Just what kind of impression do these people have of humans? He nearly drowned himself out of frustration. No way. Could it be that 1,000 years ago, when Lord Timar was around, humans didn't even know how to bathe? The more he thought about it, the worse it got. Compared to the royal clan, whose bodies were built like divine warriors, he felt tiny. The sheer physicality of these people was beyond comprehension. It wasn't just genetics, it was divine blessing. No wonder they were called the war race. With a final sigh, Jin finished his bath and stepped out, drying himself off. The moment he emerged, a booming voice greeted him. Excellent. You're very clean. Jin blinked. His eyes landed on Tantel, who was grinning proudly. And our traditional clothes suit you perfectly. Jin stared at him. He never imagined a day would come when he'd be praised for knowing how to take a bath. Tantel, completely oblivious to Jin's inner turmoil, clapped his hands together. Now you won't need those old clothes anymore. We'll burn them and cleanse the remnants. Jin's eye twitched. What is with these people and destroying things? Taking a deep breath, he focused on what mattered. So, now I finally meet the god of war and the fighting kings who will pass the shadow sword down to me. Tantel turned away, a smirk playing on his lips. That's right. He gestured forward. Now, let's head to the temple. Jin was reminded that weapons weren't allowed inside the temple. The fighting king's brothers, the ones he had encountered earlier, were waiting nearby to safeguard his belongings. With that out of the way, he followed Tantel toward the temple entrance. As they walked, Jin noticed something peculiar. Tantel's chest was glowing faintly, an ethereal light pulsating from within. He muttered under his breath, his heart, it's shining even brighter than before. He recalled seeing it before, but back then, it was much dimmer. Could this be the influence of the war god's presence? The thought unsettled him, but he kept moving forward. They finally arrived at the temple doors, where Tantel turned to Jean and gave him a stern warning. Once you're inside, you can only respond to whatever is asked of you. The war god's brothers won't hesitate to throw you out if you speak carelessly. Watch your words and actions. Jean waved a hand impatiently. Yeah, got it. Now open the door. With a nod, Tantel pushed open the massive temple doors, and instantly, a radiant glow flooded out. Inside, the temple's grand interior unfolded before them, its magnificence unlike anything Jean had seen before. His gaze was drawn to the throne at the far end of the hall, where a formidable presence sat. A goddess, exuding an aura so powerful it made even the most regal figures around her seem insignificant. His eyes then shifted to the 12 figures standing nearby, each one commanding their own level of authority. He recognized them immediately: the 7 King of Belize, the 8 King Garmond, and the 9 King Baba. Standing beside them were the strongest warriors in the kingdom: the 3rd Fighting King Palem, the 2nd Fighting King Lamora, and the 1st Fighting King Baltarak. Jin's gaze continued scanning the hall, landing on the remaining warriors: the 10th Fighting King Ko, the 11th Fighting King Nada, and the 12th Fighting King Teto. Then there were the remaining kings: 6 King Dalfer, 5 King Boras, and 4 King Linfa. But none of them compared to the one seated on the throne. Jin's lips curled slightly as he studied her. She was smaller than the others, yet the sheer force of her presence eclipsed them all. Her piercing gaze held the weight of absolute authority. There was no doubt she was the successor of the Aura Sword. As Jin stood there, lost in thought, an immense energy radiated from his body. The air in the temple grew thick with power, and suddenly, the goddess's voice rang out, calm yet carrying an undeniable intensity. You look nothing like Timar, she said, eyes locked onto him. But your energy, it feels just like his. Her words hung in the air, sending a ripple of tension through the gathered warriors. Jean, however, remained unfazed. His smirk deepened. Baltarak was the first to speak. It's clear that his energy resembles Timar's. Lamora nodded but added cautiously, the real question is, can he surpass him? Nat scoffed. Finding a warrior who meets our expectations like Timar is no easy feat. Should we even be hoping for more? Belize, however, had a different perspective. And yet, after 1,000 years, he's the only one to make it this far. That alone proves he is a worthy vessel. Jean remained silent, his mind racing through the storm of voices around him. The gardener I met earlier, was she speaking on my behalf? He felt a flicker of gratitude toward her, but that warmth quickly faded as he listened to the others. To them, I'm nothing more than Timar's shadow, but I have no intention of being anyone's replacement. After a long pause, he finally spoke. His voice was calm, but his words carried weight. You're all too fixated on my ancestor. My name isn't Heir. It's Jean Runcandle. Ko immediately snapped, his voice dripping with fury. That disrespectful brat. You only speak when the brothers of the war god allow it. The tension in the room spiked. Just as things were about to spiral, the goddess raised her hand, her mere gesture commanding silence. Enough, she said. Ko clenched his fist but relented, nodding begrudgingly. The goddess then turned her gaze to Jean. Yes, you are Jean Runcandle. We've spoken too much about the past and overlooked the present. A new heir stands before us now. Her voice carried a majesty that left no room for argument. She then introduced herself, her tone more measured. My name is Ban. We don't use honorifics like humans, so you may call me by my name. She met Jin's eyes and added, but know this. Until the entire underworld acknowledges you, you are not yet one of us. Jin understood what she meant. He didn't need to fight it. Not yet. He could already see their scornful expressions. None of them intended to accept him. But that was fine. At least now, I know who I need to keep an eye on. The real problem was the Fighting Kings. Unlike the others, their emotions were unreadable. Even Ban, seated upon her throne, remained completely unreadable. Ban then made an announcement. The succession ceremony will take place tomorrow. As she spoke, she casually picked up the sword beside her. Raising it to her lips, she continued. Until then, you are forbidden from using your own sword. With that, she effortlessly tossed the weapon toward Jean. Jin's instincts kicked in, and he caught it midair. His eyes widened as realization struck him. The sword of the god of war? At first glance, it looked unremarkable. But as he held it, he felt something strange, an invisible force tugging at his very core. His fingers tightened around the hilt. Wait, is it absorbing my hidden energy? A strange energy wrapped around Jean, spreading through his entire body. He felt his strength being drawn out, like an invisible force siphoning something deep within him. Ban noticed his confusion and calmly explained. This technique is called sword stealing. You've probably never felt your hidden energy being forcibly extracted before, have you? Jean let out a short laugh. Yeah, this is definitely new. The more he tried to resist, the faster the sword pulled at his energy. Damn, the harder I fight it, the more it drains me. Ban watched him struggle with a knowing look. Your ancestor, Timar, overcame the Shadow Key sword rather quickly. You should be able to do the same, right? She smirked. You were bold enough to announce your name earlier. So prove yourself now. Jean met her gaze with determined eyes. Give me some time. I'll show you the results soon. Despite his confidence, unease gnawed at him. He had no choice but to push through. A short while later, Ban addressed the gathered warriors. That's enough for today. Everyone should return. As the crowd began to disperse, Belize and Garmin stepped forward, facing Ban. The god of war. Belize started, bowing slightly. I believe it's too soon for the heir to handle the heir's sword. Garmin frowned. Why do you say that? Belize crossed his arms. Timar only managed to overcome the Shadow Key sword after mastering the initial steps of the Aura sword. And at that time, he was already over 20 years old. Garmin immediately shook his head. That's enough, Belize. I understand your concern. You want to protect the first heir we've seen in 1,000 years. But do you really think the god of war hasn't considered that? Belize remained firm. It's been 1,000 years since Timar's passing. You can't compare. Ban cut him off with a sharp tone. Time may have stopped in this land, but the outside world hasn't waited for us. The two of them fell silent as she continued. We are heirs of the Aura sword. Our duty is to pass it down. Testing whether the Runcandle bloodline has grown stronger in these 1,000 years is part of that mission. No one argued further. The next day, Jean woke up feeling like he had just survived a battlefield. His entire body ached, and his mind felt drained. He sat up slowly, his movements sluggish and stiff. Just then a voice called out, "Did you sleep well, Jean?" Jean turned to see Garmin standing there, watching him curiously. Sleep? Jean thought dully. I barely got any. That damn sword tortured my soul all night. I feel like my spirit was wrung dry. Before he could respond, another voice interrupted. A tall, imposing figure stood before him, arms crossed. I am the 8th Sword King, Garmin. Jean blinked the sleep from his eyes as Garmin smirked. I'll be your first instructor. Jean sized up Garmin's muscular frame, and a sudden realization hit him. Wait, I remember you. You were the guy at the gate. Garmin smirked. That's right. I heard you took a bath by yourself. Seems like you've cleaned up well, though I can't say you look any better. Jean didn't bother with a response, keeping his expression unreadable. Instead of wasting words, he got straight to the point. Before we start training, there's something I need to confirm. Garmin crossed his arms. I haven't acknowledged you yet. Jean raised an eyebrow. Acknowledge me? The two now stood in the training yard, facing a simple wooden stand. Resting on a tree branch before them was a training sword. Garmin gestured toward it. Cut this sword 10,000 times, he said bluntly. Jean narrowed his eyes. Garmin continued, his voice rising. Can you manage 10,000? Show me. If you can't even do that, there's no point in me teaching you anything. For a moment, Jean just stared at him. Then, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. So this is a test? Without hesitation, he picked up the sword and swung. One strike, another, then another. The swings quickly piled up. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Each strike was precise, controlled, and relentless. Tantel, who had been silently observing, watched in shock as the number climbed. He's not even slowing down. 5,000, then 6,500, then 7,000. By now, onlookers had begun to gather. Warriors who had been training nearby stopped what they were doing, drawn in by the sound of Jin's relentless slashes. 400. He's still going, someone murmured. One of the warriors watching from a distance shook his head. There's no way. No one should be able to keep going like that. Another replied, eyes wide, and yet he is. Meanwhile, Jin's body moved instinctively. He had already reached 9,000 swings without missing a beat. His past life, where he had been nothing but an incompetent swordsman, was no longer a shackle. In this life, he was reborn into a lineage of swordsmen. Jin closed his eyes. The world around him became distant, fading into the rhythmic motion of his strikes. He recalled Luna's words, for those who rely on the blade, achieving the 3 eyes is more important than sight itself. Never open your eyes before understanding your sword. That lesson had been ingrained in him since he first learned to wield a blade. True swordsmanship wasn't just about technique. It was about making every strike as perfect as the first. And then, 10,000. Jin's blade came to a stop, his breathing steady. He opened his eyes and glanced at Garmin. So, was that enough for you? If Garmin had hoped to break him with his test, he had miscalculated. Jin wasn't here to be intimidated. He was here to prove himself. The legendary 8th Sword King, Garmin, now regarded Jean with newfound respect. I never imagined he could pull this off, he mused, even among the Runcandle. Completing this challenge flawlessly is nearly unheard of. The crowd erupted into cheers, voices buzzing with excitement. Did he seriously do it that fast? 1,000 years later, and a descendant like him still exists? Jean, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead, turned to Garmund. You're just going to stand there in silence? Garmund, still digesting the shock, finally let out a hearty laugh. Not only did you match the required force, but you also finished in record time. That was impressive. Jean, unfazed by the praise, waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, enough with the half-hearted compliments. If you've got something real to say, spit it out. Garmund raised a brow. And what exactly do you want to hear? Jean met his gaze with unwavering confidence. Admit that I'm ready to learn from you. The murmurs in the crowd turned to hushed anticipation. All eyes were on Garmund now. The Eight-Sword King let out a slow breath before nodding. Fine, I admit it. You'll learn from me. The moment those words left his mouth, the spectators erupted. Unbelievable. The Eight-Sword King himself is taking him as a disciple. Garmund raised a hand, silencing the crowd. All right, that's enough. Everyone leave. The real training starts now. As the spectators reluctantly dispersed, Garmund reached for his weapon, a massive, flame-covered sword. With a single motion, he lifted it effortlessly, the weight seemingly insignificant in his grip. Now let's get serious. Jin's eyes lit up. So we're doing a practice match? Garmund chuckled, shaking his head. You're overestimating yourself. Sparring is only for equals. Jin frowned. What's the difference between us? Garmund smirked. For starters, you can't even lift my sword. Without hesitation, Jin grabbed his own sword and swung at Garmund. The clash echoed through the air, sending vibrations up their arms. Garmund held firm, unfazed, his expression darkening. What the hell are you doing? He demanded. Jin grinned. Just testing something. You said I couldn't lift your sword, but that's obviously not the case. Garmund's face twisted in frustration. That's not what I meant. I meant no matter how many times you strike, my sword won't even budge. Jin simply chuckled, brushing off the moment. Oh, so that's what you meant. For a second, I thought something was off. Garmund stared at him, half annoyed, half amused. This guy, he's more interesting than I expected. Garmund lifted his sword once more, his stance unwavering. All right, this time, hit me with everything you've got. Jin let out a small sigh, then raised his sword. Got it? Without hesitation, he swung with full force. The impact was immediate, the shockwave rippling through the air. But Jin's attack had no effect. Garmund's sword remained unscathed, standing firm, as if it were an immovable object. Jin's eyes widened. What the hell? It feels like I'm cutting into a damn city wall. Garmund smirked. Told you. You can't even make my sword budge. But Jin wasn't about to back down. He steadied himself and declared, Let me try again. Garmund chuckled. Be my guest. This time, Jin focused deeply, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. He knew brute force wasn't enough. Spiritual energy, I can't just rely on sword energy alone. Pouring an immense amount of magic power into his blade, he prepared to strike again. This technique was risky. It wasn't something that could be used in real combat. An opponent wouldn't just stand there and wait. But right now, he had to test his limits. With renewed determination, Jin launched another strike. The swords clashed, sending a deafening shockwave through the training field. The sheer force shattered the ground beneath them, sending rocks flying and filling the air with dust and debris. But in the next instant, Jin was violently thrown back by the recoil, skidding across the ground before finally coming to a stop. He groaned, feeling the sting of fresh scratches on his body. Damn, the difference in strength is this massive. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of Garmund's power. This wasn't just skill. This was something far beyond normal comprehension. What kind of monster is this guy? Garmund, too, was caught off guard. His hand tingled with pain, his fingers feeling as if they had nearly been torn apart from the force of the impact. That strike. He hadn't expected Jin's power to reach such a level. Even after being stripped of his spiritual energy, he had still managed to unleash a force that was no joke. Garmund smirked, the corner of his mouth twitching in amusement. 1,000 years later, and the bloodline of Runcandle still carries this much strength? Even after enduring the trials of the Great Desert, this kid is something else. But he wasn't about to make things easy. Tightening his grip on his sword, Garmund's expression darkened. If Jin thought he'd get his approval that easily, he had another thing coming. He locked eyes with Jin and roared, Don't expect me to go easy on you. Garmund fixed a steely gaze on Jin Runcandle. I'll give you 1 week. Within that time, you must deliver a strike powerful enough to make my great sword tremble. Jin wiped the sweat from his chin, eyes never leaving Garmund. Aren't you going to show me how it's done? Garmund's expression remained cold. The 3 illusions have already laid it out for you. Faith, believing that nothing in this world is impossible. Converting that belief into spiritual energy is the essence of this training. Jean nodded thoughtfully. Got it. So, how long did it take my ancestors to master this? A wry smile crossed Garmin's lips. 2 days. With that, Jean threw himself into training, working tirelessly day and night. His efforts paid off, and after 3 grueling days, the impossible happened. Jean managed to chip Garmin's mighty sword. The fragment fell to the ground, a small cloud of dust rising from the impact. Breathing heavily, Jean picked up the shard, glancing at it with a mix of pride and exhaustion. 7,560, he muttered, counting the strikes he had made against Garmin's blade. Garmin, his expression unreadable, lowered his sword. Jin's brow furrowed, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It took me a day longer than Timar. If I had focused just a little more, I could have finished yesterday. Garmin, drenched in sweat, silently marveled. I had taken a week off, expecting him to need at least a month, but 4 days? He evaluated Jin's progress inwardly. Sure, Timar was faster, but if Timar had wielded the sacred fire sword during training, would he have matched Jin's time? Holding the shattered fragment, Garmin sighed. What a pity. Unbeknownst to Jin, Garmin was wrestling with admiration and disbelief. No need to tell him, but this feat is extraordinary. Just as the gods of battle once claimed. Our mission is to see if the Runcandle lineage has grown stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Out loud, Garmin declared, Jin Runcandle, you've finally impressed me. Jin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. So, you acknowledge me now? Garmin nodded. Yes, even those who once kept their distance will recognize the purity and strength of your warrior's soul. And with that acknowledgement, Jin knew he had earned the respect of the 8th Sword King himself. Jin grinned. That was actually pretty fun. Garmin hesitated for a moment, his face turning slightly red. I have a favor to ask. Jin raised an eyebrow. A request? From you? Garmin cleared his throat awkwardly. Can I be the first to taste the results of your achievement? Jin blinked in confusion. Taste? What exactly do you mean by that? Garmin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just answer me. Jin, still unsure what Garmin was getting at, shrugged. Sure, go ahead. The moment Jin agreed, Garmin beamed. Thank you. Without hesitation, he reached for the broken fragment of his sword from Jin's hand. And then, to Jin's absolute horror, Garmin popped the fragment into his mouth and started chewing. Jin's face paled. Did he just eat a piece of his own sword? Garmin closed his eyes, savoring the taste like he was enjoying a gourmet dish. The moment he swallowed, his entire body radiated a powerful aura. He let out a satisfied sigh. This flavor really suits La Perosa well. Jin, still in shock, stared at him. Garmin, what the hell is wrong with your teeth? Garmin clapped him on the shoulder, encouragingly. Well done, Jin Runcandle. Next training session starts tomorrow. Before Jin could even process what had just happened, night had already fallen. The entire space was bathed in a mysterious purple glow, casting an otherworldly beauty over La Perosa. Jin gazed at the scenery, captivated. I've been so focused on training that I never had the chance to appreciate this place. His thoughts drifted as he marveled at the night sky. This land, it was created solely for the legendary swordsmen of Runcandle, those who formed a contract with Sodaret. And now, after 1,000 years, I stand here as their successor. But am I truly worthy? His moment of reflection was interrupted by approaching footsteps. Jin, what are you sulking about now? First day of training was tough. He looked up to see Tantal standing there. Jin shook his head. No matter how hard it gets, I'll manage. Tantal scoffed. Really? I heard you haven't slept in 3 days. Training nonstop? Jin sighed. Honestly, if I had more strength in my body, it wouldn't hurt this much. With a grin, Tantal handed him a small cake. That's exactly why you need this. Eat up. Jin hesitated, eyeing the cake suspiciously. His last experience with Tantal's offerings had ended with him accidentally drinking alcohol. Wait, this isn't booze, is it? Tantal, sensing his doubt, immediately took a bite himself. Relax. Last time was wine, but this is different. It's our traditional cake, cacto. It's not as good as jelly wine, but it restores vitality and helps with swelling. Jin, reassured, took a bite. The moment the cake touched his tongue, warmth spread through his body. His eyes widened in amazement. Whoa, this actually works? And it tastes great, too. Rapesa had plenty of odd things, but this cacto cake definitely needed to be taken back. Just follow me for a bit, Tantal said. All right, Jin agreed. We'll talk to him. By the way, what's the ranking system for the War Kings? Does a lower number mean stronger? Hearing that, Jin was immediately corrected. Nope. The numbers just show the order in which they became War Kings, Tantal explained. Other than the 2 war gods, there's no ranking at all. We use honorifics out of respect, but even warlords and warriors like us stand on equal footing. Jin was taken aback. Wait, really? That's actually a fair system. Yeah, Tantal continued. Unlike humans or other beastmen, we don't fight each other for status, so we don't need complicated hierarchies. As he spoke, Tantal suddenly vanished into a shadow. Jin's reflexes kicked in, and he quickly stepped back. The danger guard unsheathed his sword, his face tense with confusion. What the? Who are you? The figure before them was no longer Tantal. Instead, he had taken on the appearance of the 5 fighting kings. With a smirk, He lightly pushed the guard's sword aside. Surprised, he asked casually. Jin's eyes widened. No way. You're... A hearty laugh broke the tension. Huh, a little on edge. Are we? The man grinned. I'm a war king. Name's Boris. Jin's brain clicked. Wait, you were at the entrance when we arrived. With King Garment. Boris nodded. Sharp memory. Meanwhile, poor Tantel stood in the back, looking completely unbothered. As the conversation went on, Boris's sharp eyes noticed something off about Jin. With barely a thought, he reached out and grabbed Jin's jaw. Jin, hold up. Why are you missing a tooth? Jin barely had time to react to the speed of it all. He yanked Boris's hand away and mumbled, it's broken. Boris raised a brow. How the hell did that happen? Jin sighed. Final test to get here. I went all out trying to slash an illusion of Timar, but right before my sword landed, it vanished. I got so pissed off I gritted my teeth too hard, and snap, Boris burst out laughing. That's a hell of a way to lose a tooth. Man, the Runcandle family's teeth are tougher than most monsters. But looks like you need a new one already. Jin blinked. New tooth? What do you? Before he could finish, Boris casually reached into his mouth and yanked out one of his own teeth. Blood spurted like a fountain, but Boris looked thrilled. Check this out, he grinned, holding up the freshly pulled tooth. This is the pride of our royal lineage. Jin just stared, utterly speechless. Boris grinned as he continued his explanation. This tooth can bite through stone, steel, and even diamonds. Of course, you need insane bite force to pull it off, but you got the strength for it. Jin's face was frozen in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Boris looked like he was having the time of his life. All right, Boris declared excitedly. I'm going to grind this tooth down and fit it right into your missing molar. Jin and Tantel both shuddered. Even with good intentions, this was beyond unsettling. Jin stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. This guy is insane. Before he could react, Boris spoke again. Okay, let's do it now. And just like that, whoosh, he was gone. Jin swallowed hard. The royal clan's teeth are seriously built different. He suddenly had a vision of Garmin casually chewing up a shattered sword like it was a piece of candy. And now Boris wants to implant one into my gums? He turned to Tantel. Has this ever happened before? Tantel shook his head. Nope. First time. The next day, Jin resumed his usual training. As he stepped onto the practice field, something caught his attention. He looked at the ground, smooth, undamaged. Not a single dent despite all the intense training that had taken place here. Jin frowned. Wait a minute. I didn't notice this yesterday, but this floor is ridiculously tough. Curious, he drew his sword and decided to test it. With a quick swing, he slashed at the ground. Clang! The blade barely left a scratch. Jin's eyes widened. This isn't normal stone. He examined the small mark left by his strike and suddenly had a realization. Could it be as hard as ancient iron? Like the material used for the Brahmani sword and the black armor? He then noticed something even stranger. Deep sword scars covering the entire training ground. Some were so massive that just a little more force could have split the arena in half. Jin's breath hitched. What kind of training did they go through here? Then his eyes locked onto a particular sword mark, one that sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, Garmin appeared, carrying his enormous sword over his shoulder. Ah, so you noticed, Garmin said with a smirk. You're finally paying attention to your surroundings. That's good. Means you're getting serious about training. Jin, still staring at the deep sword mark, turned to him. Who left this here? Garmin's grin widened. Your ancestor. Jin exhaled through his nose. Figures, Garmin continued. If you master the first stage of the spirit sword, you could do something similar. But I doubt you could leave a mark this big. Jin squinted at him. Oh, you don't think I can do it? Garmin didn't hesitate. Yes. Jin frowned. So he really doesn't think I can do it. But instead of getting discouraged, he clenched his fists and declared, fine. I'll prove you wrong. Tell me, what exactly is the first knowledge of the spirit sword? Seeing Jin's determination, Garmin smirked. All right, let's begin. The first knowledge of the spirit sword is called soul cutting. Jin narrowed his eyes. Soul cutting? Garmin nodded. It's both the foundation and the pinnacle of the spirit sword. He lifted his blade. Instead of me explaining it, why don't you see it for yourself? It'll be much faster. Jin raised an eyebrow. Wait, what do you mean? Garmin didn't answer right away. Instead, he poured a massive amount of magic into his sword. The air around him crackled with energy. Then he turned to Jin and asked, before I show you, tell me, what do you see? Jin blinked. Huh? What do you mean? Garmin pointed at his sword. Isn't it strange? Even though I use spiritual energy, you can't see it, can you? Jin sighed. Garmin, you said you were going to teach me the first knowledge of the spirit sword, right? If the teacher himself can't control his own spirit energy, then what exactly am I supposed to learn? He crossed his arms. I thought you inherited your power from Sadaret. Relax, Garmin said, amused by Jin's impatience. Let me show you. He raised his sword. Now witness the truth. The moment those words left his lips, his body erupted with a dense, almost suffocating spiritual aura. Jin's pupil shrank. What the? Then, in a flash, the entire space around them turned pitch black. Garmin swung his sword, his expression cold and ruthless, like a blade that knew nothing but death. His movements were swift, precise, and merciless. As the tip of the blade touched the ground, time itself seemed to freeze. Jin found himself momentarily paralyzed, his instincts screaming at him to move, but his body refusing to respond. And then boom, a shockwave exploded outward. The ground trembled. A deep, jagged slash split the training arena in half, as if an invisible force had cleaved it apart with ease. Jin stood frozen, his heart pounding. This is soul-cutting? His mind raced. It's just like Luna's Red Moon Slash, but this technique is faster, smoother, and it barely consumes any energy. He turned back to Garmin, watching him carefully. If he can use soul-cutting repeatedly, then anyone below level 7 wouldn't even stand a chance. Jin quickly regained his composure. No matter what, he had to master this move. Garmin smirked smugly. So, how did it feel to witness the first soul sword technique? Jin took a deep breath before replying. It was incredible. Fast, majestic, and overwhelmingly powerful. Garmin let out a hearty laugh. That was only about half of its true strength. Even then, it's just a fragment of what remains from Timar. Jin frowned, thinking, I've heard that soul beheading is both the beginning and the end of a sword spirit. If that's the case, leaving behind a sword soul as vast as this training ground, that would be the limit of a sword spirit, right? Garmin's eyes gleamed as he nodded. If you only master spirit beheading, then yes, that would be the case. However, once you reach the pinnacle of the art known as sword spirit, spirit beheading transcends mere swordsmanship. It becomes raw power itself. Jin's brows furrowed. Powerful enough to go beyond swordsmanship? Instead of answering directly, Garmin threw another question at him. Do you know why the first technique is called soul beheading? Jin hesitated, but Garmin didn't wait for a response. He answered his own question with a sharp intensity. Soul beheading means it cannot be dodged or blocked. It is both absolute and subtle. Even if your opponent is physically stronger, if there will falters even for a moment, he suddenly shouted, his voice booming. You can take their life instantly. Jin gulped, feeling the weight of those words. He muttered, that really is power, then took a deep breath. So where do I start? How do I execute soul beheading? Garmin didn't waste time. First, you need to grasp the sensation of your aura and sword merging into one. Jin thought carefully. Aura and sword becoming one. He touched his chin, deep in thought. Actually, that sounds kind of familiar. Garmin raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Jin closed his eyes for a moment, recalling past battles. That feeling, I think I've experienced it before. Not from the sword absorbing his soul, but something similar. Garmin's curiosity was piqued. Oh, explain. Jin nodded. The first time I felt it was when I fought Zipple. When he used the demonic Beast King's Orgal curse to open the gate to hell, something strange happened. It was like a curse was planted in my mind, urging me to swing my sword. No matter how many times I swung, 10,000 times, 100,000, the outcome was always the same. He gripped his sword instinctively, his voice steady. The sword was already in my hands. My will flowed into it. I aimed, slashed decisively, and each stroke carried an unshakable intent. Memories flashed in his mind. The moment he cut through Goltef's hammer, the time he slashed through Lord Timar's illusion in the Mitra Desert. In those moments, he felt it, the perfect fusion of aura and blade. A fire lit up in his eyes as the realization hit him. Garmin observed him closely, noticing the shift. It looks like you're finally starting to see it. Jin wasn't just seeing it. He was feeling it, his will igniting like a blade ready to cut through anything in his path. Garmin nodded with satisfaction. That's right. That's exactly the feeling. No one of you picked it up so fast. Since you constantly face intense battles, it seems like you've unintentionally achieved the foundation for the first soul sword technique. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The key now is figuring out how to transform your belief in slashing into an actual technique. With that, he raised his sword high. Watch closely. I'll show you again. Jin blinked in confusion. Huh. Garmin, unfazed, closed his eyes and focused. He muttered under his breath, I will cut it. I can cut it. As his eyes snapped open, veins bulged across his forehead. The sword in his grip hummed as it absorbed the aura he poured into it. A moment later, he swung. Boom! The impact was twice as devastating as before. The ground beneath them erupted, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. A deep fissure cracked through the floor, joining the previous one. Now, there were 3 enormous cracks. One from his earlier strike, and two freshly carved into the earth. Garmin beamed at his handiwork, gripping his sword with giddy excitement. Oh, even stronger than before. He held his sword up triumphantly, momentarily forgetting the whole reason he had started demonstrating in the first place. Jean stood there, sighing in exasperation. Aren't you supposed to be teaching me? Garmin hesitated, then awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, well, it's just a feeling, you know. Jean, clearly losing patience, crossed his arms. A feeling? Really? Everyone here saw that you just realized something. Garmin awkwardly shifted his weight, reluctant to explain. Well, the truth is, I'm more accustomed to using the sword of the king. Because of that, I almost never use sword spirit techniques. To me, sacrificing spiritual energy for them is inefficient. Jean frowned. What are you saying? You're my master, aren't you? Garmin waved a hand dismissively. Relax. If I'm stronger, isn't that better for my disciple? No need to get worked up. Just focus on overcoming the spirit-draining sword first. Once you master that, the first technique of sword spirit will be a breeze. Then, you'll start training with the sister and brothers. Jean scoffed. Sounds like I'm getting the short end of the stick here. If that's the case, show me the sword of the king you're so familiar with. Garmin immediately shook his head. No. Jean narrowed his eyes. Why not? Garmin responded without hesitation. Because you're not one of us yet. Besides, the sword of the king can only be wielded by those with the hearts of light. Even if you tried, it wouldn't work. Jean smirked. Who said I wanted to use it? I just want to see it. But deep down, his reasons were different. He recalled his conversation with Tantal the night before. Once you finish training with the King brothers, you'll have daily sparring matches with regular warriors. If that was the case, convincing Garmin to let him see the sword of the king would be a critical step before moving forward. Jean crossed his arms. Just once. That's all I'm asking. Tantal hesitated, shifting uncomfortably. Don't put me in a tough spot. If anyone finds out I showed you the sword of the king, I'll be in serious trouble. Only the kings won't face any consequences. Jean thought for a moment. I was planning to wait for the right opportunity, but it seems like it's already here. He sighed dramatically, feigning reluctance. Well, if you refuse, I guess I'll have no choice but to start spreading rumors that you're unfit to be my teacher, and that I've already mastered the first move of the sword spirit. Garmin's face twisted with outrage. How dare you threaten me? Garmin of the War King family? Jean met his glare without flinching. Yes, this is a threat. What are you going to do? Garmin, heir of the sword spirit. Garmin gritted his teeth, struggling with his pride. In the end, he had no choice but to give in. Fine, he spat. Just once. Jean smirked. Once is enough. Garmin took a deep breath, calming himself. His frustration slowly gave way to an odd sense of excitement. All right, I'll show you the basics of the sword of the king. First, you need to control the flow of energy in your body, and before he could finish, an unwelcome interruption stole everyone's attention. Boris strode confidently into the arena, grinning ear to ear. He stopped right in front of Jean, holding something up. Look, Jean, I made the perfect adjustment just for you. Jean blinked, already feeling a headache coming on. Not this guy again. Boris proudly held out a tooth in his hand. You'll love this. Jean stared at it, utterly confused. How am I supposed to use that? Boris didn't bother explaining. He simply shoved the tooth into Jin's mouth. Just trust me and bite down, Boris said with a knowing smirk. You'll understand soon enough. Jean, baffled and mildly horrified, thought to himself, I really need to figure out how Boris moves so fast. Reluctantly, he examined the tooth closely. It was surprisingly well-crafted. Still, it used to be someone else's tooth, and that fact alone made him hesitant. Is this even okay? Before he could process it further, Boris forcefully fit the tooth into the gap in Jin's mouth. The moment it settled, something fell off. A strange, yellowish aura leaked from the newly inserted tooth. Then, all at once, something terrifying happened. The tooth fused with Jin's body completely. A foreign energy surged through him like wildfire. And then memories, not his memories, Boris's. Flashes of Boris's past invaded Jin's mind, one after another, each one more absurd than the last. At that moment, a golden light flashed in Jin's eyes. He gasped in shock. This is memory transference magic? His master from his previous life had spoken of something similar, an ancient and nearly lost form of magic. She had mentioned inheritance magic, a power deemed impossible for modern magicians. Jean recalled her words clearly. In the inheritance land of the Hister family, there exists a tool for transmitting memories, but it is a unique artifact created solely by our ancestors. Even as his mind reeled, knowledge of the Myungwang sword poured into his consciousness. It wasn't just a sword technique. It was all the martial arts that the Myungwang lineage had ever developed and wielded. His eyes widened as he turned to Boris. Hey, what exactly did you do? What kind of magic did you put on that Fong? Boris chuckled, clearly enjoying Jin's reaction. That's a secret. he said playfully. But I'll tell you one thing. It's not magic. Jean frowned. If it's not magic, then what is it? The air grew tense, so Garmin decided to step in. The power you humans call magic does exist, he admitted. But unlike other races, we don't have magicians. Jean raised an eyebrow. Then what do you have? Garmin smirked. Instead of magicians, those who master this power become blacksmiths, like the brother Boris. Jean was taken aback. Boris is a blacksmith? Boris grinned. That's right. In the history of the Myeongwang lineage, the Boris brother were the greatest blacksmiths of all time. Jean was still processing everything when Boris and Garmin continued talking like old friends, reminiscing about the past. Back in the day, people lined up to receive his work, Garmin boasted. Garmin nodded. That's true. But then time stopped for us. When peace came, there was nothing left to forge, nothing left to fight. He laughed loudly, stretching his arms. That's probably why my body's been itching for a challenge. Boris shared his excitement. It had been ages since he had the chance to truly demonstrate his craft. Jean, meanwhile, was still stunned. The magical civilization from 500,000 years ago was far beyond anything in today's world. Could they have truly been powerful enough to challenge the gods? Still, he knew one thing for certain. This was a gift beyond measure. He turned to Boris with genuine appreciation. Thank you for this tooth. I'll make good use of it. Boris smirked. Well, if you receive something, you should give something back, right? His grin widened. I gave you this tooth. So in return, you owe me your second victory. Jean immediately responded with determination. Victory? I don't know what kind of victory I'll achieve, but I'll try. Boris grinned, pleased with his resolve. That's the spirit. Let's start training right away. By January 20th, 1999, a full month had passed, and Jean had been practicing relentlessly. Under the guidance of Garmin from the Fall family, he learned the technique of cutting souls. At the same time, Boris trained him in controlling his body more efficiently. The two of them alternated their lessons, ensuring Jean absorbed their knowledge as quickly as possible. He mastered various techniques, learning to lighten his body to increase speed and agility, understanding how to control his energy output, and knowing when to unleash power or hold back. But most importantly, he discovered how to push past his limits. Having two mentors he trusted wholeheartedly gave him confidence, and that confidence fueled his growth. Boris introduced him to the martial arts of the Myeongwang lineage, a style both ferocious and enigmatic. Through rigorous training, Jean achieved something extraordinary. He formed an energy core in the center of his chest, similar to the light field of the Bright King's lineage. Though only partially developed, it was a remarkable feat. During one intense training session, Jean grasped the Myeongwang sword tightly, feeling its power surge through him. With a swift motion, he slashed at the arena floor, the force of his strike radiating outward. Boris observed with admiration, but also a hint of unease. Oh my, that's... Boris let out a small sigh, shaking his head. It's not easy, huh? Jean looked down at the sword, feeling the lingering energy in his grip. Boris smirked. Of course, succeeding on your first try would be unnatural. His tone was proud, but tinged with disbelief. But still, this is beyond what I expected. You actually formed a gem heart, something like our instincts powered by aura. Even Timar wouldn't have anticipated this. Jin's thoughts raced. Maybe Timar hasn't fully inherited the Boris King's memories yet. If I didn't have the Fong's memories, I wouldn't have thought to attempt this either. Boris's expression grew serious. Jean, you need to keep this a secret. If the others, especially those who don't recognize you yet, find out you're wielding the Myeongwang sword, there will be opposition. Jean nodded firmly. I understand. Yet, as he continued training, he couldn't shake the thought. Why hide it? Those who reach this level could all create a shaped field for aura. He was no exception. Jean found it completely natural. The surrounding energy fields gathered from different forces. Fire, water, air, all coexisted in harmony. The real question was whether his newly formed energy core could function like the heart of the Myeongwang clan lineage. The Myeongwang king's lineage was born with the heart of light, infused with aura, allowing them to wield its power freely. By human standards, every Myeongwang king was at least level 9 from birth. In other words, they weren't just warriors, they were living weapons. Jean frowned, deep in thought. Does this mean I can't use the Myeongwang sword properly? His contemplation was interrupted by Garmin's voice. How's the Boris brothers' training going? Boris turned toward him and replied. The Garmin brothers arrived just in time. Training with me has ended, and the fourth brother should be here soon. Garmin blinked in surprise. It's over already? Boris gestured toward Jean, who was standing beside him. I originally planned to test his soul sword first, but after watching him train, there was no point in waiting. He grinned. Garmin glanced at Jean and nodded knowingly. So he's that eager to surpass his own limits, he thought. Jean, on the other hand, was curious. What will I learn from the fourth brother? Garmin responded, the second part of the soul sword technique. The continuation of what I taught you. Jin's interest peaked. The second part? Now that's something I really want to see. Boris chuckled. But don't expect much conversation from the fourth king, because she is mute. Jean raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Garmin stepped in to clarify. The king fourth brother isn't silent, but she can't talk. She is practicing the art of silence. No one knows exactly why, but it's an old tradition dating back to the time of La Perosa. Jean nodded. I see. The art of silence. He wasn't too concerned at first, but something about it lingered in his mind. If she don't speak, how is she going to teach me the second part of the soul sword? Just then, footsteps echoed from a distance. As the figure approached, Boris smirked. Oh, here she comes? A moment later, Jean saw him. Rinfa, one of the four fighting kings. The moment their eyes met, Jean felt a chill run down his spine. That king, Jean recognized him instantly. The one who showed no emotion during the mythical battle. Garmin was easygoing despite his intimidating presence. Boris had been friendly from the start, making him approachable. But Rinfa? Jean swallowed hard. This won't be easy. Jean stepped forward to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jean Runcandle. Before he could finish, something flashed past him, leaving deep marks on the ground. He looked down and saw a single word carved into the dirt. Rinfa. Cold sweat ran down his back. That fast? He barely even saw the movement. Garmin chuckled, clearly unbothered. The fourth king. Isn't this the language of the mainland? Jean wasn't sure what Garmin meant, but before he could ask, Rinfa subtly moved his fingers. In the next second, something blurred past them, followed by an explosion of dust and shattered rocks. Jean instinctively stepped back, his mind racing. What just happened? As the dust settled, Rinfa stood in the center of the arena, gripping a sword radiating magical energy. Her expression was cold, emotionless, sharp as the edge of his blade. On the other hand, Garmin sat on the ground, bruised and battered. His clothes were torn, and he looked like he had just been thrown into a storm. Garmin coughed and muttered, "What the hell?" But before he could fully recover, he reached for his sword, eyes filled with battle intent. His body screamed in pain, yet he roared, "Fourth Battle King," and lunged forward. Jean could hardly process what was happening. The battlefield had transformed into a chaotic display of overwhelming force. Garmin charged, sword flashing, aiming straight for Rinfa. But Rinfa moved like a phantom, effortlessly sidestepping the attack and soaring into the air. Jean could barely track him before Rinfa twisted midair, channeling his full strength into a single, devastating sword strike. The force crackled through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Garmin. Just as the impact was about to land, Boris shot forward like a bullet, his legs swinging in a brutal kick aimed directly at Rinfa's sword. The sheer force knocked the sword from Rinfa's grip, sending it spiraling to the ground. Boris didn't stop there. He moved with ruthless efficiency, grabbing Rinfa's left leg midair. Then, without hesitation, Boris slammed Rinfa into the ground like a meteor. Jean, still processing the speed of their attacks, stood frozen. His jaw practically hit the floor. What the hell was that? This wasn't just a fight. This was a star-level battle. Rinfa, however, wasn't fazed. She calmly got back on her feet, brushing off the dust. Boris also landed smoothly, his expression unreadable. "Fourth Battle King, are you really going to cross the eighth Battle King?" Boris said, his voice steady. "So let's be patient." Rinfa didn't respond. She simply stood there, silently shaking her head. Meanwhile, Garmin groaned, rubbing his forehead where a fresh wound had formed. Okay, I get it. I was wrong," he muttered. Hearing that, Rinfa finally seemed satisfied. Without another word, he sheathed his sword. Boris hoisted Garmin's injured body onto his shoulder and turned to Rinfa. "Well, that's our job done. I'll leave Jean to you, Fourth Battle King." Then, with a grin, he glanced at Jean. "Just make sure to save the Eighth King, all right? I'll be back to play later." Jean nodded. "Got it." As Boris and Garmin slowly walked away, Jean watched their retreating figures and let out a sigh. His thoughts wandered. Is it really such a big deal for me to learn a few words from the mainland? And is it really normal for brothers to fight like this? Just then, an unexpected image flashed in his mind, Yona. Her face, her presence, it lingered so vividly. And then, he looked at Rinfa standing before him. His expression tensed. Why do they look so similar? Jean raised his hand in greeting, but as expected, no words came from Rinfa. Somewhere else. Yona had just woken up, her sleepy eyes blinking as she sat up. She yawned and muttered, "Youngest brother?" Beside her, a small water-tailed creature stirred, rubbing its tiny eyes. It murmured. Yona's eyes widened at the sound. Without hesitation, she scooped up the little creature and hugged it, happily rolling on the ground. "I didn't hear wrong, did I?" she whispered with a smile. Back to the training grounds, Training with the fourth king, Rinfa, had begun. Well, more accurately, Jean was the only one training. Jean wiped the sweat from his brow, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His whole body ached, but he pushed forward. I never asked the Du King about the dual sword spirit. Since I didn't ask, I wasn't taught. I have to figure it out myself. He moved through the training exercises, perfecting his footwork and refining his strikes. From above, Rinfa stood, arms crossed, watching in silence. Jean felt the weight of his gaze, but received no guidance. Is this really training? Every time Jean concentrated on channeling his energy, Rinfa would suddenly appear right in front of him, his sheer speed catching Jean off guard every single time. Damn it, Jean thought. How is he this fast? Rinfa's movements were eerily similar to Boris's, almost like a ghost flickering in and out of sight. But unlike Boris, Rinfa's attacks had no hesitation. With no warning, Rinfa's great sword came crashing down. Jean barely managed to dodge, but his reaction was too slow. Pain shot through his arm as the force sent him stumbling backward. Rinfa's expression remained indifferent, but there was a glint in her eyes. Was she satisfied that her attack had landed? Or was she amused that Jean had blocked it at all? Jean grit his teeth. Every training session with the Killing King feels like torture. If he hadn't unlocked the mind's eye, he would have been decapitated at least 5 times already. Yet, despite the sheer brutality, Jean never once asked why Rinfa was doing this. He had already learned one thing from Yona. People like her, and maybe even Rinfa, needed to satisfy their own curiosity before approaching someone. And for now, Rinfa simply wasn't interested in talking. Jean had been training relentlessly with Rinfa for 10 days. Though Rinfa never spoke, she communicated by writing on the ground. One day, after reading Rinfa's response, Jean frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Why? Jean finally voiced his thoughts. I've heard that you haven't spoken in a long time. Not even your brothers know the reason. But lately, I've noticed you still communicate with me, just without words. If this is supposed to be forbidden speech training, then shouldn't it have a clear purpose? Shouldn't you cut off all communication entirely? His brows furrowed. Otherwise, isn't this just selective silence rather than actual training? On the stage, Garmin and Boris listened closely. Garmin nodded slightly. Jean has a point. Boris, munching on popcorn, chimed in, yeah, makes sense. Jean turned back to Rinfa, his tone unwavering. You're probably wondering why I never asked about the dual sword spirit, right? He crossed his arms. Because I don't want to learn from someone who only has a strong presence, but no real intention to teach. If you're the true successor of the sword spirit, you shouldn't just train in silence. You should put your heart into guiding others. Just like Garmin and Boris did for me. Garmin and Boris were completely absorbed, watching Jean challenge Rinfa head-on. Garmin muttered, didn't expect him to go straight for the throat like that. Boris, suddenly feeling uneasy, whispered, is this really okay? Jean finished his speech with a deep bow. If my words were too forward, I apologize. But that's how I feel. With that, he turned to leave. Then for the first time in ages, Rinfa spoke. Don't do that. Jean froze mid-step. The words were so unexpected that even Garmin and Boris, who had been casually eating, dropped their entire box of popcorn. Brother Fourth King, Brother Rinfa, spoke. Rinfa slowly removed the cloth covering her mouth. Her voice, though calm, carried undeniable weight. It's not what you think. Then, without another word, she unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Jean. I will teach you. I will show you something truly incredible. Without hesitation, Rinfa demonstrated a series of sword techniques, each movement executed with lethal precision. Her slashes were fluid, sharp, and refined, like the elegant fall of rose petals being cut from their stem. Jean watched in awe. This was the swordsmanship of a true master. Rinfa slowly closed her eyes, sinking deeper into her consciousness. The moment she unleashed his sword spirit skill, her aura intensified. With a fluid motion, she swung her sword downward, her compact yet precise technique making her power even more pronounced. She struck to the left, then instantly transitioned into a rightward slash. The petals in the air, caught in her blade's path, were sliced effortlessly, drifting to the ground in delicate fragments. Jean watched in awe. This is completely different from what Garmin taught me. Each swing of Rinfu's sword was filled with pure essence. The intersecting sword paths mirrored one another, slashing from 2 directions at once. Something only a true dual swordsman could achieve. Whether the strike came from the left, right, bottom, or top, the outcome remained the same. As Jean observed closely, his mind clicked. This is the second sword spirit. Steadying himself at the center of the ring, Jean focused his sharp gaze on the sword in her grasp. With a deep breath, she swung downward. Streams of essence spiraled together, cascading toward the ground in a perfectly straight line, like a tornado rippling across a still lake. Garmin and Boris, who had been spectating, could no longer remain seated. They leaped down, rushing to Jin's side, their excitement evident. See? I told you! Fourth Battle King, Rinfa, always uses this move. Boris practically vibrated with enthusiasm, waving his arms. To witness it firsthand, this is legendary. Rinfa turned to Jean and asked, "How do you feel after seeing the second spirit sword?" Jean took a moment to collect his thoughts before replying. "It's incredible, both powerful and elegant. It feels like it's never truly been demonstrated in its full glory before." Hearing that, Rinfa gave a small nod. Yes. At that moment, Garmin suddenly blurted out, "Wait, is that oath still in effect, Brother Rinfa?" Rinfa's calm demeanor remained unchanged. "It's fine. Don't overthink it." Garmin let out a sigh of relief, but quickly followed up, "If that's the case, we should inform the others." Boris nodded eagerly. "Yeah, before the chance disappears, they need to talk to Rinfa. She never got to say a word when Timar was around. I'll go call the others." Before Jean could even process what was happening, Garmin and Boris took off at full speed. So fast it was as if they had mounted invisible motorbikes, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Rinfa looked at Jean and spoke. "Scissors." Jean blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Rinfa repeated, "The name of the second move you just saw. It's called Scissors." Jean took a moment to process before nodding. "That's a very fitting name." He smiled, still amazed. The way the essence forge blades intersected like a pair of scissors. "I've never seen or even imagined a technique like that before." Rinfa studied him and asked, "Can you replicate it?" Jean let out a small sigh and shook his head. "It's not something I can copy after just one glance." He glanced down at his sword, his brows furrowing. "Besides, there's an issue with this weapon. It continuously absorbs essence, which makes using it unpredictable." Rinfa calmly responded, "That sword doesn't just absorb essence, it also restores it." Jean tilted his head, still struggling with the concept. "So, is it possible to clear the absorbed essence?" "Yes," Rinfa answered without hesitation. "Think of the sword as a sheath. Just as you draw a blade from its scabbard, you can also draw out the essence it has absorbed." Jean listened carefully, gripping his sword tighter. "If you were reckless with your essence before, learning to wield this sword properly will refine your control," Rinfa continued. "Overcoming this sword's absorption will allow you to master essence manipulation." She pointed at Jean with complete confidence. "And I believe you can do it." Jean couldn't help but chuckle at Rinfa's straightforward faith in him. "Damn, Rinfa, you explain things way better than Garmin. You're practically built to be a teacher." He grinned. "So, why did you choose to practice forbidden speech?" Rinfa's expression darkened slightly. "Like you said, it's not training. It's my punishment." Jin's smile faded. "Punishment?" He hesitated before continuing. "You didn't tell the others, which means there's a reason why you couldn't tell them." Jin's voice softened with concern. "It must have been hard, being isolated for so long. I may not be your brother, but if you ever want to talk, I'm here." A heavy silence settled between them as the sky dimmed with the falling dusk. After a moment, Rinfa exhaled and finally opened up, his voice low yet steady. She spoke of her past, her burdens, and the reason for her silence. Jean listened intently, his expression unreadable. "So that's how it is," he murmured. Rinfa nodded. Jean clenched his fists. "You warned them not to challenge the gods, but they didn't listen." Rinfa's gaze turned to the horizon, where the last light of the sun faded. She didn't answer, but the weight in her eyes spoke louder than words. Jin's thoughts swirled as he processed everything. Rinfa has been carrying the burden of the Myungwang's downfall all this time. She blames herself for not stopping her brothers. But is that arrogance? Or just the guilt of someone who cared too much? Rinfa, as if sensing Jin's thoughts, spoke up. "Thanks to you, my punishment has ended much easier than I expected." Jin raised an eyebrow, a little skeptical. "Do you regret it?" Rinfa stood up, her expression calm. "No, I feel relieved." Then, she turned her gaze to Jean and said with rare sincerity, "Thank you. You have a way of moving people." Jean grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment." Before their conversation could go any further, a distant roar of voices erupted. A group of Myungwang members stormed in, their excitement echoing across the field. They rushed toward Rinfa, their expressions filled with shock and joy. "You've finally ended the ban? What happened? We thought you lost your voice forever." They bombarded Rinfa with questions, some laughing, some on the verge of tears. Rinfa, though slightly overwhelmed, remained composed. Jean watched from the sidelines, deep in thought. Normally, when people ignore warnings, others just blame them. But Rinfa, she blamed herself instead. Maybe now, after all this time, she'll be easier to reach. Suddenly, a loud voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, Jean!" Jean turned to see Boris jogging toward him, with a smug grin plastered across his face. "Since you got Brother Rinfa to speak, I'll be taking credit for it." As promised, Boris declared, puffing out his chest. Jean raised an eyebrow. "Credit for what, exactly?" "The second achievement," Boris said proudly. Jean folded his arms. "The other brothers might not know the full story, But you do, don't you, Boris? Boris blinked. Huh? What are you talking about? Jean smirked. You knew why Fourth King Rinfa was forbidden to speak. And yet, it wasn't a member of the Myungwang who got her to break her silence. It was me. Boris suddenly burst into laughter, his expression a mix of amusement and admiration. That's right. That's the second achievement. And that means... Meanwhile, Rinfa continued mentoring Jean. Not only did she help Jean refine his technique with the essence-absorbing sword, but she also guided him through the foundational movements of the second spirit sword technique. Jin's internal essence grew denser with each passing day. Within 2 weeks, he had learned the method behind Rinfa's signature move. Of course, mastering it was an entirely different matter. But that didn't matter to Jean, because no matter how long it took, he would continue training without rest. Mastery was only a matter of time. February, year 1790. Jean stood firm, confidence radiating from him. Now that I've overcome the sword, I think it's time to return it, he suggested. Tantel, smiling, replied, From today onward, you will be the one needing it. Jean raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you wouldn't need to use your sword here anymore? Tantel nodded. That's right. But after your training with the fourth brothers, you'll start training with the regular brothers. Jean hesitated. Starting today? Tantel immediately confirmed yes. This afternoon, everyone will gather to watch the match. Right about now, the brothers are probably picking their first opponents. Jin's blood pumped with excitement. Finally, the long-awaited match with the Myungwang clan was happening. Ever since he arrived, he had wanted to fight them properly. He clenched his fist. Yes. Then Tanel said to Jean, to be honest, I feel like it might be a little early for you. Jean smirked. Oh, sounds like you think you'll lose. Jean frowned. Are the regular warriors really on par with the White Wolf clan? Tanel chuckled. White Wolf clan. The Myungwang warriors are far beyond that. Even the elite Red Tiger lords would struggle against them. And let's not forget, the first king brother don't like you. They'll probably pick an opponent that's anything but easy. Jean stroked his chin, calculating his odds. Yeah, if we're talking human standards, almost every Myungwang warrior is at least 9 stars or higher. So no matter who I fight, there won't be any easy opponents. Tanel nodded. True, but I'll still be cheering for you. Jean tilted his head. Wait, what advice did you give me again? Tantel grinned. I told you to look at Myungwang's sword at least once. Jean smirked. I already have. Of course. That was thanks to the memories he had absorbed from Boris. He had seen matches before, but this time, he would witness it in real combat. Tantel waved a hand. All right, from now until the match, get some rest in the waiting room. Jean nodded. Understood. Tantel led Jean to the waiting room, where he was assigned a spot. Wasting no time, Jean carefully cleaned his sword, ensuring it was in perfect condition. From a distance, a familiar voice called out. Jean, are you ready? Jean turned around to see Boris approaching, excitement practically radiating off him. A grin spread across Jin's face. You guys are here. Boris and Garmin walked up, but Jean remained calm. There's nothing to prepare. Once they pick my opponent, I'll just have to fight. He tightened his grip on his sword. Win or lose, he was ready. Garmin nodded. Okay, you're strong enough. Garmin sighed. No, he's really something else? It's hard to believe he's just a human kid. Don't be discouraged, though. Jean remained calm, but Boris still looked worried. I'm just concerned. Jean seems like the type who'll take failure really hard. Rinfa, standing next to them, said that it has that effect on people who always succeed in their lives. But Jean, Boris continued, you have to learn to get back up after a fall. Jean tilted his head, puzzled. Why is everyone acting like I've already lost? Boris sighed. It's just we don't want you to end up like Timar. Jean raised a brow. Timar. Garmin nodded. Yeah, Timar never lost a match before coming to La Perosa. But here, he kept losing. Curious, Jean asked, what kind of fighter was he in his first match? Lena immediately answered. He was a bit stronger than I am now, but he struggled against regular warriors. Boris chimed in. Even after that first loss, he just broke. He shut himself away for a long time, fell into depression. He never recovered. Jean smirked. Completely misunderstood. Losing once was nothing. Unlike Timar, Jean had faced failure countless times before coming here. He had bled, suffered, and fought through despair more times than he could count, even in his past life. With a confident smile, he reassured them, you don't have to worry. I won't end up like Timar. A few hours before the match, the Myungwang arrived at the arena. The stands were packed, and the air buzzed with excitement. After all, this was the first major match in 1,000 years. Of course, there was betting involved. Oh, brothers, how many moves do you think it'll take? One spectator whispered. I bet within 10 moves, another chimed in. Same here, 10 moves at most. Jean stepped into the ring, greeted by deafening cheers. He glanced around, baffled. They're betting on how many moves it'll take for me to lose? He sighed, shaking his head. This clan really loves to gamble. A moment later, Jin's opponent finally stepped into the ring. As soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted into cheers. The Shaka brothers are back in action, someone shouted. The excitement reached a fever pitch as a warrior with long hair and a strong, athletic build walked confidently toward the center of the arena. His name was Shaku, the lightning of battle. He smirked and asked, "Is the undefeated warrior ready?" Jean stood up calmly and replied, "No need to be ready. Just attack me with the intent to kill." Shaka's smirk faded slightly. He looked unsettled. Jean continued, "If you treat this like just another match, you'll hold back. You'll assume that no matter how hard you fight, you won't die. And that will cost you." Without hesitation, Jean drew his sword, then casually tossed it to the ground. Shaku raised an eyebrow before chuckling. "I have to admit, you're confident." Then his expression hardened. "But this is too much. Few things are more irritating than a human who doesn't know humility." He narrowed his eyes, studying Jean carefully. "Are you trying to provoke me?" At that moment, a faint glow appeared at Jin's chest, slowly spreading throughout his entire body. Shaka's smirk vanished as his eyes widened in shock. "That's you." Jean gripped his sword, and with a swift movement, unleashed a powerful technique, Manhwa. A surge of energy radiated outward, engulfing the battlefield in its force. Shaku instinctively leaped backward, his excitement barely masking his astonishment. "Who taught you the Manhwa sword technique?" Jean didn't answer. He simply launched himself forward, his sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. As Jean closed the distance, Shaku's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. "This sword," Jean muttered. "It's incredible." Shaku remained frozen, still trying to process what was happening. He kept shaking his head. "No way. The Manhwa sword technique isn't something you can just learn. It's exclusive to the Manhwa clan." His panic wasn't unwarranted. The Manhwa swordsmanship wasn't just a set of techniques. It required a special trait, the ability to activate the mind's light. Without that, no matter how much one memorized the moves, the technique would be useless. But Jean wasn't just copying it. He had figured out the missing key, the tooth he received from Boris. He was certain it was the catalyst that allowed him to tap into the mind's light. And every single day since then, he had trained relentlessly, repeating the motions, pushing his limits, until now. Without hesitation, he swung his sword toward Shaku, fully prepared to prove that he had mastered what was thought to be impossible. Jean charged at Shaku with full force. The only thing left to do now was fight. A deafening boom echoed across the arena. Outside the ring, Jin's three teachers watched intently. Some spectators stared in shock, while Boris's face darkened with concern. But Shaku wasn't weak. Far from it. As the dust settled, he stood firm, his sword locked against Jin's in a fierce clash. A man who dares to use the Manhwa's sword technique so recklessly. Shaku growled, his voice filled with anger. Then he shouted, "Fifth Battle King." Boris's expression changed instantly. Shaku turned to the side. "Do you still have your special fusion skill?" A voice responded, "Of course." Shaku nodded. "Good." Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Suddenly, his chest pulsed with a brilliant yellow light. Jean narrowed his eyes. "What is this?" A powerful aura erupted from Shaku's body, crackling like bolts of lightning. Then, with a primal roar that seemed to shake the very world, his energy surged outward, forming a massive column of destructive force, several times stronger than Jin's Manhwa sword technique. Shaku's furious voice boomed across the battlefield. "I'll make you pay for using the Manhwa sword technique so carelessly." The energy surrounding him intensified, marking him as the true successor of an undefeated warrior. Jin's gaze sharpened. Where he stood, dazzling halos of light formed around him, expanding into a grand formation. He lifted his sword and began summoning the goddess. But nothing happened. Jin's expression changed. Why won't she appear? Then realization struck. This is a dimension created by Mr. Soderette. I can't call Tess here. Before he could react further, Shaku lunged at him, his voice dripping with contempt. "Looks like things aren't going your way." With blinding speed, Shaku swung his sword down. Jean barely managed to duck in time, narrowly dodging the devastating strike. Despite the overwhelming pressure from Shaku's aura, surrender wasn't an option. Gripping his sword tightly, Jean rushed forward. He struck relentlessly, his attacks swift and unyielding, each swing carrying immense force. But Shaku wasn't fazed. The sheer weight of his power pressed down on Jean, making every movement feel heavier. His aura pulsed with such destructive energy that Jean was suddenly sent flying, his body flung across the battlefield like a ragdoll. He crashed onto the ground, skidding to a stop in the distance. Pain shot through his body, but he gritted his teeth and stood up. Shaku charged forward, sword in hand. Jean didn't just stand there waiting for death. He rushed in as well. The two clashed like two raging storms, their movements fierce and unrelenting. The collision of their auras sent shockwaves through the arena. Jin gritted his teeth. Speed, he's fast. He carefully observed Shaka's frenzied attacks, analyzing his movements. But there was a problem. Shaka's defense was impenetrable. There wasn't a single opening to exploit. Jin's eyes darted around, searching for a weakness. Then it hit him, a spot that no amount of training can strengthen. His thumb twitched as he locked onto his target. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and struck, aiming straight for Shaka's eye. Jin's finger drove in with full force. But instead of a vulnerable weak point, it felt like he had jammed his finger into solid rock. With a sharp crack, his finger bent unnaturally as he yanked it back, deformed and throbbing with pain. Jin's eyes widened in horror. What is this? Shaka smirked proudly. Didn't you know? Our eyes are as tough as our hearts. Sweat dripped down Jin's forehead. This guy isn't human. Shaka chuckled darkly. It's only natural. Before our race was nearly wiped out, there were hundreds of thousands of warriors like me. Then his aura surged. A suffocating pressure exploded from his body, radiating intense, murderous intent. The space around Jin felt like it had frozen solid. His limbs locked up, his grip on his sword faltering. Shaka's voice echoed. You're struggling to hold your sword? Huh? With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Jin's weapon aside. This, Shaka said, grinning, is called normal suppression. It creates an invisible force that pulls on your sword, making it impossible to wield properly. Before Jin could react, Shaka swung a powerful fist straight at him. Jin barely managed to dodge, jumping aside at the last second. He hit the ground, quickly rolling back to his feet. If I stay too close, I won't be able to use my sword properly. He immediately put as much distance between them as possible. Despite the dire situation, his face remained determined, but his eyes held a sharp glint of strategy. Shaka, however, looked thrilled. The more Jin ran, the more excited he became, chasing after him like a predator. Jin glanced back. He's too fast, but I just need one chance. He pushed himself harder, moving like the wind, searching for the right moment. Then found it. Jin suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He raised his sword, channeling his power. The spirit sword's first form. The energy surged through him as he combined it with the decapitating soul technique. Then, with one swift motion, he unleashed a devastating slash straight at Shaka. Shaka's blade clashed against Jin's, stopping him before he could even attempt to use the sword's spirit first form. With a smug grin, Shaka sneered. Did you really think I'd give you the chance? With a powerful strike, he knocked Jin's sword aside, then grabbed his shirt, tightening his grip before delivering a brutal punch to his gut. The impact sent Jin flying, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed into the ground. But Shaka wasn't finished. Before Jin could even recover, Shaka stomped down with enough force to crack the earth beneath him. The sheer power of the strike sent tremors across the battlefield. Jin, battered and bleeding from his nose and mouth, struggled to defend himself. But Shaka was relentless. He lifted his leg and drove another devastating kick into Jin's ribs. Then, as if savoring his dominance, he smiled and drove his foot into Jin's head, smashing it into the ground. Still not satisfied, Shaka launched him into the air with another brutal kick. Jin crashed onto jagged rocks, his body now covered in deep, bloody wounds. His vision blurred, his strength waning. Above him, Shaka's sword slowly descended, gleaming ominously in the dim light. With a cold smirk, Shaka retrieved his blade and pointed it at Jin. Just as I promised, I'll take all your limbs. His fingers tightened around Jin's throat as he whispered. Next time, try to be more humble. The blade flashed. Then, darkness. Elsewhere, Jin's consciousness flickered. Distant voices echoed in his ears. His eyelids felt like lead, but he managed to glimpse two figures standing over him, Boris and Belize. This kid is different, Boris murmured. Boris let out a frustrated sigh. If you were saying that, then I guess I have no choice. Jin barely registered the prick of a needle piercing his skin. His vision blurred further as something powerful coursed into his veins. Boris muttered, begin the transfusion. Let's pray he survives. The foreign blood flowed into Jin's body, merging with his own. His veins pulsed with an eerie golden glow, his muscles tensed, and then his eyes snapped open. Pure white. His body trembled as an uncontrollable force surged through him. Boris and Belize exchanged a worried glance. Something inside Jin had awakened. Jin couldn't hear Soderet's voice. Something felt off. If he couldn't withstand this blood, would he really die? Just like the god of war had warned? A chilling thought surfaced. His death could mean the complete annihilation of their entire race. They're afraid, Ban murmured. But even if he dies, that is our fate, and his too. Jin drifted in a realm between life and death, his mind caught in an endless void. He could hear their voices, but their faces remained unseen. If he didn't fight, he would be swallowed whole by the darkness. The vast ocean around him would pull him under, and everything would end here. Then a memory surfaced, the moment of his defeat, the feeling of utter helplessness as he lay bloodied and broken at the hands of his opponent. For the first time in his life, his eyes had been filled with despair. But just as quickly, another memory pushed through, Yona, standing before him, holding a bottle of wine. "This is my poison wine," she had said with a sly grin. "If you drink it and use the mind's eye of the limit, no assassin will be able to kill you. Even I would have trouble taking you down." She had laughed, then added, "When the time comes, I won't be able to give you gifts like this anymore. It's a shame, really. But hey, take care of yourself." "Okay." That moment seemed like a lifetime ago. Now, drenched in sweat, Jean clenched his teeth, pushing through the unbearable pain tearing through his body. His insides felt like they were being ripped apart, his very soul screaming in agony. But who the hell decided his fate? No one. He still had things to do, people to protect. His blood vessels pulsed violently. The energy Boris had infused into him, spreading throughout his body. And deep within his chest, a strange light began to glow. "I will decide my own destiny." The words echoed in his mind as his consciousness slowly returned. March 16th, year 179. A long time had passed since he had lost consciousness. Jin's eyes snapped open. For a moment, he simply lay there, staring at the ceiling dazed. Then realization hit him. "I made it." Slowly, he sat up, his muscles aching from weeks of inactivity. His thoughts raced. "It feels like I've been out for a month. I've wasted too much time. I need to return." Then he noticed it. A powerful glow pulsed from the center of his chest, illuminating the room. Jin frowned, his hand hovering over the light. "What is this?" The energy within him felt overwhelming, foreign yet familiar. Something inside him had changed. Jin's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. A Myungwang heart. His chest pulsed with overwhelming energy, and he couldn't suppress his surprise. This couldn't be real. Could it be that receiving the blood of the god of war automatically created a Myungwang heart? Before he could process it further, the door creaked open. A figure stepped inside. "You're awake," a familiar voice said. Jin turned sharply. It was Bon, the goddess. The moment he saw her, she spoke again. "God of war. I wasn't sure how to explain this to you." Her words made Jin's mind race. "Boris gave me his fangs, and with his blood, I was able to create that heart inside you," she continued. "You weren't exactly consulted on the matter." Jin's expression darkened. "So I had no say in this?" Bon raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying you refuse?" Jin scoffed. "Do I even have that option? You should have told me before doing something this drastic. I woke up right before the blood transfusion. You know." Bon sighed, looking slightly annoyed. "If you're unsatisfied, then my apologies." Jin exhaled, rubbing his forehead. "I'm not asking for an apology. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all this. This heart, whether I wanted it or not, it's part of me now. This is my contract with myself. After all." Bon studied him for a moment, then turned toward the door, her voice carrying a trace of amusement. "Huh, I thought you'd be more difficult about this. If you were my enemy, you'd see a different reaction," Jin muttered. Still, he couldn't shake his doubts. Just because he had this heart now, did it really mean anything? Did it make him their brother? The Myungwang might be interested in him now, but people like Shaku, who already hated him, would only become more hostile. As if reading his mind, Bon casually answered, "Probably so." Jin crossed his arms. "Then let me ask you something." She paused, glancing back. Lowering his voice, Jin asked, "Be honest. If I hadn't received your help while I was here, would I ever truly be recognized?" Bon hesitated. She glanced at him, then down at his clenched fists. After a moment, she replied, "If I'm right, then what will you do? Destroy that heart?" Jin smirked. "It was made for my own power, wasn't it? But it was not something you wanted," Bon pointed out. Jin exhaled. "Maybe, but if I don't meet your standards, then I won't accept your blood as anything more than what it is, a means to receive inherited power." Bon studied him for a moment before offering a faint smile. Jin still had his doubts, but one thing was clear. His destiny was now entirely his own. Bon narrowed her eyes. "Then tell me, why do you want to destroy it?" Jin exhaled, his gaze steady. "Because if it's something I created myself, I can do it again whenever I want. That means I control it, just like everything I win. But this wasn't completely mine from the start. If it were entirely my achievement, I'd never think of getting rid of it." Bon studied him for a moment, then smirked. "You really are a respectful guy, aren't you? A man of his word." She crossed her arms and added, "But even without my blood, my brothers would have recognized you." Jin blinked, taken aback. Then, for the first time in a long while, he felt genuine gratitude. He placed a hand over the royal heart embedded in his chest. "If that's the case, then I'll make good use of it." With that resolve, he moved on to something even more pressing. "I have to leave in May. There are important things I need to take care of, but once I'm done, I'll return. We can adjust my training pace accordingly." Bon nodded. That gives us 2 months. In the mornings, you'll train with the 7th king, Belize. In the afternoons, you'll face Shaku. And so, the days passed. 49 days later, as expected, the royal heart didn't win him instant favor. Some members of the underworld were openly hostile toward him at first. But over time, as they realized this wasn't something he had sought out himself, their reactions became more subdued. The underworld was strong, far beyond what he had imagined. If there was any way to shorten the gap between him and them, he had to find it. For the past 49 days, he had fought Shaka 49 times and lost 49 times. But Jean didn't waste time sulking over his losses. The more he fought, the more his understanding of battle evolved. After 10 fights, he had confidently believed he was on Luna's level. After 20 fights, that confidence wavered. After 30 fights, he knew he definitely wasn't as strong as Luna. After 40 fights, he realized something else. He could cut off one of Shaka's arms if he played it right. The gap between them was closing, and Jin's skills had improved dramatically, particularly his speed. His fights with Shaku had become something he genuinely enjoyed. Every battle pushed him to his limits, forcing him to adapt. Of course, there was one downside. His limbs were constantly getting chopped off, which meant frequent visits to Boras for emergency healing. Over time, even the underworld stopped bringing up Timar's name around him. It was as if he had finally carved out his own space here. Today, Jean and Shaka stepped into the ring once again. Their presence met with loud cheers from the stands. A voice shouted out from the crowd, "Jean, you better win today." Shaka deserved to taste failure too. Jean glanced at his opponent's heavy, uncomfortable expression and smirked. "Why do you look like you just swallowed a fly? You're not getting tired of fighting me, are you?" Shaka let out a small chuckle. "No, but I have to admit, I actually look forward to our fights now. You're getting harder to hit." Jin's expression turned serious. "How many times do I have to tell you? Those warm feelings won't help me in battle. Let's just fight properly." Shaka sighed, slightly disappointed. "You really don't know how to joke?" Above the arena, Bon watched the fight unfold, her sharp eyes analyzing every movement. A voice called out, "Dear God of War." She turned to see Tantel approaching. "What is it, Tantel?" "I heard Jean will be leaving La Perosa soon," Tantel said. "The others are finally accepting him, so I think it's time we give everyone a chance to challenge him." Another person spoke up in agreement. "Tantel is right. The guests who come to watch him fight every day want to see others test their strength against him. It shouldn't just be Shaku." Bon considered their words for a moment before standing up and addressing the gathered warriors. "If that's the case," she declared, "then I need everyone's approval. There are 2 weeks left before Jean departs. If, during these 2 weeks, everyone wishes to challenge him, then let's make it official. If he defeats you, do we accept him as our brother?" She glanced around. "Does anyone object?" As expected, KO was not pleased. His gaze darkened as he watched Jean standing in the ring. "I don't want to accept him." But KO couldn't deny what he had seen. Garmin had gone out of his way to help Jean master the shadow sword and soul-severing technique. Boras had even given him Muller's blood, a gesture that had never happened before. Jean had also helped Rinfa complete his training in silence. And despite everything, despite being cut down every day, despite constantly losing to Shaku, he had never once shown arrogance, resentment, or despair. Instead, he endured. Right at that moment, a heavy footstep echoed across the ring. Baltarak stepped forward, his voice booming, "I am King Baltarak. I accept Jean Runcandle as our brother." Then, to everyone's surprise, he smiled. A rare, genuine smile. Boras, watching from the side, seemed to realize something. His eyes flickered with understanding, and he turned to Garment. A moment later, both of them grinned. Then, without hesitation, they leapt down into the arena. Their voices rang out loud and clear. "We, the 8 fighting kings and the 5 fighting kings, accept Jean Runcandle as our brother." Tantel and several others smiled together. Then, Tantel called out loudly, "Gatekeeper of La Perosa." "It's me, Tantel." Shaka Thunder nodded and added, "I also acknowledge Jean Runcandle as our brother." Jean was stunned, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his ears. He hadn't expected such acceptance, so sudden, so overwhelming. But then, a smile crept onto his face. Footsteps echoed as someone approached, and the massive doors creaked open. A golden light filled the surroundings as Van stepped forward. "So, everyone agrees," she declared. From that moment, Jean Runcandle was officially recognized. Van raised her hands, conjuring a glowing sphere midair before clapping them together, shattering the sphere in a burst of dazzling energy. "From this day forward, Jean is one of us," Van announced. Once Jean was accepted into the Mianwang, things moved at lightning speed. Those who wished to challenge him quickly decided their order, through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Within a single day, Jean found himself locked in combat with them. The battles were relentless. No matter the time of day, morning, afternoon, or evening, he was in the ring fighting. Blood spilled onto the stage more times than he could count. His entire world became one long, grueling battle. He dueled every member of the Myeongwon clan, barely catching a breath before facing his next opponent. By the time dawn broke, the cycle would start again. When it came time for his rematch with Shaku, Jin was determined to beat him into the ground. But just as he landed a few solid hits, Shaka dramatically threw up his hands. "I give up." Jin blinked. "Huh." Shaka grinned. "What's the point? You've already beaten everyone else. Might as well spare me the pain." Jin let out a deep sigh. This guy. With that, the match ended, and only 9 days remained before he had to face the dueling kings. Until then, he would continue fighting others. Finally, after an exhausting streak, all 64 matches with the Myeongwon champions were complete. That night, the palace glowed under the moonlight. Inside, a grand feast was underway. The air buzzed with laughter, the scent of rich food filling the space. Tantel raised his glass with a wide grin. "Brother Jin, you fought well. Let's drink." Jin took the offered cup, only to grimace as he recognized the liquid. "Wait a minute, isn't this the same disgusting mineral wine I had when I first got here?" He immediately shook his head. "No, not happening. That stuff tastes horrible." Tantel laughed, nudging him. "Don't be like that. Just take a sip. You'll see it's different this time." Jin narrowed his eyes, staring suspiciously at the drink. "Different, huh?" He hesitated, unsure if he should trust it. Still, he swirled the liquid in his glass, contemplating whether to take the risk. Jin made up his mind. Why not? And down the entire drink. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, his eyes widened in surprise. "Sweet? Rich? What the? Wait, this is actually good," he exclaimed. "Is this a different kind of wine?" Boris chuckled. "Nope, same old mineral wine." Jin stared at him. "You're joking." Boris shook his head. "You've got the gem heart now. It changes how it tastes." Jin was stunned. "That's actually insane. I didn't expect it to be because of that." Before he could dwell on it, Shaka suddenly draped an arm around his shoulders like they had been best friends for years. Right. Since you're already drinking, you should have a toast with me too." Jin grinned and handed her his glass. "Of course. Let's drink together." They counted to 3, clinked their glasses, and chugged the entire thing. Then boom, alcohol hit like a truck. Shaka burst into laughter. "Oh no, I already regret this." Jin rubbed his temples. "Yup, definitely a mistake." But the night was just getting started. The crowd around them roared with excitement, fighting to pour more drinks into Jin's cup. "Drink from me." "No, from me." "Jin, take this one too." At some point, he wasn't sure exactly when, his small glass had somehow transformed into a giant tub of alcohol. Jin barely hesitated. With a wild grin, he picked it up and downed the whole thing. The entire hall erupted in cheers. People threw him into the air, shouting his name in celebration. Meanwhile, Rinfa, overwhelmed by all the excitement, suddenly fainted and hit the ground with a thud. The crowd roared with laughter. At last, exhausted, Jin made his way back to his room. His face was flushed red from all the drinking, and he could already feel the alcohol weighing on him. He closed the door gently, took a deep breath, and leaned against the wall. Maybe a little fresh air would help. Jin climbed up to the rooftop, hoping the cool night breeze would clear his head. To his surprise, someone was already there. Belize. She stood at the edge, gazing thoughtfully at the moonlight. Her silver hair shimmered under the glow. Jin walked over and casually asked, "You're out here too? What are you doing?" Belize turned, her lips curling into a soft smile. "Jin, you seem really happy tonight." He chuckled. "Can't complain. The party was wild." She nodded and looked back at the sky. "Even though this place was created by Soderette, it still feels like home. Just like the world we used to live in." Jin followed her gaze. "Yeah, I see what you mean." After a moment, he asked, "Have you ever been curious about the outside world?" "No one's ever asked me about it. Even though I came from there." Belize's expression darkened slightly. "That's because after our time stopped, we realized we could never go back." Jin frowned. "Wait, shouldn't that make you more curious about it?" She let out a small laugh. "Maybe, but what's the point of longing for something we can't have? No matter how much we remember the people we love, we'll never see them again." Jin immediately regretted his words. He had unknowingly stirred up painful emotions. "Sorry," he said quietly. "I wasn't thinking." Belize smiled, shaking her head. "It's okay." But she hesitated, then continued, "I heard something from Ban." Jin raised a brow. "What is it?" Belize turned to him, eyes shining with something unreadable. "The outside world has been around for over half a millennium now. Who knows? Maybe they've developed magic or technology that can help us get out of here." Jin stood there, momentarily stunned by Belize's words. Could there really be a way to leave this place? But as he thought about it, he frowned. "Unfortunately, as far as I know, there isn't." The biggest issue was that no one even knew how to properly connect the fire world, the realm of the phoenixes, with the human world. Aside from summoning a phoenix, most interdimensional magic was undeveloped or outright banned. For example, dark magic, one of the few branches with any potential for such travel, was strictly prohibited by the association and was still a long way from being fully understood. So then, how could she possibly escape on her own? Jin's mind drifted back to the time Tantel came to pick him up. He hadn't physically left, but could still observe the outside world. How did that work? Jin asked. Belize nodded. It's only possible when an heir appears near the desert. An heir. It's a rare phenomenon, she explained. That's why I wanted to ask. She hesitated for a moment before making a request. Jin, if you don't mind, could you look into this for us? I mean, how we can return to the outside world. Jin didn't even think twice. Of course, he said firmly. Once I leave here, I'll find a way to help everyone set foot in the outside world. By morning, Jin was already up, beginning his day with sword practice by the lake. He meticulously cleaned his blade, lost in thought. The plan to get the compass starts soon. If I don't do it now, I might never get another chance. The fact that Yona had managed to gather intel from Bubear Workshop was a stroke of luck. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Jin clenched his fist. I have to succeed. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. You look deep in thought, Brother Jin. Something troubling you? Jin turned to see Ban approaching. A smile tugged at his lips. Ban, perfect timing. I actually needed to talk to you, Jin said. It's about the important issue we discussed last time. Ban crossed her arms. Ah, you mean what you said you'd return to in May? Jin nodded. Yeah, I need to go back and carry out my plan with my team. But, he exhaled, running a hand through his hair. I'm not sure if I'm strong enough yet. Ban raised an eyebrow and smirked. That's funny. Who do you think you've been fighting here? Jin sighed. I know exactly who they are. God-level warriors. If I were on the same level as them, I wouldn't be worried. His gaze darkened. The thing is, I haven't actually beaten any of them yet. Ban remained silent, listening. Jin continued, his voice quieter this time. Getting injured myself? That's not a big deal. But my team, some of them aren't as strong as me. If something happens to them... He didn't finish the sentence. Ban studied him for a moment before finally speaking. So that's what's really bothering you. Ban listened carefully before nodding. It seems you don't truly understand yourself, she said. You're the only one who can save us. If your heart wavers, the entire Myungwang will be shaken as well. With that, she handed him a sword. Jin blinked in surprise as he took it. This sword, Ban answered immediately. That's my Phoenix Thunder sword, Sigmund. Bora's reforged it for you to use. Jin ran his fingers along the hilt, feeling the sheer weight of its presence. This isn't just any weapon. Then, Ben raised her hand toward him and declared, use the remaining time to fight me. His eyes widened. With you? But I haven't even finished training with the Fighting Kings yet. Ban smirked. Didn't you say time is running out? Don't worry. I'll let the Fighting Kings know. Ban stepped forward, his expression unusually serious. In the time we have left, I will support you. I'll help you clear your mind and steady your heart. Jin hesitated. Could he really afford to shift focus right now? He glanced down at Sigmund in his hand, its surface gleaming under the sunlight. I just need to draw the sword. At first, he didn't fully understand what that meant. But when he stepped into the arena to face the god of war, the truth became terrifyingly clear. The moment he entered the battlefield, the pressure alone was suffocating, a weight so immense it felt like he was sinking into the abyss. He tightened his grip around the sword's hilt. The instant he drew Sigmund, he understood one thing with absolute certainty. I will die. Sweat dripped from his brow. He had considered every possible move, every strategy, but nothing led to survival. He replayed countless past battles in his mind, searching for a loophole, but none existed. If I pull this sword out, I die. His thoughts spiraled, his pupils shrinking. There has to be a way. There has to be something I'm missing. By the 5th day, desperation had set in. Jin fought relentlessly, throwing everything he had into training, determined to wield Sigmund properly. But in those 5 days, he had died 90,000 times. Every battle was a brutal test, an endless loop of pain, failure, and rebirth. Finally, today he would wield Sigmund in a real fight. The sword in his grip radiated an overwhelming, brilliant light, as if consuming the very air around him. A deafening explosion shook the ground as he charged forward. Dust and smoke filled the arena, obscuring everything in sight. The battlefield trembled under the sheer force of their clash. As the dust settled, a single figure remained standing. Ban. She stopped Jin's blade near her neck using just her finger, stopping the strike effortlessly. A smirk crossed Ban's face. That was a good move, she said. You could have used it from the very beginning. Jin stood there, drenched in sweat, his breath ragged. Jin took a deep breath before speaking. This time, I pulled out my sword because, for the first time, I felt like I might not die. He clenched his fists. It still wasn't enough, but it was different. Hearing that, Ben gave him a reassuring smile. Don't be discouraged, she said. Before time stopped, very few people could even land a hit on me. 5 days ago, you could have used this move to strike me, but you didn't. Jin's brows furrowed. Because I didn't understand my own strength. She nodded. Exactly. You lack confidence. And because of that, you had to endure thousands of unnecessary failures. Jin sighed, but this time, it was accompanied by a small smile. I see it now. In this match, I realized something again, he admitted. I had this same realization once before, back when I faced Timar's illusion. But somewhere along the way, I forgot it. Ban chuckled softly. That's what happens when you worry too much. Doubt makes you lose sight of yourself. If, in the end, you couldn't fully wield Sigmund, I was prepared to take it back. Jin's eyes widened slightly. Even though it took me countless attempts, I finally landed a hit on you. Ban nodded approvingly. Yes, because this time, you truly believed you could. Over the remaining 4 days, Jin mastered a legendary sword technique, a skill from the God of War's arsenal. It was a move that only Sigmund, the holy sword of the Manhwa, could unleash. Finally, he sheathed his sword and smiled with relief. Now, I can return to my friends. Ban gave a satisfied nod. Good. I look forward to our next battle. She gestured behind her. The others are waiting for you at the King's Fighting Hall. Once you say your goodbyes, you can leave. Jin bowed his head. God of War, thank you. But Ban gently lifted his chin with her hand. Raise your head, she said warmly. Between siblings, there's no need for such formalities. She placed both hands on his cheeks and smiled. I wish you a safe journey, my brother. A genuine smile spread across Jin's face. Yes, I'll return stronger. May 17th, 1797. After bidding farewell to all his brothers, Jin left La Perosa. As he walked, he reflected on everything he had to do next. One interesting discovery stood out. He could take Myungwang artifacts into the outside world, but Myungwang members themselves couldn't leave. To test this, he tucked a Myungwang emblem into the cloak Boris had made for him. He also stuffed his bag with mineral wine and cocoa cakes. After all, who knew when he'd get to taste them again? Crossing the great desert of Mitra, Jin expected the grueling heat to wear him down. But strangely, even under the scorching sun, he felt no exhaustion. Was it because of the intense training at La Perosa? Or was it because of the gem heart? Either way, he pushed forward, ready to face whatever awaited him in the outside world. In just 4 days after leaving La Perosa, Jin arrived at the place where he had once parted ways with his guide. Now, on May 25th, he walked along a narrow stream, enjoying the cool breeze. Suddenly, voices rang out nearby. Whoa, you crossed the great desert. The water-tailed tribe had spotted him. Jin turned toward the familiar voices and grinned as he recognized one of them. Hey, Dark Spark, what a coincidence. Have you been? What brings you out here? Dark Spark chuckled. Just finished a trade deal. Golden Tongue from the western region is back in Yuka Yuka now. Jin nodded. I see, so things are moving quickly. Then Dark Spark's expression turned serious. You're alive. That's surprising. Everyone was worried. Thought you were dead. Jin smirked. I won't lie. I went through some crazy stuff. But I made it. As they continued walking together, Jin brought up his next destination. I'm heading to Yuka Yuka too, he said casually. Dark Spark's reaction was immediate. No way. You can't go there. Jin frowned. What? Why not? Dark Spark's voice lowered. A few days ago, the Red Tiger clan arrived. It's dangerous. You should turn back and head toward Mekamika Market instead. He handed Jin a few coins. Use this for travel expenses. Jin thought for a moment before asking. If I turn back, how much time will I lose? 3 or 4 days, Dark Spark replied. Jin's expression hardened. That's too long. I have urgent business. He glanced around. Do you know any secret routes? Dark Spark shook his head. No. Jin sighed. Then I'll just go. Dark Spark looked uneasy. You don't understand. They'll kill any human they find. Jin smirked. I'll handle them. Dark Spark still looked unconvinced, but Jin was already moving forward. As night fell, the wind turned cold. Jin and the Watertail tribe continued their journey until they spotted a group of Red Tiger warriors up ahead. They quickly ducked behind the bushes. Dark Spark's voice was tense. This is bad. What now? Humans won't get past them. Jin remained calm. You guys go ahead. I'll follow from behind. Dark Spark hesitated but nodded. All right, be careful. As the tribe's carriage rolled forward, the Red Tiger warriors stepped in to inspect the goods. Watertail tribe's offerings are quite generous this time. They rummaged through the cargo before nodding in approval. Dark Spark exhaled in relief. Looks like we're good. A Red Tiger warrior smacked Dark Spark on the head as they let him pass. You guys look cute too, the warrior sneered. Jin, watching from the shadows, narrowed his eyes. Time to move. Just then a voice rang out. If you took their money, you should have left them alone. Why did you have to beat them too? The Red Tiger Tribe warriors froze and turned toward the source of the voice. The two gatekeepers spotted a young human standing in the distance. "Isn't that a human?" one of them muttered before stepping forward aggressively. "Where do you think you're going, brat? Get over here and hand over everything you've got," he barked. The guy next to him joined in, sneering. "Yeah, strip yourself down. Maybe then we'll let you walk away in one piece." His face twisted with menace, clearly enjoying the intimidation. Jean, however, remained unfazed. He crossed his arms and smirked. "Funny, that's exactly what I was about to say to you." Then Jean said to them, "Give me everything that you took from Beastman Tribe while I'm asking very nicely." The Red Tiger warriors flinched slightly. There was something about this human, his presence, his aura, it unsettled them. But unwilling to back down, they growled in unison and prepared to charge. Jean sighed, shaking his head. "Guess you're not the type to listen." The moment he released his killing intent, the air around him turned suffocating. One of the tigers staggered, his breath hitching as an overwhelming force pressed down on him. His knees buckled, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed. The other warrior's face drained of color. His body trembled uncontrollably as he dropped to his knees. Please. Have mercy," he stammered. Jean stepped forward, planting his foot on the fallen tiger's chest. "I'll count to 3. If you're still here by then, you're dead." He started counting. 1. The remaining tiger panicked and scrambled to his feet. 2. With a desperate cry, he grabbed his fallen comrade, slinging him over his back. 3. Before Jean could finish, the warrior bolted, running on all fours like his life depended on it. "I'm out of here." Jean watched them disappear, shaking his head in amusement. Then, turning to Dark Spark, he handed back the stolen fish. "This is yours. You paid for it, fair and square." Dark Spark's eyes widened with delight. Taking the fish, he nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, human." Then, as if remembering something, he hesitated before asking, "Human, will you stay for the Watertail clan's feast? We are celebrating a great hunt." Jean checked the time. "I'd love to, but I have somewhere to be. Gotta keep moving." Before leaving, he advised them, "Make sure the stolen goods go back to their rightful owners." The Watertail tribe, eager to show gratitude, hurriedly prepared grilled fish and handed it to him. Jean hesitated for a moment, then accepted. "All right, maybe just a quick bite." And with that, he enjoyed the fresh meal before heading off, leaving behind a grateful crowd. Jean finally gave in to their enthusiasm, flashing a small smile. All right, let's eat. I was getting a little hungry anyway." With that, everyone gathered around the fire, enjoying the grilled fish together. As he ate, Jean casually asked, "By the way, can I buy dye at Yukiuka Market?" Dark Spark raised an eyebrow at the sudden question. "Why do you need dye?" Jean took another bite and replied, "I need a disguise for where I'm going next." Dark Spark chewed thoughtfully. If that's the case, I'd recommend the special makeup technique of the Golden Tribe. It's far superior to any dye." Jean nodded in interest. "Sounds promising. Let's go check it out after we eat." A short while later, Dark Spark led Jean to the Golden Tribe's market stall. There, a robed merchant, a mouse beast man, greeted them with a playful smirk. Well, back from the dead, are we? Lucky you." Then, without missing a beat, he pulled out a menu and grinned. "So, you need a disguise, huh? Let's see. First, take a look at our dyes." He flipped the menu open dramatically. "Now, I know what you're thinking. Seems pricey, right? But listen, our dyes are on a whole different level compared to the cheap stuff from other clans. We use crystals and natural extracts from rare plants and flowers. Not only do we have a variety of colors, but they're also fragrant. Plus, once you dye your hair with this, even your future kids might inherit the color." Dark Spark rolled his eyes. Enough with the sales pitch. Let's cut to the chase. This human just wiped out the Red Tiger tribe. At that, the Watertail tribe members proudly stepped forward, showing off the stolen goods they had reclaimed from the Red Tiger tribe. "Look, we got everything back. Everything those tigers stole from the Beastmen is finally returned." The merchant's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by pure shock. He spun toward Dark Spark, eyes wide. Wait. You mean to tell me something that important, and you let me ramble on about business first? Why didn't you interrupt me sooner?" Dark Spark sighed, exasperated. "I was waiting for you to finish. You were too into it." The merchant threw up his hands in frustration. "Damn it, Dark Spark. Do you know how embarrassing this is? I almost overcharged an actual hero. I look like some greedy merchant with no shame." Jean stood off to the side, watching the dramatic exchange unfold. Something about this situation felt strangely familiar. The mouse wasn't done yet. He wagged a finger at Dark Spark, ranting, "I swear, if I had charged him, I'd have ruined my reputation. A benefactor like this deserves respect, not a price tag." Dark Spark rubbed his temples. All right, I get it. Enough already." Finally, the merchant turned to Jean with a deep bow. "My apologies. I didn't realize you were the one who took down the Red Tiger clan." You've done all the merchants at UQCom Market a huge favor. Straightening up, he gestured grandly toward his shop. Forget the fee. Your disguise is on the house. Come in, Mr. Honest, and let me give you the perfect transformation with the Golden Tribe's finest special makeup technique. It was the final day of May 1979. The air was thick with gloom, the sky shrouded in an oppressive darkness. This was Belladu, a feudal country nestled on the southern island. Down by the harbor, a blond-haired man strolled through the dimly lit streets, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. This town hasn't changed a bit, he thought to himself. That man was none other than Gene. With his new disguise, his hair dyed and his outfit altered, he wandered through the familiar streets, taking in the atmosphere. The place was still crawling with mercenaries and vagrants, but more than anything, it was a haven for drug addicts. Most of the people here were lost souls who had bet everything at the Cosmos Arena and walked away with nothing. But across the island, things were different. To the north stood a castle, a luxurious facade that masked the dark underbelly of aristocratic indulgence. Here, the wealthy elite gathered to gamble in secrecy. And tomorrow, that was exactly where the compass would lead. Gene exhaled slowly, slightly uneasy. I wonder if everyone else made it to the island safely. Just then, his attention was drawn to a ragged man in the distance, laughing wildly to himself. His clothes were in tatters, his eyes dull and unfocused. Another victim of the arena, perhaps? But as the man staggered closer, Jin's eyes narrowed in recognition. The man suddenly stopped in front of him, grinning as he slipped a small piece of paper into Jin's hand. "Spare some change for a poor soul, would you?" he asked, his voice hoarse and desperate. Jin's expression darkened. "Jet, what the hell is he doing?" Suppressing his annoyance, he tossed 6 coins to the man. Jet's eyes lit up as he caught them. "Damn it, God bless you," he cackled. Gene studied him silently, his mind racing. His condition is worse than I expected, but in a way, this is perfect. Recruiting him in my past life was the right decision. His story was one of tragedy, but this time, I'll change that. Without a word, he unfolded the paper Jet had handed him. A simple message was scrawled on it. Password, Bird's Beak Motel, room 203. Check under the bed for a nailed-down board. Gene tucked the note away and made his way toward the Bird's Beak Inn. Upon arrival, he was met with a cold reception. The innkeeper, a gruff man with a weathered face, didn't even look up as he grumbled. No rooms left. Find somewhere else. Gene smirked, recalling the code from the note. "How have you been, Bill?" he said casually. The innkeeper's eyes flicked up, surprise flashing across his face. He hesitated for a moment before reaching under the counter, pulling out a key. "Room 203, he muttered, sliding it across the counter. Gene took the key and headed upstairs. And there was room 203, waiting for him. Gene wasted no time. He crouched down, feeling around beneath the bed until his fingers brushed against a wooden board. Just as the note had indicated, it was nailed down. With a swift motion, he pried it loose, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a small, well-secured box. He smirked. "Gotta give them credit. They hid this well." Opening the box, he found a letter neatly folded on top of a red ticket. Gene quickly picked up the letter and began reading. "Sir, it's been a while. The others have arrived ahead of you and are stationed across different parts of the island. So far, Kinzello and Zipple haven't caught on to our presence. Here's what I've gathered so far. Kinzello's forces include the Grand Mage of Anns, Chukan told her, along with 5 mages, each estimated to be at least 8-star level. Additionally, there are 3 warriors from the White Wolf clan, all of whom are strong enough to serve as attack team captains. Aside from them, Kinzello has recruited a variety of skilled individuals, including assassins and snipers. As for Zipple's forces, we haven't uncovered much. They've stayed completely under the radar. However, considering their usual tactics, it's highly likely they've already infiltrated the island, blending in with the crowd. We expect them to reveal themselves only when the operation begins. The campaign begins at exactly 10 p.m. on June 1st. The target location is the Northern Mansions Casino. Enclosed in the red box is your entry ticket. Once the mission is complete, retreat to the designated extraction point. The locations of the inns where our teammates are staying are listed on the back of this letter. Additionally, after discussions with Lord Kashmir and Lord Muron, it was decided that Lady Ceres of the Ice Castle will be joining us. Given her expertise in reconnaissance, strategy, and guerrilla warfare, her presence will be invaluable. I will be returning to Tychon shortly after delivering this letter. Please give my greetings to Miss Gilly. Good luck, Jet." Gene leaned back, exhaling slowly. A 9-star mage, 5 8-star mages, and 3 warriors at attack team captain level. Kinzello brought some serious firepower. He tapped his fingers against the letter, deep in thought. And if Zipple's side is equally matched, then this island is about to turn into a war zone. His gaze lifted toward the window. The night sky stretched endlessly above, the stars twinkling against the vast darkness. Tomorrow night, this pirate-infested playground will become a battlefield. The eerie calm of the island would soon be shattered. At the northern mansion, a marble spun across the numbered slots of a roulette table, clicking as it slowed down. The tension in the hall grew until, clack, it landed on 17. A refined young woman covered her mouth in mock surprise. Oh my, what should I do? It seems I won again. The surrounding players sighed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and frustration. Low murmurs filled the air, disappointment evident in every whisper. A middle-aged man sporting an eye patch leaned toward the unfortunate soul across the table. Sir, are you all right? He chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of sympathy. There's still no picture of you here, but you just lost 1,000 gold coins. The unlucky young man in question, none other than Jean. Below, nestled in a dimly lit part of the city, stood an old yet extravagant villa casino, a beacon of wealth and misfortune. Bright, colorful lights flickered against the gloom, promising excitement to those daring enough to enter. Jean pushed open the doors at a leisurely pace, exuding confidence. From the moment he stepped inside, the atmosphere subtly shifted. Eyes followed his every move, especially those of the ladies present. Whoa! One woman whispered, barely hiding her admiration. Another gasped, is this the first time we've had someone this good-looking here? Excited whispers rippled through the casino floor. Who's that? Should I talk to him? Man, I'd love to have a drink with him tonight. Just looking at him makes my day better. Among them, a bespectacled woman laughed boldly. Well, a fresh face. Looks like this dreary old casino just got a little more interesting. Jean glanced her way, his eyes sharpening as he took in the fluffy cat in her arms. If it weren't for Murakin, I wouldn't have recognized her. The woman stood, adjusting her glasses with a knowing smile. Name's Zelia, she said smoothly. Jean, ever the gentleman, dipped his head slightly. A pleasure to meet you. Internally, he mused, not as impressive as Bubear's makeup skills, but the Ice Palace's disguise is still top-notch. Just then, a well-dressed casino host approached with a friendly smirk. If it's your first time here, how about trying a simple game of roulette? It's our most popular choice. Jean smiled politely. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll take a look around first. He had already pieced together what was happening. So, the rest of our allies are at the roulette table. The host series chuckled, sensing Jin's cautious nature. Ah, I see. A careful man. She gestured ahead. Then let me introduce you to the other games first. Walking ahead, she pointed to a nearby table. Over under. You're familiar with dice games, right? Her tone was casual, but Jean caught the subtle cue. She's referring to the disguised troops of Zipple and Kinzello gathered over there. After a few more steps, she suddenly stopped and turned back to him. A playful glint flickered in her eyes. If you ever feel like testing your luck, come find me at the roulette table. Jean gave a small nod. I'll keep that in mind. Ceres smiled sweetly. Since it's getting late, I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Jean chuckled lightly. Haha, understood, ma'am, he replied, his tone casual but laced with humor. As he walked past the dice table on the left, Jin's eyes sharpened, and he quietly began assessing the situation. Just as Jet had warned, Kinzello's disguised troops were stationed nearby. But that wasn't all. Jean noticed something peculiar. Even Zipple's people are here. Those pompous bastards were notorious for their arrogance. Yet here they were, posing as ordinary gamblers, blending in as if their egos had taken a back seat. This wasn't just any gathering. There must be high-ranking specialists hiding among them. As Jean strolled past, a werewolf at one of the tables sniffed the air sharply. His sensitive nose twitched, and his grip tightened around the wine glass in his hand. A low growl rumbled in his throat as he turned and walked impatiently toward Jean. Hey you, the werewolf barked. Jean paused and glanced over his shoulder, his eyes quickly registering the source. A werewolf from the White Wolf clan? The creature had a broad, slightly chubby face, and his pale fur gleamed under the low casino lights. He narrowed his sharp eyes and gestured for Jean to come closer. You over here? Jean hesitated for a moment, mildly confused. Did he sense something? My aura should have been hidden well. But then, a flash of excitement crossed his face, and he spun around dramatically, his voice full of exaggerated wonder. Oh my God, a white wolf! I never thought I'd meet one here of all places. He started patting himself down as if searching for something, leaning in closer with fake admiration. Man, the stories were true. The fur really is as white and smooth as they say. The werewolf's expression darkened. His ears twitched in irritation, and he growled lowly, back off. Whoops, Jean thought. Maybe I overdid it. He gave a sheepish smile and raised his hands in surrender. Sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Then, putting on his best innocent face, he asked, but why did you call me over in the first place? The werewolf gave him a hard stare, then waved him off. Never mind. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Get lost. Jean gave a respectful nod and backed away. Wishing you a pleasant evening, he said politely, but inside he was frowning. This mission hasn't even started, and I'm already running low on patience. I've got to stay sharp, and if things escalate, I may have to take down all the beast folk here. Just as he was debating his next move, a loud cheer erupted nearby. He won again, someone exclaimed. The joy was almost contagious, but Jean barely reacted, until he saw Ceres standing at one of the tables. At the same time, Zelia suddenly stood up from her chair and walked toward him, her face lighting up with excitement. You're here, she beamed. Already thinking about me, hmm? Before Jean could say a word, she leaned in and lightly placed her hand on his cheek, her voice teasing yet oddly sincere. Back when we met, I only told you my name. Now it's your turn, sir. Won't you tell me yours? Jin's eyes narrowed as he glanced down at the sleepy cat nestled in Zelia's arms. Something caught his attention, a tiny piece of paper tucked between the Murakan's teeth. With a lazy stretch, the cat let the paper slip from its mouth just enough for Jean to read. At 10 p.m., goods will be exchanged at the central card table on the second floor. The cat promptly swallowed the paper whole. Damn, now that's a well-trained cat. Feigning charm, Jean took Zelia's hand and brushed a light kiss over it. My name is Bommel, ma'am. Zelia grinned, clearly entertained. Well then, Mr. Bommel, come on. Let's play with everyone here until late. Jean followed her lead, but his mind was already racing. The people gathered here. Are they all wearing the faces of Ice Palace members as disguises? His gaze subtly shifted around the room, analyzing the crowd. The man with the ever-present smile and an eye patch. Kashmir. The girl jotting down numbers, glasses perched on her nose. Miss Enya. One more unidentified. Alicia. Meanwhile, Ceres picked up a chess piece, rolling it between his fingers before making his move. And now, the real game begins. The roulette wheel spun, the marble clattering over numbers until it finally landed. 17. Ceres clapped her hands together, her excitement barely contained. Oh my, what's going on? It seems I've won again. The energy in the room shifted as people crowded around to watch. Kashmir chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. Are you all right? That's another 1,000 gold coins gone, my friend. Jin's eye twitched. What kind of cursed luck am I carrying tonight? His frustration threatened to spill over, but he exhaled, forcing a smirk. If I walk away now, that'd be too embarrassing. One more round. Ceres raised an intrigued brow. Oh, so you're confident enough to try again? Of course. Jean leaned forward, but this time I picked the game. Ceres gestured for him to continue. Go ahead. Jin's lips curled into a confident grin. Let's play cards. Ceres, still basking in her victories, giggled. Cards? You won't be able to beat me at that, sir. Guess we'll find out, Jean replied smoothly. She stood, adjusting her dress. The game is on the second floor. Follow me. Jean laughed, stretching his arms. Well, this just got intense. Can't miss something this exciting. Others murmured amongst themselves, debating whether to join. Kashmir shook his head. We'll stay and enjoy ourselves down here. You go ahead. Suit yourself. Ceres waved a hand as she and Jean made their way upstairs. I'll be back before 10. Make sure you're ready for the next game. Jean caught the subtle undertone in her words. A reminder to be ready by 10. The deal's going down soon. As the clock inched closer to 10 p.m., whispers spread through the casino. Is that guy all right? He's still at it. He looks like he's about to pass out from frustration. Jean sat at the table, fingers gripping his cards so tightly they trembled. His face was dark, his patience shredded. He gritted his teeth before finally cursing under his breath. Damn it. He let out a heavy sigh, slumping in defeat. I lost. I don't think I can beat you, ma'am. Around him, murmurs of pity and amusement filled the air. Oh my God, is he broke? Poor guy. Well, that's what you get for playing against Lady Zelia without thinking things through. Ceres stood up, brushing off her dress with a graceful flick of her wrist. She glanced at Jean, her tone half teasing, half dismissive. Looks like luck isn't on your side tonight, sir. She gave a small smirk. Now that I think about it, I don't feel like playing anymore. With that, she turned away, wishing you a safe journey. One by one, others followed her lead. We're heading out too, someone said casually. Jean sat slumped in his chair, the weight of his losses pressing down on him. He mumbled a barely audible response, too lost in thought to bother with a proper farewell. As she passed him, Ceres gave him one last glance. Don't let it get to you. Tomorrow's a new day. Jean looked up at her briefly, his expression unreadable. Then she was gone. At that moment, the clock struck 10 p.m. Jean sat motionless, face down, deep in thought. An opportunity like this will never come again. I have to make my move. Meanwhile, across the casino, two men engaged in hushed conversation. Their words were coded, their gestures precise, an intricate language only they understood. One spoke. The other responded. No unnecessary movement. No sound beyond their quiet exchange. Then, suddenly, one of them reached into his shirt, his fingers wrapped around something hidden beneath the fabric. Jin's sharp eyes caught the shift. His heart pounded. There it is. The man pulled out a golden compass. Jin's muscles tensed. His body was already moving before his mind could fully register it. Summoning power into his palm, he slammed his foot into the ground, using the momentum to launch himself forward. This is it. We take it now. In one swift motion, he kicked the table over, sending a cascade of cards and chips into the air. The chaos gave him just enough cover. Energy crackled in his palm. The fight for the compass had begun. 10 minutes earlier, a man in an unfamiliar uniform entered the casino, his presence going unnoticed amid the lively chatter and clinking glasses. Across the room, Jin still sat with his head in his hands, sighing as if the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. But in the farthest corner, a white-haired man stood silently waiting. As soon as the newcomer stepped inside, the white-haired man straightened and greeted him. Here you are. Thank you for coming all this way. The man in question was none other than Karl Zipple, representative of the infamous Zipple family. Beside him, another figure with jagged yellow hair snorted. Skip the formalities, Chukan. What kind of place is this? And why is it making such a damn racket? That was Chukan told her, a high-ranking figure from Kinzello's side, the undisputed master of the Anne's Plain in the northern mainland. Karl Zipple gave a casual wave. It's a casino. Casinos are always noisy. Ignore it and have a seat. Chukan sighed as he lowered himself onto a chair. I'm too old for this nonsense. Everything annoys me these days. His gaze sharpened. Now, what about those thieves you stationed? Karl Zipple remained unbothered. Just some scattered gamblers. If we were planning to keep the item for ourselves, do you really think we'd go through all this trouble? He smiled faintly. No, we just don't. Chuckin's expression darkened as he leaned forward, his voice laced with irritation. Cut the arrogance, Karl Zipple. You're only putting on this act because of your status. If you were actually going to return it, you'd do it officially. But no, you're just stalling. His gaze sharpened. If you don't hand it over soon, we'll make sure Runcandle's people know exactly what you're up to. And I doubt they'll take kindly to that. Karl's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's how you want to play this? Chukan cleared his throat, clearly not finished. You're the one who broke the alliance terms. Yet here you are, acting like nothing happened. I don't know what your father's endgame is, but if he thinks we'll just sit by and let this slide, he's mistaken. Karl let out a low chuckle, adjusting his glasses. If you're so curious, why don't you go ask him yourself? His smirk widened. That is if you have the guts to stand before my father. Chuckin's lips pressed into a thin line. Enough of this. Hand it over. Jean remained motionless in the distance, watching, waiting. His heart pounded in his chest. The time is almost here. An opportunity like this won't come again. I have to make my move. Karl murmured something under his breath to Chukan, his expression unreadable. Chukan scoffed and reached into his pocket. Jin's eyes sharpened. There it is. A golden compass appeared in Chuckin's hand. Jin's pulse spiked. Now, with a surge of power, he activated ancient light magic. A brilliant flash of blinding light burst forth from his palm, illuminating the entire room. Karl's eyes widened slightly, intrigued. Chukan, caught off guard, flinched. This was it. Jin's campaign to reclaim the compass had begun. Past memoirs of Jin when he talking with his comrades. Jin had briefed his team. The second I see the compass, I'll activate ancient light magic, he had stated. Murakin had immediately burst into laughter. Ancient light magic? That's just a glorified flashbang. What are you going to do? Annoy them to death? Kashmir, ever the strategist, rubbed his chin. I see. You're planning to blind them. But Jin, even if that works, what if a master-level magician is guarding the transaction? This could backfire. Jin, ever calm, had nodded. That's exactly my concern. We're dealing with 9-star mages here. Their bodies are trained with reactive defense magic. If we launch a direct attack, their magic will activate instinctively and will be countered before we even get close to the compass. His expression had darkened. But they can't counter what they can't see. Silence fell over the room as his plan clicked into place. Jin continued. When the flare explodes, they'll be blinded for 10 seconds. That's the window. I need to grab the compass and disappear. Now, back in the present, with the entire casino floor engulfed in blinding light, Jin clenched his teeth and lunged forward. 10 seconds. That was all he had. Jin charged forward, his ancient light magic illuminating the space in a blinding burst. 10. Every second mattered. He had only moments to complete the mission. All around, people flailed blindly, shouting in confusion. Mr. Chukan, what the hell is going on? Damn it. Chukan roared, his patience snapping. He clenched his fists, assuming foul play. Karl Zipple, you dare pull something like this? For seconds left. Jin pushed forward, his movements razor-sharp. His eyes locked onto the golden compass clutched in Chuckin's hand. 3 seconds. The distance between them closed rapidly. Jean gritted his teeth, scanning the man's grip. Which hand is holding it? 2 seconds. He narrowed his eyes. There! With a final burst of speed, he lunged. An explosion erupted from the upper floor. The impact rocked the entire casino, sending a tremor through the floor. Gasps and screams filled the air. From the chaos, Ceres snapped her head toward the noise. What the hell was that? Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the source. As the dust settled, something shimmered in the air, a faint glow amidst the destruction. Jean emerged from the smoke, compass in hand. Ceres' eyes widened. You did it! With a swift motion, Jean tossed the compass toward her. She caught it midair and immediately signaled her team down the hall. Then, without missing a beat, she pulled an earring from her ear and flung it downward. The tiny object struck the floor. A second detonation erupted, shaking the casino once again. Below, Inya waited anxiously. As the explosion rang out, a hooded figure dashed toward her and placed something in her hands. The compass. Thick white smoke swallowed the room, obscuring everything. Panic spread like wildfire. A terrorist attack. Run! Security guards rushed in, weapons drawn. Block the exits. Kill anyone suspicious. Inya tucked the compass safely away, her gaze shifting back toward Ceres. Their eyes met for a brief second, mission complete. Then, she turned and sprinted for the exit. Ceres exhaled sharply. Not exactly part of the plan, but this much chaos should be enough. With a swift motion, she unleashed her power. For Zipple, she shouted. Alicia, already on the move, grabbed a man by the throat, strangling him as she cut down another who tried to block her path. Because of Zipple, Kashmir wasn't far behind, his hands raised as he struck down anyone foolish enough to stand in his way. Moonlight cut through the dense white smoke, illuminating shadowy figures moving within. Screams echoed through the chaos. Where is it? Find it. Jean collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. His sword rested in his hand, its edge barely touching the floor. His fingers trembled slightly as he processed what had just happened. That was close. If not for my training in Myungwang swordsmanship, I might have failed. Jean gritted his teeth. If I hesitated for even a second, I would have lost my chance. Nearby, Chukan coughed violently, his face twisted with fury. He roared, the item is gone. Prioritize getting it back. At all costs. Jean tightened his grip on his sword. His vision will return any second now. I need to finish this before that happens. Slowly, he pulled his blade free, pouring a massive surge of magic into the steel. Sparks crackled along its edge. Across the room, Chukan was losing his composure. His face twisted in a mix of fear and rage as he shouted, You damn Zipple bastards. You dare pull something like this? Carl, desperate to shift the blame, he turned to Chukan. Mr. Chukan, it wasn't us. Look over there. A sudden flash of lightning erupted behind them. Chuckin's instincts kicked in, and he immediately snapped his head around. Lightning? His eyes widened in alarm. What is that? At that moment, a new force stormed into the battlefield. The White Wolf clan. Leading the charge, a broad-shouldered werewolf bared his fangs. His golden eyes burned with intensity as he rushed forward with his subordinates. Chukan, are you all right? Chukan barely had time to process the question. His entire body tensed as a familiar energy crackled in the air. The White Wolf's ears twitched, his instincts going haywire. His gaze locked onto the source. Jean. A wave of pure, suffocating pressure radiated from Jin's body. The air trembled around him. The Sigmund's Phoenix sword pulsed with raw power, its blade charged with streaks of lightning. The very ground beneath him cracked as an oppressive, majestic aura filled the air. The White Wolf's eyes widened in shock. That energy, it's him. Jin's expression remained eerily calm as he lifted his sword high. Then, a massive bolt of lightning ripped through the sky. The impact shook the entire area. The once grand, luxurious mansion crumbled under the sheer force, reduced to nothing but shattered debris. Dirt and stone exploded outward, and the sky rumbled with continuous thunderclaps. The White Wolf staggered back, his fury now mixed with disbelief. His ears flattened as he turned to his stunned men, bellowing, Stand up, you useless idiots. There's only one of him, but no one moved. Jean took a single step forward. The very motion sent another shockwave rippling through the air. The White Wolf clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand his ground. His body burned with adrenaline as he demanded, Name yourself. My instincts tell me I must face you in an honorable duel. Jean didn't stop. He stomped his foot down, and another crushing wave of pressure poured from his body. The White Wolf's face drained of color. His legs locked up. His claws trembled. The men behind him broke into cold sweat. Jin's voice was low and chilling. Your instincts didn't tell you to run? Terror spread through them. The White Wolf's entire body shook. Jin tightened his grip on his sword, his steps steady as he moved forward. The strange aura in the air was unfamiliar, but something deep in his blood recognized the fear it carried. His opponent's eyes reflected the image of a blazing sword, something the White Wolf tribe had never encountered before. Without hesitation, Jin raised his sword high, unleashing the third technique. A violent surge of energy roared like a raging storm, shaking the battlefield. It was an aura of absolute death. He activated the condemning strike, his blade slicing through the air, sending out a barrage of radiant arcs that illuminated the battlefield with their overwhelming power. The White Wolf warrior's mind raced. This isn't something I can block with my hammer. His instincts screamed at him, but before he could react, the golden light reached his comrades. As he turned his head to shout their names, his voice caught in his throat. He watched, helpless, as they were consumed by the light and turned to ash. His body went rigid. His lips trembled as he muttered, "Duka, Melto," but there was no reply, only silence. He clenched his fists, his breath ragged. This can't be real. This has to be a nightmare. His whole body broke into a cold sweat as his mind struggled to accept what had just happened. But then, through the thinning dust, he caught sight of something, or rather someone. Chukan was still standing. His hope reignited for a split second, but then his eyes darted forward. Jin was already closing the distance at terrifying speed. Gritting his teeth, the White Wolf warrior roared internally. "No matter what, I will fulfill my duty as a warrior of the White Wolf clan." Ignoring the danger, he lunged forward in a desperate attempt to strike Jin from behind. His hammer swung downward with all his might, but Jin sensed it. At the last moment, he ducked, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. In a seamless motion, he countered, his energy exploding outward. The sheer force sent the White Wolf warrior hurtling backward, his body skidding across the ground, carving a deep trench in the dirt. As he struggled to push himself up, he glanced at his weapon, shattered beyond repair. His eyes widened in horror. My hammer. His grip trembled as realization dawned upon him. Just how monstrous is this man? Meanwhile, Chuckin's vision was slowly returning. He blinked, trying to process the destruction around him. The battlefield was unrecognizable. His hands trembled as he muttered, "What the hell just happened?" The White Wolf warrior's heart pounded as Jin shifted his focus to Chukan. Sensing the danger, he roared out a warning, "Chukan, watch out." But before Chukan could react, the battlefield was suddenly engulfed in golden sparks, swirling and crackling through the air like embers in a storm. The sheer intensity of Jin's attack turned everything into a blinding sea of yellow light. Jin, unfazed, gripped his sword and charged forward with the confidence of an unstoppable force. Seeing this, Chukan immediately conjured a protective barrier, bracing for impact. The White Wolf warrior, unwilling to let this happen, let out a furious cry and launched himself at Jin. But it was futile. The moment he got close, he was struck by Jin's overwhelming energy and sent flying backward. Rocks and debris scattered as he crashed to the ground. Lying there, he clenched his fists, eyes brimming with frustration and despair. "Chukan, be careful," he shouted, voice hoarse with desperation. Chukan, still holding up his shield, felt the immense pressure bearing down on him. He gritted his teeth as cracks started forming across the surface of his barrier. Impossible. He was a 9-star warrior. His defenses should have been impenetrable. Yet, against Jin's power, they were breaking apart like fragile glass. A second later, his shield shattered completely. Chukan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Who was he? If Jin had used the Glacieri's ice technique of the secret palace, he could have suspected Talaris. If he had wielded the heart sword of the Runcandle family, he might have been the infamous Black Knight. But Jin was using lightning swordsmanship, an art that, as far as Chukan knew, had no known lineage. Then a thought struck him. The Hister clan? But they were wiped out long ago. His confusion deepened. Could Jin be the perfect version of Beeman's experiment? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. Frustrated, he finally demanded, "You. Why are you doing this? Who the hell are you?" Jin looked at him with an amused glint in his eye and asked leisurely, "You really want to know?" Chukan scowled. "This feeling, I haven't felt this unsettled in a long time. You clearly know me, but I don't know you. Could it be that you're a magic swordsman?" Jin chuckled. "It doesn't matter whether I'm a magic swordsman, a demon swordsman, or anything else." His gaze turned sharp, filled with killing intent. "Because all of you are going to die here today." Chukan tensed as he gathered energy in his palm, forming a glowing sphere. "You must be joking. I don't know how our intelligence was leaked, but if you think you can just steal from us and walk away, think again. Answer me now, or I'll make sure your death is agonizing." Just then, Carl, who had been watching silently, suddenly clapped. He smiled, eyes filled with admiration. "Impressive." Chukan turned to him, startled. Carl continued, Not only did you use ancient light magic and lightning techniques, but as a magic swordsman, you defeated a white wolf captain and even overwhelmed the seven-star force. He smirked. Jin, you're more than just strong. You're extraordinary. Chukan frowned, utterly baffled. Carl, what the hell are you doing? To his shock, Carl suddenly dropped his polite demeanor and bowed respectfully toward Jin. I should introduce myself, he said smoothly. My name is Carl Zipple, 4th Magic Tower Master of the Zipple. He adjusted his glasses with a confident smirk before continuing. Let me be direct. I can offer you anything you desire. Power, wealth, influence, even more. Just join Zipple. Chuckin's expression twisted with fury. Carl Zipple, are you serious? Seeing the shameless grin on Carl's face, Chukan couldn't contain his anger. But Carl, unfazed, covered his ears dramatically and sighed. Mr. Chukan, please, not so loud. I might go deaf. Ignoring Chuckin's rage, Carl calmly continued. Think about it. It'd be much easier to bring him to our side rather than fight him. Look around. I'll be honest, I have no confidence we can beat him. Chukan clenched his fists. Shut the hell up with that nonsense. Carl, still as composed as ever, shrugged. Well, if it bothers you so much, why don't you recruit him into the Canelo family instead? Jin scoffed. How absurd. His gaze flicked between the two men, irritation clear in his voice. So, instead of using your so-called great power, the Zipple family just throws out recruitment offers? Pathetic. His words hit a nerve. Carl's smug expression faltered for the first time. Jin smirked, pressing further. I take it the White Knight's spaceship Kozak isn't anywhere nearby. Carl's entire body tensed. His confident demeanor cracked as he froze in disbelief. What? How do you know about that? A sinking realization began to creep into his mind. He stared at Jin's helmet, his thoughts racing. This can't be a coincidence. His brain replayed past events. The attack on Kozak, the devastation after Miran's death, the mysterious figure who had left destruction in his wake. And now, standing before him, was someone who felt all too familiar. His breath hitched. A flash of understanding struck him like lightning. His hands trembled as he clutched his staff, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "It's you." Excitement surged through him, his voice nearly breaking. He pointed his staff at Jin, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained curiosity and something close to madness. Why did you come to Cologne? How much do you know? Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed the full power of his staff. The air trembled as countless ice spikes shot down from above, massive icebergs forming in midair before plummeting toward Jin like frozen meteors. Jin raised his sword, its edge gleaming in the dim light, and spoke to Carl in an icy tone. I have no reason to answer you. Without another glance at him, Jin turned to Chukan. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable weight. Chukan told her it's time to choose. His gaze bore into Chuckin's as he continued. The compass is gone. Your allies, including the White Wolf, are dead. I know you're in a difficult position, but if you have any intelligence at all, you should understand what I'm saying. Chukan stiffened, his breath caught in his throat. Carl's face twisted with rage. What the hell are you trying to do? He roared, gripping his staff. I'll kill you. With a furious swing, he unleashed a barrage of ice spears, each one sharp enough to pierce through steel. But Jin remained utterly unfazed. With a single motion, he activated the Myungwang sword and thunder formula. A violent surge of energy erupted around him, crackling with raw power. As the ice spears came hurling toward him, Jin slashed through them effortlessly, his sword cutting through the frozen projectiles like they were mere twigs. Then, in a flash, he leaped forward. The air itself seemed to shatter as he moved, so fast that Carl barely registered what was happening. Before he could react, Jin's sword sliced cleanly through his body. You call yourself a magic tower master? Jin's voice was laced with disdain as he watched blood spray into the air. Pathetic. Carl's mind reeled. His staff, his most prized weapon, was already in pieces before he even understood what had happened. A sharp, searing pain exploded in his chest as crimson stained his robes. He staggered backward, a strangled scream escaping his lips. The broken staff clattered to the ground, shattering further into hundreds of tiny fragments. Chukan stood frozen, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His instincts screamed at him. Jin was no ordinary enemy. Jin took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Don't fall apart now, he murmured. You and Carl are in deep trouble. If you activate the rune, reinforcements from the magic tower will come running, won't they? His voice dipped lower. But Runcandle and Beamint will sense it too. Chuckin's face darkened. He's reading my mind. No emotion flickered across Jin's face as he watched him. Carl, despite his injuries, wasn't done yet. Clutching his bleeding arm, he glared at Jin with unbridled fury. You bastard. His voice was a mix of agony and rage. I'll make you regret this. You dared to lay a hand on me. His words were cut off by a sudden burst of energy. Blue flames surged around his body, twisting and roaring like a living entity. The air warped from the sheer intensity of the heat. Jean narrowed his eyes slightly. Chuckin's body went rigid. Even he hadn't expected this. His eyes darted to the flames as realization struck him. Blue fire, that's... The terrifying thought slammed into him. That's the fire of the true master of the flame world, Tess. A chill ran down his spine. How is this even possible? Who the hell is this guy? Carl, now fully engulfed in the blue inferno, turned to Chukan with a desperate glare. Mr. Chukan, stop standing there and do something, he bellowed. But Chukan remained motionless, staring at the flames with wide, fearful eyes. For the first time, he truly felt powerless. Annoyed by Carl's endless chatter, Chuckin's patience finally snapped. Without hesitation, he struck Carl hard on the left shoulder. Carl barely had time to react before a second blow, infused with the power of a dragon strike, sent him crashing to the ground. He let out a sharp gasp as pain shot through his body. Groaning, he lifted his head, looking at Chukan with disbelief. Don't lie, Mr. Chukan? Chuckin's gaze was ice cold, his voice dripping with murderous intent. You just said the compass is gone, which means our alliance is over. And weren't you just about to stab me in the back? He smirked darkly. I simply returned the favor. Jean, watching from the side, stepped forward and kicked Carl hard, pinning him to the ground. Didn't expect you to be so cooperative, he mused with a sly grin. Carl lay motionless, his body racked with pain. Jean turned his attention back to Chukan. I know the ruler of the Anzus Plains isn't a fool. Chukan slowly lifted Carl's body, hoisting him onto his shoulder. I'm just making use of the situation, he muttered. Jean chuckled. Age is just a number, huh? I'd bet your commander would rather have Carl's Zipple in his grasp than Chase after a lost compass. Chuckin's mind raced. He even knows about the commander. He clenched his jaw. Jin's right. The compass is beyond recovery, and I've already lost 3 White Wolves and entire units, plus an upper 8-star squad. If I want to salvage the situation, capturing Carl's Zipple is my best move. He adjusted Carl's weight on his shoulder and thought to himself, no one could have foreseen today's disaster. But if I bring this news to the commander, he'll understand. If Zipple has truly lost everything. Chukan exhaled and looked at Jean one last time. We're done here, kid. See you next time. Then, without another word, he carried Carl's limp body and walked away, already planning his next move. Just then a voice called out, Kid, I saw everything. A sleek black cat darted toward them at full speed. In an instant, the feline transformed into Murakin. Without warning, he tackled Jean in a tight embrace. You've gotten so damn strong, Murakin cried, squeezing him so hard Jean could barely breathe. I'm so proud. I could cry. If Strawberry Pie saw you, she'd be bawling her eyes out too. Jean chuckled, prying Murakin off him. Murakin, I bet being stuck in cat form wasn't easy. Thanks for all the help. He then asked, what about the compass? Murakin straightened up and declared loudly, your fan took it and left the island. Jin's shoulders relaxed. So my 6 months of hard work finally paid off. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. Where are Ms. Ceres, Mr. Kashmir, and Ms. Alicia? We were supposed to regroup once this was over. Murakin scratched his head, looking a little sheepish. Yet about that, there were some unexpected complications. Jean frowned. What do you mean? Was anyone hurt? Murakin quickly shook his head. No, nothing like that. But those 3, he sighed. Jean blinked. Wait, what? Murakin pointed toward the harbor. Look for yourself. Jean turned to where Murakin was gesturing, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Jin's eyes widened as he turned toward Murakin, who was grinning. That's Runcandle, Murakin continued. Yes, Beeman's special department, and a warship sent by the Beladu Empire. Jin's expression immediately darkened. What the hell? A man came sprinting into a room, panting. Captain, he shouted, his voice urgent. Inside, the captain was dozing off, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Seeing no reaction, the man shouted even louder. Captain, something big is happening. The captain jolted awake, clearly annoyed. Why are you making such a racket? He barked. Catching his breath, the man blurted out, the warships of the Beladu Imperial Fleet. They're arriving in groups. The captain's face stiffened, disbelief flashing in his eyes. What? But then, suddenly, he burst into laughter. Finally, the time to execute our plan has arrived. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The ships carrying the noble's descendants have already set sail, the man added. Hearing this, the captain's grin widened. Good. Now no one leaves this island. The knights had begun moving. One of them barked out orders. We've received intel that illegal forces are gathering on the island. Before Bellato's fleet arrives, we need evidence. A few figures in the shadows murmured amongst themselves. Inside an old house, voices echoed through the dimly lit space. It's Runcandle's night, someone whispered. Another responded grimly. At the speed they're moving, it's obvious the news was leaked. They were waiting nearby, just waiting for chaos at the casino to make their move. Inside the house, Jean and Murakin were eavesdropping on the conversation. Thankfully, Anya secured the compass and retreated safely, Murakin muttered. Now they won't know the details of the transaction. Jean nodded. All that's left is ensuring our people get out without blowing our cover. Meanwhile, on the ship, chaos erupted as orders were shouted. Everyone mobilize! Defend the ship at all costs. There were only 3 Runcandle knights standing between them and the attackers, but their determination was unwavering. The ship is our only way out, one fighter roared. We'd rather die than let them take it. Back at the house, Jean and Murakin peered through the cracks in the wooden walls, observing the escalating battle outside. Jean turned to Murakin. Think they can take on the Runcandle knights? At that moment, the doors suddenly swung open. Ceres stepped inside, accompanied by 2 others. Jean, are you safe? Jean smirked. Ceres, you guys showed up at the perfect time. His face then turned serious as he glanced outside. But looking at this situation, it's clear. Our escape route is completely blocked. Hearing that, Kashmir immediately proposed. It's not like there's no way out we can move to the other port. We need to get there before. But what if military ships surround the island? Someone interrupted. Jean thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. We don't have time to waste. Let's move. Chaos had completely taken over. Fires raged across the harbor, engulfing boats in flames. The air was thick with smoke, and the sound of clashing steel rang through the night. People desperately fought against the knights, knowing full well their chances of survival were slim. The docks had turned into a battlefield. Those who tried to escape were mercilessly cut down, their bodies flung into the burning sea. Jin's group arrived just in time to witness the carnage. Their faces darkened. Murakin clenched his fists, his body trembling with fury. Damn it, they're destroying all the ships. Jin's expression hardened. They want to make sure no one leaves this island alive. Alicia scanned the battlefield and spoke urgently. If this continues, the other port will be our only chance. But no matter how fast we move, it'll take at least 30 minutes to get there. By then, the ships might already be gone. Murakin scowled. Then we don't have a choice. We fly. Jean remained calm, shaking his head. If you reveal your true form, you might escape, but the entire world will be after you. Murakin clenched his fists, his voice laced with anger. So what? We have no other option. Before he could act, someone placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Wait. Murakin flinched at the voice. His expression twisted in frustration. What are you talking about? We don't have time for this. Kashmir lowered his voice and pointed toward the sky. Look, above them, a massive array of lights clustered at the peak of the ships, illuminating the entire island. A strange energy pulsed in the air, forming an intricate barrier stretching as far as the eye could see. Murakin's face tightened. What is that? Kashmir's voice was grave. It's the Beeman's Great Link Barrier Formation, a magic system developed specifically to counter dragons and other flying monsters. Alicia nodded in agreement. The moment the barrier detects a flying creature, it'll unleash thousands of red beams. There's no escape. Ceres, standing at the back, crossed his arms. Even if you can survive the barrier, Black Dragon, we can't. Kashmir turned to Jean and advised in a low voice. Young master, we should give up. Jin's fists clenched, his mind racing for another way out. Jean felt a flicker of irritation. Damn it. His sharp eyes caught movement outside, a group of people lurking nearby. Suspicion flickered in his gaze. Pirates? They seemed agitated, as if guarding something. But where was their ship? And why were they here instead? Something was definitely off. Without hesitation, Jean turned to his companions. Everyone follow me. They trailed the pirates for a while, but suddenly, the group disappeared from sight. Murakin frowned. We lost them. Jin's gaze dropped to the deep well below. Kashmir pointed. Looks like they went down there. Without a second thought, Jean made up his mind. Let's go. One by one, they descended into the well. As soon as they hit the bottom, Mir's voice echoed in the dim space. There's a tunnel here. Jean narrowed his eyes. Whatever these pirates are up to, they've definitely got something hidden down here. Let's move. Deeper inside the tunnel, the space widened into a crowded underground hideout. Pirates stood around, engaged in hushed conversation, but their chatter was interrupted by a sharp voice. How many people were there? A few pirates turned their heads, alarmed. Huh. One of them squinted toward the dim passageway. From the shadows, Jean and his group stepped forward. Jean smirked. A pirate gathering, huh? What's the occasion? Plotting some grand escape? The pirates stiffened. One of them scowled. Damn it, we were followed. Another pirate scoffed, crossing his arms. At least there aren't many of them. One of them turned toward a figure standing further back. Captain, what should we do? Before the captain could answer, a loud voice boomed through the hideout. Silence. From the depths of the hideout, a man stepped forward, his expression darkening as he got a clear look at Jean. Jean arched a brow. Well, you must be the captain. The man's face twisted with fury. His voice carried unmistakable rage as he roared. Jean Grey, you bastard. I finally found you. Jean chuckled. I see I've made an impression. The pirate captain, Cosmos, clenched his fists, his face a storm of emotions. Do you think I forget your voice? Thanks to you, I'm still drowning in debt. Murmurs spread through the pirates. One of them gasped. Jean Grey, wait, isn't he last year's champion? The one who ruined the captain? Another pirate winced. Yeah, his odds were 1-3, and Veridin Zipple bet 100,000 gold on him. That devil's been collecting his winnings ever since. Jean couldn't help but chuckle. That'd sound like something he'd do. His amusement faded as he turned serious, locking eyes with Cosmos. Enough small talk. You should already know what's happening outside. Cosmos' expression shifted. The anger drained from his face, replaced by a grim look. Jean continued, voice steady. The fleet of the small country Belladou is surrounding the area and sinking every ship in sight. What's your plan to escape? Cosmos' face twisted with rage as he shouted, Shut up. You think I'll help you? Kill them all. Once they're dead, we'll escape. Before a single pirate could make a move, Jean was already in front of Cosmos. With a swift, decisive punch, he sent the pirate captain sprawling to the ground, coughing up blood. Silence filled the hideout. The pirates froze, staring at their fallen captain in shock. No one dared to utter a word. Sea captain, one of them muttered in fear. Jean crouched down, grabbing Cosmos by the collar. His voice was calm, but firm. Why so aggressive? Who said I was asking for charity? He smirked slightly. This is a deal, Cosmos. Leaning in, he whispered, Help us get out of here, and I'll pay off all your debts, plus a bonus. Not a bad offer, right? Cosmos' eyes narrowed with suspicion. Do you think I'm stupid? What's stopping you from killing us the moment we leave this island? Jean chuckled and met his gaze. I swear on my name and my family's honor. I am Jean Runcandle. When the Runcandle family makes a promise, we keep it. Cosmos' breath hitched in surprise. He stared at Jean, processing the weight of that name. Runcandle, not Paul Mick. Jean nodded. That's right. Paul Mick is actually Dante Hiron. Do you really think it was just a coincidence that Dante and I met in your arena? The realization dawned on Cosmos like a crashing wave. So that's why Zipple was backing Runcandle. If it was to rescue Dante Hiron, it all makes sense now. He exhaled sharply, thinking it over. The Runcandle family had a solid reputation. If Jean gave his word, he'd keep it. A subordinate helped Cosmos to his feet as he hesitated for a moment. Then, with a resigned sigh, he nodded. Fine, I'll take that deal. Follow me. Without wasting time, Cosmos led them deeper into the underground base. Eventually, they arrived at a massive concealed dock. Hidden inside was an enormous ship, gleaming under the dim torchlight. Cosmos grinned and spread his arms. This is our secret weapon, our pride and joy. His voice echoed proudly. This is Order Ship Number 7. We'll be using it to escape. Jean raised an eyebrow. And how exactly do we get this thing out of here? Cosmos rubbed his chin, pretending to think for a moment. Then, without warning, he slammed his hand down on a lever. The ship roared to life, the engines shaking the entire cavern. Water churned violently as the massive vessel surged forward. Jin's eyes widened in alarm. Hey, Cosmos, are you sure this is safe? Cosmos just laughed as he gripped the wheel. Relax. Trust me. Trust him? That was easier said than done. The entire ship lurched forward at full speed, sending everyone stumbling. The violent swaying had even the toughest fighters clutching onto anything for support. Murakin, barely holding himself together, snapped. Damn it, Cosmos. Do you even know how to steer? Cosmos grinned. You'll see soon enough. Just hold on. Jean had a sinking feeling that he wasn't going to like whatever came next. The Union members wasted no time loading supplies onto the ship. With the escape imminent, they hurried, calling out to one another. Move fast. We're leaving soon. Careful with that crate. Don't drop it. Kashmir stood to the side, arms crossed, looking uneasy. He turned to Jean. Young Master Jean, can we really trust these pirates? The water level here isn't enough to lift this ship. And how are we even going to change vessels from a basement this deep? Jean, calm as ever, gave him a reassuring glance. They must have a plan we don't know about. Their survival is on the line too. For now, just focus on getting everyone on board. At the helm, Cosmos took his position in front of the wheel. A pirate near him shouted, Captain's ready. Cosmos grinned at his crew, clearly enjoying the moment. Very good. Jean stepped onto the deck, giving Cosmos one last skeptical look. You sure this is going to work? Cosmos smirked. Relax. Just watch. Then, without hesitation, he gave the order. Detonate. Above them, a pirate responded, Yes, Captain. Within seconds, a burning rope snaked its way into the depths of the cavern, its flames eating away at the fibers. Jean barely had time to process what was happening before. A massive explosion rocked the underground hideout. The entire space trembled as cracks split through the walls. Dust and debris fell from above. The tension in the air was thick as pirates and Union members alike stared in shock. And then the water came. A deafening roar filled the cavern as an enormous wave burst through the newly opened gap, rushing in like a wild beast set free. Jean turned, his eyes widening at the sheer force of it. What the hell? It was as if a tsunami was barreling straight toward them. The ship jerked forward violently. Cosmos pulled his hat down, gripping the wheel tightly. Hold on. Jean barely had time to react before the ship was swept up by the raging waters. It was chaos. Waves crashed against the hull, sending everyone stumbling. Hey, Cosmos, are you absolutely sure this is okay? Jean shouted, barely holding on to the railing. Cosmos grinned, completely unbothered. Just trust me. Trust. At this speed, they'd either escape or die trying. The crew was a mix of emotions. Pirates cheered, loving the thrill, while Jin's group screamed in terror. Ceres clung to the nearest pole, face pale. I did not sign up for this. Murakan, barely keeping himself from being thrown overboard, shouted, This guy is insane. Meanwhile, Cosmos' crew hooped with excitement. Woohoo! Faster, Captain! Faster! Jean gritted his teeth. The ship surged forward, carried by the powerful current. In the distance, light seeped through an opening, a way out. But standing between them and freedom was a massive cliff. Jin's stomach dropped. Cosmos! There's a damn wall in front of us. Cosmos, completely unfazed, spun the wheel with expert precision. And that's exactly why you need to trust me. The ship shot forward straight toward the blinding light. Cosmos gripped the wheel and charged straight toward the cliff with zero hesitation. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he yelled, This is what it means to bring order to chaos. The ship smashed through the rock wall with a thunderous crash, bursting into the open sky. Order ship number 7. Cosmos roared, his voice echoing triumphantly. The people below, witnessing the massive vessel soaring through the air, gawked in shock and awe. A murmur spread through the onlookers. Admiration, disbelief, even envy. Some even cheered, amazed by the spectacle of a flying pirate ship. Cosmos grinned smugly, reveling in the attention. He basked in the moment, as if the entire world had stopped just to witness his brilliance. Jean, however, had a different reaction. His eyes bulged as he screamed, We're flying. Cosmos, you lunatic, this is not okay. Cosmos only laughed, waving a hand dismissively. Relax. It's not really flying, so the Empire's magic detection won't pick us up. As if on cue, the ship began its descent. Cosmos cleared his throat and called out to the crew. All right, we're coming down. Hold on tight. Gravity did its thing, and the ship plummeted at high speed. A lookout on a nearby vessel spotted them and immediately shouted, The pirates are escaping. Turn the ship around. Soldiers scrambled to react, but Cosmos just got even more excited. Out at sea. Neither vassals nor the Empire's fleet can catch us. He spun the wheel and yelled, Raise all sails. Let's show them why I'm called the Pirate King. As the ship cut through the waves, fireworks exploded in the sky. A grand display lit up the night, forming an enormous image of Captain Cosmos himself. Jean facepalmed. This guy really had time to prepare fireworks. June 18th, 1797, Free City of Tychon. Jean returned to the capital, and the moment he arrived, 2 familiar figures rushed to greet him. Young master. Gilly's eyes brimmed with tears as she grabbed his arm. Thank goodness you're safe. Jean smiled at her, then turned to Enya. You've worked hard too. What about the compass? Enya, struck by Jin's sunny smile, nearly lost her composure. Damn it. Why does he have to be so handsome? She managed to keep it together and smiled back. Don't worry, I've kept it safe. Come inside. I'll show you. Inside, the room buzzed with discussion. While waiting for Jean, everyone had been trying to figure out how to activate the compass. Anya stepped forward, explaining, It works like other relics. You just need to inject magic power to activate it. Without hesitation, Jean channeled his magic into the compass. The artifact responded instantly, glowing as it projected a large, detailed globe onto the ceiling. Kashmir's eyes widened. Wait, are those red dots all contractors? Jean studied the map carefully. Looks like it. Most of the dots were concentrated in Zipple and Beamit. Murakan crossed his arms, frowning. But why isn't there a red dot in Tychon? Weren't there 3 contractors gathered here? Enya, having already anticipated the question, spoke up. I tested it earlier and discovered something strange. For some reason, the location of the contractors in Tychon is hidden. She then turned to Jean. But here's the weird part. Only you, young master. Your location is hidden even if you're not in Taiken. The room fell silent. Murakin sighed and crossed his arms. That's obvious. Everyone turned to him. He shrugged. Jean signed a contract with the god of darkness. What did you expect? Inya couldn't contain her excitement. This is incredible. The absolute pinnacle of power, she shouted, practically bouncing in place. Even the compass can't detect Master Jean. Jean remained silent, lost in thought. It wasn't just him. Even Inya and Yuria weren't showing up on the compass. That meant there was something different about Taiken. Could it be the magical source in the region? Before he could voice his theory, Murakin cut in. You mean that mirror? Siri stroked her chin. Yeah, the mirror of Taiken. It contains the sealing properties of both Klam and Sadaret, the magic gods. Inya's heart swelled with admiration. Thanks to young Master Jin's presence, Taiken is safe. It's truly a blessing. Kashmir exhaled in relief. At least now we can rest easy. With the compass in our hands, we don't have to worry about being ambushed. Just then, Jet entered the room, holding a book in one hand and a newspaper in the other. Sir, have you seen today's news? You're a celebrity now. He handed out newspapers to everyone. Inya's eyes sparkled as she grabbed hers, flipping it open eagerly. What do we have here? The headline read, Mysterious figure appears on Pirate Island in the Beemit state of Belardo. Inya read aloud, a mysterious man, wearing a black magic helmet, wiped out an entire group of pirates. Witnesses say his name is Bommerl, a young man with golden hair and an unbelievably handsome face. She paused, blinking. Wait, ravishingly beautiful face? That's oddly specific. Jet smirked. Sounds like someone's got a fan club already. Inya continued. This individual wields the power of lightning and is rumored to be the new contractor of the storm god, Fatal. If true, this would mark the first appearance of a storm contractor in 288 years. His next move is being closely watched by forces across the continent. Murakin groaned. Signing a contract with Fatal? What a joke. Kashmir chuckled. You know how the media loves to exaggerate. But honestly, this kind of speculation benefits us. Jean raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so? Kashmir smiled. Disinformation keeps our enemies guessing. If they're busy chasing a fake storm contractor, they won't be focusing on us. Jean let out a small laugh. Huh, guess I really am a rising star. Jet grinned. You should embrace it, boss. Fame suits you. Jean sighed. I expected rumors, but this is ridiculous. Meanwhile, Inya was curled up in a corner, totally absorbed in reading the article, her expression unreadable. Then, out of nowhere, she smiled to herself. Just as Jean was about to question her, his eyes landed on the compass projection again. Something caught his attention. Wait a second, he muttered. Everyone turned toward him. There's another contractor in Hewfester. The room fell silent. Murakin frowned. What? Jean pointed at the floating image. I can't see the exact location, but the compass indicates a contractor somewhere in Hewfester. Meanwhile, at a certain mansion, a dimly lit study, shelves filled with books, maps spread across a polished wooden table. A deep voice broke the silence. Black magic hat and lightning powers. A tall man, clad in dark robes, tapped his fingers on the table. Joshua, the one who had spoken, turned to his subordinates. What do you all think? Kyujin leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed. His voice was calm, yet calculating. It's possible that this Bommerl is the very contractor of Sadaret we've been hunting. Varys smirked, twirling a lock of hair between her fingers. Or her eyes glowed mischievously. Maybe the newspapers got it right, and he is Fatal's contractor. Kyujin sat silently, his piercing gaze filled with murderous intent. He didn't speak, but the sharp aura around him was enough. He was already thinking of ways to deal with this so-called rising star. Night had fallen, and Joshua stared a note, his mind drifting to thoughts of a dark magic helmet and the raw force of lightning. He turned to the group seated before him and asked a sharp question. Kyujin responded, it might belong to that soldier contractor they'd been tracking. A girl with deep pink hair chimed in, suggesting it could be Fatal's contractor. She added that the little kid among them might not be who he seems. Julian shot her a glare, but she just smirked, clearly enjoying the reaction. Joshua snapped at them to stop messing around, startling the kid. Then he turned to Julian and asked if he truly thought he could take out the 3 White Wolf leaders in one go. Julian hesitated, then admitted he couldn't. A glint sparked in Joshua's eye. It was time to level up. Julian, drenched in stress, muttered the words with dread. The scene shifted to the Black Sea, where Chiron stood with a letter in hand. He remarked on the ruckus outside, rumors flying about a man named Bamel. He asked Khan if he'd heard the name. Yes, sir, Khan replied. The name had come up in the family meeting. Bamel had supposedly taken out 3 of the White Wolf tribe's leading attackers on an island in Beladu, a feudal nation. Some even claimed he was the thunder god Fatal's contractor. Chiron noted that if people found out he was the youngest, they'd be floored. Khan blinked, caught off guard. Chiron added that as long as they kept quiet and left it to him, the flag beaters wouldn't pay much attention. Khan nodded silently, but Chiron's mind kept spinning. Did Cassie miss something in the letter? Why did the youngest head to Iceland? Are they saying he belongs to the youngest and not me? He squinted in irritation, then burst into laughter. Khan watched him, a bit confused. You look awfully pleased. Chiron handed him the letter. Read this and try not to laugh. Khan scanned the page and read aloud. Respected Sir Chiron, Sir Jean said something like this at the drinking table last night. I think I can now take a single slash from my father. Can you believe it? Khan let out a deep sigh. Looks like Ghostblade's lost it, even if he is the youngest. Chiron turned to Khan and asked if he'd ever heard of the Bright King's tribe. Khan nodded. It was a beastmen settlement, rumored to have ruled the world 5,000 years ago. Chiron confirmed it. He suspected the youngest had encountered them through a trial created by Sodaret. Based on what Jean had shared, the tribe had warriors known as the God of War. Beastmen so powerful. Even Chiron had trouble going toe-to-toe with them. The fact that the youngest had fought one, it meant he might be bold enough to believe he could take on Chiron himself. Khan wondered if the kid was just being cocky from inexperience. Maybe he still didn't fully grasp martial arts. He suggested Chiron bring him to the Black Sea for guidance. But Chiron shook his head. He was intrigued, too. He wanted to see whether the youngest could back up his words. Instead, he'd send a letter to the Annie Mountains. July 21st, 1797. In a free city, a man stepped into Casimir's room. He announced that an old woman had come looking for him, claiming she wanted to sponsor the Silent Color Fowl. But there was something off about her. Casimir asked what he meant. The man explained she'd shown up with a massive container overflowing with gold coins. Shocked, Casimir ordered him to bring her in right away. Elsewhere, Quickcantle was unsettled. Something dark and unnatural was spreading through the palace. It reminded her of what she'd felt in the Annie Mountains. Jean, puzzled, asked what she was talking about. She told him that about 40 years ago, the dragons near the Annie Mountains were wiped out. Not by a group, but by a single person. Since then, no dragon had dared go near. Murican, furious, demanded to know who it was. Quickcantle gave the name, Vanessa Olsen. The scene cut to Vanessa stepping out of her carriage. She muttered that the stench of dragons could be picked up even outside the mansion. It was no secret. This was the woman feared as the terror of the Annie Mountains. Casimir greeted her and introduced his wife. Vanessa apologized for the sudden visit and complimented his wife's looks, leaving Casimir completely at a loss for words. Quickcantle was certain it was her. Despite her age, Vanessa still had the aura of someone who'd lived through countless battles. Murican asked if she had come to take them down. Was all that gold payment for their passage to the next world? Quickcantle shook her head. If Vanessa had come to kill them, it would have happened already. Even at her most ruthless, Vanessa never showed up just to deal death. Still, Murican wasn't ready to let it go. He couldn't believe any human, aside from Themar, had the strength to wipe out dragons. But Quickcantle shut him down. He needed to stop clinging to the past. In the shape he was in now, he didn't stand a chance against Vanessa. Even so, Murican was determined. He'd fight her eventually. Jean jumped in, asking if he'd ever heard Quickcantle speak without reason. For once, he should just listen. Murican shot back that once his powers were fully restored, he'd prove them all wrong. Quietly, Jean started wondering if his father had sent Vanessa to test him. But then again, would Casimir really have told her about that single sword clash they had on the pirate ship? Right then, someone approached Jean and told him Mrs. Vanessa was asking for him. She was waiting in the garden. That sealed it for Jean. If she really was sent by his father, this could be way more serious than he thought. Out in the garden, Vanessa sat with Casimir and Elisa, chatting casually about a rare dish. Casimir joked that all it took was sponsoring her once, and now he got to enjoy such a delicacy. Elisa warmly thanked her for the generous donation. Vanessa said she was happy to contribute if it helped the seven-colored foal. When Jean showed up, Vanessa asked Casimir and Elisa to give them a moment alone. Once they left, she wasted no time. She told Jean that Chiron had written to her, asking her to meet with him. Jean had figured as much. Even though she was holding back her aura, her presence was impossible to ignore. He asked why he'd never heard of anyone with her level of martial arts skill before. Vanessa answered simply, the world is a big place. That's why people like him exist. Swordplay, magic, shadow key. There was always more to discover. Jean noted that his father must really trust her if she knew things like that. Vanessa confirmed it. He trusted her enough to turn his back to her without worry. That was all Jean needed to hear. The rumors were true. This was the woman dragons called the terror of the Annie Mountains. But Vanessa brushed it off. She didn't care for that title. If anything, she preferred to be remembered as a Black Knight above all else. To become a Black Knight, especially a Vin of Runcandle, meant giving up your identity entirely. Everything, from your name to your past, was buried in service to the clan. Only in death did these warriors earn remembrance, their names carved into the Runcandle ancestral monument. Through the centuries, the Black Knights had always been the clan's greatest force. And when tales of those who conquered the Black Sea alongside Jin's father were told, Lady Vanessa Olsen was always among the legends, always mentioned as one of the strongest. Jin gave her a deep bow, addressing her with full respect as the Runcandle's premillennial flag-bearer, calling her the sword devoted solely to the family. Vanessa gave a dry chuckle and said maybe he wasn't a total waste after all. Then she ordered him to bring his weapon. She'd found a quiet island on her way in, and she planned to punish him there. As their ship made its way toward the island, Jin asked whether this punishment was going to be just a sparring match. Vanessa hit him with a question instead. Did he even know what crime he was being punished for? Jin admitted he had no idea. Vanessa appreciated the honesty, but said that wouldn't save him. Whether he understood it or not, he was still guilty. She asked him if he truly believed he could take on Sir Jivan. That's when it clicked. Casimir must have passed the story on to his father. Vanessa told him proving his innocence was simple. He had to give it his all and take full responsibility for the arrogance of what he once claimed. Jin had suspected something like this, but now that she was here, it was clear this was a personal trial. So he asked her directly, though part of him didn't want to hear the answer. Don't tell me the only way is to beat you? She let out a laugh. Beat me? You think that's possible? No. All you need to do is land a single strike. Even if your blade just brushes my clothes. I'll accept it. Before she could even finish the sentence, Jin lunged. His aura surged, blue energy lined with streaks of yellow lightning. In a blink, he was right in front of her. But as she finished her sentence, she blocked him effortlessly, sending him back down to the ground. Without hesitation, he launched himself again, this time aiming straight for her neck. Vanessa parried with ease and asked, "That pull in your swing, was that the Bright King sword you just tried to show me?" Then she added, "Interesting. Now I'm curious about your shadow key and your magic." She continued to block every strike he threw, cool and unbothered. Jin gritted his teeth. She knew about the Bright King sword. That meant his father had told her a lot more than he'd expected. She brought it up. Why didn't he trust her, even after she told him his father did? Jin didn't answer. Frustrated, he unleashed a furious barrage of sword strikes. Vanessa deflected every single one, barely lifting a finger. Jin had known from the start this wouldn't be easy, but watching Vanessa effortlessly parry strike after strike from the Bright King sword was maddening. They clashed across the battlefield, lightning and steel echoing with every blow, yet none of his attacks even grazed her. All the while, she watched him intently, a faint grin tugging at her lips. The sword in his hand blazed with lightning ki, pure, raw strength that could only belong to a Runcandle of true blood. Vanessa wasn't just watching his blade. She was analyzing every movement, tracking the fiendish magic spiraling above him in radiant blue arcs that danced in the sky like wildfire. Jin unleashed a spell at her. Dark magic roared forward. Vanessa's grin widened. So the kid knows how to shoot. With a casual flick of her hand, she swatted the magic away like it was a breeze. Jin didn't pause. He leapt toward her again. This time, his fist glowed with light magic. As he gathered the energy, Vanessa's eyes sharpened. His sword now pulsed a brilliant blue, glowing with immense force. She noted to herself, most 9-star knights wouldn't even last against this. Then, in a blur, Jin slashed. For the first time, he got close. His blade halted just under Vanessa's neck. But before he could even process it, Vanessa exhaled lightly, closed her eyes for the briefest second, then vanished from his line of sight. The next moment, her counter hit like a sledgehammer. A single blow slammed into his ribs, sending Jin flying. He spun through the air before crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Now she understood. Now it made sense why his father had placed so much hope in him. Jin staggered up, blood dripping from his mouth. He wiped it away and asked, at 17, could big sister Luna go up against father? Vanessa answered plainly, no, not until she turned 18. It hit him then. This wasn't just about ability. This was comparison. And if he failed now, the cost wouldn't be light. He steadied his breathing. Lightning sparked around him again, bolts of energy flickering like fireflies in a storm. He'd lost a limb once before. If that was what it took to prove himself again, he was ready. Vanessa glanced up, watching the storm of mana weapons forming above. She smirked. If that's your final hand, you better play it right. As the yellow, crackling blades dropped into place, Jin met her gaze. Watch carefully, he said. God of War technique, fourth sword. He drove his sword into the ground. The earth shook as a shockwave of power exploded outward. Massive rings of yellow mana spiraled around them, distorting the air and reshaping the battlefield. Jin locked eyes with her. I've got a lot more to show you. As the thunder weapons slammed into the earth, lightning surged across the battlefield, electrifying the very ground beneath them. Jean stood at the center of it all, wrapped in a dense aura of raw power, the energy pulsing through him like a living current. Off in the distance, a lone observer watched, noting that Jean had flooded the terrain with lightning ki. To her, it looked less like swordsmanship and more like high-level magic. She admitted she'd been curious when she first heard of this technique, the one said to have been used by those who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. But now, seeing it with her own eyes, it felt more like a flashy mage's illusion than the work of swordsmen. She walked casually toward one of the thunder weapons sticking out of the ground and sighed. If this was all Jean had, it was a letdown. Then, out of nowhere, a streak of lightning flashed toward her. A thunderbolt exploded just inches from her position, tearing through the ground with a deafening roar. Vanessa instinctively stepped back, finally realizing Jean had set a trap. He didn't miss the opportunity. In a burst of speed, Jean shot forward, lightning trailing in his wake. A glowing blue magical array sparked into existence around him as he advanced. He knew this version of the technique was far weaker than what the ancient god of War Brothers could pull off, but it was enough to make a statement. Above him, spectral dragon claws took shape, pressing down with overwhelming force. At the same time, more thunder mines beneath Vanessa activated, hurling bolts of lightning from the sky in a coordinated strike. Jin's eyes sharpened. No matter how strong she was, even Vanessa would have to make a move to avoid simultaneous attacks like this. One side threatened her with the crushing claws of a spectral dragon, while the other launched a relentless barrage of thunderbolts. But instead of dodging, Vanessa just smirked. "You really thought I'd move?" she said casually, catching Jean off guard. That grin never left her face. She lifted her hand, energy swirling in her palm. Jin's breath caught. She wasn't planning to dodge. She was going to knock it all away. And she did. His thunderbolts were swatted aside mid-air, every one of them deflected with practiced ease. Even when his summoned dragon exhaled a torrent of blazing blue fire, Vanessa countered with a strange sword technique that split the flames and redirected them harmlessly around her. Jean didn't waste a second. As the flames faded, he shifted into his next move without hesitation. Vanessa, now watching with growing interest, drew a slow breath. Her expression shifted, still amused, but now with a touch of surprise. "If I'd known you had this much in you," she said, "I would have brought a better sword." Jean activated the first form of the shadow sword, cloaking himself in a dark swirl of blue and black energy. The air around him cracked and buzzed with power. Without hesitation, he unleashed the soul slash and surged forward, a streak of darkness tearing across the battlefield. Vanessa responded instantly. Black magic exploded around her, spiraling into a tornado of sheer destruction. The impact thundered across the land, shaking the ground beneath them. When the storm finally faded and the dust began to settle, the result was undeniable. Vanessa's blade had been reduced to nothing but fragments. Only the hilt remained in her hands, the rest scattered around her like shards of broken glass. She stood motionless, arms still raised, staring at the ruined weapon. Jean dropped to his knees, completely spent, breath ragged and chest heaving. Vanessa looked down at him, her expression unreadable at first. Then, a small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Your father did tell me to punish you," she said. Her gaze drifted to the faint bruise forming on his cheek. "But after what I've seen today, I suppose I'll have to reward you instead." Even through the exhaustion, Jean felt a quiet satisfaction wash over him. That evening, under the calm night sky, the two sat beside a lakeside fire. The flickering flames cast warm shadows, the fierce energy from earlier replaced by a calm stillness. Jean held a cup of tea in his hands while Vanessa took a sip of hers. "You handle strong liquor better than I expected," she commented. "I see now why they say you drank the all-poison wine." Jean let out a soft chuckle. "You flatter me, Lady Vanessa. I've still got a long road ahead before I reach your level." A pause settled between them, comfortable and unhurried. Then Jean asked, "May I ask you something?" Vanessa nodded. "When did you first meet the patriarch?" The question gave her pause. She drew in a slow breath, eyes drifting toward the fire. "It's been a long time," she said. "This might take a while, but I'll tell you." She began her story. Once, she'd been just a girl, an orphan living peacefully with her siblings. Then came the fire dragon. It tore through her town like a storm, reducing everything to ash and cinders. Her family, her home, gone in an instant. All she could do was stand there, powerless, as her world was destroyed. After that, all that remained in her heart was vengeance. She journeyed to the empty mountains, the dragon's domain, and let her rage loose. One by one, she brought down any dragon that crossed her path. She became a legend, a nightmare whispered among even the strongest. But no matter how many she killed, the one responsible for her pain never appeared. So she stayed, kept fighting, slaying dragons, and even any humans foolish enough to approach her domain. Vanessa admitted it without hesitation. She had lost her sanity long ago. For 50 years, she roamed the mountains, hunting dragons with an obsession that consumed her. The fire dragon that destroyed her life never returned. Still, she waited, fought, and slaughtered, no longer fully human. Then, one day, Jin's father appeared. Sir Chiron, wielding power unlike anything she'd faced, became the first human in 15 years to defeat her. At the time, she was more beast than warrior. But after subduing her, he didn't strike her down. Instead, he led her directly to the lair of the fire dragon she'd spent a lifetime searching for. There, she discovered the truth. The dragon she sought was no ordinary beast. It was the child of Khadun, the guardian dragon of the Zipple clan. And Khadun itself had come, ready to defend its bloodline. Chiron held off Khadun alone, buying her the moment she'd waited half a century for. Though the guardian escaped, badly wounded by Chiron's blade, Vanessa accomplished her goal. She drove her sword through the fire dragon's throat, severing it without mercy. Her vengeance complete, she knelt before Chiron and pledged herself to him, becoming one of his knights. Jean sat in silence, taking it all in, the weight of her past, her pain, and the brutal loyalty that followed. It all settled heavily on his shoulders. Vanessa gave a soft exhale and leaned back. "I've said more than I meant to," she said, then turned serious. "Now about that reward." She reached into her cloak and pulled out a folded map. "Sir Chiron gave me this and told me to pass it on to the child I believed deserved it." Jin's breath caught. He took the map and unfolded it slowly. His eyes widened as he studied the markings. This is the Black Sea." Vanessa confirmed it with a knowing smile. Jean stared at it in disbelief. The Black Sea, an uncharted nightmare where monsters roamed endlessly. No nation had dare map it, not even the mighty Zipples. Vanessa's smirk deepened. And yet, the Runcandles did. She told him the map was the result of a secret mission, one carried out by Sir Chiron and his most trusted knights. Then, she gave him the next step in his journey. Follow the map and complete the trial waiting at the marked location. Jean looked up. "This test, will I be fighting something?" Vanessa nodded. "Yes, a monster, one that must be defeated." Then her voice dropped, quiet but sharp with warning. "They say it's a creature raised long ago by the witch Helurum. On a dim, overcast day, a quiet cottage stood before a cave. The towering bones of a dragon sprawled behind it like a forgotten monument." Lady Vanessa stepped toward the door, her eyes sharp, focused. She pushed it open and scanned the room. "You've gotten better at surprises," she said, half amused. "Sending a letter without warning wasn't enough? Now you show up in person without a word." Her gaze locked onto a figure inside. Narrowing her eyes, she continued, "You must have searched far and wide to find this place, and you're helping yourself to my tea?" She had the cup in his hand, both curious and cautious. The figure, calm and deliberate, spoke. "What do you think of my son?" Lady Vanessa's expression shifted. "Sir Chiron, age has caught up with you. I can see the concern in your eyes. And it's all because of him, isn't it?" She paused, then added, "But you're underestimating your youngest. Honestly, I'm not even sure I could handle him in a real fight." Chiron gave a slight nod. "I figured as much, just by looking at you." Vanessa poured water into her cup, the sound soft and steady. "I agree with you, Sir Chiron. That's why I already gave him the map." Chiron's tone turned serious. "I didn't take that lightly, Lady Vanessa. Did you already see this coming?" Then he added, "Now that you've passed the map to my youngest, I take it you no longer carry regrets about Luna?" Vanessa fell quiet. Her thoughts wandered back. Memories she had buried, now pushing their way to the surface. She remembered how, once, all the knights, herself included, had placed their hopes in Luna. Too much, perhaps. Too blindly. If only we'd paid a bit more attention, she thought. Maybe she wouldn't have chosen to become a martyr. The silence stretched for a moment before Chiron spoke again. "Now that our part is done, we should focus on our duties and give it our all." Vanessa nodded slowly. "I plan to keep an eye on him. I don't want him ending up like me. I get the feeling Joshua is watching him too, making his own moves." Chiron's face darkened. "I have no interest in Joshua. He's not someone worth watching. If he can't even handle his own blood, he has no right dreaming of taking on real enemies." Vanessa's expression tensed with worry. Her voice dropped. "But if he turns out like Luna, what then?" Sir Chiron's expression twisted into something cold and furious. His right eye glowed, a sharp, piercing blue dot pulsing with rage. His voice dropped, quiet and deadly. "Is that why you gave him the map? Was it your only reason?" High above the Black Sea, the wind howled violently as Jean steadied the map against the pressure, riding on the dragon's back. He pointed into the distance. "There, that's the spot." Shadow's voice cut through the wind. "Confirmed. The date, August 15th, 1797. Black Shadow glanced down. "We're over the Black Sea now." Jean scanned the map. eyes locking onto a glowing mark. That light, it's where the pillars should be. Black Shadow corrected him. That's not a pillar. It's a nest, home to flying beasts. Monsters hiding beneath the rods. As if on cue, the creatures stirred. Dozens of them, eyes locked onto Jean and Shadow, mouths gaping open to reveal rows of razor-like fangs. Black Shadow's tone shifted to a growl. How dare they come at us? The dragon responded instantly. Sensing the provocation, it roared and unleashed its fury, the sky erupting in a wave of violent blue mana. The blast shattered stone, a shockwave rippling across the skies. Jean watched in awe as the power expanded outward. He turned to Murikin. You've regained a lot of your strength. Murikin replied. This? It's barely a fragment of what I once had. Jean frowned. But your heart was destroyed. How can you still have this kind of power? Before he could answer, Murikin dropped from the sky, landing with a heavy thud. Dust kicked up around him. I can't fly any farther, he said. His gaze swept the terrain ahead, cautious and grim. That poison cloud, lethal enough to eat through dragon scales. He looked back at Jean. The monsters we saw earlier, they weren't affected by it. Murikin paused, thoughtful. The beasts here, everything in the Black Sea, carries poison in their blood. Every living thing is toxic. His gaze turned toward the distant glow. The black-headed man spoke up. Your father, Jean, he really is something else. Of all places, he chose this cursed land to chart a map. Even dragons avoid it. Jin's curiosity grew as he stared at the map. What is this place, really? What's going on here? The man replied, his voice grim. Among all the beasts, the one we need to kill is the creature raised by Halurum. That woman, crossing paths with her is always a bad omen. Jean narrowed his eyes. You know Halurum? The man nodded. Even 1,000 years ago, her name echoed in fear. She was loved by demons and gods alike, and embedded their powers into her own flesh. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. So all those disasters in history, they were because of Halurum? I remember reading about that in old records. The man nodded gravely. It's true. She may look human on the outside, but her other half is pure demon, and her lifespan, just like theirs, practically endless. He recalled her image, visibly disturbed. Her very presence is a curse. When she's awake, even the gods avoid her. None dare form contracts with her. Then he added, the Monster King, or Queen, depending on who you ask, was one of the few who survived her curses. He even dated her. That guy was something else. His voice dropped lower as he turned to Jean. Whatever you do, stay away from her. Even if curses don't work on you, it's not worth getting involved. She always comes back for revenge. Jean raised an eyebrow. So are you scared of her? The man's eyes flared. Scared? When did I say that? Just then, a low growl rumbled behind him. A massive wolf emerged from the shadows. The man didn't flinch. If you're marked with misfortune, these things will come for you. That's why I'm warning you. Jin's tone remained calm. What I don't understand is, why did my father and the Black Knights leave the beast alive? They knew where it was. The man's face twisted in dread. Believe me, I've asked myself the same thing. Before he could finish, the wolf lunged over the ridge, jaws wide. Jean spun around, ready. His blade flashed through the air, cutting down the beast mid-leap. Black, poisonous blood sprayed across the cliffs, sizzling as it hit the ground. The man stepped back, covering his nose. That's what I meant about the poisonous blood. Beasts from the Black Sea bleed pure toxin. He pointed at the splattered black ooze. And this is too much. Even a few drops can kill. Be careful. Jean turned to Murikin. Stay here. This one's mine. Murikin nodded. Fine. But be warned. The bushes ahead? They're nothing but thorn traps. I'll manage, Jean replied. He moved forward, eyes scanning the dense undergrowth. A butterfly flitted through the thorns. But this wasn't just any insect. Its wings shimmered with a strange powder. Toxic. Jean watched it grow larger as it hovered deeper into the thicket. The inside of these bushes, something's different in there, he muttered. Then he saw it. A towering mass of thorn-covered vines sat at the heart of the forest. Is that a thorn vine? He whispered. Why is it so massive? Suddenly, a huge paw slammed down on top of it. Jean froze. Behind the thorns, barely visible through the dense foliage, loomed an enormous cat, its body hidden in shadow, its gaze locked on him. The sheer size of it made Jin's breath catch. He stared at the towering wall of vines, and a monstrous feline lurking behind it, hidden deep within the thorn bush forest. Jean freezes as he sees the enormous sphere and the cat's towering form. Its gaze locks onto him, and Jean immediately assumes this must be the beast he has to face. But as he takes a better look, he's caught off guard. The creature doesn't look feral. It seems almost ethereal. And then it hits him. The cat is actually kind of adorable. Curious, Jean greets it. To his surprise, the cat listens, attentive and calm. But just as things seem to settle, the cat suddenly springs into action, leaping away and bouncing across the terrain to escape. Confused, Jean mutters, "Is that giant thing afraid of me? Is it even a beast?" He takes to the sky, flying after it, scanning the land to figure out where it's gone. As he searches, a massive sphere of bushes suddenly crashes down from above. Jean reacts fast, slicing through the air and striking the sphere with his sword as he tries to dodge. But before he can catch a breath, another, even larger bushball barrels toward him. The cat, far off in the distance, hovers midair, crafting these bushy projectiles with its magical abilities. Watching it, Jean crashes to the ground, groaning. This really isn't going well, he admits. Then it clicks. It wasn't running. It's using the land as its weapon. Jean clenches his fist. "Father, Lady Vanessa, I won't fail this test." But the question still lingers. How does he even catch it? He summons magic to his palm, a flame flickering to life. No need to hold back, he thinks. I'll drag it out myself. Flames swirl around him as he unleashes his flame jade storm. The blaze roars through the forest, lighting up the trees in a fiery wave. But the cat doesn't flee. It simply watches from the heart of the flames, gaze sharp and unshaken. "You should have just come out," Jean growls. "Now, I'll burn the whole forest down." Just then, the cat appears behind him, stepping through the smoke. Jean turns slowly, sensing its presence. "So, you're here," he says with a smirk, drawing his sword. "Let's see how brave you really are." The cat lunges, but Jean holds his ground. "Save your strength," he warns. The creature suddenly shifts, growing, transforming into a much larger, more monstrous version of itself. Jean narrows his eyes. "So, you're finally ready to fight." Then it happens. The cat's eyes glow, a magical orb forming in the air. It strikes Jean, and suddenly his mind is flooded with memories, painful ones. His brothers laughing, mocking him, tormenting him. Moments when he was on the verge of death. Confused and overwhelmed, Jean stumbles, trying to understand. Why am I seeing this again? He wonders, trapped in the haze of his own past. The cat watches silently, then lets out a soft, almost playful meow. The cat soars overhead, trying to plunge Jean deeper into its illusion. But Jean sidesteps quickly, avoiding the psychic attack. "I hate these mind tricks," he snaps. "That won't work on me." Then something shifts inside him. He feels energy stirring, rebuilding. He narrows his eyes. This is regeneration. That's a trait from higher-level beast clans. Jean tightens his grip on his sword, golden mana swirling around him like a storm. "I'll finish this in one blow." No time for it to heal. The cat watches, startled, as Jin's aura explodes in a brilliant yellow, expanding outward until it engulfs them both. The beast raises a paw, its claws sharpening in an instant. It lets out a deafening cry, right as Jin's yellow mana slams into it like lightning, sending tremors through the ground. Without a moment's pause, Jin summons more energy, blue mana gathering along his blade. He lifts it and points it straight at the wounded cat. This is the first form, Shadow Sword Soul Slash. His blade cuts through the air, and the wave slices clean through the cat, splitting its body in two. "Rest in peace," Jean mutters, assuming the battle is over. But then, the pieces twitch. He watches in disbelief as the cat's body begins to mend itself, flesh pulling together again. "No way," Jean breathes. Even with regeneration, nothing should survive being split like that. He stares at the creature, its form slowly returning. Father could have mentioned I'd be facing something that just won't die. Jean watches as the cat's torn body pulls itself back together, piece by piece. "How do you kill something that just doesn't die?" he mutters, frustrated. He thinks back. Even the black seeking tot couldn't recover like this, and the quick-handle dragon? Its regeneration had limits. Then a thought strikes him. This doesn't feel like a skill or an authority at all. Before he can finish the thought, the surroundings suddenly shift. A thick, poisonous mist forms above him, rolling across the sky. Lightning crackles as rain begins to pour, and the cat shields its face with its paw. Jean narrows his eyes. It's not regeneration, it's a curse. The realization hits hard. My master must have placed a curse on me. He turns toward the cat. "Is that why you can't die?" The beast stares back, eyes brimming with tears, then quietly sits down, clearly unwilling to keep fighting. Jean sees it. This creature has lived far too long, and now it just wants peace. He steps closer. "Your forest is gone. Where will you go now?" The cat listens but stays silent, tears glistening in its eyes. Jean bows his head slightly. "I didn't come here to destroy everything. I was sent by my father to complete a test. As a child of the Runcandle kingdom, I can't defy the patriarch's will." The cat lifts its gaze in surprise, its expression shifting. Then, as if deciding something, it slowly transforms, taking on a different shape. Jean watches closely, sensing the change in its presence. He speaks softly, "I'm sorry. I still can't understand your language." The cat glances at him, then turns away, clearly gesturing for Jean to follow. He steps after it. "You want me to come with you?" They arrive in a large room. Jin's eyes immediately land on something that catches his attention. "Wait, is this your home?" His gaze falls on a gleaming bottle. "Hold on, this is royal liquid." He walks over and stares at it, intrigued. Could this be the reward father promised for completing the test? As he picks it up, the cat watches him closely. Jean chuckles. "Curious? This bottle was made by the fairy descendants. Drink it, and the spirit of the liquor will sing a story in your mind." Without hesitation, he lifts the bottle and takes a sip. Almost instantly, a vision plays out in his thoughts. An image of the beast cat appears before him, speaking in a clear voice. "Your path is already chosen. All that remains is for you to meet Luna, the daughter of Chiron Runcandle." As a single drop of liquid falls into the jar, Jean pauses. This was meant for Luna, he realizes. His thoughts spiral, so the cat stay behind, and the royal liquid. The cat looks up at him, puzzled. Jean blinks, then asks, "Do you want to try some?" The cat doesn't hesitate. It drinks, and instantly, a message floods its mind, a hallucinated whisper urging it to follow the rain candle, who has now found it. That night, the cat curls up and sleeps on a tree branch. As moonlight filters through the leaves, Jin's form changes. Murican emerges. The cat slowly opens its eyes, sensing the shift. Murican steps closer and murmurs, "I was starting to wonder, Jean, what's taking so long?" He squints at the cat. "Wait, is this monster Shuri?" Jean raises an eyebrow. "Its name is Shuri? How do you know it?" The cat responds with a playful stretch, acting innocently. Murican smirks. "Just like Halurum, Shuri is well known." As they speak, the cat gently picks up a smaller feline and brushes its fur against it, affectionately. Murican continues, "That thing isn't a monster. It's a mythical creature. The red jade familiar. King Orwell gave it to Halurum. She couldn't ride horses, so he gave her something far more special." Jean tilts his head. "But why is it called a familiar?" Murican huffs. "If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, listen, the fact that it's stuck with you means something. Maybe, just maybe, it's already accepted you as its new master." As Jean processes this, the cat suddenly perks up and says, "Murican, the little cat is following you, Jean." Then, a glowing red orb materializes in front of the cat. It freezes in place, startled. Jean picks up the orb. "Is this a red jade?" Murican nods. "If you pour your mana into it, then you'll become the red jade familiar's new master." Without hesitation, Jean channels his mana. Red and blue energies swirl violently around the orb. The pressure rises. The cat trembles as it feels the surge. In a flash, it vanishes, then reappears near the red jade, drawn to it. Jean watches in awe. It's like it's merged with the red jade. That means I can summon it whenever I want. He tries again. More mana flows. The cat appears once more, glowing with a red hue. Jean stares at his hands. "Is it really me doing this?" He looks at the cat and commands, "Get smaller." In response, the cat shifts, its body shrinking. The red familiar adapts to its contractor, Jean explains. It was massive before, because it had no master. Once it bonds, it shrinks to match its honor. Jean reaches down and gently nuzzles the cat. "You're even cuter now. You can come with me." He smiles. "From now on, your name is Shuri Runcandle. I'll protect you." Shuri leaps into the air, joyful. The scene shifts. Bluebird Shipaligo, Island 32. A violent storm crashes against the coast. Waves slam into jagged stones. In the middle of it all, a lone building stands tall. Inside, someone opens their eyes, hands shackled in cold metal. A figure in a black coat approaches. Across the room, another man is bound, his limbs trapped by large, cross-shaped restraints. Suddenly, a yellow figure emerges and strikes hard. The prisoner screams. In a corner, a red-eyed man watches, grinning, enjoying every second. The red-eyed man grins darkly, relishing the scene in front of him, his twisted dreams playing out as he watches the restrained figure suffer. Elsewhere, under a bright and peaceful sun, Jean stands in a different building. Someone asks him, "What did you bring back from the Black Sea?" Jean grins. "It's incredible. I'll show everyone." The girl nearby turns with a smile. "I knew you'd return with something special." Jean raises the red jade for all to see and gasps echo around the room. The white-haired lady steps forward, eyes locked on the artifact. "That's Halurum's red jade familiar," she says. "Let's see the cat, clearly." Both girls lean in, captivated by Shuri. Jean chuckles. "I thought it was just a beast, but Murican told me. It's actually a mythical creature." The white-haired woman nods. "It was already rare 2,000 years ago. Only those with ties to demons can sense it now." She glances at Murican. "He also once had a red jade familiar." Jean turns. "You had one?" Mirakin? That explains why this whole contract felt so familiar to me. He pauses, narrowing his eyes. Why didn't you say anything? Mirakin looks away, voice low. My familiar lived out its life. It passed on across the Rainbow Road. He sighs. I guess it was too painful to talk about. I really cared for it. The woman adds gently. Mirakin's shapeshift form is a cat because it resembles his old familiar. Jean grins. You're more sentimental than you look. Mirakin fidgets. Shut up. And the white-haired lady's tone turns serious. I thought all familiars like these were gone, ever since monsters declined. She studies Shuri closely. Shuri carries a fragment of immortality now. Even if he wants to die, he can't. That's his curse. She rests her hand on her chin. A witch curse me with this garbage. She glares toward the floor. Maybe one of Helurum's disasters ended with Shuri being cursed this way. Jean raises an eyebrow. What makes you say that? She scowls. To trigger an immortality curse, you need a sacrifice of at least 1 million human lives. Jean stiffens in shock. Mirakin glances to the side, uneasy. If the curse is still holding, then Helurum must still be alive, somewhere in the world. His voice turns bitter. But if she is, why would she leave Shuri behind? Even the white-haired lady, who once severed her own contract, turns away, silent. Jean glares at Mirakin. You didn't think before you spoke, did you? Mirakin lowers his head, guilt written across his face. Jean steps forward. My father left behind the royal liquor. Whatever he's doing, it feels like he's searching for something lost. He looks off into the distance. Maybe he's doing it for Luna. Mirakin says calmly, you're the one who passed the test and brought the familiar back with you. Jean glances at the cat. So, does that mean you acknowledge me as your master now? But doubt lingers in his voice. I don't know. Father always favored Luna. Even when she gave up her place, he still showed interest in her, stepped in like it was all about her. He thinks back, his past rushing forward like a wave. He remembers the cold look in his father's eyes, the moment he was barred from returning home. You won't die, his father had said. You've worked hard. But the message was clear. He was being cast aside. Jean clenches his fist. Then a voice gently calls out, young master. He blinks and returns to the present. Mary is beside him. I might be overstepping, she says softly, but I don't think the patriarch hated Luna for being gentle. Jean looks up, caught off guard, still stroking Shuri's soft fur. Mary continues, this creature, Shuri, is cursed with immortality. If things had gone normally, Miss Luna would have taken the test and done whatever it took to control it. Shuri purrs as Mary gently pets him. She looks at Jean. Maybe the patriarch thought the next heir should be someone who could treat this creature with warmth, someone who understands it can't die. Like you do, young master. Jean falls silent. He remembers the moments, those quiet, warm memories with Luna. The forest, the whispers in the brush. He breathes out, Mary, you might be right. The two sit quietly, their hands brushing over Shuri's fur as the cat leans into their touch, purring in contentment. The scene shifts. In another room, someone stands with Jean and says, the compass is locked onto a specific direction. I brought you here to show you. A globe of blue mana flickers to life. Jean studies it. What's going on? The man points. A contractor has been moving in and out of the Euphester allied powers, specifically the Bluebird Archipelago. He continues, the 7 colors have thoroughly searched the entire area, and we've tracked the exact location of that contractor. Jean narrows his eyes. Where? The man replies, Island 32. He adds, based on what we found, the island is owned by a family tied to one of the Runcandle Guardian Knights. Jin's expression changes. Wait, the Guardian Knight? The man nods. We believe it's Joshua. He could easily claim the island as his own. Jean smirks, calling out Joshua's name with a sharp edge of his voice. Could Joshua be hiding a contractor on that island? Owned or abandoned, doesn't matter, he mutters. That's the first place I need to check. The scene cuts to Island 32. A ship is tossed around in the middle of a violent storm. Lightning crackling across the sky. Mirakin grumbles. What's with this awful weather? Jean stands beside him, steady. The sailor explains. This is normal around the Bluebird Archipelago. Storms are constant. Lightning makes sea battles a nightmare, and no one sane would live here. Jean glances around, taking in the chaos. There's a reason Joshua chose a place like this to hide a contractor. He rests his hand on Mirakin's back. You all right? A dragon with motion sickness, really? Mirakin snaps. Maybe it's a side effect of getting my power back. Ever think of that? Jean smirks. So, what are you planning to do when we find a contractor? I'll decide once I see how they respond. The sailor gestures toward the island. The sea's too wild and murky to go any closer. Mirakin barks. Jean, summon Shuri. Let him carry me the rest of the way. Jean raises an eyebrow. Wait, you know how to swim? Not in this mess, I don't. With a flick of his hand, Jean conjures a red flame. A path opens, and Shuri appears. Jean asks, Think you can get him to the island? But before anything else, Murikin's already on the shore, and Shuri lets out a cheerful sound. Jean grabs hold of Shuri's fur, lifts off, and flies across the ship before plunging into the ocean. Shuri bolts forward with incredible speed, catching Jean off guard. Hold on tight. Murikin yells from below. Shuri dives through the waves and lands them smoothly on the island. Jean steps off. Is the contractor here? He asks, then sends Shuri back so he won't be caught up in whatever's about to happen. Murikin suddenly tenses. Your sword, it's vibrating. Jean frowns. Why is it doing that? Is it fatal? He pauses. No, this feels different. Realization hits. It's reacting to something. It's moving on its own. The sword begins to guide him, pulling him toward a cliff pulsing with intense yellow mana. Jean stares ahead. Something's going on up there. As Jin's sword begins to move on its own, it points toward a distant cliff, drawing him in with an unfamiliar pull. There's something off. He feels it deep in his gut, and without hesitation, he follows. As they draw closer, Jean suddenly halts. His eyes lock onto something unusual, something massive. Murikin sees it too and speaks up. That's no ordinary landmark. It's a god's grave. Jean stops, trying to wrap his head around it. A god's grave? Murikin nods. The resting place of the god of thunder. Go take a closer look. Jean steps forward cautiously, and it hits him. He's standing before the very presence of the thunder god. He looks down at the sword in his hand. Could this be why it's called the lightning sword? Does it carry the thunder god's power? Another thought crosses his mind. Was it given to him by the god himself? But he quickly shakes it off. No, that can't be. A voice nearby cuts through his thoughts. That sword, it killed Graham and sealed his power inside. Jin's eyes narrow. He had long suspected Graham's death, but discovering their power sealed within the sword? That's not something he saw coming. To be standing here in front of God's grave, it was unreal. Then a question creeps in. Why would Joshua choose this place to hide a contractor? Before he can find an answer, a sudden flare of blue mana explodes behind them. Both Jean and Murikin turn, startled, as the energy slams into the ground, causing a violent tremor. Jean reacts instantly, reading the situation. The blue mana launches another strike, but he intercepts it midair and redirects it away. The blast crashes into another aura, green mana, this time shaped like a lightning-forged arrow and a blade laced with poison and wind. Jean locks onto the source. From behind, someone steps forward, sword in hand. He speaks calmly, almost smug. I've waited a long time to meet you, Jean. Jean turns and immediately knows who they are, the immune bloodhounds. Joshua's elite team, assembled after her death. The one before him, he's the contractor. The man confirms it with a warning. Now that lightning's in play, you're as good as dead. Then he adds something that makes Jean tense. He's not just any contractor. He's the brother of the thunder god, Graham. He's the wind god. Suddenly, a red-haired man calls out from the back, barking orders. Julian, hit the human first, then take down the guardian dragon. Hit them both with everything the lightning's got. The wind god gathered his thunderous energy, eyes sharp as he barked at his team to aim better and not disappoint him. Without waiting for a response, he launched the first strike. Murikin scoffed. So everyone's gunning for me, just because I've aged a bit. He looked at Jean. Go handle him. That brat needs a proper lesson. Crossing his fists, Murikin summoned a surge of shadow magic. On the other side, Fatal prepared his own strike, holding a charged bolt in the form of an arrow. But Murikin made it clear, a contractor has no business challenging a guardian dragon. He countered the crackling blue lightning with waves of dark energy. Moving fast, he closed the distance and made it clear he wasn't holding back. Shadow and lightning collided with thunderous force, and in a flash, Murikin slammed Fatal's head into the ground. Fatal winced in pain, trapped in the overwhelming magic. Murikin stood over him. You really try to take me on? You're not even close. Darkness swirled, cloaking the battlefield. Fatal's voice rang out through the gloom. Jean, you're my mother's enemy. Today, I'll tear you apart and make her proud. They clashed, swords meeting in a fierce spark. Jean didn't flinch. So Joshua told you I killed her. Fatal snapped back. Shut your mouth. But Jean held steady. The ones who killed your mother were assassins, disguised as Runcandle executioner knights. The poison on their weapons? It was on their triggers. Swords locked again. Jin's voice stayed firm. Listen closely. Joshua Runcandle is my eldest brother. Fatal froze for a second. Wait, you're a Runcandle? That's right. Before he could react, the woman behind him soared into the air, lunging toward Jean. Lies, she shouted. The fight erupted again. Blades flashed, attacks dodged and parried. Jean kept speaking, weaving truth through the clash. Joshua fooled all of you. She struck again, screaming over his words. Don't believe him, Kyujin. He's lying to save his own skin. Jean blocked, then fired back. He ordered your capture to stop the truth from spreading. He silenced her. Killed her himself. Their blades met again. Jean, push her back. You were part of the magic squad. A soldier contractor. If you had nothing to hide, you would have told me the truth about Joshua from the beginning. Vari struggled to stay on her feet, her body trembling under the pressure. Kyujin stood frozen, doubt flickering in his eyes. For the first time, he questioned whether Jean might be telling the truth. Jin's tone turned cold. If you still don't believe me, I'm done explaining. You don't want the truth. You just want someone to blame. Because deep down, you're all carrying guilt. You couldn't protect her. His eyes locked on theirs. Or maybe you're just afraid. Afraid of going against Joshua. So tell me, who's really responsible? Varys didn't answer. Instead, she let out a furious scream, green mana flaring around her. Thunder cracked through the air as green lightning roared to life. Kyujin shouted, Varys! Jean paused, confused. Wait, her lightning and fatals. Aren't they supposed to be on the same side? Murikin stepped up beside him. We got a problem. Jean turned quickly. What kind? Murikin's gaze hardened. After I roughed her up, she turned into Fatal's inclination. Inclination? What do you mean? As Jean studied Varys, something clicked in his mind. Have I seen this before? Murikin nodded grimly. Remember the god that descended into that saint and destroyed Kosik? Fatal's done the same thing. Jin's eyes shot up to the sky, where a mass of blue mana was forming, crackling thunder coalescing into a powerful force. My brother. Fatal, Jean whispered. The one I swore to kill. Did he just descend into his own grave? He stared at the sword in his hand, now glowing with both blue and yellow mana. His breath caught. These are Graham's thoughts? I don't know what happened between those two gods, but my sword, it's furious. If I don't do something, this is going to get out of control. He turned to Kyujin. Choose now. Stay here and die, or get out while you can. Kyujin held Varys tightly, eyes wide, heart racing. If you want revenge, Jean shouted, you need to live for it. Without another word, Kyujin turned and escaped into the distance, carrying his sister. Suddenly, golden mana burst from Jin's sword, lighting up the storm. Murikin shouted over the rising energy. What are you doing? That sword's about to explode. Jean stared at it, eyes focused. It's Graham. He's targeting Fatal. There has to be a way to stop him. He turned to Murikin. He's ready to go all in. Whatever it takes. Murikin replied. There's one way, but I'll need time to charge up my shadow energy. Can you hold him off until then? Jean gripped the sword tighter, lightning spiraling around him. I'll try. The sky split open as the storm surged from his blade. Murikin gathers his strength, channeling a surge of shadow energy to open a dimensional gate. The air thickens, and darkness spreads as he braces for what's coming. Patel, now merging with Julian's body. The transformation begins. Energy pulses across the area, darkening the sky like a warning. Julian's body twists and reshapes as Patel's essence takes control. Murikin tries to intercept, launching a wave of mana to disrupt the process, but it crashes into a dense barrier, Patel's protection already in place. Then Patel speaks. He senses the absence of his elder brother's power and smirks. The mana attempting to push into him gets crushed in his grip as he touches the space around him and mutters, It's them. Hovering above them all, his presence weighs down the air. Jean struggles to breathe, just standing beneath him. Even though it isn't a full divine form, the pressure is intense, undeniably a god's descent. But still, Jean knows, compared to the overwhelming power of Graham, the god of war, Patel isn't nearly as terrifying. Confidence sparks in Jin's eyes. He steps forward without hesitation. Patel stares at him, confused by the lack of fear. You think you stand a chance? Without warning, he forms a dense mana arrow and fires. It blasts through the sky, slamming into the ground with explosive force. Jean dodges at the last second, narrowly avoiding the impact. But Patel isn't done. A new portal rips open above, releasing a storm of mana-charged arrows. Jean dashes across the battlefield, weaving through the barrage. One arrow grazes him, landing a hit and slowing him down. Floating above, Patel mocks him. You're nothing but a worm. That sword doesn't belong to you. Jean says nothing. Instead, he pulls off his cloak and slams it to the ground. A burst of lightning erupts around him. The explosion of energy shakes the terrain as Jean rises, crackling with raw power. Patel's eyes narrow. You act like one of the Bright King's descendants. Then he sees it, the Bright King's stone shining from deep within Jin's body. The proof. Jean grips his sword, flames bursting along the blade. Calmly, he speaks. I didn't just take this sword. It was given to me by the one who killed your brother. He takes a step forward. Dan, he says, the god of war. Patel freezes. Silence falls. Jean raised the sword high, its edges glowing with fury. The ground beneath him trembled as power surged upward through his body. He fixed his eyes on Patel. You already know what this blade can do. The sky answered. Lightning spiraled around the sword, twisting into a storm-fueled tornado that roared to life. In the heart of it all, Jean stood firm and unleashed the energy in one devastating strike. The blast hit Patel like a hammer from the heavens, driving him straight into the earth. The sheer force of the impact swallowed him in a violent explosion of light and sound. Far across the battlefield, Hyujin ran while the sky behind him lit up. The explosion thundered through the air, forcing him to stop in his tracks. His head snapped toward the blast. That power, was that really Jean? He couldn't believe it. The same guy they crossed paths with back in Delki? His mind replayed everything. Jean confessing that Joshua was his older brother. How Joshua had forced Timian to curse him, just to bury his secret. When Timian tried to speak the truth, she was erased. Now, Hyujin wasn't so sure anymore. Maybe Jean had been honest from the beginning. Maybe they'd all been played. But what now? Was it too late to turn back? He glanced at Bariz, still unconscious. Everything was unraveling fast. Back in the storm of battle, Jean could barely control the chaos inside him. His energy wasn't just rising. It was spiraling out of control, threatening to burn through him completely. Maybe, just maybe, with Mirakin at his side, he could ride this wave and shift the tide. But Patel wasn't giving an inch. He pressed forward with relentless fury, keeping Jean on the defensive. Jean blocked, dodged, parried, but couldn't push back. Then, something shifted. Patel staggered for a moment, his rhythm thrown off. He growled, voice thick with rage. "You dare look down on me? You think this is enough?" His fury erupted. He conjured a colossal blast of mana, shaping it into a single arrow glowing with deadly intent. He raised it toward Jean, promising to crush his pride once and for all. The arrow fired. Before Jean could react, Mirakin soared through the air and placed himself between them. The arrow struck him dead on. Patel faltered, stunned. "Why?" His voice cracked. "Why would you do that?" Mirakin didn't give him time to finish. Dark smoke poured from his maw, shadow mana coiling like a serpent through the air. Patel jerked back, wings beating furiously to avoid the blast. Jean stood frozen, staring up at the colossal shadow above him, his breath caught in his throat. His mind scrambled to understand. Was this Mirakin's shadow key liberation? Then it clicked. This wasn't just some dramatic power-up. Shadow key liberation was a release of dominion, an ancient force tied directly to the origin of all shadows. Every shadow in the world was born from Sodaret's mind, that swirling dark mist. And Sodaret, the supreme master of shadows. Jean, as the only contractor of Sodaret, held the reins. That meant even Mirakin's power, this overwhelming, monstrous form, answered to him. Shadow key liberation was the full unleashing of that authority. And Jean remembered. This wasn't even Mirakin at full strength. This was just a shard, a fraction of the Black Dragon in his prime. When Mirakin said he'd toy with Patel, he wasn't bluffing. And for the first time, Jean didn't feel like he was hanging on by a thread. He didn't feel outmatched. He felt like the storm. Above them, Patel screamed in fury, his voice laced with panic. "How dare mere creature of Sodaret defy me?" He summoned mana to strike, but nothing happened. His magic fizzled out before it could even form. He staggered. What is this? The power wouldn't answer him. His divine strength gone smothered. A massive foot crashed down in front of him, splitting the earth. The impact sent tremors across the land. Mirakin loomed overhead, eyes glowing with cold fire. A god losing his mind just because his powers are sealed? You're embarrassing yourself, Mirakin said flatly. And didn't you say your body could be torn apart and you'd still live? Mirakin raised his foot again. Clearly, you've never been hit by a shadow key. Patel screamed, "Stay away from me." Too late. Beams of dark light burst forward, slicing through him. Arms, legs cleanly severed. He gritted his teeth, trying to act unbothered. "I can regenerate. You think this is enough?" But he felt it. The shadow key didn't just tear flesh. It carved through mana itself, cutting the divine lifeblood that held him together. Even his trunk was split open, and he collapsed in a mangled heap. "Stop this," he howled. Mirakin didn't stop. Another wave of energy shot out, tearing what remained of Patel's limbs to dust. He threw up a barrier, but it shattered instantly, fragments raining down. "Damn cockroach," Mirakin growled. "You're stubborn. I'll give you that." Patel gasped, barely clinging to the ground. Every part of him trembled. Mirakin hovered over him like death itself. "What's wrong?" he sneered. "Can't even tell what's hitting you anymore? You scared now?" Patel tried to crawl away, dragging what little was left of his body. "Don't do this. I'm still a god, even if I'm just an incarnation." Mirakin scoffed, eyes cold. "Didn't you say you were immortal? Because you're a god?" Patel, trembling and furious, shouted back. "I swear upon the name of the storm. Let me go." But Mirakin wasn't having it. What happened to all that bravado? Now look at you, on the ground, crying for mercy like any other scared mortal. I told you to hold onto your dignity. Paytel screamed, panic taking over his face. Murakin didn't wait. He unleashed one final shadow key blast. Lightning twined through the dark energy, roaring as it slammed into Paytel. Paytel's shriek tore through the silence. His mind couldn't take it, shattered under the weight of the shadow key. His divine essence tore free from Julian, ripped away like smoke caught in wind. What was left behind was just a broken body, one no longer possessed. The god's energy faded, vanishing from the world. Julian's body slowly relaxed, signs of life flickering back in. Murakin let out a breath. He's gone, probably heading back to the divine realm to hunt for some poor weakling to hijack next. But he's finished here. The black mist vanished. The sky began to clear. Julian lay unconscious, his body still smoking from the battle. Murakin shifted back into human form, swaying slightly as he did. First time I've really let loose in centuries, he muttered, managing a tired grin. He knelt beside Julian. The reincarnation was broken clean. He'll be out cold for a few weeks, but he'll live. Jean checked for breathing, steady and strong. Now it was time to find the others. But before Jean could move, Murakin suddenly wobbled and collapsed onto the ground. Hey, what's going on? Jean rushed over. Murakin raised a shaky thumbs up, barely able to keep his eyes open. I'm fine, just pushed it too far. This old body's not made for that kind of fight anymore. Jean frowned. Murakin looked like he'd been drained of everything. Skin pale, figure withered. You really overdid it, Jean muttered. You look like a dried mushroom. Stop fussing, Murakin grumbled. Just give me the fluff ball. I need it. Jean handed over the fluff ball without a word. Murakin hugged it and instantly yelped. Ow, what the hell? This thing's too much. Jean chuckled and stood. I'm going to look for Kyujin and berries. I'll be back. He turned toward the jungle, calling their names as he pushed through the trees. Did they already leave the island? He wondered aloud, disappearing into the undergrowth. At the edge of the island, a river snaked beneath the looming mountains. Jean noticed a small boat drifting nearby, far too cramped for 2 passengers. As he stepped closer, his senses suddenly sharpened. Shuri? Could it be? It was Youngnam. He stood quietly, watching as Jin's fluff ball guarded Murakin's unconscious body, while Julian lay out cold nearby. He glanced at the kitten, puzzled by the situation. Calmly, he asked the little creature why it was out here alone, adding that he didn't enjoy hurting things that small or fragile. Then came the real question. Where was its master? The kitten glared at him, clearly unimpressed. In an instant, Jean appeared right in front of Youngnam, demanding to know what he was doing here. Youngnam didn't flinch. He threw the same question back at Jean, his tone just as sharp. What was a flag beater like Jean doing in a place like this? Jean considered the boat again. If someone had come on it, it had to be Joshua. There was no room for anyone else. Youngnam gave a slight nod, saying it was good to see him again. He admitted there were things he'd been wanting to say. Now that their secrets were out in the open, there was no reason to keep up the act. Jean cut in blunt and cold. Youngnam was caught off guard. Jean made it clear. Just as Youngnam knew his truth, he also remembered everything Youngnam had done to him. Youngnam commented that Jean seemed worked up. He said he got it, but didn't think he was in the wrong. Then he brought up the message Jean had left behind in Kiddar Hall's lab, the one that said he will not die in peace. That line had made waves in multiple reports, yet no one had ever traced it back to Jean. Jean clenched his jaw. Joshua should have finished me off back then, he muttered. Then, driven by fury, he activated his shadow key and forced his soul outward. He shouted that if Joshua had really meant to kill him, he should have done it then. None of this mess would exist now. He pointed straight at Youngnam, who stood unfazed, smiling with glowing red eyes. Youngnam watched Jin's shadow key with a calm, unreadable gaze. After a moment, he finally spoke, saying that kind of power should have been his. Jin smirked. You're too small-minded to handle it, he shot back. But hey, if you want it so bad, come take it. Without another word, Jin poured black shadow into his blade and lunged. As he rushed forward, he shouted, asking why Youngnam hadn't brought his knights this time, like he did when facing Luna. Slamming his sword into the ground just before Youngnam's feet, he added that going solo didn't suit him. Youngnam launched into the air, scoffing. You think a little boost in strength means you're my equal now? Jin narrowed his eyes. That silver sword, it wasn't Youngnam's usual weapon. When it came down, the shockwave tore through the earth. Jin barely had time to steady himself before another crushing strike followed, exploding on impact as Youngnam slammed back toward the ground. He was on Jin in a flash, blade swinging hard. Jin blocked, but the force nearly overwhelmed him. You think I needed others because I was weak? Youngnam roared. You really believe I couldn't walk the same path as our sister? Blow after blow came crashing down, fast and brutal. Jean parried each one with razor-sharp focus, but the pressure kept building. If I'd wanted to, I would have surpassed her already, Youngnim snarled. Meanwhile, Jean was faltering, each soul charge hit ripping into him. Blood spilled from open wounds, his body struggling to keep up. That's when it hit him. The flag bearers were in a whole different league. But Youngnim wasn't done. You think you know what's out there? He growled, driving his sword down again. Jean had a block with both arms, digging deep for strength. Blood bubbled up in his throat as he coughed violently, pain flashing through his body. You haven't seen a damn thing, Youngnim hissed. You ever wonder why the Runcandles haven't crushed the Zipples, even with father still alive? Before Jean could answer, Youngnim drove a brutal kick straight into him, slamming him into the ground. He didn't pause. Lifting his blade once more, he shouted, "Why'd you never let me come with you? Why didn't father cast me out, even when I failed his expectations?" He answered his own question. Because he knew, no one keeps a closer eye on our enemies than I do, especially in the Garden of Swords. Jean could feel it. There was no dodging the next hit. He had to take it, no matter the cost. As Youngnim's sword flared with a brick-red glow, Jean summoned his shadow, Ki once more. Their weapons collided, unleashing a violent storm of 100 rapid clashes. When the final strike echoed out, a massive gust tore across the field like a whirlwind. Smoke rose from both of them as they stood tall, staring each other down. Breathing hard, Jean finally spoke. He said he never looked down on Joshua, not once. He just believed Joshua didn't have what it took to lead. If it weren't for Lunanon's shadow, people wouldn't speak of Joshua the way they do now. Youngnim shrugged, admitting that Jin's shadow sword technique wasn't half bad. Just then, Shuri stepped beside Jean, ready to fight. Jean extended his hand, stopping her. "Stay with Murikin," he said. "That's more important." Youngnim let out a dry laugh. "What? You think I'd go after a crippled black dragon? Sounds like something you'd expect from me." Huh. But then his expression shifted. Something clicked. He finally understood why Jean had been so fearless all this time. Jean knew he couldn't be killed. The moment he died, the contract would disappear with him, making it useless to Youngnim. Jean had already factored that in. He was aware of how to transfer the contract, just like the Zipples and Kinzelos had once done. Youngnim gave a dismissive nod. "You talk a good game. Still won't change the outcome. After this, you'll never wield a sword again. And for someone like you, that's worse than death." Bloodied, but steady, Jean raised his sword again. "Maybe you're right. Maybe you can't kill me, but that doesn't mean you get to walk away." As the shadow Ki wrapped around his blade, it started to condense, forming a deep, black core. Youngnim instinctively stepped back. This was something new. Jean spoke calmly. "You want to know why I'm so sure of myself? I'm not alone. Someone's coming." Youngnim didn't hesitate. He swung his sword at the gathering energy, scoffing that it was just another cheap stunt. Yellow mana surged from his blade and hurled toward the dark gate forming behind Jean. But the moment it touched the gate, it disappeared. No spark, no impact, just gone. Staring, Youngnim was stunned. Jean looked up. "I told you once. You should have finished me back then." As the shadow, soul awakened, the sky churned above, black clouds spiraling into a monstrous tornado. From its heart, Jean summoned the black light. A crack split the air as a portal opened. Light shot through in a blazing yellow beam. Youngnim's eyes widened in alarm. Jean was using his shadow soul for a full-scale summoning. The black light never revealed what it would call. It was unpredictable, could be weak, unstable, or worse. But then, the figure began to emerge, and all of Youngnim's doubts vanished. Garmund emerged from the portal, his voice steady and deep. "Long time no see, Brother Jean." Jean turned to face him, a brief softness crossing his expression. He apologized for calling him so suddenly. Garmund stepped forward, towering over Jean, his soul radiating in the form of a massive double-bladed force. His frame was nearly twice Jin's in size. Calmly, he asked what was needed. Jean gave a single word in response: "Kill." The target was standing right ahead. With clenched teeth, Garmund raised his blade high. He introduced himself as Garmund of the Great Bright King's tribe, the 8th king of fighting. Summoned by his brother, his role was now clear: to crush the enemy before him. If there were any final words, he invited them to be spoken now. The ground trembled beneath him. A radiant energy surged outward, heavy and suffocating like a gathering storm. Youngnim didn't flinch. His gaze locked on Garmund as a cold response left his lips. Was this supposed to be some ancient ghost from a long-dead tribe? He scoffed, his own aura igniting. A dark, searing crimson unlike anything seen before. He challenged Garmund to raise his soul, vowing to cut him down and punish the younger brother who dared defy him. Garmund growled low, calling him out. A man who hides behind strength and ego had no right to call himself a warrior. Youngnim rushed forward, his glare sharp. "And you, pretending to be a brother? When you're not even blood." The word struck, But the moment passed in a flash. Something changed. Young Nim's eyes widened as he watched Garmin move. Smoother, deadlier, impossible to follow. In a blink, Garmin was behind him. His voice dropped, cold and certain. I'll take that silence as your final words. Fall into despair, enemy brother of Jean. With that, his blade came down. A crushing blow, enough to tear through earth and sky. And that is where this chapter ends. The battlefield trembled as Joshua and the formidable spirit Garmin, summoned by Jean, clashed with relentless force. Every strike tore through the air, shaking the earth below. From a distance, Jean watched without a word. This had to be the end. No second chances. No more running. Garmin looked down at Joshua, commenting that he didn't even have any final words. Raising his blade, he declared that he would personally eliminate the enemy of his brother, Jean. With a crushing blow, he sent Joshua crashing to the ground. Yet Joshua still clung to life. Surprised, Garmin wasn't impressed by Joshua's defense, but by his sheer refusal to stay down. He let out a small laugh, amused by the unyielding spirit of the Runcandle bloodline. Intrigued now, he decided to savor the fight. Stepping forward, he pressed his foot against Joshua's chest, asserting control. But Joshua wasn't finished. In a flash, he exploded with energy, slashing upward and knocking Garmin back. You think a mere spirit can humiliate me? He growled. Garmin had once thought Jean represented the peak of the Runcandle line. Now he saw the truth. He'd underestimated it. With renewed fury, Garmin surged forward. In one clean move, he shattered Joshua's sword and completely overpowered him. Blow after blow rained down. And then came Garmin's Myung Wong technique, brutal and overwhelming. Joshua fought back with everything he had, draining his mana, drawing on every last bit of skill and brutality. But it was clear. He was losing ground. The momentum was gone. From his vantage point, Jean spoke coldly. This final strike, it ends here. A violent surge erupted from deep within Joshua. An intense, blinding aura flared from his body, so overwhelming that even Garmin hesitated for a heartbeat. Jin's eyes went wide. He recognized it instantly. Joshua was unleashing the Runcandle clan's forbidden technique, the self-destruction spell. This wasn't just death, it was annihilation. Joshua was ready to take the entire battlefield down with him. Cracks spread across his skin, glowing with dangerous light. Jin's expression shifted as the truth sank in. He shouted desperately to Garmin, "Get away now." Once this detonated, nothing on the island or nearby would remain. Jean quickly called out that they could escape on his mythical beast. But Garmin shook his head. He refused. He carries Timar's blood, he said firmly. That alone meant Joshua couldn't be allowed to go unchecked. No matter how hard it would be, someone had to stop him. Garmin went on to explain. He hadn't been summoned in a true form. Instead, he'd wrapped his soul in shadows to take shape, and with time, that memory would fade. He promised to explain it all later, if there was a later. Then, with the last of his strength, Garmin hurled Jean out of the blast radius. As the light reached its peak, Joshua turned his head toward Jean and shouted one last challenge, telling his brother to survive the coming explosion. After the battle at the archipelago, Jean caught sight of a newspaper, and what he saw stopped him cold. Joshua was alive. Rage surged through him. His hands tightened around the paper, crumpling it as he stared at the headline again and again, unable to believe it. Somewhere else, in a dark, shadowy room, Joshua sat slumped in a chair. The toll of his failed self-destruction had left him drained and unsteady. Then, without warning, the door creaked open. A mysterious figure stepped into the room, calm, cloaked in shadows. Her first words cut deep. To think the next head of the Runcandle family is cowering in a basement like this. What a pathetic sight. Joshua's eyes narrowed. Did you come here just to mock me? She didn't hesitate. Yes, and more. Through the conversation, the truth came out. Joshua wasn't alive by chance. He had destroyed a clone she'd created for him, wasting it completely. That was why he was now suffering the aftereffects, shaking and broken. Joshua tried to justify himself. He claimed he had no choice. He had to eliminate the Myung Wong Jean had summoned, but she wasn't buying it. According to her, the Myung Wong belonged to a realm of the dead. They had no place in this world. What Joshua did wasn't survival. He simply threw away the gift she gave him. Then her voice turned cold. She questioned the prophecy itself. How could someone like Joshua be chosen? It would have made far more sense if it had been his older sister, or even Jean, or their father, the prophecy's original subject. The girl scoffed. If Joshua's father hadn't reached the Genesis level and rewritten his fate, if he had met her instead, things would have been different. Exceptional, even. She wouldn't be stuck helping someone like Joshua. Her words hit a nerve. Joshua's grip tightened, and with a sharp crack, part of his chair snapped beneath his hand. Still, she admitted he had accomplished one thing. They now knew that his younger brother could summon both the Myung Wang and Shuri, and more importantly, they knew where he was. Though irritated that Jean had taken Shuri, she brushed it off. Everything, she said, would eventually return to Joshua. She called him the son of prophecy and assured him she'd make another clone. How long this time? Joshua asked, his voice taut with impatience. Not long, she replied coolly. I've already created the materials I need. Meanwhile, Jean struggled to make sense of what he'd seen. Joshua had died, he saw it with his own eyes. But now his brother's image was being shown at a public ceremony in the kingdom of Shutran. Was it real? Kashmir confirmed it. The ceremony wasn't staged, and the image wasn't fake. There was no misinformation. They considered the idea that maybe Gaston had turned someone into a Joshua lookalike, but Jean dismissed that. The technique Joshua used back then was the real thing. That kind of destructive force, strong enough to obliterate the Bluebird archipelago, could only come from a true Runcandle. Runcandle asked whether the Joshua who appeared at the ceremony might still be a fake. Jean wasn't sure. He suggested tracking down Fatal's contractor for answers. Murakin, clearly frustrated, groaned about all this happening while he was asleep. Runcandle didn't hold back. She criticized him for failing in his role as a guardian dragon. If Jean hadn't summoned the Myung Wang, what then? She reminded Murakin that, once, he might have been the strongest dragon of his age, but now, clinging to the past, he was just another patient on the brink of death. Murakin admitted she was right. Runcandle then suggested they visit Misha, someone who might help him regain his old strength. Who's Misha? Jean asked. She's Murakin's older sister, Runcandle replied. At that, Murakin snapped. Angry, he stormed off, grumbling that someone like Misha could never be his sister. Jean quickly realized the two weren't exactly on good terms. Apparently, Misha made a habit of bullying Murakin when they were younger. As soon as Murakin regained some of his strength, the first thing he did was get back at his sister. Naturally, Jean questioned whether Misha would be willing to help him after something like that. Runcandle clarified. Misha was a black dragon, just like Murakin. Despite their messy past, she would help him. Besides, Runcandle planned to go along and speak to Misha herself. The two were close friends, and with her there, things would go more smoothly. But the next morning, Murakin was gone. Disappeared without a word. Later, Gilly discovered a letter tucked away in her room. Murakin had left on his own, heading to a far-off, dangerous place. He hadn't wanted to vanish like that, but it was his decision to make. In a note, he promised that once he made it back safely, they'd finally go on the trip he'd always talked about. Elsewhere, under cover of night in the city's forgotten corners, a man crept toward a rundown house. Inside, he met a hooded figure. A brief exchange took place, a heavy pouch of gold for a vial of clear, nearly invisible poison. Rare, undetectable. The buyer eyed the vial. Where did you get something like this? The hooded man didn't answer. The deal's done. Leave. The hooded man stepped quietly into a dim room where a girl lay trembling in pain. Her body convulsed slightly with every breath. The man lowered his hood, revealing himself as Kazan. Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered to the girl. Just hold on a little longer. You're all I have left. Back at their base, Kashmir informed Jean that Kuzan Marius had been located in the Delki Kingdom. After the nomination ceremony in Shutran, reports began surfacing about a rare blood poison circulating in Delki. One of Kashmir's mercenaries had managed to acquire a sample. It was unregistered in any known academic records, which confirmed their suspicions. The poison's origin pointed directly to Kazan, and Delki, after all, was home to the Marius family. Jean and his group didn't hesitate. They departed for Delki immediately. When they arrived at the abandoned house, Kazan was already there, standing in wait. He had known Jean would come. In fact, he'd made sure of it. He wanted Jean to find him before Joshua did. He needed help to save his sister. Jean quickly grasped the situation. Beriz was in the final stages of mana backflow. Her body was breaking down. I'm not sure I can save her, he said bluntly. Desperate, Kazan dropped to his knees. Please, she's all I have left. I'll do anything you ask. I'll pay for everything I've done. Just save her. Jean stared down at him, cold and firm. You'll come with me and prove your worth. Begging doesn't change anything. Only a Vankela saint can cure her condition. But first, she needs a healer. Immediately. He explained further. Only a few healers among Hofstadter's allied forces had the skill to handle mana backflow, and meeting one without alerting Joshua would be nearly impossible. Their only option was to rush Bariz to Tyken for emergency treatment, and then find a Vankela saint. There was no time to waste. Alicia carefully lifted Bariz in her arms, and they all moved quickly. Before they left, Jean issued a warning to Kazan. If we run into Joshua's men, your sister's safety is second to ours. We'll leave her behind. Tears streamed down Kazan's face, but he nodded. I understand. They headed toward the portal leading to Tyken, but along the way, Jean noticed Bariz's condition was worsening by the minute. Time was slipping away. As they neared the portal to Tyken, Jin's eyes narrowed. He could sense it. They were being followed. 3 of Joshua's agents were tailing them. He turned to Kazan. Take care of them. Quietly. No one should know. Kazan gave a slight nod and vanished without a word. Kashmir, however, looked skeptical. It's broad daylight. You're expecting him to take out 3 trained men without being noticed? That level of stealth, only elite, nameless assassins can manage that. Jin's response was ice cold. He has no choice. It's that or he dies. Elsewhere in the city, one of Joshua's men lost sight of his target. Deciding to fall back, he turned into a narrow alley, only to find Kuzan waiting. In one swift motion, Kuzan struck him with a neurotoxin, a rare poison from the desert kingdom of the western region. The man's body weakened instantly, his heart stopped, and he collapsed. Onlookers would assume it was sudden cardiac arrest. The toxin only worked on those under 6-star rank, perfectly tailored. Nearby, the second agent casually read a newspaper beside a group of pigeons pecking at crumbs. The third carried groceries in one hand, a bottle swinging in the other. Kazan picked up a stone and launched it at a pigeon's head. It dropped, triggering a flurry of wings as the birds scattered chaotically. The man with the newspaper flinched, waving his hands to clear the sudden confusion. Right as Kazan slipped up, applied a toxin to the tip of a bread piece, and shoved it into the man's mouth. The poison triggered a rapid airway obstruction, targeting the soft tissues of the mouth. To any observer, it would look like he choked on food. Then came the final target. Kazan retrieved the dropped bottle, slipped poison inside, and hurled it at the last man. The bottle shattered against his face, and he tumbled into the water nearby, drowned, seemingly a drunk who had lost balance. No one would question it. Each death left no evidence. No trail, no suspicion, just accidents, one after another. At the Tyken Kashmir estate, a heavy silence lingered in the room. The doctor stepped back from Valeria, his face showing a mix of relief and restraint. In a calm tone, he explained Valeria was no longer in immediate danger. Still, complete rest was crucial. Although she'd made it past the worst, without aid from the saints of Vankala, her ability to use mana would be gone for good. Kuzan expressed his thanks to the doctor. Jean, standing nearby, reminded Kuzan that he had fulfilled his part of their deal. And now, it was Kuzan's turn to deliver. The contractor tied to Fatal was locked down in chains. Jean, keeping his guard up, apologized for how rough he'd been. He had no idea when the man might snap again. The contractor, surprised to see Kuzan siding with Jean, asked if he had turned his back on Lord Joshua. Kuzan didn't sugarcoat his reply. Joshua was the one who turned on them first. He reminded the man that back when he became an incarnation, it was Joshua who nearly killed him. That so-called loyalty? Just fear dressed as duty. The contractor snapped, yelling at him to shut it. But Kuzan didn't back down. If the man wanted to stay alive, he needed to cooperate. And the only reason he was still breathing was because of Jin's mercy. When the contractor questioned who this young Master Jean was, Jean finally revealed the truth. He wasn't just anyone. He was Joshua's younger brother, the same man who made a pact with Soldrit. His name, Jean Runcandle. The contractor froze. That name, Jean Runcandle, was the one Joshua always spoke of. Then, right in front of him, Jean unleashed his shadow force, slicing through the chains and setting him free. He made it clear, no more lies. The next one would be his last. With the threat hanging in the air, the contractor finally gave in. He revealed that the encounter with Joshua at the Bluebird Archipelago wasn't planned. It was pure chance. He'd only gone there to increase his own power. The contractor went on. He found a way to boost Fatal's authority using Graham's tomb. But that wasn't all. He confessed he was nothing more than a backup, a substitute Joshua had groomed over time. If the plan to snatch Soldred's contract failed, Joshua intended to sacrifice him and take his contract instead. Jean was stunned. He'd been certain Joshua had self-destructed back at the Bluebird Archipelago. The sheer power of that explosion was real. There was no way anyone could have survived. Yet Joshua was not only alive, he was moving behind the scenes as if nothing had happened. It was now obvious Joshua had pulled off something unnatural. When Jean pushed for answers, the contractor demanded protection in return for the truth. Jean agreed, but only if what he had to say was truly valuable. Then came the name, the prophetess. According to the contractor, nearly every decision Joshua made traced back to her. It was she who told him about Graham's tomb at Bluebird Archipelago. She guided him on how to use it to grow stronger. The Joshua who died at the archipelago? Most likely a clone, created by her. Jean, trying to make sense of it, asked how cloning was even possible. The contractor admitted he didn't know everything, but he'd heard that the prophetess used death row inmates from the Huffist Union as material. It took many lives to replicate just one. Jean then asked why. Knowing Joshua's plans, he hadn't escaped. The contractor's voice turned hollow as he revealed the truth. His guardian dragon had been captured. Worse still, Joshua had wiped out his entire family and village. With desperation in his voice, the contractor begged Jean to help him retrieve his guardian dragon. Without it, he said his life meant nothing. Jean offered him a path, pledge full loyalty, and he'd create an opening to save the dragon. Later, Jean met with Kashmir and Quickhantle to talk about the prophetess, the mysterious woman able to steal contracts and use human beings to create clones. Jean turned to Quickhantle for insight. Could he guess who this woman might be? Quickhantle replied that only two beings came to mind, either a demon king or the witch Helurum. If it truly was her, then none of this would be surprising. Not the cloning, and not the ability to shift contracts from one person to another. Jean began to realize this wasn't just about Joshua anymore. Someone even more deeply tied to the Runcandle clan might be pulling the strings. Kashmir shared the same uneasy feeling. With a force like the prophetess backing Joshua, it seemed impossible the core members of the Runcandle family were completely in the dark. Whether by willful ignorance or deliberate choice, they were letting it happen. Maybe they were even helping him. Quickantle's tone turned sharp. If the second possibility was true, she wondered aloud what Timar would think, watching his bloodline descend into such darkness. Faced with the reality of what they were up against, Jean came to a hard decision. He couldn't afford to wait out the full 5 years granted by his father. He needed to return to the clan, and soon. Before any plans could be set, a messenger burst in with urgent news from Santel. A fire dragon and a massive black dragon were locked in a brutal fight. The sheer scale of the clash suggested one name. Lord Murakan might be involved. Jean, Quickhantle, and Kazan took flight on the back of Shuri, the mighty supercat, racing towards Santel in search of Murakan. As they flew, Quickhantle voiced her worry. Letting Murakan go off on his own wasn't a good idea. Jean reassured her. If anything had happened to Murakan, he would have felt it. Their bond as contractor and dragon was too strong for anything to go unnoticed. Still, Quickhantle couldn't shake the thought. If Murakan was up against Khadun, she might not kill him outright. No one knew what would happen to Soderet's legacy if Murakan died. But there was a darker possibility. What if Khadun had captured him, drugged him, torn off his wings, and chained him down? Jean shared her concern. If that were the case, then Khadun's real target was likely him, Soderet's new contractor. As they neared Santel, Shuri suddenly stopped and let out a low meow. Before them stretched a scene of devastation. The city engulfed in flames, its heart reduced to rubble. Quickhantle didn't hesitate. One look at the fire and she knew it was Khadun. No other dragon could create flames that intense. Kazan stepped forward, pointing out that the fire had been raging for days. Yet not a single report had surfaced. That could only mean one thing. The Zipple family was pulling the strings and controlling the news. Jean nodded grimly. Whatever it took, they had to get inside. As they approached the city gates, something felt off. The land belonged to the kingdom of Shul, but it wasn't their soldiers guarding the entrance. It was the Holy Knights of Ankela. That alone raised a red flag. They weren't here to help. They were making sure no one got in or out. Jean was taken aback. The Holy Kingdom of Vankela, which had once been neutral, was now clearly siding with the Zipfels. Instead of aiding the people or rebuilding the city, they were sealing it shut. Quicantle, anxious to confirm Muraken's fate, offered to go in first. Jean insisted on leading with Kazan, but Quicantle had another plan. She'd break through the gate herself, creating just enough of a distraction for them to slip inside unnoticed. Quicantle stepped toward the entrance, where two holy knights barred the way. They warned her this was a restricted zone, and they couldn't guarantee her safety inside. She didn't even blink. In a flash, she struck one of the knights, sending him flying. The second barely had time to react before she slammed a blow to his head, knocking him out cold. With a casual snap of her fingers, Quicantle obliterated the gate. Then, just as effortlessly, she used her time magic to rewind the damage. The gate stood whole again, without a single crack. Kazan, watching in awe, was stunned by the sheer power of a dragon wielding time. Once inside, horror met them. Dozens of bodies, citizens piled lifelessly, slaughtered without mercy. Then a voice rang out. A man addressed the people of Santel, calling out with false warmth. He warned them that a savage dragon was locked in battle with a monster just beyond the plains, but insisted they had nothing to fear. Heaven's proxy had arrived, and with him came hope. He called the creature who had murdered their loved ones, parents, siblings, children, a monster that would soon fall to the dragon's might. Jean narrowed his eyes. Is he using persuasion magic? He asked. Kazan turned to him. What's persuasion? Jean nodded toward the crowd. Look at their eyes. They're dazed. This magic, saints call it divine power, but it's just mind control. It doesn't work on the strong-willed, but ordinary people, especially in shock, fall for it easily. But something didn't add up. The current Holy King, Michelin, had outlawed persuasion, classifying it as heresy. Saints weren't even supposed to use it anymore. Quicantle pieced it together. If they were trying to pin Khadun's massacre on Muraken, that meant Muraken hadn't been captured yet. Jean agreed. If Muraken was already in their hands, there'd be no need for this public show. What bothered him now was deeper. Why were these so-called proxies breaking the Holy King's laws to aid the Zipfels? Meanwhile, the man kept speaking, now warning the citizens that a dangerous group had snuck into the city. If they saw anyone suspicious, they were to alert the proxies immediately. Hearing that, Jean and the others quickly moved to take cover. But before they could vanish completely, someone spotted them. The crowd stirred. The alarm was raised. Kazan threw a smoke bomb to cover their escape. They slipped away into the shadows as the man's furious voice echoed behind them, ordering the city to hunt down and eliminate the so-called wicked intruders. A sharp blast from a horn rang out, an alarm signaling intruders. Moments later, the Holy Knights of Vankella emerged to confront them. Without hesitation, Jean unleashed a surge of lightning, striking down all but one knight. The lone survivor had managed to shield himself with a golden barrier, holding firm against the attack. Kazan stepped forward, ready to finish him off, but the knight raised a hand and spoke calmly. Wait, I'm not with the proxies. Jean narrowed his eyes. Then what are you saying? The knight stood his ground. I won't raise my sword against anyone who isn't a pagan. Then he asked something unexpected. Were they connected to the black dragon who was fighting a madman? Jin's focus sharpened instantly. Do you know where the black dragon is? He demanded. And who are you? The knight removed his helmet. I've been waiting for you, he said. Sir Muraken asked me to keep watch until you arrived. He stood tall and introduced himself. Lani Salomi, second-class knight of the Order of Dawn for the protection of doctrine. As chaos erupts, Lani Salom, a Class 2 knight of the Dawn Order, stands firm while people scatter in fear. The commotion sparked by the sudden appearance of the Holy Knights. Acting quickly, Lani urges everyone nearby to take shelter behind a building for safety. Soon, her commander arrives, demanding an explanation. Lani promptly reports that they were ambushed, and the attackers fled down an alley leading to District 1. She urges him to pursue them immediately, but the commander is frustrated. He chastises Lani for not drawing her sword while her fellow knights were in danger. He blames her unwavering convictions for letting the situation spiral out of control, questioning if she even deserves the title of knight. Lani listens without protest and simply responds that she's willing to accept whatever punishment is decided. The commander presses on, reminding her that the one who's always protected her won't always be around. He's furious that she didn't act when a suspected pagan was right there, but Lani calmly replies that there's no proof. They've only been labeled infiltrators for now. Unmoved, the commander places Lonnie on probation. He instructs her to surrender her sword and armor, ordering her to wait for further instructions. Turning to the rest of the unit, he tells Squad 3 to care for the wounded before joining them in District 1, while the rest follow him without hesitation. Some knights can't hide their irritation. They jeer at Lonnie, saying she got off easy with just probation, and one even suggests she should transfer out, blaming her for damaging the Dawn Order's reputation. Nearby, Gene Runcandle quietly observes. He recognizes Lonnie, remembering that in his previous life, she was Michaelin, the Holy King's adopted daughter. Back then, she was always drunk and caught in scandals, scorned by everyone. But the Lonnie Salem standing here, now, seems nothing like that. She's focused and determined. Once order is restored, Lonnie tells Gene and his group that it's time to head for District 1. She offers to guide them, leading the way to a hidden spot not open to just anyone. Gene can't help but wonder why she's helping them. Lonnie simply explains that before she was a knight, she was a citizen of Vankella and a follower of the gentle goddess Ayala. Above all, she says her duty is to avoid lies and corruption and never let evil take root by siding with the wrong people. As they move forward, Lonnie Salem shares what she witnessed. The true threat, she reveals, is the dragon Khadun. Sir Murakin tried to stop Khadun from wrecking the city, but things took a bad turn. Gene, stunned, asks if Murakin made it out alive. Lonnie, with a heavy tone, admits that Murakin is still in danger. She tried her best to heal him with divine magic, but it wasn't enough to fully save him. Before Murakin transformed, he told Lonnie that Gene Runcandle would come for him. The transformation wasn't by choice. It was triggered by a fatal wound. His body shifted into its strongest form just to survive, a rare trait found only in the most powerful dragons. Watching from the side, Miss Quicantle calls Murakin a fool, though deep down she's relieved. Murakin may have lost his former strength, but at least his instincts kicked in and protected him. Gene, shaken, quietly says Murakin's name. Miss Quicantle doesn't waste time and insists they have to move. If they don't treat Murakin soon, he may never return to his true form. Lonnie quickly leads the group down a hidden path out of the city, urging them to escape while they still can. Before going, Gene looks at Lonnie with genuine gratitude. He says that without her holy powers, things would have ended in disaster. He promises, by the name of Sodaret and the Runcandle clan, that he'll repay this debt. But Lonnie only shakes her head, telling Gene she was simply following her beliefs and hoping for Murakin's recovery. She thanks Gene as well. Meanwhile, Khadun is seething over Murakin's escape, frustrated that victory slipped through his fingers. It's rare to see him this rattled, and someone nearby remarks on it. Khadun snaps back that he's not just upset, he's furious at himself and can't forgive his own mistake. They were originally searching for someone named Misha, but ended up running into Murakin instead. Khadun explains that capturing Murakin would have drawn out his contractor. If they had Sodaret's contractor, restoring the Devil Stone would be far easier. Even so, they try to keep calm, now certain that the rumors of Murakin meeting the Beament Earth Dragons were true. The white-haired man decides to bide his time, noting that Murakin likely isn't as powerful as he once was. But Khadun cautions him, saying it's not certain. Murakin might still recover his strength. Someone then asks if a dragon's heart can truly recover without the Devil Stone. Khadun admits he's never seen it happen, but explains that black dragons like Murakin are a special case. It's entirely possible Murakin is wandering alone, searching for a way to restore his power in secret. The conversation shifts to the Holy King. The white-haired man is annoyed that the king sent the Dawn Order without letting him know. He expects the king to arrive soon and make a spectacle of things, and the thought leaves him weary. Someone jokingly suggests they could just get rid of the king. He's old, after all, and might even find peace in the afterlife. Khadun, hearing this, dismisses the idea as utter madness. Meanwhile, Varys is deep in thought. She slowly realizes that these people helped her without hesitation or suspicion. No one even bothered to keep an eye on her. That means Kyujin's letter must have been truthful. The realization hits her hard, leaving her feeling strangely empty. After all they'd endured, she starts to wonder what the journey was really for. Lying awake, Varys is soon approached by someone who quietly offers her warm soup and encourages her to rest, urging her not to overdo it. Varys thanks her, admitting her mana hasn't fully returned, though her body feels much stronger. Still feeling guilty for being a burden, Varys offers to help, recalling Kyujin's words about all they'd already done for her. Trying to fit in, Varys clumsily puts on a local outfit, unsure if she's done it right. The woman smiles and tells her it looks just fine. Varys asks her to wait and says she'll help clean once she figures it out. As Varys studies the clothes, something about them stirs an old memory of her mother. Suddenly, a soft blue glow fills the room, and Misha, Sir Mirakin's sister, appears, announcing that her troublesome little brother is the reason she had to come all this way. Jean Runcandle arrives, greeted warmly by everyone who calls him young master, and quickly asks about Mirakin's condition. Not long after, Kyujin spots Varys, shock written across his face as he softly says her name, clearly overwhelmed to see her alive. Tears form in his eyes as he admits he thought he'd lost her forever. Varys, lightening the mood, playfully teases Kyujin and wonders if he even knows how to cry. Kyujin chuckles, wiping his eyes, and assures her he's fine now. Jean turns to Varys, saying he's glad she's recovering. Varys responds that she's read Kyujin's letter and thanks both of them for everything. Kyujin echoes the gratitude. Then, Kyujin notices a small wound on Varys and quickly asks about it. Varys explains it happened when a surprise visitor appeared, and the maid adds that it was Mirakin's sister who startled Varys. She also mentions that the guest has been brought to the sitting room. Hearing this, Kyujin's mood shifts instantly. He shouts that he won't let anyone hurt Varys and dashes toward the sitting room, ignoring Varys' calls for him to stop and wait. Meanwhile, Jean is surprised to see Misha again. It's been ages since their last meeting in the Mitra Great Desert. While enjoying the meal, Misha remarks that the food is delicious. Jean grins and tells her Latrie prepared it. Misha curiously asks who Latrie is, and Jean explains she's Julia's guardian dragon. This revelation makes Misha realize Jean is AZ Mill's contractor. Jean remembers seeing a mysterious shadow back in the desert, and suddenly realizes that it must have been Misha all along. Embarrassed that she saw everything, he shyly asks how she knew to come here in the first place. Misha just laughs and says she always knows Mirakin's whereabouts. He's never out of her reach. She reveals that when Mirakin was younger, she secretly cast a powerful tracking spell on him. It's not ordinary magic. She can sense where he is and what he's up to at all times. And the best part is, Mirakin is completely clueless. Miss Quickhandle comments that no one here really understands what Misha just explained. Misha laughs, admitting she should have called it an authority instead of plain magic. To prove her point, she decides to give everyone a demonstration, explaining that while Mirakin uses shadow energy for battle, she's mastered all sorts of amazing techniques. When Misha shows off her abilities, everyone in the room is left in awe. Misha leaves behind a faint shadow, explaining that this will let her keep track of anyone whenever she wants. She then creates a shadow double of Jean, a gentle copy that offers to fill in for him so he can rest. Jean Runcandle is stunned. Seeing his own likeness walking around freely, without the help of a mirror, is deeply unsettling. This isn't ordinary magic. It runs much deeper, carrying a sense of real power. Jean can't shake his unease at the idea of a duplicate moving about. It feels dangerous. Misha warns him not to be tempted by this kind of strength, reminding him of Timar's fate. She promises she won't let Jean fall down the same path and assures him that she'll always be there, keeping an eye on him. AZ Mill, who's been quietly observing, reacts to everything and calls Jean Mr. Misha picks up on the fact that AZ Mill can follow her train of thought. Since AZ Mill, also known as Julia, is the site's contractor, she must have witnessed something important. Misha wonders if Julia has noticed echoes of Timar and Jean, or perhaps sensed something even greater. She briefly considers whether Jean might be linked to Sodaret. Despite her swirling thoughts, Misha doesn't jump to conclusions. The silence from Sodaret feels especially heavy, almost as if it means something more. That silence helps Misha start to piece things together, and she realizes that Sodaret's quiet might hold the explanation she's been looking for. Meanwhile, Julia offhandedly tells the spiky-haired man that Jean won't become another tragedy from the past. After hearing this, Jean quietly notes that Julia has called him Mr. since they first met, and now the title carries a new weight. After such a long time, without much conversation, Misha finds herself enjoying the exchange. She even jokes about leaving Mirakin in his cat form, saying he looks too cute to change back. When Jean Runcandle politely asks her not to, Misha, with a playful grin, asks again for a spare room, but reminds everyone not to panic if they hear any loud noises or screams. She's about to treat Murakin, and it won't be quiet. Days go by, and the screaming doesn't stop. Jean grows more anxious with each passing day. After 3 days, Miss Quickcandle approaches Jean and tells him the truth. Misha isn't just healing Murakin. She's also trying to restore his lost powers. It's risky. Even if the attempt fails, Murakin won't die, but he could lose all his strength. When Jean asks about their chances, Quickcandle replies, 50%. Not the worst odds, but risky enough to make anyone worry. Just as tension reaches its peak, Murakin suddenly leaps up, cheering loudly as his power surges back. The joy is short-lived, though. Before he can celebrate, Misha snaps at him to calm down and explains she could only bring back 40% of his original strength. His body simply couldn't handle any more. Murakin, suspicious, accuses Misha of holding back on purpose so he wouldn't surpass her. Misha, exasperated, yells that she risked a lot to help him, and if he keeps acting up, she won't hesitate to put him in his place. Murakin, now nervous, quickly gives in and promises to behave. Later, Jean sincerely thanks Misha for everything she's done. She smiles, brushing off the gratitude, saying she understands how hard it must have been for Jean to wait. Misha then mentions she needs to leave. She's busy, unlike Murakin, whom she jokes about again. Jean feels a pang of guilt, wishing he could have done more for her, but Misha reassures him. Helping was her duty as Soderet's proxy, and now that Jean carries her shadow, they'll always be able to meet again. Before heading out, Misha gives Jean one last bit of advice. He should go to Old Oterium right away. Jean is caught off guard and asks why. Misha reveals that a powerful grimoire is hidden there, Rial Zipple's legacy, known as the Annihilating Thousand Fires. Jean is stunned to realize Misha knows about the grimoire too. He hesitates, pointing out that the Old Oterium is under the Dark Magic Association's control right now, and with his current power, breaking it won't be easy. Misha nods, admitting she'd hoped to send him there after he became a flag bearer, but waiting that long would be too late. Now that Murakin's strength is partly restored, she believes Jean can do it. Jin's expression grows serious as he realizes he's not the only one seeking the grimoire. Misha confirms his suspicions. The other person after it is a mage he's recently been wary of, Arya Alhart. Hearing that name, Jean freezes. Arya Alhart was just one of the many names used by his mentor, Valeria, in his previous life. The name itself, a Heart of the White Owl, was precious to her, which makes it hit even harder that she's now chasing the Annihilating Thousand Fires. Jean asks what Misha means when she says Arya has a special destiny like his. Misha answers simply, Jean is the child chosen by shadows, while Arya is chosen by history. She advises Jean, if he ever encounters Arya, to help her. She might become an invaluable ally down the line. This gets Jean thinking about whether Arya's connection to history is tied to Valeria's lifelong mission to find the Hister family's mages. Before leaving, Misha glances at Murakin, reminding him to value his second chance and look after Jean. Murakin immediately fires back, calling her a nagging old woman, while Misha just shouts die, as usual. At that moment, someone shyly offers Misha a strawberry pie, and her face lights up with happiness. She thanks them sweetly, visibly pleased. Watching this, Jean quietly smiles, thinking to himself that they really do act like siblings. Before heading out, Misha shares one last bit of advice. She leans in and tells everyone that she's exactly Murakin's type, so if he ever tries anything, just slice him up. Murakin, completely flustered, yells at Misha for teasing him so much. Quickcandle, trying to keep things peaceful, asks Misha to stop and wishes her a safe journey. Misha thanks Quickcandle warmly and bids everyone goodbye. As she finally leaves, Murakin quietly calls out to her, apologizing and calling her strawberry pie, saying he's all right now. Misha looks back, sees the calm on his face, and says she's glad. Jean Runcandle turns to Murakin, relieved, and says he's glad to have him back, even if it's only partial strength. Murakin admits he's grateful, adding that it was all thanks to that holy night. Without her, he would have ended up in a Zipple lab. Jean tells him her name, Lani Salam, the adopted daughter of the Holy King of Vankella. Murakin is stunned, realizing who she really is, and says he owes her everything. He promises to visit and thank her in person. But Jin's expression grows serious. He reveals the news he got from Sir Kashmir while Murakin was recovering. During a blessing ceremony, Lonnie Salem got drunk and caused a major disturbance. Now she's locked up, awaiting trial. Mirakin is shocked, and Jin's voice turns grim. Her life might be at risk. Somewhere else, Lonnie lies on a bed, completely drained, her voice barely a whisper as she calls out for her father. Jin and Mirakin soon arrive in the holy kingdom of Vankella, stepping into a city bursting with celebration. It's December 14th, 1797 Advent, and the streets overflow with people, music, and cheers. Jin explains that Advent is a holy festival lasting a week, celebrating the day the god Ayala descended on the kingdom. Mirakin watches the crowd, noting how people see Ayala as gentle and kind, which fits, but he remembers that when Ayala is angered, that peace can turn to disaster, just like a dormant volcano can suddenly erupt. He can't help but think humans are always drawn to powerful symbols. Not long after, the Holy King himself appears. Mirakin studies the man, Michaelin, the Holy King, Lonnie's adoptive father. Jin confirms it's him, but Mirakin is surprised. The Holy Kings he saw in the past had a presence that felt almost divine, something that made them seem untouchable, even if they weren't strong physically. But Michaelin is different. Mirakin can't sense any of that sacred aura at all. Jin and Mirakin finally reach Ayala's Eastern Church, where Lonnie Salem is locked away. Jin's sure they'll find answers once they see her. Outside her room, two guards chat, joking that Lonnie is still drunk and the smell of alcohol is overwhelming. Since she's in no state to attend the Advent ceremony, they say guarding her is the easiest job they've had. Mirakin, disguised as a sleek black cat, keeps a silent watch on the guards nearby. One of them spots the cat, chuckling at how irritated it looks. He squints, curious about what's in the cat's mouth. But before they can figure out, Mirakin springs into action, slipping them a dose of sleeping poison crafted by Kyujin. The effects are instant, and both guards collapse without a sound. Annoyed at having to handle tasks like this after regaining some strength, Mirakin grumbles to himself. Jin only shakes his head and continues forward. With the guards taken care of, they quietly unlock the door and enter Lonnie's quarters. Inside, the stench of alcohol fills the air, and Lonnie lies motionless on the bed. Jin walks over and softly calls her name. Lonnie slowly stirs awake, shock flooding her face as she sees Jin in her room. She gasps, confused and surprised to find him there. Jin offers a gentle smile, reminding her that he's here to fulfill his promise. Mirakin chimes in, thanking Lonnie for saving him before, and tells her they've returned to help her. Lonnie soon recognizes Mirakin. Relief washes over her to see Lonnie Salem safe as well. Mirakin, his tone now playful and confident, assures Lonnie that they'll help her escape her troubles. Hearing this, Lonnie suddenly breaks down, tears streaming down her face as she sobs uncontrollably. Jin remains steady and sits next to her, asking quietly what's going on. Through her tears, Lonnie reveals that she's under threat. The man who now calls himself Holy King is actually an imposter put in place by the Zipple family. Her real father has been kidnapped, and his whereabouts are unknown. Jin silently wonders if Bubear Gaston could be involved, but recalls that Zipple and Kinzalo are no longer allies. Mirakin then urges Jin to stay with Lonnie while he heads off to check something out. As he slips through the area, something odd catches his attention. Moving in for a closer look, Mirakin's heart sinks at what he finds. He discovers bodies of human golems, once living people, now turned into lifeless tools. The sight drags up grim memories from his past. One golem, barely clinging to life, pleads for release. Fury boils inside Mirakin. It's clear the Zipple family hasn't stopped their cruel experiments, even here in the Holy Kingdom. To keep from causing further harm, Mirakin had shifted into his cat form before entering. Now, standing among the silent forms, Lonnie shuts her eyes, quietly praying for their souls, wishing that the world would remember the tragedy of their deaths. Unable to contain her grief, Lonnie's tears flow as she softly declares the Holy Kingdom is beyond saving. Jin listens without interrupting, then gently presents her with a choice. If she truly wants to give up, he can help her disappear to a safe, hidden place where no one will find her, and she can live in peace. But if she's willing to fight, Jin urges her to pull herself together and let them stand by her side. Lonnie, surprised by his words, asks if they're truly willing to risk everything for her and the kingdom. Jin explains that this isn't just about her. It's about the debt he owes her from Santel. As a Runcandle, he can't ignore what the Zipple family is doing to the Holy Kingdom. He extends an offer, the heir of Runcandle and the rightful heir of the Holy Kingdom, joining forces. Lonnie lowers her head, embarrassed by all that Jean has witnessed. After a moment, new resolve fills her voice as she accepts his proposal. For a long time, the Zipple family has been quietly seizing control of key figures and organizations within the Holy Kingdom. One after another, they bring people under their sway, including the Dawn Order of Doctrine Protection, where Lonnie serves. Her real father, the true Holy King, had sent her here to uncover the truth. But things only grew more dangerous, and Lonnie learned she couldn't trust anyone, not even those who seemed loyal. After reporting everything she discovered in Santel, the Zipples made their move. They captured her father and replaced him with a perfect double. At first, the imposter seemed genuine, but something was off. The fake couldn't replicate the Holy King's divine power. Lonnie had a secret way to tell. Her real father couldn't move his left thumb, a detail only a few would know. When she saw the fake king move his thumb naturally and confronted him, the Zipples sent a chilling warning. Her father's severed thumb arrived in her room, the sight leaving her numb with shock. Murakin recoils in disgust. Jean then asks what became of the thumb, and Lonnie explains that as soon as she confirmed it was genuine, it ignited and disappeared, consumed by powerful fire magic. This kind of spell could only be cast by someone with ties to the fire god Shuinu. That narrows the suspects to two: Celiac Zipple or Kadun, both top-tier magicians from the Zipple family. Jean starts connecting the dots and asks Lonnie who else is aware of the Holy King's injured left thumb. Lonnie answers that only 3 people know: Pontifex Montiano, Pontifex Connell, and the Holy Knight's commander, Servitura. When Jean presses her about who among them can be trusted, Lonnie admits none of them. Lonnie goes on to explain. Montiano and Connell both oversee religious and kingdom matters, and each have been her father's friends since childhood. Yet when Lonnie brought up the thumb, they only exchanged quiet, knowing smiles. No surprise, no questions. In that moment, Lonnie realized her father's most trusted allies had already sided with the Zipple family. The realization shattered her hope. Murakin then asks about the last name on the list, Servitura. Lonnie reveals she's never actually met him. Vitura has always opposed her father's rule and pushed for a close alliance with the Zipple family. Jean wonders if that's why she never saw Vitura in person, and Lonnie agrees. Her father viewed Vitura as an enemy. Vitura's hatred was obvious. Whenever their paths crossed at official events, he could barely hide his resentment. But it was different with Montiano and Connell. Lonnie's father always kept them close, seating them beside him at meetings and banquets, sharing important decisions, and even spending leisure time walking with them. Jean takes all this in, then quietly tells Lonnie to bring him to Vitura. Lonnie hesitates, surprised at the request. Jean then muses aloud, questioning if her father was truly so blind as to keep enemies at his side, especially after the Holy Kingdom had already fallen under the Zipple's control. Soon, they arrive at Sir Vitura's residence. Lonnie stands before the entrance, calmly telling the guards she wishes to see Sir Vitura. The guards insist that she and her companions must surrender their weapons before entering. Lonnie pauses, a wave of fear rising in her. If Vitura is really working with the Zipple family, he might imprison her and endanger her father's life. Murakin tries to calm Lonnie down, reminding her that with him present, she has nothing to fear. No Holy Knight is a match for him. But Lonnie's worry isn't just about their safety. She's afraid for her father. If anything goes wrong, the Holy King could be executed before they have a chance to act. Jin's voice is steady as he speaks to Lonnie. He tells her bluntly that, given how completely the Zipples have taken over, it's highly unlikely her real father is still alive. From a strategic standpoint, there's no benefit to keeping him alive after the coup. Lonnie is stunned at first, but in her heart, she's always suspected this. She takes a shaky breath and accepts it, realizing she has no choice but to meet Vitura and find out the truth for herself. They step forward, and suddenly a voice rings out from inside. Sir Vitura calls out Lonnie's name, pointing her out as the daughter of the Holy King and the troublemaker from the Dawn Order. He demands to know who her companions are, and Lonnie simply replies that they are her friends. Vitura laughs bitterly at her answer, calling her companions criminals. He accuses them of killing soldiers at the Eastern Temple and running away. He adds that he's been searching for Lonnie, but now that she's appeared on her own, he assumes she's finally ready to listen. Vitura warns her. Any mistake from her side will cost the Holy King his life. He then turns to his subordinate, Kane, ordering him to notify the Zipple family that Lonnie Salem has been captured and to take Jean and Murakin to the underground prison in chains. He makes it clear that he has plenty of questions for the two of them. Murakin quickly realizes the situation is turning hostile and gets ready to fight, but Jean stops him, telling him not to move. Murakin doesn't see the point in letting themselves be taken, arguing they could deal with the guards before any warning gets sent to the Zipples. The guards jeer at Murakin, calling him a coward who talked big but ran when things got tough. They threaten that resisting would put Jin's and Murakin's families in danger. Lonnie stands paralyzed, regret weighing her down. She wishes she hadn't come at all. Guilt and anger twist inside her. She feels powerless, unable to protect her father, and responsible for letting everything slip away. Her frustration threatens to spill over as she struggles to hold back tears. Jean quietly tells Lonnie to lift her head. Vitura's demeanor softens as he looks at Jean, and he thanks him for protecting Lonnie, even though he isn't sure what ties them together. Vitura also apologizes for forcing such a heavy responsibility onto Jean and commends Lonnie for making it this far. He tells her she's done well and that she can finally rest, drawing his sword, not as a threat, but as a gesture of respect. Vitura gently calls her name. Vitura continues, praising Lonnie's courage and repeating that she's done well. He calls her name with genuine warmth, holding his sword as a sign of solemnity rather than hostility. Lonnie stands silent for a moment before admitting she once doubted Vitura's intentions. Vitura reassures her, saying the only thing that matters is her safety. Jean steps forward, saying he's relieved his instincts about Vitura were correct. He's surprised Vitura recognizes him, but Vitura explains that he saw Jean once before at the Lone Tree Bridge party hosted by the Garden of Swords. Jean had kept to himself that night, quietly drinking in a corner, so Vitura understands why Jean thought he went unnoticed. Turning to Lonnie, Vitura reveals the truth. Although he and her father seemed like political enemies, they were secretly allies. They worked together from the shadows to keep the Holy Kingdom's power balanced. Their partnership was hidden so well that Zipple never suspected it. That's why Zipple reached out to Lonnie first, assuming Vitura was loyal to them. Jean supports Vitura's explanation and adds that the kingdom isn't just divided between those who are pro-Zipple and anti-Zipple. It's split between those backing Zipple and those siding with Kinzello. Vitura goes on, explaining that, unbelievable as it may sound, the Kinzello faction has shapeshifters. He confirms the fake Holy King was one of their creations. Vitura then tells how everything began. At first, Zipple and Kinzello joined forces to take over the kingdom, but something happened to drive them apart. No one knows exactly what, but now the two factions are enemies, each vying for their own power. The Holy Kingdom stands divided, one faction backing the Zipple family, the other following Kinzello. Only a handful remain loyal to the true Holy Kingdom. Jean then pulls out a shattered fragment from a human golem and asks when these golem experiments began. He goes on to explain that when he rescued Lonnie from the Eastern Temple, some of the soldiers there had already turned into human golems. Hearing this, Vitura mentions Ayala with a note of sadness and reveals that Kinzello started these experiments around 6 months ago. Innocent people, both civilians and soldiers, were taken from their homes and brought to a place called Old Oterium. Kinzello was behind it all, not the Zipple family. Each month, over 100 people have been abducted and used as test subjects. Lonnie is stunned and admits she had no idea this was happening. Vitura tells her it's not her fault. She simply didn't have the chance to uncover the truth in time. He goes on to say the Holy Kingdom reached this state because neither he nor her father were strong enough, and for that, he feels responsible. Murakin asks why Vitura didn't turn to the Runcandle family or others for help when the situation got this desperate. Vitura explains that if Runcandle had intervened, the Holy Kingdom would have been completely destroyed. Jean agrees, adding that Runcandle doesn't care about saving the Holy Kingdom. They're only interested in power, whether that means controlling the saints with healing powers or seizing treasures from the eternal storeroom. Murakin acknowledges this is true. Vitura then reveals that the Zipple family is already aware of the human golem experiments, but has decided to stand by and do nothing. Jean comments that Zipple will expose the truth only when it's to their advantage, to turn public opinion against Kinzello. That's how the Zipple family operates. They act only when it serves their own interests. Jean then notices something. The human golems they've encountered recently look different from the ones he saw before. He realizes this is because these golems are Kinzello's creations, not Zipple's. Mirakin questions why Kinzello is making these golems in the first place. Jean responds by outlining his plan. He wants to bring down both Zipple and Kinzello, but do it in a way that prevents all-out war and saves as many lives as possible. Vitura and Lonnie can hardly believe what they're hearing. Jean calmly explains his plan. He and Mirakin will slip into Old Oterium, capture Kinzello, and free the innocent people trapped inside. With these survivors, he'll have proof of Kinzello's crimes. Vitura objects, insisting that two people can't possibly pull this off. Even if they manage, he worries the rescued followers will just fall in line behind Zipple, and nothing will actually change. Jean is resolute. He says this isn't some fantasy or a hopeless gamble. He's determined to bring down Kinzello with force and reveal the truth about the Zipple family for all to see. He asks everyone to trust him and wait. Lonnie steps up in support, unwavering. She reminds everyone that Jean and Mirakin didn't just show up. They're people of action who came to help the Holy Kingdom when no one else would. Vitura thinks it over. He'd been convinced their only path was to save Lonnie and appeal for help from a third group, slowly building a new alliance. But now, everything feels different. Meeting Jean has given him a new sense of hope. Maybe this boy, sent by Ayala, really is their last chance. He decides to trust Jean and promises his support. Afterwards, Jean instructs Vitura to keep pretending loyalty to the Zipple family and guard Lonnie until Jin's return. Vitura vows to do so, whatever the cost. With that, Jean gets ready to set out, certain he'll come back. Vitura thanks Jean Runcandle, feeling deeply grateful, while Mirakin simply tells him to stay strong and wait. To make their story believable, they agree Vitura will fake an injury after a staged fight with Jean and Mirakin. Suddenly, Vitura cries out, putting on a convincing show for the onlookers. Lonnie rushes over, wanting to help, but Vitura stops her, saying this is all part of their cover story, to explain the fallen holy knights and make everything seem real. Before Jean leaves, Vitura hands over his sword and tells him where Jin's weapon is hidden, in the central chest on the first floor. Jean promises to return before the advent ends, and Vitura sends him off with a wish for his safe return. Down in the basement of Old Oterium, where the Dark Magic Association's headquarters hides, a heavy, suffocating silence takes over. A lone girl stands over the fallen innocents, her heart heavy with regret for not being able to save them. Suddenly, chaos breaks out among the enemy ranks. The protective barriers and illusion spells outside have vanished, not destroyed but simply gone. Panic spreads. Guards shout, scrambling for answers, convinced an intruder is inside. Their fears are confirmed when they spot a massive black dragon materializing before them, something none of them ever thought possible. Terror spreads quickly. As the attack begins, the magic soldiers rush to defend, but something feels off. Darkness sweeps through, and their magic refuses to respond. In the center of the chaos, Jin's cold voice rings out. He gives no warning or mercy, telling the survivors that their end has arrived and to prepare for death. Mirakin charges into the stronghold, unleashing his power with unstoppable fury. His booming voice shakes the hall as he declares himself the death of everyone present, sending waves of fear through the enemy. Jean watches and finally understands why Mirakin always spoke of his own legend. Seeing him like this, even partially restored, is truly terrifying. While Mirakin draws everyone's attention, Jean slips away down a hidden corridor that Sir Kashmir had revealed to him earlier. His mission, to locate and rescue the captives. Back inside the base, panic reigns. Susan Lillistar and Chukon Tolder are in disbelief. The mighty barrier they built has vanished in an instant. They're at a loss, unsure of who's responsible, and terror sets in at the thought of facing a black dragon. Realizing escape isn't an option, they steel themselves to hold out and buy time until Sir Joe, their strongest ally, can arrive. Pushing ahead, Jean Runcandle finally reaches the room where the hostages should be. But it's empty. Worry grips him. Maybe he's too late. At that moment, a woman steps forward, introducing herself as Mercurial Scylla. She explains she's a saint from the Dawn Chariot, sent by the Holy King to work undercover in the association for the last 3 years. Jean wastes no time and urgently asks about the captives. Scylla delivers grim news. The prisoners have already been turned into human golems, and Joe is after them now. Jean presses for more. how many were innocent people from the Holy Kingdom. Scylla answers, around 800. The enemy base's shield starts to crack, making everyone inside uneasy. They whisper about Sir Joe, hoping he'll arrive in time to help. Suddenly, Joe appears, and both Chukon and Susan breathe a sigh of relief, until it becomes clear Joe isn't here as a savior. He's actually the head of the Dark Magic Association, and he's thrilled to be there. Joe looks at the black dragon with excitement, thinking it's the perfect opportunity to test his new creations. He plans to use his own soldiers for these twisted experiments, calling this the best day of his life. The fate of the black dragon doesn't concern him. Joe is convinced his army of human golems will be more than enough. Meanwhile, Jean uncovers something even more disturbing. These human golems are made with the blood of the Miling Wang people. He expected Joe's methods to be dark, but this is even worse than he imagined. Scylla explains that Joe managed to collect and cultivate the blood of the Miling Wang, a group lost to history thousands of years ago. Jean burns with anger, furious that Joe would dare to misuse such a sacred legacy. Then, Scylla delivers a painful truth. Once someone becomes a golem, there's no way to bring them back. Jean already knew, but hearing it again still stings. Scylla says there's something he needs to see. Jean is stunned by the sight. Before him stand those who failed to fully transform, their bodies warped and ruined. Scylla reveals that Joe ordered her to dispose of these failed experiments, but she secretly kept them alive. These people can't live without special magical devices. Scylla has tried everything to heal them, but her powers just aren't enough. She believes the high healers from the Holy Kingdom might still be able to help, and she begs Jean to save them. Jean reassures her. This is exactly why he came. Suddenly, the magic powering the survivors' equipment cuts out. Scylla scrambles to check, but the devices are working fine. She realizes that all the mana in the area has been drained away. The real battle has already started. Jean tells Scylla to stay and protect the survivors at all costs. She promises she will, and quietly prays that Ayala will watch over Jean and the Black Dragon as the fight begins. Cold Joe laughs, taking pride in the army before him. 800 human golems, each one forged from the ancient blood of the Manhwa, stand ready at his command. Joe taunts the Black Dragon, sure that Muraken is powerless against such overwhelming numbers. But Muraken isn't fazed. With Jean calling out to him, Muraken surges forward, holding nothing back. In a flash, the force sustaining the golems vanishes, leaving Cold Joe in shock. Muraken roars at his enemies for turning innocent people into weapons, for twisting his lost kin into monsters. The pain of seeing his people used this way turns into fury, and his rage shakes the battlefield. At that moment, a new figure arrives, Bommerl. Cold Joe is taken aback, unable to understand why Bommerl has shown up now. But Bommerl doesn't give him time to respond. He declares that this is the end, and Cold Joe's darkness will be wiped away forever. The sword struck against the surface with a deafening bang, followed by a violent surge of yellow lightning and blazing fireballs. In that moment, the wielder chanted words that declared the one being attacked would disappear from this world. Everyone who stood there, including a bespectacled man and woman, appeared utterly shocked at the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Among them was a bald man who watched in awe and disbelief as the swordsman destroyed the rocks flawlessly with sheer power. At that very moment, he realized what he was witnessing, the might of the Myungwang jewel heart. Tears welled up in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks as he whispered to himself how beautiful it was. Yet even as he admired it, his thoughts grew louder, filled with greedy desire, convincing himself that such power belonged to him alone. He imagined how, with that power, he could finally complete his own work. His expression twisted unervingly as he shouted, demanding that the swordsman hand over the jewel heart, and then ordered his men to tear it from the man's body. The figure before them wore a mask, and a pale blue aura radiated around it. The collision of their powers shook the air as the masked man soared upward swiftly, rising like a dragon and leaving the others behind. The bald man turned on his men in fury, yelling at them for their hesitation and commanding them to restrain the masked figure. Gritting his teeth, he called out the man's name in frustration, recognizing him as Muraken. From above, the masked figure issued a cold command to his subordinates, ordering them to kill everyone except the leader. The strange, monstrous-looking man with horns and elongated nails grinned, saying the task would be nothing more than a piece of cake. The bald man soon realized he was witnessing the power of shadows as countless dark blue, phantom-like figures rushed toward them. One of the shadows extended a long, sharp nail and struck the jaw of one of the bald man's soldiers, whose face split with blood as he fell, overwhelmed by the attack. The bald man was unprepared to face such horrors and struggled to process the chaos unraveling around him. It was then that the masked figure addressed him directly, calling him Joe while standing at a distance, sword in hand. He coldly demanded Joe's surrender, declaring that he had already lost. Joe, however, only smiled as he drew a dagger-like weapon, remarking that he had not wished to resort to it. The weapon generated a crimson circle, inscribed with a star-shaped pattern, and Joe invoked the name of Palak, summoning it forth. The masked man, still hidden behind his mask, stood firmly as fierce winds swirled around him. A monstrous creature materialized, and, as he took to the sky, he realized the beast rivaled Murakan in size. Yet what unsettled him most was the presence of multiple energy signatures emanating from it, filling him with a dreadful sense of foreboding. Lowering himself to the ground, he bent on one knee, sensing the weight of the ominous aura. Joe looked on in amusement, mocking him and calling him a child, asking if he was already overwhelmed by the brilliance of his creation. With pride swelling in his voice, Joe proclaimed that this was the culmination of his experiments. He described the creature in detail. It possessed the body of a white elephant, was forged from the blood and skin of monsters, and bore a core crafted from the hearts of 5 phoenixes. With boastful laughter, Joe shouted to the heavens that his creation was intended to surpass celiac Zipple himself. He reveled in his triumph, naming the beast Palak, an ice golem capable of swallowing fire. The masked man murmured that such a monstrosity carried the power to bring calamity upon the world. He then cried out in anger, demanding how Joe dared to present a golem constructed from the body of Phoenix before the master of the Fire Realm. Joe, puzzled by the words, demanded clarification. At that instant, another figure appeared beside the masked man, warning him to be cautious and addressing him as Gene. Confused, the main character asked what he meant, but the man explained that it should have been obvious. The elder presence was seething with rage. Placing a hand on the main character's shoulder, the man declared that from this point forward, he would invoke their contract and forcibly channel his powers through the protagonist. Startled, the main character asked what was meant by forcible use, but before he could fully comprehend, an immense blue light flared within a glowing circle. Joe narrowed his eyes and wondered if he was witnessing the summoning of a phoenix. Though it appeared massive, he dismissed it as nothing more than an ordinary phoenix, thinking it lacked the necessary strength to rival Palak unless it equaled the might of Celiac's Bellet. Yet from within that light emerged something far greater. Joe faltered, his voice trembling as he recognized the being and struggled to speak its name. What appeared before him was Tess, the colossal phoenix. The figure beside the main character reminded him that since Gene was Tess's contractor, the phoenix would not harm him, and asked if he understood. In the next instant, the great phoenix surged forward, its immense wings igniting the air as it launched its furious assault. Joe's expression twisted in terror as he demanded to know how a mere child could have possibly summoned Tess. The phoenix then unleashed a torrent of blazing blue fire from its mouth, a flood of flames so immense that they surged toward Joe and Palak. Joe hurriedly commanded Palak to swallow the flames, but Tess's fire did not relent. It tore through the ice golem's resistance and pressed forward until it reached Joe himself. In desperation, Joe raised his shield, shouting at Palak to endure, but Tess only released more fire. The relentless blaze reached as far as the main character, causing blood to spill from his lips under the strain. Joe could not believe what he was witnessing. He lifted his weapon in a final attempt to resist, but even he was engulfed by the fire. Besides the main character, the man shouted furiously at Tess, demanding the phoenix stop, asking if it intended to kill the main character over nothing more than a reckless tantrum. He urged Tess to leave if its fury was satisfied, warning that otherwise something disastrous would occur. Yet Tess did not stop. Another torrent of fire erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Under its force, the Dark Magic Association collapsed into ruin. Joe stood battered and broken, staring in despair. He thought bitterly that it was tragic for everything to end in such vain destruction. With sorrow in his voice, he whispered an apology to his commander. But then, a voice cut through the chaos, shouting at him not to surrender. A fireball streaked toward Joe, and he lifted his bruised face to see it. The voice insisted that as long as they still had him, they could rebuild everything again. Confused and wary, the man beside the main character demanded to know what this was. Joe lowered his head and spoke solemnly, declaring that he greeted his commander. Both the main character and his companion stiffened with alarm, wondering if this could be the commander of Kinzello himself. They whispered in disbelief, noting how the figure appeared so blurred and radiant, less defined even than a firefly, and questioned if such a being could be human at all. The commander then turned his gaze upon the main character. He remarked with amusement that at last he had encountered the infamous figure sought by both the Zipple family and the Vermonts. With unsettling calm, he said it was a pleasure to meet him, addressing him as Bommerl. He went on to say that he had heard of Murakin's awakening and reasoned that if Murakin truly served as the main character's guardian dragon, then the main character must belong to the Runcandle clan. He added that he had long suspected this and wondered why such a prominent figure had suddenly appeared in the world. Hearing this, the man beside the main character, Murakin himself, stiffened with fury. With a voice tight with anger, he demanded to know who the figure was and how he dared to speak his name with such casual familiarity. Murakin asked why he acted as if they were old companions. The figure replied with a note of sorrow, asking if Murakin had forgotten the one who once saved his life. Murakin roared in outrage, asking how he dared to utter that name. He then accused the figure of being a demon who had overheard fragments of the past, and was about to say more when the bright figure interrupted, asking mockingly if Murakin had been about to claim that it was Timar, and not him. The radiant being told Murakin to forget about not remembering him, and instead to reflect differently, that in his memories, it was Timar who bore the blame for going berserk. Murakin's rage exploded. He shouted that if the figure dared utter Timar's name once more, he would kill him, and swore that he would drag Kinzello and all his followers straight into hell. The main character quickly called out, warning Murakin not to fall for such words, recognizing that the figure sought only to provoke him. But the radiant man raised a finger calmly, remarking that sending him to hell would have been impossible even in Murakin's prime. With that, he conjured a small fireball at his fingertip and cast it toward Murakin. As it grew, it seemed like a massive blazing sphere was descending upon him. Murakin realized immediately that this was no ordinary fire, but an illusion spell powerful enough to affect the body itself. He demanded to know who the figure truly was, being pressed further, saying that if Murakin was so curious, he should first ask whether something was wrong with his memory. Murakin glanced left and right, struggling to process the implications. The figure asked if Murakin had twisted his memories for his own comfort, and whether he truly believed it had been Timar who went berserk that day. Murakin found himself ensnared, trapped inside the blazing illusion. The man declared that he had seen everything that happened back then, but added that it was understandable. Everyone had at least one memory they wished to forget. Murakin writhed in torment, his body and mind straining against the fireball's power. The figure told him he understood his pain, acknowledging that the sorrow of losing a dear friend was real. Murakin sank, clutching his head in his hands, his body trembling. When he finally lifted his gaze, his face burned with fury and anguish. Shutting his eyes tightly, then reopening them with newfound resolve, his form shifted violently. A thunderous roar split the air as Murakin transformed into his true self, an enormous dragon, wings unfurled in wrath. The dragon roared in furious rage, its cries echoing through the battlefield. Suddenly, a hand shot forward and struck it squarely across the face with a powerful punch. The dragon groaned in pain, and the radiant commander looked on in confusion. Murakin had reverted to his human form, clutching his face in shock and indignation as he shouted, demanding what was meant by such an act and angrily calling the main character a damned brat. The main character, standing before him with a bruised hand, calmly asked if Murakin had regained his senses. Realizing the truth, Murakin sank, one hand pressed against the ground and the other gripping his bent knee, his agitation clear. He admitted he had been provoked by that snake-like figure, then apologized for losing control, saying he had shown the main character something disgraceful. He softened his tone slightly as he addressed him again as a kid. The bright figure touched a finger to his cheek, speaking in a mocking yet curious tone. He remarked that if Murakin could have been stopped this easily back then Timar would not have died. Mirakin's fury reignited at those words, and he made to lunge forward again, but the protagonist held him back firmly. Turning to the figure, the main character spoke with cutting clarity. He said that if this man had truly been capable of stopping the first Runcandle patriarch, then defeating them in one strike should have been simple. He questioned why, instead of ending things immediately, the man had wasted time venting his words at them. The figure offered no reply. The main character pressed further, pointing out how telling his silence was. He concluded that the man was not as powerful as he pretended to be. He explained that he should have realized this when the provocation began. The main character added that, as a leader, the figure ought to have captured his enemies first and only then engage in conversation, because that was what every powerful figure the main character had ever seen would have done. Grinding his teeth, the radiant man admitted in frustration that the main character was right. He acknowledged him as a child of Runcandle, and with clenched words admitted that, at this moment, he could not fight them all. He declared it best to leave matters as they were for now. He then raised his hand, and from it a small circle appeared, which spread forward to form a sharp, path-like pattern of energy. The main character immediately realized this was no illusion. The bright figure explained that he had to clean up unfinished matters. The sharp pattern shot toward Joe's subordinate, who cried out desperately for his commander. In a brutal instant, the attack pierced through his body, entering one side and ripping out the other. Blood spilled heavily from the wound. The radiant figure said with feigned regret that he lacked the time to save the man, adding mockingly that his tongue might slip. He then created a door and escaped through it, declaring as he departed that he hoped their next meeting would be more pleasant, again calling the main character the child of Runcandle. The main character and Mirakin were left in silence, staring at the place from which the commander had vanished. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, wondering who the commander of Kinzello truly was. He suspected the man was unable to use his full power for some hidden reason, but the fact that he had been able to deceive Mirakin meant he must be incredibly strong. Mirakin's voice pulled him from his thoughts as he asked sharply who the figure had been. Mirakin said he seemed like a demon, capable of crossing spaces at will. The main character contemplated this and wondered if the commander truly was a demon. If he knew Mirakin and Timar, then he must have lived for over 1,000 years. Considering how the Myung were attempting to restore their old reputation, it was possible the man had been alive since the time the Myung ruled the world. The main character reasoned that the fact he personally intervened to save Joe and take him away meant Joe was no ordinary member, but an important figure within Kinzello. The wounded subordinate coughed and slowly opened one eye. The main character looked at him and asked if he was still alive. He remarked that being stabbed by the very liege he had served must have left him seething with anger, and he asked if the man had any last words. With labored effort, the man whispered about his grimoire and pressed a small blood-stained slip of paper into the main character's hand before dying. The main character unfolded the chit, finding written upon it, Eternal Storeroom, Storage Room 3, Roklava. He wondered if this was the location of the man's grimoire. He thought the dying subordinate must have wanted someone to know, for no mage would willingly let a lifetime's legacy vanish with them. The thought of the grimoire filled the main character with excitement. As he walked ahead, with Mirakin following behind, the main character told him he had met a saint secretly sent on a mission by the Holy King. He added that he was certain she would know the whereabouts of Rial Zipple's grimoire. Not far ahead, a man wept while chanting the saint's name. A woman sat before him with her face buried in her hands. Bandaged men surrounded her, also crying in grief. The main character wondered if the woman was Mercurial Scylla and asked what had happened. One of the men explained that in order to save them, the saint had expended all her life force and had returned to Ayela's embrace. The main character was left bewildered. The man continued, telling the main character that before her passing, the saint had asked them to give him something. He handed the main character a book marked with a distinct logo. The main character clutched it tightly to his chest, silently vowing never to forget her sacrifice. In his heart, he promised to reveal its truth to the world to prevent further loss of life. He thought to himself that Mercurial Scylla had truly been a saint. Meanwhile, from a distance outside the castle, a cloaked figure observed. The wind howled fiercely as the woman's cloak billowed. Beneath the hood, her red hair gleamed, and in her hand she held a dagger crowned with a blue stone at its hilt. At the top of a pillar, a giant bull skull burned with fire, casting eerie shadows across the chamber where Kinzello's meeting was underway. The unsettling atmosphere grew heavier as a man with gray-blue hair remarked that their leader was unusually late, and he expressed concern that something might have happened. Turning to another figure, he asked if the great warrior Barakt was not worried as well. Barakt Syrika, a warrior of the White Tiger tribe and Kinzello Revolutionary Army's commander-in-chief, replied furiously that aside from two individuals, he despised humans. His anger flared at the thought that their leader had been forced to personally intervene because of Cold Joe. The gray-haired man admitted it was unfortunate, but reminded him that at times like this, their leader was the only one capable of using spatial techniques. A voice interjected, pointing out that Joe was still necessary for their grand scheme. Yet, like Bewbear, he was a thorn in their side. At that moment, a door-like portal opened and their leader stepped through. Blood spilled from his lips as he entered, prompting the members to cry out in alarm. His appearance was worn and exhausted. Long white hair framed his face. He reassured them that he only needed to rest. This was the leader of Kinzello. The gray-haired man, addressed as vice leader, guided him forward respectfully, and the leader thanked him. Soon, their attention shifted to Joe's presence. Barakt lunged at him in fury, reminding him not to forget the leader's generosity even in death. He raged that it made no sense for their ailing leader to risk his life for someone so insignificant, calling Joe nothing more than a mere human. The leader urged Barakt not to be too harsh, saying that it was not as though they had gained nothing. Seated upon his throne, he revealed that he had discovered Bommerl's true identity. He announced that Bommerl was a Runcandle, and judging by his appearance, the youngest of them. He wondered aloud whether the Zipple family and the Beamic clan were already aware of this revelation. The vice leader, startled, asked if he was referring to Jean Runcandle. The leader replied that if the youngest of the clan was indeed named Jean Runcandle, then yes. He then questioned if something was troubling his vice leader. The man denied it, claiming only surprise, but admitted that no one could have imagined Bommerl was Jean Runcandle, a reserve flag bearer. The leader explained that through Joe's sight, he had confirmed more. The main character not only wielded magic and the power of the Myung Wong, but he was also contracted with Tess, master of the Fire Realm, and Sodaret, the god of shadows. The leader declared that since the Runcandle family had broken their covenant with Zipple, Chiron must already be aware of his son's actions, which meant the Runcandle clan seemed prepared for conflict with the Zipple family. For that reason, Kinzello too had to ready itself. The vice leader reflected in silence, realizing now that if young Master Jean Runcandle was indeed Bommerl, then the events at the Lone Log Bridge, Bewbear's connection, and the search for the sculpture workshop all made sense. He considered the possibility that the main character had deliberately approached both Bewbear and himself, knowing their true identities. He recalled how, during his conversations with Bewbear about recovering the compass, he had sensed a faint presence. Countless investigations and interrogations had been launched to find the traitor who leaked information and routes. At that moment, he realized the truth. It had been himself. He silently admitted he had to take responsibility. Before he could confess, the leader suddenly clutched his head in distress, saying he had forgotten something critical. Barakt immediately asked what was wrong, calling him sir. The leader revealed that in their hasty escape, he had left behind Rial Zipple's grimoire, the final form of the annihilating Thousand Fires. He turned to Joe, asking if he had it. Joe faltered in panic, stammering an apology. Barakt erupted in fury, calling him a useless piece of filth and demanding who was responsible. He shouted in disbelief that the leader of the Dark Magic Association could have forgotten something so vital, and he seized Joe by the throat. Joe, terrified, pleaded with him to understand that the association had collapsed and he alone remained. He begged Barakt to consider the dire situation. Barakt's rage only grew as he roared that such excuses meant nothing. The vice leader intervened, shouting for Barakt Syrika to stop. He reminded him that their leader had risked his life to bring Joe back, and asked if Barakt wished to sabotage their plans. Reluctantly, Barakt released Joe, ordering him out of his sight and calling him an insect. He warned that if he ever saw him again, he would kill him. The leader, pale and weakened, groaned that they had lost not only the compass, but also Rial Zipple's grimoire, both of which were crucial weapons against the Zipple family. Looking toward his vice leader, he asked what he had intended to say earlier. The vice leader, masking his guilt, replied that he had only been about to ask about the grimoire. He reassured his leader that although it had been left behind, neither the Zipple family nor the Runcandle clan knew of its existence, so there was no need to worry. He thought privately that it was better not to reveal his mistake, since the situation demanded their focus on more urgent matters. The leader accepted this reasoning, coughing again as he agreed that what did not exist in others' knowledge could not be found. Meanwhile, far away, the main character in Murakan stood before the grimoire, enveloped in radiant light. The main character declared with satisfaction that he had found it, the final form of the Annihilating Thousand Fires, a masterpiece crafted by Zipple, the greatest mage in history, who had surpassed even the strongest of his era. The main character lifted the glowing book, confirming that it was exactly as recorded in Mercurial Scylla's writings. He thought to himself that Zipple's legacy had been hidden here all along. Holding the grimoire close, the main character reflected that thanks to Mercurial Scylla's sacrifice, he had been able both to save the survivors and to obtain this powerful tome. He vowed silently that he would restore the Holy Kingdom and ensure the world praised her as its true hero. Elsewhere, crowds gathered in anticipation. One man remarked with regret that it was already the final day of Advent. Another replied that though it was bittersweet, the last day was always the highlight, and now the ceremony was beginning. An announcement echoed across the grand assembly, addressing Ayala's children and the many who had traveled from distant lands. The herald proclaimed that His Holiness, the Holy King, would now begin the blessing ceremony, a miracle to be witnessed by all. The crowd swelled around the king's throne, where he sat smiling, his daughter Lani Salam standing at his side with the blessings in hand. The announcement declared that the chosen children of Ayala would come forth to receive the blessing of miracles. The king placed his hand on one devotee's head, and the man fell at his feet, weeping with joy as he proclaimed that his sight had been restored. Lani, however, watched with irritation. To her, the blessing ceremony was nothing but a stage performance with actors pretending to be healed. She thought the spectacle revolting, though her father smiled warmly before his people. Suddenly, from the crowd, a group cloaked in black called out to His Holiness, begging him to hear their plea. They bowed, imploring the king to listen to their story. The king's irritation flickered across his face, but his daughter whispered that he should bless them as he had refrained from expelling last year's intruders as well. Smiling again, the king addressed them as Ayala's children, acknowledging the hardship they must have endured to reach him. At his words, the cloaked figures cast off their garments. Their bodies bore horrific scars, riddled with black patches, and their appearances were grotesque. Murmurs spread through the crowd, with many whispering about whether they were monsters. One man, his arm nearly consumed by blackness, cried out that the Holy King had subjected them to brutal experiments, and this was the result. Feigning ignorance, the king asked who had done such a thing. The man pointed at a towering figure, naming him as Vitura, commander of the Holy Knights. He accused him of selling them to the Zipple laboratories. The night before the ceremony, voices had spoken in secret. One asked the protagonist what his plan was to render Kinzello powerless and secure the capture of the Zipple family. The main character replied that would begin with saving the survivors from Kinzello's labs, then announcing to the world that they had been found within Zipple's fourth magic tower. Vitura, standing before the protagonist, had raised doubts, warning that such a lie would quickly unravel. But the main character reassured him, reminding him that Karl Zipple, master of the fourth magic tower, was currently being held captive by Kinzello for reasons unknown. He stressed that Vitura's role was critical, asking him, with deliberate respect, to act. The main character explained that once they rescued the survivors, Vitura must stir public outrage against the Holy King and side with the Zipple faction. He said that when the Zipple family name was exposed, Celiac Zipple would have only two choices: admit his son had been captured by a mere third-rate terrorist group, or accept responsibility for the creation of human golems. Lani Salam, the king's daughter, had also been present that night, quietly listening. Now, in the present, Vitura unsheathed his sword before the crowd, calling the survivors disgusting heretics. He roared that he would slay them all if they dared to continue their accusations. The main character in Murakan stood among the crowd, observing intently, while Lani herself watched with growing interest. Lani demanded of the commander how he could be so certain that the people before them were heretics, and how he dared to unsheathe his sword on such a holy day. Vitura only pointed at them, urging her to look carefully at their wicked appearances, which, to him, were proof enough that they were aligned with demons. Lani cried out that such judgments were for His Holiness alone to make, But Vitura did not stop. He declared that as the commander of the Holy Knights, it was within his authority to punish heretics. Turning to Lani Salam, he warned that if she continued to spout such nonsense, he would brand her a heretic as well. At that moment, some soldiers stepped in front of Lani, shielding her with their bodies. They urged the commander to sheath his sword, reminding him that to draw it without his holiness's command was an act of treachery. Vitura's face twisted with rage as he shouted at them, demanding how they dared to answer back and block his path. He proclaimed that he would punish them all, along with the corrupted heretics. His own soldiers faltered, their expressions marked with shock. One among them recalled Vitura's word from earlier, when he had told him that the time had come to answer his vocation, that he was sorry, and had asked whether he would follow. That same soldier now urged the others to stop the commander as Vitura lunged forward to attack. They struck back in desperation, punching him and retaliating, and in an instant, the tension exploded into a violent brawl. People screamed and scattered in panic. Survivors cried out, begging His Holiness for mercy, while the Holy King himself looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend the chaos unfolding before him. Vitura glared at them all and roared, demanding who they thought they were to approach His Holiness, branding them as heretics, too. Then, turning to the king, he declared with feverish conviction that he, Vitura, would be the one to save him. Lani, in her heart, whispered an apology to Vitura before unsheathing her sword and rushing toward him. Vitura's eyes widened with hysteria as he screamed that she, too, was a heretic and that he would kill every last one of them. Lani's blade clashed with his, but in the struggle, her sword slipped from her hands. Seizing the moment, Vitura charged at her with his own. Her mind was dragged back to the previous night when Vitura had asked her to cut him. Confused, she had asked what he meant, but he had spoken solemnly. Even if young Master Jin's plan succeeded, he had said those who had caused this turmoil would seek to take control of the Holy Kingdom once more. He had then asked her what she believed was most necessary in that moment. With her head bowed, Lani had murmured that she did not wish to hear it. Vitura had turned his back on her and insisted that it was the truth that she was the true leader. Still, she had resisted, refusing to listen. Vitura had pressed on, reminding her that young Master Jin, who bore no responsibility for this conflict, had stepped forward to fight, and that she must stop acting like a child and start thinking rationally. He told her that becoming the Holy King was not only her father's wish, but also Ayala's will, for Mykelan himself had received Ayala's revelation. Lani, her head still lowered, had answered in despair that even if God had chosen her, this was not the way. To succeed, she would have to sacrifice Vitura, and he would forever be recorded in history as a traitor. She clenched her fists and confessed that she could not do it, not even if it meant her death. But Vitura had turned to her with a smile and explained that this too was part of his role. He had lived as a false ally within the Zipple faction, and so his fate was to die at her hand. If she executed him publicly for killing the false Holy King, the world would believe without question that Ayala's reincarnation stood firm. He had then apologized for the heavy burden he was placing upon her, promising that both he and Mykelan would watch over her. Tears had streamed down Lani's cheeks as Vitura urged her to become the true Holy King for the sake of the Holy Kingdom and its people. Now, in the present, Vitura broke free and lunged at the Holy King. Lani tried to stop him by seizing his arm, but he only scoffed, asking if she really thought she could hold him back with such cheap tricks. With a savage thrust, he drove his sword into the king's chest. Blood spilled from the king's lips as he staggered, and Vitura sneered, calling him a Zipple dog who had usurped the Holy Kingdom and now paid the price for its suffering. Gasps rippled through the hall as the people realized they were witnessing the assassination of their king. Vitura struck him again, drawing another groan of agony. Lani cried out for her father, then turned to Vitura with trembling hands as she raised her sword against him. He met her gaze, silently urging her to strike quickly, reassuring her with his eyes that it was all right. She hesitated, but then, with tears streaming down her face, she swung her blade. The strike pierced him, and he groaned, but even in pain, he managed a faint smile before collapsing lifeless to the ground. Blood spread across the floor beneath him. The knights stood stunned until one of them stepped forward, commanding the others to move aside so that he could protect Her Holiness. He pushed through the crowd, though uncertainty clouded his face. Meanwhile, Lonnie had dropped to her knees beside her father, clutching him desperately and insisting he could not die this way. The knight's voice then thundered again, ordering everyone to maintain order. He demanded that Lonnie Salem and the rebels be arrested. Lonnie froze, tense and overwhelmed. From afar, Mirakin quietly asked the main character if they ought to intervene, but the main character calmly answered that there was no need. The crowd, however, would not stay silent. People surged forward, their anger boiling over. They hurled insults at the knights, calling them bastards, and shouted that killing His Holiness was not enough for them, that now they sought to harm Miss Lonnie as well. They formed a protective wall around her, denouncing the knights as Zipple dogs and asking if they felt no shame in standing before Ayala. The knights retorted, demanding to know if the people realized the gravity of their crime in shielding heretics. But the voices of the people rose even louder, crying out that Miss Lonnie had done nothing wrong, that they must protect the daughter of the Holy King. Overwhelmed by their loyalty, Lonnie turned her head and gazed at the people encircling her. Her hands clenched tightly around her dress as she fought to steady herself. Then, lifting both hands, she summoned forth a yellow ring that glowed in the air. A radiant light burst out, washing over everyone and leaving them stunned. The brilliance swelled into a storm that blinded all, and before Lonnie appeared a small, patterned circle. The knights, overcome, let their swords clatter to the ground and dropped to their knees in reverence. Lonnie reached forward and touched the small circle, and it rose skyward, expanding into a massive, blazing ring of light that illuminated everything. It shone down even upon Vitura's lifeless body, his face bathed in the glow as it lay still and cold upon the ground. The Holy Kingdom's new beacon of hope and hero, the one who had saved Vankella from the clutches of the Zipple family, was none other than Holy King Lonnie Salem. After Lonnie's ascension to the throne, the chaos was swiftly brought under control. Sir Vitura had already prepared a list of names linked to both Kinzello and the Zipple family. From this, the names tied to Zipple were publicly revealed, and their lackeys were the first to be arrested. Holy King Lonnie then issued a strong complaint to the Zipple family. When addressing her people, she explained that she could not disclose the name of the hero who had saved the survivors, yet revealed to them that Zipple's fourth magic tower had been creating human golems. She demanded an official explanation from Zipple and further declared that her father's funeral would not proceed until such an explanation was provided. This announcement redirected the world's gaze toward Vankella and Zipple alike. Soon after, newspapers across the continent released breaking reports. The previous Holy King of Vankella had passed away. The Zipple faction had colluded with traitors within the kingdom and assassinated him. And his daughter, Lonnie Salem, had now ascended to the throne after Holy King Mykeelan. Some articles went further, stating outright that the fourth magic tower had used the citizens of the Holy Kingdom as subjects in inhuman experiments, and that Holy King Lonnie had demanded answers. Far away, in another realm, a woman sat on her throne, listening to these reports. She remarked that it was finally beginning. The Zipple family and Kinzello had moved first, and though she had no intention of interfering until now, the Holy Kingdom had presented her with an ideal opportunity. With that, she decided to inform the patriarch and instructed her attendants to send a condolence delegation to Vankella. A man bowed in respect, addressing her as mother, and accepted the order. Elsewhere, in a quiet, wide space, someone in a white cloak knelt before a grave adorned with flowers. The woman sitting there was Miss Luna. As she gazed upon the tombstone, she remembered her nanny. Footsteps behind her drew her attention. 3 figures had arrived. A purple-haired woman greeted her, addressing her as Miss Luna. She introduced herself as Kashmir Alfrian, leader of the 7 Colors, and presented the 2 companions beside her as Kujin and Varys, assassins once raised by Luna's nanny, Tamia Marius. Luna smiled gently, saying she had expected their visit. The red-haired woman among them clutched flowers in trembling hands. At Luna's urging, she went forward and collapsed before the grave, weeping loudly as she held the tombstone. Luna then turned to the third, a short-haired man with gray hair, asking if he had anything he wished to say. He remained silent, his thoughts dwelling on how this woman was Luna Runcandle, the firstborn of the Runcandle family, the only child truly regarded by their mother. When he suddenly bowed before her, Luna studied him quietly until he thanked her. She smiled faintly and told him to go to the grave, certain their nanny missed him. For the first time, Kujin's expression softened into a smile. Kashmir remarked in surprise that she had never before seen him smile. Kashmir then admitted there was another reason for their visit. She handed Luna a letter, explaining it was from young Master Jean. Luna unfolded it and read. The main character wrote that she must already have heard of the events in Vankella, and that Dino was preparing to publish an article revealing the truth about the Holy Kingdom. He urged her to depart as soon as the article was released, promising to explain the rest while en route. Meanwhile, within Zipple's castle, the patriarch was deep in discussion. Someone close to him warned that they could not escape responsibility. The patriarch coldly spoke of the hero who had saved the test subject from the fourth magic tower. He mused that if he admitted his son had been held hostage by Kinzello, his status would falter, while if he claimed responsibility for the human golem experiments himself, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. He despised both options, but sighed that one must be chosen. Finally, he ordered that Kinzello's commander be contacted, for Karl Zipple had been given a task. Back in Vankella, the harbor had filled with people. The condolence delegation for the late Holy King had arrived, and citizens gathered outside, chanting furiously for Zipple to explain itself. One man cried out that Zipple had murdered their Holy King, their brothers, and their sisters, and had desecrated them through experiments. He shouted that they ought to fear God and demanded the truth at once. His words were cut short when he noticed something descending from the sky, a flying carriage. The Zipple family had come to deliver their explanation. Among the crowd, Mirakin watched with contempt, remarking that their arrogance knew no bounds. It was they who owed answers, yet they carried themselves as if above all. The main character, hidden beneath a black hood, muttered in agreement, never expecting they would bring Kozek. A masked representative then addressed the people. He began by pleading for understanding, claiming that the Holy King's death had been an accident. He admitted that the Zipple family had indeed intervened politically in Vankella and that, with the help of traitorous officials, horrific experiments had been conducted on its citizens. However, he declared that all responsibility lay solely with the master of the fourth magic tower, Karl Zipple. The crowd gasped. The announcement continued, insisting the family had received no reports of such acts and that Karl, blinded by personal ambition, had brought dishonor upon them. The main character clenched his teeth, recognizing that Zipple was placing all blame on Karl, likely in collusion with Kinzello. The declaration concluded that Karl was henceforth stripped of the Zipple name and would be punished severely for his betrayal. Then Karl himself was paraded forth, bound in shackles. His face was bruised and bloodied, yet the crowd exploded in fury at the sight of him. Stones were hurled, curses filled the air, and cries to kill him echoed. The main character's eyes narrowed. If Karl were executed here in Vankella, the Zipple family could absolve itself of blame, forcing the Holy Kingdom into silence. With time and money, their political meddling would be forgotten. Sacrificing a pure-blooded Zipple as a scapegoat was, to them, the perfect solution. But the main character swore he would not let them succeed. Holy King Lani stepped forward and raised her hand, calling for the citizens to stop. She told them she understood their pain and fury, but reminded them they were children of Ayala. If they did not show mercy, who would? She turned to Karl, addressing him as Sir Karl Zipple, and declared that he must explain himself and apologize before all. A small sphere of light appeared above her hand, illuminating his battered figure. She insisted that, including herself, all of Ayala's children were ready to listen. Karl, blood dripping from his wounds, raised his head. In a hoarse voice, he admitted that he, Karl Zipple, master of the fourth magic tower, had dishonored his family with greed and ambition, and that the human experiments were his doing. Just then, a voice rang out. A man with a bag over his shoulder stepped forward and shouted Karl's name, demanding why he was lying and taking all the blame. Karl's bloodied eyes flickered with confusion as he recognized the man. The stranger bowed to the citizens, apologizing for his intrusion, and introduced himself as Dino Jaglin. He declared that he had come to tell them the truth. Reaching into his bag, Dino flung countless papers into the air, scattering them like falling leaves. He proclaimed that Karl Zipple had nothing to do with the human golem experiments. The crowd buzzed in astonishment, many whispering in disbelief and recognizing him as the very reporter who had exposed Murin Zipple's cruel experiments. The protagonist's lips curved in determination. Those who had schemed to sacrifice a pure-blooded Zipple would not escape justice. Here, in the Holy Kingdom, their filth would be laid bare. As citizens picked up the article, they speculated further. Someone asked whether the place where the survivors were rescued was truly the fourth magic tower, or rather the old Oterium, the former fortress of the Dark Magic Association, and if Carl Zipple had indeed been kidnapped and kept prisoner there. Another man turned directly to Jaglin, asking whether he was mocking them as reporters, and whether it was really possible that a pure-blooded Zipple had been kidnapped by what they considered a third-rate terror organization. Jaglin raised his voice in reply, declaring that Kinzello was no third-rate organization, but a massive power that had recently allied with the Zipple family. He added that not even a reporter would know the true depth of their strength. Then he reminded everyone of the explosion that had rocked an island in the Beladu Empire 6 months earlier, and asked if they remembered it. He explained that this explosion had been caused by a mysterious supernova. At this, one reporter questioned if he was referring to that incident, while another exclaimed in disbelief, asking if Bommerl was also involved. Jaglin confirmed it with conviction, naming Sir Bommerl. He explained that wherever those explosions occurred, the Zipple family and Kinzello had been striking secret deals. However, Sir Bommerl, who was always known to oppose the Zipple family's wrongdoings, had witnessed one such deal, and a conflict broke out. The deal collapsed because of him, and since Kinzello refused to leave empty-handed, they kidnapped Carl Zipple. Jaglin went on to recount his own past, saying that the article on the massacre of the Cologne natives had been what first made him famous. At that time, he had written that a passerby was the hero who saved the natives, but in truth, that person had been none other than Sir Bommerl. From then onward, Jaglin had followed Bommerl's deeds and written about his heroic actions. Standing in the crowd, Murakin chuckled and teased the main character that Jaglin had just called him a hero. The main character, however, told him to be quiet. Jaglin continued, saying it was the same with the current incident. Sir Bommerl had confirmed that both the Zipple family and Kinzello were deeply entangled in the cruel scheme of conquering the Holy Kingdom and experimenting on its citizens. Before he could continue, a man raised his hand, a fiery ring forming upon it, and a bright yellow, sword-like ray shot toward Jaglin. The onlookers were stunned, unable to process what was happening. Someone in the crowd thought privately that the commander of the White Knights had acted far too rashly. To the Zipple family, it made no difference whether a reporter lived or died, but now, because of this, he had a reason to interfere. With the Zipple family cast as the villains, if the Runcandle family stepped forward, the public would support them as the opposing force. Thinking this, he unsheathed his sword. Yet another person nearby observed his actions and warned that since the Runcandle family had not been attacked directly, it would be reckless for him to act so hastily. The man had prepared to jump in and shield the reporter, but suddenly someone else appeared ahead of him. A woman with long white hair extended her hand, dispersing the fiery attack into harmless sparks. Without even glancing at the main character, she told him that although she acknowledged his intervention to protect the reporter, she could no longer allow him, a representative of the Runcandle family, to act so rashly. Then she turned to face him directly and called him the second flag bearer, asking him to draw his sword. The main character was taken aback when he realized it was his eldest sister. He wondered why someone who usually distanced herself from family affairs had suddenly appeared in a foreign land. Suspicion struck him. Was it because of the youngest? He doubted that his aloof sister would intervene otherwise. If Bommerl was truly involved in this matter, then surely she knew that Bommerl was the youngest. That must have been why they were moving together. He thought bitterly that this made it harder for him to steal the contract. For now, he sheathed his sword, reasoning there was no need to disgrace the dignity of Runcandle in public. He addressed her respectfully, acknowledging her as the first flag bearer. Someone disguised as a white knight overheard and realized she was indeed the first flag bearer of the Runcandle family. Reporters buzzed in hushed voices, confirming that she was the White Whale, Miss Luna, and that with her stood Sir Joshua, the interim patriarch. The crowd quickly spread the news. The Runcandle family had openly opposed the Zipple family. Luna reflected privately that her suspicion had been right. The youngest was involved. Her mind drifted to several hours earlier, when the main character had sat before her, addressing her as sister. He had told her that with the eyes of the world upon them, he would expose the Zipple family's crimes, and Joshua would seize the achievement for himself at any cost. The main character had explained that their family had been seeking a reason to involve themselves in the Holy Kingdom for some time, and Joshua would not miss such an opportunity. Since neither the main character as a reserve flag bearer nor Bommerl could act openly, he asked Luna to stop Joshua in his place. Back in the present, Luna recalled how she had agreed. She had no intention of letting Joshua claim the accomplishment, not when the youngest had put in such effort. She turned to Dino Jaglin, asking if he was unharmed. He replied gratefully, addressing her and Joshua, and thanked them both. Luna remarked that his words had been most intriguing, and she wished to hear more of them, so she requested that he stop by the Runcandle delegation afterward. Jaglin agreed without hesitation. Soon, a group of white knights appeared. Their leader stepped forward, introduced himself as Malhen Sak, the second commander of Zipple's White Knights, and expressed surprise at Luna's intervention. Luna greeted him by name with a smile and remarked that since he had tried to kill a reporter before everyone's eyes, it was clear he was in quite a predicament. Mal defended himself, claiming the reporter had spread lies that humiliated the Zipple family by saying the master of the fourth magic tower had come to pay for his sins. For that insult, he argued, death was appropriate, and he demanded Luna step aside. She asked who gave him the right to decide such things, and reminded him that she had already asked Jaglin to visit her delegation. That meant he was now her guest. Mal insisted that it was not a private matter, and if she refused to yield, he would be forced to use violence. Luna's demeanor hardened as her aura flared. She warned him by saying that life was precious, and that even the steel fortress waiting in the skies above was worth more than his life. If he returned after losing it, it would be unforgivable. The commander realized then that her aura was as terrifying as the rumors claimed. He wondered whether the reporter's revelations had been orchestrated by Runcandle all along and how much intelligence they really possessed. Before the situation escalated further, Lonnie stepped in, asking both sides to calm themselves. She reminded them that everyone knew the Runcandle and Zipple families wielded power far beyond that of the Holy Kingdom. She urged them to remember that the state funeral of the late Holy King had yet to take place, and such a confrontation could not occur here. The commander felt a wave of relief, glad for the excuse to retreat. Lonnie then thanked the reporter, remarking that they had nearly punished the wrong man. The commander bristled at this, demanding to know what she meant by wrong man. He claimed that the Zipple patriarch had personally sent his son, the master of the fourth tower, and warned that he could have died from those stones. The citizens were outraged at his words. They asked how he dared to speak of her holiness so rudely and accused him of insulting her. The commander pressed further, asking Lonnie if she meant to dishonor the patriarchs while over a mere reporter. Suddenly, a cloaked girl in the crowd shouted at him to be silent, calling the Zipples disgusting. She asked indignantly if they were looking down upon the sacred land where Ayala had descended. From within the crowd, the main character spotted her and smiled, thinking to himself that her timing had been perfect. The citizens began shouting in support of the reporter, declaring that if he was to be killed, then they should all be killed alongside him. They demanded the truth be revealed, and even pointed out that the Runcandle family never behaved so dishonorably. The cloaked girl waved at the main character from a distance. He frowned, confused by her gesture. Then, without speaking aloud, she mouthed words in his direction, calling him young Master Jean. She revealed herself as Margiela Ibriano, the younger sister of Kinzello's vice leader, Bishkal Ibriano. Silently, she mouthed that Kinzello would help him, addressing him as Bommerl, and requested that he go easy on them. She added that they should keep things amicable. The main character's expression shifted from confusion to surprise as he pointed at himself, silently asking if she was speaking to him. Margiela, flustered, wondered whether Runcandles had never been taught how to read lips. Margiela calmly remarked that they should keep things amicable. Jean clearly noticed the subtle exchange of hints, though was uncertain whether he fully understood them. He wondered dramatically if the woman was actually speaking to him, yet the expression on the protagonist's face made it evident that he had not grasped her meaning at all. Margiela, with an awkward expression, noted that it had become apparent to her that no one from the Runcandle household had ever been trained to communicate in such a manner. She screamed in visible frustration, having meant to tell him that she was speaking directly to him and had expected him to understand her gestures. However, our boy's vacant expression made it clear that he did not comprehend her intent. Growing increasingly exasperated, Margiela emphasized once again that Kinzello was willing to cooperate and that they should reciprocate accordingly. Mirakin cast a glance at her before remarking to Jean that the woman in the wheelchair appeared to be attempting to communicate with him. The protagonist was already aware of that fact, yet he still couldn't decipher her intended message. Jean noted that she was from Kinzello and warned Murakin not to be too obvious, adding that once the chaos subsided, he would discreetly capture her since he needed to speak with her. Murakin's sharp eyes followed her movements as he commented that Kinzello was already taking action. He assured Jean that he would handle her capture himself, observing calmly as the woman continued shouting amidst the agitated crowd. At that very moment, the uproar below reached its peak. The crowd grew increasingly hysterical, surging toward the execution platform while demanding that the truth be revealed. Furious voices echoed as they shouted that Zipple was nothing but a deceiver and that they had all been betrayed. The mob roared that Runcandle represented truth and justice. Even Jean himself hadn't anticipated that his plan would trigger such a dramatic shift. Zipple, once revered as the embodiment of righteousness and virtue, was now being denounced, while Runcandle, long branded as a house of brutality and darkness, was slowly beginning to earn the people's favor. Though the movement had originated within the Holy Kingdom, the aftermath of the Cologne incident had completely begun to alter global perception. The enraged crowd continued to roar, their fury now directed entirely toward the Zipple family. Jean quickly understood that Zipple could not strike against Runcandle without causing massive civilian casualties. Their only viable choice was to retreat. Acknowledging this grim reality, the leader of the White Knight Division raised his hand, signaling his troops to fall back toward Zipple's main castle. Brilliant beams of light illuminated as the mages activated their teleportation spells, retreating swiftly to their warships and leaving behind those who had been forsaken by their own clan. Luna observed everything unfolding precisely as she had anticipated, while Dino quietly reminded her that it was time to retreat. Joshua glared furiously at Luna, enraged that she had once again stolen the spotlight from him. Meanwhile, Lonnie approached Carl. With his head lowered and his voice trembling, Carl confessed that he no longer had anything left to protect and humbly requested execution. Lonnie coldly responded that if his confession proved to be genuine, that would indeed be his fate. However, if it turned out to be false, then instead of death, he would spend the remainder of his life decaying within the Holy Kingdom's underground prison. The day's chaotic events provided the journalists gathered in the square with the scoop of a lifetime. News from the Holy Kingdom spread across the globe almost instantly. Carl's confession, Dino's explosive exposé, and the fierce confrontation between the White Knight Division and the Runcandle family dominated headlines everywhere. Not in the past decade had a single national incident reached the world with such astonishing speed. And at the heart of it all stood one undeniable name, Jean Runcandle, once again seizing the spotlight of worldwide attention. That night, at the Holy Kingdom's harbor, Murakin was seething with frustration, demanding to know who the mysterious woman truly was. He grumbled angrily that he had tracked her perfectly until she slipped into an alley and vanished into thin air like smoke. His voice trembled with rage as he remarked that even after regaining 40% of his power, he had still lost sight of a mere human. Jean, calm and composed, told him not to blame himself, as he had already sensed that something about her was off from the beginning. He explained that it was suspicious for someone like Lord Bishkul, who treasured his sister so much and allowed her to wander around freely without any guards. Jean reasoned that Margila must possess some extraordinary ability, perhaps akin to those of Yona or Buber, or the enigmatic power held by Kinzello's leader. Murakin found it unsettling that mortals could wield such unnatural powers as if they were divine beings themselves. Jean, however, said that Kinzello had promised assistance and that they would surely make contact again soon, though he had no idea how. Their conversation came to an abrupt stop when Murakin suddenly pointed toward the sea, where the distant horizon shimmered with a blinding, radiant light. Something colossal was approaching. Jin's eyes widened in surprise as he speculated whether it could be Kinzello arriving as promised. Murakin, squinting at the sight, remarked that such a grand entrance seemed excessive. Perhaps they had brought their entire fleet of warships just to pay their respects. Jean calmly replied that Kinzello was likely using this as an opportunity to flaunt their strength. He reasoned that since their name had gone public, they wanted to make a statement, to prove to the world that they were not the petty terrorists people believed them to be. He added thoughtfully that Kinzello must have been preparing for this moment ever since Carl's confession shook the Holy Kingdom. Neither of them had expected Kinzello's display of power to be this overwhelming. Jean concluded that while Kinzello claimed they wished to help him, If the world continued to view them as a worthless extremist group, then no matter what aid they offered to the Holy Kingdom, it would carry no credibility at all. Moments later, it was revealed that Kinzelro had arrived with 500 warships solely to pay homage to the late King Miklin. Only one ship was permitted to dock. From it emerged Barak Sidriker, supreme commander of the Kinzelro Revolutionary Army and great warrior of the White Wolf tribe, accompanied by a few subordinates. Entering the Grand Hall, he expressed his condolences for the passing of King Miklin. In response, Lonnie thanked him, though unease clouded her face, for this meeting had not been part of any official plan. High above the square, Mirakin continued to watch the unfolding scene intently, his expression growing increasingly serious as he realized that the situation was far more severe than they had first anticipated. Even the White Wolf clan, which normally viewed humans as nothing more than insignificant beings, was showing an unexpected degree of respect. Their behavior made it clear that Barak himself was no ordinary warrior. Mirakin quietly assessed his power, noting that Barak's strength could very well rival that of Jin's sister. Jean remarked thoughtfully that this was likely the very reason they had been unable to absorb Kinzello entirely and had instead opted for an alliance with them. Meanwhile, Barak placed his hand solemnly upon the remains of the late king. His tone was heavy with sorrow as he spoke of a great debt owed to King Miklin 30 years earlier. He described the deceased as the greatest man he had ever known and offered his deepest condolences. Then, turning toward the crowd, he revealed that the prisoners in custody were members of the Zipple faction. He claimed that when the alliance still stood, these same individuals had conducted illegal human experiments under the direct orders of Chief Zipple. Each word left Lonnie utterly shocked. Barak continued, stating that the prisoners would soon confess the truth themselves and expressing his hope that the Holy Kingdom would recover from its pain swiftly. The crowd erupted into confusion, questioning among themselves whether those experiments had truly been carried out by Kinzelro or if Zipple had been the real mastermind. Jean thought that everything about the event felt orchestrated, a deliberate display of power, followed by gestures of respect toward Lonnie, subtly presenting her as the rightful Holy King, and finally a devastating accusation that placed full blame for the human experiments on Zipple. Jean wondered if this was Ibliano's plan. It was shameless yet undeniably brilliant, striking Zipple precisely where it hurt most. As Barak concluded his speech, he announced that there was no further reason to remain and risk discomfort, given that they had once been allies of Zipple and shared part of the guilt. Before leaving, he delivered one final statement that a Zipple laboratory existed within the Holy Kingdom itself and ought to be investigated. The declaration fell upon the crowd like a thunderclap. The people of the Holy Kingdom were left stunned, struggling to believe what they had just heard. Jean reflected that if Barak's claim was true, then Zipple was effectively finished. Whether intentionally or not, Kinzelro had just dealt them an enormous blow. Jean calmly noted that it was true if he just stayed quiet. As Marziella asked, Kinzelro wouldn't suffer any losses. The world now recognized that Kinzelro possessed power formidable enough to abduct even a Tower Master. Yet the protagonist was determined not to stop there. He vowed with cold determination to expose Kinzello for what they truly were. He added that as long as Carl didn't die there, he would continue pursuing the truth to the very end. Just then, Dino came running toward him in a state of panic, visibly shaken. Jean immediately turned to him, his expression tense, demanding to know what had happened. Struggling to catch his breath, Dino delivered the shocking news that Carl Zipple had been murdered. But that wasn't all. Dino's voice trembled as he added that the name Barmel had been written at the scene, alongside a terrifying message scrawled in blood. With your blood, the souls of the Holy Kingdom's people shall be cleansed. As the protagonist heard those words, his eyes widened in shock, leaving him completely stunned and momentarily speechless. Later, he and Mirakin were escorted to the underground prison where Carl had been held. The cell was drenched in blood, a grim and nauseating sight that left no doubt about Carl's demise. Jean silently reflected that they had tried to keep him alive, but his death had now brought the complete downfall of the intricate scheme designed to tarnish Lord Keliak's honor by using his own son as a pawn. Around that same time, Lord Kashmir appeared unexpectedly, much to Jin's astonishment. He explained that he had come to the Holy Kingdom as part of the delegation attending the royal funeral. He noted that he heard this shocking news via 7-colored flock, which had left him visibly disturbed. He questioned in disbelief how such a dreadful incident could occur during a ceremony meant to commemorate the late king. Immediately, he demanded an explanation for the failure of the underground prison security barriers. When he questioned, one of the terrified soldiers confessed that 2 intruders had breached their defenses using immensely powerful magic. Reporters had also arrived at the scene mere moments after the incident, as if they had been waiting for it to happen. Murakin, his tone dripping with bitterness, concluded that Zipple had to be behind it all, pointing out how conveniently the journalists were already prepared, pens in hand, ready to spread the scandal. Kashmir stressed that the situation was of the utmost seriousness. He warned that Zipple would soon publish sensational reports claiming that the Holy Kingdom had demanded excessive atonement despite Karl's death, and that Barmel's name scrawled on the cell wall was merely an attempt to frame him. According to Lord Kashmir, they would likely assert that Karl had been brutally tortured into giving false confessions and that Barmel's so-called revenge killing had exposed him as nothing more than a merciless murderer. Jean remarked that the entire picture had finally become clear. If the truth behind Karl's assassination was not revealed soon, the Holy Kingdom would lose any grounds to accuse Zipple. However, if Barmel himself were to expose the truth, Zipple would undoubtedly be branded as evil and treacherous, and in retaliation, they would hunt Barmel to the very ends of the earth to silence him. Murakin coldly asked what Jean intended to do next. At that very moment, a member of the 7 Colors rushed into the chamber. He leaned close to Lord Kashmir and whispered something in a hurried tone. Kashmir's eyes widened instantly, and without hesitation, he turned to the others and ordered that they must head to the harbor at once. Upon reaching the harbor of the Holy Kingdom, everyone stood frozen in disbelief at the sight before them, an overwhelming display of dazzling opulence. At the very center of the port gleamed an enormous mountain of gold, each brick meticulously engraved with the crest of the Zipple clan. Murakin muttered bitterly under his breath that those bastards were truly throwing their wealth around. Even in the deepest, most ancient dragon hordes, such a lavish heap of pure gold would be a rare spectacle to behold. The colossal pile shimmered. It was clear that this was no ordinary offering. It was either a bribe or a meticulously laid trap from Zipple. From the way things appeared, both Kinzello and Zipple had long foreseen this very outcome and had prepared their strategies in advance. Zipple was likely counting on the Holy Kingdom's greed, hoping they would accept the gold in silence, allowing the entire affair to vanish from history. The sum before them was staggering, a fortune vast enough to sustain the Holy Kingdom's economy for the next 50 years. Yet the situation was nothing short of a double-edged sword. If the Holy Kingdom accepted the offer, it would brand them as complicit and corrupt in the eyes of the world. However, if they refused, Zipple would undoubtedly withdraw all financial support, plunging the nation into inevitable economic ruin. Jean noted grimly that when a country collapses into poverty, its people follow soon after, a truth the Holy Kingdom understood better than anyone. What made matters even worse was that not a single guard stood watch over the mountain of gold. It was as if Zipple was daring them to act. They would not attempt to reclaim it, for they knew that if the Holy Kingdom ignored or rejected the offering, anyone who dared to take even a single brick would bring blame upon the entire kingdom for the theft of the gold. Over time, with sanctions and poverty taking hold, public anger would turn toward the monarchy rather than the true culprits. Political division would rise again, leading to unrest and possibly even rebellion. In the end, Lonnie and her allies would be remembered as either tyrants who accepted corruption or incompetent rulers who let their kingdom fall. Caught in this impossible dilemma, Jean made his decision. He would step forward and officially declare that Barmel was not the one responsible for Karl Zippel's death. The announcement left Lord Kashmir completely taken aback. His expression hardened as he warned Jean that such an act would be a direct violation of Runcandle's code. He reminded him that revealing his identity would serve no purpose and that a provisional flag bearer was strictly forbidden from exposing their name under any circumstances. Jean, however, remained calm and composed. With a faint grin, he replied that if he managed to survive this ordeal, it wouldn't matter. Kashmir's eyes widened in shock, while Murakin smirked knowingly. Jean added with quiet confidence that within a year, he would become a full cadet anyway, so hiding his name any longer was meaningless. Kashmir argued that with Zipple's level of preparation, it was clear the entire Holy Kingdom was already surrounded. If Jean broke the rules, no one from the Runcandle family would aid him. and he would lose his only chance to escape or lay low. But Jin's expression didn't waver. He reassured him quietly, saying that he need not worry as someone would come to help him. Then, on December 24th, 1797, the Holy Kingdom held its final official ceremony, a solemn memorial dedicated to the countless souls who had perished in the cruel human experiments. Divine light poured down across the grand square like a river of shimmering stars. At the center stood the new head of state, leading the sacred ritual known as the Milky Way prayer, a ceremony traditionally performed whenever great tragedy befell their land. As the prayer deepened, luminous streams of divine energy began to gather in Lonnie's palms, forming into a radiant orb that slowly rose above the square. The sacred light illuminated the capital in a breathtaking display of celestial brilliance, and a pillar of divine radiance shot into the night sky, piercing through the endless darkness. When the glow finally began to fade, Lonnie felt as though unseen hands softly brushed against her. She believed it to be the touch of the lost souls, the children of Ayula, finally returning to the divine embrace of their God. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she clasped her hands together in prayer, her gaze falling upon the vast sea of kneeling believers below. Then, in a trembling yet resolute voice, she addressed her people. She reminded them that since the rebirth of the Holy Kingdom of Vankela, its citizens had endured unbearable suffering and hardship. Yet despite all their pain, she promised that one day, peace would return to their land once more. She then stated firmly that on the previous night, Karl Zipple, the prime suspect in the recent scandal, had been discovered murdered. Near his lifeless body, someone had carved the name Barmel into the prison wall, along with a chilling message written in blood. With your blood, I shall cleanse the wrath of the Holy Kingdom's people. Lonnie declared resolutely that the Barmel she knew could never have committed such a monstrous act. He was a man of honor, a hero who had risked his life to protect both the kingdom and herself, a true and loyal friend. With unwavering conviction, she announced that she would now introduce him before everyone. At that moment, the man who had been waiting silently nearby finally stepped forward. He introduced himself to the gathered assembly, and the crowd instantly recognized him as Jean Runcandle, the provisional flag-bearer of the Runcandle clan. The moment his hood fell and his voice echoed through the hall, chaos erupted among the journalists. Shock rippled through the chamber. This was pure madness, a direct defiance of the Runcandle code. None, however, was more infuriated than Joshua. He seethed with disbelief, wondering if his youngest brother had truly dared to expose himself in such a reckless spectacle, and whether the boy genuinely believed he could survive the repercussions of defying the family sacred code. Yet, deep down, Joshua understood the real reason behind Jin's defiance. It was because of that binding contract. Jean smirked faintly, thinking that since their mother would protect Joshua at any cost, there would be no reason to punish him separately. In front of everyone, the protagonist began to slowly transform. With a cold, unwavering voice, he declared himself to be Barmel and that he would reveal everything to expose those who had falsely branded him a murderer. He proclaimed that Zipple's own leader had slain his son to force him out of hiding. Swearing solemnly upon his honor, Jean vowed that he had not killed Karl Zipple and that this vile treachery had shattered the fragile alliance between Kinzello and Zipple. He further exposed that both Kinzello and Zipple had carried out horrific biological experiments on innocent people. At his words, the Zipple mages ground their teeth in fury, their rage boiling over. In the next instant, countless Zipple sorcerers materialized across the square, unleashing a barrage of devastating spells in perfect synchronization. Their commanding officer barked the order for immediate execution. Despite the chaos exploding around him, Jean remained unshaken. Turning toward Joshua, he commanded firmly that it was time to move. Joshua, though reluctant to save him, had no alternative. With a cold flick of his hand, he ordered all Runcandle knights to protect the cadet. The armored guards immediately surged forward. That single command gave Luna the perfect pretext to intervene. Just as the protagonist had expected, if the heir acted, she would also have a reason to step in to protect the people, not to save Jean. Stepping forward with calm authority, Luna commanded everyone to halt. She ordered the Runcandle guards to shield the civilians instead and warned sharply that if even one innocent life was lost that day, she would personally hold those responsible accountable. The Runcandle guards stood frozen, uncertain whose command they should obey. while the Zipple forces reacted with ruthless precision. Their commander roared an order for a full-scale assault, and in an instant, the mages began chanting in perfect unison. A massive torrent of blazing fire element spells surged toward the lone figure standing defiantly on the dais. Jean reacted swiftly, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. He unleashed a flurry of swift, razor-sharp slashes that cleaved through the oncoming barrage, shattering the waves of magic into fragments of light. Chaos erupted across the square as the clash intensified, each collision detonating into explosions that sent shockwaves through the ground. Panic spread like wildfire. Citizens screamed and scattered in terror, desperate to escape the storm of destruction. Stray spells from the Zipple mages blasted in every direction, scorching walls and shattering stone, threatening the lives of anyone unfortunate enough to remain within the square. Amidst the chaos, a powerful presence suddenly emerged. Luna moved with astonishing swiftness, her figure blurring as she appeared wherever stray projectiles endangered the innocent citizens, deflecting each one effortlessly with precise, graceful strikes. As she landed through the swirling clouds of dust and smoke, her silver hair glimmered under the fractured light, and the panicked crowd gazed at her in awe as the eldest daughter of the Runcandle family had arrived. With commanding authority, Luna raised her voice above the roar of battle, instructing everyone to lower themselves and move cautiously toward the central square, guiding the terrified citizens to safety amid the chaos that raged around them. Meanwhile, Jean fought against a dozen Zipple mages simultaneously, moving with sharp precision while quickly analyzing their formation. He noted 4 positioned to the left, 6 in the center, and 5 on the right. It was exactly as Lord Kashmir had warned. They had encircled the kingdom. Yet, no one knew how many reinforcements were still to come. In the midst of battle, an elderly mage snarled that even if it cost their lives, Jean Runcandle must not be allowed to escape. The remark sent unease coursing through Joshua. Cursing under his breath, he realized that he now had to ensure citizen survival. If the youngest were to fall, all their efforts would be for nothing. Resolute, he rushed forward, silently vowing to prioritize the youngest's safety above all else and deal with everything else afterward. Before he could advance far, Luna appeared and stopped him with an icy glare, demanding whether he had not understood her earlier command. Struggling to contain his frustration, Joshua explained that he only acted out of concern, though the cadet had broken protocol. If Jean were to die at the hands of Zipple, their family's honor would suffer irreparable disgrace. But Luna coldly dismissed his reasoning, stating that the death of a reserve successor had no bearing on the family's dignity. It was a matter the reserves themselves had to resolve. She reminded him that their alliance with the Holy Kingdom was far more important than the life of the youngest. Before turning away, she warned that if he defied her orders again, she would personally strike him down. Though bitter at her words, Joshua had no choice but to obey. He knew well that the death of the youngest would bring ridicule upon their name, a humiliation that would reflect on him as the family's future patriarch. Yet, he consoled himself with the belief that the boy, bearing the Shadow Monarch's bloodline, would not die so easily. With that thought, he turned and began executing his sister's command. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Holy Kingdom's guards and Lonnie were occupied escorting the remaining civilians to safety. Luna, watching from a distance, observed that the operation was proceeding smoothly. Most of the townspeople had already reached the central square according to plan. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle from the other side grew louder. The protagonist continued fiercely striking down his enemies. He soon realized that all the civilians had been safely evacuated, allowing him to finally unleash his full strength. One of the mages, sensing the shift in momentum, shouted an order to surround the target. In an instant, the Zipple mages formed massive magical circles encircling Jean. In response, the protagonist lifted the thunderbolt of the Wind Fong high into the air, and streaks of lightning began to rain down around him. The mages simultaneously activated their own magic circles, and chaos erupted across the battlefield, a raging storm of blazing mana and thunderous energy that distorted the very air itself. A massive explosion erupted as the opposing forces collided violently. Amid the thick clouds of dust and the deafening roar of blasts, terrified screams echoed through the chaos as confusion rippled through the ranks. Through the swirling haze, the shadow of an enormous creature began to emerge, a colossal cat towering above the battlefield. with Jean mounted proudly atop its back. Shock and disbelief spread among the enemy forces, but before they could process what they were seeing, orders rang out to regroup and prepare the next wave of spells. From his elevated position, Jean surveyed the battlefield, noting how the entire perimeter had been reinforced by Zipple's ambush. There was no path of escape. Yet, rather than despairing, a faint, confident smile curved his lips, as though every moment was unfolding exactly according to plan. Running his hand gently through Shuri's thick fur, he whispered a quiet command. The cat then responded with a deep growl. When the command was given to unleash every spell upon Jean Runcandle, the air crackled violently with surging mana. Countless mages simultaneously released their devastating attacks, filling the sky with blazing torrents of fire and lightning that hurtled toward him at blinding speed. Jean raised his thunderblade high once more, slicing through the first barrage with effortless precision. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the ground and engulfing the area in a dense cloud of smoke and debris. One of the Zipple captains shouted for confirmation of Jin's condition, but before his words could be completed, a chilling aura swept past him. Shuri darted forward through the chaos, her movements a blur in the swirling dust. The sharp rhythm of footsteps mixed with deep, guttural growls echoed ominously through the battlefield. Responding to Jin's command, the great beast charged ahead. A black streak flashed across the dueling ground, followed instantly by blood-curdling screams. Some soldiers tried to chase, but terror froze them in place. They couldn't even follow the protagonist's movements. Their speed was monstrous, far beyond what their eyes or spells could perceive. Just then, Jean swiftly struck down the remaining enemies in a blur of motion. Blood splattered across the ground as fear spread like wildfire among the surviving soldiers. One trembling knight stared in disbelief and muttered shakily, if that was really the cadet of the Runcandle clan. Jean exhaled steadily and gently patted Shuri's head, murmuring that their pincer strategy had worked perfectly. The first phase was complete, and now they should move to the next. With that quiet acknowledgement, Jean and Shuri took to the skies at a blinding speed, vanishing into the distance. Behind them, the square lay in ruins, a shattered battlefield echoing with smoke, chaos, and the frantic shouts of soldiers calling for pursuit as they noted that the young Runcandle had escaped. As they departed, Shuri carried Jean effortlessly, leaping gracefully across the rooftops of the city. Their destination soon became clear, the harbor. Jean remarked calmly that all they needed to do now was deal with the bullion waiting at the port. However, just as he advanced toward the area, an explosion of fire erupted, illuminating the night sky and engulfing the docks in raging flames. This was not part of their plan. Jean froze for a moment, realization dawning on him that the harbor was burning. From within the inferno, a mocking laugh resounded. At its center stood a savage-looking mage, gleefully shouting that everything should be reduced to ashes. Moments later, Dante came sprinting toward him, shouting for everyone to flee as the flames spread uncontrollably. Shuri glided over the burning harbor, and Jean dismounted beside and demanded to know what was happening. Dante, slightly out of breath yet excited, turned toward Jean just as Veridin appeared, clearly startled by the chaos. Spotting Shuri, Veridin blinked in disbelief before hugging the creature and exclaiming in awe, asking if that was truly a red jade cat and how Jean had managed to form a contract with such a familiar. Dante remarked that he wanted one just like it. Their light-hearted banter, however, was abruptly cut short when Jean sternly scolded them for losing focus amidst the destruction. He demanded to know whether they were responsible for the fire. Dante replied honestly that it was Veridin who had started it. Veridin, however, immediately deflected the blame, pointing at Jean and insisting that he had started the fire. Dante immediately corrected him, stating that Jean had only just arrived. Yet, Veridin stubbornly insisted that they simply say Jean was the one responsible, claiming it could still count as an achievement under their Runcandle Reserve flag barrier mission. Dante, visibly frustrated, asked why Veridin was being so stubborn when everyone could see he was the one who started the fire. Veridin dramatically muttered that whether it was Jean or him, both of them would end up in trouble anyway. Dante still couldn't grasp his reasoning as he pointed out that there had been no talk like this when they first arrived and demanded to know if his previously resolute stance, his declaration of never forgiving the family's crimes, had all been a lie. Standing aside, Jean watched the heated exchange unfold with a heavy sigh. He realized that Veridin knew he had done something wrong and was trying to avoid drawing attention in such a major incident. Jean eventually told them to quiet down, reminding them that they had no time for arguments. He was certain that the Zipple family mages would soon arrive to kill him. Dante appeared shocked, asking what he meant, and Jean revealed that he was the one responsible for exposing the truth about the Holy King incident. Both men were utterly stunned by his confession. Both asked in disbelief if that meant Jean was Barmal. Jean admitted that he was indeed Barmal and stated firmly that Veridin was the one who had set the gold ablaze. He didn't care if Veridin tried to shift the blame, because he was already prepared to accept responsibility for his actions. Jean continued by explaining that since his identity as Barmal and his status as a Runcandle's cadet had been exposed, the Zipple family had been sending assassins to kill him. He then asked what they thought would happen if a family heir acted like that at such time. Hearing this, Veridin's expression hardened. Jean looked at him and warned him not to do anything reckless. However, Veridin's anger exploded uncontrollably, calling them all shameless traitors and vowing to kill every one of them for disgracing the family. Seeing him lose control, Jean realized his suspicion had been correct, as Veridin was the kind of man who acted without thinking, and once again, he had lost his composure completely. Veridin began casting a massive spell, yelling at Jean that he knew exactly what the gold bars represented. As the magic formed, a swirling vortex of flames appeared in the sky. Jean urged Veridin to calm down, reminding him that he had come to protect the bullion after revealing his truth. But Veridin refused to listen, enraged that Jean would still tell him to calm down after all that. Jean shouted that there was a difference between what he was doing and what Veridin intended to do. He explained that as a third party, he could prevent the Holy Kingdom from taking the gold and then escape. However, if Veridin killed the Zipple family mages, the consequences would be catastrophic. But Veridin did not stop and continued casting the spell, insisting that his father would understand. Jean angrily reminded him that his elder brother, Karl Zipple, had been killed by assassins sent by their own father, asking if Veridin truly believed he could survive after this. Soon after, several Zipple family mages arrived, rushing to capture Jean. The gold was still burning, and flames spread across the docks as Veridin stood in the middle of the inferno, continuing to cast his massive spell. He shouted at Jean to escape with the others, promising to kill them all himself. The spell neared completion, and Jean, observing it, realized that Veridin was using Annihilating Thousand Fires, a stronger and more stable version than what he had seen in Samel. He wondered if Veridin had improved his skills. Meanwhile, Dante joked nervously about whether Veridin was just going through late puberty. Jean replied that they would stay out of his way. Hearing that, Dante grew concerned and asked Jean what he was talking about. But Veridin accused Jean of trying to stop him. Before he could finish his spell, Jean rushed forward and punched Veridin hard across the face, sending him flying backward. The spell was interrupted, the fire began to subside, and Veridin's mana started flowing in reverse, creating a counterflow reaction. Dante panicked, pointing out that the mana counterflow could be dangerous if left unchecked. Jean, however, tossed a piece of cloth at Dante, binding him with it, and said that he should stay out of it because the Zipple family would handle the situation. He didn't let Dante protest, wrapping him completely before handing him over to Shuri, who held him in her mouth. Jean mounted Shuri once again and ordered her to bite down, causing Dante to scream in pain. The Zipple family mages spotted Jean and began shouting that he was escaping. They raised their wands and started casting spells, chanting for Hellwind. Instantly, numerous magic circles appeared around them, releasing several tornadoes simultaneously. Smiling faintly, Jean identified it as 8-star magic and remarked that he had already prepared a gift for them. Moving his hands rapidly, he conjured a glowing orb of blue mana between his palms. It began to expand, absorbing the energy from the surrounding cyclones, even draining mana directly from the mages' bodies, causing them to bleed from their mouths. The mages panicked as they realized their mana was being absorbed into the orb. Jean had activated Reversal of Heaven, a powerful spell well known to anyone who had witnessed its previous use. As everything around him started being pulled into the vortex, the Zipple mages screamed, demanding how a mere Runcandle cadet dared to go against the family's oath. Yet the spell continued, consuming both mana and the mages themselves. Sitting atop Shuri, Jean coldly stated that it was nothing personal and that they should blame themselves for their loyalty to the Zipple family. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the mana reversal sphere detonated. A blinding light erupted, swallowing the entire harbor in its brilliance. The tide reversal absorbed everything in its path, and water surged violently, creating a storm-like torrent mixed with blazing fire. It looked as though two massive hurricanes collided, swallowing everything around them. All the gold bars were swept into the sea, and every ship nearby was shattered into pieces. Jean used his pet Shuri and jumped into the sea to escape. As he fell down, all the gold bars around were falling, as well the destruction was a lot, and the wind attacks had made the scene worse. Later that night, Dante woke up, and he was inside the mouth of Shuri, so the people of Zipple could not recognize him and search for him later. Dante was quite tired, and, after waking up, asked where they were. Jean told him that they had somehow escaped and were in the Holy Kingdom Sea. As he looked closer, he realized that Dante's shoulder was injured. Jean apologized to him as he thought that Shuri would have bitten him when he was inside, but Dante didn't care about that, as it wasn't on purpose. Jean asked him if he could use his healing ointment on him if he wanted, but he refused to do so. Jean then forcefully grabbed him, trying to pull off his cloak, and in that moment, the gold bar hidden inside shimmered faintly. Panicking, Dante quickly pulled it out and hurled the gold bar into the sea. Jean, consumed by anger, demanded to know why Dante had taken the gold bar in the first place. His voice carried sharp irritation as he confronted him. Startled and fearful, Dante quickly stammered that it was all just a misunderstanding, insisting that he could explain everything in detail if Jean would just listen. Dante told him the whole story that Veridin told him that if he helped him, he would pay him somehow, but Jean asked him that he was the interim patriarch of the Hiron family and had a lot of money, so why did he need it now? Dante responded that he broke his grandfather's vase, which he liked a lot. He said that his grandfather was in love with that vase, and he loved it more than his or anyone's life. So he wanted money to restore it before he could realize that the vase was broken and it was not cheap. Jean looked at him, but Dante awkwardly told him that he shouldn't look towards him like Veridin used to see, as it hurts him a lot. Jean then told him that he would give him the money, which made Dante happy and calm. But still, he was worried about Veridin. Jean consoled him that Veridin won't die with a punch, and he had never used all his strength when he knocked him. But Dante was not worried about that, but the chaos that would come their way when they returned home. But Jean told him that Veridin wouldn't be in trouble because he had punched him on purpose. But Dante said that it was also not an issue, but he was thinking about how Veridin would react when he went home, as he now knew what the real thing his family was really doing. Jean told him that it was normal. Every family has some dark secret and work, but the Zipple family took the dirty work to a next level. He, too, was suspicious of him, but he guessed that Veridin had no idea about his family and their dark work that they were doing, as he was the interim patriarch. Dante confirmed to him that he believed in him, but Jean denied that if he hadn't put fire on the gold that was of Zipple and attempted to kill his own family members, he wouldn't, but he used the annihilating 1,000 fire. That thing was not supposed to occur. Dante agreed with him, but he was worried about what would happen next. So Jean told him that two possible things could happen to Veridin. The first was that he would be kicked out of his family for going against them, or he would just become the conqueror of his family. And the second was that he might get killed like Carl Zipple was murdered. Dante was now more worried and suggested that they should just find him soon. Jean recalled that in his precious life, he was also banished from his family, and then he met Veridin, and Veridin was a great mage. He praised him at that time as he had already reached 9 stars only at the age of 30, and he had a great character, and everyone loved him. Everyone around him was attracted to him and mages like him. But Veridin's life changed when they both met and started a journey, as they were both from the opposing families, but had become good friends. Now he was thinking that he didn't want to put him in a tough spot, and told Dante that he would find Veridin at any cost and save him. Dante was looking at him in shock, so Jean asked what had happened to him. Dante told him that it was not normal that Jean wanted to help and save Veridin, and smiled at him, while Jean thought in his mind that it was for him as they both got together by chance, and soon they become friends as the youngest from their families, but he never looked at their friendship as a weight, as when they were in arena they still mocked each other and had fun together, and also at Samel, they were together and had a lot of fun. But now he was going to save Veridin, his friend. Jean thought that if he had to save him, there would be a small repercussion. Dante was sitting in front of him and had tears of joy, But then Jean told him that he wanted to know what Veridin had in his mind, and they were going to meet him. Dante reminded him that they were going to the place where they had decided to meet if they ever got into trouble. Jean replied to him that yes, they were. As they both traveled on the sea, they never realized what was going to happen to them the next day. In the city, all the news was spread like fire. The truth was out, and the incident of the Holy Kingdom was concluding, but the world had gone upside down. All the blame fell on the head of Jean Runcandle, and a reward of 100 million gold was placed on his head from the Zipple family, including the safety of the one who tells it. The Queen of the Ice Palace was quite surprised looking at the poster. She was proud of her son-in-law, while her daughter was worried about him. She even scolded her daughter to call her the queen when they were in the palace. Many other mages were surprised to see that Zipple had gone all out to war against the Runcandle, which could cause chaos sooner or later. They were looking for a Jean similar to his father, Sir Chiron. The servant of Yona even came and told her that he had gotten some news about Jean, and as Yona looked at the paper, she was glad that Jean was doing great outside in the world. His posters were distributed everywhere in no time. In the Black Sea, mages of Runcandle were fighting, and one of the flag bearers came and told them that the Lady Rosa was calling all the flag bearers for a job. He said that she wanted to wait for a decision from the patriarch, but now she was going to use all the flag bearers and capture the youngest as soon as possible. The other flag bearer was proud of Jean, as it was a great accomplishment. He thought that he had sent Jean out to make himself a reputation, but while he was increasing his value, he somehow managed to increase the reputation of the Runcandle family as well. But he also destroyed the Zipple family's reputation, so they were proud of him at the same time. As they both talked to each other in the Black Sea, a monster tried to attack them, but they continued their talk. They even told Jean that he should take his responsibility. The flag bearer was then told to issue the most wanted warrant and poster for Jean, and it should be effective quickly. As the monster behind came, they chopped him quickly and didn't bother stopping their chat. In the poster, it was written that the former flag bearer, former guardian knight, and the former cadets would be searching for Jean, the youngest, and if an outsider caught him and brought him in, then he would be rewarded 300 million gold, and the Runcandle family would give him protection. The Runcandle were now on a mission to capture Jean dead or alive. The world was in more chaos as Zipple and Runcandle were moving, and they had simultaneously issued a poster on the head of Jean. Zipple put a bounty of 100 million gold as a reward, and Runcandle put 300 million gold. This amount of gold was a lot, and it was enough to run a nation's economy. It was the world's highest bounty that was ever placed on someone's head. Because of the size of the order, the armies of small and medium-sized kingdoms started to search for clues to find Jean as fast as possible. But not only them, but emergency groups like the Order of Black King and the Ghost Legion, which started to find him on their own. Other groups that were not big and needed help made an alliance and started their own mission to find Jean. But the most, Zipple and Runcandle were after Jean and were looking for him all around the globe. Everyone was searching for him in cities and different countries. They even looked in the mountains, searched the hidden caves, oceans, and islands. They even tried to chase him around the world on the basis of information they got from Jin's teleportation gate records. The most recent gate that they recorded was one in Taiken. Because of that, there was chaos in the place, and many groups were searching for him there. While everyone was looking for him, his friends in Taiken were sitting around and waiting for any news on Jean. They all confirmed that the Zipple were the ones who searched for Jean in the Taiken in the end, and the mages of Zipple looked for him thoroughly and even searched the safe houses. They were all too annoyed by the mages of Zipple, but they couldn't argue, as they had already agreed with the Zipple that they would find Jean together, and they had no choice left. They were also now confident that the Zipple would not be more mindful towards them as they allowed them to search the whole place, and they didn't even ask for any proof or a reason for searching. The friends even discussed that it wasn't a matter now that the Zipple mages were looking for Jean, or the people looking for Jean were from the Zipple family, as everyone who could use the teleportation gate was manipulating the rules and searching. They were even more shocked when they saw the Beeman's Special Affairs Division came to search for Jean. And as they were searching, they found some more information that the young Master Jean was actually Jean Grey, as he was the one who had put his steps in their case of the Dark Magic Association rebels. They were even more annoyed that the Beemans found out more hidden names of them that they were using in missions. One of them even said that he had to tell his real identity to the men, and he was one of the cadets in the barracks who used to bully him, and he actually survived the accident. The other friends even mocked him that if the Beeman's social affair had recognized him, he would tell the higher-ups, and he would be exposed soon. And the other laughed at him. They were now also very much at ease that the Runcandle family didn't come. Sir Chiron was the one who had ordered the ones from the Runcandle family that they should not go and check the Tycoon without young Master Jin's permission. But if the Runcandle family had come, they would have destroyed everything in the area, and it would have been a lot worse. Everyone there was confused about one single thing. Why did the patriarch even order something like that? They were confused that even Sir Chiron had given such orders to capture his son, and now the world was behind Jin and wanted to capture him. Jin's friends were worried about him and didn't want anything bad to happen to him. They cheered for him and wanted to meet him again, while some of them tried to calm others who were terrified, as they knew Jin would have a plan, as he always had one, and now they just had to wait for him. The groups outside were too active. They were even looking for Jin in the night with the help of flashlights. They were checking everyone who looked similar to Jin, and they checked everyone who was wearing a cape or had covered his head. While Jin and Dante were hiding in someplace above and looking down at the streets in chaos, they were both in shadows, and Dante was scared that they could be captured in such chaos. Jin told him that he wanted to know the whole situation before Veridin woke up, because he wanted to control most of the damage. Jin was certain that something like this was going to happen, but he had no idea that a lot of other groups would be acting and searching for him. Suddenly, a piece of paper came flying, and Dante caught sight of it. Jin asked him what he was reading, so he showed Jin the poster. It was a picture of Jin with a bounty of 300 million gold that was issued by his own family. Jin laughed at it and knew that something like that would have happened. And now everyone will try to find him because such a large amount can be used to make a nation. Many other mages were also shocked seeing the poster of Jin that came from Runcandle and thought about Sir Chiron's decision. The person recalling Sir Chiron then witnessed that a plane had come and was asking to search the area and requested assistance. While in the Ice Palace, the princess was angry as she was confused about the order of Sir Chiron, but as she saw her mother, she was told about it, and she was already aware of it. The queen told that she had to go somewhere, and so her daughter should take care of the palace. Sir Chiron was fighting a monster in the Black Sea, and he had sliced the creature from top to bottom. But as he finished, the Ice Queen was standing behind him and told him that Jin hadn't damaged the Runcandle family. So was he really trying to kill his own son in the chaos? In reply, Sir Chiron said that indeed he was. The queen mocked him and called him a crazy person if he was really doing that. She told him that as she was the Ice Queen and also a friend of his, she won't stand still and watch something bad happen. She picked up her sword and pointed at the back of Sir Chiron and warned him that he needed to tell her that he was a sane person or else she would count to 3 and then she would cut him down. The Ice Queen pointed her sword at the back of Sir Chiron and asked him to surrender and stop the chaos. She told her that he had to convince her that he was still a sane person, as she counted to 3, and then she would cut him open. Ice Queen was looking evil, and her aura was flowing around as she counted the numbers. Her sword transformed into a pure form of ice, but then Sir Chiron reminded her of the promise she had made. Sir Chiron told Talarissa to put her swords away, and also that her theory was all wrong. The atmosphere around them turned into ice, and it was cold. The Ice Queen was pushed back for a second, and asked Chiron if he was trying to scare her from his attack, as she thought that he was really overwhelmed by the chaos. Chiron asked her if he could confirm that she could stop him, even if they were friends with each other. But the Ice Queen laughed at him and told him to come back to his senses, as he was the charming Runcandle lion, and even told him to take away his ill-tempered old look. She then asked him what he really wanted to achieve by all the chaos. While Jin and Dante recalled that Veridin had given them coordinates of the teleportation gate of his villa, and, as he had suggested, that if something happened to them and they separated, they could come and meet each other there. He even told them that the villa was not being monitored or controlled by his family, and for safety, he would tell the butler earlier, so that when they arrive at any time, there won't be an issue or chaos. As they both were now waiting for Veridin to come to the villa, Dante walked all over the living room in depression, but Jin recalled that his father had just given him another chance. Dante was confused about how Jin had interpreted a poster ordered by his father. Dante was still trying to understand that the poster was saying that the reward on his head was for 300 million gold, and his father was not in the game's mood that he had put such a hefty bounty on his head. Jin was also sure that if he got caught, he wouldn't survive it at any cost. But he also told him that what if he returned after a year and didn't get caught in the meantime? He even said that he would return at the same time when the reserve flag bearer would be promoted to be the official flag bearer, and on that day, his reputation would go up in the sky, and he would be called the one who made a fool out of Zipple, as well as the Runcandle family. Dante was confused and playing with fire, But he asked him if he was sure his father would remove the prize money from his head. He replied that he was sure that the rewards were not going away ever, but his name would be changed because right now it was reserved flag bearer Gene Runcandle, but after a year, it would be official flag bearer Gene Runcandle. Dante was sure that he could easily take care of him for a whole year, but he was doubting how he could escape the two Zipple and Runcandle families for a whole year. Gene said that he had no option but to try. He thought that he could go to the land where his brother and sisters are, as it was cut off from the rest of the world, and he was convinced that his father knew what he would do, so he put such a reward on his head. Suddenly, the light on the teleportation gate of the villa switched on, and they thought that it was Veridin. But Gene senses that it wasn't him, but someone else had entered. He told Dante to be careful, as it was someone unknown. Dante also sensed some danger and said that it could also be the butler, which Veridin told them. Gene told him that the person was too powerful to be a butler, and it was suspicious that the villa was empty and they were both staying at the place. The unknown person looked at them from the window. Gene advised Dante to get dressed and cover his head. He told Dante that they had to capture him first and know what was his purpose here. As the person came in, the protagonist pointed his sword at his head and asked him to stay quiet in reply to his question. Dante also came from behind and pointed his sword at him. Gene warned him to surrender, but then the person turned into water and dodged them both. Gene told Dante that it was a water dragon, and they had to pressure him from both sides if they wanted to capture him. Dante was sure that it would be easy for them to do so, but the person was too quick and was moving in a hall in the form of water. Whatever attacked Gene or Dante dealt on him, he quickly dodged it and went to the other side. As they tried their best for some time, they failed, but then the person asked them if they were Veridin's friends, as he had never met such daring personalities. As he pushed them back with force, he told them that he now knew why Veridin was interested in them, but then he told them to calm down and took off his mask. He told them that first, he heard they were intruders, and so he attacked them and tried to kill them. He then welcomed them and told them that he was the water god Etelmian's dragon. He assessed them both and called them Dante and Gene. Gene asked him why a dragon was her, and Veridin sent him here for a purpose. But he said that it was Veridin who had told him to come, and also, as he took off his cape if he had a suit beneath, and he told him that he was the butler of this place while he had a sword attached to him. The butler said that Veridin had advised him to take care of two people named Dante and Gene. Looking at his skill level and personality, both Dante and Gene were shocked and could not understand the situation for a minute. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.